he awakened the most useless B-rank class, armed user, a fallen genius mocked by all. Little did they know, his class could undergo an ultimate evolution into the universe's only God's armorer. While others were still fighting for a piece of blue equipment, he had already used the Godly Armor Compendium, spent his life savings, and personally forged his first fully enhanced godly weapon at level 1. It's time for this batch of youngsters to transfer classes again. I wonder how many S-ranks our SA, Jing City will produce this time. Difficult. Last year, the entire city only had 4. But this year is different. There are too many prodigies. The little dragon girl Long Xiao from SA, Jing No. 1 Hai, Xiao Heba from the Warriors Association, the demigod's grandson Shu He. Each one has a terrifying background. No matter how monstrous they are, can they be more monstrous than him? 2 teachers' gazes fell in unison on the student seated right in the center, Lu Chen. May 28th, the National Unified Class Transfer Day. This world was overrun by demonic beasts in countless races, and only through class transfer could humanity gain the power to contend with them. At the St. Jing City Central Transfer Plaza, students from hundreds of high schools had gathered. The mayor was on stage giving a passionate speech, encouraging the students and outlining their future paths. Lu Chen stood at the very center of all the students, feeling little emotion. He was a reincarnator, and for 18 years, a prompt had existed in his mind. After transfer, your class will undergo an ultimate evolution. Since it's a cheat that comes with transmigration, it can't be too bad, he thought. Ahem. Now, according to the comprehensive rankings over the past 3 years, the announcer's voice boomed from the sound amplifying array. The first to undergo class transfer is the student council president of SA, Jing No. 2 Hai, a prodigy with perfect scores in all cultural exams, a genius with full marks in all attribute tests, the most outstanding student of SA, Jing No. 2 Hai Lu Chen. One by one, his accolades were announced. Under the watchful eyes of the entire city, Lu Chen slowly walked onto the awakening stage. Even the proud children of heaven behind him seemed dim in comparison. For the past 3 years, Lu Chen, a commoner, had climbed step by step, crushing all his peers with absolute dominance. Everyone believed that this monster, whose 4 attributes of strength, constitution, agility, and spirit were already maxed out at 10 points before transfer, would awaken a terrifying class of at least S-rank, possibly even the once-in-a-millennium SSS rank. Lu Chen placed his hand on the awakening crystal. VMMMM. Boom! A blinding pillar of light shot up from the crystal, blasting a massive hole in the dome of the awakening hall. The heavens themselves seemed to change color. Holy crap, a celestial phenomenon. This is a celestial phenomenon. S-rank? No, this is definitely the sign of an SSS rank class. Our human race is getting another guardian. Amidst the crowd's fervent cheers, the light lasted for a full minute before slowly dissipating. A symbol of a fully armed human appeared around Lu Chen. Congratulations on awakening the class armed user. Instantly, the entire plaza fell deathly silent. Armed user? That B-rank combat class? The one completely dependent on gear, a jack of all trades, master of none, a notorious money sink of a trash class? Everyone was stunned. Such a world-shaking phenomenon, and this was the result? Sigh, such a fine ceiling. Why did he awaken as an armed user? It's over, it's over. He's an orphan. Where would he get the money to play this class? The so-called number 1 genius of SA, Jing, and this is it? The expectation on the faces of the mayor and the university admissions officers instantly turned to undisguised disappointment. Below the stage, sounds of mockery, pity, and schadenfreude arose and fell. However, from a perspective no one could see, a series of system prompts were flashing before Lu Chen's eyes. Your class has undergone an ultimate evolution. Armed user has been promoted to God's Armorer. You have obtained the class specializations: Perfect Godly Weapon Embryo, Supreme Enhancement, Entry Absorption, Equipment Hiding, Perfect Adaptability, Perfect Godly Skill. You have obtained the Godly Armor Compendium. Lu Chen, come down. Other students are waiting to awaken. Prompted by the announcer's slightly awkward voice, Lu Chen returned to his senses, calmly walked off the stage, ignored all the gazes around him, and left the plaza. As he walked, he quickly browsed his new abilities. Perfect Godly Weapon Embryo can convert any worn equipment into a godly weapon embryo. The equipment's level will permanently match the user's level, and its effects will receive a God-level enhancement. Supreme Enhancement, equipment will be directly enhanced to its maximum level. Entry Absorption, can absorb the entries of equipment from the same slot. Perfect Adaptability, can wear any type of equipment and negate all negative effects. But what excited Lu Chen the most was the Godly Armor Compendium. It recorded the synthesis formulas for all the godly weapons in the world. At his current level, he could only see the 99th ranked godly weapon. Greatsword type godly weapon, rank 99, mountain suppressor. Attribute, plus 500 strength, base. Effect, every normal attack will create a shockwave, dealing 10x strength as earth-type damage in a 100-meter radius, can critically strike. Lu Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. A level 1 godly weapon grants a base of plus 500 strength, and every normal attack is a 100-meter AoE with a 10x strength multiplier? This was simply absurd. He immediately checked the synthesis path. Earth Scroll Skill Book, a greatsword-type weapon, 10 earth crystals. The materials, though not cheap, were not unattainable for him. Lu Chen immediately headed to the nearest trading house. He had saved nearly 100,000 gold coins from scholarships and part-time work over the past 3 years. Search Skill Book, Earth Scroll. Skill Book, Earth Scroll, price, 50,000 gold. Buy. Search Enchanting Material, Earth Crystal. Earth Crystal, price, 4,500 gold. Buy, 10 of them. You have spent 45,000 gold. In an instant, 95,000 gold coins were spent like water. Lu Chen's heart bled, but his eyes burned with excitement. With the remaining less than 5,000 gold, he bought a level 1 silver grade, charging greatsword, as the godly weapon embryo, along with 2 pieces of silver grade armor. His savings of 12 years were wiped out in an instant. But Lu Chen knew this investment was more than worth it. Back in the single apartment provided by the school, Lu Chen began his work immediately. You have equipped, charging greatsword. Convert to godly weapon embryo? Convert. VMMMM, the silver greatsword in his hand transformed, its attributes renewed. Charging greatsword, godly weapon embryo, plus 3, max. Strength, plus 30. Effect, charging strike, ultimate, your every normal attack becomes a charged heavy attack, dealing 3x damage. Automatically max enhanced. Every normal attack is triple damage. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. This embryo alone already surpassed countless gold-grade weapons, but he didn't stop. He immediately took out the materials he had just bought and opened the Godly Armor Compendium. Synthesize Godly Weapon Mountain Suppressor. Boom! A black-brown light engulfed the entire room, shaking the walls and cracking them. When the light faded, a brand new greatsword was in his hand. Mountain Suppressor, Godly Weapon, plus 3. Quality, Silver, upgradable. Strength, plus 750. Critical rate, 25%. Effect 1, Mountain Suppression. Every normal attack will create a shockwave, dealing 10x strength as earth-type damage in a 100-meter radius. Effect 2, Charging Strike, Ultimate. Your every normal attack becomes a charged heavy attack, dealing 3x damage. Effect 3, Empty, can absorb entries, plus 750 strength. Lu Chen was shocked. This was even higher than the previewed attributes, a result of the Supreme Enhancement effect. With his own 10 points of strength, his current strength value was now a terrifying 760. What level 1 transfer could possess such monstrous stats? Not to mention, the effects of Charging Strike and Mountain Suppression could stack. This meant every one of his normal attacks could deal a horrifying 30x strength damage in a 100-meter radius. Lu Chen converted his other 2 pieces of armor into godly weapon embryos and equipped them. Light Spirit Boots, godly weapon embryo, plus 3, agility plus 20, movement and attack speed additionally increased by 50%. Light Feather Robe, godly weapon embryo, plus 3, constitution plus 15, agility plus 15, max HP plus 500, gains a shield and movement speed while moving. Feeling the surging power within him, Lu Chen could no longer contain his excitement. Holding a godly weapon in his hand, who could resist? He had to test it out. Without even bothering to clean up the disaster scene at home, he walked out again, heading towards the nearest dungeon area. At Xingjing No. 2 High School, there is a dedicated dungeon area. Within this area, there are 3 dungeons. These 3 dungeons are designed for newly graduated students to grind in, allowing them to quickly level up. At this moment, the students who have completed their awakening have returned to the school's dungeon area, embarking on their journey to become stronger. Naturally, they couldn't help but discuss the events of the day. Dungeon, Weeping Forest, in front of the dungeon entrance, several students from Shangjing No. 2 High School were gathered around a fire, munching on food while discussing what had happened today. You guys think, was today's awakening ceremony too much of a blow for Chief Lu? I saw him leave today, looking dazed and lost. Well, that's to be expected. The feeling of falling from heaven to the depths of the valley is not as pleasant as one might imagine. After graduation, they had to consider how to level up. Typically, at this time, some familiar classmates would form teams to grind together. Those with the means would complete special recruitment tasks based on the criteria of their desired schools. Meanwhile, those without such means plan to level up as quickly as possible before the college entrance examination. The higher the level, the better the potential scores in the exam. However, all of this was limited to before the second job transfer. If one underwent a second job transfer before the exam, their scores would be invalidated. Generally speaking, it was rare for ordinary students to complete a second job transfer before the exam. After all, leveling up to level 30 in just a few days and completing the job transfer task was quite challenging without family support. But with family backing, fulfilling the special recruitment conditions of a school was a breeze. Who would still bother with the college entrance exam if they could complete the special recruitment? As for joining various associations, having a family background made it easy to join any association. The rule against second job transfers before the college entrance exam was not a restriction for ordinary students, but rather a form of protection. It protected them from competing with those genius prodigies. The prodigies had already completed their second job transfers and moved on to broader stages. The remaining ordinary students were left to compete for college entrance exam resources in a relatively fair manner. Have you heard? Long Xiaoxiao cried after Lu Chen stepped down from the awakening platform. Wow! That's explosive news. Could Long Xiaoxiao have a crush on Lu Chen? Shoo, you guys don't know? A year ago, during our academic exchange with Xingjing No. 1 High School, Shi Flu and Long Xiaoxiao had interactions then. Who knows if she developed feelings for him at that time. Sigh, our Chi Flu is simply a heartthrob, his charm is too great. Shoo! Don't say that carelessly, if it reaches the White King's ears, how many heads do you think you'll lose? The White King is famously protective of his daughter. Ahem, but Chi Flu is so handsome, it's normal for someone to have a crush on him. Ahem, let's stop chatting. The weekend state after resurrection has ended, let's continue the dungeon. Indeed. We shouldn't attempt the hard difficulty right from the start. Even with guides from predecessors, it's still tough when you're actually fighting. Let's start with the easy difficulty. In front of the dungeon, students were bustling about, nervously preparing for the dungeon and getting ready to level up. At this moment, Lu Chen also arrived at the dungeon entrance. Crying Forest Dungeon Level 5 Entry Level Restriction. Level 1-5 Dungeon Difficulty, Easy, Normal, Hard, Nightmare Dungeon Description. A normal dungeon aimed at newcomers. Isn't that Lu Chen? What the hell? Chief Lu? Didn't I just hear that after? The chief awakened as an armed professional. He fell into despair and went to the trading hall to get money and drink? Doesn't look like he's drunk. What are you talking about? The chief is still the chief after all. Everyone, shut up. These students, upon seeing Lu Chen arrive, all lowered their heads. They didn't know how to face Lu Chen. Lu Chen actually had a great reputation. Although he was a genius, he didn't have the arrogance of one. Moreover, having such a genius emerge from the second high school was a source of pride for them. When the students of the second high school mentioned Lu Chen, they couldn't help but stand tall. Now, Lu Chen awakening as an armed professional was something the students of the second high school were unwilling to see. Yet, Lu Chen showed no signs of being affected by the oppressive atmosphere around him. Instead, he walked straight towards the dungeon. Chief Lu, if you don't mind, can we team up? I'm a B-class professional, a holy healer, I will definitely protect you. Suddenly, a girl stood in front of Lu Chen. She gathered her courage and sent a team invitation to Lu Chen. No, thank you. I can manage on my own. Lu Chen replied simply. Then, he brushed past the girl. What the hell, such guts to actually invite Chief Lu. So what if she invited Chief Lu? That was then, this is now. If he weren't Chief Lu, a B-class armed professional without equipment would be so weak in the early stages, teaming up with a B-class healer would be him reaching too high. But Chief Lu is still Chief Lu. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to let go of my pride either. The surrounding students fell silent again. Lu Chen, however, had already arrived at the dungeon entrance. As for why he didn't team up, the reason was simple. Teaming up would split the experience. If two people teamed up, each could only gain 50% of the experience. Experience would be directly halved. Lu Chen wasn't willing to do that. Standing before the dungeon, without any hesitation, select dungeon difficulty. Nightmare difficulty. Enter dungeon. Buzz, with a flash of distorted light. Swish. Lu Chen's figure disappeared in front of the dungeon. This action left the surrounding students dumbfounded. Wait, I must have misheard? Chief Lu chose the nightmare difficulty dungeon? What the hell? No, I think the biggest problem is that Chief Lu went in alone. He just disappeared by himself. Is the chief soloing? Shit, a B-class armed professional soloing a nightmare dungeon?
Is this still the Lu Chun we know? He scored full marks in all theoretical exams, how could he make such a basic mistake? Anyone knows that a nightmare difficulty dungeon, regardless of level, cannot be soloed. Damn. Chief Lu, could it be that he went crazy after awakening as a B-class armed professional? Chief Lu has gone mad. Crying Forest, Nightmare, Lu Chen entered the dungeon. As soon as he stepped into the forest, Lu Chen sensed danger. Swish, in an instant, Lu Chen stepped back 3 paces. Bang bang bang. On the ground where Lu Chen had been before, 3 spikes of earth suddenly protruded from the ground. Is this the nightmare difficulty dungeon? Just as he stepped through the door, he was met with an ambush. At the same time, Lu Chen noticed a faint blood-red light around him. These were the eyes of the monsters. Earth Diviner, Goblin, Stone-Throwing Goblin, Frost Goblin, Wind Wolf, Earth Demon Wolf. As soon as he entered the dungeon, he was surrounded by monsters. Stone-Throwing Goblin level, 5 health, 3000 skills, Stone Throw, Rapid Stone Throw, Stone Barrage description, the most common goblin monster in the Weeping Forest. Lu Chen looked at these attributes. 3000 health. If this were a simple difficulty dungeon, it would already be a boss level. But it's over. Lu Chen drew out Jin Yue. The moment the giant sword was unsheathed, a whirlwind of dust and stones swept around him. Then, Lu Chen raised Jin Yue and struck down towards the ground. Boom! In an instant, the earth trembled violently. Bang! Virum, boom, 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 boom. Countless damage numbers flew through the air. Minus 22,941, minus 19,292, minus 15,493, minus 23,924, minus 23,847, minus 17,845, minus 18,328. You have killed Frost Goblin, level 5. You have gained experience, 1250, Nightmare Dungeon 500% experience, 400% experience for killing 4 levels higher. You have killed Flame Goblin, level 5. You have gained experience, 1250, Nightmare Dungeon 500% experience, 400% experience for killing 4 levels higher. You have killed Angry Goblin, Elite, level 5. You have gained experience, 6250, Nightmare Dungeon 500% experience, 400% experience for killing 4 levels higher. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 2. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 3. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 4. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 5. Your divine equipment catalog has been unlocked. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 6. You have killed the dungeon boss, Wailing Pigman, leader. You have gained experience, 70,000, Nightmare Dungeon 500% experience, 600% experience for killing 6 levels higher. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 8. A series of level up notifications rang out. With just one strike, Lu Chen's level jumped directly to 8. As he looked around at the cracked earth and the corpses of monsters scattered everywhere, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Is this the power of a divine artifact? With this one blow, even the boss he hadn't encountered yet was taken down in an instant? But then again, the areas in low-level dungeons are relatively small. Especially in the Holy Capital number 2. They had deliberately chosen 3 small map dungeons to transplant and create this dungeon area. Congratulations, you have completed the dungeon Weeping Forest. You have set the fastest completion record for the dungeon. Current record, 0 hours 0 minutes 6 seconds. Please enter your team name. Team name? What team do I have? Then, Hangluo. Lu Chen randomly filled in a name. Is Hangluo confirmed as the team name? Confirm. After all, this team name can be changed for each subsequent dungeon. Then, Lu Chen did not leave the dungeon immediately. Instead, he rushed towards the depths of the Crying Forest. Inside the dungeon, the cracks in the earth were gradually shrinking. The terrain of the dungeon had the ability to regenerate. Even if it was destroyed, it would soon be restored. Before long, Lu Chen found himself in front of the dungeon boss. At this moment, the boss's corpse lay on the ground. Wailing Pigman, leader, level 7 health, 0/50 000 mana, 4/000/4000 skills, roar, howl, blood rage, chaotic blade dance description. An extremely ferocious pigman. His health had already reached 0. Lu Chen touched the boss's corpse. Buzz, in the next moment, beams of light began to rise from various parts of the dungeon. They emanated from the corpses of the minor monsters. Soon, hundreds of beams converged onto the boss's body. The boss's corpse also began to glow faintly. Eventually, it formed a treasure chest. You have completed the dungeon. Damage taken, 0, rating, SSS, time taken, 0 hours 0 minutes 6 seconds, far above the average of 1 hour 36 minutes 33 seconds, rating, SSS, single player dungeon clear, additional score bonus, you have obtained Crying Forest Premium Treasure Chest. Lu Chen looked at the treasure chest gradually taking shape before him. Crying Forest Dungeon Treasure Chest, Premium, description, Premium Treasure. Chest may contain precious items. This is the legendary premium treasure chest. Achieving an SSS rating was incredibly difficult. It generally required hundreds of trials, coordination, and familiarity with the dungeon mechanics. Only then could one achieve an SSS rating. Moreover, due to the level restrictions of each dungeon, relying on level superiority to clear the dungeon and obtain a high rating became a challenge. Additionally, SSS ratings only appeared in the highest difficulty dungeons. The lower the difficulty, the lower the maximum score. In easy difficulty dungeons, the highest rating one could achieve was B. The rewards were also quite meager. Open the chest. You have obtained health recovery potion, large, x50, mana recovery potion, large, x50, berserk potion x3, heavy sword, gold, clarity crown, silver, clarity necklace, silver, broad blade greatsword, silver, major sword, bronze, slow recovery ring, bronze. Gold x200. This, isn't 200 gold coins a bit too little? Lu Chen looked at the gold coins that dropped. However, there were quite a few pieces of equipment. A total of 4 pieces of silver quality equipment dropped. The bronze quality equipment was also not in short supply. The truly valuable items were still these pieces of equipment. And there's even a gold quality piece of equipment. Lu Chen swallowed hard. A level 5 gold quality equipment. Heavy sword, gold. If I sell this at the trading post, wouldn't it fetch 1 or 2,000 gold coins? However, Lu Chen had no intention of selling this equipment. Heavy sword equipment level 5 strength plus 60 quality, gold effect, charged body. While in a charged attack state, gain a charged body, along with 30% damage reduction and a shield of 250 points, does not stack with other types of damage reduction. Description: a heavy sword that allows you to charge with peace of mind. A giant sword of golden quality. I should be able to absorb it just right. Lu Chen took out Xingyue. It collided with heavy sword. Detected higher quality equipment of the same type. Do you want to absorb this equipment to enhance the quality of Jin Yu artifact? After enhancement, Jin Yu will gain new attribute, charged attack, ultimate, charged attack, ultimate. Each of your normal attacks will grant you a charged state, providing 50% damage reduction and a shield equal to 10% of your maximum health. After the attribute enhancement, the effect instantly became much stronger. Enhance. With Lu Chen's command, the heavy sword gradually melted away. It transformed into a beam of light, merging into Xingyue. Xingyu's quality has been upgraded to gold. Xingyu's enhancement level cap has been raised to 4. Xinyu, artifact, plus 4, max, quality, gold, can grow, equipment level, 8, follows user level, strength plus 8,000 critical hit rate, 30% critical hit effect, 250% effect, shockwave. Each normal attack will create a shockwave, dealing equivalent earth-type damage within a radius of 150 meters, with damage equal to 10 times the strength value. Can crit, effect 2, charged strike. Ultimate, each of your normal attacks will become a charged heavy strike, dealing 3 times damage, effect 3, charged attack. Ultimate, each of your normal attacks will grant you a charged state, providing 50% damage reduction and a shield equal to 10% of your maximum health. Description: Xinyu, which can instantly complete charging. Now, no one can stop its wielder from swinging this giant sword. Lu Chen looked at the upgraded Xinyu. He couldn't help but swallow hard. This effect is just too awesome, right? Not only have the attributes been enhanced, even the equipment's effects can continue to upgrade. The original radius of 100 meters has turned into a radius of 150 meters. This range has expanded a whole circle. Moreover, the equipment's attributes have changed to 8,000 points of strength. That's more than 10 times the previous 750 points. Of course, this is also due to Lu Chen's level increase from level 1 to level 8. With the level increase, the equipment's attributes will definitely improve. After all, Lu Chen's equipment is always equivalent to Lu Chen's own level. However, before Lu Chen upgraded Xingyue, he also checked Xinyu's attributes. At that time, it was only 6,000 points of strength. Speaking of which, I remember plus 4 is double the base attribute, while plus 3 is only 1.5 times. By comparing, Lu Chen reached a conclusion. The attributes of the artifact are calculated based on the artifact level from the very beginning. They do not increase with the enhancement of quality. But then again, which silver grade equipment starts with an attribute of 500 points in strength? However, although the base attributes of the equipment are fixed, as the quality improves, the attributes of the equipment will continuously increase with the enhancement level cap. In other words, the level of the equipment's attributes only relates to my own level and the enhancement cap. If that's the case, I remember that the enhancement multiplier for a brilliant grade equipment fully enhanced should be 18 times, right? And for a stellar grade, Equipment fully enhanced, it's 50 times the attributes. This is going against the heavens. As Lu Chen thought of this, he couldn't help but feel even more excited. What a pity, my gold. Selling this level 5 golden weapon could fetch around 10 to 20,000 gold coins. At the very least, it would be over 10,000 gold coins. However, Lu Chen only sighed for a moment before calming his mindset. He could clear a dungeon in just 5 seconds. It's just gold, why worry about not being able to earn it? Outside the Crying Forest dungeon, Crying Forest, Nightmare difficulty, fastest dungeon clear. Record has been updated. What the hell? The dungeon record has been updated? The clear record for Nightmare difficulty? I remember. The last record was set by a senior 50 years ago, right? I still remember. At that time, the dungeon record was 0 hours, 5 minutes. And 44 seconds, a level 5 player achieving such a fast clear in a Nightmare dungeon. Looking across the entire human race, there are hardly a few who can do that. So others have already entered the Mage Academy for further studies, becoming high-ranking members of the Mage Academy. I heard they've already become a 4th-turn Mage Saint. What the hell? Mage Saint? That's a height I wouldn't dare to dream of in my lifetime. Who set this latest clear record? Today, everyone just unified their job change, everyone should be level 1, how could anyone clear a level 5 dungeon so quickly? You have no idea how fast those with connections level up, you can't even imagine. It seems like everyone just awakened, but in reality, those with family backgrounds have already made arrangements. Have you seen those families with strong backgrounds? They immediately buy a full set of level 5 golden quality equipment right after their first job change. And all of it is fully enhanced to +4. TSK, that attribute value, just at level 5, the main attribute can reach a staggering 500 points, it's really terrifying. A warrior with 500 points in strength at level 5 would crush anyone, right? Damn, only the major families, with their wealth and extravagance, can afford such waste. A piece of golden equipment, even without enhancement, costs at least 10 to 20,000 gold coins. Fully enhanced, it starts at a minimum of 300,000 gold coins, right? For a full set of equipment, that's 180,000 gold coins, and level 5 equipment needs to be replaced every day, that's a lot of money being burned. Just not long ago, you should remember the scene at our job change square, right? Damn, that Long Xiao was directly picked up by the Frost Dragon. I bet the Holy See has already reserved an entire leveling area for Long Xiao to level up. Such treatment is something we can only dream of. Others' starting points are the endpoints of our lifetime efforts. But I remember, this Crying Forest dungeon seems to have also been cleared by a genius with an S-grade profession, fully equipped in golden grade gear. It shouldn't be too weak. How could this record be broken? To break this record, it must at least be a genius of an SS-grade profession, right? Could it be that the one who just awakened as an over-limit warrior today is Xiao Heba? The students were buzzing with discussion. However, some students were already running towards the record stone tablet. Let me see who exactly broke the record. Soon, one by one, students arrived in front of the record inscription of the dungeon. As they checked the dungeon records, they were left in shock. Fastest dungeon clear record. Nightmare first place Lu Chen, team name, Hong Luo clear time, 00:00:06. Upon seeing this record, the students present felt their minds go blank for a moment. What's going on? Am I seeing things? That name, Lu Chen, isn't he the president of the student council at Xingjing number 2? Isn't he the one who just awakened as a B-class profession, the armored warrior? And this clear time, is this a joke? 6 seconds. Can you really finish a Nightmare dungeon in 6 seconds? And solo at that? How is that even possible? Wild leveling area. At this moment, Long Xiao was holding her staff, absent-mindedly staring at the group of monsters in front of her. Xiao. The monsters are coming. Don't get distracted. Focus. Hearing the shout, Long Xiao snapped back to reality. In the next moment, skill explosion. Frost spike bang bang bang. -124, -112, -105, -109, -96. A series of ice crystals exploded. This batch of monsters was instantly killed by Long Xiao. Second miss, well done. Long Xiao had awakened as an S-class profession, Divine Sorcerer. This profession is an extremely powerful magic-based class capable of casting incredibly strong divine spells. Its effects and power are on a completely different level compared to ordinary spells. Even among S-class professions, it ranks high. Watching Long Xiao, who was lost in thought, Long Qianxue, who was accompanying her in leveling up, couldn't help but frown slightly. Xiao, are you still thinking about him? Sister, does awakening as an armored warrior really mean there's no future? Hearing Long Xiaoxiao's question, Long Qianxue sighed. Sai Xiaoxiao, you know very well what the prospects of the armored warrior profession are. Even our Holy See cannot cultivate an armored warrior into a formidable independent powerhouse. Xiaoxiao, it's better to forget about that man.
At this moment, Long Xiaoxiao was leveling up under her family's arrangements.
Ordinary people need to personally enter dungeons and do the work themselves to level up.
However, for someone like Long Xiaoxiao, who has a background, there's no need to do
much herself.
Her family has people who will help her attract and fight monsters. When these monsters are left with just a sliver of health, they bring them in front of her.
Then she finishes them off. The whole process is as simple as having experience fed directly into her mouth.
Generally, it only takes a few hours to quickly reach level 30. Of course, only someone like Long Xiaoxiao, backed by a force as powerful as the Holy See, has such capital. She directly booked an entire area of the wild leveling zone for herself.
After all, in the wild, the speed at which monsters respawn is also limited. The more area booked, the more monsters can spawn. Of course,
the speed of leveling also depends on the leveler themselves. Without AoE skills, it's difficult to handle groups of monsters.
The experience from wild monsters is not as much as that from dungeon monsters. This is why, even with so many people helping to level up, it still takes several hours to reach level 30. That's right, the eldest lady is right. Second miss, you should stop thinking about him.
If he were truly a genius, he would have the capital to stand alongside you.
But right now, he's just an armored warrior. You're simply not from the same world as Second Mississippi.
Long Xiaoxiao frowned slightly upon hearing these words.
Alright, old Xiao, stop talking. Focus on leveling up. Aim to reach level 30 the fastest this time. The challenge dungeon should have refreshed this year, right?
If we can secure the first kill at level 30, our Holy See's influence should expand further.
As long as I
can be the first to reach level 30, I should be able to represent our Holy See to secure the first kill in this challenge dungeon.
Holy Capital number 2 high school dungeon area. After Lu Chen completed the dungeon, he left it directly. Chief Lu.
For the calls from others, Lu Chen had little time to pay attention. There were too many people calling
him, he couldn't respond to them all.
Instead, he immediately headed towards the next dungeon.
Chief Lu, what is he going to do? Lu Chen had just come out of the Weeping Forest. He turned around and entered another dungeon nearby.
Dusk Graveyard Dungeon Level 15 Entry Level Limit, Level 5-15 Dungeon Difficulty, Easy, Normal, Hard, Nightmare Dungeon.
Description: in the dim graveyard, there are unwilling undead lurking. Select difficulty, Nightmare. Enter dungeon. Lu Chen was not worried about being noticed. Others couldn't probe him either.
Because of his class specialization
ability, Lu Chen's equipment information was hidden from others.
And if someone tried to probe him directly, they wouldn't find
anything.
All his abilities came from his equipment.
As for fame, Lu Chen didn't care at all. In fact, having a reputation would make it easier to obtain resources.
Otherwise, when he needed to synthesize divine artifacts in the future, he would have to buy some rare
materials. If he was nameless, why would others give him those rare materials?
One must know that as levels increased, some things
couldn't be bought with money. At that time, having a loud name would be very important. With Lu Chen's confirmation, whoosh! In the next moment, Lu Chen directly entered the dungeon again. Seeing this operation, the students outside the dungeon were all confused. What's going on? He just came out of a dungeon and immediately entered a new one? No break at all? Moreover, this dungeon seems to be for levels 5 to 15, right? In just a short 6 seconds, he leveled up above level 5? What kind of monster is this? What terrifying leveling speed is this? Are you telling me this is an armored one? TMD, where in the world is there an armored one with such terrifying abilities?
In the wild, a high-level player can carry a level 1 player.
Any outrageous operation could happen. But dungeons have level restrictions. There can't be level suppression. Dungeon record times are also a way to prove a person's strength. One must know that.
These records have been continuously refreshed for thousands of years.
A record that can be improved by a second is already an extraordinary achievement. Just like the Weeping Forest dungeon.
After the first place, the records were almost differentiated by
milliseconds.
Let alone improving by a second, even the top 10 were all within the range of 5 minutes 44 to 45 seconds.
To reach 5 minutes 43 seconds under normal circumstances could take 10 years. But now Lu Chen directly crushed this record to 6 seconds. It can only be described as a miracle. You guys say? Chief Lu, has he mutated his profession? I heard that some mutated professions can become extremely powerful, like the D-class juggler, but after mutation, they can even rival the S-class trickster. Chief Lu, maybe his profession has mutated? What the hell? What kind of mutation allows someone to set a record for a nightmare difficulty dungeon in 6 seconds? Do you think Chief Lu will break the record again when he enters the Twilight Graveyard? I think it's a bit difficult. After all, he hasn't upgraded his equipment. The armored class relies heavily on gear. Indeed, after leveling up, one must also change equipment and buy new skill books to enhance their strength before challenging the next dungeon. Jumping straight into the next dungeon like this might leave him underpowered. But, breaking the record, who knows, after all, 6 seconds is just insane. However, the crowd outside the dungeon didn't have much time to discuss. Suddenly, in the Twilight Graveyard dungeon, another notification popped up. Twilight Graveyard, Nightmare Difficulty, Fastest Dungeon Clear Record has been updated. Fastest Dungeon Clear Record, Nightmare First Place, Luchen Clear Time, 00:00:03. Upon seeing this record, all the students were stunned. What's going on? Just moments ago, they were still marveling at how the record for the Weeping Forest dungeon had been compressed to 6 seconds. And the next moment, Luchen had cleared the adjacent dungeon. Moreover, he had compressed the clear time to 3 seconds. The instant he entered the dungeon, before he could even see anything clearly, Luchen had already slammed down his giant sword. With his perfect mastery ability, all his equipment had no negative effects. Naturally, there was no sluggishness either. With one strike, boom! Minus 210,322, minus 231,010, minus 243,549, minus 234,943, minus 238,949, minus 225,493. You have killed Twilight Wraith, level 15, you have gained experience, 52,500, Nightmare Dungeon 500% experience, 700% experience for killing 7 levels higher, you have killed Graveyard Warrior, level 15. You have gained experience, 52,500, Nightmare Dungeon 500% experience, 700% experience for killing 7 levels higher, you have killed Twilight Ghost, level 15, you have gained experience, 52,500, Nightmare Dungeon 500% experience, 700% experience for killing 7 levels higher, you have killed Graveyard Slayer, level 15, you have gained experience, 52,500, Nightmare Dungeon 500% experience, 700% experience for killing 7 levels higher, you have killed Gloomy Grave Digger, Elite, level 15, you have gained experience, 126,250, Nightmare Dungeon 500% experience, 700% experience for killing 7 levels higher. Congratulations, your level has been raised to level 17. A series of kill notifications popped up in front of Luchen. Luchen's experience points were skyrocketing. These monsters were all killed the moment he entered the dungeon. This experience was also gained all at once. This also meant that Luchen could directly benefit from the level skipping kill bonus. Normally, when others kill monsters above their level, the bonus diminishes as their level increases, and the experience gained becomes less and less. Only someone as unique as Luchen could wipe out all the monsters in an instant. Every monster counted as one that Luchen killed at level 8. Each monster also had a 7x experience bonus. This leveling speed is amazing, because every attack was a charged attack. With 8,000 strength multiplied by 30 times, that's 240,000. Such damage could completely overwhelm a level 15 ordinary monster. And this was just a normal attack. Who the hell said a normal attack could only hit once? After the first basic attack, seeing the skyrocketing experience points, Luchen didn't pause at all. He immediately executed a second attack. 2 consecutive attacks took no more than 2 seconds. Boom! Minus 253,982. The distant boss didn't even have time to react. The boss only had 300,000 health, and with 2 basic attacks, Luchen instantly killed the boss. Congratulations on defeating the boss. Deep Grey Burier, level 15. Boss, you have cleared the dungeon, Dusk Graveyard Dungeon Time, 00:00:03. You have achieved the fastest dungeon clearance record. Your score for this dungeon is SSS. Luchen looked at the prompt that popped up in front of him. This is just too easy. With the artifact Jinyue in hand, clearing the dungeon felt like playing a game. However, this time the speed is still not fast enough. I should be able to go even faster. This time, he didn't one-shot the boss. If he could one-shot the boss, the clearance time could be compressed even further. It might even be possible to compress it to 2 seconds. However, after clearing this dungeon, Luchen's level had already risen to level 17. The level limit for this dungeon was 5 to 15. This meant that Lu Chen no longer had the opportunity to run this dungeon again. But if others knew Lu Chen's thoughts, they would probably spit out blood in disbelief. Clearing a dungeon in 3 seconds and still being unsatisfied? Wanting to go even faster? Was there any justice in this? Lu Chen felt only a slight regret about his record in this dungeon. Then, he turned his attention to the treasure chest of the dungeon. Dusk Graveyard Premium Treasure Chest. Open the chest. You have obtained Space Crystal, Armed Skill Book, Dual Wielding, Protective Necklace, Silver. Space Crystal? This is a good item. Space Crystal expands backpack capacity, increases backpack capacity by 100 slots. Lu Chen stored it all in his backpack. The initial backpack, obtained after awakening his profession, had a default capacity of 500 slots. Now, Lu Chen had about 100 pieces of equipment in his backpack. He was still far from the limit. With the acquisition of this space crystal, the number of items the backpack could hold increased again. Then Lu Chen's attention shifted to a skill book. This is the Armed Profession Skill Book. Skill Book, Dual Wielding Exclusive Skill for Armed Profession Effect, allows you to equip 2 main hand weapons simultaneously, but the weapon attribute increase will decrease by 20%. I have to say, the Armed Profession is truly a B-level profession. This skill is as useless as it gets. Equipping 2 weapons at the same time only gives an attribute increase of 160% instead of 200% due to the 20% decrease. Besides that, there are no other enhancements. More importantly, main hand weapons are generally the most powerful equipment available. Equipping 2 main hand weapons would cost a lot of money. Moreover, if you have the energy to make 2 weapons, why not focus on making 1 weapon better? This enhancement is only 60%. However, the money and effort required is double that of making a single weapon. It's precisely because even the skills are so lackluster that the armed ones are not taken seriously. Learn skills, dual wield weapons. You have learned the skill, dual wielding. Perfect divine skill has been triggered. Dual wielding skill has achieved ultimate evolution. Dual wielding, dual wield copy. Dual wield copy. When you hold a one-handed weapon, you can create a copy of that weapon with your other empty hand. This projection will have exactly the same attributes as the weapon being copied. When you change weapons, the copy disappears, the copy cannot be traded, the copy cannot exist independently. Effect 2, your offhand can equip any wieldable weapon, and the effects and attributes of this weapon will not be diminished. The skill is too strong, right? Although he knew his skill would evolve, he didn't expect the effect to be so powerful after the evolution. Originally, it could only enhance attributes by 20%. But now, it can enhance attributes by 100%. And he doesn't even have to spend money to cultivate a second weapon. More importantly, when he acquires other types of weapons in the future, he can directly copy them. There's no need to spend money on cultivation at all. It's equivalent to obtaining double weapons in a roundabout way. Moreover, due to the existence of the perfect adaptation specialization, Lu Chen can wield a great sword with 1 hand, unlike other professions that require 2 hands. This also means that Lu Chen can dual wield great swords. Others can only equip them with 2 hands, while he can do it with 1 hand and still dual wield. Doesn't that essentially mean he has 2 extra hands compared to other job changers? Equivalent to having 2 more weapon slots. Just in terms of attributes, the gap is unimaginable. Aside from the skill book, Lu Chen glanced at the other loot. Then, he selected a few pieces of equipment to wear. The benefit of the perfect divine artifact embryo is that it can ignore equipment levels. This also relieved Lu Chen of the hassle of needing to replace equipment as his level increased. For ordinary job changers, constantly replacing equipment during the process of gaining strength is an astronomical expense. In the end, Lu Chen donned all new equipment. Protective headband, divine artifact embryo, +3, max, equipment slot, head. Equipment level, 17, follows user's level, quality, silver, can grow, constitution +255 effect, life protection, ultimate, after being attacked, recover 80% of the damage taken, built-in cooldown 5 seconds. Description, divine artifact embryo, effect has been significantly enhanced, capable of greatly restoring damage taken. This effect is already comparable to platinum quality equipment, right? Recovering 80% of health after being attacked. Isn't that equivalent to an alternative 80% damage reduction? Moreover, this is health recovery, and it can also benefit from healing enhancements. It's even possible to recover more health than the damage taken from a single hit. One must admit that after turning the equipment into a divine artifact embryo, the equipment effects provide an absurdly strong boost. Besides that, Lu Chen also equipped the protective ring, protective necklace, and a pair of chain iron pants, maximizing his defensive capabilities without lacking in output. Protective ring, artifact embryo, +3, max, category, ring accessory equipment level, 17, follows user level, quality, silver, can grow. Effect, Protective Barrier, Ultimate, gains a shield of 3,400 health points every 5 seconds. Description, Artifact Embryo, effect has been significantly enhanced, shield amount has received a massive boost. Protective Necklace, Artifact Embryo, +3, Max, Category, Necklace Equipment Level, 17, follows user level, Quality, Silver, can grow, effect, Melee Resistance, Ultimate, after receiving a melee attack, generates a repulsion aura that pushes the target 10 meters away, cooldown, 2 seconds. Description, Artifact Embryo, effect has been significantly enhanced, greatly increasing the repulsion range and shortening the cooldown time. Accessory type equipment does not enhance attribute values. However, the effects will be somewhat more special than those of other equipment parts. At the same level in quality, the effects of necklaces and rings are stronger than those of other equipment parts. Even if they all have attack speed attributes, a necklace might provide 50% attack speed, while a weapon might only offer 20%. More importantly, some special attributes can only appear on necklaces and rings and cannot be obtained from other equipment parts. Chain Ion Pants, Artifact Embryo, +3, Max, Equipment Category, Lower Garment Equipment Level, 17, follows user level, Quality, Silver, can grow, Constitution +255 effect. Damage Mitigation, Ultimate, reduces damage by a fixed value of 100 points. Description, Artifact Embryo, effect has been significantly enhanced, greatly increasing the damage reduction value. At this point, Lu Chen had fully donned his equipment. After counting the spoils, Lu Chen issued a command. Leave the dungeon. In the next moment, Lu Chen reappeared at the dungeon entrance. Upon seeing Lu Chen, the surrounding classmates were completely bewildered. From the moment Lu Chen entered the dungeon to when he came out, it was actually less than 10 seconds. This proved that he had indeed completed the dungeon. It was only 3 seconds. Generally speaking, after entering a dungeon, one would be plunged into darkness. By the time they could see clearly, a second might have already passed. Now you're telling me that Lu Chen cleared this dungeon in just 3 seconds? What a joke! Chief Lu, are you breaking records? After finishing the records of 2 dungeons, shouldn't you take a break? Ha, who said Lu Chen from Shangjing number 2 has fallen? This is a sign of rising. Damn, he's heading to the next dungeon. Is he going to clear another dungeon? Wait, that dungeon is a level 15 or above dungeon. Black Tomb. That's super high difficulty dungeon. I remember this dungeon, the same difficulty level, but the actual difficulty is far 2 or 3 times that of other dungeons. Teams that can clear other dungeons with an A rating find it hard to complete this one. I recall that in this dungeon, at Nightmare difficulty, 3 bosses appear simultaneously, and each one has double the combat power of bosses in other dungeons. If the difficulty of this dungeon were any higher, it would probably reach madness level. This should be the peak of Nightmare difficulty, right? Is Chief Lu really going to challenge that? No way, right? He just completed his job change an hour ago. In just an hour, even those from prestigious families wouldn't level up that quickly, would they? What do you mean an hour? Isn't it just a minute? In fact, from the moment Lu Chen appeared until now, it has indeed only been about a minute. He entered the Weeping Forest, came out in half a minute. Entered the Twilight Graveyard, and came out in 10 seconds. One could say that the time spent in the dungeon didn't exceed 40 seconds. The time Lu Chen spent counting his loot far exceeded the time he took to complete the dungeon. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Lu Chen arrived at the entrance of the 3rd dungeon. Black Tomb. This dungeon is still a necromancer-themed dungeon. The entry level restriction is from level 15 to 30. Looking at this dungeon, Lu Chen muttered to himself, I wonder if completing this dungeon will let me level up to 30. Otherwise, I'll have to run it again. Select difficulty, Nightmare. Enter dungeon. Dungeons below level 30 only have Nightmare difficulty available. The equipment dropped will also be of the highest golden quality. So for job changers below level 30, golden quality is the highest equipment quality. Higher quality equipment can only be dropped in dungeons of higher difficulty. As for wild monsters, they basically only drop white gear. Monsters that can drop high-level equipment are all found within dungeons. In the next moment, Lu Chen disappeared from his spot. He entered the new dungeon. Almost at the same time Lu Chen entered Black Tomb, a prompt also popped up in front of the Black Tomb dungeon. It flashed before all the students present. Black Tomb, Nightmare difficulty, fastest dungeon completion record has been refreshed. Buzz, before entering the dungeon, Lu Chen had already gripped the Jinyue in his left hand. Dual-wield copy, Jinyue dual-wielding Jinyue. Lu Chen is now level 17. One Jinyue has an attribute of 17,000 strength. At this moment, Lu Chen's strength has reached 34,027 points. At level 17, I can have 34,000 strength. That's terrifying. Upon entering the dungeon, Lu Chen's vision momentarily darkened, but he didn't wait for the darkness to dissipate. In the next moment, Lu Chen immediately swung his dual greatswords. Boom, 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 boom. The ground rumbled like an earthquake. A series of damage numbers flew up. -1,856,556. -1,555,599 in just 1 second, all the monsters instantly perished. With 2 Jinyue, Lu Chen's strength value doubled. At the same time, the equipment effect of Jinyue also became double. 1 Jinyue caused a shockwave damage of 10 times the strength value. With 2, that's 20 times. 34,000 strength directly dealt 680,000 damage. Unfortunately, this charged attack cannot stack. So, it still results in triple damage. But even so, each attack can deal 1,800,000 damage. Even more terrifying is that because he is dual-wielding weapons, Lu Chen's attack speed has also doubled. Double equipment effect, double attributes, double attack speed. This weapon duplicates. It seems to have double attributes. In reality, it has increased Lu Chen's output efficiency by a full 8 times. Not only that, the more attributes the weapon gains in the future, the more effects it will have. The abilities it can unleash will be even stronger. Outside the dungeon, those students were completely petrified. 1 second? No way, what the hell? How was this record achieved? Chief Lu, could it be that he's hiding his true profession? He cleared the dungeon in just 1 second? Isn't that too insane? Damn, is he going to clear it in 0 seconds next? Wait, isn't this the highest difficulty dungeon? How come it's faster in his hands than grinding in the Twilight Grave? Does his strength have no limits? And most importantly, the strength of a warrior. Doesn't it all come from their equipment? He hasn't changed his gear since entering the first dungeon. To others, Lu Chen has always been wielding an ordinary little iron sword, wearing a piece of silver quality clothing, and a pair of silver quality shoes. Equipment can generally be distinguished by appearance. Gear with a faint silver glow is silver equipment. Otherwise, it's bronze or black iron quality. Damn it, what are you still dawdling for? Quick, report this to the teacher. But didn't we just graduate? Damn, who cares if we graduated or not? We might have misjudged Chief Lu. Chief Lu is still the same prodigy as ever. These students initially thought that Lu Chen would fade into obscurity. They never expected the slap in the face to come so quickly. In just 1 hour. They thought the useless profession of Lu Chen would fade away. He directly cleared the 3 major dungeons of Saint Capital No. 2. And set a record that was beyond imagination. At this moment, Saint Capital No. 2 teacher Lee was still in the office organizing materials. For the students, they were on vacation. After completing their profession awakening, they could go their separate ways, each to do their own thing. But for the teachers, they had to input these students' information into the records, then submit it to various universities. The universities would also contact based on these students' information. During high school, a student's performance is also a crucial factor. At this moment, teacher Lee happened to see the information about Lu Chen. What a pity. It's really too unfortunate. Lu Chen, oh Lu Chen, I've watched you grow up. Why did you have to awaken as a warrior? Just then, teacher Lee's chat window vibrated continuously. Ding 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 ding. Class of 20 Emochuanron has sent you a message. Class of 20 Li Haoran has sent you a message. Class of 20 Wu Zhengao has sent you a message. These messages flooded in. This left teacher Lee stunned. Why are so many students suddenly looking for me? Then she clicked on the messages to take a look. Teacher, Chief Lu has refreshed the dungeon record. Teacher, Chief Lu has cleared the Black Tomb dungeon. Teacher, Chief Lu has broken all the records. Teacher, Chief Lu has set the dungeon record to under 10 seconds. Teacher, Chief Lu, he cleared the Black Tomb on nightmare difficulty in 1 second. Looking at these messages, Li Chun was completely stunned. For a moment, she didn't even know where to start thinking. Lu Chen? Didn't he just awaken as an armed fighter? Clearing the Black Tomb dungeon? Isn't that dungeon only accessible at level 15? And refreshing the clearance record, clearing it in 1 second? What do these mean? How can I understand every word, yet not comprehend this string of words together? What are these students talking about? Clearing the Black Tomb dungeon in 1 second? It can't be taken literally, right? Seeing these messages, teacher Lee stood frozen in place. She couldn't make sense of it anymore. What was going on? Were the students colluding to trick her? What kind of surprise was this? It shouldn't be like this. Every batch of students was usually quite similar. After so many years of teaching, she had never encountered such a situation. Could it really be true? But looking at this string of messages, the corners of teacher Lee's mouth twitched. If this were true, it would be outrageous. Clearing the Black Tomb in 1 second? What does that even mean? To date, the fastest record for clearing the Black Tomb dungeon was 56 minutes and 33 seconds, almost an hour. Now these students were saying that Lu Chen, who had just awakened as a B-level armed fighter less than an hour ago, had already cleared the Black Tomb on Nightmare difficulty in 1 second. In 1 hour's time, even the children of those prominent families had probably just reached level 10. That was only possible by monopolizing a large training area, with thousands of people serving one person simultaneously. Now, they were saying that Lu Chen had leveled up to level 15 all by himself in less than an hour. Moreover, he had cleared the hardest level 15 dungeon in Saint Capital City. Can this be believed? However, the number of students sending her messages was increasing. Not just from her own class, but even students from other classes were sending messages. The messages from these students were all the same, reporting Lu Chen's 1-second dungeon clearance. Is this some new type of scam? Teacher, I'm really not lying to you. He really cleared it. You should come and see the recording stone yourself. Lu Chen is not as simple as we thought. Looking at the students' barrage of messages, Teacher Li ultimately decided to put down her current task. She would first go to the nearby dungeon area to take a look. Perhaps these little rascals just wanted to call her over to give her a surprise. Yes, if that's the case, then it makes sense. It's not uncommon for students to prepare surprises for their teachers after graduation. These little rascals really don't let me rest easy. As the darkness after entering the dungeon dissipated, light returned to Lu Chen's eyes. Looking around, all he could see was devastation. The ground was littered with the corpses of monsters. The earth was cracked with fissures. Of course, these fissures were healing at a very fast rate. You have killed Phantom Lich, level 30, you have killed Death Chanting, level 30, you have killed Ashen Lich, level 30, Elite, you have killed Destruction Lich, level 30, Elite, you have killed Soul Singer, level 30, Elite, you have killed the Dungeon Boss, Black Tomb Guardian, Boss, you have gained experience, 6,500,000, Nightmare Dungeon 500% experience, killing over level 13 grants 1,300% experience, you have killed the Dungeon Boss, Black Tomb Terror, Boss, you have gained experience, 6,500,000, Nightmare Dungeon 500%. Experience, killing over level 13 grants 1,300% experience, you have killed the Dungeon Boss, Black Tomb Mourner, Boss, you have gained experience, 6,500,000, Nightmare Dungeon 500% experience, killing over level 13 grants 1,300% experience. A series of kill notifications popped up. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 30, I've reached level 30 already. Yeah. About what I expected. There are many monsters in this dungeon. After clearing all these monsters, the experience gained is substantial. More importantly, Lu Chen is soloing. The experience distribution mechanism in the dungeon averages out. If 5 people are running the dungeon together, the experience from each monster is divided into 5 parts. Essentially, one person can only gain 20% of the experience. Even if teammates don't take action, they still receive experience. This is also a channel for classes like priests to level up. After all, if experience could only be gained through active participation, it would be far too difficult for healing and support classes to earn experience. It is precisely because of this experience distribution mechanism that Lu Chen plans to solo. It's equivalent to gaining 5 times the experience of a normal 5-person team running the dungeon. Additionally, the entry level for this dungeon is from level 15 to 30. However, in reality, the monsters in Nightmare difficulty are mostly level 30. So Lu Chen is still killing monsters above his level. At level 17, he instantly took down all these monsters. He gained 13 times the experience in an instant. Meanwhile, others typically enter this dungeon only when they are level 30. Otherwise, it's purely a form of self-torture. Calculating this way, Lu Chen's actual experience gained is a staggering 65 times that of other normal class changers running the dungeon. Leveling up to 30 in a dungeon is not surprising at all. Rather, it can be said that Lu Chen's experience has already overflowed. However, after reaching level 30, he must complete a second class change to continue leveling up. Otherwise, with his current experience, reaching level 40 wouldn't be impossible. Soon, Lu Chen arrived in front of the boss. The boss consists of 3 black liches. To be precise, there are 3. Black Tomb Mourner, Boss, Black Tomb Terror, Boss. Black Tomb Guardian, Boss, level, 30 health, 0/1000000 with 1 million health points. No matter how strong a class changer is, at level 30, they only have a total of 7 pieces of equipment, all golden quality and fully enhanced. Even if one piece of equipment has maxed attributes, it only provides 2,400 attributes. Moreover, accessories do not provide attributes. So in reality, the total attributes from 5 pieces of equipment barely exceed 10,000. To fight 3 bosses with 1,000,000 health each is truly difficult. Furthermore, this 10,000 attributes certainly cannot all be main attributes. Otherwise, all other attributes would be 40 points, while one particular attribute would be 15,000 points. That specialization is too severe. Especially the constitution value, it must be increased. Without enough tankiness, a single area damage from the boss could instantly kill it. Even an assassin must add a bit of health to ensure they won't be easily taken out by any area damage. Therefore, even for a fully equipped job changer, this dungeon is extremely challenging. Lu Chen touched the boss's body. Buzz, a light sound, and soon, a new treasure chest formed in front of Lu Chen. Black Tomb Premium Treasure Chest, chance to obtain rare materials. Upon seeing this treasure chest, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something. His level had now risen to 30, and many divine equipment illustrations had been unlocked. Perhaps he already had other divine artifacts that could be synthesized. But, let's see what the treasure chest can give first. I hope to get golden quality equipment. Golden quality equipment can at least be sold for money. One piece of equipment is worth at least over 10,000 gold coins. With money, he could better create divine artifacts. With this thought, Lu Chen opened the treasure chest. Holy Capital Number 2 Dungeon Area. Son, you've been overshadowed by Lu Chen for too long. These past 3 years. Now that you've awakened the ultimate warrior class in our family's history, you must make the name of our warrior association known. Holy Capital Number 1 is not lacking in powerful awakeners this year. Among them, the son of the Warrior Association president directly awakened an SS level class. Limit Breaker Warrior. The SS level warrior class even surpasses the bloodline inheritance of their family for 3 generations. It can be said to be the pinnacle class of warrior families. As for the SSS level class, it may not appear even in 1,000 years. Don't think about that. At this moment, Xiao Heba is fully equipped with level 5 golden quality fully enhanced gear. These pieces of equipment were all carefully selected by their family before his awakening. At the same time, Xiao Heba has also learned 2 exclusive skills of the Limit Breaker Warrior. One is Power Overclock, which allows the next attack to enjoy double power enhancement after every 2 attacks. The other is Limit Amplification, which can increase all of his attributes by 50%. It can be said that both skills are like cheating. Now, fully armed, Xiao Heba has arrived at the dungeon area near Holy Capital Number 2. Son, it's time to prove yourself. Let them forget about that damn Lu Chen. You are the strongest genius of this generation. Go! Refresh the nightmare difficulty record of the Crying Forest. The senior who previously refreshed this record was just an S-level berserker. He is an old member of our warrior association. Now that you've awakened as a Limit Breaker Warrior, you can definitely break his record. You've seen the strategy, right? Aim to make the leaderboard on your first try. As he spoke, Xiao Batian led his son to the dungeon area of Holy Capital Number 2. You have obtained Black Tomb Premium Treasure Chest. Lu Chen looked at the treasure chest gradually taking shape in front of him. Black Tomb Dungeon Treasure Chest. Premium. Description: Premium treasure chest may yield precious items. The first time is a learning experience, the second time is familiar. By the third time opening the treasure chest, Lu Chen was already quite adept. In just 10 minutes, he had opened 3 premium treasure chests in succession. The efficiency of treasure chest farming is unmatched. Open the treasure chest. You have obtained Large Health Recovery Potion X50, Large Mana Recovery Potion X50, Berserk Potion X3, Holy Crown, Gold, Guardian Pants, Silver, Gentle Breeze Necklace, Silver, White Greatsword, Silver, Berserker, Rage Burst Skillbook, Earth Mage, Quake Skillbook, Return Scroll X50, Gold X1500. Another piece of gold equipment. Lu Chen felt a surge of joy upon seeing the gold equipment. With the ability of the Artifact Embryo, he could absorb the equipment attributes of these items. However, unlike artifacts, artifacts could absorb many attributes. But gold quality equipment could only have 2 attributes at the same time. Silver equipment could only have 1 attribute. This was also the reason why Lu Chen had dropped so many pieces of equipment but had not absorbed all those attributes. However, this was only temporary. As long as he could merge the artifact embryo into a true artifact, he could accommodate a large number of new attributes. Lu Chen looked at the new gold equipment he had obtained. Then, he directly transformed it into an artifact embryo. Holy Crown +4, max, gold, artifact embryo, mental value +2400, effect, mental shield, ultimate, gain a shield that can resist damage, equal to your current mental value x3. After the shield is broken, it enters a cooldown time, 10 seconds, description, a crown that provides a massive shield. Lu Chen absorbed this crown. With this, Lu Chen's head equipment also became gold quality. My level has finally reached level 30. The top priority should be to complete the second job change first. However, this leveling speed has already exceeded my expectations. Lu Chen knew that his profession would gain divine level evolution. But he did not expect that this divine level evolution would be so outrageous. An artifact, and it was only the 99th ranked artifact. It directly allowed him to speed through 3 dungeons in a row. I wonder how strong I will be after obtaining other artifacts in the future? Lu Chen opened the divine equipment catalog. Now that he had reached level 30, Lu Chen had unlocked equipment ranked 93. As expected, the higher the rank, the more expensive the materials required for synthesis. This 94th ranked forbidden spell ring requires 100,000 philosopher's stones? Why not just go steal it? However, the effect of reducing all forbidden spell mana consumption by 99% and being able to activate instantly with 10-fold power amplification is really strong. This forbidden spell ring was clearly designed specifically for mages who cast forbidden spells. Lu Chen looked at the various outrageous artifacts in the divine equipment catalog. He couldn't help but swallow. However, in the divine equipment catalog, there were still items that he had a chance to create. One was Heart of Resilience, and the other was Abyss Summoning Staff. Heart of Resilience synthesis requirements: Skin of the Earth Corner Dragon Beast X10, Life Crystal X100, Stomach of the Devouring Giant X1, Heart of the Giant X1, the Skin of the Earth Corner Dragon Beast shouldn't be very expensive. The Earth Corner Dragon Beast is a level 60 wild monster. Killing just one can drop its skin. The price is probably about 1 gold per piece. Very cheap. The Devouring Giant should be a monster from the northern region, level 80. It is a boss level monster. However, even so, this material shouldn't be very expensive, only about 5,000 gold. After all, it's just scraps from a boss. As for the Heart of the Giant, it is a drop from giant-type monsters. Killing any giant will yield this item. Its price is 50 gold coins. The only expensive item is the 100 life crystals. Life crystals belong to high-grade gems and have immense uses in various fields. They are needed for releasing skills, enchanting, grinding into powder to create life potions, or conducting divination rituals. All require life crystals. The price of a single life crystal is 20,000 gold coins. The prices of other materials can be disregarded. This Heart of Resilience is already clearly priced. 2 million gold coins. Phew, fortunately, I should be able to claim 1 million gold coins now. As for that other item, the Abyssal Summoning Staff, this artifact does not require spending money. Instead, it requires Lu Chen to personally approach areas contaminated by the abyss to obtain the contaminated staff for crafting. This kind of artifact that doesn't require spending money is greatly favored by Lu Chen. After confirming what he needed to do next, Lu Chen directly used a return scroll. In the next moment, he arrived at the center of the town. In the holy capital city, there are fixed teleportation points. All return scrolls will directly take you back to the center of your clan's town. It's very convenient. In the center of the city, there are many shops. You can find virtually any service you desire. However, Lu Chen came to the town center for another reason: to collect money. Community system. Lu Chen opened the community interface. On the community page, there is a section for Holy Capital City events, listing all activities held in the Holy Capital City. Among them, a special event caught Lu Chen's attention. Holy Capital City Leveling Competition hosted by Brilliant Gem Merchant Association Activity Scope. Current job changers who completed Awakening on May 28 based on leveling speed, different rewards will be given. First place, 1 million gold coins. Second place, 100,000 gold coins. Lu Chen vaguely remembered that this leveling competition is held every year. Of course, generally speaking, the vast majority of students cannot obtain rewards from this leveling event. After all, students with backgrounds level up at an absurd rate. This event is mainly organized by the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association to network with the geniuses of those prominent families. There is basically no chance for commoners to win. However, now that he has reached level 30, this reward is too good to pass up. After all, it's 1 million gold coins. With this million gold coins, he should be able to craft half of the Heart of Resilience equipment. At that time, his defensive capabilities would also be somewhat guaranteed. After all, although his damage is high now, his health remains very low. He has less than 1,000 constitution points. With this health, even a strong boss could potentially take him down in one hit. In the later stages, Some maps might have poisonous gas or extreme heat. There are dungeons where terrain can cause health loss, or some bosses have invincibility. Mechanisms. They might change forms while unleashing unavoidable AoE damage. At such times, having sufficient health to withstand an attack becomes extremely important. More importantly, dying in a dungeon allows for resurrection, but dying in the real world does not. To ensure his life safety, obtaining a piece of equipment that can save his life is of utmost importance. The Heart of Resilience, which can infinitely stack health, is the best choice. Hitting a monster grants a permanent increase of 100 maximum health points. Stacking a few million health points is easy. Lu Chen walked towards the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. The rules of this event are very simple. As long as you are a newly awakened class changer, just swipe your identity card. Once you reach level 30, you can claim your reward. The Brilliant Gem Merchant Association is one of the largest merchant associations of the Eastern people. They wouldn't tarnish their reputation over a mere million gold coins. Event. In the center of the holy capital, there is their association. Welcome. Lu Chen stepped through the doors of the association. May I ask what business you need to handle? I'm here to claim the event reward. Event reward? Do you want to exchange gems for gold coins? Participate in the enchanter competition, or join the stone opening event. It was clear that the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association held many events regularly. Various types of competitions and entertainment activities were abundant. Lu Chen glanced at the notice board beside him. Second class enchanter competition, winner's prize, 10 million gold coins. Seeing this prize, Lu Chen's eyelids twitched. The enchanter profession really makes money. However, Lu Chen did not forget his original intention for coming here. I want to exchange for the leveling competition. Reward. I am one of this session's awakeners and have already reached level 30. Lu Chen stated his purpose right away. Upon hearing Lu Chen's response, the receptionist was momentarily stunned. Level 30? If she remembered correctly, the awakening ceremony had just started. An hour ago, right? There were too many high schools in the entire holy capital. Generally, awakening often took about 3 hours. They would start with the better high schools and then move on to the lower ranked ones. The awakening ceremony had not yet fully concluded. But now, suddenly, a graduate from this session appeared, telling her he had already reached level 30? She had worked at the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association for over 10 years. This leveling competition had a history of 100 years. Based on previous years' situations, it generally took at least 15 hours from the start of the awakening ceremony to reach level 30. The fastest record was 14 hours, 25 minutes, and 25 seconds, set by the current Mage Sanctuary. But now, this person in front of her claimed he had reached level 30 in just 1 hour? Was this a joke? However, her professional demeanor kept her doubts at bay. As a receptionist of the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association, her behavior had to be elegant and appropriate. Even if she thought Lu Chen was here to cause trouble, she still maintained a smile. This esteemed guest. Please follow me. Lu Chen followed her to a machine. Personal information measurement device. Guest, please update your personal information. On this machine. Lu Chen had seen this device before and skillfully placed his hand on it. In the next moment, new information appeared. On the device. Name, Lu Chen. Level 30. Profession, armed fighter. Source of origin, Holy Capital No. 2 High School, graduating student. Awakening duration, less than a day. Detected that the customer meets the requirements for the event leveling competition. Prize has been issued. Account credited, 1 million gold coins. Lu Chen looked at the prompt that popped up in front of him. Wow, this is really efficient. No delays at all. Lu Chen had heard that for the leveling competition, as long as the identity verification was successful, the prize would be automatically issued. He didn't expect the reward to be so generous. This greatly increased Lu Chen's favorability towards the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. After receiving the money, Lu Chen turned to leave. Meanwhile, beside him, the receptionist's mouth twitched slightly. She stared at the interface in front of her, unsure of what to say. She had just prepared a series of remarks to deal with what is about to happen. If this student is here to cause trouble, according to the service code she has learned for 12 years, she will respond to this guest in the most elegant and professional manner. No matter what actions the other party takes, she will calmly resolve the situation. But, this guest in front of her, is he really? Did he really level up to 30 in just 1 hour? Did he claim the rewards from the leveling competition? Zila, suddenly, a voice burst into her mind. Alan, what are you dawdling for? Quickly invite him over. In the manager's office. The manager himself was sitting there drinking tea. In his position, the tasks were very easy. Basically, it was just drinking tea in the office. Rarely would there be any matters concerning them. It was a job where one could earn money while slacking off. Originally, he was also slacking off as usual today. But suddenly, a prompt popped up in front of him. Leveling competition, first place has emerged, prize, 1 million gold. Coins distributed. The moment this prompt appeared, the manager directly spat out a mouthful of tea. The prize from the leveling competition was claimed. However, as a seasoned veteran who had struggled in management for half his life, he almost instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. In a flash, he understood. Either the system had malfunctioned, or a monstrous genius had emerged who could level up to 30 in an hour. Regardless of which outcome it was, he could not let that person go. And in the next moment, he realized the name of the person who claimed the prize. Lu Chen, that renowned, most outstanding genius of Holy Capital City. Similarly, just an hour ago, he was a waste who had awakened the armored warrior profession. Yet now, Lu Chen, the waste who awakened the armored warrior profession, claimed the rewards from the leveling competition. Holy Capital No. 2 High School Dungeon Area, Xiao Badian, accompanied by Xiao Heba, stood before the dungeon of the Crying Forest and saw Lu Chen's homeroom teacher, Teacher Li. Upon seeing Lu Chen's teacher, a smile spread across Xiao Beishan's face. His son had awakened the overlimit warrior, an SS-level profession, such an impressive profession. As a parent, he naturally felt proud. More importantly, the entire Holy Capital City had been focused on Lu Chen. His son's brilliance had been overshadowed by Lu Chen. Now that Lu Chen had fallen from grace, his son had broken through to an S-level profession, achieving the SS-level overlimit warrior profession. Upon meeting the teacher, as a parent, he couldn't wait to exchange a few pleasantries. Hey, Teacher Li, what are you doing here? Even on break, you're here supervising students in the dungeon? Look, my son has awakened the overlimit warrior, right? His ability to awaken the overlimit warrior is also thanks to your guidance at the exchange meeting. Xiao Badian deliberately shouted the words overlimit warrior particularly loudly. The entire dungeon area heard Xiao Beishan's voice. They all turned to look in his direction. Teacher Li glanced at Xiao Badian, then at Xiao Heba behind him. Teacher Li's brows slightly furrowed. How could she not know what profession Xiao Heba had awakened? When the top 100 students in Holy Capital City awakened, all the teachers were present. They remembered clearly those students who awakened SS-level professions. Xiao Badian was just trying to show off his son's profession. It's nothing. Just that the dungeon record has been broken. I'm waiting for the record breaker to come out. Teacher Li replied casually. Oh? A record breaking? Haha, Teacher Li, I was just about to take my son to break the records of these dungeons. Teacher, how about this? I am the president of the Holy Capital branch of the Warrior Association after all. Let's not take the prize for breaking the record. At that time, your school can promote us, which will benefit us both. Upon hearing Xiao Badian say this, Teacher Li's expression became strange. The corners of Teacher Li's mouth twitched. Break the record? These few dungeons? Are you sure? Hearing Teacher Li's questioning tone, Xiao Badian slapped his son's head. Bang! Xiao Heba's feet sank directly into the ground. Xiao Heba grimaced in pain, his head buzzing. Sure, what's there to be uncertain about? Aren't they just a few broken records? When were these records even set? Son, come here. Xiao Heba, who was slapped into the ground, gritted his teeth, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Dad, how many times have I told you? Can you stop slapping me randomly? The veteran warrior of the Warrior Association, a fourth transition warrior, with that slap, Xiao Heba felt dizzy for a moment. It won't kill you. What's wrong with me slapping my son? Let me see, where are the records now? I remember the last time we came, it was 5 minutes and 44 seconds, right? Son, let's aim to improve by 10 seconds this time. Saying this, Xiao Badian approached the record stone tablet of the dungeon. Check the records. Buzz, in the next moment, the dungeon records popped up before Xiao Beishan's eyes. As soon as he saw the dungeon record, Xiao Badian was momentarily stunned. The first place, what the hell? First place. Lu Chen? This name seems oddly familiar? No, it should be said that it's hard to forget. Completion time. 6 seconds? Damn. Is the record stone tablet malfunctioning? No matter how Xiao Badian thought about it, he couldn't figure out how a level 5 newly awakened transition warrior could achieve a record of 6 seconds in a dungeon. More importantly, this record was set by Lu Chen. Lu Chen. Didn't he just awaken the armed profession? Isn't this a damn B-grade trash profession? Ahem. Teacher Li, this record stone tablet, it can't be broken, right? Upon hearing this question, Teacher Lee frowned. How could the record stone tablet be broken? There has never been a case of a record stone tablet breaking. Moreover, even if that dungeon's record stone tablet was broken, how do you explain these? Teacher Lee pointed to the two dungeons beside him. Upon hearing Teacher Lee say this, Xiao Batian seemed to realize something. He immediately went to the record stone tablet next to the Twilight Graveyard. Check the completion record. Good heavens. First place, still Lu Chen. Completion time. 3 seconds. What the hell? What's going on? Faster than the Crying Forest? And it was just completed? As a high-level transition warrior, Xiao Batian had an excellent memory. He had completely memorized the completion time of the Crying Forest dungeon. And this dungeon was completed within a minute after finishing the Crying Forest. Then, he looked at the Black Tomb dungeon in front of Teacher Lee. That was a level 15 dungeon. Teacher Lee, you said you were waiting for someone. Could it be that you are waiting for Lu Chen? Hearing Xiao Baishan's question, Teacher Lee slowly nodded. Could it be that Lu Chen is currently breaking the completion record of the Black Tomb dungeon? However, in response to this question, Teacher Lee shook his head. No, he has already finished. We are waiting for him to come out. Upon hearing this answer, Xiao Batian, in an instant, he was completely stunned. Finished? Damn. The Twilight Graveyard dungeon. Just 5 minutes ago, it was the dungeon he had just completed. Could it be that, in just 5 minutes, Lu Chen had already cleared the Black Tomb dungeon? Xiao Batian thought to himself as he walked towards the record stone tablet of the Black Tomb dungeon. Upon seeing the record stone tablet, Xiao Batian was instantly petrified. First place in the clearance record, Lu Chen. Clearance. Time. 1 second? Seeing this record, Xiao Batian was dumbfounded. Clearing in 1 second? How the hell did he do that? Xiao Batian looked at Teacher Lee beside him. Teacher Lee shrugged slightly, making a helpless expression. Don't look at me, I don't know either. When I saw this record, my expression was the same as yours. Behind Xiao Batian, Xiao Heba, who was following him, was also shocked by the records one after another. However, seeing these records stirred up even greater waves in Xiao Heba's heart. Lu Chen. Why is it still you? 3 years. Ever since high school, he had been suppressed by that monster. A full 3 years. People no longer remembered him, the third-generation blood heir, Xiao Heba. They only remembered that monster with 4 maxed attributes, Lu Chen. Today, after finally awakening, Lu Chen had only awakened as an armored warrior. He thought that Lu Chen had awakened a trash profession. He finally thought he could escape the suppression of this terrifying genius. But unexpectedly, the other party still kept him firmly suppressed. Breaking records? These clearance times of 6 seconds. 3 seconds, 1 second. How could he break them? He hadn't even touched a small monster yet, and others had already cleared the entire dungeon. This was simply not something an ordinary person could compare to. But Lu Chen had awakened the armored warrior profession, right? Why could he still achieve such outrageous results? Brilliant Gem Merchant Association at this moment, in the manager's office. The manager looked at Lu Chen's profile card, his expression filled with disbelief. Really, it's really level 30. Manager Huang, you came to find me just for this? If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Lu Chen frowned slightly. His time was very precious. He had already reached level 30. Next, he could undergo the second job transfer. After the second job transfer, his combat power would experience another explosive increase. Transformative divine equipment. Just hearing the name made it sound impressive. The most important thing was that the awakening was globally unified. Moreover, after the awakening day, many brand new dungeons would emerge in the world. Some dungeons would have a level restriction of 30 or above to enter. Furthermore, in some restricted level areas, world bosses would spawn. When everyone else had not yet reached level 30, only he could enter those areas, which meant he could monopolize the world bosses. How much loot would that be? It should be known that even a level 30 world boss was worth at least 100 million gold coins. More importantly, world bosses might drop rare items that money couldn't buy. Even ultra-rare skill books. This chubby manager occupying his time was making Lu Chen impatient. Seeing Lu Chen frown, the manager wiped the sweat from his forehead. He pulled out a card from his chest and handed it over. Brother Lu Chen, young Master Lu, distinguished guest Lu. Please be patient. This is our Merchant Association's gold card. Holding this gold card, you can enjoy a 9.3% discount on all products purchased at our association. This is the highest treatment he can offer. He is just a lobby manager. He can't pull out a black card. When Lu Chen saw the gold card, a bit of his impatience faded. Lu Chen took the gold card. How much longer do I need to stay here? With a gold card, buying the materials for the Heart of Resolve would save him 140,000 gold coins. In other words, he saved 14,000 by just saying a couple of sentences. This doesn't even count the discounts for future purchases. It's still acceptable. It's like this. Our Brilliant Gem Merchant Association hopes to invest in Mr. Lu Chen. Mr. Lu Chen is a young genius, accomplished at a young age. We, the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association, hope to establish a good cooperative relationship with Mr. Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded slightly. Let's hear your terms. Seeing that Lu Chen was interested, Manager Huang breathed a sigh of relief. It's like this, some dungeons have level restrictions, and this year's challenge dungeon should be opening soon. We hope Mr. Lu Chen can represent our association in this year's challenge dungeon. With your leveling speed, you might be the first to take on the challenge. At the very least, you could hold the number 1 spot on the leaderboard for at least 2 days. At that time, the challenge dungeon will be a hot topic of interest throughout the eastern region, and our Brilliant Gem Merchant Association will also profit from it. We are willing to offer 2 million gold coins to hire you for the challenge. All you need to do is write the name of our Brilliant Gem Merchant Association on the completion team. Hearing this reward, Lu Chen's expression remained calm, but his throat moved slightly. Damn! 2 million gold coins. The association is really wealthy. 200,000, and they don't even blink. However, Lu Chen did not immediately accept the terms. Instead, he tapped the table and said, if my record stays at number 1 for a long time, isn't 2 million gold coins a bit low? Facing Lu Chen's question, the manager frowned slightly. In fact, it wasn't him who was negotiating with Lu Chen, but the leaders of the association behind him. A mere lobby manager like him couldn't handle this matter. Upon hearing Lu Chen's question, the leaders behind Manager Huang laughed. At such a young age, he's already learning to negotiate terms with others. Does this Lu Chen really think we don't know he has just awakened as a B-level armed fighter? Does he really believe he can stay at number 1 for long? Let him know that terms must be fought for. With strength, without strength, even good terms will slip through his fingers. Offer him a price. If he can hold the number 1 spot for a day, we'll give him 1 million gold coins. Although we don't know how he levels up, an armed fighter's upper limit is still too low. How could he possibly compete with this year's other monsters? At this price, he won't be able to hold the number 1 spot for long. As soon as he drops from first place, the contract will be void. This message reached Manager Huang's inbox. Manager Huang immediately understood how to respond. Mr. Lu, how about this? If you clear this year's challenge dungeon and hold the number 1 record for a day, we are willing to pay a reward of 1 million gold coins. For every day you hold the record, we will pay that amount in gold coins. However, if you drop from the first position and have to climb back up, we won't pay you. It's clear that the other party was casually throwing out a price. Generally, such advertisements are only effective for a few days. The later prices are far from worth 1 million gold coins. They are just confident that Lu Chen won't be able to maintain a speedrun record. After all, this year's students are truly extraordinary. There are already 5 SS-level transmuters. S-level top-tier job changers, there are more than a dozen. One could say it's a gathering of monsters. A mere B-level armed fighter who levels up relatively quickly, what use is he among this pile of monsters? An SS-level job changer, backed by a powerful family, can't they deal with a B-level armed fighter? Leveling up quickly doesn't necessarily mean strong combat power. Therefore, for the Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce, this is like betting against a disabled person, wagering that he can't break the world champion's record. Even if the offer is 1 billion, the disabled person could never break the record. The gap between B-level and SS-level professions is even more exaggerated than that. But when Lu Chen heard this answer, he was stunned. There's such a good thing? Are you sure? Keeping a record for a day earns 1 million? Lu Chen still had a bit of confidence in his ability to set dungeon records. This, 1 million a day. Isn't that like picking up money for free? Upon hearing this condition, Lu Chen slightly covered his mouth, recalling the sad events of his life, suppressing a laugh. He responded in a heavy, slow tone, since you say so, then let's sign the contract. Hearing Lu Chen's response, Manager Huang also breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Lu, the contract has been printed for you. What do you think? Lu Chen looked at the contract paper handed over to him. He then skimmed through the contents of the contract. It was indeed as stated, with no traps. The Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce wouldn't trick him in such matters. Subsequently, Lu Chen signed his name. Contract effective Mr. Liu, 2 million gold coins will soon be credited to your account.
Upon hearing this, Lu Chen called out to manager Huang.
Wait. 2 million gold coins, can you convert that into materials for me?
Then, Lu Chen asked for a piece of paper and wrote down the materials needed for the synthesis of Heart of Resolve.
Manager Huang, can you help me collect these items? Since he had enough money, it would be better to buy all the materials he needed directly from this Chamber of Commerce. Then he could synthesize Heart of Resolve right away. For the brilliant gem Chamber of Commerce, 100 life crystals were still within their reach. As for the other materials, they were not rare goods at all. The stomach of the devouring stone statue and the heart of the giant were directly given to him by the brilliant gem Chamber of Commerce. Collecting these materials took no more than half an hour. After buying all the materials, Lu Chen spent a total of 1,850,000. The change, manager Huang helped him wipe off. After leaving the brilliant gem Chamber of Commerce, Lu Chen found a secluded corner. He began to synthesize Heart of Resolve. At this moment, Lu Chen looked at the heavy armor on him and felt quite satisfied. Heart's Tenacity, Artifact. +4, Max, Quality, Gold, Upgradable, Equipment Level, 30 Max Health +150,000 Health Regeneration +2000/CC Healing Reduction. Resistance, 30% effect, Colossal Devourer, for every type of monster you kill, permanently gain 100 points of max health, limited to once. 4. Boss-type monsters, gain 2000 max health, for world boss-type monsters, gain 50,000 max health. Effect 2, Vigorous Life, Ultimate, your max health receives an additional 30% boost. Effect 3, Void, can absorb attributes. Effect 4, Seal, unlocks with equipment quality upgrade. Effect 5, Seal, unlocks with equipment quality upgrade. Effect 6, Seal, unlocks with equipment quality upgrade. Effect 7. The second effect of Heart's Tenacity was something Lu Chen was extremely satisfied with. For this heavy armor, Lu Chen chose one with the attribute of Vigorous Life to synthesize. Heart's Tenacity. After the synthesis, the effects of the equipment were completely transferred to Heart's Tenacity. Originally, Vigorous Life could only increase the max health cap by 5%. But after transforming it into an artifact embryo, it directly became a 30% increase in max health, a six-fold increase. This instantly pushed Lu Chen's health over 200,000. At level 30, having 200,000 health was quite something. Even an ordinary nightmare boss wouldn't be much of a challenge. Generally speaking, the health of dungeon bosses is often hundreds of times that of the challengers of that dungeon. Now, Lu Chen's health could rival that of a boss. How terrifying was that? More importantly, the horror of Heart's Tenacity lay in its infinite stacking of health. Lu Chen hadn't even started stacking yet. If this health were to stack up, it could only be described as invincible. Suddenly, Lu Chen remembered something. Turn off Do Not Disturb mode. You have turned off Do Not Disturb mode. Ding 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 ding. A series of messages popped up in front of Lu Chen in an instant. Class. Teacher, Mr. Li, Lu Chen? Where have you been? Why are you still in the dungeon? Lu Chen, explain to me how to clear this dungeon? Student Council Vice President Ling Schwerer, Brother Lu, you're amazing. I knew I wasn't mistaken. Can you take me through the dungeon? Classmate Zhang Wei, God Lu. Awesome. How did you clear it? How is your gear so powerful? Take me with you. Companion Zhang Tao, God Lu. I kneel before you. A barrage of messages bombarded Lu Chen's message list. Lu Chen looked at these messages, lost in thought. He wasn't a fool, he naturally understood what effect clearing the dungeon like this would have. It seemed to be even more fervent than he had imagined. However, Lu Chen also didn't plan to hide his identity. Lu Chen, where are you now? Why are you taking so long to come out after finishing the dungeon? Lu Chen looked at the message from Mr. Li. After a moment of thought, he decided to reply. Teacher, I'm at the Transmigration Sanctuary. If there's anything, let's talk after I finish my class change. By the way, please save the bonus for breaking the record for me. At Xingjing No. 2 High School, there was a rule: as long as you break a dungeon record, there's a bonus of 100,000 gold coins. This bonus, why not take it? 300,000 is still money. And for Lu Chen right now, it's still a lot of money. After saying that, Lu Chen closed the chat window. Dealing with other classmates and teachers wasn't important. The most important thing now was to change jobs first. To step into this year's newly refreshed Misty area ahead of others and claim as many world bosses at level 30 as possible. World bosses won't respawn, killing one means there's one less. Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. Lu Chen had just left not long ago. Huang Tao let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he continued to sip tea while browsing today's community updates. Drinking tea and scrolling through updates every day was quite a comfortable life. At this moment, on the trending topics, a small portion of the news was about Lu Chen. Most of it was rumors regarding Lu Chen awakening as an armed fighter. Once a genius, now a waste? B-class armed fighter. Is this what genius looks like? The joke of Xinjing City, the genius praised for 3 years turns out to be an armed fighter. Proposal to abolish the evaluation system and restore the bloodline system. Bloodline is the only true path to awakening high-level professions. Talent theory is unreliable. Unprecedented genius? Just an unprecedented waste. Manager Huang looked at these news articles. His mood, however, was quite good. They hadn't released the news that Lu Chen was the first to reach level 30 yet. Right now, only the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association knew this information. And a waste, who would be the first to enter the challenge dungeon and take first place, would surely catch a lot of attention. After all, the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association was still a business, they understood public opinion. Such a gimmick would undoubtedly attract attention. Signing Lu Chen for 2 million, they wouldn't lose out. However, as he scrolled, suddenly, a piece of news gradually climbed to the top of Xinjing City's trending topics. Genius? Waste? The record of Xinjing No. 2 High School has been broken. Record breaker, genius Lu Chen. 6 seconds to clear the Crying Forest. 3 seconds to clear the Dusk Graveyard. 1 second to clear the Black Tomb. The god-level genius Lu Chen is born. A dungeon killer like a god. Is this a waste armed fighter? The genius hasn't fallen, the genius is just rising in another way. These news articles had only been published in the last few minutes. But they were rapidly climbing the trending list. Manager Huang clicked on these news articles to check. But upon seeing them, bang! The cup in his hand fell directly to the ground. Looking at one new piece of news after another, he felt darkness closing in. 6 seconds to clear the Crying Forest. 3 seconds to clear the Dusk Graveyard. 1 second to clear the highest difficulty dungeon in Xinjing City, the Black Tomb. This news can't be real, right? But damn it, he was looking at the media. From the Xinjing Observer. Would an official media outlet fabricate such things? Shit. At the same time he saw this news, he remembered the contract he had just signed with Lu Chen. If the record holds for a day, they have to give Lu Chen 1 million gold coins? No. A 1-second dungeon record, breaking it with his head? If Lu Chen were to clear this year's challenge dungeon like this, then damn it, the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association would have to give Lu Chen 1 million gold coins every day for the rest of his life? The lifespan limit for combat profession job changers is about 200 years. Doesn't that mean if Lu Chen lives to a natural end, they would have to give him nearly 7 billion gold coins? Lu Chen, oh Lu Chen. When you clear dungeons later, don't be as fierce as you are now. After leaving the trading hall, Lu Chen arrived at the Transmigration Sanctuary. Transmigration Sanctuary. A large number of transmigrators were undergoing career awakenings within the hall. Lu Chen glanced around. Then, he found an awakening crystal that was not being used by anyone. He walked directly over to it. He placed his hand on it. Your level has reached 30. You have met the conditions for the second transmigration. Buzz. In an instant, a series of brand new messages appeared in Lu Chen's mind. Your transmigration direction, Divine Armorer, Universal Divine Armor, Unique. Please select the level of the transmigration task you wish to undertake. The higher the difficulty level of the transmigration task, the greater the degree of transmigration development. You can choose difficulty levels: SSS level transmigration task reward, Awakening, Divine Armorer SS level. Transmigration task completion reward, Awakening, Divine Armorer, receive a random 90 rank Divine Armor, Platinum, SSS level transmigration task completion reward, Awakening, Divine Armorer, receive a random 10 rank Divine Armor. Platinum, gain an exclusive sanctuary. Damn, isn't this just a scam? Most others' transmigration difficulties ranged from D to A level. Those who could choose S level were still a minority. And for him, starting off at S level, the highest, going straight to SSS level, there was simply no room to choose a lower difficulty. However, this reward, it looks a bit insane. The difficulty of the transmigration task only allows for 2 choices. Lu Chen thought briefly for a moment. Then, I choose SSS level. This reward directly grants a rank 10 divine artifact. Is there any reason to refuse? Moreover, Lu Chen also intended to see just how high the difficulty could go. If it turned out to be impossible, he could always come back and choose a lower difficulty later. More importantly, the difference between the rewards for SS level tasks and SSS level tasks, it was simply too great. A divine armor ranked within the top 10. Damn, just the ranked 99 Jinyue was already so strong. How powerful could a ranked 10 divine armor be? Although, the SS level reward, a ranked 90 divine armor, wasn't bad either. But compared to a ranked 10 divine armor, It could only be said that there was no comparison at all. You have accepted the SSS level transmigration task. Buzz. A beam of light fell from the sky. It completely enveloped Lu Chen's body. What the hell? What just happened? Light? What light, so bright, it blinded my eyes. Damn, this phenomenon, could it be that someone has accepted the SSS level transmigration task? SSS level transmigration task? Isn't it usually the case that a certain level of profession corresponds to a certain level of transmigration task? An S-level profession can only take on S-level tasks at most. SSS level transmigration task, could it be that an SSS level transmigrator has appeared? What the hell? How is that possible? If there were an SSS level transmigrator, how could we not know? Once an SSS level transmigrator appears, our entire Dongren tribe would definitely know. Wait, today is May 28th. Today is Awakening Day. Could it be that the transmigrator awakened today? Damn, are you kidding me? This is the transmigration sanctuary. You can only transmigrate at level 30. Who doesn't know that career awakening happens at 4 in the afternoon? It's only 5 in the afternoon now, and you're telling me that in just over an hour, someone has already reached level 30 and come to awaken? No matter how high the SSS level profession is, it can't level up that quickly. However, the light gradually faded. What they saw was a young man, tall and handsome. At the same time, he exuded an aura that kept people at a distance, as if he were a born superior. What the hell? That person, I saw him in the community news before. Isn't that Lu Chen? The most monstrous genius in the history of Holy Capital City. Class Change Task 1, Solo Hunt, World Boss, Quantity, 10 Task 2, Own 2 or more artifacts. Lu Chen looked at these two tasks. Solo hunting world bosses. Just the first task was already so difficult it was incomprehensible. World bosses are often the big bosses of battles involving tens of thousands of troops. To land the final blow usually depends on luck. Even if one deliberately tries to deal the last hit, it might not land. Managing health is very tricky. It's easy to miss the opportunity. Not to mention, solo hunting. World bosses are resources that major factions scramble for. Joining a raid group is already extremely difficult. Let alone whether one person can defeat a world boss. Just getting to the world boss before others is a challenge in itself. As for the second task, owning 2 artifacts, Lu Chen believed that aside from himself, others would likely find it impossible to complete. Who the hell can have 2 artifacts at level 30? The difficulty of this class change task is indeed excessively high for an average person. No wonder it is classified as an SSS level task. It is said that among the SSS level professions that have appeared in this world, even those who can accept SSS level class change tasks and undergo SSS level awakenings still have half of them unable to complete the SSS level task difficulty. They merely completed the SS level second class change task. Thus, they did not reach peak strength. Now seeing the tasks, Lu Chen also realized just how perverse the difficulty of SSS level tasks truly is. These tasks are simply tormenting for an average person. Ha! I need to hurry up. Holy Capital number 2 High School dungeon area. Looking at the refreshed dungeon records, Xiao Heba took a long time to calm his emotions. Dad, are we still going to refresh the records? In response to Xiao Heba's question, Xiao Batian looked at the records with a gloomy expression. Refresh? What the hell for? Haven't you heard? Lu Chen has already gone to change classes? He just awakened an hour ago and is already undergoing his second class change. Monster, he really is a monster. Stop dawdling, we don't have time to waste on low-level dungeon records. I've already contacted the Warrior Association for you. The leveling team will soon arrive at the nearby leveling area. Hurry up and level up. Get your level up first. Saying this, Xiao Batian led his son out of the dungeon area of Holy Capital number 2 High School. On the other side, the students of Holy Capital number 2 High School looked at the dungeon before them and suddenly felt a bit bored. It seemed that no matter how many times they ran these dungeons, it had lost its meaning. Knowing the strength of a genius, looking at themselves, they felt like useless waste. Is our gap with Chief Lu really this huge? Even if Chief Lu has awakened as an armored warrior, he remains in existence we cannot aspire to. After accepting the class change task at the class change temple, Lu Chen felt that the gazes of the surrounding crowd grew increasingly intense. Lu Chen's looks were of the breathtaking kind. Even in a crowd, he was easily noticeable. Not to mention, he was now a celebrity in the Holy Capital. Genius, waste, a genius awakened once more. Various titles shrouded him, making it hard for him to remain anonymous. Moreover, the news of Lu Chen clearing the Black Tomb dungeon in a second had already begun to spread. This, too, caused Lu Chen's fame to rise steadily over time. It also forced Lu Chen to visit a nearby shop. He bought a mask to cover his face, making it less likely for others to notice him. However, at this moment, new news about him had already emerged in the community. Lu Chen appears in the Awakening Temple, his awakening phenomenon comparable to accepting an SSS-level job transfer. Lu Chen may be a mutated profession, the armed fighter is merely a facade? Emerald-level adventure group, Kingfisher, extends a recruitment invitation to Lu Chen. The Martial Artist Association issues a special recruitment invitation to Lu Chen. The community was filled with an increasing number of reports about Lu Chen. Some factions even directly extended an olive branch to him. It should be noted that after Lu Chen awakened as an armed fighter, almost all factions had fallen silent. Those who initially wanted to recruit Lu Chen had pretended to be deaf and mute. Now, sensing Lu Chen's strength, they had re-emerged. However, in the face of external factions inviting him, Lu Chen did not appear before the public to respond to the media. Instead, he showed up at the skyport in the holy capital. Buy a ticket to St. Leon City. I want the soonest departure, the faster, the better. After leaving the job transfer temple, Lu Chen logged into the community to check where this year's level 30 exploration area was. Opening. Every year, new landmasses emerge in the world. These areas often have level entry restrictions, level 30 to 60 areas, level 60 to 100 areas, and level 100 to 200 areas, corresponding to explorations after the second, third, and fourth job transfers. For combat professions, leveling from 30 to 60 usually takes a year, which is ample time. Therefore, typically only newly awakened graduates compete for the newly opened level 30 area. A year later, the level restrictions of these areas will be lifted, and these newly appeared maps will become part of the world. Thus, the entire world's map is continuously expanding. This time, the new map is surprisingly near St. Leon City. Fortunately, it's not too far, only a 5-hour journey. After looking at the map, Lu Chen felt relieved. St. Leon City was a joint city-state of the forest spirits and the eastern humans. In the city-state, both the forest spirits and humans coexisted. Of course, there were also many hybrids of humans and forest spirits, known as half-elves. Hybrids are not uncommon in this world. In fact, being mixed blood might make the offspring even stronger. Long Xiaoxiao was a very typical example, half-dragon, half-human. If the newly opened area this year is too far away, I would be in trouble. In some places, even taking an airship from the skyport could take 10 days and nights to reach. If it took that long, the advantage of leveling up quickly would be long gone. The airship ticket to St. Leon City costs 1,688 gold for the regular service and 18,888 gold for the express service. The regular service whale will take off at 1930 and will arrive in St. Leon City in about 4 hours. The express conch will take off at 1900 hours and will arrive at St. Leon City in about 2 hours. Sir, which type of flight would you like to choose? Lu Chen glanced at the time. It was 6:15 p.m. I'll take the express, thank you. Lu Chen swiped his card. Ding, you have paid 18,888 gold coins. Seeing this notification, Lu Chen's heart ached. Money. Even now, Lu Chen felt a pang of pain spending nearly 20,000 gold coins all at once. It's okay, a fortune lost can be regained. I can earn it back soon. Lu Chen comforted himself in his heart. It's just 18,000, after all. Sir, here is your ticket. And here is your guiding compass. Follow the compass, and it will lead you to the airship you are to board. Lu Chen tucked the ticket away. Then, following the compass's guidance, he walked towards the interior of the airport. St. Capital City is, after all, the capital of the human race. It was afternoon, and it was also Awakening Day. Creatures arriving at the airport to board. Airships were coming and going. Not just humans. Occasionally, he could see some races with pointed ears. Yes, pointed ears, delicate and beautiful features, mostly with blonde or white hair. That's right. This race is the elves. Lu Chen entered the airport. He saw elves disembarking from the airships. Inside, he felt a bit excited. After being reborn in another world for so long, he finally got to see elves. Lu Chen walked within the airport. Not only elves. There were also some muscular dwarves wearing iron helmets. He even spotted lizardmen and beastmen. In the sky, thousands of airships were taking off and landing near the airport. Occasionally, a few giant dragons flew overhead. Dragons. Real dragons. Lu Chen felt a surge of emotions. To be honest, for the past 18 years, he had been mostly studying. Life revolved around home and school, a straight line between the two. He rarely ventured outside. Even after being reborn in another world, he mostly experienced the wonders of the world through books. The most he had seen was during the martial arts exchange meetings with St. Capital High School. Engaging in arena battles with the signature students of St. Capital High, like Xiao Heba, Dailon, and Long Xiaoxiao. But in the end, these people were not much different from humans. To say they were a different race would be an exaggeration. Although he lived in the capital of the Eastern human race, same capital city, for these 18 years, Lu Chen's living space had been centered around home and school. He hardly moved beyond a 5-kilometer radius. The world he could see was too limited. Moreover, before awakening at 18, he was subjected to strict control. Students who had not awakened were extremely vulnerable. Without levels or skills, even a level 1 wild monster could put a student in mortal danger. So, before awakening, Lu Chen had no plans to venture out and see the world. Even the community network was only available after awakening. Before that, he only had the simplest communication function. His understanding of the world came solely from school teachings and books. Now, arriving at the airport, Lu Chen felt as if he had stepped out into a new world. This is what the other world is like. Following the compass's guidance, Lu Chen boarded the conch. On the conch, there were well-equipped job changers. Swordsmen with large swords strapped to their backs and wearing blue headscarves. Mages wearing green magical hats, holding colorful staves. And even catgirls with cat ears and tails, wearing gauntlets. There was even a mixed-blood vampire girl with pale skin holding an umbrella. Lu Chen felt a surge of excitement. This is the adventurous life of another world. Attention, passengers. The express airship you are on in the conch will take off in 15 minutes. Please do not extend your heads or hands outside the protective membrane and refrain from casually using skills, flying, or summoning on the airship. If you have special needs, please contact the crew on board. Wishing you all a pleasant journey. I heard that a new map has opened up near St. Leon City. Ha ha. We can make money off the newbies again. We'll just wait in front of the new map and buy the materials they bring out at a low price. We'll definitely be able to scam a lot of newcomers. You, a level 70 assassin, are thinking of scamming newbies? Aren't you ashamed? Ah, you just don't understand. A profit is a profit, and it also lets these newcomers know how harsh the world can be. Better to suffer a small loss now than a big one later. We're teaching them such meaningful lessons. You could say we're actually the great benefactors. And besides, I didn't expect that after the third job change, leveling up would be so difficult. If I don't make some money, I really won't be able to level up. After reaching level 60, there will be another awakening of professions. This is also a watershed moment. For combat professions, reaching the third job change isn't difficult. But after the third job change, the differences between different job changers become significant. At the same time, after the third job change at level 60, the experience required to level up skyrockets. Leveling up becomes extremely difficult. If, after completing the second job change, one can easily reach level 60 within a year, then after reaching level 60 for the third job change, the decades that follow will be a long trek towards level 100. Decades may pass, and one might not even reach level 100. Moreover, even if one reaches level 100, the fourth job change tasks required for leveling up beyond level 100 are exceptionally difficult. For B grade and below combat professions, they might spend their entire lives stuck at level 100. However, conversely, as long as one is a combat profession job changer, with enough effort, reaching level 100 within a lifetime isn't difficult. But this also means that above level 100 is truly the world of the strong. Lu Chen, on the airship, watched as various job changers excitedly conversed. The Day of Awakening is not only a day that excites high school seniors but also a day that veteran job changers and major adventure groups look forward to. The Day of Awakening signifies the opening of a brand new map and the generation of new dungeons. The reason the Day of Awakening is set on May 28th is not because people wanted to set it on that date, but because May 28th is the day when the world undergoes changes every year. Selling information. Leveling guide for St. Leon City. No one wants to buy it. Dungeon distribution in St. Leon City, encrypted first-hand data. Strategies that can't be found in the community are being sold here. 500 gold coins for a top-secret document. No one wants to buy it. Upon hearing this shout, some job changers actually turned their gazes toward that direction. On this airship, there are not only high-level job changers but also some like Lu Chen, who are awakening today. Their reason for heading to St. Leon City is simple: they plan to level up there. This new level 30 map has appeared near St. Leon City. In a few days, tickets for the airship to St. Leon City will surely be hard to come by. Therefore, these students' parents are rushing to take their children to St. Leon City now. If they wait too long, it will be too late. Unless they have a private flying mount, otherwise, it would take about 2 weeks to travel from the land to St. Leon City. I want a guide. Here's 500 gold coins. I want one too. This child's mother, would you like to join our high-end teen chat group? Everyone in the chat is from the same level as St. Leon City, making it easier for everyone to team up. There Are even S-Rank job changers in this chat? If your child teams up with an S-Rank, that's a huge gain. What do you think? Joining the chat costs only 188 gold coins.
Ma'am, you wouldn't want your child to arrive in St.
Lian City without good teammates to level up with, would you?
On one end of the airship, the sellers of strategies attracted a large number of parents. Meanwhile, on the other end of the airship, different shouts could be
heard. Selling items. The specialty of St. Lian City, life tree roots. Roots that can restore health. Only 188 gold coins. In a critical moment, it can save your life. Life is priceless, sometimes, recovering just a bit of health can mean saving your life. Now it's only 188, once we land, it'll be 888. Lu Chen watched these unscrupulous merchants shouting. His expression was calm. He had no intention of buying anything. Buying things on the airship felt like being at an airport in his past life. 2 words summed it up, rip-off. Lu Chen didn't want to waste his gold coins on such useless things. The speed of the conch was astonishingly fast.
A layer of light shield enveloped the airship, blocking the strong winds. Lu Chen stood at the edge of the ship, hands resting on the railing. He could see the clouds rapidly retreating around him. He even spotted a few winged birds and flying dragons far behind, left in the dust. The Eastern People's Express airship had already surpassed the speed of ordinary flying mounts. Lu Chen quietly enjoyed the night view from the airship. 2 hours passed quickly. The conch gradually approached an extremely bright city. Soft light spread out, and the entire city radiated a gentle emerald green glow. It gave a sense of prosperity, harmony, and extreme tranquility. This was St. Lian City, the joint city-state of the elves and humans. At the same time, Lu Chen could see thousands of lights in the sky converging towards St. Lian City. Not only that, but there were also numerous magical beasts flying towards the city. These magical beasts were the flying mounts of the wealthy. Every time a new map was opened, the nearby cities would become extraordinarily lively. Not to mention, St. Lian City was already one of the most prosperous cities of the Eastern people. Compared to St. Capital City, it was equally matched. The conch is landing. The conch will dock at port 1067. This journey has ended. Wishing all passengers a pleasant journey. The conch steadily docked at the port. Lu Chen, along with other passengers, disembarked from the conch. No one noticed Lu Chen, who had blended into the crowd. In fact, many celebrities were arriving in St. Lian City one after another. Lu Chen's fame was at most that of a top scholar in one city. When compared to world-renowned figures, he was truly insignificant. Therefore, Lu Chen was not worried about being recognized at all. The airport of St. Lian City was just as bustling as that of St. Capital City. In this city, one could see an explosion of elves and half-elves. He saw golden-haired elves with ample bosoms and slender waists walking through the airport. This scene was truly pleasing to the eye. TSK, St. Lian City is truly a paradise. However, Lu Chen only sighed this once. Soon, he gathered his thoughts. Now was not the time to marvel at this other world. What he needed to seize was his level advantage. He had to continue to snowball and expand. As the first human to reach level 30, he is also the only human qualified to enter the level 30 new map. Lu Chen possesses an absolute innate advantage. Within the new map, there are a large number of primitive treasures. It's even possible to stumble upon a treasure chest by the roadside while walking. Such land can be described as rich beyond measure. More importantly, some super rare materials may also appear in this pristine land. Rare gemstone veins might even emerge. Various types of gems are often the raw materials for crafting all sorts of equipment, potions, and enchantments. Especially, they are essential for forging various divine artifacts. Some materials are even so valuable that they cannot be bought with money at all. At this very moment, other humans are still leveling up. Lu Chen is the only one who can monopolize the treasures of this new map. In previous years, even if others could enter the new map first, they wouldn't be able to gain much. Usually, after a few dozen minutes, more geniuses reaching level 30 would enter the map one after another. Even the first to seize the opportunity couldn't do so very quickly. But Lu Chen now has a full 10 hours to himself. Time waits for no one. Lu Chen opened the map. Soon, the entire map of St. Lian City appeared before him. Following the map, Lu Chen left the air harbor. Then, he arrived at a luxury mount shop. "Boss, I'd like to rent a fast mount. For 3 days. A fast mount?" The boss looked at Lu Chen. Then, a window popped up in front of Lu Chen. Rental menu: Undead Warhorse, level 60, 2000 gold coins/day, average speed 500 km per hour. Note, entirely made of bones, may cause discomfort if not equipped with a special saddle.
Swift Earth Dragon, level 80, 3000 gold coins/day, average speed 560 km per hour. Note, a Loki Black Earth Dragon, the king of cost performance ratio unicorn, level 85, 5000 gold coins/day, average speed 580 km per hour. Note, very handsome, a must have for picking up girls. Phantom Warhorse, level 90, 17,000 gold coins/day, average speed 700 km per hour. Note, treads on black flames, can briefly walk on air, extremely cool. Wind Dragon, level 180, 30 million gold coins/day, average speed 12,000 km per hour. Note, Wind Dragon, a fourth transformation dragon beast, possesses extremely strong combat power. Note, the mount will sign a temporary mount contract for transportation use only. If it participates in combat, the contract will become invalid, and the mount will attack indiscriminately. Lu Chen looked at this menu. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He knew mounts were expensive. But this is really damn expensive. 30 million gold coins a day? Why not just go rob a bank? However, the level 184th transformation Wind Dragon is indeed worth that price. Mounts over level 60 cannot enter the new map. Renting a mount that's too high level is useless. After a moment of thought, Lu Chen still focused on the undead warhorse at 2000 gold coins a day. To buy it outright would require 1 million gold coins. Forget it. This thing is just like luxury cars in my previous life. Renting for a few thousand a day. Buying it would cost over 1 million. Lu Chen thought for a moment. A level 60 mount wouldn't be useful for long. In a few days, he might surpass level 60. Moreover, if he could craft the Boots of Swift Travel, a level 97 artifact, it would increase his movement speed by 100 times in a non-combat state and stack with other speed-enhancing effects. With those boots, his speed might even surpass that of the Phantom Warhorse. What more could I want in a mount? Boss, a Death Knight steed. After hearing Lu Chen's request, the boss merely nodded slightly. Then, he stepped into the dimensional space door beside him. Shortly after, he let out a Death Knight steed. Deposit of 200,000 gold coins. Return the horse in 3 days, and the deposit will be refunded in full. For each day overdue, the rent will be charged at the original price. If overdue by more than 7 days, it will be considered lost. Hey, buddy, don't get into any accidents. If you can't pay, you'll have to go to arbitration court. It wouldn't be good to end up in jail at such a young age. Lu Chen listened to the boss's words, his eyelids twitching. Is this how you talk to customers? Always mentioning jail time. Can this business even survive? However, Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to respond, simply paying the 200,000 gold deposit along with 6,000 gold in rent. He also spent 50 gold to buy a high-quality undead saddle. Then he left the mount shop. Back on the wide street, he mounted the skeletal horse that was emitting ghostly light and black smoke. He headed towards the outskirts of St. Leon City. During this journey, Lu Chen noticed people occasionally passing him on even cooler and more impressive mounts. One even rode a Earth Dragon Beast, kicking up a cloud of dust and stones as it sped past on the road, making Lu Chen cough. Damn, is there no sense of ethics? Riding an Earth Dragon Beast on the road? Lu Chen watched the back of the Clash Changer riding the Earth Dragon Beast as it disappeared into the distance, his lips twitching slightly. When I have money, I must get a better and faster mount. Even if I have to make those divine shoes first. St. Leon City, North, Broken Mountain Range. On the way out of the city, Lu Chen also stopped by a grocery store to buy 10 bottles of energy potion, which could restore energy and fend off drowsiness and fatigue. Each bottle cost 500 gold coins. 10 bottles totaled 5,000 gold coins. These potions were all concocted by pharmacists. Lu Chen estimated that the cost was only about 100 gold coins. With Awakening Day upon them, everyone was rushing to level up. The price of these potions had skyrocketed to 500 gold coins. Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim that pharmacists really know how to make money. Life professions are indeed not necessarily worse than combat professions. Meanwhile, along the way, Lu Chen saw many Clash Changers hunting monsters in the wild. Leveling up in the wild is extremely inefficient. However, for those who can't handle dungeons, this is the only way to level up. It takes 1 or 2 minutes to kill a red-eyed rabbit, earning 2 to 3 experience points. In an hour, they might only gain around 60 experience. This is the leveling method for the most basic ordinary Clash Changers. D-Class professions make up 70% of all combat professions in the world. These combat professions are very weak in the early stages, and even simple dungeons may be beyond their capabilities. Therefore, they must first level up a bit before attempting dungeons. Lu Chen had long stopped comparing himself to ordinary people. His point of comparison was already the top talents from St. Capital High School. They had backing from major factions and families, and he himself was a genius class changer who had awakened a very powerful profession. But, in reality, beneath the geniuses, there are countless others. These are the students preparing for the college entrance examination. D-class professions are actually the majority, the norm for humanity. Near the Broken Mountain Range, there were also freshly graduated students leveling up by fighting small monsters. One student gazed at the mountains shrouded in a faint light curtain and couldn't help but sigh. The Broken Mountain Range. I wonder if I can enter this new map early. At this rate, in 3 weeks, I should be able to reach level 30 and enter the new map. I wonder if I'll still be able to grab some good stuff by then. Just as he was pondering this, suddenly, a handsome young man rode a bone horse which was emanating black mist, charging straight towards the shimmering barrier of the Broken Mountain Range. The black horse was incredibly fast. It was even accelerating. The players training in the wild watched in shock as the bone horse maintained its speed, about to crash into the barrier. His eyes widened. What the hell? Bro! There's a restriction. You can't get in. But the next moment, whoosh! Lu Chen's figure vanished before him. Lu Chen, along with his horse, directly passed through the restriction and entered the Broken Mountain Range. Seeing this scene, he was left dumbfounded. What just happened? Someone entered the Broken Mountain Range? No way, isn't it only the current level 30 job changers who can enter? This person surely can't be a current level 30 job changer, right? Dragon Clan, Desolate Stone Ridge, level restriction, 6100, a golden giant dragon roared to the sky. Companions, tear that stone giant apart. This year, we will secure the world first kill. As Lu Chen entered the Broken Mountain Range, the Dragon Clan team had already encountered a world boss. They immediately launched a full-scale attack on the world boss. Passing through that layer of shimmering barrier, Lu Chen directly entered a brand new map. You have entered Broken Mountain Range. This area is the origin map only initial job changers can enter. If you die in the Broken Mountain Range, you will resurrect outside the restriction and cannot re-enter the Broken Mountain Range. For 2 hours, initial awakeners are those who have just completed their job change. Job changers who have not been in their role for more than a year. So, even if someone has been stuck at level 60 for a whole year, they still cannot enter the new map. Even if they are stuck at their level, they are no longer considered initial job changers. This is a continuous mountain range. The ground is not very steep because the range is too vast. Just like in Lu Chen's previous life, although Blue Star is round, people still walk on flat ground. The ground is mostly grassy. In some areas of the grassland, there are piles of scattered stones. Rather than a mountain range, it resembles a prairie more. If it weren't for the gradually rising slopes and the sight of massive mountain bodies, one would really think this was an open grassland. However, that is not the main point. The main point is, in such an open environment, Lu Chen looked around and could see dozens of closed treasure chests scattered across the grass. Heaven, this is truly heaven. He had long heard that. In the new map, as long as you arrive early, you can pick treasure chests at will. Now Lu Chen was finally witnessing it. Moreover, the best part is that this time the map is a vast mountain range. The view is extremely open. In previous maps, it was either in forests, stone formations, or rainforests. Finding a treasure chest required a real search. But in this open environment, the treasure chests are visible at a glance. Just as Lu Chen was marveling at the abundance of resources, a monster spawned right beside him. White leopard, normal, level, 30 health, 6000 skills, scratching, pouncing, biting. Description: a common magical creature that spans the mountain range. Lu Chen looked at the white leopard that had spawned. The white leopard, upon seeing Lu Chen, immediately assumed an aggressive stance. But Lu Chen wore a smile. He pulled out a large black sword from behind him. Jinhua +4, gold, max, artifact, dual wield replication. Projection. Whoosh. A large sword appeared in Lu Chen's left hand as well. Boom. A strike fell. -3,599,998 -3,599,996 -3,599,995 -3,599,998 -3,599,997 -3,599,998. A series of damage numbers exploded. Centered around Lu Chen, a group of monsters instantly perished. You have killed White Leopard, as this is your first kill of this type of monster. You have gained maximum health, 100. You have killed Fuzzy Worm, as this is your first kill of this type of monster. You have gained maximum health, 100. You have killed Flying Line Mouse, as this is your first kill of this type of monster. You have gained maximum health, 100. You have killed Black Wolf, as this is your first kill of this type of
Monster, you have gained maximum health 100. You have killed White Leopard King, boss, as this is your first kill of this type of boss, you have gained maximum health 2000. A series of kill notifications popped up. Although due to the existence of the job change quest, he had to complete the second job change to gain experience points. He possessed the tenacity of the heart.
Every time Lu Chen touched a type of monster, he could increase his maximum health limit.
With this one basic attack, Lu Chen gained 2,600 points of maximum health. He had taken down a boss and 6 other types of monsters. This is just too satisfying, right? Just by doing a basic attack, he stacked up 2,600 health. While Lu Chen felt secretly pleased, he did not stop his actions. Instead, he urged his skeletal horse to move towards a nearby silver treasure chest. As for the iron and wooden chests, Lu Chen completely ignored them. It could be said that a whole treasure trove lay before him. He couldn't just pick up trash, could he? While dashing towards the silver chest, Lu Chen did not forget to swing the Jinue +4, gold, max, artifact, in his hand. Whoosh! Bang! Another strike fell. A wave of air erupted around Lu Chen. Boom, the ground cracked. Another wave of damage numbers exploded. -3,599,998 -3,599,996 -3,599,995 -3,599,998 -3,599,997 -3,599,998. You have killed Venomous Caterpillar. As this is your first kill of this type of monster, you have gained maximum health 100. You have killed Fire-Breathing Lizard. As this is your first kill of this type of monster, you have gained maximum health 100. You have killed Drilling Mole. As this is your first kill of this type of monster, you have gained maximum health 100. You have killed Longspine Scorpion. As this is your first kill of this type of monster, you have gained maximum health 100. In this area, the nearby monsters were not very dense. There weren't many types of monsters either. A single strike only stacked up 400 health. However, Lu Chen didn't mind, he had just killed a boss, so that was why he had stacked a bit more. In this open map, there are many wild mini-bosses. Moreover, they can't withstand a single hit from him. A level 30 ordinary monster only has 6,000 health. To put it into perspective, in the nightmare difficulty of the Crying Forest, a level 5 goblin has 3,000 health. This shows just how significant the gap in strength is between nightmare dungeons and ordinary monsters in the wild. However, dying in the true wilderness means you are really dead. If the monsters that respawn endlessly in the wild were as strong as those in nightmare dungeons, countless people would perish from monster attacks in the wild. Boom! Another hit. -3,599,998 -3,599,996 -3,599,995 -3,599,998 -3,599,997 -3,599,998. You have killed Thick-Lipped Slug. You have achieved your first kill of this type of monster. You have gained maximum health 100. You have killed Big Hat Mushroom. You have achieved your first kill of this type of monster. You have gained maximum health 100. Another 200 health stacked up. In a given area, only a few types of monsters tend to spawn. Lu Chen hadn't run very far. The types of monsters nearby had repeated a bit. So, after this hit, the health gain naturally decreased. Part of resilience doesn't stack 100 health for every monster killed. Instead, it calculates based on the type of monster. For example, with the White Leopard, the first kill grants 100 health. But the second kill yields no health increase. Boom boom boom. Lu Chen swung his giant sword continuously. However, all the monsters nearby were of the same type. There was no more health stacking. But, in this short distance of a few hundred meters, Lu Chen didn't expect to find dozens of different types of monsters to stack with. Soon, Lu Chen arrived in front of a silver treasure chest. He opened the silver treasure chest. You have obtained Windshield, Silver, Status Recovery Potion, Beginner, X5, Gold X 4000. This one chest has 4,000 gold? That's way too much, right? However, Lu Chen quickly calmed down. The items in this chest might be considered quite a lot for ordinary job changers. But for him, 4,000 gold plus a silver equipment plus the potions added up to only about 7,000 gold. In a flash, Lu Chen came to a conclusion. Damn, spending time opening chests of this quality is still a loss. Right now, he could clear a dungeon, open chests in a second, and sell gold quality equipment to earn tens of thousands of gold. Now, opening a chest only nets him 7,000 gold. What a loss. But if
Other job changers knew Lu Chen's thoughts, they might spit out blood. Damn, this is a treasure chest picked up off the street. There are no conditions to open it. Just picking it up gives you 7,000 gold. And you still complain that this chest is a loss? However, in Lu Chen's mind, if it weren't for needing to complete the second job change, he would really consider repeatedly farming the Black Tomb dungeon. He had the idea of crazily opening chests and raking in money. Others might farm 100 times without getting a single SSS rating to receive the highest rewards and obtain gold equipment. But he was guaranteed to get an SSS rating. And it only took him a second to finish. However, ultimately, becoming stronger was more important. He still had world bosses to hunt. Money could be earned after becoming stronger, and he could earn even more. Moreover, the items dropped by world bosses might not be inferior to those from fast-cleared dungeons. After that, Lu Chen looked out into the distance again. This time, Lu Chen saw a huge golden treasure chest. Beside this chest, there was a muscular giant bear guarding it. King of the Angry Bears, Wild Boss, level, 45 health, 1-500-000 skills, Slam, Fury Eruption, Shockwave. Description: a frenzied king of the angry bears, possessing immense strength and remarkable speed. Do not underestimate its speed just because of its size. Around it, there were dozens of small monsters. Golden treasure chests are often guarded by monsters. To seize a golden treasure chest, even with the advantage of being the first to enter, is not a simple task. If a job changer were to enter the Broken Mountain range and see this chest, they would feel that this boss is a troublesome obstacle. However, when Lu Chen saw the king of the angry bears guarding the golden treasure chest, his eyes lit up. A wild boss, plus a treasure chest. Isn't this a chance for him to stack health and gain treasures? Holy Capital City, Wilderness. Long Xiao drank a vial of enhanced energy potion, instantly clearing away drowsiness and fatigue. Holy Snow Dispersal. Whoosh! A cold wind swept through. Bang 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 bang. Countless ice crystals fell from the sky, instantly killing dozens of level 40 bloodless wild wolves. Second miss, second wave. Holy Light Break. Bang! Beams of light fell from the sky. Again, dozens of wild monsters were killed in a single blow by Long Xiao. Of course, these wild monsters were all bloodless. Second miss. The third wave is coming. Withering Ice Crystal. Bang! A magic circle appeared on the ground. In the next moment, ice spikes exploded from all the monsters within this magic circle. -1202, -1293, -1042, -1105, -1286. Second miss, fourth wave. Dissolution of light. Whoosh! Waves of light swept across. -1202, -1293, -1042, -1105, -1286. Another large group of monsters fell. Congratulations, your level has increased to 16. Second miss, well done. Let's take a break. You've been leveling up for 3.5 hours straight. The next wave of monsters will be drawn in 5 minutes. After more than 3 hours, Long Xiaoxiao's level had already risen to level 16. Long Xiaoxiao had been leveling up continuously for over 3 hours. Leveling up is an extremely high-intensity challenge. Since Long Xiaoxiao started leveling in the training area, her skills had not stopped. After finishing one wave of monsters, the next wave would immediately follow. As soon as the skill cooldown was over, she would release the skill right away. In 3.5 hours, there were hardly any seconds of rest. Even when she leveled up, she had to immediately use the skill book she had prepared, learning new skills and then using them right away. Of course, it was precisely because of this high-intensity monster grinding that she could achieve rapid leveling through farming these rare experience monsters in the wild. This method of leveling up is also the experience summarized by various major factions and families. Over thousands of years, the room for improvement is already very small. Hearing the butler say to take a break, Long Xiaoxiao directly plopped down on the stone behind her. 3.5 hours of non-stop skill casting had really worn her out. While resting, Long Xiaoxiao casually opened the community. As soon as she clicked into the community, Long Xiaoxiao was stunned. In the channels of Xingjing City, a glance reveals a sea of news about Lu Chen. Lu Chen cleared that Black Tomb dungeon in 1 second? So many factions are trying to recruit Lu Chen? What's going on? Long Xiaoxiao looked at the messages in the community, feeling somewhat incredulous. Warrior Association offers a hefty reward to recruit Lu Chen. The armed one should be classified as a warrior profession. Mage Association issues a statement. The armed one can equip a staff and should be classified as a magic profession, welcoming Lu Chen to join the Mage Association. Storm Church declares. Anyway, I just want to recruit Lu Chen. No reason. Long Xiaoxiao stared at these community messages, utterly bewildered. Lu Chen had suddenly become a talent that all major associations were vying for. What was going on?
However, upon seeing these messages, Long Xiaoxiao was not only surprised but also very pleased.
This sign, didn't it mean that Lu Chen was not some useless person?
He was still that genius.
Sister, did you see the community news? Lu Chen cleared the Black Tomb dungeon in 1 second. That's amazing.
I saw a message saying that someone has already gone to the dungeon to check the stone tablet.
This news must be true. Now it seems there
are rumors speculating that Lu Chen has already reached level 30. Seeing the good news about Lu Chen, Long Xiaoxiao seemed even happier than if she had reached level 30 herself.
Long Qianxue, seeing her sister's silly expression, couldn't help but sigh.
Sigh, Xiaoxiao, this may not be good news.
I just saw the news, but I'm hesitating whether to tell you. To clear the Black Tomb dungeon in 1 second, it's very likely that he used forbidden means.
Xiaoxiao,
have you heard of some mutated professions that, once awakened, possess a killing move that can only be used once in a lifetime?
This kind of killing move, once used, can never be used a second time. But, once used, it will have extremely
terrifying power, far surpassing all other professions of the same level.
In the second dungeon area, someone recorded a video of Lu Chen.
I've already watched the whole process. He acted so hurriedly, it must be to save time.
Perhaps, he was in some kind of time-limited state, and it was under such a state that he could finish the dungeon in 1 second.
However, Xiaoxiao, think carefully, what level of ability would allow a novice to clear the Black Tomb dungeon in 1 second? Aside from a forbidden ability that can only be used once in a lifetime, I can't think of anything else. Hearing Long Qianxue's description, Long Xiaoxiao's heart sank. Sister, are you saying Lu Chen used this forbidden killing move so early? So, is his later life destined to be mediocre and unremarkable?
Upon hearing Long Xiaoxiao say this, Long Qianxue shook her
head instead. No, it might be even worse.
These killing moves, sometimes, while being usable only once in a lifetime, also have very strong side effects.
Some side effects
can cause blindness, while others might lead to the loss of a limb. Even some side effects could make a person's later life worse than death.
Long Qianxue's expression was extremely serious.
This was not something she made up, these were documented facts. Hearing Long Qianxue say these things, Long Xiaoxiao's body trembled slightly.
I hope he's okay. Even if this is just speculation, our holy church still needs to recruit him. In fact, what I can think of, other factions can think of too. But those factions don't lack this one position. What they want to do is probably just to leverage Lu Chen's current fame. Moreover, there's also an element of gambling involved. Even if Lu Chen has become
a useless person, they won't lose out. The organization doesn't lack for this pair of chopsticks.
But if Lu Chen really clears it relying on his own strength, then they will make a huge profit. Broken Mountain Range boom. Lu Chen swung the Jinyue in front of him.
The Angry Bear King fell straight down. It was already a massive corpse of the Angry Bear King. Now, Lu Chen dealt 3.6 million damage with a single strike.
Ordinary bosses simply couldn't withstand Lu Chen's blow. Soon, Lu Chen rode his ghost horse to the boss's lair.
Inside the lair, numerous angry bear corpses lay scattered about. These were all minor angry bear monsters.
Heart of Resilience has been triggered, max HP plus 2100 awesome.
This time, Lu Chen only killed the angry bears and the Angry Bear King. One boss had 2000 health.
The minor monsters only
had 100 health.
Lu Chen approached the boss.
Dismounting, he touched the corpse.
Unlike in dungeons, this Broken Mountain Range could be considered an independent small world. Dungeons are entered by a team. Multiple teams can enter the same dungeon but won't encounter each other inside. Each team's dungeon is independent of the others. However, this
Broken Mountain Range, as a new map, is actually an area that anyone who meets the conditions can enter.
Aside from being able to resurrect, everything else is essentially no different from the outside world.
In the wild, after killing a boss, one can directly loot the corpse for spoils. If in a dungeon, one must wait until the final boss is defeated
to settle rewards collectively. In this world, dying in a dungeon means you will resurrect directly outside the dungeon and cannot re-enter when the dungeon is completed. And rewards are settled. Teammates who died during the challenge will also be summoned back to distribute the dungeon rewards. Minor bosses in the dungeon cannot be looted individually for rewards.
This also reflects a certain degree of fairness. Otherwise, in some large dungeons with thousands of players, if some teammates die early, they won't get any resources from the later bosses. In fact, in some dungeons, to clear it, a portion of teammates must be sacrificed to trigger certain mechanisms, but this can also lead
to death. If contributions are counted, without these people, the dungeon couldn't possibly be cleared.
Or, there are some job changers who played an extremely significant role in the early battles of the dungeon, even contributing far more than some who survived to the end.
If the reward distribution didn't include them, it would be too unfair. If
every boss could only be looted by the surviving teammates, no one would be willing to sacrifice themselves, everyone would just think about surviving. Therefore, all rewards
in the dungeon are settled at the end. However, in the wild, it's different, there is no settlement mechanism.
If you die, you can immediately loot the corpse for spoils.
Lu
Chen's hand rummaged through the Angry Bear King's body. You have obtained Angry Bear Fur X50, Gold X1000, Skeleton Summoning Necklace, Silver, X1, Energy Grass X5 Skeleton.
Summoning Necklace? Summons one skeleton of the same level as the equipment level, ordinary rank. Totally useless. Lu Chen didn't think a normal rank skeleton of the same level as himself would be of any use.
Imagining a bumbling skeleton following him around while he struck down with his sword, causing the earth to crack.
That skeleton could do nothing.
Artifact Embryo, effect upgraded to summon a hero rank skeleton, cooldown time 30 seconds.
Still useless. For an average person, the effect of this equipment could be considered a divine skill. Summoning a hero tier skeleton every 30 seconds.
Hero tier monsters are indeed above elite monsters.
Definitely enough to make a good haul. But for Lu Chen, this effect was truly lackluster. Hero tier?
He could directly one-shot boss-level wild monsters, which are creatures of the leader tier.
Forget it, let's take a look at the treasure chest. At least it can be sold. Lu Chen felt slightly disappointed with the loot dropped by the boss, just 4 or 5 pieces of silver equipment.
Then, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the golden treasure chest beside him. The golden treasure chest looked exactly like the premium chests found in dungeons.
Open the chest. Lu Chen walked up to the chest and opened it. Congratulations! You have obtained Absorption Ring, Gold, 5,000 gold coins, Wind Spirit Grass X10 golden equipment, and Wind Spirit Grass? I can't believe this can drop too.
Wind Spirit Grass is a key material for crafting the Swift Boots. The materials needed for Swift Boots are 10 Wind Spirit Grass, 10 Thunder Grass, 10 Perpetual Stones, and any quality of human boots. Each type of material is extremely difficult to obtain. Unexpectedly, he could get 10 here. Wind Spirit Grass effect permanently increases agility by 20 points after use, and grants temporary flying ability, duration, 1 hour required auxiliary material for learning the skill. Sky Tornado essential material for crafting the Sword of Wind King can be used to make Wind Potion, granting prolonged flying ability, duration, 6 hours. A series of effects appeared before Lu Chen. Wind Spirit Grass indeed has many uses. At the same time, due to its rarity, it is outrageously expensive. 500,000 gold coins for one. Lu Chen simply couldn't afford it now. What a treasure I've found. The first to enter the Broken Mountain range.
It feels great. Just picking it up, that's 5 million gold coins. Then, Lu Chen looked at another piece of loot. The Golden Quality Equipment Absorption Ring. Effect, absorbs items belonging to oneself within a radius of 50 meters. Transmutation, Artifact Embryo. Lu Chen planned to see what this equipment would turn into after being transformed into an Artifact Embryo.
Transforming Absorption Ring into Artifact Embryo for you. Absorption Protection Ring, Artifact Embryo, +4, Max, Category, Ring Accessory Equipment Level, 30, follows user. Level, Quality, Gold, can grow. Effect, Absorption, Ultimate, directly absorbs all loot belonging to you within a radius of 1,000 meters into your backpack, while expanding backpack capacity by 1,000. Description, Artifact Embryo. Possesses extremely strong absorption and storage capabilities. Lu Chen looked at this effect, feeling delighted. With one swing of his sword, he could easily kill at least 100 or 80 monsters. But going to loot each body one by one was troublesome. Yet, leaving those loots unattended felt wasteful. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Especially since, in his past life while gaming, he was the type to rummage through everything. To pick up a free health potion, he would rather run half the map searching. At the same time, in games, he would thoroughly search every monster, collecting everything that dropped into his backpack. Even if it's overweight, I have to drag the weight penalty back to the city to sell it to the NPC. Even if I can't sell it for much. Now, in pursuit of efficiency, I let Lu Chen leave the corpses scattered around. Although it doesn't feel as bad as killing him, it still makes Lu Chen's heart itch. Now that he has this ring, the problem is finally solved. Golden quality equipment, just right to have 2 attributes. Absorb. With a thought, Lu Chen directly used the absorption ring to absorb the ring on his hand. Buzz, as a beam of light flowed, the effect of the ring on Lu Chen's hand was directly transferred to the absorption ring. At the same time, the ring he originally equipped disappeared without a trace.
Absorption Protection Ring, Artifact Embryo, +4, Max, Category, Ring, Equipment Level, Level 30, follows User's Level, Quality, Golden, can grow, Effect, Absorb, Ultimate, directly. Absorb all your loot within a radius of 1000 meters into your backpack, while expanding backpack capacity by 1000, Effect 2, Protective Barrier, Ultimate, gain a shield of 9000 health every 5 seconds, Description, Artifact Embryo. Possesses extremely strong absorption and storage capabilities, and can provide a massive shield. The effects of the two rings have already fused. Moreover, the original protective barrier effect has also been enhanced. When it was silver quality, the protective barrier shield only had 6000 health. But now it can provide a shield of 9000 health. It can even be said that for some fragile assassins, at level 30, their health might not even match his shield. Lu Chen looked at the effect of this ring, feeling quite satisfied. Then, Lu Chen stood up. Just at that moment, streams of light rose directly from the monsters' corpses. Whoosh 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 whoosh. They flew straight towards Lu Chen's ring, as if being sucked into the ring's interior. You have obtained Deerskin X1, Copper Coin X2, you have obtained Leopard Skin X1, Copper Coin X1, you have obtained Scorpion Venom X1, Copper Coin X2. A series of prompts popped up in front of Lu Chen. Soon, Lu Chen's backpack was filled with a large amount of junk materials. However, the gold coins didn't increase by much, just 5 more. This left Lu Chen somewhat amused and exasperated. Setting does not automatically pick up junk materials, quality limited, gray, white. After all, this world is not the game from my past life. In this world, having too much junk piled up in the backpack would actually be quite troublesome for Lu Chen. However, gold coins that can be stacked infinitely can only be said to be more the merrier. No one would complain about having too much money. The more money picked up automatically, the better. Just as Lu Chen was about to move towards the next treasure chest, a rumble echoed through the earth. Lu Chen looked towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, he saw in the distance, among the trees on the mountainside, a gigantic turtle-like creature slowly moving. At a glance, Lu Chen recognized what it was. Finally, it has appeared. World Boss. My second transfer task target. However, that world boss was very far from him. The mountain range was extremely vast. In any case, even the broken mountain range could accommodate the entire Dongren tribe, all the awakened maps of the current generation. The Dongren tribe has about 1 billion people awakening each year. A billion people can exist in the same map without feeling crowded. It is easy to imagine how vast this map is. This is also the reason why Lu Chen went to rent a mount first. Not only to reach the Lian Duan mountain range faster, but also to facilitate movement within the mountain range. Otherwise, just chasing a boss took several hours. By the time he might have encountered a few bosses, it was already the next day. Other job changers who had reached level 30 also gradually entered the Lian Duan mountain range. Based on what he learned in class, Lu Chen estimated the distance to that boss using a measuring method. Since it was an observation from below, with no other visual obstructions, he could see things in the distance very clearly. It was like how humans can see the stars in the sky from the ground. Theoretically, as long as there are no obstructions, the visible distance could be considered infinite. After a brief calculation, Lu Chen estimated that he was about 150 kilometers away from the world boss. Even at my current speed, it should take at least half an hour to get there. However, if the skeletal warhorse speeds up, it should be faster. Average speed is not necessarily the maximum speed. If the skeletal warhorse bursts out with full power, achieving double speed for a very short time is not a problem. Of course, the downside is that after such a rapid sprint, it would fall into extreme fatigue. The mount would become unable to move at all. After making up his mind, Lu Chen urged the skeletal warhorse to gallop towards the location of the world boss. Community. In the human community, there are new hot topics every day. This world is too large. So many things happen every day. In the holy capital, Lu Chen might be extremely famous. But when looking at the entire world, he doesn't seem that special. Because there are too many other important matters. However, at this moment, a new hot topic was released in the human community. Lian Duan Mountain Range, first person perspective, someone has entered the Lian Duan Mountain Range. Appendix, video, a post. It was directly pushed to the top of the Eastern human community. What the hell? Someone has entered the Lian Duan Mountain Range? Riding a skeletal warhorse? Which young master from a big family is this? That skeletal warhorse must be worth 1 million gold coins, right? Come on, you really have no insight. A young master can ride a skeletal warhorse? Wouldn't he be riding a young dragon instead? 1 million gold coins scared you? No, the point is the skeletal warhorse, right? Shouldn't The focus be that this guy entered the Lianduan mountain range? Damn. He's level 30 already? Speaking of which, I suddenly remembered that there seems to be a genius from the Holy Capital. He cleared the hardest level 15 dungeon in the Holy Capital in 1 second. He directly broke the record. Moreover, there are rumors suggesting he is already level 30. Could it be that the one who entered the Lianduan mountain range is him? I've heard that the leveling rewards from the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association have already been claimed. Now there's only the second place reward left. This level 30, it seems someone really has reached it. Damn, could it really be that guy named Lu Chen? Damn, this time the challenge dungeon's first kill is probably going to be snatched. Don't rush, he's the only one who has entered so far. Even if he gets the first kill, at most he can only get the first kill on easy difficulty. Easy difficulty challenge dungeons are not hard to solo if you have some strength. Any combat profession can complete an easy difficulty challenge dungeon. Damn, I'm really envious. So many treasures in the Lianduan mountain range. It's really a bargain for him. I wonder how many treasure chests Lu Chen can pick up. After more than 10 hours of picking up items alone, he must be exhausted. And he even rode in on a level 60 skeletal horse. His speed in looting is just ridiculous. Regardless, he was the first to enter the Broken Mountain Range. The resources available were extremely abundant, especially since Lu Chen had more than 10 extra hours compared to others. No one was competing with him. This made other job changers envious. Holy Capital City, West Burning. Desert level 30 grinding area. Lu Chen has really entered the Broken Mountain Range? His movements are indeed fast. But if it were me, I would do the same. Those paying attention to Lu Chen were not just the major factions. The geniuses from Lu Chen's cohort were also closely monitoring him. For them, Lu Chen was like a shadow, always looming above them. Throughout their entire high school career, they were completely overshadowed by Lu Chen. When the Holy Capital City mentioned geniuses, the first name that came to mind was always Lu Chen. As for the names of others, they seemed to have lost their significance. Therefore, after completing their job changes, they continued to keep a close eye on Lu Chen. At this moment, looking at the community news, Shu He frowned. He was the grandson of a demigod, holding immense power and status within the Mage Association. At the same time, due to his divine bloodline, he awakened the SS level Forbidden Mage class, becoming a noble mage. Old Xiao, can I level up even faster? I can endure hardship. Young master, even if you level up faster, your body won't be able to handle it. Lu Chen has already entered the Broken Mountain Range. I don't want to fall behind him. Hearing Chu He say this, the butler sighed. Young master, Lu Chen's leveling up is most likely due to using forbidden secret techniques, and he must have paid a significant price. Who can clear the Black Tomb dungeon in a second without using forbidden powers? He is probably already a cripple now. Young master, if you continue to be angry with a cripple, and it harms your health, how will I explain it to the master? You know the master dotes on you the most. If something happens to you, I won't survive either. Upon hearing the butler's words, Chui clenched his teeth slightly. Old Xiao, I feel like this matter is not that simple. The Lu Chen I know wouldn't easily become a cripple. Chui recalled the time during the academic exchange in high school. The fear of being dominated by Lu Chen. At the exchange meeting between Holy Capital No. 1 High School and Holy Capital No. 2 High School, in a series of magical contests involving magic deconstruction, elemental affinity, and magic interpretation, he was utterly defeated. Yet Lu Chen always appeared calm and unbothered. It seemed as if he didn't care about everything he had won. It was as if he was saying that his goals lay elsewhere, in a far-off place. With such an existence, how could he recklessly allow himself to become a cripple? At that exchange meeting, Lu Chen left a deep impression on Chu He. He would never believe that Lu Chen would cripple himself. However, Chu He still calmed down. Based on the current leveling progress, how long will it take for me to reach level 30? Young master, based on your current leveling speed and the most ideal estimated results, you can reach level 30 in 10 hours. This is the leveling method we specifically researched to suit you best. Logically speaking, you should be the first to reach level 30 this year. But, sigh. Young master, even if we level up a bit slower, it doesn't matter. At least you can kill the world boss before Lu Chen. The first kill of the world boss has your name on it. In any case, that's a win. Even if he enters the Broken Mountain Range, he can't possibly solo the world boss, right? Enough, no need to say more, just keep leveling up. Broken Mountain Range boom. 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 With each resounding crash in the forest, a flock of crows took flight. The ground was littered with the corpses of various monsters. Effect. of Heart's tenacity has been triggered. Maximum health permanently plus 100. Maximum health permanently plus 100. Maximum health permanently plus 100. You have killed the boss creature, Flame Lizard King. Heart's tenacity has been triggered. Health permanently plus 2000. You have killed the boss creature, Ice Water Scorpion. Heart's tenacity has been triggered. Health permanently plus 2000. You have killed the boss creature, Raging Zombie King. Heart's tenacity has been triggered. Health permanently plus 2000. A continuous stream of kill notifications popped up one after another. Lu Chen's health was rising at an astonishing speed. Boom! A strike landed. A massive burst of damage erupted. Minus 3,599,998. Minus 3,599,996. Minus 3,599,995. Minus 3,599,998. Minus 3,599,997. Minus 3,599,998. Once again, the ground was covered with the corpses of monsters. In this half hour, Lu Chen had been riding the undead warhorse, wielding the. Even while mounted, he could still attack. Even though Lu Chen hadn't learned any skills related to mounted combat. Health 402 290/402 290. Health has broken 400,000. Lu Chen looked at his health. Previously, his health was just over 200,000. In just this short half hour, his health had doubled. Give him a dozen hours, and reaching 2 million health would be a piece of cake. By then, he would truly be tougher than the boss. It's important to note that, at the same level, the boss's health bar is often dozens of times that of an ordinary class changer. And finally, here it is. Lu Chen looked at the forest before him. He had been moving in a straight line towards the boss. Grinding small monsters was just a matter of course. After a long trek, the massive world boss was now in sight. Shen. Heavy giant turtle, world boss, soloing a world boss. Based on what I've learned, no one in this world has ever done that, right? Shen heavy giant turtle. World boss, rank, world level, 30 health, 150,000,000/150,000,000 mana, 10,000,000/10,000,000 skills, earthquake, stomp, earth pulse, shockwave pulse. Traits, critical hit resistance, less likely to be critically hit, earth resistance, heavy armor. Description, a world-class magical beast, possessing an independent special rank, with immense destructive power. An extremely high health. Description 2, a world-class giant turtle, with astonishing and perverse defense, and extremely strong earth resistance. Earth attribute attacks are particularly ineffective against it. Description 3, if it is killed, it may drop extremely astonishing treasures, 150 million health points. Lu Chen looked at this health bar and couldn't help but swallow. This health bar was thicker than any he had ever seen. 15 green health bars lined up vertically. Each one represented 10 million health points. Although Lu Chen had heard of world bosses and learned about them, this was the first time a world boss had appeared right in front of him. This Xuanzhong giant turtle was completely wrapped in black stones, with faint red flows between the stones. The stones, resembling obsidian, seemed to convey to the job changers just how solid it was. The tail of this giant turtle was different from that of an ordinary turtle. The Xuanzhong giant turtle had a long, thick tail, with an extremely irregularly shaped stone at the end, resembling a meteor hammer. However, aside from its color and tail, it looked no different from an ordinary turtle. As he examined the boss, Lu Chen's expression grew serious. Although he had high damage output and strong combat power now, this boss was one that required at least a 10,000-person army to defeat. It was not like the usual small fries. More importantly, the teams that killed world bosses were often not level 30 teams, but higher level ones. The members of those teams were likely to have completed their second job change and reached levels 40 or 50 before coming to challenge this boss. Especially the first kill teams, which often included elites from various families and associations. They were the cream of the crop among their peers. Only by gathering these exceptional players into one team could they achieve the first kill of a world boss in the new map. One could imagine just how powerful world bosses were. And now, Lu Chen's second job change task required him to solo the boss. But it's a good thing there are no other players nearby. This was the advantage of coming in early. Once more people arrived, if someone casually attacked, it wouldn't count as a solo kill for him. Right now was the best opportunity to complete his second job change task. Lu Chen's expression was grim, but he didn't delay too much. His room for improvement was now limited to stacking health. Even if he delayed a bit longer, nothing better would happen. Instead of overthinking, it was better to just engage the boss. With his 400,000 health points, he couldn't be one-shot. At least, he couldn't be one-shot by this world boss in front of him. Because this was a defensive-type boss. Defensive-type bosses typically dealt lower damage. Lu Chen held his twin weapons, Jinyue. Bang! In the next moment, he slashed out with his sword. Boom! -1,202,534. This strike dealt over 1,000,000 damage. Tisk. So tough. After taking this hit, the boss finally noticed Lu Chen. The giant turtle turned its head and saw Lu Chen. However, when it saw the tiny Lu Chen, its rough eyelids drooped as if it were looking at a mosquito. A weak level 30 human dared to challenge its authority? Boom! Almost simultaneously, the giant turtle's tail swung violently toward Lu Chen's direction. Run! Lu Chen quickly mounted his steed. Whoosh! The skeletal warhorse seemed to sense the danger, instantly accelerating like the wind, darting out several dozen meters in an instant. And in the next moment after the skeletal warhorse bolted, boom! A rumbling sound came from behind Lu Chen. At the same time, Lu Chen felt a shockwave hit him. -9,210 in an instant, Lu Chen lost over 9,000 shields. Blood, however, did not spill. But Lu Chen did not underestimate this boss just because the blood loss was minimal. Damn it! This was just the splash damage from the opponent's basic attack, and the boss hadn't even used its skills yet. But as Lu Chen was fleeing, boom! -1,042,310 -1,092,148. Two damage values floated out from the Xuanzhong giant turtle. The Xuanzhong giant turtle launched an attack. But Lu Chen wasn't foolish enough to just let it hit him. While dodging, Lu Chen seized every opportunity to counterattack. And at the same time, two more notifications popped up. You have killed Colorful Butterfly. You are the first to kill this type of monster. You have gained maximum health 100. You have killed Giant Ant. You are the first to kill this type of monster. You have gained maximum health 100 within a radius of 150 meters around Lu Chen. Who knows how many unfortunate monsters were instantly killed by the residual shockwaves of the battle. Boom! However, the next strike followed closely. This giant turtle, though it appeared massive, attacked swiftly. War Tread Bang! It lifted its legs. Suddenly stomped down onto the ground. Seeing this, Lu Chen hurriedly swung Jinyue. Boom boom boom. -1,152,534 -1,202,541 -1,052,264. The ground trembled. Each swing of Jinyue caused the earth to crack with fine fissures. And the Xuanzhong giant turtle also possessed extremely powerful earth-type attack capabilities. Its destruction of the terrain was formidable. Bang! As the Xuanzhong giant turtle's legs came crashing down, a shockwave spread towards Lu Chen. -102,201 in an instant, Lu Chen lost 40,000 health. The remaining 60,000 was absorbed by Lu Chen's shield. Lu Chen had various shields on him. Holy Crown +4, Max, Gold, Artifact Embryo, Mental Value +2400 Effect, Mental Shield, Ultimate, Gain. A shield that can resist damage, equal to your current mental value x3. After the shield is broken, it enters a cooldown of 10 seconds. The ring also provided a shield. Even the boots. When he had just completed his awakening, Lu Chen bought boots from the trading hall that accumulated shields through movement. The current effect allowed Lu Chen to gain 4,500 points of shield. Just from these equipment's shields, he already had 20,000. Plus, Jinyue's third attribute. Effect 3, Body Slam Attack, Ultimate. Each of your normal attacks will grant you a body slam state, reducing damage by 50%, while gaining a shield equal to 10% of your maximum health. Lu Chen's shield value had already reached 60,000. A 50% damage reduction still made me lose 100,000 health. This damage is just too insane, right? If it were an ordinary level 30 class changer, wouldn't they be instantly killed? It's worth noting that even with the Heart of Resilience equipped, Lu Chen only had 200,000 health. It was only later that he stacked health. At the same time, Lu Chen looked in the direction the shockwave was spreading. This shockwave had at least spread 500 meters further than the attack range of his Jinyue. If an ordinary level 30 expedition team came to take down this boss, wouldn't they be completely wiped out? Lu Chen could understand why the team's level must be at least 20 levels higher than the boss when tackling world bosses. Damn it, if they weren't 20 levels higher, who could withstand this blow? An AoE attack comes down, and whether it's a team of 10,000 or 100,000, everyone is wiped out instantly. Only those who can withstand a single hit can continue to deal damage. Staying alive means you can output. Once you're dead, you lose everything. But it's alright. Through this strike, Lu Chen also realized that this boss's attack was, for him, merely a scratch. Green numbers floated above Lu Chen. 2000 2000 2000. The attribute of Heart's Resilience was not just about health. It also included health regeneration. Recovering 2000 health per second was more impressive than any healing potion at this stage. Boom! Boom boom! Minus 1,152,534 minus 1,202,541. Minus 1,052,264. Throughout this process, Luchen did not stop his output. With a health pool of 150 million, he could deal over 1 million damage with each hit. It would only take about 150 hits to take down this boss. Boom! Boom! With dual sword swinging, Luchen saw the boss's health bar plummeting at a rate of 1.3% per second. This was Luchen's output limit. 2 normal attacks per second. Bang! However, debris flew everywhere. Minus 102,419. Another shockwave spread towards Luchen's position. Minus 314,902. But suddenly, the warhorse Luchen was riding stumbled. In an instant, Luchen realized what had happened. He could withstand the boss's attack, but the mount could not. The magical creatures that could be used as mounts often excelled in speed. But aside from that, their attack power, defense, and health were all quite lacking. This skeletal warhorse, although a level 60 creature, had not even surpassed 1 million health. Moreover, it had no damage reduction or shields. After taking 3 hits from the boss, it was already on the brink of death. You go! Luchen slapped the horse's rear, then rolled off the mount. The warhorse galloped away into the distance. Meanwhile, Luchen immediately rolled on the ground, adjusting his posture. The fall didn't deal much damage, only a few dozen points. It was mainly to adjust his stance to brace for the boss's attack. As for the mount, if this continued, it would die. Without a mount, his subsequent actions in the Broken Mountain range would be very inconvenient. Just imagine, if a world boss appeared a few 100 kilometers away, would he have to walk there to hunt? By the time he arrived, it would be dawn. After abandoning the warhorse, Luchen immediately swung his Jinyue. The output must not stop. Each of the boss's area attacks could take away 40,000 of his health. Although he was continuously regenerating health, even with a recovery of 2,000 health per second, it would take 20 seconds to recover 40,000 health. In other words, Luchen and the boss were now racing against time to see who would kill whom first. Thinking of this, he said, use the Berserk Potion. You have used the Berserk Potion. Strength plus 50, attack speed plus 30%, casting speed minus 20%, movement speed plus 30%, duration 120 seconds. This Berserk Potion was dropped from the previous battle. The increase in strength was negligible. However, the 30% increase in attack speed, it was almost equivalent to increasing Luchen's output efficiency by 30%. Minus 1,152,534 minus 1,202,541 minus 1,052,264. In an instant, a triple attack erupted. Boom! At the same time, the boss retaliated against Luchen. It turned and chased after Luchen. The Xuanzhong giant turtle, at this moment, had shifted from disdain to seriousness. In just a few seconds, its health had already dropped by 20%. This human should not be underestimated. As Luchen saw the boss charging towards him, he began to retreat continuously. While retreating, his attacks kept coming. Boom boom boom. Minus 1,152,534 minus 1,202,541 minus 1,052,264 minus 1,152,534 minus 1,202,541 minus 1,052,264. The effect of Heart's tenacity has been triggered. You have killed Flame Diamond. As this is your first kill of this type of monster, you have gained maximum health 100. You have killed Herbivorous Subdragon. As this is your first kill of this type of monster, you have gained maximum health 100. You have killed Echobat. As this is your first kill of this type of monster, you have gained maximum health 100. While Luchen was battling the world boss, the effect of Heart's tenacity continued to trigger. Monsters hiding nearby were directly killed by the shockwaves of the battle. Whoosh! Suddenly, he saw the boss tilt its head back. It emitted a heavy hum. At that moment, the clouds in the sky parted. A meteorite fell from the sky. Damn! Luchen quickly moved, sprinting into the distance. While moving, his output continued unabated. Centered on Luchen, circles of faint black ripples spread out. The circular area was constantly shaking. With every swing of his sword, the ground responded with an extremely heavy feedback. It was as if he was performing a sword slash with a radius of 150 meters. Boom! A tremor erupted behind Luchen. The meteorite crashed into the ground behind him. The world boss's attacks were not always area attacks. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The world boss rarely used large area attacks. Having endured 3 consecutive large area attacks from the world boss was already a stroke of bad luck. Lu Chen could withstand it. But how could the raid team handle it? Even with healing to restore health, it would take time to fully heal the entire team. After those 3 area damage hits, the raid team would at least be wiped out to a significant extent. Therefore, successfully defeating a world boss not only depended on strength and command but also on a bit of luck. However, the boss's skills also had cooldowns. Now, its 3 super large area skills had already been used. As long as he could dodge the single target attack skills, Lu Chen would not take damage for a while. But at the same time, under Lu Chen's continuous output, the boss's health had already dropped to 60%. A single sword strike took away 0.66% of its health. Was this output a joke? After completing this strike, the boss's form also paused, tilting its head back. It was clear that the previous skill had caused it to momentarily halt. Seeing this opportunity, Lu Chen would not let it slip away. He immediately stood firm and continued to output. The attack speed while moving was actually slower than standing still. -1,158,534 -2,207,541, critical hit, -1,192,267 -1,153,535 -2,501,541, critical hit, -1,055,263. A series of outputs erupted continuously. At this moment, a critical hit finally landed. It was not easy to deal a critical hit to this boss with critical hit resistance. Seizing the opportunity to output damage while standing still, Lu Chen unleashed a flurry of attacks. 60%, 58%, 54%, 51%, 48%, 45%, 43%. The boss's health was dropping at an astonishing rate. Now, Lu Chen's damage output efficiency had risen to nearly 2% health per second. In just 10 seconds of the boss's immobilization, its health plummeted to 40%. And it was at this moment that the immobilization ended. The world boss let out a furious roar. Roar! Its health instantly turned gray, entering a locked state. Damn! What a sneaky health lock! However, Lu Chen was also aware. This meant the world boss had entered its second phase. Lu Chen did not approach the boss. Instead, he downed bottle after bottle of potions. Minor healing potion, medium healing potion, small healing potion. 1,550. Lu Chen used the potions to accelerate his health recovery. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Every bit of health recovered was crucial. Continuous attacks had already reduced Lu Chen's health to 250,000. After all, the relentless area attacks had left no time for his shield to recover. During this process, the boss slowly changed its posture. Heavy turtle shells continuously fell from its body. Boom boom boom, the shells hit the ground, splattering layers of dirt. Lu Chen calmly watched the scene, maintaining a safe distance, unaffected by the falling debris. He sat quietly to the side, consuming potions to restore his stamina and condition. Watching the boss's shell fall away, Lu Chen's expression did not lighten. This meant the opponent was sacrificing defense. But its attack power had received a significant boost. If he were hit in this state, it could be very dangerous. The state of the shell falling lasted a full 30 seconds. In that short time, Lu Chen's health recovered by 80,000, bringing it back to 330,000. At the same time, his shield was replenished, reaching 20,000 points. Adding the 10% life shield from wielding the Jinyue, that made a full shield of 60,000. Boom, as the last piece of shell fell. Roar! A gust of wind spread. The dust settled. The turtle was no longer a turtle. It had transformed into a dark, lizard-like creature. Surrounding this lizard were floating fragments of dark red turtle shells. Mysterious heavy turtle, phase 2, in that instant, its health bar changed from a gray locked state back to green. This meant it could now take damage again. The moment Lu Chen saw its health bar turn green, he immediately swung his giant sword. Lu Chen maintained a distance of 150 meters, ensuring his attacks could consistently hit the boss. Boom! -3,012,503 -3,029,942 -3,095,205. In an instant. The boss's 10 million health vanished in an instant. The damage has increased. This second phase has removed its defense. And it actually allows my damage to rise so much. Facing Lu Chen's attacks, the boss roared angrily. In the next moment, countless fragments of turtle shells shot out towards Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately dashed around the boss while accelerating his output. Boom boom boom, the ground trembled. Behind Lu Chen, the fragments of the turtle shell followed closely. Meanwhile, Lu Chen maintained an extremely fast speed, running wildly. Dirt and stones flew everywhere. Lu Chen felt as if he were being swept away by a Gatling gun. It was extremely hurried. However, amidst the rush, Lu Chen's attacks did not cease. -3,012,503 -3,029,942 -3,095,205 -3,012,503 -3,029,942 -3,095,205. The boss's health was plummeting at an astonishing speed. The boss itself only had 60 million health left. Now, Lu Chen's output per second had tripled. In a brief moment, its health was reduced to just 15%. Lu Chen had no intention of giving the boss any chance to catch its breath. He decided to take this opportunity to directly kill the boss. To prevent it from using any high damage skills that could instantly take him down. 10%, 7%, 4%, 1% boom. Void Marsh. The Void Marsh is one of the new maps for the Eastern people. It is a level 60 to 100 map. Compared to the level 30 maps, which only allow current job changers to enter, the Void Marsh has no entry restrictions. As long as one meets the level range, any job changer can enter. At this moment, a team of level 100 raiders was surrounding a supermassive sludge in the Void Marsh. They were launching fierce attacks. Void Devouring Sludge, World Boss, Rank, World Level, 70 Health, 50,000,000,000,000,000,000 Mana, 50,000,000,000,000/50,000,000,000,000. Skills: Void Devour, Sludge Heal, Random Shot, Poison Touch, Poison Body, Stench Cloud. Description: a world-class monster with a unique special rank, possessing immense destructive power and extremely high health. Description 2: the world-class Void Sludge has strong physical resistance, is almost completely immune to physical attacks, and possesses powerful poison attack capabilities. Defeating it requires strong poison resistance. Description 3: if killed, it may drop incredibly astonishing treasures. A level 70 world boss. Compared to the level 60 area and the level 30 area, the biggest advantage is that one can immediately raid the world boss. Basically, every year, the first kill of the world boss occurs in the level 60 area. As for areas above level 100, those bosses are too overpowered. Moreover, there are very few strong players above level 100. Gathering a complete raiding team is not an easy task. Additionally, raiding a world boss does not only require being level 100. Often, it requires level 150, 170, or even 200 strong players to deal effective damage to the boss. A very powerful team must be formed to succeed in the raid. But such existences are well-known strong players among the entire human race. It is truly difficult to form a team with them. In contrast, in the level 60 area, level 100 job changers represent the pinnacle of combat professions. No special talent is needed, with effort, one can reach it. Therefore, there are quite a few level 100 job changers. Among the level 100s, there are many with powerful abilities. In fact, some A-grade and even S-grade job changers have been stuck on their level 104th job quests for a long time. They also had the qualification to enter the new level 60 map and could challenge the world boss. Haha. This Void Mud is just right for our team to counter. Damn, these 100 purifiers as support are really a perfect match. With them detoxifying, this boss is no threat at all. At this rate, in half a day's time, we should be able to take down this boss. I never expected that our Kingfisher Adventure team could also achieve the world boss first kill. At this moment, the leader of the Kingfisher Adventure team was extremely excited. This could very well be their first world boss first kill in their lives. Every year, they would compete for the first kill of the newly spawned world boss. Usually, it would take a day before the first kill was achieved. After all, in the entire world, the record for the first kill of a world boss had never been less than a day. But this time, they encountered the boss as soon as they entered the map. Moreover, this boss happened to be countered by them. As a result, they could significantly shorten the time to defeat the boss. At this moment, the leader waved his dual blades. His expression was exceptionally excited. His eyes were bloodshot. The dual blades emitted an icy blue light. This was the glow of high-level ice enchantment. It granted the weapon pure ice attribute damage. Dance of Death. Swish 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 swish. Minus 61,481 minus 62,329 minus 65,249 minus 66,043. Minus 65,786. He unleashed a frenzied attack on the boss. The Kingfisher Adventure team he led had already lost the first kill of the world boss 4 times in a row. Each time, they were half a minute behind others. There was even one time when it was just a second difference. They were beaten to the punch by another team who got the world boss first kill before them. And at this moment, this year's boss first kill was right in front of them. They only needed half a day's time to secure the first kill. In previous years, the shortest record was 1 day, 2 hours, and 22 minutes. But now, they only needed 15 hours. This record couldn't possibly be snatched away by others. They might even break the record. And who knows, they might get the world's first kill of the boss. Who else? Who else can compete with us for the first kill this time? Everyone, output with all your might. Healers, purifiers, keep the rhythm. Don't let up. Don't hesitate to use potions. Use them directly. Enchant right away. If you have scrolls, throw them. I'll cover all the costs of today's battle. Hearing the leader shout this, the members of the Kingfisher adventure team felt like they had been injected with adrenaline. They pulled out their long-preserved potions and downed them in one go. The ancestral high-level spell scrolls ignited instantly. They took out their high-level enchantment stones and directly applied high-level enchantments. They all brought out their ultimate abilities. They were going all out against the boss. The first kill of a world boss was an honor. It also meant extremely generous rewards. Boss first kills were categorized into world first kills, race first kills, and regional first kills. A world first kill not only counted for humans but also included other races, elves, dragons, orcs. Generally, humans could never compete for this. Every year, the world first kill was taken by the dragon race. What the Kingfisher adventure team wanted was only the human race first kill. Unlike regional first kills, every year's human race first kill came with extremely high additional rewards. Enough to elevate an entire team to great heights. Thinking of this, how could they not be excited? This was the opportunity to turn their lives around and reach the pinnacle of their lives. And just as they were in high spirits, suddenly, a prompt popped up in the lower right corner of their screen. Human Race, East, World Announcement First Kill, Xianzhong Giant Turtle, Level 30, World Boss, Achieved. World Boss Slayer, Lu Chen BOSS Kill Time, 00:01:52.02. Human Race, Lu Chen Achieved, World First Kill. Upon seeing this prompt pop up, the entire Kingfisher adventure team was momentarily stunned. Kingfisher adventure team leader? Bang! And in that moment of shock, the massive Sludge World boss lashed out with a pollution whip. With a crack, it sent the day's leader flying on the spot. Holy capital city, North Starry Night Wilderness. At this moment, Xiao Badian was sitting on a rock. He watched as Xiao Heba was drenched in sweat, frantically killing monsters. A look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Son, keep leveling up. I've already set up connections for you. When the time comes, you should be among the first to enter the continuous mountain range that Lu Chen doesn't count. Our warrior association has also trained a group of elites, so the leveling speed won't be too slow. When you enter the continuous mountain range, level up quickly. We've already discussed with the Holy Church, Mage Association, Assassin Association, and Archer Association. Each will train a team of elite players. As long as you reach level 40, you can go hunt the world boss. We'll at least secure the first kill in the world boss area of the continuous mountain range. If we can get the world boss and it drops your exclusive skill book, you'll have a chance to surpass Lu Chen. Hearing his father's words, Xiao Heba felt even more motivated to level up. For the past 3 years, all his shadows had been Lu Chen. 3 years, a full 3 years. He thought of nothing but surpassing Lu Chen and becoming a standout of the younger generation. To be a name remembered, not just the genius of the Warrior Association who was knocked down by Lu Chen at the combat exchange. Hearing his father's plans, he seemed to see the dawn of surpassing Lu Chen. Thus, Xiao Heba worked even harder to level up. As long as it meant surpassing Lu Chen, he was willing to do it. As an over-limit warrior, though it was an SS-level profession, he still faced the most grueling leveling experience. Warriors had very few area attack skills. Moreover, in the early stages, they primarily had melee skills. This also led to his monster farming speed not being as fast as the other family geniuses. While others could wipe out a group with a single spell, he had to rush to the monsters and hack away at them in groups. Even if he could hit 4 or 5 at once, it would still take him 7 or 8 hits to clear a wave. Inevitably, his efficiency lagged behind others. But in front of him, there was the pressure of Lu Chen. He didn't dare to slack off at all. However, this was also because Xiao Badian hadn't told Xiao Heba about the speculation that Lu Chen was a mutated forbidden profession. This was also Xiao Badian's way of giving his son some motivation to make him level up quickly, so he wouldn't fall behind the other geniuses. And just as Xiao Badian was arranging the next steps for Xiao Heba, painting a grand picture of a happy and fulfilling future, suddenly, a prompt popped up in front of them. Human Race, East, World Announcement First Kill, Xianzhong Giant Turtle, Level 30. World Boss Achieved. World Boss Slayer, Lu Chen BOSS kill duration, 0 hours 01 minutes 52 seconds 02 milliseconds. Lian Duan. Mountain range, a dull sound echoed. The boss fell directly to the ground. Bang 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 bang.
And behind Lu Chen, the shell's explosive fire also came to a halt.
Phew. Finally done.
That was really a bit difficult, I almost flipped. Indeed, 400,000 health points are still not enough.
After defeating the boss, Lu Chen sat on a nearby rock, wiping the sweat from his forehead. This battle could only be described as thrilling yet safe. He originally thought that with his 400,000 health points, he could withstand the boss's attacks. Now it seems, he was too naive. After all, he was the main target of the world boss's hatred. He had to face the boss's single target attacks. At the same time, he had to consider his output position, and there was no healer to restore his health. Others, as the main tank, could take the hits in front. As soon as their health dropped, the entire team's healer would immediately top them off. But he had no healing to boost his health, shields, damage reduction, or buffs. Soloing was still vastly different from a team raid. If his health were any lower or his positioning any worse, he could very well be the one to die. At that point, he would waste several hours and be unable to enter Lian Duan mountain range. That loss would be significant. However, the risks taken were worth the rewards. After killing the world boss, a prompt appeared before Lu Chen. Heart of Resilience activated. You have slain world boss, Xin Zhong Giant Turtle. You are the first to kill this type of monster. You have gained maximum health 50,000. This one world boss provided him with an additional 50,000 maximum health points. However, the focus was not on this. Lu Chen looked at the boss's corpse, which had turned into a pile of treasures. The treasures were stacked like a small mountain. After defeating the boss, he could obtain extremely generous rewards. This reward could be distributed among a team of 10,000 people. And it could ensure that everyone received a sufficiently generous compensation. But now, he could devour all the rewards by himself. And more importantly, this was the world first kill, and the boss would drop even more loot. The world announcement popped up before all the job changers of the Eastern human race. From the 18-year-old youth who had just awakened, to the 199-year-old elder who had no hope of a fourth job change for life. Everyone saw the kill announcement regarding Lu Chen. Upon seeing this world announcement, the entire human race's major social channels exploded with messages. Every year's world boss first kill is major news. It would be announced to the entire Eastern human race. Human race, world channel, holy crap? What just happened? How did we get a boss first kill? And it's a world first kill? Damn. Which team is so amazing? Is there already a level 30 team entering Lian Duan mountain range for the first kill? My kid just leveled up to 6. I remember, for the past 100 years, the world first kills have all been taken by the dragon race, right? They only need 10 hours a year to take down the world boss, while we can only manage to get the first kill of our race. Our human race hasn't achieved a world first kill in nearly 100 years. Damn, this really brings honor to our human race. It's so damn impressive. Wait. I feel like none of this is surprising, right? Didn't you notice this kill list? Are you kidding me? This isn't surprising? What else is there to be surprised about? What's wrong with the kill list? I remember the kill lists from previous years were long and had team names. But this time, there's only one name on the kill list. And it's that Lu Chen. With this reminder, some humans finally thought to check the kill list. Damn. I didn't even notice this kill list until you mentioned it. The kill list usually needs to be clicked on to view. So, many people only saw the world first kill prompt at first glance. After all, it was too eye-catching. The kill list is usually a long string every year. Every participant's name in the boss kill would be recorded. It's like the thank you list at the end of a movie. Basically, no one looks at it. Most people are too lazy to check. Unless, perhaps, there are friends or family members in it. But this time, the kill list seems so different. On the entire kill list, there was only one name. Lu Chen. The only name. Doesn't this mean? With this thought, all the humans couldn't help but swallow hard. A terrifying guess was born in their hearts. Damn, this is a world boss. The world's least populated world boss team had 5,062 people. At least 5,000 people are needed to take down a world boss. And now, there's only one name on the list. The only explanation is that this person soloed the world boss. Damn. Lu Chen, what kind of freak is he? Lu Chen, I've never heard this name before. How did he suddenly pop up? Not everyone had heard of Lu Chen. Just like those who are already working or college graduates, they generally wouldn't know any high school geniuses. Because it has nothing to do with them. The ones who truly knew Lu Chen were a small portion, educators, or those in charge of recruitment for various factions. But now, this world boss announcement finally made Lu Chen famous beyond his circle. The information conveyed by this world announcement, though just a few lines, carried a tremendous impact. Level 30 area first kill. World first kill. Took 1 minute and 52 seconds. The kill list only has Lu Chen's name. This is a solo kill. Each line of the announcement brought explosive information. It even made people's heads feel like they were crashing. What on earth happened? But no matter what, all this information pointed to one conclusion. That is, Lu Chen is amazing. Dragon Clan, Silent Desolate Stone Ridge. Hundreds of young dragons formed a raid team. They were besieging a gigantic stone giant. This was the world boss belonging to their territory. In this world, every race's territory would have new maps opened up. At the same time, these new maps also have racial entry restrictions. Non-human entities cannot enter human maps, and humans naturally cannot enter dragon maps. At this moment, the dragons were besieging the stone giant. A notification popped up indicating that Lu Chen had achieved the first kill of the world boss. Upon seeing the notification, the dragons fell into silence. What's going on with the human race? How did they manage to get the first kill of the world boss so quickly? Logically, the human race shouldn't be able to do it this fast. A dragon, entirely golden with sturdy scales, projected its thoughts. Around it, hundreds of dragons also fell silent, unable to comprehend what had happened. However, faced with this situation, the golden dragon, as the leader, did not express excessive astonishment. It seems that this year we can only achieve the first kill for our race. Boom! The stone giant raised its massive stone fist and slammed it down towards the golden dragon. The golden dragon, in response, lifted its wings. A brilliant golden light flashed across its wings. In an instant, it became incredibly solid. Clang! Minus 2,139. This strike dealt over 2,000 points of damage to the golden dragon alone. Golden Dragon Talent Ultra Hardened Dragon Scales Xia, which human adventurer group achieved this first kill? In response to the leader's question, the dragon named Xia replied, "Leader, this first kill by the humans is quite unusual. They are not an adventurer group. Oh? Could it be the Holy See, or perhaps one of the major associations? No. Leader, neither. This time, the world boss first kill was done by a single human." Upon hearing this answer, the usually composed golden dragon's pupils suddenly constricted. A human, soloing? Dawn Forest Elise Saint Jetlika Kumironi Li Luluwei. In the name of the Elven Queen, I officially grant you the inheritance of the Elven Saint. The Elven Queen held her emerald staff, gently tapping it on Elise's head like a knight bestowing a title. Buzz, as a beam of soft light spread slowly from Elise, the surrounding elves finally breathed a sigh of relief. Congratulations, Elise. You have successfully accepted the inheritance of the elven race and become our elven saint. An SSS-level starry archer, perhaps the strongest class awakened in this century? I can foresee that in the near future, you will lead the elven race towards a bright future. Elise slowly opened her eyes. Yes, your majesty, Elise will take on the mission of leading the elven race. Elise, you should go level up. First, accepting the inheritance has consumed too much of your time. However, you must be the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Alliance. Even the strongest dragons cannot compare to you. Elise, I look forward to you leading the elven race into a unique elven era. The Elven Queen praised her. She held extremely high expectations for Elise. An SSS-level class has the qualification to inherit the fire of the race, leading it to greater glory. After all, even the Elven Queen herself is merely an SS-level class. There is quite a difference between SS and SSS levels. The Elven Queen had very high hopes for Elise and did not hesitate to express her praise. While offering such praise, the Elven Queen also opened the door to the House of Inheritance, preparing to send Elise away to level up. Just as she opened the door, a notification popped up in front of all the elves present. First kill, Xianzhong Giant Turtle, level 30. World boss achieved. First kill race, human killer list, Lu Chen BOSS kill time, 00:01:52.02. Previously, in the House of Inheritance, all external information was blocked. This was to ensure that the inheritance would not be disturbed. It could proceed smoothly. At this moment, the door of the House of Inheritance opened. Naturally, the news could enter the mind of the Elf Queen. Upon seeing this prompt, the Elf Queen was momentarily stunned. In an instant, she read all the information from the prompt. What's going on? A level 30 world boss has been first killed? And it was a solo kill? What is happening? Human race, what kind of freak has emerged? This year? Connected mountain range. Lu Chen looked at the treasure piled high like a mountain. The golden quality equipment alone numbered over 30,000 pieces. The silver quality equipment exceeded 100,000 pieces. However, it was a pity that this world boss was a level 30 world boss. Level 30 equipment could only reach golden quality at most, which was a law of this world. It could not be broken. Therefore, this level 30 boss could only drop golden quality equipment at most. However, Lu Chen didn't mind. At worst, he could just spend money to buy platinum quality equipment to upgrade his gear. Lu Chen didn't look at the equipment first. Instead, he began to dig through the pile of items. Sure enough, he discovered hundreds of space crystals. TSK, no wonder it's the world first kill. It's really rich beyond measure. Among them, the highest quality was the giant space crystal. There were as many as 10 pieces. Space crystal, giant, effect, expands backpack capacity by 50,000, maximum usage times, 10 description, and extremely rare. Giant space crystal, obtainable only by completing each year's world first kill. One space crystal means 50,000 slots of capacity. For the vast majority of adventurers, even if they packed all their possessions into their backpacks, they might not be able to fill 50,000 slots. Obtaining a giant space crystal is almost equivalent to having a lifetime's worth of backpack space for them. However, for Lu Chen, he estimated that this was just barely enough. After all, the treasures dropped this time were too many. Lu Chen didn't hesitate and directly used the space crystal. These spoils would at least occupy hundreds of thousands of slots in his backpack. His current backpack capacity simply couldn't hold such a massive reward. You have used space crystal, huge, x10, your backpack capacity has increased by 500,000 slots. After that, Lu Chen looked at the lower level, space crystal. Space crystal, large, increases backpack capacity by 5,000 slots, maximum usage, 10, description, a rare large space crystal, obtainable from Dungeons on Madness difficulty, or from world boss first kills, or world first kills. Compared to the huge space crystal, the large space crystal has many more ways to obtain it. However, its capacity is also significantly less. It only has 1/10 the capacity of the huge space crystal. Nevertheless, it is still an extremely rare treasure. A total of 50 large space crystals dropped. This item has a market price of about 2 million gold coins each. I've hit the jackpot, truly hit the jackpot. Using 10 for myself, I can still net 80 million gold coins. And this is just the space crystals. There are so many other spoils. Lu Chen used the large space crystals. His backpack capacity increased to 550,000 slots. Then, medium space crystals, small space crystals. All the space crystals were maxed out. Directly used to the quantity limit. In the end, Lu Chen's backpack capacity expanded to 570,000 slots. After doing all this, Lu Chen had a thought. He directly activated the ring's absorb function. Prioritize absorbing high-rarity spoils. In an instant, the mountain of spoils was all collected into Lu Chen's backpack. The backpack space is a purely independent, weightless alternate space. Items stored in the backpack do not impose any weight burden on the character. Watching a small mountain disappear, all the treasures entering his backpack, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel refreshed all over. However, even with a backpack space of 570,000 slots, there were still some spoils left on the ground. Various junk potions, scrolls, and bronze to black iron quality equipment. Even when absorbing, Lu Chen did so according to rarity. He had no intention of putting this lowest rarity junk into his backpack. Backpack organization, categorize and arrange by rarity. Then, Lu Chen organized his backpack. In just a second, the items in the backpack were neatly arranged by rarity, from high to low. The highest rarity material category. Lu Chen looked at the materials in his backpack. The first thing that caught his eye, the first row of items. Black star. Meteorite, 50 pieces. Isn't this the material I need to craft the skybow? Lu Chen checked the description of the black star meteorite. Black star meteorite, key material for crafting extremely high quality equipment. Effect 1, can be used to enhance the quality of equipment with a maximum enhancement to crystal quality. Effect 2, can repair damaged equipment. Description, sourced from Star System monsters, divine monsters, or world boss, with additional rewards for achieving world first kills. Seeing this description. So, this thing can only drop from world first kills? As for those Star System monsters and divine monsters, Lu Chen directly ignored them. According to the description, these two are much rarer than world boss. A world first kill happens at least once a year. But the Star System monsters, the sun in the sky, that is it. The moon in the sky, too.
Star system monsters are not creatures that
reside above the stars.
They are, damn it, the stars themselves.
As for divine monsters, don't even get me started. For 5,000 years,
the appearance of divine monsters has always been accompanied by major disasters.
Moreover, historically, they have only appeared 3 times.
Compared to that, the world first kill seems a bit more reliable. Just these 50 pieces of black star meteorite, who knows how much they
are worth. Lu Chen didn't know the market price of black star meteorite because this thing isn't even sold on the market. Lu Chen estimated that if he priced it at 1 billion, it might even sell.
However, Lu Chen had no intention of selling. He needed this thing for himself. Once sold,
it would be really difficult to obtain it again in the future.
Then, Lu Chen looked at the other materials.
2 materials caught Lu Chen's attention. Eternal Motion Stone X50 Thunder Grass X50 Hiss. Aren't these materials needed for the boots of swift travel? The boots of
swift travel require Wind Spirit Grass, Thunder Grass, and Eternal Motion Stone.
Wind Spirit Grass can still be bought with gold coins. 500,000 gold coins for one portion. But Thunder Grass and Eternal Motion Stone, those are damn hard to find. Thunder Grass starts at least at 1 million gold coins, and it might not even be available.
This thing is essential for level 100 and above mages to create advanced Thunder type scrolls.
Eternal Motion Stone, you can't buy it at all. This thing is a time type material.
It has great effects in all fields.
Moreover, it
can only be obtained through race first kills or higher.
And race first kills can only drop 10.
World first kills can drop 50.
The human
race basically can't get world first kills.
With an annual output of 10, how can it be enough for the strong to divide?
So, seeing these materials,
Lu Chen was exceptionally excited. He could finally synthesize a new artifact.
He was one small step closer to his goal of having a full
set of artifacts. Lu Chen looked at the equipment.
He began searching for boot-type equipment. Soon, Lu Chen discovered a pair of golden quality
boots with good effects. Shadow boots. After seeing these boots, Lu Chen directly transformed them into an artifact embryo. Transform into artifact embryo. Shadow boots, artifact embryo, +4, max, category, boots equipment level, 30.
Follows user level, agility plus 2400 quality, golden, can grow, effect, shadow traversal, ultimate, when you come into contact with
inanimate obstacles, you will gain a 1-second ghostly form.
In this state, you can directly pass through obstacles without being blocked. If you remain within the obstacle after the duration ends, you will be bounced back to the starting point of entering the obstacle. Description:
with these boots, you can move freely within walls. The effect of these boots made Lu Chen very satisfied. Lu Chen also didn't want to have to dodge various obstacles while moving at high speed. If he could travel in a straight line, the efficiency of his journey would undoubtedly achieve a qualitative leap.
Then, Lu Chen rummaged through the pile of equipment. Soon, he found another
boot-type equipment.
Frenzied Dance Boots. Lu Chen casually transformed it into an artifact embryo.
Frenzied Dance Boots, artifact embryo, +4, max, category, boots equipment level, 30, follows user level, attributes, agility plus 1500 quality.
Gold, can grow, effect, Frenzied Dance, ultimate, gain a 40% physical evasion rate, evasion, physical attacks will directly penetrate the body, causing no damage, gain an additional 100% hit rate, and if an attack in a non-combat state directly kills the target, it will not
enter combat state. Description: dance, revel, boil over. The feast of slaughter has begun.
This pair
of battle boots is clearly meant for clearing small monsters and for traveling.
What Lu Chen valued was the effect that allows for instant kills
without entering combat.
After all, the effect of the swift travel boots requires one to be out of combat to trigger.
Without leaving combat, one cannot achieve 100-fold movement speed. The effect of these frenzied dance boots, if placed among gold quality equipment, can only be described as rather lackluster.
The evasion rate is somewhat useful. The hit rate is really of no use in the early stages.
Very few bosses have evasion attributes in the early game.
And the effect of not entering combat state after an instant kill is something that almost no one
would need. In other words, these frenzied dance boots have only one useful effect, which is the evasion rate.
For the vast majority of
professions, the attributes are not very ideal.
However, for Lu Chen, these frenzied dance boots can be said to be a perfect match with the swift
travel boots. Subsequently, Lu Chen took out Eternal Motion Stone Wind Spirit Grass Thunder Grass. 10 of each.
Using the frenzied dance
boots as the embryo, synthesize the swift travel boots. Absorb equipment attribute, shadow boots. Do you confirm the synthesis of the artifact? Materials cannot be returned after synthesis. Confirm. Synthesizing swift travel boots for you. Whoosh. Before Lu Chen, the battle. Boots emitted waves of light. Gusts of wind howled. The wind flowed, spreading in all directions. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind erupted. A new artifact is born. Swift Travel Boots, Artifact, +4, Max, Artifact Ranking, 97 Quality. Gold, can grow, Equipment Level, 30, follows User Level, Agility +30 000 Movement Speed +10m/s Physical Evasion Rate +30% Effect. Divine Movement after leaving combat state, movement speed increases to 100-fold, multiplies with other acceleration effects. In this state of movement, one will not feel fatigue, and gains high-speed awareness, allowing perfect control of one's speed. In combat state, you can forcibly activate the Divine Movement Speed bonus 3 times, increases with quality, duration, 1 second, increases with quality, effect. 2. Frenzied Dance, Ultimate, gain a 40% physical evasion rate, evasion. Physical attacks will directly penetrate the body, causing no damage, gain an additional 100% hit rate, and if an attack in a non-combat state directly kills the target, it will not enter combat state. Effect 3. Shadow Traversal, Ultimate, when you come into contact with inanimate obstacles, you will gain 1 second of ghost form. In this state, you can pass directly through obstacles without being hindered. If the duration ends while still inside the obstacle, you will be bounced back to the starting point of the obstacle. Description: the most outrageous artifact boots with a movement speed bonus, possessing the fastest speed in the world. Who can be faster than me in this world? Lu Chen looked at the effects of these boots. The preview effect only showed a 100-fold increase in movement speed while out of combat. In combat, it could activate the effect 3 more times, which had not been previewed before. It seemed that the effects were due to the quality. It appears that my artifact effects will improve with the increase in quality. This was a good thing. After crafting the Swift Journey boots, Lu Chen continued to browse his backpack. Then, he checked the Divine Equipment catalog to see what other gear he could craft. Soon, Lu Chen discovered that although he couldn't create new artifacts at the moment, he had already obtained some materials for certain artifacts. For example, the Chaos Hidden Ring, an artifact that can conceal one's information. He had already acquired the most precious material, the Chaos Mist. The remaining auxiliary materials should be available for purchase in the trading hall. Calculating, it would cost about 100 million to buy. Damn, this artifact is really unaffordable for ordinary people. It's too damn expensive. Fortunately, he had obtained the world first kill and monopolized the rewards, so he had plenty of money. 100 million was indeed not a big deal. As for other artifacts, he had indeed acquired some materials, but they were not complete. The vast majority of artifacts required materials that truly matched their status. Furthermore, Lu Chen had only unlocked artifacts ranked 93. The things he could preview were still very limited. Lu Chen didn't know if the materials in his hands could craft higher-ranked artifacts. But in any case, he had no intention of selling these rare materials. If in the future, after upgrading, he unlocked the Divine Equipment catalog and found that the materials he sold were exactly what he needed, and then he wanted to buy them back, but couldn't, that would be a regret too late to remedy. After checking the materials, Lu Chen turned his attention to the equipment. After a series of equipment selections, Lu Chen donned a new set of gear. He equipped a set designed to resist damage. Lu Chen did not want a near-miss situation to happen again. His output was more than sufficient. As long as he could ensure his own safety, it would be very easy to grind down a few world bosses. Wind Spirit Sacred Shield Crown, Artifact Embryo, +4, Max, Category, Head. Equipment Level, 30, follows User Level, Attributes, +2400 Spirit Value Quality, Gold, can grow, Effect 1, Wind Sensitivity Shield. Ultimate, gain a shield equivalent to 3x agility value. After the shield is broken, there will be a 5-second cooldown before it can regenerate. Effect 2, Sacred Shield Protection, Ultimate, negate the damage from the next attack received, not exceeding maximum health, and after the Sacred Shield is broken, there will be a 10-second cooldown before it can regenerate. Description: utilizing the power of wind, a crown that creates shields is made, possessing the ability to create a sacred shield that resists damage. With the swift boots of 1,000 miles, Lu Chen's agility value skyrocketed to 30,000 points. He directly replaced the previous crown that provided a shield based on mental value. It was changed to a crown that provided a shield based on agility value. This way, a single crown could directly offer 90,000 shield points. If he were to fight the heavy turtle now, Lu Chen could only say that this heavy turtle wouldn't even be able to break his shield. As for the holy shield, it added an extra layer of insurance, allowing him to withstand a high amount of damage once. Unfortunately, there was no entry that provided a shield based on strength value. Otherwise, the shield could have been even more exaggerated.
Afterwards, Luchin did the same with his pants, replacing them with a corresponding entry of the same type. Wind Spirit Swift Strike Leggings, Artifact Embryo, +4, Max, Category, Lower Garment Equipment Level, 30. Follows User Level, Attribute, +2400 Agility Quality, Gold, can grow, Effect 1, Wind Shield, Ultimate, gain a shield equal to 3x Agility. Value, after the shield is broken, it will have a 5-second cooldown to regenerate. Effect 2, Swift Critical Strike, Ultimate, increases critical hit rate by an additional 35%. Description: utilizing the power of wind, these leggings create a shield and significantly enhance critical hit chances. Luchin specifically sought out a lower garment that increased agility and replaced it with the corresponding entry. The vast majority of lower garments added constitution value. Fortunately, this time the variety of equipment obtained was abundant. If it wasn't found in gold quality, he would look in silver quality equipment. Once found, he could upgrade it just the same. The shield was already stacked quite well, with 180,000 shields plus the 40,000 shields provided by the town Guardian. There was a total of 220,000 shield points, coupled with the protection of the Holy Shield. Even if he encountered a high-attack world boss, Luchin could ensure he wouldn't be instantly killed. Therefore, for the second entry, Luchin equipped one that increased critical hit rate, further enhancing his output capability. However, it could only increase the critical hit rate by 35%. Moreover, this was only after the Artifact Embryo entry was strengthened. Originally, the critical hit rate increase was only 10%. But there was no helping it. After all, powerful entries often emerged from higher quality equipment. The strength of entries in gold and silver quality equipment was just that. One couldn't expect to find an entry with the same effect as an artifact in low quality equipment. That would be too absurd. Not to mention tens of thousands of pieces of equipment. Even if there were tens of millions or hundreds of millions, the total of all gold and silver quality equipment in the world combined would not yield an artifact level entry. As for the pendant and ring slots, Luchin replaced the shield on the ring with a death resistance. Death resistance ring, Artifact Embryo, +4, Max. Category, Ring Equipment Level, 30, follows User Level, Quality, Gold, can grow, Effect 1, Death Resistance, Ultimate, when receiving death damage, immune to this damage and gain 3 seconds of invincibility. Can trigger twice, cooldown, 3 hours. Effect 2, Death Resistance. Ultimate, when receiving death damage, immune to this damage and gain 3 seconds of invincibility, triggerable twice, cooldown time, 3 hours. Description: Death Resistance X2, can perfectly trigger 2 instances of near-death resistance, the best gear for survival. The term near-death resistance can provide at least 6 seconds of invincibility. Stacking 2 instances together grants a maximum of 12 seconds of invincibility. This allows for 12 seconds of standing still and dealing damage. Considering critical hits, it can deal nearly 100 million damage. A level 30 world boss, even if it is a defensive type, has only about 150 million health. This also means that if encountering a high attack type boss, Luchin can use invincibility to take down the boss before it can kill him. Luchin is very satisfied with this term. The ring and necklace do not have attribute bonuses. In other words, their term effects will be much stronger than those of other equipment parts. This is also the best term that can be found among golden quality rings. As for the ring with absorption, Luchin is not saying he won't use it. The armed profession primarily relies on frequently changing equipment during combat. Equipment can be changed even in combat status, not to mention outside of combat status. The ring with the absorption effect can be equipped when needed. As for the pendant, Luchin has added the terms Berserk and Purification. Holy Berserk Pendant. Artifact Embryo, +4, Max, Category, Necklace Equipment Level, 30, follows User Level, Quality, Golden, can grow, Effect 1, Bloodthirsty. Berserk, Ultimate, increases attack speed by 50%, movement speed by 30%, critical hit rate by 35%, and attack speed will increase over time. In battle, reaching 150% after 10 seconds. Effect 2, Purification, Ultimate, removes 3 negative states every 12 seconds, and you can actively trigger Purification once, cooldown time, 2 minutes. Description: a pendant that greatly enhances attack speed and critical hit rate, and also has the effect of removing abnormal states, very useful. The Town Guardian itself has a 30% critical hit rate attribute. After equipping 2 critical hit rate terms, Luchin's critical hit rate has reached 100%. As long as the opponent does not have anti-critical attributes, Luchin can deal critical hits with every strike. As for Purification, although he can gain invulnerability during normal attacks, he cannot always be in a state of normal attack. He still needs to be cautious about being controlled.
In case he is controlled, he can still cleanse it. Moreover, invulnerability cannot immunize against abnormal states that linger on him. For example, being poisoned or various marks. Purification is still very necessary. After equipping the terms on his regular gear, Lu Chen looked towards other potentially useful functional equipment. Subsequently, he also combined their terms. For example, underwater breathing, wall clinging, delay poisoning, as well as various types of elemental resistance, health recovery, and mana recovery sets. Dodge set, attack speed set, magic resistance set, armor set. As long as there were terms that could be useful, Lu Chen combined them all. At this point, all of Lu Chen's equipment has been innovated. His combat power has also received a significant boost. After handling the equipment, Lu Chen then looked at the classification of skill books. Every year, the world's first kill can drop a unique skill book called the Unique Skill Book. As the name suggests, this skill can only be learned by one person in this profession. This skill's power far surpasses that of other skills. The profession of the skill book is determined by the final blow that kills the boss. The profession of the player who delivers the last hit will drop the corresponding skill book for that profession. Lu Chen is an armorer, so naturally, he received the armorer's skill. Armorer's unique skill book. The unique skill that belongs solely to me. Infinite transformations. Writing about the equipment in detail can help readers understand exactly what gear and abilities the protagonist possesses. Among the readers, there will always be some data enthusiasts who enjoy looking at detailed statistics. In fact, writing about equipment is more exhausting than writing the plot. The plot can flow continuously, but writing about equipment requires careful thought for each item's specific effects. If it were a paid website, I would probably simplify the data section since every word costs money. But on a free website, there's no charge. Those who enjoy detailed data can take their time, while those who don't can simply skip it. No one will lose out. Regardless of the situation, it won't affect anyone. Before the second job change, each profession only has 4 skill slots. You can learn 4 skills. If it weren't for the limitation of skill slots, there are hundreds of generic combat skills available in the trading market. The elites from those big families can easily have over 100 skills just by throwing money at it. They can unleash all their skills without worrying about whether they can defeat a world boss. It is precisely because of the skill slot limitation that every job changer must carefully consider how to combine their skills when learning them. At the same time, big families will have dedicated analysts to analyze the connections and variations between skills. They can also acquire some extremely rare and powerful skill books. However, no matter how rare other skill books are, they cannot compare to the unique skill book. What Lu Chen holds in his hand is such an existence. The armorer's unique skill book, this is probably the only one in this world. The conditions for obtaining a unique skill book are extremely harsh. The armorer profession is also a weaker profession, with no opportunity to come into contact with unique skill books at all. Armorer skill infinite transformations, unique. Learning conditions, profession armorer level limit 30 infinite active, gain 3 different stances, with a 1-second cooldown for switching. Stance's swift stance, increases movement speed by 100% and attack speed by 50%, ignoring 40% of slow and hinder effects attack stance. Gains an additional 30% damage increase and ignores 50% of resistance defense stance, gains an additional 20% damage reduction, receiving a shield equivalent to 5% of maximum health every 2 seconds, stacking up to 10 layers psi. The armorer profession. Lu Chen looked at the skill description and truly didn't know how to respond. Is even the unique skill this weak? The bonuses from these 3 stances are just too little. But if Lu Chen's thoughts were known to others, they might want to beat him up. Damn it. A 30% damage increase, and it comes with 50% resistance penetration. Isn't that high? 100% movement speed bonus, 50% attack speed bonus, and, most importantly, ignoring all slow and deceleration effects, how is that not strong? And the defensive stance, with a shield that absorbs 5% of health every 2 seconds, that's a shield equivalent to half health in just 20 seconds. Even tanky classes would be drooling over this. And still, think it's weak? Use the skill book. Learn Infinite Transformation. You have learned the skill Infinite Transformation God Equipment Class Specialization Perfect Divine Skill Activated Infinite Transformation Unique Infinite Extreme Change Unique Infinite Extreme Change Active. Gain 6 different stances, freely switch between any of them. Swift stance, increases movement speed and attack speed by 150%, ignoring all movement restriction effects. Attack stance, gain an additional 50% damage boost, ignoring resistances and armor. Defense stance, gain an additional 40% damage reduction, receive a shield equal to 5% of maximum health every second. Stacking up to 20 layers, immune to control while the shield is active. Turret stance, cannot move, but all attack ranges are increased by 2.5 times, and the damage effective range becomes twice the original, calculated based on linear distance. Healing stance, all healing amounts are increased to 300%, and while healing takes effect, an equal amount of additional healing is applied to oneself, with no mana cost. Shadow strike stance, cannot be targeted by skills, disappears for 1 second every 2 seconds, leaving no trace in the world. The next attack after disappearing deals double damage. In Shadow Strike stance, all stealth skills will not be detected by any form of reconnaissance and cannot be disrupted by external forces. These 6 stances are significantly stronger than before. Previously, it only ignored 40% of slow and deceleration effects. Now it directly ignores all movement restrictions. The attack stance has also changed to provide 50% extra damage and ignore resistances. The damage reduction in defense stance has increased significantly, now providing a shield of 5% health per second, with the stacking doubled to 20 layers. And it can also be immune to control. As for the turret stance, the attack range is double, meaning the attack range of the Jinhua becomes a radius of 300 meters. The Shadow Strike stance cannot be targeted by skills and simply disappears. The healing stance triples the healing amount. Truly, each one is more outrageous than the last. After finishing learning this skill, Lu Chen looked at the other skill books. A large number of skill books from various classes. However, there were none for the armored class. Other things. There's nothing else to pay attention to. Then, Lu Chen looked at the nearby necromancers. Bone Horse Swift Stance Whoosh. In the next moment, Lu Chen instantly appeared beside the necromancer's bone horse several hundred meters away. Lu Chen's base movement speed already reached 16 meters per second, with a base attribute of 10 meters per second added. With a 100-fold speed increase, that's already 1,600 meters per second. Plus the 150% speed boost from Swift Stance, it directly raised Lu Chen's speed to 4,000 meters per second, covering 4 kilometers in 1 second. In 1 minute, he could run 240 kilometers. Meanwhile, the necromancer's bone horse could only run 500 kilometers in an hour. Compared to his current self, it was far too slow. Lu Chen gently patted the bone of the necromancer's bone horse. I don't need you anymore. You can run back by yourself. The necromancer's bone horse understood Lu Chen's command. Immediately, he turned and quickly ran towards the direction of St. Lian City. After the skeletal horse of the undead left, Lu Chen looked up at the mountain peak. He had now reached the halfway point of the mountain. The distance to the summit was not very far. Then, Lu Chen gazed down below. Looking around, he did not see any other world bosses in sight. Alright then. Whoosh. In the next moment, Lu Chen vanished from his spot. 3 minutes later, whoosh. A gust of wind swept by. Lu Chen's figure suddenly appeared at the mountain top. During the journey, Lu Chen switched all his equipment to the speed set, which consisted entirely of gear that enhanced movement speed. He gained a 300% speed boost, allowing his speed to break through 9,900 meters per second. In just 3 minutes, he covered nearly 2,000 kilometers. Upon reaching the summit, Lu Chen could finally overlook the entire landscape of the continuous mountain range. At the same time, he also spotted the world bosses scattered across various locations. 1. To the east. 3 to the northeast. 5 to the north. So, I can't see any bosses in the direction I came from? Standing at the peak, Lu Chen felt somewhat speechless upon seeing the distribution of the bosses. The one closest to me. The one 10 kilometers to the east. The furious blood two-headed demon. That's really close. This distance could almost be said to be right in front of him. After locking onto the target, Lu Chen moved in an instant. In a flash, Lu Chen's figure disappeared. Shadow Strike Stance Whoosh. Breaking Stealth Attack Stance. After breaking stealth, Lu Chen instantly swung the twin swords of Jinhua in his hands. Buzz, boom. Minus 27 million, critical hit, stealth strike, damage bonus. With a single slash, he unleashed a staggering 27 million damage. The boss hadn't even reacted yet. In an instant, nearly 1/3 of its health bar vanished. This world boss was not a defensive type. Its health was not that thick. It only had 90 million health. And after launching an attack, how could Lu Chen possibly stop? In an instant, Lu Chen's attack speed was maxed out. Boom boom boom, minus 13,500,000, critical hit, damage bonus, minus 13,500,000, critical hit, minus 13,500,000, critical hit. The attacks came like a storm, relentless and unending. Ignoring all forms of resistance, Lu Chen's damage was equivalent to true damage. In just 2 seconds. Under the extreme attack speed boost, Lu Chen had already struck the boss 9 times while passing through its body. At this moment, Lu Chen lingered behind the boss. Its health bar, however, was completely empty. This world boss didn't even have time to unleash a single skill before being instantly killed by Lu Chen. Boom! A loud crash echoed behind Lu Chen. The boss's body collapsed to the ground. Continuous mountain range world boss, Furious Blood Two-Headed Demon, level 30, has been slain. Killer list, Lu Chen time taken to kill, 00 hours 00 minutes 03 seconds. Another world announcement for a boss kill popped up in front of all the human race. The moment everyone saw this notification, they were utterly bewildered. What just happened? Hadn't Lu Chen just achieved the first kill on the Xuanzhong giant turtle less than half an hour ago? How could he have taken down another world boss so quickly? And still solo? Did his strength really have no limits? Damn it, another world boss first kill? I remember there are only 10 world bosses refreshed each year in a new map, right? Now he's taken down 2 by himself. Isn't that ridiculous? Damn, my dad signed me up for an elite team. We spent a lot of money at home, and the spot I finally got is just to leech off a world boss. This boss can't possibly be killed off, right? No way, even if Lu Chen is a freak. He can't possibly take down all the world bosses in the new map by himself. Killing 2 should be his limit. He should take a break now. No matter what forbidden means Lu Chen used, soloing a world boss must come at some cost, right? Great power must come with a heavy price. That's the consensus of everyone in this world. Now Lu Chen has continuously soloed 2 world bosses. What a heavy price that must entail. So, it's about time he calmed down a bit. As Lu Chen once again defeated a boss, the world channel, which had gradually quieted down, erupted once more. In an instant, countless messages rolled through various subchannels. The entire human race began to chatter again about Lu Chen. Now, Lu Chen had truly become the core focus of the entire Eastern human race. However, just as the discussions were heating up, before they could even catch their breath, suddenly, another notification popped up before them. Connected mountain range world boss, Black Abyss Blood Vine Tree, level 30, has been killed. Killer list, Lu Chen time taken, 0 hours 00 minutes 05 seconds. What the hell? No, what the hell just happened? 3. Damn it, it hasn't even been a minute. You took down another world boss? Is there no law anymore? What's the cost? What's the cost? Doesn't this power come with a price? No way? 2 world bosses in 1 minute? Is this even human? You're telling me this is a newly awakened class changer from today? Isn't this a level 200 expert sneaking into a level 30 map? At this moment, not only ordinary people were going crazy, even the major factions were losing their minds. They watched as Lu Chen set record after record, taking down one world boss after another. They all fell into madness. Among them, the most frantic were the Seeker's Church and the scholars of the White Tower. They possessed extremely profound knowledge. But because they had such extensive knowledge, they understood the essence of power even more clearly. The essence of power is the exchange of cost. To gain power, one must pay something. Time, energy, money. To enhance one's strength, there must be a gradual process. Moreover, the most important thing is that these scholars knew that the strength of each level has its limits. Even an SSS level profession, with the best equipment and unique skills, should not be that strong. At level 30, with all equipment attributes maxed out, the highest would be 2,400 points. The equipment effect, even at a 10% critical hit rate level, even the extremely rare dual attribute equipment, would only be about a 20% critical hit rate. And skills, even unique skills, would have a maximum multiplier of 30 times the attribute value. These scholars were frantically deducing. Set everything to the limit and max it out. Output the highest SSS level profession, the best attribute equipment, and the highest unique skill values. Even double the base values set. But the final conclusion is that one should not be able to instantly kill a level 30 world boss. This directly shattered the scholars. It was as if the theoretical edifice they had built over thousands of years had collapsed. More importantly, in their eyes, Lu Chen had gained power that did not match him. There must be a price to pay. Thus, they always believed that Lu Chen was in a state of overdraft. But ever since Lu Chen emerged, it seemed he had always been in a period of dominance. Where's the promised price? Where's the promised painful cost of using the forbidden ability? Rising in an instant, only to become a useless person afterward? How the hell has he not only avoided becoming useless but is also continuously soloing world bosses? Lu Chen, what exactly are you? 3 world bosses should be his limit. This is his final madness, he shouldn't be able to hold on any longer. Son, You have to hold on. Holy capital city, north, starry night. Wilderness. At this moment, Xiao Badian was holding his son. Xiao Heba looked at the prompt in front of him, feeling weak all over. Xiao Heba fell to the ground, gazing at the dark sky. Dad! Do you think I still have a chance to surpass Lu Chen? Too majestic. I feel like I can never surpass this mountain in my lifetime. You can. Son, you can. You are an SSS level super soldier. Have confidence in yourself. Just a B-level armed fighter. You can definitely surpass him. Cheer up. Xiao Badian could already feel that his son's confidence had been shattered by Lu Chen. At this rate, there was no way to accept their family's legacy. Without strong belief, it was impossible to inherit prideful blood battle intent after the second transition. Just then, another prompt popped up before their eyes. Connected mountain range world boss, Blood Axe Madman, level 30, has been killed. Killer list, Lu Chen time taken to kill. 0 hours 00 minutes 04 seconds today, countless prodigies. Looking at the constantly refreshing announcement in front of them, their faces turned slightly pale. Inside, it stirred up 1,000 waves. 70% of the human race's prodigies came from Holy Capital number 1. And for the past 3 years, various exchanges and competitions in Holy Capital. Number 1 had been firmly suppressed by Lu Chen, living in Lu Chen's shadow. And today, after finally awakening their professions, they thought they had escaped Lu Chen's shadow. But now, seeing this constantly refreshing world announcement, these prodigies once again recalled the fear of being dominated by Lu Chen back in the day. How could this be? In the end, the result was still living in Lu Chen's shadow. The world's gaze was solely focused on him. In an instant, these prodigies felt a sense of sorrow for being in the same generation as Lu Chen. The fourth one. Boom almost let it enter invincible mode. The 3 world bosses Lu Chen killed did not enter their second phase. Otherwise, the efficiency of the kill would have dropped significantly. The vast majority of world bosses have a second phase. At the same time, they would also lock health for a period of time. Generally speaking, the second phase is triggered at half health. But if the output is high enough, it is indeed possible to kill the opponent before they enter the second phase. The 2 bosses that Lu Chen killed afterward were both brought down to the critical 50% health, waiting for the boss to release the first skill. Taking advantage of the gap while the boss was casting the skill, he chopped off the remaining 50% health. This way, the boss had no chance to enter the second phase. After completing the world first kill, it was equivalent to having secured the regional first kill and the racial first kill. The second and third kills of the boss were just ordinary loot rewards. But even so, continuously killing 4 world bosses resulted in an astonishing amount of loot. There are still 6 world bosses left. My backpack is already full. Lu Chen had even discarded many worthless items. Then, Lu Chen looked towards the locations of the other 6 world bosses. He pondered slightly. Anyway, no one else can come in for a while. From the moment Lu Chen entered the broken mountain range to now, having killed 4 world bosses, it had been less than an hour. There was still plenty of time before other geniuses reached level 30. Thinking of this, Lu Chen no longer felt anxious. I should prioritize handling the loot first. Moreover, the commotion I've caused is a bit too much. I need to craft the Chaos Hidden Ring first. After that, he took out a scroll of Return to City from his backpack. At the same time, he put on a mask and equipped the gear with the Conceal Breath attribute. Once everything was ready, he said, use Return to City scroll. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lu Chen returned to the city of St. Lien. It was now 10 p.m., but St. Lien was still bustling with activity. The lights were bright. Lu Chen had a clear goal and went straight to the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. Lu Chen still had the intention of establishing a relationship with the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. After all, their main business was selling various precious mineral materials. Especially, supplying some ultra-rare materials that couldn't be bought on the market to top-tier job changers. At the same time, Lu Chen needed a fixed consignment point. With his current fame, if he went to unfamiliar trading posts for consignment every time, it would definitely cause quite a stir. He just needed a place that wasn't too busy, or he could steadily sell the items he obtained. After entering the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association, Lu Chen presented his gold membership card to the receptionist. Upon seeing the gold card Lu Chen presented, a more elegantly dressed receptionist immediately approached him. Sir, what business would you like to conduct? I want to sell items, and I have a large quantity. Also, I need to acquire some materials. I need the Mist of Chaos skill book, the Void Breath skill book, 10 Dreamweaver's nets, and 1 Soul of the Mistwalker. The main material for the Chaos Hidden Ring had already been obtained. As long as he purchased the remaining materials, he would be able to craft the 4th artifact. Out of the 7 equipment slots, only the pants, head, and necklace were not artifacts. He was one small step closer to the goal of having a full set of artifacts. More importantly, the Chaos Hidden Ring was indeed crucial for Lu Chen at this moment. He didn't know how many existences would be drawn to the commotion he caused. Without an artifact-level concealment ability, Lu Chen believed that the golden equipment attributes he had would probably not be very effective. Hearing the list Lu Chen provided, the reception manager trembled all over. He had worked there for 10 years and was already very familiar with the prices of various materials. Every employee at the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association had undergone extremely professional training. This is a big order worth 100 million gold coins. According to the rules of the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association, whoever negotiates this order will receive the promotion and bonus. Even a janitor can earn a commission as long as they help the customer complete the transaction. This 100 million order. Thinking of this, the reception manager was filled with excitement. We have all the items you need in our inventory. How would you like to pay? Using materials for offset. Please take me to complete the transaction. Lu Chen arrived at the transaction reception room. The reception room had a vast open space. This area was also used by traders to showcase their goods. The manager looked at Lu Chen with a beaming smile, his hands rubbing together slightly, like a fly rubbing its hands. Manager Wang. I do not wish for anyone else to know about my transaction here. If I find out that your association has leaked my information, I will permanently terminate our cooperation. I believe there are plenty of associations willing to work with me. Saying this, Lu Chen removed his mask. The moment Manager Wang saw Lu Chen's face, his rubbing hands froze instantly. You are. However, before Manager Wang could finish his sentence, a large amount of goods that needed to be sold suddenly poured out all at once. The entire open space of the reception room was filled with materials. What caught the eye was a pile of golden equipment, over 20,000 pieces. These are golden quality equipment. Lu Chen did not transform these pieces of equipment into artifact embryos. Firstly, he lacked the ability to do so. Once the ownership of an artifact embryo is transferred and it no longer belongs to him, it will revert to being ordinary equipment. Secondly, even if he had that ability, Lu Chen was unwilling to expose it. His ability to turn equipment into artifacts was his greatest trump card. Anyone with a bit of sense would know not to reveal their trump card easily. Fame was inevitable. Strength was also destined to be strong. After all, the second transfer task was to solo a world boss. When a world boss is killed, there will definitely be a world announcement. This is something that cannot be prevented. Lu Chen couldn't think of a way to discreetly solo a world boss. Therefore, this was unavoidable. However, not exposing his possession of artifacts and not revealing his ability to absorb attributes and infinitely enhance equipment was something he could control. This. Lu Chen gently pointed to a large box next to the transaction reception room. In an instant, all the displayed equipment was packed into that box. Dimensional warehouse. This is a dimensional warehouse with a vast capacity. But the downside is that it looks small, is actually very heavy, and cannot be stored in a backpack. It is difficult to carry around. Above the warehouse, a number was displayed. Items, equipment, golden quality, quantity, 28,320. Lu Chen kept over 1,000 pieces of equipment for himself, equivalent to more than 100 sets of various types and functions of equipment. As for the 28,000 sold, most of them were duplicate attributes. After all, the most common attributes for equipment are just a few. 80% of equipment attributes are common ones. This. In an instant, Manager Wang's expression became serious. Mr. Lu Chen, we will do our utmost to meet your needs as quickly as possible. At the same time, the news of your transaction with us will absolutely not be leaked. This is the headquarters of the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association, equipped with a secret magic array set up by a level 200 archmage. Even a level 200 powerhouse cannot peek inside. You can rest assured to trade at our guild. Hearing these words from Manager Wang, Lu Chen nodded slightly. Even a level 200 powerhouse would find it difficult to directly spy on the city center of St. Lien. This place is surrounded by the headquarters of various guilds and major forces. The concealment and hiding formations of these forces layer upon layer cover this area. If one wants to spy, wouldn't other secrets become as easy to obtain as cabbages? This is also the reason why Lu Chen felt at ease returning to the city. The center of the city has always been the safest place. This safety refers to being secure in all aspects, of course, including concealment. These equipment should be enough to settle the debt, right? Just bring over the materials I need. A level 30 golden quality equipment can sell for over 20,000 gold coins. With over 20,000 items, Lu Chen's haul was already worth 600 million, or even more. Xiao Li, come in. Hearing Lu Chen's request, Manager Wang dared not delay. Soon, a transport worker walked in holding a box. Lu Chen opened the box to check. It was indeed the raw materials he needed. Then, Lu Chen directly stored the materials in his backpack. With a thought, he activated the synthesis. Synthesize artifact, chaos hidden ring materials cannot be returned after synthesis. Confirm synthesis? Confirm buzz. A portion of the materials disappeared from the backpack. A ring then appeared in Lu Chen's backpack. Chaos hidden ring, artifact, +4, max, quality, golden, can grow, equipment level, 30, follows user's level, effect, chaos. Mist, cannot be detected by any ability or effect, conceals one's fate, can block detection from true gods, clears all detection marks on you, and reveals all skills that target you for detection. Effect 2, empty effect 3, empty effect 4, seal, unlocks with equipment quality upgrade, effect 5, seal, unlocks with equipment quality upgrade, effect 6, seal, unlocks with equipment quality upgrade. Description, a ring that can hide everything, its hiding ability has reached its peak. The only effect of this artifact is to conceal one's aura. However, because of this, the effectiveness of this ability has been elevated to its utmost. Even the detection of true gods can be blocked. Equip. Lu Chen put on the ring. In an instant, he felt himself wrapped in a layer of invisible chaos mist. This sensation was fleeting. At the same time, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Chen. From the White Tower, Great Sage, Pumi. Level 200, detection. This detection has been blocked by a hidden formation from the Mage Association, Demigod, Shu Xiao. Level 200, search. This detection has been blocked by a hidden formation. A series of detection prompts appeared before Lu Chen. Sure enough, many people are already trying to detect me. Fortunately, the Chaos Hidden Ring was made quickly. After putting on the Chaos Hidden Ring, Lu Chen felt relieved. He then continued with the transaction, pouring out the other materials he needed to sell. Space Crystal, large, X40, Space Crystal, medium, X120. Tornado Scroll, Frenzy Scroll, Earthquake Scroll, Guardian Armor Scroll. Silver quality equipment, 150,000 pieces. Various types of potions. Over 1,000 different types of skill books. Tons of materials. Even some powerful pet eggs. These pet eggs might be strong for ordinary people. But for Lu Chen, they are too much of a burden. Lu Chen currently does not need pets to assist him. The pet level cannot exceed the character's own level. Is there really a pet stronger than Lu Chen at level 30? Seeing the supplies Lu Chen tossed out, Manager Wang felt a bit dizzy. He swallowed hard. Mr. Lu, please wait a moment, I need a little time. But only 2 minutes passed. Manager Wang reported his estimate. 1 in a $500 million gold coins. Upon receiving this quote, Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to haggle. Given his current status, the other party wouldn't dare to cheat him on the price. Otherwise, would they still want to do business? Moreover, 1.5 billion was indeed just right for his expectations. Additionally, Lu Chen did not sell any items of the rare type. Those could only be dropped by world bosses upon first kill. Lu Chen didn't sell any of those. He only sold some supplies that could be found on the market. Things that could be bought back, even if sold. But things that couldn't be bought would be troublesome if sold. Because of this, he only sold for 1.5 billion gold coins. Otherwise, even if it were several hundred billion gold coins, it might not be enough to buy all the materials in Lu Chen's backpack. Just the Black Star meteorite could be priced at 1 billion each. And Lu Chen had 50 of them. Fine. I have other matters to attend to. Just transfer the money to my account. The cost of the materials I purchased can be deducted directly. Wait. Mr. Lu Chen. For this transaction of over 1 billion, Lu Chen was nonchalant, as if he didn't care at all. He showed no intention of bargaining. Seeing Lu Chen about to leave, Manager Wang immediately stood up. This is our Chamber of Commerce's black card. From now on, all the goods you purchase will be processed at a 25% discount. This is the highest discount our chamber can offer. Otherwise, we would incur losses. The materials you purchase this time have already been discounted for you. With this black card, you will also enjoy priority purchasing rights for ultra-rare materials. At the same time, whatever products you buy, our chamber will strictly keep confidential for you. Lu Chen nodded slightly and casually accepted the black card. In fact, according to the status of the brilliant gem chamber among the human race, merely a transaction of over 1 billion might not qualify for a black card. There are still big merchants in this world. But he is Lu Chen. That makes all the difference. Even if Lu Chen buys nothing and sells nothing, the brilliant gem chamber would still have to hand him the black card. What merchant would refuse to invest in a young genius capable of continuously soloing 4 world bosses? This is the benefit that fame brings to Lu Chen. After accepting the black card, Lu Chen's figure vanished in an instant before manager Wang. Instant teleportation? Looking at the spot where Lu Chen disappeared, manager Wang fell into a daze. However, after a moment of astonishment, manager Wang began to tally the supplies. A reverse genius was not something he could ponder too much about. At the same time, he instructed the person in charge to transfer the money to Lu Chen's account. They didn't dare to default on this matter. Otherwise, the reputation of the brilliant gem chamber would be tarnished. Due to Lu Chen's arrival, a large batch of supplies needed to be processed. Everyone in the brilliant gem chamber became busy. However, just 15 minutes later, a familiar announcement once again popped up before them. Connected Mountain Range World Boss, Annihilation Eye Demon, Level 30, has been defeated. Killer List, Lu Chen time taken, 0 hours 00 minutes 05 seconds, 15 billion small goals. This is so exhilarating. Unfortunately, there are only 10 world boss in this map. In front of Lu Chen, the gigantic eye demon floating in mid-air hadn't even reacted to what had happened. Its health bar had already been cleared by Lu Chen. As Lu Chen recognized his output capability, his equipment became increasingly violent. Shields? Who needs shields? All switched to attack speed gear. Just keeping a life-saving near-death resistance, ultimate, attribute is enough. The eye demon fell, transforming into a mountain of loot. Lu Chen once again stored the loot in his backpack. A total of 100,000 pieces of loot. If it wasn't a world-first kill, the amount of loot wouldn't be that exaggerated. Lu Chen organized his backpack, slightly counting the loot. This time's loot. Damn, still no skill book for the armored? I should have bought one. Previously at the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association, Lu Chen didn't purchase a skill book. After all, he thought he could always get one from defeating a world boss. Yet, this was already the 5th world boss. And still nothing. However, not getting one is also normal. Defeating a world boss usually yields a few hundred skill books. And this world has hundreds of thousands of professions. Forget it, next one. Lu Chen still planned to defeat all 10 world boss first. Directly complete the second job transfer quest. Moreover, skills weren't that urgent. After the second job transfer, wouldn't it be better to learn the second job skills directly? Besides, the second job transfer quest could directly provide a rank 10 artifact. Compared to skills, Lu Chen was more looking forward to this artifact. Rank 10, and now he only has artifacts starting with rank 9, which are already so strong. How high must the rank starting with 1 be? The next boss was a bit far away. Lu Chen changed some of his equipment to speed gear. On this journey, Lu Chen wasn't in a hurry. Instead, during the travel process, he simultaneously killed small monsters. Boom! -9 million, critical hit, -9 million, critical hit, -9 million, critical hit, -9 million, critical hit. The effect of Heart's Tenacity, Colossal Devour triggered. Health limit plus 100, health limit plus 100, health limit plus 100. With one sword strike, he gained 4 to 500 health. Moreover, defeating a wild boss could even add 2000 health. The advantage of the Frenzied Dance Boots attribute was reflected here. Even while traveling and killing monsters, it wouldn't slow Lu Chen down. In 1 second, Lu Chen continuously attacked 4 times, taking down about 20 types of small monsters and 3 wild boss, directly gaining 8000 health limit. By the way, the absorbing ring also helped Lu Chen absorb the loot dropped by the wild boss. Even the smallest mosquito is still neat. Attacking 4 times in a second, at least 3000 health, and at most 15,000 health. On average, he could stack about 5000 health per second. Such monster-killing efficiency made Lu Chen's health continuously rise at a stable speed. 500,000 health, 600,000 health, 700,000 health, 800,000 health. In just 3 short minutes of travel time, Lu Chen had stacked his health to 1,300,000. To be precise, it was 1,380,000, close to 1,400,000 health. This is amazing. Looking at his constantly rising health bar, Lu Chen felt a wave of satisfaction. Not long ago, he was just a fragile character with 200,000 health. Now, even a level 70 tank class wouldn't have as much health as he did, right? And now, it's your turn. Lu Chen looked at the 6th world boss, the Snow Woman of the Gale, right in front of him. Holy Capital Emperor's Hall. At this moment, a man dressed in luxurious attire sat on the Emperor's throne, eyes closed in contemplation. Lu Chen. I can't find any information about him. Even using the Emperor's authority, I can't probe? That shouldn't be. Could it be? The Emperor seemed to suddenly realize something. Such a dominant performance. and unable to be probed, even with the emperor's authority? There's only one explanation. Lu Chen may have received a legacy from a true god. It seemed that only a true god's legacy could explain why Lu Chen was so formidable. Moreover, an existence chosen by a true god would naturally receive protection from the true god. A non-divine existence would naturally be unable to probe. As the emperor thought of this, everything began to make sense. The reason Lu Chen could solo a world boss seemed to become reasonable. If he was an existence chosen and nurtured by a true god, perhaps it was indeed possible. Furthermore, this year marked the 5,000th anniversary of the awakening. Every millennium, significant changes occur in the world. Most of the time, they are catastrophic disasters. The last millennium saw the arrival of divine monsters. It was also at the beginning of the last millennium that humans, dragons, elves, and beastmen formed a racial alliance to combat the divine monsters and their powerful minions. That battle left the world in ruins. Since that disaster, the alliance has continued to this day. One reason for this is the unforgettable battle from 1,000 years ago. And the millennium before that, the smallest of the 4 moons in the sky suddenly fell. It was because of that event that all races realized that the stars in the sky were, in fact, monsters. Moreover, they were extremely powerful monsters. It was only then that humanity began systematic research on the stars. The final conclusion was that all the stars in the sky were, indeed, monsters. And the millennium before that, the earth split open, revealing a bottomless dark cave. That cave continues to expand. To this day, occasionally spewing forth terrifying creatures from within. Contact with those terrifying beings could lead to contamination. It could even result in assimilation. That cave is called the abyss. Every millennium's disaster leaves a deep impression on the world's beings. And now, it is exactly 5,000 years. May 28, 5,000 years. It is also the day when the world undergoes anomalies every year. And this is just the first day. The fact that humanity has continuously soloed world bosses is an outrageous occurrence. This further convinced the emperor that this millennium would not be simple. Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. In a dimly lit room within the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association, the darkness was mixed with a heavy sense of oppression. It was unclear if it was the owner of the room. In order to deliberately create a sense of oppression over his subordinates, he didn't even turn on the lights. The black card, has it been given to him? President, the black card has already been handed to Lu Chen. Well done. After 5,000 years, it has finally come. Lu Chen's potential should not be underestimated. Perhaps in the future, we will need him to protect our guild. The best time to invest in a genius is when he hasn't fully grown yet. By the time he has fully developed his wings, it will be too late to invest. Lu Chen bought 100 million worth of materials from us, right? Upon hearing the president's question, the subordinate nodded slightly. Yes, President. Give him a free pass. Also, add 5 billion gold to make it 20 billion. Let him remember the goodness of our Brilliant Gem Guild. The president of the Brilliant Gem Guild had an extremely keen sense. At the same time, he also knew that if Lu Chen truly had such strength, then for him, a few 100 million gold coins would be nothing. Rather, it was worth it to buy Lu Chen's favor with just a few 100 million gold coins. In the future, if Lu Chen really grew with this momentum, forget a few 100 million, he probably wouldn't even glance at them if it were a few 100 billion gold coins. Just as the president of the Brilliant Gem Guild finished speaking, another announcement popped up in front of him. Continuous Mountain Range World Boss, Snow Woman of the Gale, level 40, has been defeated. Killer list, Lu Chen time taken to kill, 00:00:38. Seeing this announcement pop up, the president's face twitched slightly. That, Xiao Wang. Increase it to 2.5 billion. Yes, all of it to Lu Chen's account. Sigh. She still managed to trigger the second phase. After all, this was a level 40 boss. Moreover, after being attacked, the first skill this boss used was actually Ice Crystal Guardian, which directly granted a 90% damage reduction. This made Lu Chen's output insufficient, and he couldn't resolve it quickly as he had before. During the process of this boss entering the second phase, the entire ground howled with fierce winds. Snow and ice swirled around. At the same time, it was invincible. A 30-second invincibility period, while continuously dealing ice and snow damage, also inflicted various debuffs like reduced movement speed and attack speed. While waiting for the boss's invincibility to pass, Lu Chen simply stood still. He activated defensive stance and watched as the shield on him grew thicker. -2130, -2252, -2346, -2234. The ice and snow dealt over 2000 damage to Lu Chen per second. But the shield on him grew by 90,000 every second. Faced with an extremely challenging AoE, area of effect, Attack that would normally test the entire team's healing capabilities. Lu Chen merely crouched down. He took out a bottle of wide-mouth cola from his backpack and buried it in the snow. The cola was something Lu Chen had bought when he left Holy Capital City, along with a mask. After 5 seconds, Lu Chen retrieved the cola from the snow. Touching the cold can of cola, Lu Chen came to a conclusion. The environment indeed has an impact. After all, Lu Chen had just changed jobs. There were still too many mysteries in this world for him. Because the terrain could recover quickly, the damage to the environment would also restore itself rapidly. This left Lu Chen somewhat puzzled. Were these environmental changes truly impactful? It seemed so. Lu Chen held an ice-cold drink, sipping it slowly as he waited for the boss's invincibility period to pass. Finally, after 30 seconds, the boss's invincibility disappeared. Human. Submit to. Shadow Strike Stance Swift Stance Attack Stance Minus 13,500,000, critical hit, 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 minus 13,500,000, critical hit. Not giving her a chance to continue speaking at all. Just 3 seconds after leaving the invincible state, her health bar was completely emptied by Lu Chen. Submit? What a joke. You bosses should talk a bit more. Whoosh bang. With a series of soft sounds, countless snowflakes scattered. The boss's figure also dissipated along with the snowflakes. And just after this boss was defeated, Lu Chen suddenly received a special friend request. As for why it was special, it was impossible not to notice. This friend request popped up right in front of him. Even though he had blocked all incoming friend requests, he couldn't block this one. Human Race Emperor Luo Jiutian requests. To add you as a friend, this request is an equal request. The Chaos Hidden Ring will not actively block it. You have received a prompt from the Chaos Hidden Ring. The other party is the Human Race Emperor, possessing supreme authority over the human race Chaos Hidden Ring. Will you block this person? If blocked, this person cannot send you friend requests by any means, including Emperor privileges. Can the artifact even override the Emperor's privileges? Lu Chen had long heard that the Emperor had supreme authority over all humans. But he never expected that the attributes of his artifact could even disregard the Emperor's privileges. It seems the effects of my artifact's attributes surpass the racial privileges of the Emperor. Speaking of which, it seemed the Emperor was also trying to probe me just now. During this time, Lu Chen had received too many probing reports. Not only were level 200 beings trying to pry into him, but even level 150 and 160 beings were attempting to investigate him. It seemed that anyone in the world who could move and had even a slight ability for remote probing was trying to investigate him. However, their probing had no effect at all. Broken Mountain Range, as a new level 30 map, was an isolated space from the outside world. The outside could not probe into the internal situation at all. Therefore, Lu Chen actually returned to St. Lian City from the Broken Mountain Range using a return scroll. During this process, no one could probe him at all. And shortly after, in just a few minutes, Lu Chen created the Chaos Hidden Ring. Other big shots had no room to operate. Lu Chen looked at the friend request in front of him, deep in thought. Then, he clicked confirm. After all, it was the Emperor. He wanted to see what he had to say and what the current Emperor's attitude towards him was. You have added Emperor Luo Jiutian as a friend. As soon as he added the friend, before Lu Chen could say anything, the other party sent a message first. Luo Jiutian, little brother Lu Chen, you might not want to be disturbed. I used the Emperor's privileges to add you as a friend, which might be a bit abrupt. Luo Jiutian's words were polite. In reality, the corners of Luo Jiutian's mouth twitched slightly. Just how high were Lu Chen's privileges? As a dignified Emperor of humanity, I can add any other human as a friend directly, without needing their consent. Even if they block me, I can still force communication with them. So why is it that when it comes to Lu Chen, I have to apply and wait for his approval? Who exactly is the Emperor? However, Luo Jiutian did not voice these thoughts. After all, the crux of the matter was not here. Luo Jiutian, I won't beat around the bush, I'll get straight to the point. Little brother Lu Chen, I hope you can become the king of humanity. Upon seeing this 3-line message, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. What the hell? Is the news this explosive right from the start? The king of humanity? That's the one who can govern a vast territory of humans and control several rare mineral veins. They have multiple city-states of their own and also possess the qualification to inherit the title of emperor. The king of humanity? Moreover, based on what I've learned, generally speaking, the king of humanity is at least a high-level powerhouse who has made significant contributions to humanity, right? The lowest would be someone above level 100. Now, this emperor is actually suggesting that a level 30 freshly transitioned job changer like me take on the title of king? In the previous chapter about accepting the job transition task, the task rewards had slight adjustments. The SSS level reward was changed from a divine artifact ranked 80 to one ranked 10. I wonder if anyone has noticed the title of this volume. Why? Of course, Lu Chen wouldn't just accept it outright. He still didn't understand the other party's intentions. Little brother Lu Chen, have you heard of the Millennium Catastrophe? Although I am the emperor, I despise unnecessary formalities. I have never been one to beat around the bush. Let me be straightforward. Brother Lu Chen, I value your potential very much, Luo Jiutian said. But in reality, he was murmuring in his heart. The true god's inheritance has come into play. Who knows how great this millennium catastrophe will be. Moreover, if I don't value the potential of the chosen one, whose potential can I value? Who else has greater potential than the true god's chosen one? Of course, he wouldn't say these words in front of Lu Chen. After all, he couldn't just expose the fact that Lu Chen was the chosen one. What if the true god behind Lu Chen was displeased? Hearing the emperor's response, Lu Chen pondered slightly. Millennium catastrophe, potential. Potential, huh? After hearing the emperor's explanation, Lu Chen could understand. After all, the commotion he had caused was indeed quite significant. If we disregard current strength and only consider potential, choosing me to become the king does make sense. Regarding the invitation to take on the title of king, Lu Chen thought for a moment. After becoming the king of humanity, there would be extremely rich resources. For instance, every year, the materials from the first kill of the race would be prioritized for the kings. Even the adventurer groups that successfully defeated bosses wouldn't have decision-making power over the resources. The second point is having my own influence. I could have people working for me to help gather materials. The third point is the mineral veins. The territory of the king often contains rare mineral veins. Besides producing ordinary minerals, these veins can also yield various rare minerals. And right now, what Lu Chen needed most was precisely these rare minerals. As for the fourth point, it is the ability to inherit the title of emperor. If the emperor dies or abdicates, the new emperor will only emerge from among the kings appointed by the emperor. Becoming a king indeed has more advantages than disadvantages. In fact, Lu Chen couldn't even think of what the disadvantages might be at the moment. If we must talk about managing territories. In reality, the feudal lords often just hold a title, enjoying power while not being restricted in their freedom. In fact, there are dedicated officials responsible for governing the territories on behalf of the feudal lords. As for the lords themselves, they can focus on enhancing their own strength. The feudal lords represent the combat power of the human race. Naturally, there are people to manage the affairs. In an instant, Lu Chen considered many things. However, Lu Chen did not intend to agree immediately. After all, it was too hasty. Such a windfall from the sky needed careful consideration. Lu Chen, I understand. Let me think it over, and I'll give you a reply later. Upon receiving this response, Luo Jotian's face twitched. Think it over? This is a feudal lord of the human race. A position that others can only dream of. Some feudal lords have already regarded their titles as supreme glory. But now, this title is presented to Lu Chen. And Lu Chen's response is to think it over? Damn, what's going on? Am I, the Emperor of Humanity, still able to take advantage of you? Am I, the Emperor of Humanity, who holds the supreme power of the human race, supposed to trick you, a level 30 rookie, by offering you wealth and honor? Luo Jiutian thought this way in his heart. But he was also more convinced. Lu Chen is truly the chosen one of the divine. Otherwise, how could he speak so confidently? Moreover, facing the Emperor of Humanity, he remained so calm. Not servile nor arrogant. If he had no insight, that would be impossible. Coupled with the intelligence he had gathered, Lu Chen's performance in the holy capital too, various anomalies, and displays of genius. The Emperor was even more certain that Lu Chen was indeed the chosen one of the divine, a certainty set in stone. Luo Jiutian, alright, I'll wait for your reply. Young genius. You can continue with your business. After saying this, Luo Jiutian stopped speaking. As for Luo Jiutian's inner thoughts, Lu Chen had no idea. Lu Chen simply wanted to think it over. To make a decision, he would at least wait until he had killed these 10 world bosses and completed his job change. Lu Chen stored the loot, dropped by the Snow Woman of the Gale, into his backpack. Then, he continued towards the next world boss. Now, there was still one level 40 world boss left on the entire map, 2 level 50 world bosses, and 1 level 60 world boss. In the following minutes. World announcement, congratulations to Lu Chen. World announcement, congratulations to Lu Chen. 2 more world bosses were killed. The mindset of the human race gradually underwent a subtle change. Numb. They were really numb. Since Lu Chen soloed the world boss for the 5th time, they no longer regarded it as a miracle. Instead, it was a kind of numbness. It was too outrageous. Lu Chen seemed like he was not from the same world as them. No, it should be said. Is this thing really human? Is it not some kind of deity or star-like race? This record, is it really something that humans can achieve? It's against the heavens, too against the heavens. And at this moment, in the holy capital too, Teacher Li was also numb. Not long ago, Lu Chen said he would talk about it after completing his job change at the job change temple. It sounded as casual as saying he would return after finishing a meal. Teacher Li believed him. Good heavens. Let's talk after the job change. You made such a huge commotion? You tell me you're going to change jobs, and you're actually going to solo a world boss? Who the hell needs to solo a world boss to change jobs? And not just one. Whose job transfer task requires killing so many world bosses? However, how could she know? Lu Chen's job transfer task is to solo kill world bosses. And it's 10 of them, no less. If it weren't for the absurd difficulty of this job transfer task, Lu Chen would have probably succeeded in transferring jobs long ago. Not long after the first 2 kill announcements appeared, just 2 minutes passed. Ding, another new world announcement popped up in front of everyone. Lian Duan Mountain Range World Boss. Moon's Greed Wolf, level 50, has been killed. Killer list, Lu Chen time taken, 00:01:45 the 9th one. The world boss of Lian Duan Mountain Range is really going to be wiped out by him. Looking at the latest prompt, the job changers didn't know what expression to make. Especially those parents who had paid a heavy price to get their sons into a raid group. Their feelings were extremely complicated. Just one more to go. The boss of Lian Duan Mountain Range should be completely cleared. Each new map only refreshes 10 world bosses. Once they're cleared, you have to wait until next year. Lu Chen looked at the towering giant creature in front of him. Giant Spirit Soldier, World Boss, Rank, World Level, 60. Health, 950,000/950,000,000 Mana, 100,000,000/100,000,000 Skills, Giant Spirit Strike, Rampage, Sweep the 8 Wastelands, Earth Pulse, Solid Giant Spirit Body. Description: a world-class magical beast with an independent special rank, possessing immense destructive power and extremely high health. Description 2, the Giant Spirit Soldier. With both offensive and defensive capabilities, has strong attack power and formidable defense, capable of continuously dealing wave damage. A level 60 world boss, with health nearing 1 billion. Even half health is 450 million. At this level, it's clearly impossible to whittle down all of the opponents' health in one go. However, during the time spent continuously killing bosses, Lu Chen had already reduced the health to 2 million. The boss dreaming of taking him out in one hit was just that, a dream. Shadow Strike Stance. Lu Chen switched from Swift Stance to Shadow Strike Stance. In an instant, his figure vanished. The most broken aspect of Shadow Strike Stance is that at the moment of switching, one can enter a state of invisibility. However, if one switches to another stance during this period and then back to Shadow Strike Stance, within 2 seconds, invisibility will not trigger again. In the next moment, Lu Chen switched back to attack stance. Boom! Minus 27 million, stealth break, critical hit, the highest damage dealt in a single strike. And just after this hit, waves of shockwaves erupted from the boss's center. Earth Pulse bang 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 bang, minus 10,042, minus 10,540, minus 10,543, minus 10,255. A series of earth damage hit Lu Chen. Every 0.5 seconds, it dealt 10,000 damage. 20,000 area damage per second, that's really outrageous. Lu Chen braved the damage but remained calm. Blood is abundant, allowing for reckless abandon. Facing the boss's attack. Boom! 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 Minus 13,500,000, critical hit, minus 13,500,000, critical hit, minus 13,500,000, critical hit, minus 13,500,000, critical hit. Lu Chen directly braced against the damage, trading blows with the boss. Suddenly, in the sky, a phantom giant sword came crashing down towards Lu Chen. Defensive stance. In that instant, Lu Chen did not dodge or evade, but activated his defensive stance to defend. A shield with 100,000 health appeared around him. At the same time, in attack mode, Lu Chen had a 50% damage reduction and was in an invulnerable state. When combined with the defensive stance, he instantly gained a 90% damage reduction. Boom! With this strike, Lu Chen only lost 80,000 from his shield. Damn it! The locked attack damage is still so high. Without the damage reduction, this hit would have taken away 800,000 health. However, it didn't matter. The next second, Lu Chen's shield increased by another 100,000. Another second passed, and hey, another 100,000. With a 90% damage reduction plus 100,000 shield generated every second. You think you can kill me? Lu Chen simply stopped switching to attack mode. Instead, he maintained the state of 90% damage reduction plus invulnerability plus infinite shield generation, directly standing toe-to-toe with the boss. 3 strikes from me, 1 from you. 3 strikes from me, 1 from you. Minus 2,103,022, critical hit. Minus 2,192,546, critical hit. Minus 2,560,195, critical hit. Minus 2,109,543, critical hit. Minus 2,483,027, critical hit. Once he left the attack stance, Lu Chen's ability to ignore resistances also vanished. The damage significantly decreased. In fact, due to resistance and armor reduction, the damage boost from attack mode was far greater than 50%. It was even not just a little higher, but 5 to 6 times the damage. Yet even so, the boss's health continued to plummet. In contrast, Lu Chen, minus 31,402, shield absorption, minus 5,402, shield absorption, minus 8,354, shield absorption, minus 3,829, shield absorption. Facing the boss's frenzied assault, Lu Chen's health remained completely unchanged. To be precise, not even the skin of the shield flinched. In this mutual exchange of blows, it was hard to tell who the real boss was. 80%, 77%, 73%, 70%, 66%, 63%. The world boss's health was being rapidly depleted by Lu Chen. Even with lower damage, it was still over 2 million damage per attack. Before long, the boss's health had already been pushed down to 50%. Human, you have angered me. Boom. The giant spirit soldier's size expanded once more. Bang! With a crisp sound, all of Lu Chen's shields shattered in an instant. What kind of beast skill? The next second, Lu Chen's shield restored again. Shattered shield. For a high shield class, it was indeed impressive. However, his own shield wasn't worth much. Let it shatter. Boom! After the shield shattered, an extremely terrifying damage spread out in all directions. This strike erupted instantly, sweeping the 8 wastelands. Boom! Minus 53,024, shield absorption. Though the spectacle was grand, it had no effect on Lu Chen. At this moment, the boss's health bar had turned gray. It had already entered the second phase. At this moment, it was in an invincible state. Great shock, bang! Another strike. Minus 84,321. Lu Chen remained calm and composed. At the same time, Lu Chen noticed that a state of vitality appeared on the boss. The state of vitality caused the boss to start regenerating health. 100,000 per second, 100,000 health points restored. But facing a boss that locks health, heals, and significantly increases attack frequency, all Lu Chen could do was stand still. He waited for the boss's invincibility to pass. Boom, 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 he let the boss unleash its attacks on him. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's shield bar continued to grow without a hint of mercy. No matter how frenzied the boss's attacks were, they seemed so pale in comparison. It was almost a mockery of the boss. Though silent, Lu Chen seemed to be conveying 2 words. That is, garbage. Roar. Finally, after 30 seconds of frenzied attacks, the boss's movements began to slow down. Buzz. In the next moment, the boss's health bar changed from gray back to green. This indicated that its invincibility state had been lifted. But at the same time, a thin layer of light membrane appeared on its body, and its surface was covered with thick layers of black stone. Stubborn stone giant stubborn form ability, all resistances plus 299%, armor plus 299%, damage reduction 80%. As the invincibility state was lifted, the boss gained an ability comparable to a turtle's, sacrificing damage for massive resistance and armor. Lu Chen casually struck out. Bang! Minus 500,504, critical hit. Lu Chen's single hit only dealt 500,000 damage. And the boss regenerated 100,000 health every second. This world boss is really disgusting. After reaching 50% health, it locked health for 30 seconds while attacking madly. Usually, teams would suffer significant casualties during this phase. After this phase passed, the boss would directly enter its stubborn form, greatly increasing its defense. It would also regenerate 100,000 health per second. At this point, the team that had suffered significant casualties would naturally have much lower output. In fact, their output might not even reach 30% of what it was at the start of the fight. Although the boss's damage had significantly decreased. If the damage dealt was less than what the boss could recover, it would directly declare the rate of failure. Therefore, the mechanism of this world boss was indeed disgusting. However, what did Lu Chen care about the team's disgust? So the damage has decreased, huh? Attack stance. Lu Chen switched back to attack stance. In attack stance, he ignored 100% of resistance and armor. No matter how much armor the boss had, it was 0 in front of Lu Chen. Boom, boom, boom. Minus 13,500,000, critical hit, minus 13,500,000, critical hit, minus 13,500,000, critical hit, minus 13,500,000, critical hit. Lu Chen seized the boss and unleashed a frenzied output. Each attack dealt 13 million damage. With the boss only having 450 million health, how many attacks could it withstand? This battle was a complete and utter slaughter without any suspense. The boss's stubborn form was completely restrained by Lu Chen's 100% armor penetration. It could be said that the boss had run into bad luck when facing Lu Chen. Mountain Range Severed World Boss, Giant Spirit Soldier, level 60, has been killed. Killer list, Lu Chen. Time taken to kill, 00:05:56. World Channel people were no longer surprised. Instead, upon seeing the world announcement made by Lu Chen, it was as if they all breathed a sigh of relief. He really did it. Lu Chen really soloed the entire Broken Mountain Range and all the world bosses. In that moment, the vast majority of people seemed to let out a long sigh of relief. If he could take down 9 bosses, it was just the last one that remained. The obsessive-compulsive disorder was likely to drive them mad. After all, those with a vested interest in the world bosses were ultimately few. The vast majority just wanted to witness a miracle. At first, Lu Chen's assault on the world bosses surprised them. They merely wanted to see when Lu Chen would fail, when he would stop. But as Lu Chen continued to slay the world bosses, people's expectations gradually shifted to when he would finish off all 10 bosses in a one-on-one fight. The anticipation had subtly changed without anyone realizing it. And for this young genius, the overwhelming thought in the hearts of most humans was simply that he was amazing. Near holy capital city Lu Chen, he really did it. Long Xiaoxiao jumped up at the prompt that appeared before her, completely forgetting that she was still grinding monsters for experience. Second miss. A monster is charging at you. Be careful. The butler shouted anxiously from the side. Blizzard Infinite Ice Spike. Boom. 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 In an instant, a blizzard raged. Countless ice spikes fell from the sky. Faced with such a situation, Long Qianxue took action, directly helping Long Xiaoxiao eliminate those wild monsters. She looked at Long Xiaoxiao, but at that moment, Long Xiaoxiao was indeed full of excitement. Sister, did you see? Lu Chen took down 10 world bosses. He even defeated the world boss of the Broken Mountain Range. I told you he wouldn't become useless. I was right, wasn't I? However, looking at the excited Long Xiaoxiao, Long Qianxue wore a helpless smile. Xiaoxiao. Yes. All the geniuses of the human race who were in the same generation as Lu Chen stared at the prompt before them, caught in a pause of thought. Xiao Heba sat on a rock, contemplating the announcement in front of him. After a moment of silence, he said, Father, I've figured it out. I won't cling to Lu Chen's shadow. Xiao Heba also came to understand. Lu Chen was no longer someone from their world. They could no longer compete on the same stage. Holy capital city, West burning. Desert level 30 grinding area. Chuhi looked at the twinkling stars in the sky and sighed deeply. Always shrouded in his shadow, I didn't expect to find relief in this way. Before this, he had always regarded Lu Chen as a peer, as a rival he could compete with. He had just been suppressed all along, unable to surpass him. But in that moment, Chuhi felt a sense of detachment. It was as if that person was far away, not on his stage at all. It was like only rabbits could be compared to rabbits. One rabbit might be stronger than another, but it was precisely because they were of the same species that comparison was possible. However, comparing a rabbit to a giant whale would be a joke. There was simply no comparability between the two. Thus, the pressure vanished, replaced by a sense of relief. The geniuses who came out of Holy Capital High all felt this sense of relief simultaneously. But, accompanying it was a hollow emptiness. The Broken Mountain Range finally, it's done. With the accumulation of damage, the boss crashed to the ground. After defeating this last world boss, a prompt appeared before Lu Chen. Class Change Quest prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the class change quest. You can now go to any class change hall to complete your second class change. Next, it's time to complete my second class change quest. With this thought, Lu Chen collected all the loot in front of him into his backpack. Then, he took out a scroll to return to town. Lu Chen had kept over 1,000 return scrolls for himself, he probably wouldn't use them all. Even if he lived forever. St. Lian City whoosh. Lu Chen returned to this bustling city once again. The streets were still filled with throngs of people. Various types of elven beauties. Blonde, voluptuous elves, silver-haired, flat-chested elf-loless, and even blonde, twin-tailed half-elves. Having completed his class change quest, Lu Chen finally had the leisure to appreciate these scenes. Who doesn't love looking at beautiful women? As for the treasure chests in the Broken Mountain Range, Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to open them. Things like wind spirit grass weren't something you could just casually find. Ordinary golden treasure chests no longer satisfied Lu Chen's needs. Moreover, with his current money-making speed, it would be faster to just buy what he needed. Instead of scavenging in the Broken Mountain Range, he might as well complete his class change quest. There was also a challenging dungeon waiting for him to conquer. Besides, if he became a king of the human race, would he still care about a few golden treasure chests? He already had mines and territories, after all, and at least 4 or 5 veins of them. Lu Chen realized that, unknowingly, he had become a wealthy man who couldn't even be bothered to pick up a few million gold coins. After returning to St. Lian City, Lu Chen took out his trading card. He glanced at the information. Current balance for a 000012409 huh? 40 billion? Shouldn't it be 1.5 billion? Did I make a mistake? How could I mess up such a large number? That's ridiculous. Then, Lu Chen clicked into the transaction records. Goodness. Transaction in 1,500,000,000, item sale transaction in 2,500,000,000, from the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association, message, Brother Lu Chen, you are truly a young genius with limitless potential. This is our growth support fund established for young geniuses at the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association, please accept it. Goodness. A growth support fund. Lu Chen had never heard of such a program. Moreover, they sent it as 25 small goals. This was clearly an excuse to give him money. However, it was true that when it came to business, the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association knew how to play the game. No wonder they were seasoned players in the business world. Since they offered it, how could he refuse? Lu Chen himself had the intention of fostering a good relationship with the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. The money they gave was precisely their way of wanting to establish a connection with him. If he refused, it might make them think too much. Therefore, it would be unreasonable not to accept it. He could only graciously accept it. But he had to admit, it was indeed generous, 25 small goals just like that. They were really loaded. Next, it's time to go to the class change hall. Although he still had supplies on him, they didn't fill up Lu Chen's backpack. After all, it was a 570,000 slot backpack. So, Lu Chen still planned to make a trip to the class change hall first to complete his second class change. It was also to see what he needed after his second job change. It would be convenient to purchase everything at the Merchant Guild. Moreover, it was always a good idea to enhance his strength first. Besides, Lu Chen's mind was filled with that rank 10 divine artifact. In the next moment, Lu Chen's figure vanished from the spot. Whoosh! With the speed of the 1,000-mile swift boots, combined with the wall-passing effect of the shadow boots, in just an instant, Lu Chen had already arrived at the job change hall. At this moment, the job change hall was still packed with job changers. For the third and fourth job changes, tasks needed to be accepted and completed within the job change hall. Furthermore, after the third job change, the job change tasks involved multiple stages. They had to make several trips back and forth to the job change hall. At this time, no one in the job change hall recognized Lu Chen. Even though Lu Chen did not disguise or conceal himself in any way, their gazes would simply sweep past him. In their eyes, even if they saw Lu Chen's appearance, they could not remember it. Moreover, their attention would quickly be drawn to other things. It was as if Lu Chen was just a wisp of air. This was also the effect of the Chaos Hidden Ring. It included not only detection but also visual observation. Lu Chen walked to an unused awakening crystal. He placed his hand on it. Buzz, the anomaly was about to erupt. But in an instant, the Chaos Hidden Ring slightly vibrated. The anomaly was directly suppressed. All that was seen was the awakening crystal glowing faintly for a moment before falling silent again. In front of Lu Chen, a prompt popped up. Job change task 1, solo hunt, world class. Boss, quantity, October 10th, completed, task 2, on 2 or more divine artifacts, April 2nd, completed, you have completed all job change tasks. Do you confirm the second job change? Second job, transformative. Divine gear, divine, confirm. Buzz, the light was about to burst forth but was once again suppressed by the Chaos Hidden Ring. Lu Chen could feel powerful energies flowing towards him from within the awakening crystal. Buzz, another hum. Bang. With a crisp sound, Lu Chen felt as if chains were being broken free within his body. A prompt popped up in front of Lu Chen. Congratulations on completing your second job change. You have awakened the job, Transformative Divine Gear. Second job, Ever-Changing Divine Gear. Your level cap has been unlocked to 60. You have acquired a new job specialization, Multiple Attribute Amplification, Supreme Mythical Attributes. You have obtained Equipment, Time Reversal, Artifact Rank 10. You have obtained Ever-Changing Temple. Lu Chen level 30 job, Ever-Changing Divine Gear, Unique, Health 2-108, 261/2-108, 261 Mana, 6000/6000 Strength, 60000 Constitution, 2400 Agility, 37-200. Spirit 40 job specialization, Perfect Artifact Embryo, Supreme Enhancement, Attribute Absorption, Equipment Concealment, Perfect Adaptation, Perfect Divine Skill, Multiple Attribute Amplification. Supreme Mythical Attributes. Skills you have mastered: Dual Wield Copy, Infinite Transformation, 2/7, Current Passive, Colossal Devour, from Heart of Resilience. After the second job change, the skill slots increased from 4 to 7. Lu Chen first looked at his newly acquired job specialization. This is the most important ability after the job change. Multiple Attribute Amplification. For each additional effect with the same attribute on your equipment, the non-artifact attribute effect gains an extra 10% amplification. This ability can greatly enhance Lu Chen's capacity for repeated attributes. For example, with a speed set, wearing 7 pieces of equipment, if they are of golden quality, each piece averages 2 attribute slots. This means the overall effect of all attributes is directly increased by 1.4 times. As for the second job specialization, Supreme Artifact Attributes, for each 4/6/7/10/14 different named artifact attributes on your equipment, gain corresponding different types of bonuses. Current bonus, for mythical attributes, gain status, Absolute Critical Hit. All damage will definitely deal critical hits, including spell damage, skill damage, true damage, percentage damage. This critical effect cannot be negated by critical resistance. Next stage effect, 6 mythical attributes, gain status, Mana Surge. All equipment/skills actively gain 80% cooldown reduction, and all skill/equipment effects can be released without any cost. All your skill/equipment effects can be released in additional time. Cooldown reduction is not subject to world limits. World limit constraint for cooldown reduction is 40%. The bonus from 4 mythical attributes is that strong? Lu Chen now had 2 additional critical hit attributes on him. Only then could he achieve a 100% critical hit. Moreover, the critical hit rate could only make normal attacks critical. As the game progressed, when the damage from normal attacks gradually fell behind skill damage, most classes that did not heavily rely on normal attacks would not choose to stack critical hit rate as a stat and skill critical hits. If skills could crit, it would almost double the skill damage. Unfortunately, this world does not have the ability for skill critical hits. At least, Lu Chen had never heard of it during his high school years. This also meant that even if it existed, it would be a very advanced ability. He never expected that he could directly benefit from this ability now. As I acquire more divine gear, the artifact attributes on me will definitely increase as well. For Lu Chen, this ability is just a bonus. And in the next stage, the 6 equipment attributes, the effects are even more terrifying. An 80% cooldown reduction. Unbound by the world's limits. No matter how much an ordinary person stacks cooldown, the cap is only 40%. Not to mention, this cooldown reduction can not only apply to skills, it can also apply to the active skills of one's own equipment. Who has cooldown reduction that can apply to equipment? Moreover, all skills have no consumption and can be released in additional time. This is equivalent to every time one releases an active skill, it's like releasing it twice. This is insane, it's really insane. Although he knew his profession was extraordinary. It was not some so-called B-class profession, but a god-level profession. But this extraordinary power was just too much. Lu Chen looked over his 2 professional specializations. Then, he turned to the new artifact he had obtained. This was the reward for the SSS level second transfer task. The professional specialization provided by the second transfer, regardless of how low the difficulty was, could be obtained. The only difference lay in the rewards provided by the task. The artifact ranked 10. Lu Chen looked at the silver-white pendant generated in his hand. He swallowed hard. This silver-white pendant was styled like a holoclock gear. It carried a distant, ancient aura. Yet at the same time, it seemed like a newly born craft, without any traces of time. Just seeing this pendant at a glance, Lu Chen felt a sense of time distortion. Time reversal, platinum, +5, max, artifact, equipment type, necklace equipment level, 30, follows user level, effect 1, time reversal active activation, return to the past. Time and space, cooldown, none, consumption, none, unique limitation, can only return to the time and space when wearing this equipment. Effect 2, empty, can absorb attributes. Effect 3, empty, can absorb attributes. Effect 4, empty, can absorb attributes. Effect 5, sealed, unlocked with equipment quality improvement. Effect 6, sealed, unlocked with equipment quality improvement. Effect 7. Description: a pendant that disrupts time and space, were it to fill in regrets. Seeing this effect, Lu Chen's head buzzed. What does this effect mean? Return to the past time and space? No cooldown? No consumption? Completely without any limitations? Isn't this invincible? Lu Chen couldn't think of any other words to describe the power of this artifact. This was beyond what common sense could describe. In fact, even if this equipment had a limit of once a day, or say, once every 3 days, with the limitation of only being able to return to 3 days ago, Lu Chen wouldn't find it strange. After all, the ability to return to the past was truly too powerful. Having limitations would be understandable. Rather, Lu Chen felt it should have limitations. However, the facts were right in front of him. The effect of this equipment indeed had no consumption at all, no cooldown whatsoever, and the time reversal could only return to the time and space when wearing this equipment? Damn, as long as he kept wearing this equipment, wouldn't it mean that from this moment on, for the rest of his life, he could freely return to the past? Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately equipped the time reversal. The ring and necklace had no attributes. Otherwise, with a rank 10 equipment, still platinum quality fully enhanced, who knows how much value it could add? However, Lu Chen also estimated that precisely because such a powerful artifact had no attribute values, only then would such a perverse effect occur. And then, the rewards that matched the artifact rank 10. My exclusive temple. Lu Chen had just received the prompt. He had obtained the transformation temple and also understood how to activate it. Lu Chen slowly closed his eyes. A slight thought stirred within him. In an instant, Lu Chen found that he was no longer in the job transfer hall. Instead, he had arrived in a space shrouded in white mist. At the same time, Lu Chen could feel that he had become the master of this space. He could also sense that within this space, he held supreme power. He could control everything within this space. Please confirm your name. This name will be your mythical name. Lu Chen looked at the information before him. He pondered for a moment. Time to name it. Let's call it Song. Will you recruit the first disciple of the transformation temple? You cannot recruit disciples of a higher level than yourself. Regardless of the method, you can gain the skills and class specialties of your disciple. As your disciple's strength increases, you will also gain more abilities they possess. Disciples can offer you all items they own as sacrifices you can bestow upon your disciple. Your artifacts/artifact embryos. Artifacts bestowed in this way will not revert to ordinary equipment. I can gain the abilities of my disciples? Lu Chen thought to himself. He couldn't help but take a slight breath. No matter how strong his current equipment was, he was still just equipped. The biggest drawback of an armed person is the lack of corresponding skills for the equipment. Equipped with a bow and arrow, but lacking the archer's skills. Equipped with sword, shield, knife, and gun, but lacking the warrior's skills. Equipped with a dagger, but lacking the assassin's skills. He found himself in an awkward situation where he could only use normal attacks. Even now that Lu Chen had undergone a second transfer and become a transformation god, he still hadn't escaped this awkward situation. He still could only use normal attacks. Even if this normal attack dealt astonishing damage. But no matter how strong the normal attack was, it could never completely replace the skill effects of various professions. And now, it told him that he could gain skills from other professions. Then, wouldn't his biggest shortcoming be filled? Moreover, if my disciple is of SSS level profession, doesn't that mean I can also gain the abilities or skills of an SSS level profession? The effect of the artifact combined with the combat skills of an SSS level profession. How terrifying would that be? Recruit disciples. Please set the recruitment conditions for disciples. SSS level combat profession. No restrictions on race. Filtering creatures that meet the conditions for Yudon Forest, House of the Saintess. After receiving the inheritance, Iris returned to her room. If it were an ordinary adventurer, they would need to spend time killing monsters to level up. But as a elven saintess, with an inheritance that occurs every 500 years, she could choose to drink the ancestral crystal to gain a large amount of experience points, thus directly raising her level to 30. Each race has its unique aspects. The ancestral crystal is a resource unique to the elven race. She recited the characters from the secret tome, chanting the phrases of prayer. However, she was unaware On the secret tome, the characters were being rewritten at a peculiar speed. And she had no idea that the prayer she had chanted thousands of times had already changed. Master of artifacts and Lord of change, all artifacts in the world are created by you. The armaments and minions of all things are the blessings you bestow. The common folk arm themselves for protection. I praise you, sung. The 30-part prayer was recited to completion. Elise slowly closed the book. This was the daily prayer that elves must perform. It was to express gratitude to the god of harvest and life, Kumironi. When Elise closed the book and lifted her head, she found that the scenery around her had changed. Before her was no longer her forest cottage, but a grand palace, shrouded in chaos. Elise, welcome to your arrival. Lu Chun stood on the platform, overlooking the elves below. The moment the elves arrived, Lu Chun felt all the information about them. Elise St. Chadlika Kumironi Li Luluwe, level 30, race, elf, heritage, elf saintess, class, starry archer, SSS, class specialization, star. Speed barrage, star source strike, close repulsion, light refraction phantom, skills, starfall arrow rain, star flash. In the instant her name was called, Elise felt an extremely terrifying aura. She instinctively looked up at the hall. But what she saw was a sea of chaotic white mist. To be precise, this aura was not terrifying, but majestic. Towering above. It was a difference in the level of existence. In that moment, Elise recalled what she had just recited. That was not a prayer praising Kumironi at all. It was a prayer directed at an unknown existence. And after reciting that prayer, she had been pulled into this space. Just reciting a prayer has drawn me into this space. Such an existence. Thinking of this, Elise couldn't help but swallow hard. There was only one possibility. Elise dared not think further. The term true God was too grand. It was something far beyond her small level 30 existence. Even an SSS class profession would be no different from an ant in the presence of such an existence. Lu Chen looked at Elise. He needed to make her his disciple first. After a moment of thought, Lu Chen spoke. I need a disciple to handle some matters for me. Don't worry, I do not intend to harm your kin. Upon hearing this, Elise's body trembled slightly. 1,000 thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. But in the end, she could only give one answer. Elise is willing to serve you. The being before her was not negotiating with her. Since he had pulled her into this space, he could naturally do other things as well. If she did not agree, it was very likely that her kin would be in danger. Elise had no doubt that this being had the power to easily annihilate the entire elf race. She had just been crowned as the elf saintess. How could she possibly bury her entire race with her own hands? She had no choice at all. At the same time, becoming a disciple of a true god represented too much. This might not necessarily be a bad thing. And the moment Elise agreed, Lu Chen felt that he had established some bond with her. Elise could now contribute items to him through the method of sacrifice. You have obtained a disciple, Elise, 112. Lu Chen looked at what he had received. Disciple level 30. You have obtained SSS level, Starry Archer, class exclusive skill, Star Flash. Star Flash can only be released using bow-type weapons effect. Enter the Star Flash shooting state. Each shot will release a flash of light at incredible speed. Hitting the target instantly causes a Star Flash explosion, dealing 20x agility damage. Cooldown, 1 second. Mana cost, 20 mana points. Arrow description, a momentary flash of light, with no possibility of evasion. 20 times agility damage? Damn, although it's single target damage, 20 times agility is just too high, right? Is this what an SSS level class is like? It's truly a terrifying skill. Although it doesn't compare to my own artifact, which deals 10 times strength in a wide area. But artifacts are not something ordinary skills can compare to. Lu Chen looked at this skill, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Your skill is impressive. But now it's mine. However, now I have a bow-type skill. But I don't have a bow-type weapon. This is what frustrates Lu Chen the most. He couldn't just give up to use some other ordinary platinum quality bow, could he? With that thought in mind, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the elf saintess. Since she is the elf saintess, she must have some power within her clan, right? The elf race holds a significant status in the world. Their treasury should have many rare resources. I need 50 black star meteorite to craft the celestial bow. As for other bow-type artifacts, the materials that can't be bought on the market, well, they should be available, but I can't be too greedy. If I ask her to mobilize too many rare materials at once, it should attract too much attention from the elf race. If that restricts her actions, it might limit my access to materials instead. After all, taking so many materials at once, and having all those materials disappear without a trace, would definitely raise suspicions. But Black Star Meteorite belongs to the star system materials. It's closely related to her class, she needs Black Star Meteorite to enhance her
Strength, which gives a legitimate reason. Sometimes, when a class learns certain skills or undergoes second or third transitions, they require special materials. The higher the class, the more precious the materials needed. It's completely reasonable for a starry archer to need some black star meteorite. With that in mind, Lu Chen looked at Elise again. There was a hint of a smile in Lu Chen's voice. Song. You can call me that. Lu Chen tried to present himself as a benevolent true god. After all, if the other party thought he was an evil god, who knows what extreme actions they might take? What if his only SSS-level disciple sacrificed herself to save the elf race from being corrupted by an evil god? That would be a loss for him. Upon hearing this title, Elise instantly flipped through all the names of the gods in her mind. From the ancient gods to the current 7 true gods. However, there wasn't a single god's name that corresponded to the being before her. I praise you, Song. It is my honor to serve you. Elise dared not add any titles after the name, as that would be disrespectful to a god. Lu Chen watched Elise, who was bowing to him. He was thinking about how to speak. A god-level being asking a junior for rare materials seemed a bit demeaning. After much thought, Lu Chen decided to establish an image of a god who treats his disciples well. At the very least, he wanted Elise to feel all without being overly fearful. With this in mind, Lu Chen spoke in a kind tone, slightly laced with a smile. Elise, I have never been stingy with rewards for my disciples. But your current strength is not enough to fulfill your mission. Hurry and improve your abilities, you can try to offer a sacrifice to me. My principle is equal exchange. If you can present me with items that please me sufficiently, I will grant you the rewards you deserve. But remember, do not harbor delusions of entitlement, every bit of power you gain comes with a corresponding cost. In this short time, Lu Chen had already contemplated how to develop in the future. The Elven Saintess was destined to inherit the throne of the Elven Queen. The Elven Queen held a status equivalent to that of the human emperor, governing the entire Elven race. And such an existence was his disciple. Did this not imply that he was the true behind-the-scenes boss of the Elven race? As long as Elise could grow smoothly, her rising status would also provide him with increasingly abundant resources from the Elven treasury. It was as if he had gained an entire race's additional treasury. Thus, Lu Chen understood the principle of not overexploiting resources. What was needed now was stability, not to let the Elven Saintess be suspected. Upon hearing Song's words, Elise felt a stir within her. Was her strength still insufficient to step into Song's plans? Was this the layout of a deity? And was she now a pawn chosen by the deity? Had she unwittingly become entangled in the deity's schemes? At the same time, Elise was deeply shaken. She wondered how far the divine being could see into the future and what role she would play in it. May I ask, what kind of treasure should I sacrifice? To please you? After Elise asked this question, Lu Chen let out a long breath. Finally, they had arrived at this topic. Lu Chen gently tapped the table in the hall, as if discussing something trivial. What I love are various rare materials. Just as Kumiloni loves grains and food. If you were to offer me 50 pieces of black star meteorite, I would grant you the rewards you deserve. Of course, I do not wish for outsiders to know of my existence. 50 pieces of black star meteorite. Elise did not genuinely consider that Lu Chen lacked these materials, instead, she thought it was merely a test for herself. Moreover, her profession was that of a star archer. If she were to use black star meteorite, it would indeed be the least likely to raise suspicion. Song had already foreseen this. At the same time, Elise felt no surprise that the deity favored rare materials. Just as Wind and Bao Luluwei loved bows and arrows, and Harvest and Life Kumiloni loved food. Offering items that the deity favored would yield slight blessings. The more valuable the sacrifice, the better the blessing received. Of course, no matter what, it was ultimately a loss. Elise had no doubts about Song having favored items. Furthermore, compared to the blessings from other deities, she was now directly trading with the deity's true self. Elise thought briefly. I will obey your command, Sang. I will not raise any doubts among my kin and will present you with the treasures you love. Elise still dared not add any other titles. After Song's name, fearing to provoke the deity's anger. Leave. When you offer a sacrifice to me, there is no need for excessive rituals. Just silently recite my name during the offering. If you wish to pray to me, simply whisper my name in your heart and recite the first paragraph of the prayer. As for how to offer sacrifices and how to allow the disciples to re-enter the Temple of Transformation, Lu Chen had long since figured it out. This knowledge entered Lu Chen's mind as he stepped into the Temple of Transformation. After Lu Chen finished speaking, Elise found herself back in the wooden cabin. There was no transition at all between the change of scenes, it was extremely abrupt. Suddenly, Elise thought of something and quickly flipped open the book to check. She turned to the page where she had just recited the prayer.
Master of artifacts and Lord of transformation, all artifacts in the world are created by you. The armaments and minions of all things are the blessings you bestow. The living protect themselves with armaments. It is real. The prayer to Tson replaced the prayer to Kumironi. However, just after that glance, in the next moment, those characters seemed to burn away and disappeared. The prayer to Kumironi returned to the book. Then, Elise closed her eyes and silently sensed. Sure enough, Elise felt a special connection established with a space that did not belong to this world. Have I really become a disciple of the divine? For a moment, Elise felt a dreamlike sensation. Moreover, this divine presence did not feel like the kind that would drive one to madness. Instead, it gave a very just impression. At the very least, offering sacrifices to Tson would yield rewards. This point was even stronger than the current righteous gods. Every year, the elven race would offer a portion of the previous year's harvest to Kumironi, but they would never receive any response. Only a group blessing of soothing tranquility, restoring 10 health points per second. Yet today, she had seen a real, living, speaking God. This feeling was akin to the sensation of the Chicken Doodoo believers encountering God in Lu Chen's past life on Blue Star. God truly exists. This shock was truly hard to express. Elise took a deep breath to calm her frenzied emotions. Then, she walked outside the cabin. She dared not be negligent in the face of the divine's test. Saint Lian City. Lu Chen returned to the real world. So, it was my spirit that went to the Temple of Transformation, while his body remained in the present world. At least, I can't use this ability during battle. Otherwise, it could be quite dangerous. Lu Chen thought that if his body could reach the Temple of Transformation, then he would have another means of escape when faced with danger. After completing the second transfer, Lu Chen returned to the Brilliant Gem Trading Association. This time, no one stopped him. Lu Chen directly arrived at the trading venue in the shortest distance possible. Having killed a level 40 world boss, he already possessed platinum quality equipment. However, since he had not transformed it into an artifact embryo, he could not absorb it to enhance its quality. Lu Chen did not rush to sell the items but instead went to the VIP trading hall. Unlike the most popular trading hall outside, this VIP trading hall was only open to black card holders. In this trading hall, all purchased items would receive a 25% discount. Search for the skill book for the armorer profession. Skill book found. Class Armored Warrior Skill Book. Solid Armor Usage Level Limit 0 sale price 500 gold. Skill book. Weapon Enchantment Usage Level Limit 0 sale price 1500 gold. Skill book. Agile Weapon Usage Level Limit 0 sale price 500 gold. Lu Chen glanced over these skills. All he could say was, it was quite a sight. It left Lu Chen dumbfounded. He really hadn't learned much about armored warriors before his awakening. After awakening, he had only been awake for a few hours. If he had to say, he really didn't know much about being an armored warrior. And now, looking around, there were only 4 skill books for armored warriors in the entire market. One of them was already learned by him. The dual-wielding skill had already evolved into the dual-wielding replication skill. So these 4 skills are all the skills I have. As an armored warrior, weapon enchantment allows weapons to deal magical damage. However, the damage amount would decrease. Well, unless he was fighting monsters that could only be harmed by magical damage. Otherwise, Lu Chen didn't understand the purpose of this skill. Why would there be a negative effect of reduced damage when converting to magical damage? Agile weapon reduces the weight of the weapon. Solid armor increases the defense of armor-type equipment. This one feels a bit more legitimate. Although he knew that his perfect divine skill and professional specialization could greatly evolve skills, the problem was that the basic effects of these skills were really too weak. This is also the reason why professions have level distinctions. Some professions simply have strong skills. Or rather, it is precisely because their professional skills are strong that they are classified as SSS level professions. For example, Eliza's skills 20 times agility damage, and it's not a single target skill, but a strengthened basic attack that can keep firing. His skills as an armored warrior, a simple effect of converting damage types, takes up a skill slot and has a negative effect. How can he compare with others? In any case, I should learn all the skills. After all, there are a total of 7 skill slots. He has only learned 2 skills so far. That's a bit unreasonable. In the end, choose to purchase skill books, weapon enchantment, solid armor, agile weapon. You have spent gold 1875 in the VIP trading hall. All purchased items will be directly delivered to the buyer's hands, rather than needing to be picked up from a collection point. Lu Chen had just completed his purchase. A spatial pouch appeared in front of him. Lu Chen took out the items inside. Skill book, weapon enchantment skill book, solid armor skill book, agile weapon learn skills, weapon enchantment, solid armor, agile weapon. Perfect. Divine skill has been triggered. Your armored warrior skills have achieved perfect evolution. Dawn Forest at this moment in the dawn. Forest. A green light accompanied by a silvery glow shot up into the sky. A beam of light shot directly into the clouds above. It painted the sky in shades of emerald green and silver white. The holy tree of job change. Elise was undergoing her class awakening. What had just appeared in the sky was her job change phenomenon. Lady Saint. Truly powerful. How many years has it been since our Elven clan has seen such a grand job change phenomenon? With Lady Elise leading us, our Elven clan will surely become even more prosperous. This must be the blessing of Lady Luluwei and Lord Kumironi. If Lord Kumironi saw this scene, he would surely feel comforted, right? However, these elves praised Kumironi, unaware that the Elven saint before them had already become a disciple of Tsang. How is it, Elise? Seeing Elise complete her second job transfer task, an elf responsible for her upgrade approached to inquire. I have accepted an SSS level second job transfer task. The task requires 50 pieces of Black Star Meteorite, and I need to clear 20 Nightmare difficulty dungeons solo, while also breaking the fastest clear record. However, Elise did not mention the remaining requirements of the job transfer task. There was another condition, to possess 3 divine artifacts. The requirements of this task were exceedingly harsh. Divine artifacts, as the name suggests, are equipment of the gods. How could a mere level 30 mortal possibly possess them? Yet, having become a disciple of Tsang, Elise felt a glimmer of hope. After all, Tsang is the god who governs divine artifacts. As a disciple of Tsang, completing this task didn't seem impossible. After all, the task only stated possession, it didn't mean she couldn't borrow them. Completing the second job transfer task with borrowed divine artifacts and then returning them was feasible. She couldn't fall back to the first job transfer just because she lost the artifacts, could she? Once the job transfer task was completed, it would be permanently done. Of course, the details of this task must remain confidential. Otherwise, if she alone completed a job transfer task that required 3 divine artifacts, anyone would become suspicious. 50 pieces of Black Star Meteorite, huh? SSS level job transfer. Tasks are indeed stringent. Fortunately, it's a material collection task. Our clan should have more than 50 pieces of Black Star Meteorite in reserve. Lady Saint, please. Wait a moment, I will apply for you. Upon hearing this response, Elise let out a sigh of relief. This could be considered a completion, right? She wondered if these 50 pieces of Black Star Meteorite would please Tsang, and how she would broach the subject of borrowing the divine artifacts. Equipment attribute growth gradient, equipment growth multiplier, current protagonist divine artifact attribute calculation, light and agile, divine, passive. Your equipment will ignore the effects of gravity, becoming extremely lightweight, and you will not be affected by any movement restrictions, allowing you to move freely in any environment. Artifact of magic, divine, passive. Your attacks will deal an equivalent amount of arcane magic damage, and your attacks can directly cut through magical skills, requires your damage to exceed the opponent's skill damage. 4. Non-damage type magic, it can be cut through based on its magical strength. Inherent defensive heavy armor, divine, passive gain 50% armor, elemental resistance, and arcane resistance. For every instance of damage taken, increase all resistances and armor by 5%, stacking up to a maximum of 100 layers. Light and agile evolved from the lightweight armament. This skill, even after evolution, seemed rather lackluster. She herself was not affected by the negative impacts of equipment. As for the movement restrictions, switching to a swift stance would yield the same effect. It turns out that if the basic effect of a skill is too poor, even a perfect divine skill may not be able to save the situation. Of course, even so, the perfect divine skill specialization is still undeniably a divine skill. As for the magic artifact, it evolved from weapon dematerialization. The current effect is equivalent to doubling one's damage again. As for the inherent heavy armor defense, it has once again enhanced one's defensive capabilities. Naturally, Lu Chen does not feel that anyone at the same level can take him down in one hit. And then, there are the auxiliary materials. The synthesis conditions for the Amaterasu bow require 1 piece of short bow type equipment. The short bow equipment needs to absorb the equipment attributes, scatter and random shot. Additionally, it requires the multi-shot skill book. These materials are all manageable and can be easily purchased. The rarest item is just those 100 pieces of Black Star Meteorite. Lu Chen currently has 50 pieces in hand. Eliza can provide him with another 50 pieces. Together, it's just enough. Purchase the multi-shot skill book. He does not have the skill book on hand. The world boss did not drop this one. As a black card member, your discount has been calculated. You have spent 75,000 gold successfully purchased. Skill book, multi-shot. This skill allows the archer's every normal attack to shoot multiple arrows. However, the damage of the arrow shot afterwards will be reduced, and there are no special effects. It can be considered a standard skill. And then there's the short bow type equipment. He has plenty of this type of equipment in his backpack. And he also has the scatter and random shot attributes. Lu Chen found a short bow in his backpack that had the scatter and random shot attributes. He then combined them onto the same piece of equipment. That should do. Next, I just need to wait for Eliza to deliver the materials, and I can synthesize the Amaterasu bow. Lu Chen completed the purchase of the items he needed. As for the invitation from the human emperor to become a king, Lu Chen did not plan to rush. In fact, he wanted to meet the human emperor in person to see what he was really thinking. Such sudden offers from others, like falling pies from the sky, Lu Chen intended to treat with caution. Of course, Lu Chen was no longer afraid of any danger now. With the time reversal equipment, as long as the situation was not right, he could directly return to the past. Well, I should give it a try. This ability is too abnormal. Lu Chen still planned to test it for safety. After all, what if it couldn't take effect at a critical moment? Better to be cautious and sail 1,000 ships safely. Since the introduction said there are no other restrictions, it means trying it out wouldn't incur any losses. In the next moment, Lu Chen directly activated time reversal. Click. As soon as the effect of this equipment was triggered, Lu Chen felt the pendant on him emit the sound of a clock's chain reversing. Buzz. Then, in just an instant, Lu Chen found himself back in front of the brilliant gem chamber. Lu Chen looked at the time. 22:41. It was exactly the time before he entered the brilliant gem chamber. Then, Lu Chen checked his attributes. The newly learned skill had already disappeared. As expected, this was the past time and space. Following that, Lu Chen repeated everything he had just done. He bought all the skill books, synthesized the equipment attributes, and then left the trading hall. Lu Chen could feel that his pendant was always in an activatable state. As long as he wished, he could continue to return to the past time and space he wanted to go back to. However, the only regret was that he could only return to the past and not go to the future. Just like when he returned to the front of the brilliant gem chamber earlier, Lu Chen could not directly activate time reversal to return to the time and space after he had finished buying the equipment. Instead, one must go through these things once more. Simply put, one can only retreat, not advance. Even if one comes from the future. And at that time, one was equipped with the time reversal pendant. If one were to go back 100 years in time, it would mean that Lu Chen must once again endure 100 years of time. Of course, the premise is that one's past self was equipped with time reversal. But this is akin to a form of immortality. This is also the bug of time reversal, a form of immortality. And now, it's time to complete the challenge dungeon. I had already signed a contract with the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association back then. Once this contract is signed, it must be fulfilled. Moreover, I also need to level up now. I need to raise my level to 60. Only then can I accept the third job transfer quest and become stronger. Just the second job transfer has provided me with time reversal and myriad transformation temple. How strong will the third job transfer be? One must know that each job transfer is stronger than the last. Moreover, the challenge dungeon is a solo dungeon. It will only drop skills and equipment corresponding to the profession. Perfectly suited for my current situation. Equipment doesn't matter much, but skills are very important. More importantly, without the skills of the myriad transformation divine gear, the first stage divine gear user can still use the skills of an armed user. But by the second stage, the usual armed user transfers to armed master. However, I am myriad transformation divine gear. And the skills can no longer be shared. Therefore, I can only seek special ways to obtain skills unique to this profession. There are also a few people in this world who have obtained mutated professions. They cannot use ordinary skill books either. They can only acquire them through special means. As a result, the growth path of mutated professions is far more difficult than that of ordinary professions. And this challenge dungeon is one of the ways to acquire skills for one's own profession. With this in mind, Lu Chen set off again. Under the effect of the new profession specialization, multiple attribute amplification, Lu Chen's speed surged to 2.1 times what it was before. This is still due to some attributes being inconvenient to change. Otherwise, the speed could be even faster. At this moment, Lu Chen's speed had reached 20,000 meters per second. He could cover a distance of 20 kilometers in 1 second. At such a high speed, after just 2 minutes, Lu Chen arrived at a dungeon near St. Leon City. Nearby this world. is too vast. Every year, multiple new maps appear. Each map is incredibly expansive. After thousands, even tens of thousands of years, it's hard to imagine this world not being large. Over 2,000 kilometers still belongs to the territory within St. Leon City. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to grind some small monsters during this journey. His health had risen to 2.83 million. The ordinary wilderness is quite different from the continuous mountain range. The number and variety of monsters are much scarcer. Unlike the continuous mountain range, where one can kill a large group at once. But even so, the speed of health accumulation isn't too slow. Every year on the day of mutation, many new dungeons refresh in the world. But at the same time, some old dungeons will disappear. The challenge dungeon, however, will only appear once a year. Meanwhile, the old challenge dungeons will vanish. This challenge dungeon will directly refresh next to the new level 30 map. Just like twin brothers. Lu Chen also checked the specific location of this dungeon through posts in the community. It is located in the northwest direction of St. Leon City, on a cliff of a high mountain. Challenge Cliff of the Wind Demon Challenge Dungeon Level Restriction, Level 30, Level 60 Job Restriction, Second Job Class Number Restriction, 1 Difficulty. Levels: Easy, Normal, Hard, Nightmare. Insane description: the Cliff of the Wind Demon is filled with numerous elemental monsters and features terrain damage from fierce winds. Within the map, players will continuously suffer from wind blade damage. Dungeons for levels above 30. The highest difficulty has reached the Insane level. At Insane difficulty, players can obtain platinum quality equipment. Of course, the difficulty has also become extremely twisted. If Nightmare difficulty can still be cleared by ordinary players after a dozen attempts, once it reaches Insane, only top-tier teams have a chance to succeed. At least, in a 5-member dungeon team, 3 must be S-class jobs. This is still the minimum requirement. Otherwise, defeat is inevitable. As for the difficulty above Insane, dungeons for level 100 and above, the 6th difficulty, Hell. The number of job changers who can clear it is truly few and far between. Only the Emperor of Man or teams composed entirely of SS-class jobs. Such world-class existences, only they have a chance to clear it. And the equipment quality dropped at Hell difficulty is Diamond. Challenging Insane difficulty on the first day after job change. Before the job change, I would have thought it was absurd. Lu Chen self-deprecatingly remarked. Then, he touched the dungeon interface in front of him. Select difficulty. Insane. Enter dungeon. May 28th. The day of the world's transformation. Demon Essence Tribe. Deep underground, there is an extremely spacious cave. Inside the cave, there are countless small rooms. Among the various rooms, intricate instruments are scattered everywhere. On the test tube rack on the table, colorful potions are displayed. These potions bubble and emit a pungent smell when heated by flames. One by one, the demon essences operate these unique materials in the cave. Their faces are filled with a mad glee. But none of this is worth paying attention to. What truly deserves attention is the center of the cave. A gigantic transparent capsule, sealed tightly. Countless tubes are inserted into the capsule. Inside the capsule, there is a thick green solution. Soaking in the solution is a spine resembling a ginseng. A long spine, from which countless golden yellow filaments extend like nerve fibers. They float and sway in the solution. Inject arcane energy. Buzz. An arcane mage demon essence stands atop an instrument. Upon hearing the command, he immediately releases arcane charge towards the instrument. Soon, a tube emits a pale blue glow. It begins to infuse into the capsule. Buzz, as the arcane energy is infused, the previously stable and calm interior of the capsule suddenly begins to surge. Success! It's going to succeed. Unstable. Reaction has reached critical value. Stable energy in the divine essence has been successfully activated. Below the capsule, countless demon essences gaze up at the capsule. Suspended in mid-air. Inside the capsule, the spine emits a bright red glow. And it trembles slightly. The entire green solution within the container is boiling violently. This indicates that the energy within is extremely unstable. It could even explode at any moment. However, seeing this capsule exuding a strong sense of danger. On the stage below, the magic spirits were caught in a frenzy of ecstasy. Woo! Hee hee! Ha ha ha! It's done! Finally done! Ah gg cuckoo kahaha. Various laughter echoed, bizarre and diverse. Bone explosion finally completed. A magic spirit jumped onto the control platform, dancing with joy. Test explosion, test explosion. Test explosion team, prepare for the test explosion. Bone explosion number 1, annihilation. Proceed with the test explosion. Location of the test explosion. Dragon Clan. Valley of 10,000 Dragons. Explosion. Blow up the strongest race in the alliance. The launch platform was set up. The top of the cave opened. In the sky, 3 moons hung high. One red, one blue, one purple. The blue was the largest, the red the smallest. Under the illumination of the 3 moons, the eyes of the magic spirits turned blood red. It was as if they had been enchanted. But indeed, they were enchanted. The second millennium of awakening history brought about the anomaly known as the blood moon. That year, the smallest moon in the sky gradually turned blood red. And with this anomaly occurring, over 90% of the races in the world were affected. They became bloodthirsty and highly destructive. They wanted to destroy everything. The few races that were not affected faced a massive assault from the mutated races. However, fortunately, races that only knew destruction and not development would not last long. After enduring for a long time, these mad races gradually faced extinction. Yet, some still remained in the world. To cause greater destruction, they possessed an extremely disciplined race. The magic spirits were one of them. The magic spirits loved research and excelled at invention. Many black technologies that fused multiple fields of ability were products of the magic spirits' inventions. And the sole purpose of all their research was to create something big. And today, something big was achieved. At the bottom of the capsule, a base was installed. On this base, hundreds of magical arrays were engraved, along with some unique markings. Acceleration array, flame eruption array, instant propulsion array, directional deviation array, positioning mark, locking mark, barrier protection array. A series of magical arrays aimed to send this massive capsule to the test explosion site that had been determined hundreds of years ago. Valley of 10,000 Dragons was the only place. It was the best explosion site. The test explosion team watched as one after another, the launch devices were attached to the capsule. This capsule was assembled to resemble a bomb. They were extremely excited. Explosion was the art of the magic spirits. Release the fixed array magic. Bone explosion can move now. Activate the acceleration array, flame eruption array. Lock onto the Valley of 10,000 Dragons. Jet start. Start, start, start. Bang! A burst of flames erupted. Bone explosion shot directly into the sky, soaring into the vast night sky. Answering a question. The time and space. Returned by reverse time is the entire world moving backward together. There is no concept of original time and space. Simply put, the whole world has rolled back to 1 hour ago. Of course, if I really become popular, if I can really become popular, and someone writes fanfiction on the offline, then we can talk about it. As for why this sentence is not placed in the author's note, it's because Tomato has a feature called Author on Tomato. From time to time, the message from Author's Note will be displayed in a certain comment, and if I put it in Author's Note, it might spoil the earlier readers. Valley of Dragons. Here is the capital of the dragon race. Countless giant dragons soar and rest in this place. Unlike humans, giant dragons possess a certain combat power right after birth. Even young dragons can contend with low-level magical beasts. When a young dragon breaks out of its egg, it can see its own attribute panel. However, they have no profession. They lack any specialized skills. Yet, even so, their inherent strength is enough to support them in hunting magical beasts in the wild. Even a newly hatched young dragon has over 100 points in its 4-dimensional attribute values. By hunting magical creatures, they can also level up. They can even reach level 30 before their class change. On every May 28, these young dragons will undergo a ceremony to transition from being unclassed to their own profession. The profession of a giant dragon is generally related to its dragon type. Golden dragons often have tank-type professions, such as guardian dragon, protector dragon. Silver dragons are usually magic-type professions, like arcane dragon, spell dragon. White dragons are holy healing-type professions and often possess purification abilities. They typically exist as healers among the dragon race, such as healing dragon, guardian dragon, blessing dragon. Of course, there are also some white dragons that abandon healing but possess strong punitive abilities, like punishing dragon or holy judgment dragon. At this moment, in the Valley of Dragons, an adult giant dragon is hunting with a group of young dragons near the forest. Suddenly, this giant dragon senses something. It raises its head and sees a small black dot in the sky, rapidly approaching its direction. Cliff of Wind Demons boom. A strike. -27,500,000, critical hit, -27,500,000, critical hit, -27,500,000, critical hit, -27,500,000, critical hit, -27,500,000, critical hit. Lu Chen draws out the. In an instant, he deals 27 million damage. This is the damage from Demon's Artifact, a mix of physical and magical damage, which doubles Lu Chen's damage. With this strike, the surrounding monsters are instantly wiped out. However, at the same time, the shield on Lu Chen is also worn down by a thin layer. Madness difficulty. Upon entering the dungeon, he faces a deadly attack. The moment he steps in, Lu Chen is attacked by multiple monsters at once. This is the opening kill. However, with over 2 million health points, it is really too thick. These monsters simply cannot deal any significant damage. Their attacks cause over 2,000 points of damage. For Lu Chen, it is completely negligible. You have killed Wind Demon, level 30, you have gained experience, 90,000, Madness Dungeon. 2,000% experience, you have killed Wind Crossing Eagle, level 30, you have gained experience, 90,000, Madness Dungeon 2,000% experience. You have killed Wind Wing Dragon, Elite, level 30, you have gained experience, 390,000, Madness Dungeon 2,000% experience. Congratulations, your level has increased to 33, leveled up. Seeing his level increase, Lu Chen casually takes out a Mountain Splitter Greatsword, Platinum. This is a level 31. Platinum quality equipment. Lu Chen cannot convert equipment that is higher than his level into an artifact embryo. Naturally, it would be unable to absorb higher level equipment. But now, after leveling up, it can absorb them. Absorbing the Mountain Splitting Greatsword, enhancing the quality of Jingyue. Currently absorbing Mountain Splitting Greatsword, Platinum, Buzz. A deep rumble emanated from the Black Jingyue. Supreme Enhancement has been triggered. Jingyue enhancement level has been raised to the limit. Jingyue, Artifact, +5, Max, Quality, Platinum, can grow, Equipment level, 33, follows user level, Strength +99, 611 critical hit rate, 50% critical hit effect, 250% effect. Shockwave. Each normal attack will create a shockwave, dealing equivalent Earth-type damage within a radius of 225 meters, with damage being 10 times the strength value. Can crit. Effect 2, Charged Strike, Ultimate, each of your normal attacks will turn into a charged heavy strike, dealing 3 times the damage. Effect 3, Invincible Attack, Ultimate, each of your normal attacks will grant you an invincible state, reducing damage by 50%, while also providing a shield equal to 15% of your maximum health. Effect 4, to be absorbed. Description: the Jingyue that can instantly complete charging. Now, no one can stop its owner from wielding this greatsword. What a pity, the critical hit rate is wasted. Now, every attack launched by Lu Chen is an absolute critical hit. A 50% critical hit rate is truly a waste. If only this critical hit rate sub-attribute could be exchanged for another one, that would be great. However, Lu Chen is very satisfied with the base attributes. Level 33 and level 30. Although there is only a 3-level difference, the attributes of the equipment differ by 3 times. The equipment attributes after the second transfer will experience a significant increase. Moreover, with the enhancement of the equipment quality, the attribute bonuses of Jingyue have become extremely outrageous. As the Platinum quality Greatsword is absorbed, the attributes of Jingyue also received an upgrade, with the range increasing from 150 meters to 225 meters. It may seem like only 75 meters, but in reality, the radius has increased to 1.5 times. The covered area has increased to 2.25 times. The slender Jingyue, with a swirl of black mist around it, has become even denser. Originally, Jingyue was different from an ordinary greatsword. It was not very wide. On the contrary, as a greatsword, Jingyue appeared somewhat slender. It seemed more ancient and heavy. Now, however, the shape of Jingyue has slightly shrunk again, giving a more agile impression. But Lu Chen doesn't mind. After all, he has never experienced the negative effects of equipment, such as the sluggishness, heaviness, and stiffness of the greatsword, or any other negative equipment effects. After allowing Jingyue to absorb the Platinum Greatsword, Lu Chen looked around. The challenge dungeon has a special feature. All the monsters inside are always at the same level as Lu Chen. And in the second transfer dungeon, the map is no longer as simple as the initial novice dungeon. The terrain has also become more expansive. Often, a dungeon can cover hundreds of kilometers. Completing a dungeon can even take several days, or even dozens of days. Turret Stance. Lu Chen instantly activated the Turret Stance. The skill Agile and Light has only one benefit for him: it can lift. The movement restrictions of the Turret Stance. Turret Stance, unable to move, but all attack ranges increase by 2.5 times, and the damage effective range becomes twice the original, calculated based on linear distance, in an instant. The attack range of Jingyue increased from a radius of 225 meters to a radius of 788 meters. In the next moment, Lu Chen launched another explosive attack. Boom! This time, the diameter of the attack exceeded 1.5 kilometers. Bang! In Lu Chen's hand, Jingyue swung. A wave of black energy rippled out. The Platinum quality Jingyue. Its attack effect became even more shocking. Amidst the shockwave, heavy black energy swirled. -2,299,611, critical hit, -3,299,611, critical hit, -2,299,611, critical hit, -2,929,567, critical hit, -2,299,611, critical hit. In another moment, groups of Wind Demon Bird of Wind were taken down by Lu Chen. Lu Chen's experience bar was rapidly increasing. But unfortunately, the monsters in this dungeon were equivalent to his own level. This meant that there would be no monsters appearing above his level. He couldn't defeat them at a higher level to gain multiple experience points. But even so, Lu Chen's leveling speed was still astonishing. In just 2 attacks, he had already reached level 37. You need to hold on for 29 minutes and 30 seconds, so this time the dungeon type is defense? Lu Chen looked at both sides of the cliff. At this moment, on both sides of the cliff, the monsters flying in mid-air had been cleared by Lu Chen. But soon, with the howling of the fierce wind, one by one, the green wind demons began to coalesce again. It was only at this point Lu Chen could finally see the panels of these monsters. Wind demon level, 37 health, 370,000 skills, wind blade, wind bullet. Traits, flight, physical damage evasion, physical damage reduction, super strong earth resistance. Description, small monsters that can fly in the sky using the power of wind, extremely difficult to hit. No wonder my damage has decreased so much. Physical damage reduction, super strong earth resistance. If I don't activate the attack stance to penetrate resistance, my damage will indeed be much lower. Non-entity monsters are the most effective against physical damage, and wind-type monsters have the highest earth damage resistance. I was originally countered. However, in this dungeon, even an ordinary small monster has 370,000 health. At the same time, the skills are annoyingly powerful, with 2 ranged skills, and they can fly. Plus, this environment is a fierce wind environment. The ranged attacks of the assault team will be affected by the fierce wind and deflected, but the monster's ranged attacks will not be affected. And the terrain. Lu Chen examined the surrounding terrain. In front of him, there was only a narrow mountain path staircase. There were no guardrails or handrails. It was like walking on a tightrope. Moreover, this is a fierce wind environment. It would greatly affect character movement. A slight misstep could lead to falling off the cliff. If it weren't for Lu Chen currently having graceful lightness, which prevents any movement restrictions. Otherwise, if he didn't switch to swift stance, he could really be blown off the cliff by the fierce wind. TSK. Is this what crazy difficulty looks like? In such a perilous terrain. He also had to deal with the rapidly flying wind demons. And this wind demon still had 370,000 health. The difficulty is truly insane. Whether it can hit is one thing. Even if it can hit, the wind demon has the characteristic of evading physical damage. It can largely evade physical damage and also has physical damage reduction. Plus, it has a lot of health. One can only say that the challenge difficulty is far higher than the so-called nightmare difficulty. Entering the mad difficulty dungeon personally, experiencing just how perverse the mad difficulty dungeon truly is. Lu Chen finally understood why only the top elite teams of the human race could conquer it. -315, -310, -303, -295, -287 shield refresh plus 60,000 shield value. Around him, the gale environment continuously formed wind blades, constantly draining Lu Chen's health. This difficulty is really too perverse. At the same time, he casually swung a sword. Boom! In an instant, hundreds of wind demons generated around him once again turned to ashes. This dungeon is really hard. Feeling the difficulty of this dungeon, Lu Chen couldn't even imagine how those SS-level professions managed to clear it. Lu Chen had an extremely clear understanding of his own strength. After all, he had lived in this world for 18 years. These 18 years were spent learning various knowledge about this world. Therefore, Lu Chen would never compare his combat power with that of ordinary people. Just like that, Lu Chen wielded his Jinyue, steadily walking step by step towards the mountain peak. -3,299,611, critical hit, -4,299,611, critical hit, -5,299,611, critical hit, -3,929,567, critical hit, -3,299,611, critical hit. And Lu Chen's level was steadily rising. Congratulations, your level has increased to 38. Congratulations, your level has increased to 39. Congratulations, your level has increased to 43. Although it said that one-shot kills do not enter combat status is not only triggered by active attacks. Being attacked will also trigger combat status. The moment he entered the dungeon, Lu Chen had already received unavoidable attacks. The effect of the swift boots also disappeared. Of course. In this battle, Lu Chen still had the opportunity to actively activate the speed boost 3 times. But, what's the point of activating it? After all, this dungeon is a defend-type dungeon. If he doesn't hold out for 30 minutes, the final boss won't appear. What's the use of running fast? So, Lu Chen leisurely walked step by step. As monsters respawned around him, he swung Jinyue once to instantly kill all those monsters. Evade? It doesn't matter, with the Dance of Madness trait plus 100% hit rate. Wind element. Monsters significantly resist earth damage? No problem, even if you resist 99% of the damage, I can kill you with just 1% of the damage. Moreover, these monsters can't resist 99% of the damage at all. At most, they can only reduce it by 90%. As Lu Chen's level continued to rise, the health of these monsters also increased with the level. But no matter how their health increased, they could never escape the fate of being one-shot killed by Lu Chen. In fact, Lu Chen was too lazy to even activate attack stance. He kept the turret stance on, clearing the field again and again at maximum range. Lu Chen killed quickly, and these monsters respawned quickly. Once the number of monsters stabilized at a certain value, they would stop respawning. However, Lu Chen's frenzied killings caused these monsters to respawn again and again. At the same time, Lu Chen also took the opportunity to upgrade the quality of his other equipment to platinum. For all 7 equipment slots, Lu Chen reserved platinum equipment for absorption. The swift boots of 1,000 miles granted an increase in base movement speed. The base movement speed bonus rose from 10 meters per second to 20 meters per second. Additionally, it provided the effect of maintaining acceleration for 3 seconds after entering combat. Moreover, the number of times the acceleration effect could be activated during combat increased from 3 to 5. Lu Chen speculated that if the quality improved further, he might be able to maintain peak speed during combat. As for the heavy armor he wore, the Heart of Resilience simply and brutally increased the health points of each type of monster. Now, each type of monster could provide a maximum of 150 health points. Furthermore, a single type of monster could stack twice. Boss monsters now had 3,000 health points, while world bosses increased to 100,000 health points. Regarding the necklace, it was already of platinum quality. The ring, on the other hand, gained an effect that could help others conceal their identity. Lu Chen thought this effect could be used by Elise, allowing her to hide her identity as his disciple. And so it was. Lu Chen, amidst the howling winds, strolled effortlessly towards the mountain peak within the madly difficult dungeon. Valley of 10,000 Dragons. At this moment, the territory of the dragon race. Countless giant dragons gazed up at the sky. In the sky, something was rapidly accelerating and plummeting towards the Valley of 10,000 Dragons. The dragons soared into the air, watching the black dot in the sky. A few older dragons wore serious expressions. As top-tier powerhouses, they possessed an extraordinary intuition. What is that thing? My instincts are on alert. That thing is very dangerous. No matter what it is, I sense ill intent from the newcomer. Intercept it. Oriel. Hyman. Follow me. A hurricane demon dragon appeared, surrounded by countless azure blue magic circles. These magic circles lit up. In an instant, the hurricane demon dragon accelerated to its maximum speed, charging towards the black dot. Another wave of monsters fell to Lu Chen. Congratulations! Your level has risen to level 55. Lu Chen looked at his own level. Finally, his level had reached 55. After level 30, the journey to level 60 typically took nearly a year for ordinary job changers. After level 30, the experience gained from killing monsters compared to the experience required for leveling up was vastly insufficient. A level 55 monster only provided a base experience of 8,250. Under the 20x experience bonus of the madly difficult dungeon, he could only gain 165,000 experience. However, leveling from 55 to 56 already required 200 million experience. At least, he would need to kill 1,000. Bang! Lu Chen swept his sword horizontally. A wave of black energy spread out. Minus 8,648,266, critical hit. Minus 9,648,872, critical hit. Minus 7,648,657, critical hit. Minus 9,648,328, critical hit. Minus 8,648,157. Critical hit. Large swaths of wind demons dissipated into chaotic gusts. Ultimately, they vanished without a trace. You have killed Wind Demon X492, you have killed Wind Wing Dragon X334, you have killed Wine Phantom Bird X593, you have killed Elite Rampaging Wind Demon X13, you have killed Elite Furious Wind Wing Dragon X4. You have gained experience points 269,693,725. Congratulations, your level has risen to 56. Lu Chen's experience points instantly reached the maximum. There was even a significant surplus. As Lu Chen continued to climb higher, in just 10 minutes, he was already close to the mountain peak. His level had also reached the second transfer limit, level 60. Now, even with ordinary speed, Lu Chen was already quite fast. His speed per second had reached 30 meters. Looking at the data, it wasn't much. But this was without any speed enhancement. If he were to equip a few speed boosting abilities, his speed would easily exceed 100. At the second transfer stage, if he could suddenly dash hundreds of meters in battle, his opponents wouldn't even catch a glimpse of him. Of course, among the human second transfer professions, no one was a match for Lu Chen. Finally here. The peak. The reason Lu Chen was heading to the peak was simple. It was because this dungeon only had this one path. If he didn't go up the mountain, where else could he go? He couldn't just stay at the starting point. Moreover, since there was a path, it indicated that there would be something ahead. Generally speaking, a path definitely leads to a place that needs to be explored. Following this line of thought, he was basically on the right track. And even if he was wrong, Lu Chen could reverse time and start over. At this moment, just as he arrived at the peak, when Lu Chen stepped onto the last step and reached the flat ground at the top, rumble a series of roars echoed. The ground trembled. Behind Lu Chen, the series of steps disintegrated in an instant. Huge stones tumbled down the cliff. Looking at the destroyed steps behind him, Lu Chen understood the meaning of this dungeon. So it means I can't turn back? Immediately, Lu Chen looked ahead. In front of him were 3 small bosses. 2 in the sky, 1 on the ground. The ground boss was Flame Wind Blue Tiger. Its entire body was composed of wind elements, and amidst the wind, blue flames danced around it. Above in the sky was a mass of dark clouds. The clouds were pitch black, with flashes of lightning within. Raging Thundercloud, the other boss, was an ice blue icebird. As it flapped its wings, countless cold winds wrapped around it. It looked quite formidable. Frost Crystal Skybird, composite type elemental creatures? Fire Wind, Thunder Wind, Ice Wind. 1 focuses on sustained damage, 1 on burst damage, and 1 on control. Health. Tisk. 100 million health, Each of the 3 small bosses had a health of 100 million. That was already comparable to a level 30 world boss. But, world bosses could be fought by tens of thousands of players together. This one, however, was a solo dungeon. He had to face it alone. Could the intensity be the same? Moreover, he was facing 3 at once. At the same time, Lu Chen noticed a prompt. Time remaining until boss completely goes berserk, 1931, just like the countdown time I need to endure. In other words, if I can't reach the peak within 30 minutes, these bosses will enter a berserk state? I wonder what level of combat power these bosses will have when they go berserk. Lu Chen pondered slightly. Roar, the wind tiger, engulfed in blue flames, roared. Boom! In the sky, the sound of thunder rolled. Birds chirping. Just in the brief seconds that Lu Chen was contemplating these 3 bosses, they directly launched an attack on Lu Chen. Alongside them, there were also small monsters refreshing nearby. Indeed, 3 bosses with 100 million health each, accompanied by thousands of small monsters. No matter the formation, this was a scene of utter despair. But Lu Chen merely adjusted his grip on the attack stance and then, with a single sword strike, boom! A circle of black mist instantly spread in all directions. The shockwave effect was triggered in an instant. Bang! -183,702,600, critical hit, -183,702,600, critical hit, -183,702,600, critical hit, -183,702,600, critical hit, -183,702,600, critical hit. In an instant, above and below, all hostile monsters were annihilated. Lu Chen looked at the kill report that had refreshed. Not only were there monsters in the sky, there were also prompts of monster deaths in the ground of the cliff. So, there are digging monsters in the depths of this cliff. How insidious. The madness of the dungeon difficulty made it so hard to guard against. Lu Chen's level had already risen to level 60. The power value bonus had also reached 204,114 points. 200,000 power points. Dual-wielding copies meant 2, totaling 400,000 power points. This was nearly 7 times higher than the power attributes at level 30. With one strike, the damage had already surpassed 100 million. You have killed Phase Boss, Cold Crystal Skybird. You have killed Phase Boss, Furious Thundercloud. You have killed Phase Boss, Flame Wind Blue Tiger. You have accumulated Phase Boss Treasure Chests X3. The accumulation of Phase Boss Treasure Chests. Liu Chen was not surprised. This was something learned in high school. The rewards for these small bosses would accumulate only after killing the final boss would the rewards be settled. However, if the team was wiped out before killing the final boss, these treasure chests would not disappear. Instead, after the dungeon ended, all participating team members would be summoned again to distribute the rewards of the small treasure chests. As long as a small boss was killed, it indicated that this dungeon was profitable. Therefore, some teams, knowing they couldn't defeat the final boss, would clear out the small bosses, then directly settle the rewards. This way, they could still gain some small rewards. Even this was also a way to farm equipment. For example, platinum quality equipment. It was too difficult to clear the dungeon on mad difficulty. So some top teams would choose to kill a few small bosses to obtain treasure chests. They could still produce platinum quality equipment. However, even with such methods, the yield of platinum quality equipment remained very scarce. After all, even if the target was not the final boss, among the human race, teams that could encounter and ultimately defeat small bosses were still few and far between. Like Liu Chen now. Just having undergone the second class change, he was already fully equipped with platinum quality, even fully enhanced gear. There was no second person like him among the entire human race. Even the major families with long-standing legacies couldn't produce such a luxurious configuration. Of course, there was also an important point. After leveling up, one needed to change equipment. Wasting so many resources to enhance an item that would soon be replaced was simply a waste. Generally speaking, the major families only enhance equipment at levels 30, 60, and 100 during the night. These levels often require a long stay. Besides, enhancing equipment at other levels is truly a waste of resources. Just as the treasure chest settlement prompt popped up, Liu Chen saw a wisp of blue flame rising before him. Dark clouds gathered in the sky once again. At the same time, there was an ice egg with a health bar marked as gray above. This indicated that the ice egg was in a locked health state. At this moment, cracks began to appear on the surface of the ice egg. Crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks on the surface of the ice egg became denser. Bang! Finally, the ice egg completely shattered. Bird call. The next moment, a giant bird made entirely of ice blocks appeared before Liu Chen once more. Frost Crystal Skybird, Stage Boss. Rank, King Level, 60 Health, 120,000,000/120,000,000 Mana, 10,000,000/10,000,000 Skills, Hardened Dive, Icefall, Extreme Ice Surround, Deep Freeze. Traits, Wind's Blessing, Ice Crystal Protection, Fire Resistance, Extreme Cold Aura. Special Guardian, Undying upon death, will transform into an ice egg and resurrect after 3 seconds. This trait disappears after going berserk. Description, A frost bird with freezing power that can plunge all surrounding enemies into cold and sluggishness. This special guardian wasn't there just now. If there had been this description earlier, Liu Chen would have definitely noticed. It's likely a hidden ability of the opponent. It only shows up when triggered. If this boss isn't killed, this hidden ability won't be revealed. Thinking of this, Liu Chen couldn't help but sigh again. These bosses are truly insidious. Other teams expend tremendous effort to take down 3 bosses, only to find out that these bosses can resurrect. He couldn't imagine how desperate they would feel. Immediately, Liu Chen looked at the Thundercloud and that Windfire Tiger. Indeed, they also had similar types of resurrection abilities. As the boss resurrected, one after another, small monsters also respawned around Liu Chen. The small monsters surrounded Liu Chen. It must be said, during a boss battle, the most annoying part isn't necessarily the boss itself, but rather the pesky small monsters surrounding them. Alright then. Faced with this situation, Liu Chen let out a light sigh. Then, he swung his weapon, Jinue, once more. Let them come. Boom. A strike fell. -183,702,600. Critical hit. 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 After the strike, Liu Chen switched his stance. Cannon stance. Boom. Another strike. minus 12,648,266, critical hit, minus 12,648,872, critical hit, minus 10,648,657, critical hit, minus 9,648,328, critical hit, minus 12,648,157, critical hit. In just 2 short attacks, he cleared the entire mountaintop again. You have killed stage boss Frost Crystal Skybird. You have killed stage boss Raging Thundercloud. You have killed stage boss Flame Wind Blue Tiger. Meanwhile, another prompt appeared. You have accumulated stage boss treasure chests x6. The treasure chests have turned into 6? After reviving and killing it again, can I still accumulate treasure chests? Seeing this prompt, Lu Chen's eyes brightened slightly. What kind of boss can be infinitely revived and accumulate treasure chests? It can't be that I can continue to accumulate after killing it a 3rd time, right? Lu Chen looked up at the sky. The continuously gathering thunderclouds, and the ice egg that was about to crack again. Is there such good fortune? Roar! Boom! Bird call! Facing the roaring boss in front of him, which had revived again, Lu Chen simply raised his weapon, Jinyue, calmly. Boom! Another strike fell. Minus 183,702,600, critical hit, minus 183,702,600, critical hit, minus 183,702,600, critical hit, minus 183,702,600, critical hit, minus 183,702,600, critical hit. It wasn't an attacking stance. He still couldn't one-shot these boss. It was indeed a bit troublesome. Current accumulated treasure chest count, 12. Lu Chen checked the current accumulated treasure chests. These boss had already been killed by Lu Chen 4 times. A boss that can infinitely revive is quite nice. But if others reach this stage in the future, they might just cry. An infinitely reviving boss, headbutting. How could an ordinary person obtain such treasure so easily? Lu Chen looked at the countdown that was continuously ticking away. Rage countdown, 18:47. There were still 18 minutes left before this battle would end. Lu Chen decided not to rush. He put away Jinyue in his left hand and placed it behind him. With his right hand, he wielded Jinyue. As for the turret stance, Lu Chen was too lazy to switch. After all, those small monsters couldn't get close. And his level had already risen to level 60. He no longer needed to kill small monsters for experience points. Boom 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 boom, waves of attack ripples spread out. Lu Chen pulled out a small stool from his backpack. Sitting atop the mountain peak where the wind howled incessantly, he began to browse community news. The elf race has produced an owner of SSS level talent. Oh. News. The White King has come to the human territory for a vacation, planning to spend some time with his daughter? The White King, the great sorcerer dragon, should be one of the top strongest beings in this world, right? Also, there's been an abnormality in communication with the Valley of 10,000 Dragons? Communication interrupted. Communication with the Valley of 10,000 Dragons has malfunctioned. Suspected signal fog has appeared. The Valley of 10,000 Dragons has lost contact with the outside world and any news about me? Let's see what these people are saying. Lu Chen clicked on one community news after another. The fog that the great sage cannot see through. Lu Chen's identity remains a mystery? The human emperor is suspected to have extended a king invitation to Lu Chen. Will Lu Chen become the youngest king in history? Speculations on Lu Chen's mutated profession. Let's count Lu Chen's hidden abilities. One post after another appeared. The vast majority of the posts were discussing what abilities Lu Chen actually had. What characteristics did his profession have? But they were all just wild guesses, completely without any clues. After all, Lu Chen had never shown his hand in front of others. Not once. They could only see the outrageous announcements that Lu Chen had produced through the world rules prompts. In the eyes of all the Eastern races, Lu Chen had become a big mystery. Lu Chen quickly browsed through a large number of posts related to him. There were too many posts. He couldn't keep up at all. Lu Chen only read a dozen or so before he lost interest. These editors had no clues at all, no images, no videos. It all started with an eye-catching title, and the rest was just nonsense. As a result, there were all sorts of speculations. Some even claimed he had found a stack of instant kill scrolls that could annihilate any creature in sight. Such absurd scrolls were being talked about. There were even those who said he was a reincarnation of a true god, a divine being incarnate, an embodiment of an immortal-level monster. Wasn't that even more ridiculous? However, with millions of discussion threads, there was bound to be one that hit the mark. Someone guessed it was about a divine artifact. But that correct Guess was lost among millions of wrong answers. No one believed it. It was like in Lu Chen's previous life on Blue Star, who would believe that Luffy was the human fruit, mythical Zoan, Nika form? Of course, Lu Chen wouldn't casually expose any clues about himself. The fewer people knew before his strength fully developed, the better. Then, Lu Chen continued to scroll down. Suddenly, he came across some posts that caught his attention. The awakening era of 5,000 years has arrived, legends of the Millennium Catastrophe. Will the Millennium Catastrophe strike us again? A. Review of the Millennium Anomalies throughout history. Millennium Catastrophe. Upon seeing these titles, Lu Chen's expression grew slightly serious. At the same time, he waved his Xinyue lightly. Boom, 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 boom. The three bosses that had just been revived were killed again. And Lu Chen didn't even spare them a glance. Initial Awakening, Blood Moon, Abyss, Stars, Divine Monsters. Only the first anomaly granted the power of awakening and class change to the world's races. The remaining 4 times were all disasters. Moreover, the impact of these disasters is still felt today. To this day, the moon in the sky remains blood red. The abyss still exists. In the sky, the originally 4 moons have already fallen. 1. As for the divine monsters, their remains and temples are scattered all over the world. Occasionally, their followers appear, wreaking havoc in the world. This year, if we don't count the initial awakening, it marks the 5th millennium. Sigh, the Millennium Catastrophe just happens to coincide with me. I hope the anomaly doesn't come too soon. As Lu Chen browsed the community, he casually waved Xinyue. Time continued to pass. Boom, 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 boom. You have killed Stage Boss, Cold Crystal Skybird. You have killed Stage Boss, Furious Thundercloud. You have killed Stage Boss, Flame Wind Blue Tiger. You have killed Stage Boss, Cold Crystal Skybird. You have killed Stage Boss, Furious Thundercloud. You have killed Stage Boss, Flame Wind Blue Tiger. The kill notifications kept coming in. Current accumulated treasure chests, 486, and the treasure chests had accumulated to 486. This was even more than the total number of mad difficulty treasure chests produced by the human race in an entire year. The closer it got to the frenzy, the faster these 3 bosses revived. And the faster they revived, the quicker Lu Chen killed them. In just over 10 minutes, these bosses had already died over 100 times. Just 1 more minute, and it will be over. Lu Chen looked at the time. After scrolling through the community for over 10 minutes, he felt a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of his past life scrolling through Douyin. In the last minute, Lu Chen stood up. At the same time, he noticed that in the distance, countless mists were gathering. Approximately 10 kilometers away from him, the mist was coalescing into a body, clearly indicating that a new elemental creature was continuously forming. Lu Chen frowned slightly. He recognized this as the final boss. Final Storm, Boss, Rank, King, High Tier, Level, 60 Health. 320.000.000/320.000.000 mana, 10.000.000/10.000.000 skills, Wind Pillar, Brutal Tornado, Wind Shock, Ultimate Storm, Thunderstorm, Flame Storm. Traits: Wind's Blessing, Ignore Earth Damage, Gale Aura, Resistance to Close Range. Description: the ultimate boss that controls the power of the raging winds. Possesses immense destructive power. 320 million health. Fighting this dungeon is indeed no different from soloing a world boss, right? It might also be that the difficulty of the challenge dungeon is slightly higher than that of a normal dungeon. Lu Chen looked at the final boss that had formed. A corresponding guess arose in his mind. The difficulty of this insane difficulty dungeon. It really is a bit over the top. After all, he had seen world bosses before. A level 60 world boss has a health of only 900 million. This insane difficulty dungeon. The final boss has 300 million health. Plus the mechanics bonuses. This boss is indeed equivalent to the strength of a world boss of the same level. In fact, it might even surpass it. After all, there are those 3 little bosses nearby, along with a whole swarm of minions. 3 little bosses in a berserk state with 12 million health each, plus the final boss. The intensity is maxed out. However, the textbook never mentioned that there is no difference between insane difficulties. Just like the strong nightmare difficulty and the weak nightmare difficulty, they really don't seem to fall within the same difficulty classification. In strong nightmare difficulty, even an S-tier professional team struggles to clear it. While in weak nightmare difficulty, a pure B-tier professional team, with a bit of practice, can clear it easily. The upper and lower limits are not even on the same level. The insane difficulty he is currently facing might just be strong insane, who knows? Of course. Lu Chen had another guess. That is, the world is undergoing changes. After all, it's a new millennium, who knows what will happen. He wouldn't be surprised if the boss in the dungeon came out and caused destruction in the world. However, there are just too many damn reasons, thinking too much is pointless. The boss is right in front of him now. Forget it. Let's kill it first. Lu Chen squinted at the boss before him. That boss was outside the cliff. At the same time, it was still in a locked health state. He estimated that he would have to wait for the 1-minute countdown to end. Only after all 3 little bosses entered their berserk state would it officially enter the final phase. And during this process, boom! A bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Lu Chen did not dodge. He simply activated a near-death resistance attribute. Minus 2418, shield block tisk. I thought the damage would be higher. In the distance, the final storm had already launched an attack against him. Even though it was still in a locked health state and could not be harmed, it was still 10 kilometers away. But even so, this annoying boss still initiated an attack against him. It's really shameless. However, it doesn't matter. The inherent defense heavy armor, divine, passive, had long been stacked to the maximum level. This skill provided Lu Chen with a whopping 550% increase in armor and resistance. Plus, Lu Chen himself had high health and thick shields. Go ahead, hit me. Lu Chen stood up from the charred stool. His hands moved, yet did not stop. With a casual wave, he summoned the mountain. Boom! You have defeated the stage boss, Cold Crystal Sky Bird. You have defeated the stage boss, Furious Thunder Cloud. You have defeated the stage boss, Flame Wind Blue Tiger. Current treasure chest count, 498. The treasure chests had already stacked up to 498. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Whoosh! In an instant, the 3 bosses revived once more. Lu Chen employed the same trick again, slashing out with his sword. The 3 bosses were killed again. The treasure chests accumulated once more. Current treasure chest count, 501. Immediately, Lu Chen took out Wind Spirit Grass from his backpack. Effect, permanently increases agility by 20 points after use, and grants temporary flying ability for 1 hour. Can be used to craft Windwalker Potion, allowing prolonged flying ability for 6 hours. Description, precious Wind Spirit Grass that allows one to harness the power of the wind. This boss, like a turtle, it shrank in the distance. He couldn't reach it at all. He had to fly to get to it. For a class changer who couldn't fly yet, this dungeon was simply hell. Just as Lu Chen was about to consume this 500,000 value herb, suddenly, he felt a stirring in his heart. A voice resonated within him. Song, your disciple. Elise prays devoutly to you. I have obtained the rare materials you favor, and now I offer them as a sacrifice. Hearing this voice, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy. Finally here. Elise had already set up the sacrificial ceremony. After finishing her prayer, she presented 50 pieces of black star meteorite at the center of the magic array. Buzz whoosh. Without waiting for Elise to perform the subsequent ritual, in the next moment, the 50 pieces of black star meteorite vanished without a trace. Elise stared blankly at the sacrificial magic array before her. The speed was astonishing. Why did it feel like being robbed? But soon, Elise's heart heard an ethereal voice. To me, sacrifice does not require excessive complicated steps. Lu Chen looked at the additional 50 pieces of black star meteorite in his backpack, his heart racing with excitement. Finally, he could synthesize the second artifact. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. The monsters of Wind Demon Cliff have entered a frenzy. In an instant, the originally howling black cliff was suddenly stained with blood. At the same time, the fierce wind carried strands of blood rain. But Lu Chen's gaze was cold and sharp. Synthesis, Heavenly Bow of the Thicket Absorbing Equipment, Rapid Fire Bow, Platinum, synthesizing artifact for you. Buzz. In Lu Chen's left hand, the original replica of the mountain had disappeared. In its place was a short bow interwoven with sky blue and forest green light. Heavenly Bow of the Thicket, artifact, +5, max, quality, platinum, upgradable, equipment level, 60, follows user's level, agility +163, 291 attack speed. +100% effect, Heavenly Arrow Rain. Your shots will transform into firing 150 arrows simultaneously, all of which will carry identical additional effects. Base, effect 2, grip rapid. Fire, ultimate, holding the short bow allows for rapid continuous shooting without releasing the string. Effect 3, scatter shot, ultimate, with each shot, an additional 3 arrows are fired in random directions. The angle of the arrows will not deviate more than 30 degrees from the main arrow. Effect 4, spread, ultimate, after being shot, the arrows will split into 3 parallel smaller arrows, each causing 50% additional effect and 34% base damage. Effect 5, to be unlocked, unlocks after class change or quality upgrade. Description, a powerful short bow that can shoot 150 arrows in an instant, and it seems this short bow also has more attributes to increase the number of shots. Who knows how many it can shoot in one go? Lu Chen looked at the new artifact in his hands. He couldn't help but exclaim. A freakish artifact, indeed. Then, Lu Chen gazed towards the direction of the final boss, 10 kilometers away.
The equipment on him quietly changed. Switching to the attack speed set in an instant, almost all of Lu Chen's
equipment was replaced with attack speed attributes.
The attack speed bonus had reached a terrifying 680%. Then, Lu Chen directly switched to attack stance. The in his right hand was cancelled. Immediately, Lu Chen raised the short bow in his left hand. His right hand pulled the bowstring,
facing the direction of Final Storm. At the same time, the skill activated. Starry.
Archer skill, Star Flash Buzz. In an instant, light gathered on the bowstring, and a burst of strong light erupted from the bow's tip. Whoosh, swish, 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 swish. Swish, swish. In that fleeting moment, thousands of streams of light pierced through the final boss's body. The journey seemed to become nothingness. This was true speed, like a flash. Star. Flash. Rapid fire. Under this effect, Lu Chen raised the bow, not needing to perform a shooting motion at all. He just needed to hold the bowstring tight. The rain of arrows poured down madly. This was a storm-like rapid fire. -3,265,820, critical hit. 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 One arrow, from the scattershot, fired out 3 arrows.
And these 4 arrows split into 12 scattered arrows.
The heavenly bow of the thicket multiplied this number by 150.
This allowed Lu Chen's ordinary attack to shoot out 1,800 arrows in one go.
Even though due to spread, each arrow had only 50% additional effect, the damage of each arrow was still over 3 million.
Not to mention, Lu Chen's attack speed bonus was extremely outrageous. In 1 second.
It was definitely more than one attack. Even if Lu Chen didn't aim at all, the boss's size was just too massive.
Even without aiming, he could easily hit thousands of arrows. Thus, in this brief moment, the boss was pierced by thousands of star flash. With 300 million health, it could be said to have been emptied in an instant. Eastern Human Tribe World Channel. My Lord Lu has gone silent?
It's rare. My Lord Lu hasn't made a sound for half an hour. Previously, there was a world announcement every few minutes.
Moreover, it was a world announcement for soloing a world boss. It was too damn frightening.
At the same time, because of this world announcement, Lu Chen could be said to have crazily brushed up his presence. So much so that now, after just over half an hour without a world announcement about
Lu Chen, people were already restless. My Lord Lu really isn't going to stir things up anymore? Come on, what else could possibly make my Lord Lu stir things up? My Lord Lu should be going for a job change, right?
After making such a big commotion.
Do you think my Lord Lu went to meet the human emperor? To discuss becoming a feudal lord of the human race? My Lord Lu wants to become a feudal lord of the human race? What the hell? In which territory? The only vacancies now are in the northern region and southern frontier, right?
But the northern region is adjacent to the abyss, so the only place left for my Lord Lu is probably the southern frontier.
What the hell? Whether it's the northern region or southern frontier, they're both major territories. But didn't the human emperor say that these 2 territories were reserved for his most favored heir? If it were given to Lu Chen, as they discussed this, the people in the tavern swallowed hard.
What this meant seemed to be self-evident.
But, is Lu Chen really going to take up the position of feudal lord now? Why haven't I heard any news about Lu Chen completing his second job change? I heard that when Lu Chen awakened, the phenomenon shook the heavens and the earth, even showing an SSS-level trend.
And when he accepted the second job change task, the
phenomenon was even more terrifying, with a pillar of light shooting up to the sky, directly blowing off the roof.
I heard that the people from the Awakening Temple were looking for Lu Chen to pay for the damages.
Later, it seemed that the people from the Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce helped cover the costs.
If my Lord Lu completed the second job change, I can't imagine how big of a commotion it would cause, especially since the noise from
accepting the task was already so great. The phenomenon from completing the task would probably be visible hundreds of kilometers away, right?
But up until now, there hasn't been any news of a massive phenomenon appearing.
I think my Lord Lu most likely hasn't completed his second job change yet.
Just as they were intensely discussing whether Lu Chen had completed his second job change, suddenly, another world announcement popped up.
In front of all the human race. Lu Chen challenge dungeon cleared, first kill of Wind Demon Cliff.
First kill difficulty madness completion time, 0 hours 30 minutes 0 seconds 54 milliseconds list of completers Lu Chen, team.
Brilliant Gem Chamber of Commerce silence. For a moment, it was as if the entire human race had fallen silent. What's going on? Just a moment ago, they were saying Lu Chen hadn't completed his second job change. And now, he's taken the first kill of a challenge dungeon that can only be entered after the second job change? Damn, is there no justice in this world? After a brief silence, there was an explosion of intense discussion. What the hell? What happened? Madness difficulty. Madness difficulty has been cleared. What the hell, what's going on? The madness difficulty of the challenge dungeon has been cleared, this must be the first time in the world. My lord Lu, UTM have been absent for so long, turns out you were holding back something big? Completion time, 30 minutes 0 seconds? This speed is just too fast. However, what they didn't know was, in reality, Lu Chen took 30 minutes to clear this dungeon. It was purely because this dungeon required a full 30 minutes to complete. If this dungeon only needed to kill the final boss, Lu Chen was probably going to directly consume the wind spirit grass, draw his sword, and take down the final boss. The whole process might not even take 2 seconds. Brilliant gem chamber bang. A sound of shattering echoed. The cup fell to the ground and broke. Coffee spilled everywhere. The president of the brilliant gem chamber stared at the prompt that popped up in front of him. His jaw nearly dropped to the floor. The name of the brilliant gem chamber. It appeared on the first kill list for the madness difficulty dungeon? Or rather, this should be the only completion list. And it would be passed down forever. Because, in previous years, no one had ever completed the challenge dungeon on madness difficulty. If no one cleared it, then the one person who did would be the eternal number one, right? Moreover, after the dungeon disappears, the record stone would still exist. This number one would be remembered forever. Adding to this uniqueness, it would likely be recorded in history. The brilliant gem chamber would also become a name etched in history, even printed in history textbooks. The advertising effect. Damn, it's a bombshell. Their chamber was about to make a fortune. Although the president of the brilliant gem chamber knew that Lu Chen had signed a contract to complete the challenge dungeon, Lu Chen could easily clear a simple difficulty dungeon. Ending it like that, given Lu Chen's status, they wouldn't be at a loss. But how could he have imagined that Lu Chen would directly clear the madness difficulty right from the start? And at the end of the madness difficulty, he signed their name, Brilliant Gem Chamber. This contract is too valuable. The one who completed the contract is Huang Tao, right? Yes, let the branch and Sing Capital pay more attention to that manager named Huang Tao. While getting along with Lu Chen, they also secured a premium advertising spot. This was truly a windfall. But soon, the president of the Brilliant Gem Chamber regained his composure. He was a businessman. Since the other party had given such a great gift, it was now his turn to think about how to return the favor to Lu Chen. Otherwise, it would turn into the Brilliant Gem Chamber owing him a favor. In the future, if he wanted to ask Lu Chen for help, it would be hard to negotiate. But this thought left the president of the Brilliant Gem Chamber in a dilemma. Lu Chen's status was rising rapidly. It was rising too damn fast. Now, Lu Chen was about to become a lord in the northern or southern territories. What leverage did he have to attract the attention of a soon-to-be lord? How could he sell a favor to someone who was about to crown a genius youth? Wind Demon Cliff at this moment, Lu Chen was inside the dungeon, settling the rewards. The reason he still signed as the Brilliant Gem Chamber was that Lu Chen didn't want to owe them a favor. After all, he had also taken 2.5 billion gold coins from them for free. Moreover, this team name might have some significance for the Brilliant Gem Chamber, but it was of no use to him. In fact, Lu Chen usually cleared dungeons with random team names. Now, using a team name, he directly repaid the favor of those 2.5 billion gold coins and made them owe him a slight favor in return. Using something useless to himself, he exchanged it for so many resources invisibly. This was incredibly valuable. Of course, this kind of operation could only be done by Lu Chen. Only after clearing the madness difficulty dungeon could he have such worth. A signed name worth a fortune. If it were someone else, could they clear the madness difficulty dungeon with their head? As for how the Brilliant Gem Chamber would react, let them figure it out. Lu Chen began to tally the rewards from this dungeon. Dungeon completed. Your evaluation is SSS. All your chests have received an SSS quality enhancement. Your chests will likely yield more high quality equipment. Maximum, platinum, current. Number of chests, 505. Final Storm Chest X1, Platinum Chest X504. Seeing this prompt, Lu Chen's expression was one of wild joy. After grinding the boss for so long, he finally had something to show for it. One dungeon, 505 chests. And all received an SSS quality enhancement. How many good items would this yield? Clatter, clatter, one chest after another fell from the air. At the mountain peak, they piled up into a small hill. Although, there were still more to grind. Lu Chen could easily activate time reversal to go back and grind again. But Lu Chen was too lazy to do that. Over 500 chests were already more than enough. With so many chests, the rewards would likely repeat 8 or 9 times out of 10. In the end, they would just be sold for money. And now, the supplies he could buy with the money he needed had become very few. More importantly, it was about elevating his status. To give himself a way to obtain things that couldn't be bought. Thus, there was no need to spend another half hour grinding the dungeon again. Open all chests. With Lu Chen's command, one chest after another opened. His rewards piled up into another small hill. First, what caught his eye were thousands of pieces of platinum quality equipment. Surprisingly, each chest yielded nearly 10 pieces of platinum quality equipment. Was this the SSS quality enhancement? This must rival the entire human race's output of platinum equipment for a year, no, for decades. It should be noted that other teams, even if they cleared the insane difficulty dungeon, would almost never achieve an SSS rating. As for those teams that were grinding small boss chests and hadn't completed the dungeon, whether they could even get platinum quality equipment from their chests was another matter. The probability had been calculated to be only 5%. On average, one platinum equipment would drop from every 20 chests. And now, he was getting nearly 10 pieces of platinum quality equipment from one chest. Converted, opening one of his chests was equivalent to others opening 200. However, equipment was secondary. What attracted Lu Chen's attention the most was the exclusive skill book for transformation divine gear. This dungeon indeed dropped skill books exclusive to his profession. And not just one. He could finally replace those useless skills. But if others knew Lu Chen's thoughts, they would probably curse him out. How could you call the skills on you useless? Lu Chen stored all those pieces of equipment in his backpack, leaving behind a few skill books. 10 copies of exclusive skill book for transformation divine gear, armed sorcery 20 copies of exclusive skill book for transformation divine gear, overarmament 1 copy of exclusive specialization skill for transformation divine gear, enhanced armament 160 copies of exclusive skill book for transformation divine gear. Weak replacement. Aside from that, there were skill books for other professions. This, only 4 types of skill books? There was one type that was a special specialization skill. It was extremely rare and could grant an additional specialization ability for a profession. Lu Chen looked at the skill books that dropped from these chests. Among them, the armed sorcery skill was still in the final storm chest. This meant that this skill was much stronger. However, it seemed that enhanced armament was even rarer. After all, there was only 1 copy. And it was so special. So many treasure chests, yet none have a unique skill. Even in the insane difficulty, such a twisted dungeon had no unique skills. This shows just how rare unique skills are. They can only drop from world bosses or during world first kills. No, not necessarily. Lu Chen's mind stirred. Immediately, he activated Rewind. Buzz, the sound of a clock ticking echoed from Lu Chen's chest. Click, 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 ding. In another instant, in front of Lu Chen, all the open treasure chests returned to their closed state. Lu Chen activated Rewind, returning to the time before the chests were opened. Then, Lu Chen rummaged through his backpack. He drank a bottle of the precious, Lucky Potion. Lucky Potion, effect, Luck +1, cannot raise. Luck above 5, duration, 10 seconds. Luck is the most precious attribute. Even a single point increase is extremely valuable. Lu Chen wasted no time. He immediately opened the treasure chests again. Clatter, 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 once again, a feast. Over 500 treasure chests opened simultaneously. A mountain of treasures reappeared before Lu Chen. However, this time, Lu Chen clearly felt something different. The number of platinum-grade equipment had indeed increased. Each chest dropped nearly 10 pieces of platinum quality equipment, now raised to at least 10 pieces. Lu Chen collected these items. Next are the skill books. Armed sorcery, 13 books. Overarmament, 34 books. Enhanced armament, 1 book. Weak replacement, over 200 books. Still no other skills. The number of these skill books had significantly increased. This indicated that the drop rate had improved. However, there were indeed no additional skills. No, let's try again. Lu Chen activated Rewind once more, returning to the past. He drank the Lucky Potion. He opened the treasure chests again. Clatter, 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 the chests opened. But this time, the results were not very different from the last. The quantity of equipment had not changed much. At the same time, due to the sheer number of chests under such a vast base, the equipment mostly had the same attributes. It was just a matter of more or less. As for the skill books, there was only a slight change in quantity. No other extra drops. Try again. Click. Rewind, activated. Lu Chen returned to the past once more. Thus, after repeating this dozens of times, Lu Chen finally confirmed. This dungeon would only drop these 4 skill books. These 4 skill books were all the skills of transformative divine gear. As for the platinum grade equipment, Lu Chen used rewind to forcibly refresh several attributes he wanted. Instant death resistance, death rejection, forced awakening, illusion resistance. Although he now had rewind, if he were to be instantly killed before he could react, it would be quite tragic. This equipment needed to be actively activated to trigger. So, even though Lu Chen now had high health, thick shields, and strong resistances, he still prepared new life-saving attributes to protect himself. When he truly encountered an enemy, they might not be on the same level as him. What if a level 100 existence showed up? A few million damage from the opponent would be a piece of cake, right? If he really got killed, who would he cry to? Then, Lu Chen looked at his new skill. Armed magic effect. Each time you switch to a new weapon, this skill becomes a skill usable with that weapon, equivalent to the strength of an S-class professional skill. This is indeed a divine skill. It feels like, after changing to the transformative divine gear, the basic effect of this skill has improved significantly. The previous skills of the armored ones were truly unsightly. However, it was probably because the transformative divine gear was a true divine level profession. The skill book, naturally, was also of divine level. Learn armed magic. You have learned the skill armed magic. Perfect divine skill has been triggered. Armed magic transformative style effect. Each time you switch to a new weapon, temporarily gain a skill usable with that weapon, equivalent to the strength of an SSS class professional skill. Effect 2. SSS class skills obtained from the transformative temple will be enhanced to divine level effects. Description: transformation. Your attack methods are ever changing, making it impossible for enemies to predict. Lu Chen looked at this skill. All he could say was impressive. Then, Lu Chen turned to Star Flash, this SSS class skill from Starry Archer. At this moment, under the enhancement of transformative style, it also gained an upgrade. Super Star Flash, Divine. Equivalent to the effect of Star Flash, and after the explosion of Star Flash ends, it will split into 5 arrows from the center of the explosion, randomly spreading outwards, with each arrow capable of penetrating up to 3 enemies, dealing 5x agility value damage to the penetrated enemies, will not cause a secondary explosion. This is impressive. Originally, the 20x agility value damage was already quite impressive. But after the explosion, it could still split into 5 arrows. Combined, that's 25x agility value damage. One arrow would deal 45x agility value damage. Truly a divine skill. Moreover, transformative style can not only enhance Star Flash, but also any additional skills I obtain from the disciples of the transformative temple in the future. So this is what transformation means. Endless and ever-changing. Then, Lu Chen looked at the second skill. Overarmored, passive. Effect: you can wear 2 upper body equipment simultaneously, but the second piece will only be effective at 40% of its effects and attributes. This skill essentially adds an extra equipment slot. For a divine gear user, it is genuinely useful. Lu Chen immediately learned it. Perfect divine skill has been triggered. Overarmored abundant armor, divine, effect: you can wear 2 upper body equipment simultaneously. This directly allowed him to wear an additional upper garment. And there was no downside. For a divine gear user, having one more piece of equipment is equivalent to being able to equip one more divine artifact. It's important to note that upper garments, like weapons, have subcategories. Light armor attributes cannot be absorbed by heavy armor. So, this skill is very important for him. It's equivalent to being able to equip 2 types of clothing simultaneously. Equivalent to having an extra divine artifact slot. Then, Lu Chen looked at the third skill. The more enhanced armor skill books exploded, the less rare this skill was. Well, relatively speaking. If you really calculate the probability. With the SSS class quality enhancement, 505 treasure chests, and plus 1 luck value, it only exploded over 70 books. The probability can actually be said to be very low. But compared to overarmored and armed magic, it was much higher. Powerful armament, professional specialization effect, can double the effect of a single attribute. This means that Lu Chen can keep a certain attribute's effect doubled indefinitely. The arrows of the heavenly bow can be directly increased from 150 to 300. This skill is equivalent to turning one divine artifact attribute into 2. Next, we have the final skill. It is also the skill that has the most drops. 185 copies. Of the Universal Transformation exclusive skill book, Weak Replacement effect can replace the sub-attribute of your equipped item with another type of sub-attribute, but the bonus of the sub-attribute will be reduced to 60%. Learn Weak Replacement. Perfect divine skill has been triggered. Weak replacement equivalent replacement effect can equivalently replace the sub-attribute of your equipped item with another sub-attribute. This effect is just right for me. Subattributes are those attributes other than health, mana, strength, constitution, agility, spirit. For example, health regeneration, mana regeneration, movement speed, critical hit rate, cooldown reduction, attack speed. These are all subattributes. However, some attributes have world limits. For instance, cooldown reduction can only reach a maximum of 40%, and evasion can only reach a maximum of 99%. It's quite a good skill. With this attribute, Lu Chen can replace useless critical hit rate attributes with others. For example, movement speed or attack speed. At this point, Lu Chen has learned all 4 skills. Current skills: dual wield copy, infinite transformation, magic artifact, equivalent replacement, abundant armament, universal style. As for inherent defensive heavy armor, it was directly replaced by Lu Chen. The only problem is that the turret stance can no longer move. However, it's not a big issue. After all, switching stances is instantaneous. After using a strike in turret stance, switching to another stance is the same. Then, Lu Chen stored all the other loot into his backpack. Over 5,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment. It's worth noting that even after killing so many world bosses, Lu Chen only had a little over 50 pieces of platinum quality equipment. And now, in an instant, that number has skyrocketed 100-fold. After doing all this, Lu Chen did not leave the dungeon immediately. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes within the dungeon. The completed dungeon is the safest place. Lu Chen's spirit communicated with the Universal Temple. The next moment, he returned to the Misty Temple. Saint Maiden's cottage. Elif maintained a posture of prayer, devoutly reciting prayers to Tsang. Of course, the only phrases she could recite were just a few. It hasn't been long since she sacrificed the Black Star meteorite. Lu Chen killed the final storm and counted the loot. It took less than 2 minutes in total. Soon, Elif sensed Tsang's response. Upon opening her eyes again, Elif found herself in the Universal Temple. Well done. Lu Chen's voice carried a tone of approval. Receiving the deity's affirmation, Elif's heart raced. She actually received the deity's praise? How precious this is. This is the reward you deserve. Lu Chen's voice echoed in the temple. Immediately, Elif noticed that all the equipment on her had transformed into divine artifact embryos. Each piece of equipment's attributes had received a significant boost. However, because Elif is the elf Saint Maiden, her equipment was basically all golden quality and fully enhanced. So, there was no need to trouble Lu Chen to help her with the enhancements. When Elif saw these attributes, her pupils slightly constricted. She was very clear about what this represented. The equipment she currently wore had already reached its limit. There should have been no room for further enhancement. Yet now, Lu Chen had forcibly raised the upper limit of her equipment to another level. The power that transcends the world's limits. Is this the might of the divine? Elif was shaken inside. Not just this time. In the future, when you change to new equipment, just pray to me, and your equipment will transform into the embryo of a divine artifact. Hearing Lu Chen's promise, Elif trembled all over. What did this mean? Right now, just the golden quality equipment had such a strong effect. If she were to change to platinum or even higher quality equipment in the future, how terrifying would that be? And these are the rewards you deserve for your sacrifice to me this time. Lu Chen casually bestowed upon Elif a complete set of platinum quality equipment, and these platinum quality equipment had already transformed into the embryo of a divine artifact. Once Elif completed her second class change, she could directly wear the fully enhanced platinum equipment. Her combat power could be said to be maximized. If it were anyone else, Lu Chen naturally wouldn't give them these things. But Elif was, after all, his disciple. Her strength improvement would allow him to gain more abilities from her. Moreover, her strength enhancement would also elevate her status, enabling her to acquire more treasures for himself. Not to mention, the 50 pieces of Black Star meteorite truly warranted this set of equipment. It also aligned with his principle of equivalent exchange as a dot. Otherwise, as a god, to act like someone who is petty would be truly unreasonable. Elif accepted these divine gifts, feeling excited. But at the same time, she forced herself to calm down. She couldn't lose composure in front of a deity. It is my honor to serve you, Tsang. I praise you. However, your disciple Elif has encountered an insurmountable problem in her second-class change task. I may need your support. Elif had already thought about how to express this to Lu Chen. Because the second-class change task was truly impossible to complete relying solely on her own strength. There was no choice but to beg the deity for help. Speak. I have taken on an SSS-level difficulty second-class change task, which requires me to possess 3 divine artifacts and clear 20 nightmare difficulty dungeons alone while refreshing the fastest clear record. Clearing the dungeons is indeed very difficult, but I believe I should have a way to solve it. Only the collection task for these 3 divine artifacts is something I can only request your assistance with. Upon hearing Elith's task, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh slightly. As expected, the difficulty of the SSS level class change task was indeed extreme. He had to face 10 world bosses alone, while Elith had to clear 20 nightmare dungeons alone and refresh the fastest record. In terms of combat task difficulty, it was indeed higher than his. But, in terms of collection task difficulty, collecting 3 divine artifacts was something that other professions would struggle with. If it weren't for his own divine artifact profession, how could others collect them? Without his support, Elith would definitely be unable to complete her second class change task. At that point, her status elevation would be out of the question. I understand. Within the temple, a longbow with intertwining sky blue and forest green light was projected. A divine artifact. The moment Elith saw this equipment, she already sensed what it was. This was a true divine artifact. Song was indeed an unquestionable true deity. According to the ancient records of the elf race, only deities would possess divine artifacts. In other words, those who possessed divine artifacts must be true deities. Looking at this divine artifact, Elith dared not breathe. Yet Lu Chen spoke calmly. This artifact, you can use it temporarily. When you need to use it, you must pray to me in advance. Of course, I may not always be able to respond to your prayers. The reason Lu Chen said this was because he thought about when he needed to use the heavenly bow of thorns, and Elith would want to borrow it. In such a case, he certainly could not lend it out. When you are ready to undertake the second transfer task, I will also lend you the other 2 artifacts. However, you must remember, all gifts from fate come with a price. Lu Chen's final words were also meant to lay the groundwork for the elven saintess to make sacrifices for him in the future. He wanted her to understand that receiving gifts from the divine also required pleasing the deity in return. This way, she would naturally offer more treasures to please him. Then, wouldn't he have a source for the materials to create artifacts? This plan was ringing loudly in Lu Chen's mind. Of course, as my disciple, you can pray to me at any time. After Lu Chen finished speaking, Elith found herself back in the saintess's cottage. Reflecting on everything that had just happened, Elith felt as if she were living in a dream. The Divine Lord had actually granted her so many rewards? Before the sacrifices, Elith thought that the 50 pieces of Black Star meteorite might only be enough to cover the cost of borrowing the divine artifact. After all, artifacts were truly too distant. Black Star meteorite still had ways to be obtained. However, artifacts had no channels for acquisition at all. If she could exchange 50 pieces of Black Star meteorite for completing an SSS level second transfer task, the entire Elven clan would consider it worthwhile. Therefore, in Elith's view, these 3 artifacts were completely worth 50 pieces of Black Star meteorite. But she never expected the Divine Lord to be so generous. Not only did he promise to lend her 3 artifacts, but he also bestowed upon her a full set of platinum quality equipment, all of which were artifact embryos. As for the equipment on her, the fact that it could permanently transform into artifact embryos left Elith even more shocked. Was this the happiness of being a disciple of the divine? Regardless, this divine lord should be a generous, benevolent god. After all, if he were an evil god, her soul would have likely been lost long ago, not to mention making a deal with a deity. As for the most important thing, the heavenly bow of thorns. If you want to use it, you need to apply that song in advance. Forget it. I won't disturb the divine lord for now. I'll pray again before the dungeon. And Elith didn't even realize that, unknowingly, she had already been obscured by Lu Chen's chaos hidden ring. As Elith left, Lu Chen also departed from the Temple of Transformation. At this moment, Lu Chen was still within the Wind Demon Cliff. However, the fierce winds of the Wind Demon Cliff had now calmed. The monsters had all disappeared, leaving Lu Chen standing alone at the mountain's peak. 11:34 p.m. Today is almost over. Then, Lu Chen checked the Divine Equipment Catalog. With his level increasing, the Divine Equipment Catalog had unlocked 6 more rankings. Now, he had finally unlocked to rank 87. Lu Chen could also see more artifacts. The artifacts I can synthesize now. TSK, they are gradually turning into materials I've never even heard of. The Dagger of Desecration. Effect, inflicts an irrepressible desecration on targets that suffer health damage, which will continue to spread until they are completely corrupted. Once fully corrupted, the target loses all rationality. Isn't that equivalent to certain death upon being hit? This could at least be considered a mental annihilation. Completely losing rationality, leaving only instinct and a sentient being, can it still be considered alive? Oh, but wait, my time reversal can save me. In the past timeline, the desecration effect surely can't follow me, right? Lu Chen became interested in this equipment. If killing anyone is guaranteed, then even if he faced an existence over level 200, he wouldn't be without a fighting chance. Immediately, Lu Chen looked at the crafting requirements. Materials needed: Abyssal Terror Demon Heart, a level 200 Abyssal Creature's Heart. 1 billion Elf Souls, 1 billion Abyssal Creature Souls, 1 billion Dragon Souls. 1 billion Demon Souls, 1 billion Human Souls. Damn, let's forget it. Shit, this artifact's crafting method is truly evil. Not to mention other races, just the 1 billion human souls. Asking himself to kill a billion people? He couldn't bring himself to do it. Moreover, he had no means to collect souls. Then, Lu Chen turned to other equipment. White Guardian Tome, ranked 89. Base attribute, plus spiritual value. Shield value gained by oneself increases by 1000 times, shield value added to others increases by 1000 times, shield duration increases by 100 times, and shields can stack 3 times. Furthermore, shields added by oneself can defend against real damage. An artifact truly lives up to its name. This 1000-fold enhancement. And it can stack 3 times. That means a 3000-fold shield. Lu Chen remembered that for beings of the same level 60, those protectors could add about 100,000 shield points at once. If he had the White Guardian Tome, he could add 1 million shields at once. 3 times, that's 300 million health. Using his town suppression, he would at least need to hit A 2 times to break it. Terrifying. Crafting materials: White Dragon's Reverse Scale X100,000. Random Shield Universal Skill Book X10,000. Guardian Exclusive Skill, Fusion Shield. White Dragons. Reverse Scale is also hard to obtain. One dragon only has one reverse scale. The White Dragon is one of the rarer types among dragons. Moreover, taking a dragon's reverse scale is no different from killing the dragon. It must be said, every piece of equipment's materials are quite difficult to obtain. In the end, Lu Chen slowly browsed through the many divine items. Finally, he discovered a new divine item that was relatively easy for him to craft. Crown of Insight, category, headgear, attribute, plus 400 spiritual value, effect, grants the ability of divine perception, allowing detection within a radius equal to 1 spiritual value, in kilometers, and provides information on all living beings/items within that range. This perception cannot be detected by beings below divine level, allowing you to accurately judge lies/deception/disguises and see through their true nature. If he had this crown, he could know the true motive behind the emperor's desire to make him a king. Most importantly, he would be able to see through lies. Combined with information probing, it would be very difficult for others to design a trap for him. Although he was powerful now, he couldn't withstand the schemes of those with ulterior motives. If he accidentally fell into a trap, he would have to use time reversal to go back and break the situation. But sometimes, being tricked might not reveal the truth. Maybe, by then, revenge will target the wrong person, allowing the mastermind to succeed. So the Crown of Insight is indeed indispensable. I have the crafting materials and the crown with perception attributes. 33 units of mind flower. Upon seeing this material, Lu Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It should be available on the market. However, I estimate it won't be cheap. With my 2.5 billion, I won't end up having to pay extra, will I? At that moment, Lu Chen truly felt like money was flowing like water. Mouth of the lying demon, face of the false demon, skin of the disguised demon. These items should be manageable to obtain. The demon race and the human race can only be considered partially neutral. Some demons and humans have mutual interests, but another part of the demons has no stance at all. They often clash with humans. So, these items should be for sale. As for going to kill, that's a joke. The demon territory is 100,000 miles away from me. A round trip would take 2 weeks. If money can solve the problem, why bother doing it myself? After deciding how to act, Lu Chen opened a return scroll. Return to St. Leon City. Whoosh! In the next moment, the scroll shone brightly. Lu Chen was back in St. Leon City once again. Brilliant Gem Merchant Association Manager Wang, I need some materials, and I would trouble you to help me acquire them. Seeing someone suddenly appear in front of him, Wang Yuanmo was startled. He was the manager who had previously received Lu Chen. At the same time, he had promised Lu Chen to keep his arrival strictly confidential. At this moment, he was in the office, counting his bonuses. Receiving Lu Chen once meant a promotion, a raise, and a large bonus commission. In his view, Lu Chen was simply his lucky star. Now, with Lu Chen's sudden appearance, manager Wang's heart skipped a beat but quickly calmed down. After all, he was a level 65 job changer. He wouldn't be scared to death. Need materials? Brother Lu Chen, just say the word. As long as we have it, we will definitely provide it to you. It's fine to buy on credit, feel free to do so. We trust your character. Hearing Wang Yuanmo say this, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Brilliant Gem Merchant Association was determined to tie their relationship with him. The Brilliant Gem Merchant Association was notorious for not allowing credit. They publicly claimed that even a wealthy businessman of the same level, like Ma Yunting, couldn't buy on credit. But now, they were actually opening this door for him. Regardless, their attitude was commendable. The materials I need are mined flowers, a total of 33 units. Upon hearing this material, the corners of Wang Yuanmo's mouth twitched. What did you just say? Mined flowers. Don't you have any? Wang Yuanmo's mouth twitched again. He immediately recalled the inventory list of the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. Mined flowers belong to the category of extremely rare materials. Lord Lu, we only have one mined flower in our warehouse in St. Lian City. And the price for one is 1 billion. Upon hearing this response, Lu Chen's expression subtly twitched. This meant that with his 2.5 billion gold coins, after buying the mined flowers, he would still owe 30.5 billion? Although he knew rare materials were expensive, this was just outrageous. But it was also within reason. The Celestial Bao required 100 units of Black Star meteorite. Converted, it was much more expensive than the Crown of Insight. Moreover, the ranking of the Crown of Insight was higher than that of Black Star meteorite. I have something here that can offset the debt. Can you help me receive it from elsewhere? I don't mind paying more. Fortunately, I still have thousands of pieces of platinum quality equipment. The price of this piece of platinum quality equipment is definitely not a problem when calculated in billions. Moreover, it is in a state of being valuable yet unavailable. Enough to buy 33 spirit flowers. It should be possible. Lord Lu, as long as you need. Our Brilliant Gem Merchant Association will do our utmost to assist you. However, it may take a little time. We need to mobilize resources from other regions. And we might also need to procure from other merchant associations. Perhaps, the 100 Herbs and 10,000 Flowers Merchant Association has more spirit flowers. But purchasing from our Brilliant Gem Merchant Association will definitely be the most favorable. We can still offer you a discount on the black card at market price. As soon as Manager Wang finished that sentence, he felt something was off. He immediately added, if Lu Qin ran to the 100 Herbs and 10,000 Flowers Merchant Association, he would probably have to roll out of the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. Okay, how long do you think it will take to gather everything? Lu Chen was too lazy to run to other merchant associations. The reason he chose the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association as his fixed trading partner was because of its discretion. A fixed trading partner is always more reliable than running around everywhere. Naturally, the fewer people who know about his information, the better. About 2 hours. Transporting goods is faster than transporting people. It only takes an hour to mobilize from other merchant associations. However, acquiring from other places might be a bit troublesome. But 2 hours should be enough. Alright, also help me collect one each of the liar demon's mouth, false demon's face, and disguise demon's skin. Okay, Lord Lu. These materials are not rare items, they are worth only 600,000 gold coins. Consider it a token of gratitude from our Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. After explaining all this, Lu Chen picked out 60 pieces of platinum quality equipment. Let's use these to offset the debt. 33 billion, after a 25% discount, is 24.75 billion. The 60 pieces of platinum quality equipment are worth nearly 30 billion, which is indeed enough to offset the debt. Help me sell these pieces of equipment. If it's not enough, I have more. With that, Lu Chen turned around and disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, in the office, Manager Wang looked at the various pieces of equipment scattered all over the floor, his mind in a whirl. What the hell? 60 pieces of platinum quality equipment just tossed on the ground like trash? Damn. This is platinum quality equipment. Only world bosses and extremely difficult dungeons can drop them. The annual output might not even reach 300 pieces. Moreover, they would be directly divided among the major factions on the spot. And here you are, just tossing 60 pieces on the ground. Just one of them placed outside would cause a worldwide sensation, with families and factions scrambling to grab it. And what does if it's not enough mean? Is this like picking food at the dinner table? If it's not enough, what then? Didn't you just clear one extremely difficult dungeon? How many pieces of platinum quality equipment did you actually drop from that insane difficulty dungeon? Yesterday, the total number of tips was 16, 10 tips plus 1 extra, so there's only 1 plus 1 extra. As long as it's not a day off, I will try to finish as many extras as possible. Then, for the chapters that can't be released due to insufficient tips, I will save the extra content and wait until the tips are enough to release them. Manager Wang stared blankly at the air where Lu Chen had disappeared. He could somewhat understand why he was so eager to send the money out. If he had waited just a little longer, others would have lost interest. Manager Wang, you have. Creak. The door to Manager Wang's office was pushed open. A subordinate had just entered and was greeted by the sight of platinum-grade equipment scattered all over the floor. This startled her so much that she sat down on the ground. Wang. Manager Wang. This is. However, Manager Wang made a shushing gesture with his hand and then slightly shook his head. After leaving the brilliant gem chamber, Lu Chen strolled through St. Lian City. He had been busy for several hours, with no time to rest from afternoon until evening. No matter how good the energy potions were, they couldn't hold up against this tense spirit. Lu Chen needed to relax a bit, just a little. 2.5 billion gold coins. If spent on entertainment, it would be enough to enjoy an extravagant party. However, Lu Chen did not indulge in pleasure. Instead, he bought some local delicacies from St. Lian City and found a scenic spot to enjoy them. At the same time, he browsed through the community content. Chaos Fog has appeared in Dragon Valley, unable to establish any contact within Dragon Valley. The airship to Dragon Valley may be delayed. The signal from Dragon Valley seems to be actively interfered with and obscured. Dragon Tribe Travel Guide. Chaos Fog. Completely unable to contact Dragon Valley? I wonder if something abnormal has happened. After finishing the last pigeon leg, Lu Chen slowly got up. A break of just a few minutes was already sufficient. He was no longer an ordinary person who had not yet changed jobs. He was a level 62nd job class changer. His physical qualities in all aspects were very strong. Lu Chen was not looking to indulge, he just planned to slightly relax his mind. By the way, he wanted to see some beautiful elves. Then, Lu Chen stood up. Reverse time activated. Whoosh! Lu Chen returned to the moment he had just left the brilliant gem chamber. He then headed towards the job change temple. Lu Chen only needed to slightly relax his mind. As for his body, it wasn't tired at all. And even if he returned to the past, his spirit still felt relaxed. Wasting time? Not at all. It was unknown when the abnormality would occur. A millennium of anomalies would always lead to the fall of many powerful beings. Only by becoming a bit stronger could he have the ability to protect himself. Otherwise, with level 60 attributes, Lu Chen wouldn't dare to say he could protect himself during a millennium. Catastrophe. Dragon Valley, what on earth is this thing? Just 5 minutes ago, Hurricane Dragon Laney intercepted the anomaly in the sky. However, this anomalous object was completely wrapped in extreme steel. Extreme steel is a material with extremely high strength. Even a level 200 berserker would take more than 10 minutes to break it. The durability of extreme steel is too high. It can even remain intact at the center of a super-tier magic attack. Laney! The great sage is coming! Laney looked into the distance. A silver dragon was flying towards her direction. Silver Dragon, Dragon Tribe Great Sage Yelman had lived for over 2,300 years, experiencing 2 great calamities as an ancient silver dragon. Whoosh! The wind howled. A level 200 dragon wouldn't be slow. In just a few moments, it approached from afar. The Great Sage sent out a thought. Sorry, I just went to investigate the reason for the obscured information in Dragon Valley. So I arrived late. After sensing this thought, Laney understood what had happened. No wonder I couldn't directly contact you. So, did you find out the result? However, the silver dragon shook its head. Not yet, but it should be intentional, trying to cut off our communication with Dragon Valley. I heard the situation here is more urgent, so I rushed back first. As she projected her thoughts, her dragon claw rested on the capsule-shaped object. Material identification technique, structural analysis technique? Unknown. Extreme steel, unstable divine essence, stable liquid, arcane energy crystals, magic essence technology product, magic essence technology? At that moment, the entire structural diagram of the material appeared in the silver dragon's mind. Inside, there was a timing device, slowly counting down. Countdown 30, 29, 28. After identifying this information, the expression of the great sage silver dragon changed in an instant. It turned its head to look behind. The group of dragons was waiting for an answer behind it. Like curious children, they wanted to know what this object that had fallen from the sky was. Seeing this scene, the silver dragon's vertical pupils suddenly constricted. A thought instantly spread out. What are you all doing gathered here? Children! Run! Run as far away as possible. However, the great sage's words left countless giant dragons in confusion. It was too sudden. Run? Where to run? But there is your protection here. In the Valley of 10,000 Dragons, we have countless protective formations. Shut up. Run. Rainy. You're the fastest. Take this thing out. The farther, the better. Other dragons. Run. In the opposite direction of Rainy. Just a few milliseconds later than Bileman, Rainy reacted. It immediately grabbed the huge capsule with its claws. In an instant, it activated all its acceleration skills and charged north at full speed. Children! Run! Run! Use all your strength to run. Meanwhile, in the Valley of 10,000 Dragons, the dragons roared. They flew south. At the fastest speed, regardless of the means. Class Change Sanctuary. Lu Chen arrived at the Class Change Sanctuary. This was his third visit to the sanctuary today. No one else entered dungeons as frequently as he did. Lu Chen placed his hands on the awakening crystal. Activate third class change mission. Activating your third class change mission, your only selectable mission level, SSS level. Last time I had options, but this time there are none. Why not give me a mission level above SSS to choose from? Lu Chen slightly complained as he looked at the mission options. In his hand, the chaos hidden ring vibrated slightly, suppressing the astonishing phenomenon during Lu Chen's class change. Select SSS level class change mission. Buzz, a faint ripple appeared on the awakening crystal. The awakening mission did not appear for a long time. Lu Chen was not anxious. This was a normal phenomenon. The more complex and high difficulty the awakening mission, the longer it took. This time would become increasingly apparent as the level increased. After about a few minutes, the awakening crystal gradually brightened. A series of missions finally appeared before Lu Chen. Then, Lu Chen looked at the missions that appeared in front of him. There was no phenomenon. It was somewhat plain after all. But for the vast majority of class changers, it was just like this. Activate the awakening crystal. Learn the conditions for his third class change. Current task stage, 1/3 task 1, choose a deity and become their chosen disciple. Completed. Chosen deity, god of transformation and artifacts, San. Task 2, complete the challenge dungeon at insane difficulty and refresh the fastest clear record. Completed. Task 3, personally slay a divine monster's divine servant, 0 to 1, not completed. Task reward, a piece of armor ranked 80 of your choice, clothes, pants, boots, crown. Looking at these tasks, Lu Chen analyzed them carefully. This one, choosing a deity and becoming their chosen disciple, does that count as completed? Am I my own disciple? However, it seems there's no problem with that. The task requires a disciple. I am the embodiment of the deity, giving myself a title of disciple seems acceptable, right? And then, this insane difficulty dungeon. That's just a convenient detour. Then, slaying a divine monster's divine servant. Damn it, it has to be you. The divine servant of a divine monster is an intelligent being. Not like a world boss, which is just a mindless creature. They have brains and are quite cunning. They can even hide within the societies of various races, making them hard to detect. Finding them is more difficult than killing them. The task reward is an artifact ranked 80. Not too bad. This is just the first stage. Usually, the first stage offers the smallest rewards. For a third job change task, there are 2 stages for below SSS rank. But for an SSS rank third job change task, there are as many as 3 stages. But that also means an extra stage of rewards. Compared to other ranks, just this first stage offers a reward of an artifact ranked 80, comparable to the final task reward of an SS rank second job change. I can't even imagine how rich the rewards for the second and third stages will be. After accepting the task, Lu Chen opened his friend list. In Lu Chen's friend list now, the people he had known for the past 18 years were grouped together. That group was making a racket. It's not that Lu Chen lacked affection, but he had been busy all along. Plus, too many people were looking for him. In the entire friend list, whether familiar or unfamiliar, almost everyone was trying to contact him. He couldn't respond. Even replying to a few familiar faces, but then not replying again. What's the difference from not replying at all? Lu Chen didn't have the time to chat idly. He had his own matters to attend to. As for the people he met after awakening, Lu Chen created a separate group. Trading group Wang Yuanmo, note, help sell and collect items. Huang Tao, note, sells items in Holy Capital City. New group Luo Jiutian, note, human emperor. In total, there were only 3 friends. Lu Chen opened the chat box for Luo Jiutian and sent a message. Lu Chen, regarding the matter of sealing the king, I would like to discuss it face to face. I am in St. Lian City. I will be free in about 2 hours. By the way, I want to know about the whereabouts of the divine monster's divine servant. At that moment, Luo Jiutian was flying in the sky towards the south. Suddenly, he received a message from Lu Chen. After glancing at it, he thought, sure, I also want to meet the young genius. In 2 hours, right? That should be fine. As for the whereabouts of the divine monster's divine servant, I will ask my secretary if there is any information on that. Luo Jiutian saw Lu Chen asking about the whereabouts of the divine favor of the divine beings. He couldn't help but have some speculations. Luo Jiutian had heard that there were hidden struggles among the gods. Although the divine creatures were not true gods, they could still be considered beings with divinity. Lu Chen's search for the divine favor of the divine creatures was likely a directive from the gods. As for what disputes lay within, it was hard to say. But this Lu Chen was definitely connected to the true gods. With this thought, Luo Jiutian became even more certain of Lu Chen's identity. After Lu Chen finished reading the message from the human emperor, he replied with a simple okay and then closed the chat window. He then glanced at the time. Midnight. Unknowingly, this day was about to pass. I should still grind for some money. And by the way, gather some materials for other divine artifacts. Lu Chen still had lingering thoughts about that abyssal summoning staff. It should be considered one of the easiest staff-type equipment to make. As long as any staff comes into contact with the abyss's corruption and combined with some cheap auxiliary materials, it could be crafted. However, the place was very far from the area of abyssal corruption. The abyss was on the northern border. Too far away. Just as Lu Chen was preparing to take action, rumble. The ground suddenly shook violently for a moment. It felt as if the entire earth had sunk down a bit. Lu Chen stumbled, nearly losing his balance. But soon, he quickly transformed into swift stance to steady himself. What happened? Lu Chen immediately consumed a wind spirit potion to gain flying ability. He soared into the sky. The attribute from the shadow boots allowed Lu Chen to pass through walls. After flying to a high altitude, he saw that the entire transmigration hall had tilted somewhat. The buildings of St. Lian City were also leaning in various directions. On the ground, fine cracks had appeared. What happened? An earthquake? Dragon Clan Valley of 10,000 Dragons. Time, midnight. He explosion. Happiness. From within the bone explosion, the cheers of the demon essence echoed. Lane accelerated towards the distance at the fastest speed. However, there was no time left. Boom! A heavy aura emanated from the extreme steel. Bang! In just an instant, the Valley of 10,000 Dragons was obliterated. Yet, the waves of destruction did not stop at all. Instead, they continued to spread in all directions. Cloud Peak of Dragons, Earth Dragon Prairie, Flame Dragon Volcano, Water Dragon Sea. The waves of destruction showed no signs of stopping. The hurricane lifted the earth, then destroyed the ground, creating massive pits. Nothing could block this dark red energy. All defenses crumbled like paper. Destruction spread infinitely from the Valley of 10,000 Dragons. In just 3 seconds, 1/3 of the dragon territory was turned into deep pits dozens of kilometers deep. And this was far from the end. The dragons realized what had happened in an instant. But there was no chance to escape. The speed of this spreading destruction far exceeded the speed of light from Lu Chen's previous life. In an extremely short time, it penetrated countless kilometers of territory. 10 seconds later, 2/3 of the dragon territory was obliterated. The speed of destruction spread began to slow down from this moment. However, as the final waves of destruction continued to spread, ultimately, the entire dragon territory was left with only a cylindrical deep pit. The bone explosion continued to spread the waves of destruction, taking a full 5 minutes to settle down. And those affected by the destruction were not just the dragons. Even the southern regions of the human race have been affected. 2/3 of the southern territory has directly fallen into a deep pit. In the sky above, countless powerful humans gaze at the enormous pit in the distance. Their pupils slightly constrict. What exactly happened? How did the Dragon Clan's territory vanish into thin air in just a minute? At this very moment, the human emperor also stands in the sky, looking down at the distance. What meets his eyes is the once majestic mountains and rivers, towering peaks, and vast plains. At this moment, all have disappeared without a trace. Only a vast, pitch-black deep hole remains. In the human emperor's friend list, one by one, the names of friends disappear. Those were all powerful dragons he had connections with. Hurricane Demon Dragon, Laney Sage Silver Dragon, Yelman Destruction Sky Dragon Reuben. One name after another fades away. The human emperor realizes that, in the end, nearly all the dragons in his list have perished. Except for the super magic white dragon and a few dragons who stayed among the humans. In the Dragon Clan's territory, 99% of the dragons are dead. So, what exactly is going on? The human emperor halts in the sky, no longer taking a step forward. At the same time, he uses his mind to communicate with the Grand Sage within the White Tower. Grand Sage. Did you see that? At this moment, the human emperor's perspective is synchronized with many powerful humans. All the kings, sages, leaders of major associations, presidents of universities, and heads of great families. At this moment, all the high-level figures are looking through the human emperor's perspective at the Dragon Clan's territory. No. The Dragon Clan's territory no longer exists. It is tragic, truly tragic to the extreme. Nothing remains on the entire land.
In the end, all that is left is an empty, vast pit. Meanwhile, atop the White Tower, the Grand Sage is also deducing the entire process based on this phenomenon to understand what exactly happened in this place. St. Leon City. In just a moment, Lu Chen felt a terrifying aura stirring.
A bad premonition arose in his heart. Lu Chen looked at the posts refreshing in the community.
At this moment, the messages refreshing in the
community are no longer related to him. Instead, they are disaster announcements. The Dragon Clan's territory is left with a bottomless pit, and the Dragon Clan is suspected to have been completely annihilated? Aerial footage. The scene of the Dragon Clan's destruction. I witnessed the process of the Dragon Clan's annihilation firsthand. Video attached, breaking news. The Dragon Clan's territory has been leveled to a deep pit. A frontline reporter takes you to the scene. Lu Chen clicked on the news with the video. This video is from the perspective of a human flying high in the sky. He looks towards the direction of the Dragon Clan's territory from the southern region of the human race. But all he sees is a faint flash of dark red light. In the next moment, a massive spherical ripple almost instantly expands. It is impossible to see how it expands. All that is known is that in just a moment, this terrifying energy ripple covers a small part of the Dragon Clan's territory. And then, this wave of destruction shows no signs of stopping. Instead, it continues to spread in all directions. Wherever it passes, only a huge deep pit is left behind. Lu Chen watches this scene. Even though he is not there in person, he cannot help but swallow hard. The person filming the video is retreating frantically. The destruction behind him seems to be right on his heels. In the end, after 5 minutes of fleeing, the videographer manages to escape. This destruction finally halts at a position not far from him. However, once this destruction stabilizes, in the southern region of the human territory, 2/3 of the land has turned into deep pits left by the aftermath of destruction. After watching the video, Lu Chen took a deep breath. Sigh. In his hand, he tightly gripped the pendant reversal, witnessing such devastation. In a situation like this, what could he possibly do? He was just a level 60-second transformation job changer in St. Leon City. Lu Chen pondered. If that explosion were to hit St. Leon City, he probably wouldn't even be able to run away, right? To escape the human territory within an hour, impossible, given his current speed. It would take at least 2 days. As for spatial teleportation abilities, aside from the city return scroll, only space mages above level 100 could use them. Moreover, it was impossible to teleport such a long distance in such a short time. Even the near-death resistance had a limit on invincibility time. He would need to survive in that area for at least 5 minutes. At least, he didn't have that capability yet. Lu Chen took another deep breath, calming his emotions. Soon, he understood what he should do. I currently lack the ability to change this disaster. But, at the very least, I should do what I can. Regardless of anything, he was still a member of the human race. At least, he now had the ability to change something. Moreover, going back to the past would allow for better preparation. With that thought, Lu Chen activated Reversal. 2230 Lu Chen returned to the moment he had just equipped Reversal. Immediately, he sent a message to the human emperor. Let all humans in the southern region board any means of transportation and flee north at the fastest speed. Let as many people escape as possible. After saying this, Lu Chen paused slightly. In the end, he still didn't mention anything about the dragon race. It was pointless for the dragon race to run now. This destruction had already spread to the southern region. Even if they started fleeing right now, it would be impossible to escape, even from the dragon race's border. Not to mention, the vast majority of the dragon race resided deep within their territory. Informing the dragon race now was utterly meaningless. Luo Zhoutian suddenly received this message from Lu Chen and was momentarily stunned. Flee? Why should we run? However, Lu Chen conveyed his thoughts in an extremely serious tone. If you hesitate any longer, there won't be time. The reason can be explained later. The chat software had various ways to communicate: voice, text, thoughts, and video. The simplest was thought. At this moment, Luo Zhoutian sensed Lu Chen's serious intent. It didn't feel like a joke. And such a significant matter couldn't be a joke. Then, he asked one last question. Is this the guidance of the divine? Upon seeing this sentence, Lu Chen replied in a solemn tone. Yes, the situation is very serious. Also, help me find information about the whereabouts of the divine monster's divine favor. The closer to me in St. Leon City, the better. After reading this message, the human emperor quickly responded. Okay, I understand. I will inquire about the divine monsters. The human emperor was not one to beat around the bush. He knew that if one does not cut off the chaos, they would suffer from it. Moreover, today was the day of the anomaly. Coupled with Lu Chen's connection to the divine and the many miracles he had created in a short time, he was willing to believe Lu Chen. After all, Lu Chen couldn't be doing this just for fun, right? So, almost simultaneously, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Chen. Family announcement. Emperor's order, all human tribes in the southern wilderness, at all costs, flee north at full speed. If necessary, abandon all resources. Seeing this announcement, Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief. From now on, what the emperor does is no longer his concern. That is something for his position to consider. As for himself, in St. Leon City, he couldn't think that far. He had done all he could, the rest was up to fate. After that, Lu Chen followed the procedure and entered the Hall of Transformation, repeating word for word what he had said before. In the space of the Hall of Transformation, Lu Chen had an extremely clear understanding. He could remember everything that had happened, every detail included. Then, he successfully brought Elise into the Hall of Transformation. After settling Elise, Lu Chen went directly to the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. At this time, having completed the second job transfer, Lu Chen already possessed a black card. This was given to him by the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association when he defeated the fourth world boss. At this moment, Lu Chen also had 2.5 billion gold coins. However, this time, Lu Chen did not repeat his previous actions. This time, when he went to the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association, he went straight to Manager Wang. He sold all over 60 pieces of platinum equipment dropped from the world boss, keeping only a complete set for upgrading quality. At the same time, he informed the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association to help him purchase divine mind flowers and other auxiliary materials. Now, after explaining all this, the time was 22:43. After that, Lu Chen quickly procured the items. Then, he changed into his speed set and headed directly to the challenge dungeon, entering at a mad difficulty level. As soon as he entered the dungeon, Lu Chen activated the active effect of the boots of swift travel. In just a few seconds, he reached the mountain peak and began to farm the boss. After 30 minutes, Lu Chen finally opened over 1,000 treasure chests. However, this time, due to Lu Chen's accelerated progress, Elise did not have time to deliver the Black Star meteorite to him. Therefore, Lu Chen did not synthesize the heavenly bow to kill the final storm. Instead, he consumed the wind spirit potion to gain flying ability and used Jinyue to slay the boss. It took him 20 milliseconds longer than the last time. After everything was done, Lu Chen went to the Job Transfer Temple to accept the SSS level job transfer quest. Finally, at 23:30 he accepted the third job transfer quest. Under the heavy compression of time, he had half an hour more than the previous round. Southern Wilderness under the Emperor's urgent announcement, airships took off at the fastest speed, carrying people. Those with flying mounts brought their families and neighbors along. All transportation resources in the Southern Wilderness were mobilized. As for supplies, they were all unloaded. Everything was used to carry people. Once loaded, they set off immediately. No energy was spared, sailing at the fastest speed of the transport vehicles. Meanwhile, flying mounts also flew north at nearly their maximum speed. Luo Jiutian Lu Chen, I have followed your instructions and evacuated the people in the Southern Wilderness. The resources mobilized this time are significant. I hope this decision is the right one. Also, the divine creatures you wanted, there is a ruin in the southeast direction of St. Leon City. In that place, it seems there is an organization that worships divine creatures. Many official teams that went to hunt them have been wiped out, even losing an S-Class level 87 adventurer. The official association estimates the challenge level to be above 100. Recently, St. Leon City is planning to organize a strong team to eliminate that ruin. Perhaps, there will be divine beings present there. Lu Chen looked at the message sent by the Emperor of Humanity. He then replied, I can assure you that what you are doing is right. As for what happens, we will know in half an hour. Thank you for the information about the divine beings. After replying, Lu Chen closed the chat window. There was no point in saying more. In just half an hour, the Emperor of Humanity would witness that catastrophe. As for the Dragon Clan, although they were allies of the human race, unfortunately, he currently lacked the strength to save the Dragon Clan. The current time reversal could only take Lu Chen back to the moment he had just completed his second job change. If he could return to the moment of awakening, perhaps the Dragon Clan could still be saved. Now, forget it. Even sending just his brain would be too late. Not to mention the information fog that obstructed the transmission of Information. As for why he wanted to reverse time to save the human race. Nonsense. He would incur no loss and could save countless human compatriots. Every single one is a life. If he didn't do this, could he still consider himself a person? Moreover, by returning to the past, Lu Chen also advanced the time to acquire Divine Thought Flower, allowing Divine Thought Flower to be obtained faster. He also farmed more treasure chests at Wind Demon Cliff, dropping more platinum equipment, more various materials, and supplies. If it were said that returning to the past and changing time and space required a huge cost, Lu Chen might hesitate and think it over. But with no cost, and even benefits, if he still didn't do it, the only explanation would be that this person is a bad guy. Bad to the core, a traitor to the human race. After accepting the job change task, 2331 Elise called for him as scheduled. Lu Chen responded to the call and synthesized the heavenly bow. Then he entered the Hall of Transformation. He spoke with Elise. Everything was the same as before. Lu Chen's principle regarding Elise's handling remained unchanged. 2334, then, it's the divine creatures. Divine beings. Lu Chen opened the map. He input the coordinates sent by the Emperor of Humanity. Finally, a location was displayed on the map. This distance. Isn't that very close? Immediately, Lu Chen changed all the equipment and sub-attributes on him to increase basic movement speed. Every piece of equipment with sub-attributes. After the sub-attributes were changed, the basic movement speed attribute matched the value of the 1,000 li. Swift boots. However, the basic movement speed attribute increased in a logarithmic manner. The more stacked, the higher the decay. Ultimately, Lu Chen's basic movement speed only reached 100 meters per second. After that, Lu Chen activated the sub-attribute on the 1,000 li swift boots, activating enhanced armament. The effect doubled directly. The speed boost increased from 100 times to 200 times. Now, under the extreme movement speed, it could reach 240 kilometers/s. Emperor of Humanity, this distance. It really is nearby. You call a distance of 200,000 kilometers nearby? In the previous life, how many times could you circle the entire blue star? At this speed, it would take him at least 2 minutes to arrive. While thinking this, Lu Chen also started to move. Ruins of the secret abyss. In this place, there stands a pyramid made of stone. Around the pyramid, a circle of runes has been carved, worshipping the divine monsters. The ground is also littered with human bones and flesh as offerings. Lu Chen appeared near the ruins of the secret abyss. As soon as he arrived, he felt a nauseating aura. Lu Chen looked in the direction from which the aura emanated. He saw a human wrapped in bandages, blood seeping through, staring at him. Level, 89 health? Mana? All unknown information. However, that was to be expected. He had no ability to see through anything at all. But from the feeling given off by the other party, it shouldn't be very weak. Lu Chen stared at him and coldly asked, "Are you favored by the gods?" The bandaged man rasped, "Hiss, another one come to die." "That's right, I am favored by Lord Omisu." Crack. Before he could finish his sentence, in the next moment, Lu Chen appeared directly behind him. Enhanced Armament Amplification Attribute, Town. Mountain, Shockwave Boom. Lu Chen's sword struck down directly at his neck. Bang! In an instant, a mist of blood exploded. Almost simultaneously, in the next moment, the massive pyramid cracked with numerous fissures. A large amount of blood seeped out from within the pyramid. Lu Chen looked at the shattered corpse before him. "I wasn't such a violent person, but right now, I'm feeling a bit irritable. Divine favor is not a wild monster boss. Rather, it is a being with a profession, granted the favor of a divine monster. Or perhaps tainted by it. Attribute values often belong to the realm of job changers. Various abilities may see a moderate increase. Ultimately, it is someone who believes in the divine monsters. However, ordinary job changers are not bosses. To stack health to the billion level is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even a level 100 tank class has health only in the tens of millions. Reaching a billion is a dream. This is also why Lu Chen believes he can kill the divinely favored. Unless this divinely favored one, as a job changer, can break through to a billion health. But even so, it would only change his single strike into several strikes. The difference is not significant. Job change task prompt. Your task has been completed. You can now go to any job change hall to complete your third job change. First phase. Seeing this prompt, Lu Chen did not immediately return. Instead, he looked at the pyramid before him. Generally, places guarded by divine monsters often hide some special items. Of course, whether they are good or bad is uncertain. Sometimes, they may be evil objects that cause pollution. But sometimes, they could be rare materials or special skill books. Since he was here, Lu Chen still planned to take a look inside. Entering the interior of the stone pyramid, it was completely dark inside. Lu Chen tore open a lighting spell scroll, and in an instant, a beam of light spread out. The entire passage became much brighter as a result. In the passage, there were bodies of the divine monsters. Followers, all wrapped in bandages, lying haphazardly. They had all been killed in an instant by Lu Chen's sword off. Lu Chen moved forward at a moderate pace, observing his surroundings. He was worried about missing some secret doors, as such places could very well hide treasures. After advancing for a while longer, Lu Chen suddenly felt a chill breeze behind him. Ding! A dagger pierced into Lu Chen's back. But it caused no substantial damage at all. Minus 23,532. He had actually been ambushed. His health bar dropped by 0.5% in that instant, which was merely a scratch. Lu Chen turned to look behind him. However, there was nothing there. Well, the range of is indeed not enough to cover the entire pyramid. Faced with the hidden assassin, Lu Chen had no intention of searching for them at all. With a wave of cannon stance, he unleashed. Boom! In the next moment, bodies began to fall from the ceiling one after another. These assassins had actually been hiding invisibly on the ceiling, silent as shadows. But the problem was, their attacks had to break through his defenses first. Without any detection ability, exploring this maze is really inconvenient. Lu Chen frowned. He then decided not to move slowly anymore. Instead, he switched to swift stance and activated the 1,000-mile boots, directly reaching the end of the passage. It was a vast circular hall. In the center of the hall was a ritual array drawn in blood. At the center of the array stood an altar. On the altar lay offerings, as if it were a sacrificial ceremony dedicated to Elith. However, this ritual was far more gruesome. The ground was littered with human bones and entrails. Tisk. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen frowned again. Any normal human would feel disgusted at the sight of human organs exposed on the ground. But Lu Chen quickly brushed this aside. In another world, beyond elves and dragons, swords and magic, adventures and expeditions, taverns and hearths, there were also dark places. Lu Chen knew he would eventually encounter this dark side. He activated defensive stance. The textbook said that such places often came with traps. Lu Chen took a step forward. The moment he stepped out, rumble. A thick purple lightning bolt fell directly from the ceiling. Minus 556,020. As expected, the textbook does not deceive me. Lu Chen's health had now risen to over 4 million. His heart of tenacity had advanced since the Wind Demon Cliff. Each type of monster could stack twice, but for Lu Chen, who could kill a whole group at once, it was effectively equivalent to double stacking health. In just over a minute on the way here, he had already stacked hundreds of thousands. This trap damage is really high. Even with damage reduction, it still dealt over 500,000 damage. If a fragile character were to take it, they would likely die instantly. Even a level 100 class changer. But fragile classes like mages and assassins hardly had a million health, and they couldn't withstand a single hit from the trap. Lu Chen waited for 2 seconds to recover his shield. At the same time, he switched all his equipment to those with shield enhancement and near-death resistance attributes. The shield generation efficiency on him also increased by 220%. Although it was not as high as the 1,000-fold shield from the White Shield book, it was still a significant boost for Lu Chen at this moment. He then continued to walk forward. Whoosh! A gust of icy wind spread. Lu Chen ignored it completely. This effect was supposed to freeze him in place. But while his shield was active, he was immune to control effects and was completely unaffected. Heaven's Punishment Fire, Ultimate Flash, Chaos Peak Stab. Boom 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 boom. Just taking 3 steps triggered 4 traps. Lu Chen could be said to have walked straight through a series of traps. Just like that, he walked about 10 meters. Lu Chen paused slightly. He waited for 20 seconds. Until his shield was fully charged, far exceeding his health limit. Then, he activated the boots of swift travel. In an instant, he dashed across hundreds of meters. But it was at that very moment. The floor, the walls, and everywhere lit up with patterns. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions and various elemental waves erupted behind Lu Chen. At the same time, dozens of bolts of lightning and beams were chasing after him. Minus 142,819. Minus 123,828. Minus 104,386. As Lu Chen took the damage, he swung the maximizing his damage reduction. Ultimately, the damage from countless traps was directly neutralized by Lu Chen. He arrived at the center of the altar. In the center of the altar lay the only offering. Blood of Resurrection effect can be used to create resurrection scrolls, reviving creatures below level 100 that have been dead for no more than 3 days. It is an extremely rare and expensive material. Effect 2 enhances the resurrection effect of the scroll, allowing for higher level targets and longer death durations. Description: the blood of the ancient god of blood and immortality scattered blood throughout the world. There were a total of 10 drops of blood of resurrection. It's actually the blood of resurrection. This thing is rarely seen. Resurrection abilities are not non-existent in this world, but they are exceedingly rare. Moreover, as seen, there are many restrictions. Resurrection can only target those below level 100. But regardless, it is still a resurrection ability. After obtaining the blood of resurrection, Lu Chen took out a return scroll only to find that the scroll could no longer be used. The return scroll could only take him back within a range of 10,000 kilometers. This place had already exceeded that. Looks like I can only fly back. The limbs of Omizu were scattered across the world. At this moment, its eyes suddenly opened in the crevice of a rock. My blood of resurrection. Who is it? It only needed these last 10 drops of blood of resurrection to complete the revival. As long as it waited for the next sacrificial day, which is the day after tomorrow, these 10 drops of blood of resurrection, once sacrificed and obtained by it, it could complete the revival. But it suddenly sensed that the blood of resurrection placed on the altar had disappeared, taken by a chaotic existence. However, it could not probe what that existence was. It seemed like a fog. Moreover, the blood of resurrection clearly had its own positioning mark. But after this blood of resurrection was taken by that existence, the positioning mark also vanished without a trace. There was no way to track any signs. Such powerful concealment ability. At least at the level of a great sage of the human race. Could it be that he has discovered my revival plan? Lu Chen returned to St. Leon City once again. During this process, an existence called Omizu had probed him. Yet, it still found nothing. A divine monster probing me, this blood of resurrection must be very important to it. Divine monsters are a scourge to the world, the common enemy of all races. No matter what, if the enemy suffers losses, it is his gain. At this moment, the time had reached 23:43. On the way back, Lu Chen stacked some health points again. With continuous contact with powerful beings, Lu Chen increasingly felt that his health was insufficient. After a bit of contemplation, Lu Chen also thought, if he had enough health, wouldn't it be fine even if he were at the epicenter of a Dragon Clan explosion? After all, it still came down to not stacking enough health. Of course, that was what he thought. But Lu Chen didn't plan to spend too much time stacking health right now. Instead, he returned to the Class Change Sanctuary to submit his task. Task completed, please choose your 80 ranked artifact. Options: armor, lower garment, crown, boots. I'm working on the crown, and I already have the boots. As for the armor and lower garment, actually, Lu Chen felt that he could choose any of the 4. After all, an artifact with 2 attributes would be great. But after thinking it over, Lu Chen decided to take a look first. The lower garment was the only part without an artifact at the moment. Choose lower garment. You have obtained Leap Spirit artifact. Leap Spirit artifact +5, max, category, leg armor, equipment level 60, follows user level, attributes, agility +204,114, quality, platinum, can grow, effect, gain spatial jumping. Ability, can jump freely to any location within 60 kilometers, increases with level, and ignores spatial restrictions, cooldown time, 0.2 seconds, can store 50 jumps, will automatically jump to a safe location when about to receive fatal damage. Description: an artifact with extremely strong spatial jumping ability, go wherever you want. Spatial ability. This could be said to be one of the rarest abilities in this world. Space, time. Even spatial mages find it difficult to jump freely. But let's take another look. Lu Chen did not make an immediate decision. Instead, he activated rewind time to return to the previous selection. I choose light armor for the upper body. Unable to choose upper body type, automatically assigned heavy guardian armor, Lu Chen directly looked at the effects of this artifact without getting tangled up in its attributes. Effect: super heavy armor, physical damage received is permanently reduced by 99%, and armor value increases by 100 times, while gaining a fixed damage reduction of 1000 points after damage reduction calculation. But the physical defense capability could only be described as overwhelmingly strong. But Lu Chen really didn't need it right now. After all, he hadn't encountered any particularly powerful physical attackers. What if he chose this equipment and then faced a magical enemy? That would be foolish. Immediately, Lu Chen Activated rewind time again. He looked at the crown equipment.
Master of the Dead, effect, Undead Crown. The undead creatures you summon have a level of at least 70. If their summoning level is above 100, they gain plus 30 levels, and all undead creatures gain Frenzy, cooldown reduced by 40%, mana consumption reduced by 90%, and all undead creatures are equipped with a full set of equipment equivalent to golden quality plus 3 of their level, with the ability to resurrect
5 times.
Seeing this crown, Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Unfortunately, he didn't possess the ability to summon the undead.
Moreover, even if he used the equipment effect to summon, he could only summon a few level 70 undead.
Even with these buffs, it's still not enough strength. I still need to create the 10,000 times summoning staff to play the summoning build. In the end, Lu Chen looked at the boots. Rewind, artifact, plus 5, max, category, boots equipment level, 60, follows user level, attributes, agility plus 204, 114 quality, platinum, can grow, effect, rewind, can return to any location you have been to, including but not limited to the current timeline, cannot cross timelines, must wear this equipment, and ignores any spatial restrictions, cooldown time, 0.1 seconds. Description, a spatial artifact with extremely strong spatial movement capabilities, able to cross billions of kilometers in an instant.
Lu Chen looked over all the equipment.
The crown and clothes were not under consideration.
For now. What remained were the 2 spatial artifacts.
One could be said to have a high degree of freedom. The other could only return to places previously visited.
But, this place that has been visited is not affected by the timeline.
This made Lu Chen quite concerned. This means that even if he has been to places in the future, after returning to the past, he can still rewind to that location.
However, the time and space would no longer be the futures. Time and space.
After a moment of thought, Lu Chen decided to choose rewind. Although the ability of spatial jumping is very strong, with his current movement speed, it is indeed unnecessary.
You have obtained the artifact Rewind.
Issuing your second ring job change task. Current task, second ring task objective, clear 100 dungeons on insane difficulty consecutively, while maintaining the fastest clear record.
Task reward, unique skill book for the
10,000 transformation divine equipment, spirit of equipment 100 insane difficulty dungeons. That's manageable, not too difficult. Most dungeons above level 30 have insane difficulty. It's just a matter of whether an ordinary
job changer can clear them.
However, facing such a perverse task, being so nonchalant about it, is probably something only Lu Chen can do.
If it were anyone else undertaking an SSS level 3rd job change task, they might not finish it in a lifetime.
As for the task rewards, Lu Chen could understand the skill book.
However, he had no idea what the spirit of equipment was. He also couldn't preview it. Let's start by farming the nearby dungeons. Lu Chen opened the community.
He found the dungeon guide for St. Lian City. Back then, on the airship from St. Capital to St. Lian City, the guide sold for 500 gold coins a copy. It had long been spread all over the forum in
St. Lian City.
Lu Chen casually found a map marker and copied it onto his own map. Soon, his map was already filled with various markers. Dungeon, Dawn Canyon dungeon type, defense level, 3560. Dungeon, Wetland Marsh dungeon type, combat level, 5060. Dungeon, Abandoned Ancient Tower dungeon type, boss battle level, 4060. Dungeon, Exquisite Clock House dungeon type, puzzle level, 4061. Mark after another, representing different dungeons.
Just in St. Lian City, there are several dungeons above level 30. Cancel the defense type dungeon marks. Whoosh!
A small section of the marks on the map disappeared in an instant.
But there are still many different types of dungeons. For example, puzzle capture point escort dungeons. These dungeons are quite troublesome.
In the end, Lu Chen pondered and made another exclusion.
Select pure combat type dungeons. Soon, another large batch of dungeons was filtered out. But now the remaining dungeons can all be speedrun. Lu Chen focused on the dungeon closest to him.
He equipped the Rewind boots. At the same time, he transferred the attributes of the Swift Travel boots onto Rewind.
Now, Rewind had 2 divine attributes. As for the Swift Travel
boots, they became a plain piece of equipment with only attribute values.
After activating this attribute, Lu Chen's divine attributes had reached 6.
The effect of the class specialization, Supreme Divine Attributes with 6 attributes was activated. Mana Surge, all equipment/skills actively gain 80% cooldown reduction, and all skill/equipment effects can be released without any cost. All your skill/equipment effects can be released in additional time. Cooldown reduction is not constrained by the world limit. The world limit constrains cooldown reduction to 40%. Unfortunately, I don't have any skills that need to be released twice right now.
Afterwards, Lu Chen changed into a speed set. In just a few seconds, Lu Chen appeared in front of a dungeon called Abandoned Castle in St. Lian City. Select difficulty, Insane. Enter dungeon. Immediately, Lu Chen's figure vanished from in front of the dungeon. 10 seconds later, Lu Chen walked out of the dungeon. The record stone tablet of the dungeon had dramatically changed. Fastest dungeon clear record, insane first place, Lu Chen, clear rating. SSS clear time, 00:00:03. After leaving this dungeon, Lu Chen headed straight for the next dungeon without looking back. And because of the existence of the Chaos Hidden Ring, no one noticed that Lu Chen had ever been there. The only proof that Lu Chen had come was that record stone tablet. It's unknown when someone would notice that the record on the stone tablet had quietly changed. Starry Night Wilderness. After entering the dungeon, Lu Chen directly drew his bowstring towards the 3 giant wolves in the distance. Powerful armament enhanced effect of attributes, Heavenly Bow, Heavenly Arrow Rain, Divine. Enhanced, your shots will transform into a simultaneous release of 300 arrows, all bearing identical additional effects. The number of arrows from the Heavenly Bow doubles once more. In an instant, tens of thousands of arrows are shot out. Superstar Flash, tens of thousands of streams of light pass through. -3,265,820, critical hit, 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 -3,265,820, critical hit. Almost simultaneously, upon contact with the monsters, streams of light explode, splitting into finer streams of light, spreading in all directions. -816,455, critical hit, 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 -816,455, critical hit. For a moment, the entire dungeon is filled with radiant light. Indeed, the crazy difficulty of the challenge dungeons outside is somewhat lacking. They are a bit weaker. This final boss, 3 giant wolves, has just over 100 million health. Not particularly strong. The streams of light in Lu Chen's hands are like a Gatling gun, sweeping directly from left to right, taking down the boss one by one. The damage of Super Star Flash is calculated based on agility. Now, Lu Chen's one arrow deals over 3 million damage. These few boss, with over 100 million health, can barely withstand 40 hits of Super Star Flash, which is already absurd. Not to mention, tens of thousands of shots. From start to finish, Lu Chen's completion time did not exceed 5 seconds. The small monsters didn't even have time to attack Lu Chen. They only managed to deal a few tens of thousands of damage before he killed the boss. After defeating the boss, Lu Chen immediately calculated the rewards. After opening the treasure chest, he left on the spot. He was even too lazy to check what the chest had dropped. What does it matter what the treasure chest dropped? It's just a few dozen pieces of platinum quality equipment. Lu Chen then followed the map's route to search for dungeons. Using his ability to rewind, he recorded the locations. Over 100 dungeons scattered throughout St. Lian City. No matter what, it would take some time. Time continued to pass. 00:00. Lu Chen heard a beep sound. This was the alarm he had set for himself. Sigh. Lu Chen let out a soft sigh. Rest in peace, Dragon Kin. Boom. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. But Lu Chen was already prepared. He had flown into the air. After taking off, Lu Chen looked towards the community. Inside the community, it was just as chaotic as he had seen before. Just a glance, and Lu Chen closed the community. He continued to record the dungeon locations. Without sufficient strength, it was utterly inadequate to face such a level of destruction. Worrying about it was pointless. Southern region, hurry. Hurry. Faster. Countless airships flew north at the fastest speed. Behind these airships, a wave of destruction spread with overwhelming force. Ruthless destruction. It directly obliterated the homes of the southern region's human race, piece by piece. Finally, the destruction stopped. 2/3 of the southern region, along with the dragon territory, vanished without a trace. After the destruction ceased, one airship after another, billowing thick smoke, made emergency landings. The survivors looked behind them, their hearts still trembling. If they had run just a little slower, they would have turned to dust in this destruction. This is the command of the human emperor. It was the human emperor who saved us. I knew it, trusting the human emperor was the right choice. And above in the sky, the human emperor stood, gazing southward, his eyes wide like copper bells. What had happened? What was that destructive energy just now? Such devastation could already rival the legendary super-level forbidden spells. Right? If such an attack were to descend upon the territory of humanity, would they have the ability to respond? But what needed to be understood most urgently now was what had happened in the territory of the Dragon Clan. At the same time, the human emperor thought of Lu Chen. Immediately, the human emperor's mind stirred, sensing towards the southern region of the human territory. Most of the people in the southern region had survived. In the south, the vast majority of humanity lived in the pleasant northern areas. To the south of the southern region were dangerous swamps and various powerful magical beasts. Only in the north were there suitable cities for habitation. Just like in Lu Chen's previous life, where even the vast Sahara Desert had people living in it. But those people lived in environments suitable for survival. The same principle applied to the southern region. Thanks to this, after the human emperor ordered the people of the southern region to flee north at all costs, even though 2/3 of the southern region was destroyed, the number of people who lost their lives was not that many. Looking at this tragic scene, the massive pit of the Dragon Clan, the human emperor couldn't help but swallow hard. Lu Chen, what exactly did you foresee? Or, what did the gods tell you? The human emperor felt an urgent need to meet Lu Chen. Great sage, if you analyze anything, inform me immediately. I need to see Lu Chen. At the same time, another decree from the human emperor was issued. Human emperor's decree: all people of the southern region immediately migrate north, away from the southern region. All cities in human territory have the obligation to unconditionally accept refugees from the southern region. After issuing this command, the human emperor turned and summoned the star dragon beast, heading towards the direction of St. Lian City. Community human emperor's announcement: the people of the southern region should not thank me, but should thank Lu Chen during the journey. The human emperor also conveniently posted a message and pinned it at the top using his authority for an extended period. All humans entering the community interface would see this pinned post first. He did not intend to take credit from Lu Chen. Without Lu Chen's information, he, as the human emperor, could do nothing. He could not even protect his own people. This credit belonged to Lu Chen, and it was rightfully his. One after another, humans clicked on the human emperor's pinned post. After seeing the context, their hearts were filled with shock. Of course, the human emperor omitted some content regarding the gods and Lu Chen's private issues concerning divine favor. What the hell? I heard the human emperor predicted this disaster and warned the people of the southern region to flee north in advance. So this was actually Lu Chen's intelligence? Damn, when did Lu Chen have contact with the human emperor? Do you really think becoming a king is just a joke? If he's about to become a king, how could he not have contact with the human emperor? So, what exactly happened in the Dragon Clan's territory? I am from the southern region. That terrifying destruction stopped right behind us. If we had been any later, my family and I would have all died. Thank you, Lu Chen, for saving us. The post instantly received tens of millions of replies. Most of the people from the southern frontier are grateful to Lu Chen. The people of the southern frontier feel as if they are living in a dream. They have experienced a life and death calamity in such a short time. If it weren't for Lu Chen's reminder, they would have already become corpses. No. In that situation, how could there even be corpses left? Not even ashes would remain. At this moment, the surviving people of the southern frontier are gathered together on the airship. Now, they truly have lost their homeland. Even though the southern frontier has not been completely destroyed, and there are still places untouched by the devastation, who would dare to live in those areas? God knows what has happened with the Dragon Clan. They do not want to experience such a thing a second time. Furthermore, the emperor has already ordered all the people of the southern frontier to leave. For the time being, even if they wanted to stay, they cannot return. This life of mine was saved by Lu Chen. If Lu Chen becomes a king, we are willing to follow in his footsteps. Will Lu Chen become the king of the northern region in the future? Mom, I want to migrate to the northern region. St. Lian City, surrounding area, the 35th dungeon. Lu Chen has completed 35 dungeons. However, the treasure chests from these 35 dungeons combined do not even equal one from the Wind Demon Cliff. Dungeons that can be infinitely revived and repeatedly cleared are indeed rare. However, if calculated by time, in just over 10 minutes, Lu Chen has cleared more than 30 dungeons and obtained nearly 100 crazy treasure chests. This speed is not too slow by conventional standards. The dungeon at Wind Demon Cliff can only be said to have been a bug he exploited. Just as Lu Chen was about to continue clearing the next crazy dungeon, ding ding ding, you have new messages current. Unread messages, 2 messages have come in. The only 3 people who can send him messages and that he can receive are those 3. Lu Chen, you know I have a lot to ask. I will arrive at St. Lian City soon, and we can meet and talk. On the other side, Wang Yuanmo also sent him a message. Lord Lu. Hero Lu, the divine thought flowers you wanted have already been collected in advance by our Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. The materials from the demon clan that you wanted are also ready. You can come and pick them up now. This time, our association hasn't made a single cent off you. After reading these two messages, Lu Chen smiled lightly. How timely, just before meeting the emperor. I received the materials for the Crown of Insight. I still need to clear 65 more dungeons at crazy difficulty. Going to pick up the materials won't take much time. Lu Chen thought to himself. In the next moment, the effect of rewind was activated. In an instant, Lu Chen appeared in front of the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. After obtaining rewind, Lu Chen's optimal plan was to run through all the dungeons he needed to clear first, and then rewind time back to before he started the first dungeon. This way, no matter which dungeon, he could reach it in an instant. Of course, the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association is also a place Lu Chen frequents. Naturally, he made a trip there. At this moment, Lu Chen entered the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association and returned to Manager Wang's office. I'm here to pick up the materials. Manager Wang seems to have gotten used to Lu Chen's stealthy way of moving. He doesn't even use the door, appearing directly in front of him. If it weren't for the spatial restrictions in the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association's warehouse, preventing entry, Manager Wang might even think that Lu Chen could directly enter the association's warehouse and take what he needed without needing to make a purchase. Of course. In reality, even if Lu Chen could do this, he wouldn't be so unscrupulous. Things that need to be paid for should still be paid for. It's not like he can't afford it. When Manager Wang saw Lu Chen appear, a flattering smile spread across his face. This was a VIP super big financier. His importance was even comparable to other partners in the same business association. One person could stand in for an entire business association. It wouldn't make sense not to treat him well. If it weren't for Lu Chen's unpredictable appearances, they wouldn't even know what flavors he liked. Otherwise, Manager Wang would have arranged for dozens of beautiful women. A big chest and a slim waist were standard. Beast-eared girls, half-elves, elves, humans, they would have to prepare one of each for Lu Chen. As for half-dragons, the dragon clan was already in such a miserable state, so let's skip that. Lord Lu, I have already heard of your heroic deeds. I heard that you saved our compatriots in the southern border. For this order, we've given you a 50% discount. This is the treatment that a hero of our human race deserves. Lord Lu, this price cannot go any lower. We are already losing a lot on this order. To expedite the purchase of the Divine Thought Flower for you, our association even had to swallow the price increase from other associations. Purchasing from other associations costs 1.5 billion gold coins per flower. Giving you a 50% discount, we are only selling it to you for 500 million gold coins. Selling you this flower means we will lose 1 billion. As for the money from selling the equipment, it has already been transferred to your account. The Brilliant Gem Association was not the kind of philanthropist that does good deeds without leaving a name. They were also businessmen. Lu Chen had written their names in the first kill of the challenge dungeon at a crazy difficulty level. This could be considered a favor returned. At the same time, they had to make it clear what they had done for Lu Chen. Otherwise, if they did so many good deeds and others were completely unaware, that favor would go unrecognized, and they would end up losing out. That would be a bad deal. As businessmen, they wouldn't do something so foolish. Doing good is fine, losing money is fine, but the other party must know and understand the contributions made. Upon hearing Manager Wang say this, Lu Chen nodded slightly. I understand. I have a batch of goods that I can sell to you. Next time you help me acquire materials, I only ask for speed. The price can be slightly higher, that's fine. Now, Lu Chen could be considered wealthy. For platinum quality equipment, he could even be said to have a monopoly level. He could produce the equivalent of decades worth of platinum equipment for the human race in just 1 hour. If he were still short on money, that would really be hard to believe. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he selected 2,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment from his backpack. Then, he looked at the storage box in Manager Wang's office. Immediately, he transferred the equipment into the storage box. Here are 2,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment. Distribute the profits however you see fit. Just let me know when this batch is sold out. In this timeline, Lu Chen hurriedly dropped off the equipment and left. Those platinum quality pieces were still left on the ground. From then on, Manager Wang's office had an additional storage box specifically for the elusive Lu Chen to place the goods he wanted to sell. Originally, his office was not a trading reception room. Generally, large transactions needed to be negotiated in the trading reception room. But Lu Chen was an exception. One could only say that Lord Lu could come and go as he pleased. The reason he worked overtime until midnight was also because of Lu Chen. He was afraid that if Lu Chen needed to find him, he wouldn't be able to. Of course, working overtime was fine, the important thing was making money. Lu Chen's recent transactions had earned him millions of gold coins in commissions. How many years of work would it take to earn that much money? Looking at the order. For 2,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment that Lu Chen had provided, Manager Wan was so overwhelmed with happiness that he nearly fainted. Rest? What rest? From today onwards, I am the dog of the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. I love working, I love overtime. Every order that passes through their hands, as long as it sells, they can take a 1% commission from the transaction amount. Selling these 2,000 pieces of platinum equipment, 1%? If it weren't for the fact that this is the headquarters of the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association, the president of any other regional branch would have to step aside for him. After tossing the equipment aside, Lu Chen turned and left. He wanted to clear several high-difficulty dungeons before the arrival of the Human Emperor. Ideally, he would complete the third job transfer quest before the Human Emperor came. After all, he would be facing the current Human Emperor. No matter what situation he had to confront, strength was always better when it was stronger. As he left, Lu Chen quietly synthesized the Crown of Insight in his backpack. Crown of Insight, Artifact, +5, Max, Quality. Platinum, upgradable, equipment level, 60, follows user's level, mental value +204,114, mental resistance +180, effect 1, gain the ability of divine perception, able to detect within a radius of 3x mental value, in kilometers, and obtain information about all living beings/items within that range. This perception cannot be detected by beings below the divine level, allowing you to accurately judge lies/deception/disguises and see through their true nature. Effect 2. To be absorbed, Effect 3, to be absorbed, description, a crown that can perceive everything, possessing strong detection and reconnaissance abilities, able to see through all disguises and lies. Lu Chen equipped the Crown of Insight. The artifact attributes on him increased by 1, bringing the total to 7. At the same time, the effect of the Supreme Artifact attributes was triggered once again. Supreme Artifact Attribute 7 Attribute Effect Inevitable Resistance. After you have exhausted all means to save your life and cannot avoid death, you will lose one piece of the lowest ranked artifact equipment, regardless of whether it is in your backpack or equipment slot, negating this death and gaining 1 minute of complete immunity to death, while continuously clearing all negative abnormal states. This inevitable resistance can negate true divine level death damage, that is, death effects, and cannot be immune to abilities of divine level and below. 7 Attributes. This effect. This should be the best life-saving effect. No matter what, it allows me to have the ability to save my life. More importantly, I now possess 7 artifacts. This effect can trigger 7 times. It can last for 7 minutes. This means that even the massive explosion that could destroy the dragon race cannot kill me. From the video, the explosion lasted a total of 5 minutes from start to finish before it completely ceased. Assuming there are no other disasters after this strike, I can indeed survive. Moreover, and most importantly, this ability gives me the chance to trigger reversal no matter what. Even in the worst case scenario, Lu Chen would not be instantly killed. As long as he returned to the past timeline, the shattered artifact would be as if it had never shattered. After completing all this, Lu Chen activated, retrace, again and returned to his usual routine, continuing to grind dungeons in a calm and steady manner. Satelian City at this moment, in front of the abandoned castle dungeon. Several job changers stared at the dungeon before them. Are you all ready? After 2 years stuck at the third job change, just to attempt to clear a dungeon on insane difficulty. No one has ever cleared the insane difficulty of the abandoned castle. Based on the intelligence I've gathered, we have the best personnel configuration to clear the abandoned castle. An S-Rank Spirit Purifier, S-Rank class, Holy Purifier, me, SS-Rank class, Demon Hunter, along with an S-Rank class, Holy Light Guardian, and S-Rank class, Divine Punisher. We all come from various corners of the world as high-level classes. Our classes have strong counter abilities. Against this dungeon, as long as we work together for a few dozen tries and understand the dungeon's details, we might just clear this insane difficulty. As the captain, the SS-Rank Demon Hunter was truly the most suitable for this dungeon. The final boss of this dungeon was a demon. Just as the captain was speaking confidently, suddenly, beside him, his teammate, a Holy Purifier, looked at the record stone and covered her mouth in shock. See, Captain. Didn't you say that no one has ever cleared this dungeon? This insane difficulty, the name on the record stone. Lu Chen. Upon hearing this name, the captain froze in shock. In an instant, he realized what had happened. He dashed to the record stone, staring at it in disbelief. When did he clear this dungeon on insane difficulty? No, wait, when I looked just now, there was no name on this record. It wasn't just this team. As time went on, more and more job changers discovered that in the dungeon they were playing, the record stone for insane difficulty had suddenly added a name without anyone noticing. Clearing this dungeon wasn't like defeating a world boss or a challenge dungeon. There wouldn't be a wide announcement. It would only refresh on the record stone. As for the dungeons at St. Jing No. 2, they were specially set up by the school. Once a new record appeared, an announcement would be made immediately. Rather than an announcement, it was more like a loudspeaker that automatically played in the dungeon. Whenever a record was refreshed, the loudspeaker would announce the name. This was to showcase the school's honor. But the dungeons outside didn't have such flashy things. Once cleared, the name would simply appear on the record stone. That was all. And today, the people of St. Leon City discovered something extremely strange. At the second job change stage, almost all pure combat type dungeons in St. Leon City had been cleared on insane difficulty. Moreover, they were all cleared by the same man. That man was Lu Chen. And the most terrifying part was that even for the insane difficulty dungeons, the man's slowest clearing time never exceeded 10 seconds. The fastest even had a dungeon cleared in just 1 second. Community St. Leon City urban legend, the ghost who frenziedly clears insane difficulty dungeons. Never seen Lu Chen's figure, yet the dungeon records have been broken. The world's unsolved mystery: what kind of attack methods does Lu Chen possess? Forbidden techniques? Speculations dismissed. Scholars from the White Tower state that even Sss-Rank forbidden techniques could not achieve such effects. An expert in forbidden techniques has come forward to explain that the knowledge of forbidden techniques is being popularized, and everyone might have a slight misunderstanding about them. In the World Channel, the major job changers are also engaged in intense discussions. What exactly has happened? In the St. Leon City map channel subchannel number 358-965, this is a small channel with only a few hundred people. At this moment, within the small channel, the job changers are chattering away about this matter. What the hell? I remember just looking at the dungeon record. I was watching it with my own eyes. There wasn't even a record of clearing. It had crazy difficulty just a moment ago. Then I sent a message, and a few seconds later, the dungeon record appeared. The clearer is Lu Chen, and the clearing time is 5 seconds. Do you think that's outrageous or what? It really was. In the blink of an eye. At that time, I was just about to explain to my girlfriend that I was going to run the dungeon with my buddies, and there were no girls, so I casually recorded a video file. Once this video was posted, in a short time, it spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100. What the hell? Is this for real? No, what exactly happened? I didn't see Lu Chen at all. Yeah, the camera shook around, but I didn't see Lu Chen appear near the dungeon. How did this record stone suddenly refresh? A ghost, it's really a ghost. I believe it, I really believe it. I was preparing to run the dungeon at the Waterless Cliff Inn, the north of St. Leon City, and I saw the dungeon record refresh on the spot. The time was 0:23, it refreshed at the 21st second. What? You saw the Waterless Cliff record refresh at 23 minutes? I saw the record for the Desolate Mountains refresh at the same time. Damn it, it was also Lu Chen who did it. I remember I even took a screenshot, but didn't record a video. Let me check the screenshot time. What the hell? This dungeon record refreshed at the 27th second. In an instant. The Desolate Mountains, isn't that to the south of St. Leon City? That distance must be tens of thousands of kilometers, right? What the hell? This is really spooky. Clearing a dungeon in 10 seconds is already impressive. But damn it, how did he finish the record in the north and then run to the south of St. Leon City in just a few seconds? This isn't scientific. It's not magic either. The job changers in St. Leon City were truly baffled. As this event fermented, more and more people inexplicably saw new clearing records pop up in front of them. Still the same familiar name, Lu Chen. That familiar clearing time. Just 4 or 5 seconds. In one dungeon after another, they saw Lu Chen's name, but not his figure. Night Sky, the Emperor of Humanity, rode on a dragon beast, rushing towards St. Leon City at high speed. While on the way, he was also trying to understand what changes were happening in this world. At the same time, he was attempting to gather more information about Lu Chen. Ironically, the information he received from his intelligence department was even less than what was available in the community. Up until now, the intelligence department could only provide information about Lu Chen's life for the first 18 years. But in those first 18 years, there were no doubts about Lu Chen's life. However, since his job change today, Lu Chen seemed to have completely vanished, and no further information could be obtained about him. He hadn't been seen making any moves either. Lu Chen's identity was simply a mystery. The Emperor of Humanity had no choice but to search for Lu Chen's name in the community. Based on the clues people had seen, he made deductions. As the Emperor searched for Lu Chen's name in the community, it only left him more confused. A ghost? What's going on? New rumors were spreading in St. Leon City? Had Lu Chen cleared the insane difficulty pure combat dungeon in St. Leon City? And did he do it in just over half an hour? No way. Are you seriously grinding dungeons by the pound? Ghostly legends, what the hell is this? Insane difficulty dungeons, shouldn't this be the hardest dungeon? Difficulty for levels below 100? Even a full team of S-Rank class changers would struggle to clear it without class advantages. But, what are they saying in this community? Shouldn't they take a look at the nonsense there? Spouting? Clearing a dungeon in under 10 seconds? Or clearing dungeons in chunks? When did humanity become so powerful? Clearing insane difficulty dungeons has become so easy that they can do it in batches? But, the Emperor of Humanity suddenly thought of that name. Lu Chun. If these things were happening to someone else, it could only be described as utter nonsense. Even if it were happening to him, the Emperor of Humanity, Luo Jiutian, he would still say it was complete nonsense. But these things, when it comes to the name Lu Chen, well, that's a different story. After all, this existence had recently cleared the insane difficulty of a challenge dungeon. Logically speaking, clearing other ordinary dungeons at insane difficulty shouldn't be a problem. The only issue is that this not a problem level is a bit outrageous. Lu Chen, oh Lu Chen, how many more surprises are you going to bring? Me? Although I know that there might be divine selections among the gods. But, the inheritance never told me that divine selections would be so outrageous. Luo Jiutian even thought about shaking the previous emperor of humanity out of his tomb. To ask him, in their era, were divine selections always this outrageous? Were the disciples of the gods this strong? Although we heard that the disciples of the gods could also solo insane difficulty dungeons. But, is this how soloing is done? No, previous emperor, based on your description back then. Didn't you say that the disciples of the gods, even if alone, could still gain the upper hand after a tough battle in insane difficulty dungeons? How come Lu Chen's performance is so exaggerated compared to your initial description? You call clearing in 10 seconds gaining the upper hand after a tough battle? Luo Jiutian's desire to meet this legendary genius grew stronger. As for the dragon territory, the Emperor of Humanity wasn't ignoring it. Rather, he believed that whatever happened with the dragon still needed to be asked of Lu Chen. After all, it was he who had ordered the people of the southern wilderness to flee. So, all the answers would only be known once he met Lu Chen. Dawn Forest. While Lu Chen was grinding dungeons, Elise was no exception. Elise also began to complete her second-class change task. I pray to you, Sung. As Elise prayed, in her hands, the bow of the sky gradually took shape. Standing before the entrance of the dungeon, Elise held the longbow. Her heart racing. A level 30 platinum quality equipment? Level 30 equipment can actually reach platinum quality. Truly worthy of being the master of artifacts, even breaking the world's rules. At the same time, Elise believed that this level was set by Xon to accommodate her. Otherwise, how could a dignified deity use equipment that is merely level 30? Moreover, Elise also thought that the quality of this artifact was definitely not as simple as it appeared. It must have been sealed through some means. This was the limit of what she could control. If the seal of this artifact were completely lifted, it would definitely not be suppressed at level 30. But what she absolutely did not expect was, the reason this artifact is of platinum quality is simply that it is platinum quality. Then, Elif looked at the effects of the equipment. And with that glance, the effects of this equipment startled her. Every arrow would transform into an equivalent effect of 150 arrows? As a sharpshooter, she naturally understood what this effect represented. Having such an equipment, soloing a nightmare difficulty dungeon should be a piece of cake, right? No. I should say, with such an equipment, I should be the most powerful existence among those at the same job transition stage. After seeing this effect, Elitha's confidence soared. She had originally thought that she might struggle to handle a nightmare difficulty dungeon alone. But at this moment, Elith had no worries about the dungeon before her. Instead, she felt a surge of eagerness. Holding this artifact in her hand, she couldn't help but want to shoot an arrow quickly. Select difficulty, Nightmare, enter dungeon. You have entered the dungeon in Silent Forest before the darkness faded. As soon as she entered the dungeon, Elith drew her bowstring, completely ignoring the small monsters around her. The sharpshooter class possesses extremely strong vision. The moment she entered the dungeon, Elith keenly captured the location of the boss in the distance within the forest. And in that instant, Elith released the bowstring. In that moment, hundreds of starlight erupted. Star flash whoosh 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 whoosh. Minus 895,587 minus 895,587. Just 2 damage dealt to the boss. You have killed the dungeon boss, Silent Lich. You have completed the dungeon, Silent Forest, Nightmare. Your dungeon score is SSS. As the record for this dungeon refreshed, the elven girl who was nervously watching the record stone was left in a daze. Soon, Elitha's completion record caused a sensation throughout the entire elven race. Saint Leon City. With the artifact rewind, Lu Chen's travel speed became much faster. He didn't even need to consider the order of tackling the dungeons. To save time, Lu Chen had already run through all the dungeons he needed to clear. Then he returned to the pastime in space. In this way, all the dungeons effectively had teleportation points. There was no need for any travel time. After finishing a dungeon, he only needed to activate the effect of rewind to continue clearing the next dungeon. Efficiency increased exponentially. Originally, even if the travel time took a few seconds, or even over 10 seconds, accumulating 100 dungeons would still consume a significant amount of time. But now all that time was saved. However, even so, considering the dungeon settlement and the possibility of different mechanisms in different dungeons, he might still need to put in some effort occasionally. Plus, even if he teleported right in front of the dungeon, selecting the dungeon difficulty and entering the dungeon still required a second or two. So, in the end, it still took half an hour to clear all 100 dungeons at crazy difficulty. 100 dungeons took half an hour. During that half hour, the ghostly legend of Lu Chen spread throughout the city. Strange, too damn strange. Not a single shadow was seen. The dungeon record just refreshed. Even dungeons tens of thousands of kilometers apart were simultaneously clearing records. Isn't that strange? Of course, let them guess until their heads hurt. They would absolutely never figure it out. How exactly did Lu Chen clear the dungeons? This might become an unsolved mystery in St. Lian City, lasting for 1,000 years. A brand new urban legend. On the other side, the originator of this legend had already returned to the Job Change Temple. After clearing all the dungeons, Lu Chen estimated that Elise had completed around 7 to 8 nightmare difficulty dungeons by now. Elise frequently prayed to him, sharing her recent circumstances. Lu Chen expressed his willingness to listen to his disciples' prayers. Disciples also have the obligation to report their situations to him. Through the prayers relayed by Elise, Lu Chen could roughly infer the situation on her side. Currently, Elise was exhibiting an overly strong demeanor, drawing attention from her clan. The clan's evaluation of her was even continuing to rise. Being the elf saintess was already a high accolade, and this evaluation was set to increase further. Lu Chen could already envision how much material Elise would contribute to him in the future. As for the discovery of the artifact, Lu Chen was completely unconcerned. Elise possessed the hidden Chaos Concealment Ring. This was an effect gained after the Chaos Concealment Ring was upgraded to platinum quality, allowing her to additionally hide information about others. Unless there was a divine level investigation to check on Elise, it would be impossible to discover that she possessed an artifact. As for Elise voluntarily revealing it, Lu Chen believed she wouldn't have such an idea. Moreover, whether she would do so would become clear during their next meeting at the ever-changing temple. He now possessed the Crown of Insight. Job Change Temple. Lu Chen arrived at the Job Change Temple once again. This time, he overheard people discussing the ghost legend about himself within the temple. The legend had painted him as a ghost who could automatically clear dungeons without lifting a finger, effortlessly obtaining rewards. Furthermore, there were rumors that the Brilliant Gem Merchant Guild had acquired 2,000 pieces of platinum-quality equipment for sale. This rumor further solidified people's speculation. After all, if it weren't for Lu Chen, who could possibly produce 2,000 pieces of platinum-quality equipment to sell? It wasn't that the Brilliant Gem Merchant Guild wanted to leak information about Lu Chen. The problem was, selling 2,000 pieces of platinum-quality equipment without drawing attention was incredibly difficult. The Brilliant Gem Merchant Guild would certainly keep Lu Chen's information strictly confidential. But selling goods while not revealing any information about them was simply impossible. As soon as buyers of the platinum equipment learned that such items were for sale, they would naturally speculate about the ongoing commotion regarding Lu Chen's ghost in St. Lian City. St. Lian City and other regions of the human race presented a starkly different topic. Other places were discussing matters concerning the Dragon Clan's territory. It had only been half an hour since the great destruction of the Dragon Clan's territory. The world's focus was undoubtedly still on the Dragon Clan. Yet, St. Lian City seemed like a peculiar flower amidst the chaos, discussing Lu Chen's matters more frequently. However, as the person involved, Lu Chen completely pretended not to hear. He simply walked straight towards an awakening crystal. Lu Chen placed his hand on the awakening crystal. Deliver the third transfer task. Transfer task, second phase. Completed. You have obtained the unique skill book of the ever-changing divine gear. You have obtained a special companion, Spirit of Equipment. Spirit of Equipment can help you equip an additional weapon and automatically lock onto enemies for attacks. If equipped with a defensive weapon, it will actively protect and defend. If equipped with a healing weapon, it will automatically heal the most. Endangered ally. The spirit of equipment enjoys the attributes you possess as a bonus and shares the same skills as you, including additional skills from the ever-changing temple. The spirit of equipment is invisible to units below divine level. The spirit of equipment has a physical form and cannot pass through walls, but you can actively pull it to teleport beside you. This action ignores any obstacles. Once you equip a weapon for the spirit of equipment, you will gain equivalent attribute values from that weapon. Beside Lu Chen, a pure white orb of light appeared. The orb floated around Lu Chen. It resembled a large cluster of fireflies. Lu Chen equipped this entity with the celestial bow. In an instant, the small orb transformed into a little figure that resembled his own silhouette. In the figure's hand was a short bow. This short bow was Lu Chen's celestial bow. Good stuff. From now on, he wouldn't have to struggle between melee and ranged combat. At the same time, the attributes of the celestial bow were added to Lu Chen. An extra 200,000 agility points. This was truly delightful. Then, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the unique skill book he had received as another reward. Just at that moment, the Emperor of Humanity sent Lu Chen a message. I have arrived in Saint Lian City. The Emperor had reached Saint Lian City. However, upon arriving, he did not immediately seek out Lu Chen. Instead, he went to check one dungeon after another for levels 30 to 60. Sure enough, the rumors circulating in the community were true. These dungeons were all completed in an extremely short time. The fastest completion time was 1 second. The slowest was merely 10 seconds. As long as it was a purely combat dungeon, Lu Chen would clear it in no time. As for those dungeons that required a long duration to endure, Lu Chen wouldn't even touch them. It's indeed true. After reviewing several dungeons, the Emperor of Humanity headed straight to the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. The Emperor bypassed the Merchant Association's restrictions. In just a moment, he stood before the head of the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. The head of the association was originally sitting inside, reviewing the latest data reports. Since Lu Chen's arrival, the association's metrics had become extremely prosperous. Just as he was looking at these figures, relishing the future of promotion and salary increase, a person suddenly appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, it was the Emperor. The Emperor appeared before him. The Emperor, a lofty existence, held the power of life and death over all humanity. At the same time, he was the strongest combatant among the entire race. How could such a great figure appear before him? As a businessman, his first thought was that the Emperor had come to buy something. However, logically speaking, the Emperor did not need to buy anything. Under heaven, all resources of humanity belonged to him. Whatever he wanted, he could directly call upon. There was no need to purchase at all. Nevertheless, out of professional instinct, he still politely asked, Your Majesty, is there anything you need? The Emperor was too lazy to beat around the bush. He asked directly, I heard that your merchant association suddenly acquired 2,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment that are urgently in need of selling. I just want to ask, where did these 2,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment come from? Is it related to Lu Chen? This question left the person in charge of the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association in a difficult position. They had been ordered by their boss not to disclose anything related to Lu Chen. But the person in front of them was the Emperor of Humanity, the highest authority in the entire race. Of course, this internal struggle lasted less than a second. The person in charge quickly realized what they should do. Damn it, who cares about orders? What does the association's boss count for? Can the association's boss be more powerful than the Emperor? Of course, the Emperor has the final say. This wasn't a deliberate attempt to sell out Lu Chen. Mainly, facing the Emperor, they had no choice but to act this way. The internal conflict was resolved in an instant. Just as they were about to speak, the Emperor raised a hand to interrupt them. Alright, no need to say more. Then, the Emperor looked towards a spot in the air beside him. Soon, the figure of a young man gradually became clear in his eyes. Lu Chen was actually in this room. He hadn't sensed it before. The presence was just too low. What kind of special ability is this? Human race. Lu Chen pays my respects to you. Just as Lu Chen was about to bow and salute, a force lifted him up. You are a hero of the human race, there is no need for you to bow to me. At that moment, the Emperor of Humanity and the rising star of the human race finally met. The Emperor also activated his ability to probe into Lu Chen's past. However, what he discovered was a hazy chaos. No results at all. Even at such a close distance, I can't probe any results? Only divine means should be able to achieve such a thing. As the Emperor of the human race, he held extremely high authority, especially over the human race. In principle, no one should be able to block his probing. Yet now, even with Lu Chen right in front of him, he couldn't extract any information. The means of the divine are terrifying indeed. But, although he couldn't probe Lu Chen, on the other side, Lu Chen easily used the crown of insight to directly uncover all the information about the Emperor. Emperor of Humanity Luo Jiutian, Class, Balancer. SSS, ascended to Emperor 272 years ago, level 200, max, personality, calm and steady, serious, kind, dedicated. Straightforward, combat power evaluation, the strongest of the human race, a level I absolutely cannot surpass now. Bonuses, undying. Monarch, fate of the common people, pinnacle of humanity, skills, balance of all things, equality of life, equality of mana, shared. Damage, balance break, strong attack, strength conversion, class specialization, attribute balance distribution, combat method. Conversion, healing mastery, defense mastery, mastery of combat techniques, mastery of magic. Seeing this combat power evaluation, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. The Emperor is indeed the Emperor. Lu Chen knew that even now, he could probably directly annihilate a level 103rd transformation class changer. But facing the Emperor, there was indeed a significant gap. Of course, not being able to defeat him doesn't mean he can't escape. If it comes to running, he wouldn't be able to catch up with himself. With reversal plus retrace, Lu Chen's escape ability had become absurdly strong. However, this insight ability is truly impressive. He could even see the Emperor's information so clearly. According to reason, the human Emperor should have hidden his own information as well. Conversely, the Chaos Hidden Ring also sent him a prompt. Detected. An inquiry from the human Emperor Luo Jiutian. This inquiry has been blocked by the Chaos Hidden Ring. You can actively lift the block. The human Emperor initiated an inquiry about him. However, he did not uncover any information at all. This was just a brief test upon their first meeting. Afterwards, the human Emperor glanced at the person in charge beside him and then said to Lu Chen, "It's not convenient to talk here, let's go outside." All right. In an instant, the two left the brilliant gem chamber and strolled down the street. The human Emperor was slightly surprised by Lu Chen's speed. Could it be that Lu Chen could keep up with him? Despite his inner astonishment, the human Emperor kept it to himself. To be honest, I've wanted to meet you for a long time, Lu Chen. Ever since you killed the first world boss, I've wanted to see our human race's strongest young genius. Hearing the human Emperor say this, Lu Chen did not flatter him but instead laughed. Who in this world wouldn't want to meet the human Emperor? I've long heard of your great name. You want to meet me, and I want to meet you. It's mutual longing. Facing the human Emperor, Lu Chen felt no sense of pressure at all. Instead, he even made a joke. The more he acted this way, the more the human Emperor felt that Lu Chen was extraordinary. An 18-year-old boy could be so composed. In front of him, there was not a hint of panic. Truly worthy of being chosen by the divine. Before the human Emperor could continue, Lu Chen had already taken the lead in speaking. However, I'm a bit curious, what is your reason for wanting me to become a king? Now that Lu Chen possessed the ability to see through lies, he could ask this question directly. As long as the human Emperor was lying, he would be able to judge it immediately. Then, he could weigh the pros and cons accordingly. In response to Lu Chen's question, the human Emperor stroked his chin and pondered slightly. Shouldn't I be the one asking him first? How did it turn into him asking me? Of course, he thought this way. After a brief moment, the human Emperor still provided a response. If I tell the truth, will it provoke dissatisfaction from the existence behind you? The human Emperor's meaning was very clear. He was asking if the deity behind Lu Chen would be displeased. Lu Chen was no fool. He understood the human Emperor's meaning at once and then smiled. Dissatisfaction? Your Excellency, you underestimate the capacity of the deities. Upon hearing Lu Chen say this, the human Emperor seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Alright, then I'll speak frankly. I believe you are the chosen one of the true gods, capable of saving the human race during the Millennium Catastrophe. Therefore, I hope you can take on the position of king and contribute to saving the human race. Although he did not know what form the Millennium Catastrophe would take, the human Emperor knew it would definitely not be simple. Especially since it was only the first day, and the Dragon Clan had already been annihilated. If one said the human race was not in danger, that would be impossible. The Millennium Catastrophe would be more dangerous year by year. In the last millennium, the human race was already in imminent peril. Thus, the human Emperor no longer hoped to preserve the human race through ordinary means. Instead, he should try to place hope in those who transcended common sense. And in the current era, if one were to speak of beings that transcended common sense, could there be anyone more extraordinary than Lu Chen? He simply could not think of a second. Upon hearing this response, Lu Chen quietly looked at the human emperor. Crown of Insight sent back feedback. The human emperor speaks the truth. He truly considers himself someone connected to the divine. His purpose is exactly as he stated, to see himself as one of the hopes for saving the world from a millennium of catastrophe. Of course, while protecting the human race, you can also enjoy resources corresponding to the power of a king. And although it's said to be for the protection of humanity, in reality, you only need to become stronger. The only thing you need to do is to enhance your strength. To have greater power to combat the anomalies. In other aspects, I won't impose too many restrictions on you. In fact, I even allow for a certain degree of sacrifice. As long as you don't go too far. The human emperor is well aware of the brutality of the millennium catastrophe. If one thinks they can save an entire race without making any sacrifices, that would be absurd. In the face of a millennium of anomalies, no one can guarantee they have 100% certainty in their ability to fight back. What he can do is to prepare the best response possible. The more chances of success, the better. After hearing the human emperor's proposal, Lu Chen did not respond immediately. The human emperor did not rush him either. Instead, the two walked quietly for a while. One is the current human emperor, and the other is the hope for the future of humanity. They strolled along the riverbank of St. Leon City. Their final actions and strategies could even influence the future landscape of the world. Finally, after a period of contemplation, Lu Chen made his decision. I agree. Now, the only territory left for me is the northern region, right? That's correct. I originally wanted to allocate the territory of the southern frontier to you. After all, the southern frontier is adjacent to the Dragon Clan and poses little danger. But it seems that the Dragon Clan is the greatest danger. However, the northern region is adjacent to the Abyss, and with the Millennium Anomalies, every Millennium Anomaly will awaken the previous anomalies. 4,000 years ago, the Abyss emerged alongside the divine monsters and began its activities. So this year, sigh. But given the potential you've shown, I must grant you the title of king. This is a necessary ceremony for inheriting the position of human emperor. If you can continue to grow with such a strong momentum, I believe you will soon surpass my strength. Luo Zhoutian's words were already very clear. He has high hopes for Lu Chen. He intends for Lu Chen to inherit his position. How much potential one has can be easily compared. The human emperor believes that in his youth he did not have such brilliant achievements. He has lived for over 1,000 years and succeeded to the position of human emperor more than 200 years ago. What kind of genius hasn't he seen? The current kings are the most dazzling geniuses he has encountered in his time. Each era's genius can be said to be on par with one another. No one is significantly inferior to the others. But someone like Lu Chen, he truly has never seen before. Therefore, the human emperor is very certain that Lu Chen is the most outstanding genius he has ever encountered. Alright, I understand. The northern region is not a problem. He still needs to make a trip to the Abyss to resolve the third phase of his third transition. It just happens to be on the way. As for the human emperor's attitude, Lu Chen has already made it clear. Alright, I will conduct your coronation ceremony as soon as possible. With that topic concluded, the human emperor shifted his tone. So, king of the northern region, Lu, how much do you know about the great destruction of the Dragon Clan? Lu Chen could roughly guess why the human emperor would ask this. After all, it was he who brought it up. However, he also did not know what exactly had happened with the Dragon Clan. But for this question, Lu Chen had already thought of a countermeasure. I know nothing about it. This is guidance from the divine. Since the other party is already very certain that he is the chosen one by the divine, then everything can be explained. Divine beings, after all, are half-hidden riddlers. What's so strange about that? As a disciple of the deity, I only know to fulfill the deity's instructions. What's so strange about that? Anyway, if it really comes to questioning, Lu Chen is in a state of complete ignorance. Luo Zhoutian sighed slightly upon hearing Lu Chen say this. He also considered the possibility. Rather, this is the norm. But at least, the human emperor can discern the deity's attitude behind Lu Chen. Although he cannot fully guarantee that he can guess the deity's thoughts, it seems that this deity is at least helping the human race. Otherwise, there would be no need for this deity to care about how the southern wilderness is destroyed, nor to concern himself with how many human lives are lost. At the same time, one can only think in this direction. After all, if one considers the deity as the opposing force to the human race, the situation would be too dire. It could even be called a deadlock. Moreover, there are too many possibilities. Overthinking would be meaningless. The only thing left to do now is to stick to one's choices. Otherwise, hesitating would lead to chaos. Alright, is there anything else you want to say? If you have no other business in St. Leon City, I'll take you directly to the northern border. Coincidentally, you are also level 60 now, and this year's level 60 area is located near the northern border. Once you complete your third job change, you can also level up inside. By the way, is there anything you need my help with for your third job change? I'll do my best to assist you with what I can. Upon hearing the human emperor say this, Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then replied, give me 10 minutes, I do have a few things to sort out. Also, for the third job change task, I need 100,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones. The human emperor had just casually mentioned it. Moreover, helping a genius complete his job change task, with the authority of the human emperor, he could mobilize the entire resources of the human race. It shouldn't be too difficult to accomplish. But, upon hearing the conditions proposed by Lu Chen, Luo Zhoutian's expression instantly froze. 100,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones? What kind of condition is that? 100,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones, why don't you just go rob them? King Lu. This. Wait a moment, let me ask the treasury administrator. Immediately, Luo Zhoutian retrieved the contact information from his friend list and opened treasury administrator Zhang Bao's contact. Zhang Bao, how many Black Abyss Sage Stones do we have in the treasury right now? Do we have 100,000? Zhang Bao was startled when he heard the human emperor's question. He fell silent for a moment. Your Majesty, are you planning to set up a great formation for the human race? Or are you planning to arrange some super large soul refining array? Don't worry about that, just tell me. The human emperor's actions do not require explanations to anyone. This is the power of the human emperor. Following your will. I just counted, and there are a little over 50,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones. Upon hearing this response, Luo Zhoutian's eyelids twitched. What did Lu Chen just say? 100,000 Sage Stones? If we empty the treasury, we would still owe him 50,000? King Lu, did you accept an SSS level job change task? However, in response to this question, Lu Chen merely nodded slightly. That's not right, my third job change is also an SSS level task. It's not as outrageous as yours. Yet, in response to this question, Lu Chen could only smile. He certainly wouldn't mention that during the third phase, there was an SSS plus task option available, which increased the difficulty of the third phase task. But at the same time, the rewards would also increase accordingly. An SSS plus task? Lu Chen had never heard of it. However, I can at least be considered a god-level profession. Naturally, I subconsciously chose the highest difficulty. As a result, one of the task requirements is to collect 100,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones. Lu Fengwang. We really don't have that many Black Abyss Sage Stones in our treasury? If you need Sage Stones, we can gather 100,000. But Black Abyss Sage Stones can only be obtained deep within the abyss. But the abyss is incredibly dangerous. In recent years, our exploration of the abyss has decreased significantly. Basically, there has been no output of Black Abyss Sage Stones. I understand, then. I'll find a way myself. However, I also need other materials. Lu Chen directly pulled out a list. Now, as a quasi-king of the human race, plus being a human hero, asking for a little bit of materials isn't too much, right? The human emperor took the list Lu Chen provided and merely glanced at it. His eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. The reverse scale of the white dragon, 100,000 pieces? What the hell? What does he need so many various souls for? The essence of the mother tree of life? Isn't that the lifeblood of the mother tree of life? The mother tree of life is a source-level existence in the world, far stronger than this human emperor. Damn. Is there a single normal material on this list? Each material requirement is at the level of emptying the treasury. The human emperor looked at this list of materials, feeling a bit shocked. But he quickly realized what this was. This might be the items required by the gods. The power Lu Chen has obtained now comes from the gifts of the gods. However, Lu Chen must also fulfill the mission of the gods. I understand. As long as I can get these things, I'll try to gather some for you. But even I can't get too much for you. After all, these materials are too rare, and many strong individuals also need them. I can't show you too much favoritism in public, at least not until you achieve more glorious merits. Do you have a priority for these materials you need? Lu Chen nodded slightly. Then, he directly sent a chart to Luo Zhoutian. Some materials were highlighted as priorities. Alright. You go do your Thing first, I'll help you contact about the materials. You can solve it in 10 minutes, right? Then let's meet here in 10 minutes. After Luo Jiutian finished speaking, Lu Chen didn't delay. In an instant, he disappeared from the spot. This action made Luo Jiutian's pupils slightly constrict. Such speed. Even he, the human emperor, couldn't see it clearly. No. Could it be a means of spatial movement? But he just turned 2, how could he have spatial movement abilities? Even if the profession is something like spatial assassin or spatial spellcaster, directly performing spatial jumps would at least be a matter for those who have turned 3. In this world, spatial abilities are quite difficult to obtain. Luo Jiutian didn't understand but was greatly shocked. Brilliant Gem Merchant Association this time, Lu Chen didn't look for Wan Yuanmo. Instead, he went directly to the VIP trading hall to purchase items at the trading window. He bought 50,000 copies of the Earthquake Technique skill book in one go. For Earth Crystals, he directly purchased 500,000 pieces. As for Greatsword type equipment, he also bought 50,000 pieces, all of golden quality. Lu Chen's platinum quality equipment consigned at the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association was selling. As the sales continued, money kept flowing into Lu Chen's account. Now, Lu Chen's account still had 500 billion. As for that reason for purchasing these items, it was very simple. These items are the synthesis materials for is the cheapest synthesis path. It is a divine artifact that can be synthesized for just 100,000 gold coins. And now, I have activated the ability of one divine artifact equals 1 minute of life. Shouldn't I get him tens of thousands of them? Infinite life extension. After Lu Chen left, the human emperor strolled through the city of Saint Lien. Watching the miracles created by Lu Chen, countless thoughts filled his mind. He couldn't help but reminisce about the peak years when he dominated an era. However, back then, he wasn't as impressive as Lu Chen. Just as the human emperor was reminiscing about the past, suddenly, a message came through. Your Majesty, I have traced the reason for the great destruction of the Dragon Clan. Within this destruction, there is divine energy. It is suspected that the energy activated within the remains of the deities, causing it to become violent and unstable. The results of this energy highly match the design results from the Magic Essence Laboratory we destroyed 200 years ago. I just retrieved the action files from the operation that destroyed the Magic Essence Laboratory 200 years ago. I found descriptions related to this matter on the design blueprints we confiscated. This thing is suspected to be the potential excavation of the remains of the deities. Design Plan number 3. Upon hearing the information relayed by the human emperor furrowed his brows. Magic essence? Weren't these frenzied races eradicated by us 200 years ago? Their plans and experimental facilities should have been destroyed as well. How could such a thing happen? Moreover, the divine essence? Where did they get that from? Haven't we already recovered all the high-energy divine bodies? And what is the Prophet Association doing? Such a big event, why didn't they foresee it? Don't they always say that the bigger the event, the clearer the prophecy? Isn't the destruction of the Dragon Clan big enough? Luo Jiutian felt a surge of anger upon hearing this intelligence. Magic essence? The Alliance should have wiped out the remnants of the magic essence during the expedition 200 years ago. The predictions from various clans also indicated that there was no longer any existence of magic essence in this world. Now you're telling me it was the magic essence? What the hell have you been doing all this time? However, Luo Jiutian quickly calmed his emotions. He then continued to ask, so, for this attack, can you confirm it was the creation of the magic essence? Upon hearing the human emperor's question, the other side immediately responded. Based on the information returned from various departments, along with the analysis of the design blueprints and the scholar's analysis of the tracing capabilities, there is a 97% certainty that the destruction was caused by the. There is also a 3% possibility that a deity personally intervened and dealt this blow. Upon hearing this response, the human emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, the human emperor thought of a question. Can be mass-produced? Seeing the human emperor ask this, the intelligence department immediately provided an answer. According to the design blueprints, as long as there is divine essence, should be mass-producible. But one divine essence represents the death of a deity. We haven't discovered a second deity's remains for so long. To find such a thing, relying on a few surviving magic essences seems a bit. However, upon hearing this answer, the human emperor's expression suddenly became serious. No, don't think like that. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, we cannot take that risk. Find a way to locate the remaining magic essences. If the marrow explosion were to detonate within the human realm, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dragon territory. The dragon territory has transformed into a massive pit. And at this very moment, within the pit, a giant dragon is crawling out. Ashes are falling from its body, and its breath is extremely weak. The ability to survive is not something that only Lu Chen possesses. After reaching a high level, every powerful being will have some means of self-preservation. However, surviving such terrifying destruction depends solely on the effectiveness of those means. If a resurrection array had been reserved in advance, allowing for revival in a certain location after death, such an ability would be utterly ineffective. Because under such destruction, even the resurrection array would be blown away. The ground would be torn apart for dozens of kilometers. Want to survive? A delusion. Nevertheless, a small number of dragons, a very few, managed to survive this destruction. Damn, that hurts. What exactly happened? Inside the pit, a golden dragon is using healing technique to heal its wounds. At the same time, it gazes at the empty, desolate land before it. For a moment, its mind goes blank. It had been in a dungeon, fighting alongside friends to defeat a boss, aiming to obtain more treasure chests and acquire good items to further enhance its strength. But for some unknown reason, halfway through the dungeon, just as they were about to battle the final boss, they were engulfed by terrifying destructive energy. Without even having time to comprehend the situation, it felt its life force instantly drained, suffering severe injuries. Only the final means of survival remained, but those means were also shattering one by one. It had no choice but to activate its only skill. Absolute invincible defense. It rendered itself motionless, completely in an absolute invincible state. Thanks to this powerful unique skill of the fourth turn, it managed to survive. And now, with the invincible state lifted, it still has no idea what exactly happened. Wasn't I just at the peak of dragons? Where am I now? It's so empty. Could it be in the stars? That shouldn't be. All my means of survival have shattered. What on earth happened? This golden dragon, looking at its current predicament, can only express a dazed confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? It then tries to open the friend list to ask its friends what exactly occurred. But when it opens it, it finds that almost all the names of the dragons in its friend list have turned gray. The names turning gray indicates that contact cannot be initiated. However, under normal circumstances, there is another explanation. That is, they are dead. Golden Dragon Ori looks at its friend list, its expression blank. Human friends are mostly lit up, available for contact. The elves are the same. Even the demons' friends are. Only among the dragons, all the names have turned gray. What on earth happened? Trading hall. At this moment, Lu Chen has finished buying the materials to create. Although he already possesses, no matter what, he currently only has 7 artifacts. It's not safe. At most, he can be invincible for 7 minutes. When facing the kind of destruction from the dragons, he can only barely survive. So, it's better to be safe. I'll get a few more 1,000 artifacts. Sigh, the backpack slots are still too few. The skill books and earth crystals are manageable. The same materials, items, and skill books can stack multiple copies in one slot. One slot can hold 100 skill books or 1,000 earth crystals. Tens of thousands of skill books won't take up more than a few hundred slots. The same goes for earth crystals. However, equipment is different. Each piece of equipment must occupy one slot. Even if the attributes, names, and entries are completely identical, they cannot stack in the same slot. This means that even if I fill every slot with great swords, I can only store 500,000 great swords at most. Even if all these great swords are made into Jinue for life preservation, at most, I can only be invincible for a few 100,000 minutes. Ultimately, it is still limited. Lu Chen has a certain pursuit of the infinite in a sense. His current infinite life extension can only be considered pseudo-infinite. At most, it allows him to return to the trading post to make purchases while extending his life. But it is not truly perpetual motion. But, let's leave it at that for now. Pseudo-infinite is already quite strong. After purchasing these materials, Lu Chen, in an instant, found himself again in the outskirts far from St. Lian City. Synthesize, artifact. Jinue, synthesis of the artifact Jinue requires, Earth Scroll Technique Skill Book, Earth Crystals X10, any quality great. Sword equipment, materials cannot be returned after synthesis. Do you confirm synthesis? Confirm. Buzz, current world artifact. Jinue already exists. Cannot synthesize, but soon, another prompt popped up. Skill, double artifact, passive, has been triggered. You have synthesized the artifact, Jinue. Lu Chen looked at the second Jinue generated in his hand. Double artifact is a skill obtained in the second phase of Lu Chen's third transfer. It is the only skill book of transformative divine equipment. This skill allows him to use materials to synthesize a second artifact with a time limit. However, after a period of time or if actively cancelled, this artifact will disappear. At the same time, the entries of this artifact will also vanish, regardless of how the artifact's entries were transferred. Then, let's synthesize the third artifact. Lu Chen attempted to synthesize the third, Jinyue. Bang! A sound of materials shattering was heard. As expected, the synthesis of the third Jinyue failed. The materials were not returned either. Artifacts have uniqueness, cannot synthesize a second artifact. You currently possess the passive skill, double artifact. You can hold the number of artifacts with the same name, 2 pieces, what a ripoff. Seeing this result, Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. Synthesis failure, and the materials are wasted? However, this result was somewhat anticipated. It was worth a try, there was no loss in testing it. Subsequently, Lu Chen activated Rewind to return to the time before he attempted to create the third, Jinyue. The materials had all been restored. Then, Lu Chen looked at the Jinyue in his hand. This Jinyue had been with him since his awakening, making it a significant contributor to his growth. Sorry. Destroy item. Items destroyed cannot be restored, do you confirm? Confirm. Bang! With a crisp sound, the artifact, Jinyue, shattered into light points. Almost all items that can be stored in the backpack, except for those with entries like absolutely indestructible, can be destroyed. Even the strongest material, extreme steel, can be directly destroyed as long as it is in the backpack. Of course, the premise is that it must be able to fit into the backpack. And the items that can fit into the backpack must completely belong to oneself. After the was destroyed, Lu Chen extended his right hand and immediately consumed materials from the backpack. In the next second, a brand new coalesced in Lu Chen's right hand. The new was created. What this means is that as long as the original artifact is destroyed, it can still be recreated. There are no cooldown restrictions. It just takes about 2 seconds to make. After reaching this conclusion, Lu Chen felt relieved. Although he couldn't make tens of thousands of at once to stockpile, as long as he triggered and the shattered, he could create a new one. That would have the same effect. After completing this experiment, Lu Chen used to rewind time. He returned to the moment before the was destroyed. The he had destroyed restored itself due to the reversal of time. With, Lu Chen could easily attempt some high-cost experiments. And then, it's the second experiment. The skill. Compared to before evolution, its most special effect is the cancellation of temporariness. As for this effect, Lu Chen had another test to conduct. There are 4 attribute slots on the two filled with charged basic attacks, body slam attacks, and the attribute that comes with. As for the 4th attribute, Lu Chen casually placed a 20% lifesteal on normal attacks attribute. The lifesteal attribute is one that only platinum level equipment possesses. Looking at this effect, I don't need the lifesteal effect right now. Absorb attribute. Replace the 4th attribute. With a thought, Lu Chen absorbed the S attribute. In the next moment, the attributes of changed. The lifesteal attribute disappeared and now had 2 attributes. It really can be absorbed. Immediately, Lu Chen destroyed the with the blank attribute. After the new was destroyed, the old still retained its 2 attributes. It really works. This means that other artifact attributes can also be stacked in this way. How powerful would that be? The northern map, the darkness in the north is the abyss, and the central city is a map purely created by the author. After all, the most special point about the is that when the temporary artifact disappears, the attributes from that artifact will also disappear. However, did not explicitly state this point. This is what gave Lu Chen the idea to try. In that case, the materials for making can also be bought with money. Lu Chen planned to give 4 attributes, all marked with, so that the lifesteal effect would quadruple. As for the world boss had dropped 50 pieces of perpetual stones. He could indeed still make 4 pieces. However, he didn't know whether the same attributes would be calculated multiplicatively or additively. But in any case, the enhancement would definitely be a qualitative change. After thinking of this, Lu Chen activated again. And in an instant, he arrived at the to procure supplies once more. He didn't care whether the health points were useful to him now, anyway, he would max out the artifact's attributes first. Moreover, how could health points possibly be useless? Ranked 90th, the armor of the burning sea deals damage based on maximum health limit. It can inflict fire damage equal to 50% of maximum health to a wide range of enemies every second. If this equipment is crafted, health will naturally be extremely useful. You have purchased 100 dragon beast skins, 1000 life crystals, 10 stomach bags of the devouring giant, 10 hearts of giants. You have synthesized the artifact, Heart of Resilience. Subsequently, Lu Chen directly made the synthesized Heart of Resilience absorbed the original Heart of Resilience. Heart of Resilience has absorbed the attribute, Colossal Devour. Heart of Resilience has absorbed the attribute, Colossal Devour. Heart of Resilience has absorbed the attribute, Colossal Devour. He directly applied 4 Colossal Devour attributes to the Heart of Resilience. As for the previous attribute that increased health by 30%, Lu Chen simply discarded it. A 30% increase means that each monster provides 1.3 times the health. But even with 3 Colossal Devour attributes, turning into 4, the health provided by each monster is still more profitable. It's like 30% of 300 is 390, but with 4 attributes, you can directly get 400 health. Ultimately, applying all Colossal Devour attributes is indeed more powerful. As for the Boots of Swift Travel, Lu Chen tried it slightly. Damn! This attribute cannot stack. Divine Movement. After exiting combat, movement speed increases to 100 times, multiplying with other acceleration effects, and moving in this state will not cause fatigue, granting high-speed awareness. For perfect control of one's speed. One attribute increases movement speed to 100 times after exiting combat. 2 attributes still increase it to 100 times. Totally useless. Forget it. If it can't stack, then it can't stack. However, the attribute of Mountain Suppression indeed triggered shockwaves twice. In dual-wielding mode, it directly resulted in 4 times. Of course, the range did not stack, remaining at 225 meters. Lu Chen checked the time. There were still 5 minutes until the agreed time with the Emperor of Humanity. Lu Chen planned to use these 5 minutes to farm some health. Invincibility has its own advantages, but having more health also has its benefits. Moreover, the damage in this world hurts when it hits a person. The higher the percentage of health lost due to damage, the more outrageous the phenomenon displayed on the body. It's like dealing 1 point of damage to a person. With 100 health might just leave a slight red mark. 10 points of damage could mean a layer of skin gone. 50 points of damage would be a penetrating wound. Excessive pain can also affect combat. Lu Chen certainly doesn't want to be in excruciating pain while still having to fight for his life. Preserving life is ultimately a means of survival, not a damn way to sacrifice oneself. Lu Chen stood firm in the continuous broken mountains. In his hand, he held the bough of the heavenly thicket. He raised it high towards the sky and fired. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Soon, tens of thousands of streams of light erupted in the sky. Health rapidly accumulated. Super Star Flash, compared to Star Flash, is most terrifying for its scattering ability. 1,800 arrows, under the double effect of enhanced armament, increased to 3,600. And this 3,600, under the effect of Super Star Flash, split 5 more times. It directly turned into 18,000 streams of light. Plus, Lu Chen's attack speed is extremely fast. Now, the number of arrows fired per second has already exceeded 100,000. Lu Chen shot an arrow towards the very center of the Lianduan mountain range. The arrow exploded in the sky, scattering in all directions. It covered every corner of the entire Lianduan mountain range. There was no need to run, just standing still, he stacked his blood. Ding 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 ding. 7 million. 8 million. 9 million. 10 million. Within the Lianduan mountain range, the variety of monsters was countless. As long as the names were different, they were not the same type of monster. 20 million. 25 million. 30 million. As time passed, Lu Chen's speed of stacking blood eventually slowed down significantly. The monsters in the Lianduan mountain range had almost been cleared out for him. But even so, in just 5 minutes, he had stacked 30 million in blood volume. Lu Chen was already very satisfied. Soon, he estimated he would have a health bar thicker than that of a world boss. The time has come. Lu Chen looked at the time. When he said it would be a certain duration, it was indeed that long. In the next moment, Lu Chen directly activated, rewind, and returned to the location agreed upon with the human Emperor. Whoosh! Lu Chen appeared before Luo Zhoutian in an instant. Luo Zhoutian looked at Lu Chen's sudden appearance, his mouth twitching slightly. This spatial ability was absurd no matter how many times he saw it. To suddenly appear before him, the human emperor, without any warning was simply unbelievable. Are you all ready? You have nothing else to deal with in St. Lian City, right? Nothing. Your coronation ceremony must be personally handed over by me. Just come with me, it will be fast, well, at least not too slow. After witnessing Lu Chen's spatial ability, the human emperor began to doubt his own speed. He even thought, if it came down to speed, had he already been surpassed by Lu Chen? After all, he truly could not comprehend Lu Chen's speed. The human emperor summoned his mount. The star dragon beast was summoned by the human emperor. It was a dragon beast as black as the night sky, with star-like patterns on its back. Luo Jiutian patted the dragon beast's head and said to Lu Chen, "My mount has been my companion for a long time. It can cross tens of thousands of kilometers in a second. Even from here to the northern region, it only takes 20 hours to reach." Upon hearing this distance, Lu Chen's expression did not change, but inside, he was slightly shocked. Although he knew this world was vast, far larger than the blue star of his previous life, it seemed that this world was just too big. Tens of thousands of kilometers per second still required 20 hours? Wasn't the speed of this dragon beast close to the speed of light? But then again, compared to the entire universe, the blue star of his previous life was merely like a speck of dust. Comparing a planet to a world was indeed somewhat laughable. If this world were as large as the universe of his previous life, then this distance was not particularly surprising. At least, it hadn't even reached a light-year level distance. However, it seemed that the speed of light in this world had no upper limit. Using light years as a unit for this world was indeed inappropriate. Alright. However, thinking of such a distant distance, as long as the coordinates were recorded by his rewind, he could reach it in an instant. Lu Chen increasingly felt that the effect of rewind was quite impressive. Lu Chen and the human emperor mounted the star dragon beast. As the two rode, the star dragon beast emitted a brilliant light. In the next moment, it transformed into a streak of light, vanishing towards the northern region. After 20 hours of trekking, Lu Chen and the human emperor finally arrived at the northern region. During this time, Lu Chen had many conversations with Luo Jiutian about various matters concerning this world. Lu Chen held the identity of a high school graduate. Moreover, with no family background, it was not strange for him to ask anything. Lu Chen also took this opportunity to catch up on a lot of knowledge about the world through the human emperor. The human emperor could be considered one of the most knowledgeable humans about the world. After some exchanges, Lu Chen learned that the level cap was indeed only 200. Beyond level 200, the path ahead was cut off. They had not yet found a way to level up. The last time divine monsters descended, their levels were 300, surpassing the strength of world bosses. A gap of over 100 levels. That time, the entire world was truly in great danger. 1,000 years ago, Luo Jiutian was still a 20-year-old child. However, he had witnessed the brutality of that great war firsthand. Humans, dragons, elves, and even treacherous demons all joined forces to resist the divine monsters. Otherwise, they would all perish. During that era, the strategies and plans of various races unfolded. Heroes from each race were born one after another, only to sacrifice themselves in turn. After countless hardships, they finally gained a glimmer of hope. Even during the final battle, all races, regardless of age or gender, poured their all into attacking the divine monsters. It was said that the intensity of the battle was so horrific that the entire world experienced a rain of severed limbs and blood for 4 to 5 months. The sky remained a dark red for a long time, and the air was filled with the sounds of mad whispers. The earth cracked, and the world teetered on the brink of destruction. Listening to the human emperor describe the battle of that year, Lu Chen even felt as if he were caught in it. It was precisely because Luo Jiutian had personally experienced that battle that he was so wary of the calamity of this millennium. For Luo Jiutian, the calamity of 1,000 years was deeply etched in his memory, truly unforgettable. The survival of the races was like walking on thin ice. The current dragon race was the best example, having been destroyed unexpectedly. If this bone explosion were to fall upon the human race, Luo Jiutian dared not even think about it. The journey was long, very long. For Lu Chen, these 20 hours were a crash course. A crash course in various knowledge after awakening. A crash course in all the knowledge that could not be learned from textbooks. The human emperor noticed Lu Chen's immense demand for various materials and even gifted him a precious materials illustrated guide, which detailed all the ways and means to obtain precious materials. With this, as long as he had the strength, he could seek out the materials he needed. After all, there were some things that the human race truly did not possess. As the journey progressed, the younger generation outside had gradually leveled up to 30. They entered the continuous mountain range. However, this time, the younger generation had no world bosses to hunt. They could only grind through the dungeons within the continuous mountain range, fight wild monsters, and open treasure chests. The only thing they were grateful for now was that Lu Chen was not interested in the treasure chests of the continuous mountain range. However, everything in St. Lian City was temporarily unrelated to him. The northern region finally arrived. It was not as Lu Chen had imagined, covered in white snow and perpetually snowing. Instead, there were various terrains. The climate was not particularly harsh. Upon arriving in the northern region, Lu Chen finally caught sight of the distant abyss. To the north of the northern region, the entire north was enveloped by a pitch-black abyss. Even from their high vantage point, they could not see the end of the abyss. The land adjacent to the abyss appeared slightly darkened, as if it had already been polluted. 2,000 years ago, our human race originally possessed a much larger continent. And the northern region was not called the northern region back then. It was known as the realm of Central Passage, a vast continent stretching towards the west. But ever since the abyss appeared, the continent was divided. We have since lost contact with the western races. We're almost at North Abyss City. This is the main city of the northern region, and it is also the main city under your jurisdiction. I will go to the main city and use the Emperor's seal to mark you, and you will officially become the king of this territory. From now on, it will be your responsibility to protect the safety of the people of this land. Of course, as the guardian of the most dangerous fief, you will also enjoy higher treatment. Every year, you will have the priority in resource selection and the maximum selection quota. Of course, you will also need to attend the next King's Assembly, which is precisely the assembly for distributing resources among the kings. Suddenly, Lu Chen interrupted Luo Jiutian. Can I take a look around the abyss first? Luo Jiutian turned to Lu Chen behind him. After a brief silence, he nodded. Sure. The abyss is a very dangerous place. But as long as you don't go too deep, it shouldn't threaten your life, given your strength as a class changer. However, we will only circle around the abyss. We won't go deep. Soon, the star dragon beast ascended higher. It charged towards the dark abyss in the north. Whoosh, the star dragon beast indeed circled around the vicinity of the abyss. Lu Chen personally descended and took a turn near the abyss. Afterward, he nodded to the emperor. All right, we can head back. Luo Jiutian did not ask further. Many humans were curious about the abyss. It was not strange for Lu Chen to be curious as well. The two then boarded the dragon beast and continued flying. Buzz, bang. Soon, the star dragon beast landed in a wilderness near North Abyss City. Ripples shook the grass. No damage was caused. Lu Chen and the emperor jumped down from the back of the star dragon beast. And it was at that moment Lu Chen activated Rewind. Buzz, in the next instant, Lu Chen returned to St. Lian City, just as the emperor had summoned the star dragon beast. My lord emperor, you don't need to send me. I'll head off first. I'll wait for you in North Abyss City. After saying this, Lu Chen's figure vanished from the spot, leaving Luo Jiutian, who had just summoned the dragon beast, looking bewildered. What did Lu Chen just say? Waiting for him in North Abyss City? And the next moment, he received a video call from Lu Chen. The emperor answered the video. On the screen appeared Lu Chen's face. And behind him was a city made entirely of black bricks. North Abyss City? You were just in front of me. In the time it took to say one sentence, you ran off to North Abyss City? No. Your speed. That's a bit absurdly fast. Abyss. After Lu Chen finished greeting the emperor, he activated Rewind again. In the next second, he arrived at the edge of the abyss. Lu Chen looked at the abyss before him. He leaped down. After greeting the emperor, Lu Chen did not wait directly in North Abyss City. Instead, he activated Rewind again and arrived at the edge of the abyss. This was the place the emperor had just taken him to tour. By passing through here, Lu Chen effectively marked this location. Below was the infamous abyss. Lu Chen looked at the abyss before him. He leaped down. Lu Chen, who plunged into the abyss, was certainly not doing so purely to seek death. With the attribute of certain death resistance, wanting to die is not that simple. Lu Chen plummeted rapidly into the abyss, and he was still accelerating. Black mist coiled around Lu Chen's body, and even his health bar gradually changed from green to pitch black. For ordinary people, exploring the abyss requires a significant cost. They can only dare to crawl slowly along the stone walls, conducting small-scale explorations in one abyss cave after another. For someone like Lu Chen, who directly fell down, it was simply a suicidal act. -1296 -2320 -10402 -42029 -107,392 -209,854 -793,921. As Lu Chen descended, he actively accelerated. In just a few seconds, he had already fallen hundreds of kilometers. The speed was so fast that even some monsters didn't have time to react. However, it wasn't long before Lu Chen triggered certain death resistance, a layer of dark mist enveloping him. His body was eroded by the black mist. To be honest, it hurt a bit. Lu Chen took another bottle of the pain resistance potion dropped by a world boss to reduce the pain in his body. At the same time, he sensed the laws and restrictions around him. The restrictions of the abyss were simple. In this abyss, one could not fly upwards, one could only continue to fall. If one attempted To climb upwards, they would face a certain curse penalty. The deeper the abyss, the more severe the curse penalty for climbing upwards. Third transition task Objective 1, obtain 100,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones. Task Objective 2, prevent the resurrection of a great being, completed. Task Objective 3, participate in killing a creature that surpasses the human race's level cap and has reached max level. Task reward, promotion of the transformative. Divine Equipment Profession, obtain a rank 9 Divine Artifact, receive the Temple Keystone. Searching for Black Abyss Sage Stones was one of Lu Chen's purposes for falling into the abyss. The human race's Black Abyss Sage Stones were simply not enough for his promotion. What could he do? He could only go find them himself. According to the description from the human emperor, there was a high possibility of finding veins of Black Abyss Sage Stones in the deeper layers of the abyss. This conclusion was drawn by the life profession of gem researcher analyzing the Black Abyss Sage Stones, with a credibility of 99%. However, with the current strength of humanity, it was impossible to delve that deep into the abyss. Therefore, generally, they could only develop the Black Abyss Sage Stones in the shallower areas. If Lu Chen couldn't obtain the Black Abyss Sage Stones, he would have to settle for completing an SSS level task. But Lu Chen always felt that his combat power would be significantly lower. After all, last time, if he hadn't completed the SSS level transition task, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the transformative Divine Temple and Time Reversal. The gap between having these two rewards was simply too vast. As for Task Objective 2, Lu Chen didn't know how he had completed it. The only thing he could think of was that he had taken 10 drops of resurrection blood from the altar. However, he wasn't very sure about what ritual he had disrupted. But resurrection blood should be related to resurrection. The resurrection ritual was probably close enough. After all, it seemed that something called Omizio had looked at him back then. This seemed to be the name of the divine monster that the altar had sacrificed. Perhaps it was the resurrection ritual of Omizio. But who cares about that much? It was done, and that was enough. This task is the most troublesome for Lu Chen. After all, without any clues, who knows how to find a ritual for a great existence? And can a ritual set up by another great being be so easily destroyed? As for the beings that surpassed the human level limit, Lu Chen had asked the human emperor in the previous timeline. According to the human emperor, there might be some in the abyss. As for how to kill them, that is indeed a problem. But Lu Chen still plans to find them first and then think of a way. After all, he can rewind time and has countless opportunities to try. As Lu Chen fell, the spirit of equipment beside him was continuously unleashing firepower. Superstar flash, superstar flash, superstar flash, whoosh 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 whoosh, -1,029,923 -1,084,842 -1,863,293 -428,853 -1,029,923 -1,084,842 -1,863,293 -428,853. Although it shot out 18,000 arrows at once, it actually consumed only the mana of a single arrow. Each arrow costs 20 points of mana. Lu Chen's crown provides 200,000 points of mental energy. 1 mental equals 20 blue, and a crown provides a full 4 million blue. Even if the mana does not automatically recover, that much magic could last a whole day of shooting without running out. Moreover, Lu Chen has already activated 6 artifact attributes. All current skills do not consume mana. Not to mention shooting for a day, even shooting for a year would not run out. In the abyss, monsters are continuously generated. Most of these monsters reside in caves on the surface of the abyss or crawl in the shadows on the rock walls. Of course, there are also some flying monsters in the abyss. These monsters are born in the abyss and can fly within it, unlike Lu Chen, an outsider who can only fall within the abyss. Bang 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 bang. Lu Chen's superstar flash swept across the stone walls of the abyss. Boom 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 boom. A series of abyss monsters were directly annihilated by Lu Chen. -1,029,923 -1,084,842 -1,863,293 -428,853. The brilliance of the superstar flash appeared particularly eye-catching in the abyss. The spirit of equipment equipped with the heavenly bow of the abyss was continuously attacking without rest. Meanwhile, the effect of the heart's resolve on Lu Chen was triggered time and again. Ding 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 ding. Health 363,852,912. Health 365,857,612. Health 372,291,812. In just a short hour, Lu Chen's health had already surpassed 100 million, even reaching as high as 300 million. During this process, Lu Chen used his rewind ability to return to St. Leon City. Through the trading hall, he replenished dozens of bottles of pain suppression potion. This potion is extremely expensive because the material requirements are high and its actual usefulness is not great, so not many people refine it. This has led to a price increase. However, it's fortunate that he can afford it. Each bottle costs only 500,000 gold coins, but it can block all pain sensations for an hour. He directly purchased 20 bottles of the potion. Then, he used his rewind ability again to return to the abyss. Back in the abyss, with the crown of insight, Lu Chen could detect all living beings and information within a radius of 600,000 kilometers. As he delved deeper, the monsters in the abyss grew increasingly powerful. In the areas near the surface, those monsters were only around level 30. The deeper one went, the higher the levels became. At this point, he had already entered the territory of level 100 monsters. In the void of the abyss, a creature that was entirely darkness, with no physical form, reached out its hand towards Lu Chen. Shadow of darkness buzz, swish, 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 swish. Swish, 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 the light of superstar flash pierced through its body in an instant. Bang! This level 103 monster exploded. Even a level 100 monster could not survive under Lu Chen's attack. Lu Chen directly stored the items. It dropped into his backpack. Tisk, how far have I fallen? Lu Chen looked at his health bar. The health bar had reached 600 million. Now, he had only a sliver of health left. Minus 752,999 minus 823,822 minus 1,022,942 as he descended deeper into the abyss, the rate of health loss became increasingly terrifying. Now, he was losing 1,000,000 health per second. The corruption status on him added 200 layers every second. This status accelerated his exposure to the abyss's corruption. Of course, this status would be cleared the moment it stacked up. At this moment, Lu Chen was completely relying on certain death resistance to prolong his life. After his shattered, Lu Chen recreated it. He set the priority for equipment shattering directly to. Otherwise, if the, which was also ranked 99, shattered, he wouldn't be able to recreate it. He was in a state of continuous health loss. Normally, the body would indeed feel a lot of pain. However, with the pain suppression potion, the pain could basically be completely ignored. Now, with the spirit of the equipment automatically attacking, Lu Chen didn't need to take action. He just needed to keep falling. Meanwhile, the Crown of Insight was constantly searching for the Black Abyss Sage Stone. During his descent, Lu Chen had sensed dozens of them one after another. However, these dozens were far from meeting Lu Chen's needs. Time gradually passed. In the abyss, it felt as if there was no concept of time. Lu Chen only needed to take a bottle of pain suppression potion every so often. After that, it seemed like Lu Chen had entered an idle mode, completely relying on the spirit of the equipment to help him attack automatically. His maximum health was also steadily increasing. The idle mode was truly delightful. Lu Chen had been falling for 3 hours. Swish, swish. Swish, 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 swish. A total of 5 hours had passed since entering the abyss. During these 5 hours, the monsters became more numerous and denser, and at the same time, bosses appeared more frequently. This, in turn, caused Lu Chen's health to stack up even more. However, deep abyss bosses began to appear that Lu Chen could not kill in one hit. But up to this point, Lu Chen's health had stacked up to 3 billion. Is the depth still not enough? Why haven't I found it yet? Lu Chen continued to descend, and finally, in an instant, he sensed something. Black Abyss Sage Stone finally found it. Moreover, this was an entire vein of Black Abyss Sage Stones. In the next moment, Lu Chen turned around and flew towards the vein. Although he couldn't fly upwards here, he could still adjust his direction while descending. Soon, Lu Chen reached a cave in the rock wall. The walls of the cave were filled with black stones. This is an entire vein of the Black Abyss Sage's stone. Luo Jiutian really didn't deceive me. After landing here, Lu Chen didn't rush to start mining. Instead, he activated Rewind. There are spatial movement restrictions in your area. Rewind has ignored this spatial restriction in an instant. Lu Chen returned to St. Leon City and arrived at the trading hall of the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. He replenished his Earth Scroll skill book with a stack. Then he added Earth Crystal and Great Sword. These are all materials for crafting Zhenyue. You have consumed gold. 78 million. Lu Chen stored all the materials in his backpack. Afterwards, Lu Chen activated Rewind again. Ding, another prompt popped up. There are spatial movement restrictions in the area you are heading to. Rewind has ignored this spatial restriction. The power of Rewind lies not only in its mobility but also in its ability to ignore spatial restrictions. Buzz in. The next moment, Lu Chen returned to the abyss once more. Cautiously, he had to be a bit more careful. He needed to replenish the artifact materials he had lost earlier. As for going back in time, Lu Chen had no such plans. After all, he had stacked 5 hours of health. If he went back in time, wouldn't those 5 hours be wasted? That was a total of 3 billion health points. Starting from scratch would really make Lu Chen want to kill someone. Moreover, the current time wasn't pressing. The Emperor would arrive in the northern region in 15 hours. And he already knew what would happen in these 20 hours. Nothing particularly special would occur in these 20 hours. Lu Chen picked a piece of Black Abyss Sage's stone. But just as he picked this piece, he sensed a powerful presence rapidly approaching him from a distance. The speed. Ridiculously fast. It was even comparable to the speed of the Star Dragon Beast. However, Lu Chen's perception range was 600,000 kilometers. Even with the speed of the Star Dragon Beast, it was absolutely impossible for it to give Lu Chen no reaction time. At this distance, it would take a few seconds, no matter how you looked at it. Upon sensing the presence of a strong opponent, the spirit of his equipment instantly went on alert. Superstar flash whoosh 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 whoosh. In an instant, countless starlight erupted. Boom 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 boom. However, this time, Superstar Flash was no longer effective. Buzz bang 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 bang. All these attacks pierced through the creature's body. Damn! I've encountered something big. With a sweep of his perception, Lu Chen understood the enemy's attributes. Abyss Kingdom Lord Sarko level, 250, max, health, 75 billion personality, dark, fallen, gambler, indulgent. Skills, dark deflection, abyss revival, undying, low-level monster instant kill. Domain, Chaos Domain Kingdom, the kingdom of bets and chips. Description, a gambling-obsessed lord of the abyss, possessing countless abyss treasures, with extremely low aggression and desire for battle. Seeing the introduction of the opponent, Lu Chen's brows slightly furrowed. With 75 billion health points, even after stacking for 5 hours, my health compared to the other party is still just a fraction. The most important thing is this level 250. It has already surpassed the human level limit. Goodness. I just entered the abyss not long ago and encountered such a powerful being. Even the Emperor of Humanity might not be able to defeat it. My previous attack was completely ignored by its shadow transformation. All the arrows passed straight through, as if dodged, completely avoiding the damage. And within just a few seconds, this being stood before Lu Chen. Its height was about 5 meters. In this world, that isn't considered too tall. But Lu Chen could feel the oppressive aura emanating from it. It looked at Lu Chen. You are not a creature of the abyss. Lu Chen wore the chaos hiding ring, which made it difficult to be noticed. But that doesn't mean he was invisible. After all, this isn't a true invisibility ring. If it caused a certain impact, it would still attract attention. However, the information could absolutely not be probed. You are a creature of the surface. I have never seen a surface creature like you. Then, it glanced at the Black Abyss Sage Stone that Lu Chen was holding. By the way, the Black Abyss Sage Stone you are holding is my property. In an instant, Lu Chen used the Insight Crown to release his thoughts and lock onto this vein of ore. Black Abyss Sage Stone vein mining level, 8 holder, Sarko with a thought, Lu Chen attempted to store the Black Abyss Sage Stone in his backpack. Sure enough, this Black Abyss Sage Stone could not be stored in his backpack. Once a resource like a vein is occupied, the minerals within can only be mined by the occupier, or by creatures granted mining rights by the occupier. Otherwise, one can only seize ownership of the vein. This often requires forcing the mine owner to transfer ownership, or spending a much longer time to reoccupy the vein, or killing the occupier, making it a free-for-all. If one cannot seize ownership of the vein, the only way to obtain items from it is to steal. After forcibly prying away a piece of ore, one must wait a few days until it becomes unowned. Then it belongs to oneself. Of course, this act of theft is extremely inefficient. It's hard to mine on a large scale. After all, stealing is still stealing in the end. The Abyss Demon looked at Lu Chen. It found that Lu Chen was completely unafraid of it. At the same time, it was unable to see through Lu Chen's information. This was enough to indicate that Lu Chen was at least of the same level as it. No. He might even be stronger. After all, this is in the abyss, not on the surface. All non-abyss creatures in the abyss will be eroded by it. Meanwhile, they, as abyss creatures, will have additional ability enhancements in the abyss. But even so, it still couldn't see through Lu Chen. This was enough to show that Lu Chen's strength was above its own. As for the earlier probing attack, Sarko did not consider it Lu Chen's strongest attack. Instead, he regarded it as a casual test. It was reasonable for him to dodge it. But if it came to a real fight, he would likely pay a certain price. Thinking of this, Sarko's desire to fight diminished significantly. I have always heard that there are other species on the surface. However, I have never been to the surface to see. Surely, you are the one referred to as human, right? At the same time, Sarko looked at the Black Abyss Sage's stone in Lu Chen's hand. What? Are you interested in my mind? Lu Chen glanced at Sarko and nodded slightly. Yes, I am human. There was no point in denying it. Lu Chen admitted it openly. At the same time, he did not hide his interest in the Black Abyss Sage's stone, instead looking at the black crystal in his hand with great curiosity. I want this Black Abyss Sage's stone. What do I need to exchange for it? Lu Chen asked, as if he were bargaining at a market. It was a plain inquiry about the price. However, despite his words, in this brief moment, Lu Chen had already seen through all of Sarko's abilities with the Crown of Insight. Class, Dark. Contractor, SS, Class Specialization, Betrayal Contract, Lucky Plunder, Forced Bet, Aura Suppression, Dark Side of the Bet Betrayal Contract. When you sign a contract and violate its terms, you can choose to pay only half the cost. Lucky Plunder, when you engage in a fair bet with another being, if they fail, you can permanently gain their luck value, requires their luck value to be higher than yours. Forced Bet, you can force a being into a betting agreement, but if you do so, you will lose certain advantages in this betting agreement. Aura Suppression, when you have a betting agreement with a being, you reduce 50% of the damage from that being and deepen the damage you deal to them by 50%. Dark Side of the Bet. After signing a betting contract with a being, you do not have to strictly adhere to the contract's terms, as long as your cheating is not discovered and pointed out by the other party. It is not considered a breach of contract. This abyssal creature actually has its own class, just like a job changer. Moreover, its abilities are almost entirely related to betting agreements. The main manifestation of its abilities is through various betting games, plundering capabilities from others. It can be considered quite a bug-like existence. High level, strong abilities. Indeed, quite impressive. Lu Chen even suspected that this demon might be stronger than the human emperor in terms of power. Of course, that was just a thought. However, seeing his abilities, combined with his personality, Lu Chen could almost be certain that Sarko's subsequent actions would be to lure him into the game. Oh, human? Are you interested in the Black Abyss Sage's stone? That's easy to discuss. I have no desire to fight you. Sarko said this while gently waving his right hand. With a clatter, the ores in the mine began to loosen. A large number of Black Abyss Sage's stones fell to the ground of the cave. These 5,000 Black Abyss Sage's stones are a gift from me as the Lord of the Abyss. They are also the chips for our bet. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression did not change. Instead, he directly stored the 5,000 Black Abyss Sage's stones in his backpack. Why refuse something given for free? After all, if he wanted to escape, it would just be a matter of thought. Rewind could be used not only when out of combat. It could also be used in battle. This was the bug of this divine artifact, Rewind. Seeing Lu Chen accept these Black Abyss Sage's stones, Sarko's shadow also revealed a smile. Human, I have always been very interested in your world. Is there a concept of gambling in your world? This creature was actually communicating with Lu Chen through thought. The greatest advantage of this form of communication is that there is no issue of language barriers. Thoughts convey the most accurate meanings, without any deviation or ambiguity. There is no inability to communicate due to different languages. Yes, there is gambling. Then, that's right. A world without gambling is not a perfect world. Human, you want the Black Abyss Philosopher's Stone, right? Yes, of course. However, you don't need to exchange anything with me. In my rules, there is only gambling. This was also Lu Chen's first contact with a creature from the Abyss. To be precise, it was an intelligent being from the Abyss. Before this, he had only encountered monsters that knew nothing but fighting and killing. They had little intelligence to speak of. Sarko could be considered the first communicative creature from the Abyss that he had met. Or rather, this might be the first intelligent Abyss creature that humans have come into contact with. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but take it a bit more seriously. Then, Sarko once again shook down 5,000 Black Abyss Philosopher's Stones from the ore vein. This is a specialty that only we from the Abyss have. How about we gamble 5,000 Black Abyss Philosopher's Stones? For the 5,000 Black Abyss Philosopher's Stones on you? Faced with the other's question, Lu Chen maintained a calm smile. Let's play. In a fairer way. This area, doesn't it occasionally generate new Abyss monsters? I observed that their levels are around 135 to 136. How about we bet on the level of the nearest Abyss creature that spawns next? If I guess correctly, what do I win? This method would be difficult for even Sarko to determine the outcome. How wild monsters refresh is entirely determined by the world's rules. After saying this, Lu Chen didn't forget to ask, Abyss Lord, you can't influence the birth rules of the Abyss monsters, can you? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Sarko's body solidified into a physical form. It was a dark creature resembling a clown. Unlike other ferocious Abyss monsters, Sarko's form exhibited a kind of exquisite beauty. It was like a piece of art, starkly different from the wildness, chaos, and fallen darkness of the Abyss. Let's gamble as you suggested. Indeed, humans are quite interesting. Rest assured, even I cannot change the rules of monster generation. As the other party responded, Lu Chen's Crown of Insight also provided feedback. Sarko was not lying. He truly had no ability to change the rules of this world. Then, the contract is formed. The gambling contract is established. In an instant, a light shone. Lu Chen felt that the contract had been completed. As expected of a demon skilled in gambling, he handled this matter with great proficiency. Seeing the contract completed, Lu Chen did not delay. He made his guess directly. The next spawned monster will be level 135. After a while, a new abyss monster spawned near the cave entrance. Dim Shadow Fish, level 136. You lost. According to our agreement, all your stakes have been lost to me. Lu Chen looked at the result with a calm expression. Instead, he silently activated reversal. Click, time reversed. He returned to the moment before Lu Chen announced the result. After returning to the time and space before the gamble, Lu Chen did not immediately make a guess. Let me confirm first, you won't cheat, right? Sarko's face bore a slight smile. Of course, I won't cheat in a game like this. In the next moment, the Crown of Insight immediately reached a conclusion. Sarko was not lying. Well, I guess the next abyssal creature that spawns closest to us will be level 136. Soon, a new abyssal creature appeared nearby. Dim Shadow Fish level 136, and with this result, Sarko showed no surprise. In this area, the probability of spawning a level 135 creature and a level 136 creature is not much different. A 50% chance of Lu Chen winning is quite normal. Sarko indeed did not engage in any cheating. After all, this was just an appetizer. Lucky you. According to our bet, these 5,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones all belong to you. Now, you can wager all your Black Abyss Sage Stones to exchange for 10,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones. Do you accept this wager? The corners of Sarko's mouth slightly lifted, gradually becoming excited. Each time, he had to bet everything Lu Chen had. In Sarko's view, continuing this way of gambling gave him countless opportunities to fail. But if Lu Chen lost just once, everything he had won would have to be returned to him. This was Sarko's pleasure. Torture. Making the opponent fall from heaven to hell. And Sarko would certainly have his tricks to cheat. For example, instantly taking down a large number of level 135 creatures. Then the probability of spawning level 135 creatures next time would significantly increase. But there was no need. The current game was merely a pastime for him. Cheating would only take away the fun. He looked down on cheating in such a trivial game. 10,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones were nothing for a lord who owned an entire vein. 10,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones for another 10,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones? That's right. In this abyss, it's already a fair trade. But if you want to find new veins, you'll have to get them from other abyssal lords. They may not be as easy to talk to as I am. I'm just a gambler, but they are bloodthirsty and warlike. If you want to take something from them, you'll have to pay a painful price. Unlike me, who is so easy to talk to, you win, and I give it to you. The corners of Sarko's mouth gently curled into a smile. He slightly bowed. He didn't seem like an abyssal lord but more like a sincerely polite waiter. Lu Chen's Crown of Insight probed again. This gambling Sarko was actually telling the truth. Always telling the truth? This thing that looked like a clown was not deceiving him? This surprised Lu Chen. Truly, one should not judge abyssal creatures by their appearance. But something as powerful as this had even more. The abyss was indeed a terrifying threat. However, despite the surprise in his heart, Lu Chen's expression did not change. Upon hearing this proposal, Lu Chen merely smiled slightly. Of course. But I still want to guess. You guess, and I won't feel at ease. Seeing Lu Chen so generous, Sarko's mouth also broke into a grin. I like creatures like you who are so generous. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to think and casually guessed. Level 135. Soon, time passed. Finally, another abyssal creature spawned. This time, Lu Chen actually guessed it right on the first try. It was indeed level 135. Sarko's expression did not change. He still maintained his smile. Shall we continue? 20,000 for 20,000. Sarko was not in a hurry. A 2-game winning streak was not considered low in probability. Is a 25% chance really that low? But as Sarko said, he had countless opportunities. Each time, he wagered everything that Lu Chen had won so far. As long as Lu Chen lost once, he would have nothing left. Yet even if Lu Chen won a dozen times, for this Lord of the Abyss, it wouldn't be enough to cause any real harm. As for what Sarko could gain, he could only say that pulling the opponent from heaven into hell, making them experience that feeling of having nothing, was the greatest satisfaction. And afterward, step by step, leading the opponent into the abyss was an even greater pleasure. Every creature of the abyss had an innate flaw. Satisfying this flaw was also the meaning of existence for these abyssal beings. In fact, it had even surpassed the meaning of human existence. Sarko felt in his heart that, in terms of combat power, he might not be as strong as the human before him. However, he could use strategy, through gambling, to slowly play this human to death. First, he would make him lose the chips in his hand. Then, using the greed deep within the creature's heart, he would tempt him to continue to fall, losing time and again, until he ultimately lost everything. Faced with Sarko's proposal, Lu Chen also smiled. The expressions of both the human and the Lord of the Abyss remained unchanged. Good. Of course, we can continue. I guess the next monster that spawns will be level 136. However, the next monster that appeared was level 135. Just as Sarko's smile turned into a sinister grin, planning to seize everything from Lu Chen activated, reverse time, once more, instantly returning to the moment before the guess. Lu Chen smiled and said, I think the next monster that spawns should be level 135. Soon, in the nearby area, a brand new abyssal monster spawned, and its level was indeed 135. Sarko frowned at this scene. 3 consecutive wins? The probability was still not low, 1 in 8. But, with good luck, it was indeed possible. Sarko's hand tightened slightly. Bang! In the distance, the abyssal monster that had just spawned twisted its body and began to collapse into a single point. Soon, its form completely vanished into a singularity. Instant death magic, low-level monster one-hit kill, effect, instantly kills ordinary monsters that are 80 levels lower than you. Cooldown, 3 seconds, mana cost, 15,000, at Sarko's level, the skills he possessed had reached dozens. This instant death magic could be considered a universal skill. After all, generally speaking, ordinary monsters that are 80 levels lower than oneself could be killed without any skills. However, this skill could interact with Sarko's other skills, which was why he learned it. Sarko killed that monster to vent a bit of his displeasure. Then he turned to Lu Chen and said, let's continue. Next came the 4th round. Lu Chen continued to sign the gambling contract with him. Of course, it was the same wager as before. However, this time, it was for 40,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones, in exchange for another 40,000. Lu Chen estimated that if this continued for one more round, this mine could be his directly. I guess the next spawn will be level 136. Lu Chen stated the number flatly. After a while, the monster spawned. One must say, his luck was truly unfortunate. Level 135. Losing 3 out of 4 times. Lu Chen shrugged slightly. Then, he activated time reversal. With a click, time reversed. Lu Chen began counting again. The next one is level 135. This number was announced, ensuring Lu Chen's victory without a doubt. Beside him, Salko's mouth twitched slightly. A 1 in 16 chance was already very low. Salko felt extremely frustrated at this moment. No, wait. Why is this happening? Is this human's luck so extraordinary? Could it be that his luck value is particularly high? Otherwise, this is the abyss. Gambling is his area of expertise. Salko believed that unless the opponent was a true god-level existence, it was impossible for them to cheat in his bets without him noticing. If it wasn't cheating, then it could only be luck. And if this being in front of him was truly a true god, capable of cheating in his gambling game, then what was the point of gambling at all? Salko's only choice would be to turn and run. If the one in front of him was a true god, no tricks would work. A true god wouldn't need to play any gambling games with him. They would simply kill him and take what they wanted. Right now, Lu Chen wanted the Black Abyss Sage Stone, but he didn't use violent means. This indicated that Lu Chen also didn't have the confidence to kill him without any cost. In fact, he didn't even have the assurance of being able to kill him 100%. That's why he was gambling with him. But, achieving 4 consecutive victories without cheating, relying solely on luck. Damn. Indeed. Sometimes, the probabilities in this world are not purely probabilistic. When luck reaches a certain level, theoretical probabilities can no longer serve as a reference. However, the better his luck, the worse it will be for him when he loses to me. Selko thought of this, and the smile at the corner of his mouth returned. As long as Lu Chen loses to him once, Lu Chen's luck value would become his. After all, he possessed the skill, luck plunder. Selko had plundered luck values countless times through this means. As a result, his current luck value had risen to a certain level. He could see his own luck attribute. His luck value was as high as 9 points. It was for this reason that Selko looked down on playing tricks in such games. This was 9 points of luck. Just relying on luck was enough to crush the vast majority of existences. Moreover, he still had so many chances to fail. Did he even need to cheat? However, this being in front of him could win against his 9 points of luck 4 times in a row purely by luck? This human's luck value likely reached a terrifying 10 points. Or even, perhaps 10.5. Every slight increase in luck value represents a qualitative leap. The more one comes into contact with luck, the deeper the understanding becomes. Selko didn't dare to imagine that the opponent could possess an 11-point luck value. Yet even so, thinking of this outcome made Selko very excited. As long as he wins against Lu Chen once, the opponent's luck value would become his. Meanwhile, Lu Chen pretended not to know the other's thoughts and said lightly, "Demon Lord, you haven't told me your name yet." Although Lu Chen already knew the other's name, he still had to put on an act. This way, the other party wouldn't know that he had uncovered his information. Thus, an information gap was created. Wasn't it? Salyer, just call me Salyer. I wonder how I should address you, guest from the human race. Call me Hangluo. Lu Chen recalled the random name he had made up for the dungeon at the beginning. The Abyss Lord actually provided himself with a pseudonym. Is he afraid that I might learn his true name and curse him? However, I certainly can't give him my true name either. Even if he tells me his true name, Lu Chen plans to use a pseudonym to brush it off. One must always be wary of others. Moreover, he is not human. Lord Salyer. Shall we continue? However, I feel that this repeated betting is somewhat trivial. How about I just take the entire mine? After all, once this bet is over, you won't have many stones left. If you think it's unfair, I can also offer some other materials. Lu Chen smiled. Upon hearing this, the Abyss Lord's smile grew even more intense. No, you are the guest. So let's bet according to your terms. However, this time, you will guess 10 times in a row. As long as you guess half of the amount correctly, how about we consider you the winner? Lu Chen looked into the other's eyes. A faint light flickered. It felt as if he had satisfied some special condition. Lu Chen's crown of insight instantly detected the other's information. Disadvantageous bet: when you set a wager that is clearly inferior to your opponent's, you will gain a stronger advantage, and fate will show you a certain favor, granting you extra luck. He planned to win against Lu Chen in this round. So, he intended to trigger the disadvantageous bet bonus directly. A third-tier professional specialization? Interesting. I wonder what this favor of fate entails. Lu Chen hesitated slightly. Then, he agreed. All right. Favor, then let it be favor. Unless this favor can change the already destined future. Otherwise, in front of my time reversal, it's of no use. And it's only natural that the other party cannot detect my cheating. After all, the ability to reverse time and space is a bug-level power. How could an ordinary being interfere with that? A ranked 10 artifact. Just the existence of such equipment is probably equivalent to a powerful true god. At least, Lu Chen is skeptical about whether the current true gods possess the ability to infinitely reverse time and space. If they really do, then let's pretend he never said it. But, not to mention the elements and magic of Isparut. If the wind and bow of Luluwei, the earth and defense of Abads, such types of true gods also have the ability to reverse time, Lu Chen would find it quite absurd that the true gods of this world exist. The betting contract has been signed. Your Contractor 1 wager is 80,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones. Contractor 2's wager is ownership of the Black Abyss Sage Stone mine. Lu Chen scanned the area with his mind. The Crown of Insight can not only probe the information of living beings, it can also probe the information of all items. This mine can still yield about 200,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones. The new generation amount is roughly around 100 stones per day. In a year, there will be over 30,000 generated. I must say, this thing is indeed not considered a particularly rare resource deep in the abyss. At least, it's not at the level of Black Star meteorite. It's just that the human race cannot dig that deep, exchanging 80,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones for an entire mine. The other party is indeed at an absolute disadvantage in this bet. If it weren't for the ability to trigger special bonuses, no one with sense would bet like this. The first one, level 135. The second one, level 135, 135, 136, 136, 135, 135, 136. Lu Chen didn't care about anything and just guessed. Randomly. He would check the results later. Soon, abyssal monsters began to refresh one by one. However, Lu Chen saw that this time, he was completely out of luck. After 10 guesses, he hadn't gotten a single one right. The opponent's disadvantage bonus made him click his tongue. Is this the favor of fate? Human, you lost. According to our agreement, you should. Swish. Without waiting for the opponent to finish speaking, reverse time activated. Lu Chen once again. Rewound to the past. First one, level 135. Second one, level 135. Third one, level 135. Fourth one, still level 135. Lu Chen reported a series of level 135s. All 10 were level 135. Hearing Lu Chen's report, Sarko couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Guess away, guess away. No matter what, you can't win against me. Under this disadvantageous betting agreement, I can't possibly lose in luck. Sure enough, Lu Chen guessed wrong on the first one. Wrong again on the second, and the third was also wrong. However, he got the fourth one right. Sarko didn't pay much attention to Lu Chen's occasional correctness. After all, Lu Chen was a person with great luck, winning one round was nothing. However, the results that followed changed Sarko's expression. He got it right again? No, wait. But soon, the seventh monster generated. He had already guessed 5 wrong. As the remaining monsters generated, Lu Chen only needed to guess 1 more wrong. And he would win. But now he still had 3 chances left. Hong Luo, oh Hong Luo. You still fell into my hands. With such a disadvantage in luck, you can't possibly get all 3 right, can you? Sarko maintained his smile. Another wave of great luck was about to be his. However, what happened next left Sarko dumbfounded. In the end, the monsters that refreshed were all level 135, and 3 in a row. All guessed correctly by Lu Chen. Seeing this result, the smile on Sarko's face froze. What is going on? This shouldn't be happening. In a disadvantageous match, how could luck lead to a loss? Moreover, wasn't the momentum good earlier? Out of 7 choices, he had won 5. Logically, it shouldn't have turned out this way. But soon, Sarko regained his composure. In a flash, he had completed his thoughts. He quickly deduced a conclusion. Luck was just a little short, he was about to lose to me. This time, it was already the limit of his luck. To save him. In other words, if I increase my bet a bit more, if I am at a greater disadvantage, fate will favor me even more. Then I can win against him. In an instant, Sarko arrived at this conclusion. The outcome of this gamble indeed hinged on a slight difference. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was stroking a vein of ore. This vein of ore, after completing the betting contract, had already become his property. He never expected that the first vein he owned was not within his kingly territory but in the abyss. He had just come to the abyss for a stroll and ended up with a mine. How embarrassing. Thank you, little brother Salir, for this mine. Grateful for the gift from the abyss. Lu Chen wore a relaxed smile. Holding a corrupted staff in his left hand, he began to tap on the wall. Boom 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 boom, the walls of the mine trembled. Black abyss sage stones fell down in a shower. Lu Chen placed the black abyss sage stones into his backpack. Seeing Lu Chen's actions, Sarko's eyes turned a bit red. This was his stuff. The ore veins may be rare, but they aren't particularly uncommon. However, to say they are worthless or without value would be impossible. Otherwise, why would every abyss lord try to find a way to occupy a black abyss sage stone vein? Giving away such a vein would certainly cause some pain for Sarko. But soon, his mindset returned to normal. No. It doesn't matter, as long as I can defeat Lu Chen. Once. All these things, Lu Chen will have to spit them out. Well, brother Hangluo. In just a few exchanges, the two had already begun to call each other brothers. Meeting in the abyss must be fate. Moreover, brother Hangluo, you must have your own matters to attend to by venturing deep into the abyss, right? How about coming to my realm for a visit? Let brother Hangluo experience some exotic charm. By the way, if you have anything you need to deal with, I might be able to help you. The abyss language might not be so straightforward. But the ideas were conveyed in such a way. When translated, it meant just that. Upon hearing the proposal, Lu Chen didn't rush to continue mining but turned to look at Sarko. Your realm? Yes, 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 a realm filled with joy. It is also the most orderly realm within the abyss. With brother Hangluo's luck, you will surely thrive in my realm. Would you like to come and enjoy it? After hearing this, Lu Chen indeed became interested. More importantly, there was still a part of his third job quest that required him to eliminate an existence that surpassed the human level limit. The 250-level Abyss Lord before him was a good target. Moreover, even if he didn't eliminate this 250-level Abyss Lord, Lu Chen felt he could use a betting method. From what Lu Chen knew about Sarko, as long as he could win the bet against him, it might actually work. At that time, he could watch two Abyss Lords fight while he reaped the benefits on the side. Meanwhile, he would also complete the third job transfer quest and eliminate two major enemies for the human race. Wouldn't that be killing 3 birds with 1 stone? Thinking of this, Lu Chen readily agreed. Alright, then take me to see it. This is also my first time in the Abyss. Then I'll trouble my brother Salir to lead the way. Sarko's mouth twitched. Of course, after all, I am the most hospitable lord in the Abyss. When the other party said this, the Crown of Insight also provided feedback. This is a lie. Sarko's intention was merely to win a game against Lu Chen. It was said that the luck value of the God of Luck was only 13 points. If he could raise his luck value to the level of 10 points, it wouldn't be equivalent to a true god, but it would be close to a demigod level of luck. Therefore, he treated Lu Chen as a demigod-level existence and was cautious. Your devout disciple, Elif, praise to you, Sung. Just as Lu Chen was communicating with Sarko, he suddenly heard a prayer. In the Abyss, information could not be transmitted to the outside world. At the same time, it was also impossible to receive information from the outside. But the prayer from the disciple could still be received by Lu Chen. I have completely followed and fulfilled your request. Now I am about to go to the temple of job transfer for my transfer. Upon hearing this prayer, Lu Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked at Sarko. Brother Salir, I have some matters to attend to for the time being. I hope you can wait for me a moment. After Lu Chen finished the sentence, whoosh. In the next moment, he disappeared from the abyss. In another instant, he returned to a luxurious villa in the city of Saint Lien. This is a property that Lu Chen purchased for himself through the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association in the city of Saint Lien. It wasn't expensive, the total area is over 2,000 square meters, costing only 5 million gold coins. I must say, it's a bit cheap. But then again, this world has an astonishing amount of land. The speed of construction is also rapid, especially with the profession of builder. In my previous life, building a house could take several years. But in this world, a house might be completed in half a day. Therefore, houses are indeed not very valuable. A villa bought for 5 million gold coins, located on a cliff that overlooks the beautiful scenery of the entire Saint capital. A small villa on the cliff. This was also Lu Chen's requirement. There was no need to be in a bustling area, tranquility and beautiful scenery were all that mattered. Once back in the house, Lu Chen immediately responded to Elise. Well done. The next moment, with a thought, he entered the Hall of Transformation. Elise was pulled in by Lu Chen as well. I praise you, Sung. Lu Chen looked down at Elise. At this moment, Elise no longer feared him. Instead, there was a small pride in being a disciple of the divine. However, her offer Lu Chen had not diminished at all. As per your request. To avoid raising too much suspicion among my kin, I have suppressed the speed of completing the dungeons. In response to the inquiries and investigations from my kin, I have also explained it as a brief and unique blessing from the wind. And Bao, Luluwei. Unlike Lu Chen, who possessed divine artifacts that were truly his own power, for Elise, these powers were not hers. They were borrowed from Lu Chen. Moreover, Elise's identity was too sensitive within the elven race. As a result, the higher-ups of the elven race were fully aware of her abilities. After clearing a few dungeons, Elise's overwhelming strength raised some concerns within the clan. The higher-ups of the elven race temporarily halted Elise's advancement and brought her into the clan's prayer chamber for examination. They feared that Elise had fallen under the influence of some inexplicable evil god or had been possessed by the spirit of some ancient powerful being. After all, the body of an SSS-level practitioner is a deadly temptation for any spirit. In this world, the dangers that accompany power are numerous and must be treated with caution. Otherwise, the divine monster's divine favor is a very good example. Their power is indeed formidable, but they have already fallen and even lost their sanity. The safety inspection process is not short. After a period of scrutiny, the higher-ups of the elven race finally believed Elise's claims. They accepted that she had indeed received a blessing from the divine, which accounted for her powerful combat abilities. However, this inspection also made Lu Chen feel troubled. Therefore, Lu Chen planned to have Elise publicly announce her identity as a chosen of the true god. Just like Luo Jiutian believed himself to be a chosen of the true god. Disciples of the true god are not allowed to be pried into by others, which is only reasonable. In this way, whatever Elise does will not surprise the elven race too much. Even if Elise openly states that she borrowed the divine artifact from the deity, it would not be unexpected. Since she is a disciple of the true god, it is understandable that the true god would lend their artifact to their disciple. Rather, being able to borrow the artifact further proves that she is indeed a true disciple of the true God. However, right now, there is still a lack of an opportunity. Lu Chen intends for Elise to announce her chosen identity in the most shocking setting. Therefore, he still advised Elise to keep a low profile for now. The speed of clearing dungeons will be temporarily slowed down a bit. Well, controlling a dungeon for about 20 minutes is just about right. This is also why it took Elith 5 hours. It was only just completed the solo challenge nightmare dungeon. After completing the job change, announce to your kin that you are a true god's disciple. However, do not mention any god's name, whether it's Lulu Wei or me. Lu Chen had no idea if other true gods were also watching this world. But it seemed a bit inappropriate to deceive others using the names of other true gods, claiming to have received a blessing from a certain god could be excused. But pretending to be another's disciple would truly be disrespectful. Other lies could be told freely, but the lie of masquerading as another true god's disciple was absolutely unacceptable. Moreover, Elith had already mentioned to her kin that she had received the blessing of wind in Baolulawei. Even without mentioning the god's name, the members of the elf tribe would surely guess in that direction. Furthermore, it was quite normal for gods to have their own rules. If the gods did not allow their names to be spoken, the elf tribe members could not force Elith to say it, right? I will follow your will, Song. I will perfectly complete the task you have assigned. After saying this, Lu Chen cast 2 projections in the temple. He lent 2 artifacts to Elith, a pair of boots and a great sword. Lu Chen lent the swift journey boots without attributes and his second Jinyue to Elith. Together with the heavenly bow, that made a total of 3 artifacts. The conditions for this job change task had all been met. Upon seeing these 3 artifacts, Elitha's pupils slightly contracted. Although she knew that the true god controlling the artifacts was right in front of her, actually obtaining 3 artifacts was still so shocking. Thank you, I praise you, Song. Becoming your disciple is my supreme honor. Elith said these words from the heart. If she hadn't become a disciple of Song, she would never have had the chance to come into contact with these artifacts. Well, go ahead. Elith returned to the present world. In her backpack, she carried 3 artifacts. Then, she headed towards the awakening treehouse. Lady Elith, you're about to complete your job change. I heard that the gods have taken notice of Lady Elitha's qualifications and are testing her. If she passes the test, she can become a disciple of the gods. Really? Which god? The Holy Maiden is truly impressive. Haven't you heard? After reaching level 30, the Holy Maiden returned to her cabin to pray to the gods. It seems the gods noticed her because of that, and she ultimately received the blessing from Wind and Baolulu Wei. The Holy Maiden has consecutively cleared 8 nightmare difficulty dungeons, and each took less than 5 seconds. 5 seconds? That's incredible. The transmission of news varies in speed. Some elves, even at this moment, were still unaware of Elitha's recent achievements. Then, the god that chose the Holy Maiden must be Wind in Baolulu Wei, right? This is a well-established true god. It is also one of the main deities of their elf tribe. Around Elith, the elves formed a circle. The job change to an SSS level profession is a once-in-a-millennium event. Moreover, it is a true god's chosen job change. Ha! I pray to you, Song. Elith silently recited in her heart. At the same time, she placed her hand on the awakening crystal. Task 1, clear 20 nightmare difficulty dungeons solo and refresh the fastest clearance record, 2020. Completed. Task 2, obtain 3 divine artifacts, 3/3, completed. Task reward, Star Universe Archer Advancement, Absolute Mastery of Bow Weapons, Star Ring Sniping Domain. You have obtained a job promotion, Star Domain Archer. Starfall Transformation Temple. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Elise returned to the Transformation Temple. Elise has advanced to Starfall level 30. Your disciple profession has obtained SSS level advancement. You have gained disciple ability, profession specialization, Star Gathering, Star Chain Flash. Star Gathering, continuously shoot, but cannot release arrows. During this continuous shooting time, all arrows that can be fired will accumulate damage, and the final damage will be released as a single arrow. Star Chain Flash, all your arrows, after hitting an enemy, will additionally bounce to 2 nearby enemies, but cannot trigger arrow effects a second time. These abilities are really strong. But, this time I didn't gain any skills. These 2 are profession specializations, not skills. Probably because she hasn't learned any skills yet. If she can drop a skill book after she learns it, can I learn her new skills? Lu Chen thought. If Elise could drop the unique skill book of her profession, then wouldn't he be able to obtain the unique skill of Starfall? Moreover, this skill could be evolved again by transformation style. Just like how Star Flash evolved into Super Star Flash. That would indeed be quite impressive. Well, continue to enhance my strength. You can borrow my Amatsu Bao to complete the challenge dungeon within your clan. After arranging for release, Lu Chen first replenished 100 bottles of pain resistance potion. Then, in an instant, he returned to the abyss. The ability of rewind is quite convenient here. Salil watched as Lu Chen disappeared right before his eyes, feeling a bit dumbfounded. What's going on? He just vanished like that? This is the abyss. Non-abyss creatures should be prohibited from flying upwards. As for teleportation, what? A joke? Where could he teleport to? This is the abyss. But Lu Chen suddenly disappeared like that. Not even a trace of aura could be felt. Or rather, Salco might not have been able to sense Lu Chen's aura at all. This, in an invisible way, raised Salco's evaluation of Lu Chen even further. However, fortune favors the bold. It was precisely because of Lu Chen's strength that Salco felt a greater desire for adventure. He was a gambling addict. Winning against a powerful being and seizing his luck points, wasn't this also a grand gamble? Thinking of this, Salco's mood became extremely high. Since I have to wait, I don't mind waiting, anyway, there's nothing else to do. Feeling Lu Chen's immense and unfathomable power, Salco now even sensed a threat to his life. However, it was precisely because of this that Salco felt excited. He wanted to win in this grand gamble. But he didn't wait long. Soon, Lu Chen returned to the abyss. To be precise, he returned right in front of him. Swish! In an instant, there was no sign at all. Alright, let's go. My kingdom is very close to this mine. It will only take a few minutes to get there. Hearing this, Lu Chen nodded slightly. Okay, you lead the way. Lu Chen looked at Sarko. Although Sarko was surprised by Lu Chen's appearance, he did not show it. He just nodded slightly and then quickly flew in a direction deep into the abyss. The moment he moved, the corner of Lu Chen's mouth twitched. Damn, this guy's speed is really fast. His own speed couldn't keep up with the other. Even with the thousandly swift boots, Lu Chen's speed was only 240 kilometers per second. But this guy's speed was already close to that of a star dragon beast. The speed was estimated to be over 10,000 kilometers per second. He couldn't even reach 1% of the other's speed. Damn. However, even so, Lu Chen still chased from behind. After flying for a few seconds, Sarko looked back and sensed that Lu Chen seemed to be crawling like a turtle, following him from behind. In that moment, Sarko seemed to understand something. So, this human's weakness is speed. His speed is far slower than that of beings at the same level by 50 times. With this thought, Sarko seemed to grasp a certain weakness of Lu Chen. Human friend, I didn't know humans could be so slow. We're not in a hurry. Let's fly slowly. Lu Chen sensed the other's intent. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He could hear the sarcasm in the other's tone. However, Lu Chen didn't care at all. Instead, he followed Sarko and continued to fly leisurely. Fortunately, the corrosion of the abyss wouldn't put Lu Chen into a combat state. Otherwise, it would really be troublesome. What took Sarko a few minutes to cover made Lu Chen fly for over 4 hours. However, during this time, Lu Chen also talked a lot with Sarko about things in the abyss. Lu Chen had gained a relatively basic understanding of the abyss. Of course, this information was exchanged using intel from the human race. Lu Chen candidly revealed many confidential details about the human race. This information was all told to him by the human emperor. Because the human emperor regarded him as a successor to cultivate, he also shared many secrets with him. The previous journey of 20 hours had already been enough to learn a lot. After all, mental communication is much faster than speaking. Moreover, the learning ability of strong individuals is inherently strong. Lu Chen already knew a lot of information that could only be known at least at the king level. This could already be considered a human secret. Lu Chen and Sarko exchanged information in this way. Sarko even wondered if Lu Chen was crazy. Why would he reveal the secrets of his race? Did this human actually want to defect to the abyss? Compared to Lu Chen, the information Sarko initially revealed was mostly false. But Lu Chen directly told him that he had the ability to see through lies. Sarko immediately became honest. Any information he could share, he would tell the truth. If there was information he couldn't share, he would directly tell Lu Chen that he couldn't say. As for the time Sarko tried to play tricks or word games, Lu Chen caught him and pressed for the details. In the end, Sarko could only helplessly tell Lu Chen the truth. The two chatted while on their way. Finally, they arrived at a colorful dimensional entrance. This was the passage to another space. It was like the passage inside the premium mount shop. On the other side of the passage, there would be an independent space. Seeing this passage, Lu Chen exclaimed, "We've finally arrived. This has truly been a long and interesting journey. Lord Hangluo, thanks to your speed, we have had such a long time for idle chatter. I'm glad to get to know you and the entire human race more deeply. In response to Sarko's mockery of his speed, Lu Chen sneered slightly. Then, he activated Rewind. Slow, huh? If I weren't a bit slower, I wouldn't have been able to gather so much information from you. Buzz, time rewound. They returned to the moment before they set off. At this time, Sarko was saying his last words to Lu Chen. Alright, let's go. My kingdom is very close to this mine. It only takes a few minutes to get there. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen, who had just returned from rewinding time, merely nodded slightly. You lead the way. After Lu Chen finished the sentence, in the next moment, Sarko's figure vanished. Speed, as always, is impressive. However, this time, Lu Chen did not fall behind. Instead, he activated Trace Back in an instant and appeared directly in front of Sarko. Sarko had run for a few seconds and was just about to turn back to sense Lu Chen's location when he found that Lu Chen had appeared right in front of him. This perception startled Sarko. Such speed. Seeing Sarko's pupils slightly constrict, Lu Chen smiled and said, Brother Salir. Is this the speed of an Abyss Lord? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Salir's heart skipped a beat. This human's speed far surpassed his own. He was likely a being of much higher level than himself. Such beings, who knows how many there are in the human realm? Now, the day of mutation has arrived. The Abyss is ready to expand its territory to the outside world. But if there are many powerful beings like Hengluo among the humans, then perhaps the plan to invade the surface will need to be reconsidered. With this thought, Sarko slowed down. Brother Hengluo, why are we in such a hurry? How about you tell me some interesting stories from your human world? I can share some amusing tales from the Abyss with you as well. For example, I know a certain Abyss Lord. What was his name? The Lord of Extreme Darkness. He is very afraid of the light of sun monsters. However, conversely, in the darkness, his combat power is unparalleled. And because this is the Abyss, he is almost always in his strongest state. He is one of the top combatants among us Abyss Lords. But if he could get his hands on a sunstone, this special mineral that emits the light of sun monsters, he would probably not be a match for any of us Abyss Lords. It's a pity that sunstones cannot be found in the Abyss. Brother Hengluo, don't you think that's quite interesting? Sarko threw out a bait, directly revealing the weaknesses of other Abyss Lords as intelligence to entice Lu Chen into an exchange of information. In Sarko's view, even if Lu Chen did not disclose particularly specific information or key secrets of the human race, he could still infer what the human world was. Like from the subtle hints in Lu Chen's words. Moreover, the little piece of information he threw out was something that many Abyss Lords already knew. So, it wasn't really a secret. But, he did not know that Lu Chen had already heard this information before. In the previous round, Lu Chen had directly picked up on his words and engaged in an information exchange with him. Sarko was even stunned by the information Lu Chen provided. Lu Chen truly shared everything openly. At the same time, he was very straightforward in exchanging information for information, without any detours or pleasantries. But this time in the cycle, Lu Chen once again heard Sarko's baiting question. He just smiled. Indeed. Interesting. Seeing that Lu Chen had no reaction, Sarko continued to ask. So, Brother Hengluo, is there anything interesting in your human world? Let's consider this a sharing between brothers, between friends. I am very interested in the human world. After Sarko finished speaking, Lu Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he remained silent as they traveled. The two moved rapidly through the abyss. Lu Chen always stayed half a step ahead of Sarko. Moreover, Sarko couldn't see how Lu Chen moved at all. To him, every movement Lu Chen made seemed like teleportation. In Sarko's mind, he had already formed a preliminary judgment about Hengluo, a demigod-level powerhouse who controls spatial power. Of course, among demigods, there are strong and weak. Those above level 200, who possess a certain degree of divine power, can be called demigods. But the gap between demigods is even greater than the gap between level 200 and level 1. Without any divine foundation, just one drop of divine power makes one a demigod. Having a complete divine foundation and peak divine power also qualifies as a demigod. The difference between these two is absurdly large. A weak demigod may not necessarily be stronger than a non-divine being of the same level. In fact, they might even be weaker. On the other hand, a powerful demigod can crush higher-level non-divine beings even when they are at a disadvantage. It seems that Lu Chen might belong to the stronger type among demigods. After all, his spatial ability is used so smoothly. After a period of silence, Lu Chen gave an answer. There's nothing new in the human world. In our human world, aside from the strongest emperor of humanity, the various kings should be the strongest group. Below the kings, there are the lords of various cities, the presidents of various associations, and the principals of schools. And I am currently not a king. In the human world, not even a city lord. Lu Chen leisurely activated rewind, moving through the coordinates recorded by rewind. Meanwhile, he cleverly answered Sarko's question. Upon hearing Lu Chen's response, Sarko felt a slight tightening in his heart. But immediately, he laughed. Brother Hangluo, with your strength, you should be considered a strong one among the human race, right? Could it be that Brother Hangluo has some unspeakable difficulties? Have you given up your rightful position? Otherwise, with your strength, the king's position must surely belong to you. Sarko's response this time conveyed one meaning throughout: disbelief. Hearing Sarko's response, Hangluo sighed. It's not that I don't want to be one, it's just I can't be one yet. Of course, he couldn't be one. The emperor was still on the way. He wouldn't perform the king's appointment for himself. How could he become a king? Moreover, my strength is still insufficient. To be honest, any king among the human race could easily defeat me. And I could only flee in disgrace, with absolutely no chance of winning. This statement was also the truth. His current level was only 60. Compared to other level 200 kings, he was indeed lacking. He definitely couldn't win in a fight. However, these words sounded different in Sarko's ears. The strength Lu Chen was currently displaying, even if it was just the tip of the iceberg, was already terrifying enough. His spatial ability allowed him to move freely in the abyss. His luck was almost at an extraordinary level. Even activating disadvantageous situation couldn't win against Lu Chen. His luck value might have truly reached 11 points. Not to mention anything else, just relying on luck alone, Lu Chen could not possibly be weak. Salko had never heard of any existence with high luck that was weak in strength. After all, 11 points of luck. It could truly be said that just walking a few steps on the road could lead to finding rare materials, heavenly treasures. Even his own profession could undergo various mutations. Moreover, they would definitely all be the best kind of beneficial mutations. Opening treasure chests would almost always yield what he needed. And if he stacked critical hit rates or various critical attributes, even a 1% critical hit rate would likely result in consecutive critical hits. With such an existence, how could his strength be weak? And if his strength was not weak, there was only one explanation left. That was that the human race was too strong. The strength of others was truly above his. Of course, Salko was not so easily convinced by a powerful being from another race. Regarding Lu Chen's words, Salko maintained a reserved attitude. He was not entirely disbelieving, but neither was he fully trusting. He planned to observe slowly later on. Brother Hangluo, since you are so strong, just how powerful are your human race's kings? Tell me about your human race's kings. I want to hear. But Lu Chen slightly shook his head. There's nothing much to say. I've only heard legends about the human race's kings. But I've never seen one. Besides, Salir, have we arrived? Salko looked into the distance. Unknowingly, they had already approached their destination. And afterward, no matter how Salko inquired about Lu Chen, he would just smile and not answer. He had already obtained quite a bit of information from Salko. Even if the other party provided him with more information, it would be hard to find anything useful. Moreover, Salko was quite shrewd. If Lu Chen did not reveal actual information to exchange with him, he would definitely not tell Lu Chen any useful information. Therefore, Lu Chen did not plan to waste any more effort talking to him. Lu Chen kept his mouth shut, not intending to engage in any information exchange with him. But Salko was completely unaware. His information had already been extracted by Lu Chen. Seeing Lu Chen's silence, Salko could only sigh. Sigh, since Brother Hangluo is unwilling to speak. Let's go inside. Coming to the abyss is like returning home, focused on enjoyment. Welcome to my realm of bets and stakes. Salko bowed and extended his hand to invite Lu Chen into the entrance of the realm. Lu Chen stepped into the portal leading to another dimension. In the next moment, everything before his eyes brightened up. This world actually had a source of light. Unlike in the abyss, where apart from the occasional faint glow from special gems, there was truly no light at all. Without the ability to perceive, being in the abyss was no different from being blind. In this world, there was a blood-red gem hanging high in the sky. It illuminated the entire world. Lu Chen expanded his perception, completely covering a radius of 600,000 kilometers. At the same time, Lu Chen also noticed that after returning to his own realm, Salko's combat power was rapidly increasing. Ruler of the realm, within your own realm, all attributes are double, and you can perceive everything. Within the realm, you can utilize the realm's special bonuses. Salko's attribute values doubled in an instant. In addition, there were abilities such as instant movement, multiple revivals, and infinite magic power while within the realm. Furthermore, his betting abilities also saw a slight enhancement. Guaranteed victory blessing. When you bet with the citizens of your realm, you will win without fail within the bounds of reason. The invincible protection. This ability is simply unfair. Fortunately, I am not a citizen of his realm. Otherwise, even with time reversal, victory wouldn't be guaranteed. This effect of assured victory is likely approaching the strength of causality. Even if the future is known, it may not be useful. Of course, this is just Lu Chen's speculation. Lu Chen hasn't tried it and doesn't want to. After stepping into this realm, it's not just Lu Chen observing Sarko. Sarko is also observing Lu Chen. However, what Sarko discovers about Lu Chen remains a chaotic blur. There is no information at all. This makes Sarko even more vigilant. He even considers the idea of expelling Lu Chen directly. It's terrifying. Even within his own realm, possessing an almost omniscient ability, he still cannot uncover any information about this existence. Just how powerful is this being? Ultimately, however, his gambling spirit overcame his fear. He must win big from Lu Chen. That would be thrilling. Those abyssal lords are unwilling to gamble with him. Even less willing to enter his game. Over the years, he has never gambled with a true powerhouse. He has never encountered an opponent he could lose to. Even his last loss was 1,000 years ago. Moreover, he lost just once, and the opponent ended up bankrupt. The Lu Chen before him is the only existence that can serve as a rival in his 1,000 years of existence. Most importantly, the other party is not just a combat opponent, but a rival in gambling. That is the key. For abyssal beings, satisfying their most primal desires is more important than anything else. They would even sacrifice their lives for it. And Sarko's most primal desire is to gamble. Brother Hengluo. In my realm, there are some special rules. I hope you can abide by them. Of course, with your strength, forcefully taking it is not a problem. Abiding by the rules is just a small request. From me to you. After Sarko finished speaking these words, several prompts popped up before Lu Chen. The realm of bets and chips. In this realm, everything can be won through gambling. Every being can force another to participate in an irresistible bet once a day. Every being only needs to accept one irresistible bet a day. If faced with multiple forced betting invitations, they can refuse when both parties agree to gamble. There is no limit on the number of times this world has special chips that can measure the value of basic items with mutual agreement. Unfair bets can be made in this realm. All gambling will be protected by special rules to ensure fairness. In this realm, cheating in gambling is strictly prohibited. However, outside of these rules, the Crown of Insight also saw an unlisted hidden rule. In this realm, all bets can be considered as bets initiated by the realm's lord, who can join at any time and enjoy the fruits of victory. Lu Chen looked at the prompts before him and nodded slightly. I understand. Then, Sarko squinted at Lu Chen. You are a distinguished guest of our realm. I will provide you with a luxurious palace residence. You will live near the most extravagant casino. As long as you wish, you can always have a game with me. As Sarko spoke, he led Lu Chen, flying towards the center of the kingdom. Of course, due to the lack of recorded coordinates, he could not trigger retrace. This time, Lu Chen's flying speed slowed down again. However, Lu Chen was completely unconcerned about this speed. Instead, he took the opportunity to observe this so-called kingdom within the abyss. Perception swept across this world. Everything in the world. In Lu Chen's insight perception, everything was laid bare. Even the composition of the soil, the characteristics of plants and creatures. Where there were treasure chests, nothing escaped Lu Chen's perception. And in the abyssal world, it truly opened Lu Chen's eyes. It is said that different races have different civilizations. Now it seems, that is indeed the case. Sure enough, the kingdom of the abyss is vastly different from that of humans. Within the abyss, there were so many things that humans did not possess. For example, a teleportation array. Teleportation array effect teleports the target using the array to another teleportation array. Description: a special teleportation tool. Sensing the existence of this object, Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. His pupils also moved slightly. But soon, Lu Chen noticed that Sarko seemed to have sensed his emotional change as well. Although he could not directly probe into his information, he could see his physical form directly. With his keen eyes, he noticed that Lu Chen's chest was slightly rising and falling faster. Sarko sharply grasped his own emotions. Lu Chen also sensed the other's gaze through the crown of insight. However, Lu Chen did not take it to heart. After all, he would still reverse time back to the past in a while. The other party's observation was in vain. Lu Chen continued to observe this kingdom. He noticed that beside the teleportation array, there was a deep abyssal creature guarding it. It was clad in solid armor, holding a black spear, and stood about 5 meters tall. Teleportation array holder Boon, level 132, race, Abyss, class Guardian, all beings wishing to use the teleportation array must wager 50 chips against him. Winning grants the right to use the teleportation array. Losing results in the loss of 50 chips. This teleportation array is his private array. Boon's teleportation array blueprint was lost 15 days ago, wagered away by another entity. The teleportation array blueprint can be obtained by wagering 10,000 chips at the Royal Capital Mall. Boon, historical win rate 36%. Is the teleportation array privately owned? Building a teleportation array and wagering against all beings wishing to use it. If you win, you get money. It seems to be quite a good business. Seeing this information, Lu Chen understood that he did not need to obtain the teleportation array blueprint from Sako. He just needed enough chips to gamble at the Royal Capital Mall. It seems that teleportation arrays are not rare commodities in the abyss. But, if the human race could obtain a teleportation array, then, it will inevitably lead to a qualitative change. The territory of the human race is too vast. Even the mount of the human emperor, with such speed, takes 20 hours to fly from the nearby human center, Holy Lian City, to the northern border. If other means of transportation were used, it could take months or even years to reach. Having the ability to teleport would definitely save the majority of travel time. If it becomes widespread, even I would enjoy the convenience. After all, I currently have to run a trip first, then reverse time, and trace back to my location. The time cost for myself is too high. Lu Chen's perception did not linger too long on the teleportation array. Besides the teleportation array, Lu Chen also sensed many other special materials. To be precise, they were unique materials found only in the abyss. Lu Chen's thoughts locked onto a type of black grass growing on the land of this kingdom. Black Abyss original grass effect can be used to absorb pollution from the abyss, can be formulated into Abyss Pollution Purification Potion. I didn't expect to find such a medicinal herb here. Indeed, to untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it. The pollution from the abyss has always been a major headache for the human race. Once in contact with the abyss or abyssal creatures, one inevitably faces pollution. If the pollution is not purified in time, over time, it accumulates to a certain level and one will be assimilated into an abyssal creature. However, the means to purify abyssal pollution are extremely rare. In the human world, every time abyssal pollution is purified, a large amount of resources must be expended. Only with particularly high-level purification abilities can some pollution be cleansed. But, unexpectedly, in the kingdom of the abyss, this type of herb that can purify pollution grows like weeds everywhere. Also, creatures in the abyss don't need to purify the pollution from the abyss. Thus, this herb naturally has no demand. With this thought, Lu Chen planned to gather more of this weed. He was about to govern the northern border, which also meant he was on the front line against the abyss. Having the ability to purify abyssal pollution would undoubtedly greatly enhance his combat power against the abyss. At the same time, Lu Chen also recalled his abyss summoning staff. My staff still can't create the abyss summoning staff. He had also prepared other auxiliary materials. On the Divine Equipment illustrated book, what was needed was a staff that has been extremely polluted by the abyss. As a result, after so long of pollution, every time he prepared to synthesize, it told him that the pollution level was insufficient. Unable to synthesize. Up until now, Lu Chen had not obtained a single staff with sufficient pollution. He also didn't know what would count as a staff that has been extremely polluted by the abyss. Lu Chen planned to obtain some ancient staffs in this kingdom. Born in the abyss and having experienced hundreds or thousands of years within it, he couldn't believe that the pollution level would still be insufficient. Along the way, Lu Chen's perception covered everything. He marked down all the materials he wanted. Teleportation array blueprint, black abyss original grass, forbidden wood, and various abyssal materials that could be used to create divine artifacts. These things are rare in the human world. They can probably only be obtained in the abyss. And who else, besides himself, could reach so deep into the abyss? To safely enter the realm of the Abyss Lord. After nearly 3 hours of flight, one person and one Abyss Lord finally arrived at the royal capital. Upon arriving at the royal capital and landing on the ground, Lu Chen directly employed his old trick. Rewind activated. Buzz, time reversed. Lu Chen returned to the moment just after he had finished reading the Kingdom Rules. You are a distinguished guest of our kingdom. I will provide you with a luxurious palace residence. You will stay in. Whoosh. The other party's thoughts hadn't even finished transmitting. In the next moment, Lu Chen directly activated Retrace and appeared at the center of the royal capital. Sarko was momentarily stunned. He saw Lu Chen disappear right in front of him. What the hell? Here we go again? It was one thing to be in the abyss, but this was his own kingdom. He could teleport? Does it have to be so excessive? Who exactly is the master of this kingdom? Sarko's mouth twitched. He even wanted to curse out loud. But in the end, he held it back. He sensed that Lu Chen had already appeared within the royal capital. Lu Chen had intentionally released his coordinate information for him to perceive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known where Lu Chen had gone at all. He even knows where our royal capital is? Has his perception already covered my entire kingdom? Thinking of this, Salir's body trembled slightly. This tremor was half fear, half excitement. But Sarko showed no hesitation. He had made up his mind. No matter how abnormal Lu Chen was, he was determined to win against him. Immediately, he turned his body. In the next moment, he also appeared in the royal capital. Being within his own kingdom, he could move to any location at any time. He approached Lu Chen, suppressing his inner surprise and feigned a calm demeanor. Pointing to a nearby red and black luxurious palace, he said, "Brother Hangluo, this is your residence. You can stay here as long as you want. If you need any assistance, I can help you at any time. Oh, by the way, on the northwest side of the palace, there are fresh succubi sent by the demons for our trade. These succubi have been purified and lost their ability to cause harm. Only pleasure, no harm. You can indulge yourself." Upon hearing Sarko finish these words, Lu Chen suddenly realized a key point. What? Succubi? No, wait, demons? Intelligent beings from the abyss are trading with demons? How is this trade conducted? Moreover, when did demons start trading? With the abyss? This was information he hadn't heard in the past few hours. In the previous few hours, the information Lu Chen exchanged had all been of a confidential nature. Could it be that trading with demons in the abyss was no longer considered confidential information? Lu Chen had no intention of dawdling and directly asked, "Demons? How did the demons come about?" After all, with rewind in existence, even if he made a mistake, he could return to the past to make amends. Oh? Brother Hangluo, interested in demons? If we calculate, the trading day is approaching soon. If there's a chance, let Brother Hangluo meet the demon merchant. He occasionally brings us some surface goods. He says he only trades and wanders among various spaces. The goods are all good products, but of course, the prices are quite expensive. But this demon merchant is very tight-lipped. He only sells goods and never talks about anything from the surface. However, last time, he wanted to buy divine essence from us. I was puzzled. I don't know what he wants divine essence for. I have to say, after Sarko returned to his kingdom, it felt just like coming home. His little mouth was chattering away, and he had become much more talkative. However, Lu Chen estimated that this was because he was in his kingdom. The sense of security brought by the significant enhancement of strength. After hearing him finish speaking, Lu Chen did not expect that besides himself, there were other surface creatures that could enter the abyssal realm. Indeed, this world is vast. There are some particularly strong beings, which is only natural. Well, next time there's an opportunity, I'll go see for myself. Then, Brother Hangluo, have fun. I'm in the palace at the very center of the royal palace. If you want to find me, just come directly. After that, Sarko tossed a black chip to Lu Chen. This is one chip. With your strength, you should be able to easily win more chips. Brother Hangluo, I wish you a pleasant time. With that said, Sarko's figure flickered and then disappeared. Lu Chen tossed the chip in his hand, his lips twitching. Ha! One chip. The mighty lord of the abyss is indeed a bit stingy. After that, Lu Chen tossed the chip and walked towards the luxurious casino in front of him. Royal Capital Casino Tis, it's really extravagant. Lu Chen's perception swept across the entire casino. The casino could be described as resplendent. I don't know why, but even abyssal creatures seem to like golden decorations. How strange, shouldn't they prefer black? Of course, this doesn't rule out that this is Sarko's personal style, unrelated to other abyssal lords. However, it must be said that Sarko's aesthetic does align somewhat with that of humans. Looking at the entire nation, Lu Chen observed various buildings and a wide array of designs. Although they can't be called particularly beautiful, they certainly can't be deemed ugly. At most, they can be described as having a unique taste, but not to the point of being unbearable. Some of what Sarko said is indeed true. He really does enjoy the civilizations from other races. Of course, abyssal creatures are ultimately still abyssal creatures. Even the friendliest abyssal beings have a level of malice that far exceeds that of most human villains. In this nation, the most advocated principle is that every creature should exhaust all their chips to lose everything they possess. Therefore, even with just one chip, Lu Chen can enter the largest casino. Of course, Lu Chen could also exchange all his resources and rare materials for chips. However, there is no need for that. Lu Chen tossed the uniquely crafted chip in his hand and looked around. One chip. What can I play with? Just then, Lu Chen heard an announcement that echoed throughout the casino. Congratulations, congratulations to Demon Gate number 8564. You've won the grand prize. Congratulations to the winner, number of chips 1, 2, 342, 892. After this announcement, a sound like a tide surged forth. Crash, crash, crash. Bang, 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 bang. -151, -105, -108, -102. A pitch-black portal was continuously spewing out chips. Bang, 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 bang. The force of these chips was so great that when they hit the walls, they even created small dents. At this moment, a frail abyssal creature stood in front of the portal, constantly being struck by the chips. Abyssal mud level, 35 health, 6223/17044 luck, 1 historical win rate, 11% current chip status, 1, bankrupt. Luchen looked at the information of this creature. In the realm of Sarko, there were not a few of these weak abyssal beings. According to Sarko, these abyssal creatures find it difficult to survive in the outer abyss. Therefore, they seek the protection of powerful abyssal lords. Of course, in contrast, as subjects of the abyssal lords, they are obliged to adhere to the lord's regulations. Bang 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 bang. The spitting of chips was like the bombardment of a Gatling gun. In just 3 seconds, this weak abyssal creature was directly sprayed to death by the chips, collapsing to the ground. With the death of this creature, others in the casino rushed over to snatch the chips that had fallen on the ground. Meanwhile, beside Lu Chen, a ghostly abyssal shadow slowly approached him. Lord Hangluo, aren't you going to pick up some chips? It's quite rare to see a guest crushed to death by chips today. Lu Chen glanced at the shadow beside him, unfazed by the sudden conversation. Too lazy to pick them up. Then, Lu Chen activated Rewind. Buzz. Lu Chen returned to the moment he had just entered the casino. This time, as soon as he entered the casino, Lu Chen walked towards the demon gate. After Lu Chen approached the demon gate, a ghostly shadow directly approached him. Hello, I am the steward assigned to you by the Lord. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly. Seeing Lu Chen standing in front of the demon machine, the steward immediately began to introduce it warmly. Lord Hangluo, this is the demon gate we purchased from the demon merchant. It is said to be the most popular gambling device among the demon race. Inside, chips will continuously accumulate. As long as you keep putting chips in, one day, all the accumulated chips inside will be spat out. Lu Chen stood in front of the demon gate. The perception of Crown of Insight was activated, allowing him to conduct a detailed probe of the demon gate. Demon Gate accumulated chips 2,342,891. When the accumulated chip count reaches 2,342,892, all chips will be spat out. Description: who knows whether your chips will run out first, or it will spit out money first? I have to say, the effect of my Crown of Insight is indeed powerful. In fact, even without Rewind, just relying on the ability of the Crown of Insight, Lu Chen could easily navigate this realm. Of course, if it weren't for Rewind, relying solely on the Crown of Insight against Sarko would still be somewhat lacking. After all, some things really are just pure luck. And insight is of no use. Lu Chen looked at the nearby abyssal mud, which was preparing to throw in its last chip, and smiled slightly. How about I go first? The abyssal mud trembled slightly. Then, he looked at the ghostly presence beside Lu Chen. He immediately took a step back. This black shadow was a confidant of the Lord from the abyss. It was not someone he could afford to offend. Upon seeing Lu Chen's choice, the black shadow sent a mental reminder. Lord Hangluo, you must think this through. This demon gate has swallowed countless chips. For instance, the demon gate to your left has already consumed hundreds of millions of chips and has yet to spit any out. No one knows when the demon gate will finally release the chips, except for the Lord. It is very likely that what awaits you is an endless abyss. To be safe, you should play a little. Without waiting for the creature to finish, Lu Chen directly threw in his last chip. Immediately, Lu Chen's figure vanished. Congratulations, congratulations to Demon Gate number 8564. It has released the grand prize. Congratulations to the winner, number of chips obtained, 2,342,892. Northern region. Lu Chen sat on a cliff in the northern region. The black mist around him dissipated. His health points were gradually recovering. The abyss was too oppressive. At this moment, Luo Zhoutian had also sent him some messages. These were matters that the previous king needed to pay attention to, as well as some knowledge known only to the king. Lu Chen collected these documents. In the last cycle, he had communicated directly with Luo Zhoutian through mental exchange while on the road. This time, the other party could only transmit files to him. Leaving the abyss was just a brief respite. It was also to avoid the spitting of the demon gate. After all, who would want to be hit in the face by chips? After a short rest of a few seconds, Lu Chen returned to the abyss once again. He appeared next to the demon gate. At this moment, all around Lu Chen were abyss creatures. These abyss creatures were gathered around the chips but did nothing. These chips could not be picked up. The holders of these chips were Lu Chen, they could not take them into their own space. Lu Chen equipped the absorption ring and, in an instant, collected all the chips on the ground. In less than a minute, he obtained over 2 million chips. After picking up these chips, Lu Chen walked towards the nearby crazy dice table. The rules were simple. There were 20 dice, with the highest number being 12. In total, there were 240 numbers. As long as one guessed the correct number, the chips placed could be multiplied by 100 to 200 times. Of course, there were also bets on odd/even and high/low. Such multipliers were much lower. Lu Chen first exchanged the over 2 million chips for 2 yellow chips. Each of these yellow chips was worth 1 million. Then, he arrived at the crazy dice table. The surrounding abyss creatures all held chips and looked at Lu Chen. Human? I've seen the library established by the Lord. With that appearance, he should be human, right? Look at the confidant of the Lord beside him. This is most likely a guest of the Lord. A human? How interesting. I didn't expect humans to enjoy this kind of game. I wonder if he has ever experienced the feeling of losing everything? Lu Chen sensed the few dice. However, it was of no use. The dice would only start shaking after the bets were placed. Scanning could not predict the outcome. Lu Chen did not rush. Instead, he watched them play around. First, they placed their bets. Then, the dice began to shake automatically. Finally, the result appeared. 156 points. What the hell? It's actually 156 points? Fuck, that's 120 times. I chose 155. I hate it. Fortunately, I guessed an even number, so it doubled. Awesome. Damn it, why did I bet on an odd number? After seeing the result, Lu Chen directly activated Rewind. Buzz, he returned to the moment he placed his bet. Then, Lu Chen put all his chips on 156. All in. Seeing Lu Chen's move, the abyss creatures around were stunned. What the hell? Wasn't that all the chips he just spat out in the demon gate? 2,340,2,892 chips. 2,342,892, all bet? Damn, bro, you're amazing. Is this the courage of humans? I feel ashamed. Bro, I don't have your courage, I'm betting 20. These abyss creatures were shocked, watching Lu Chen place his bet. But they couldn't wait long. Soon, the dice began to roll. They had no more chances to bet. But, the result came out quickly. It was actually 156. What the hell? It really is 156? 120 times. 120 times. This, crazy dice, directly gambled with the casino. Whatever you win is what you get. With this round, Lu Chen instantly secured 280 million chips. Then, in the eyes of these abyss creatures, Lu Chen seemed to be possessed. All in, all in, all in, all in, all in. Each time, he bet all the chips he won from the previous round on the exact number. This place was different from the outside world. Sako did not allow any cheating. Apart from himself, no gambling in this realm was allowed to cheat. The casino was no exception. After all, Sako didn't care who the owner of the casino was, nor did he care who won or lost. In his realm, what difference does it make who wins or loses? It's just moving things from the left pocket to the right pocket. What he cared about was the process of gambling. Therefore, the casino could not change any results. Everything here was an uncontrollable random gamble. Thus, with Lu Chen going all in time and again, the number of his chips skyrocketed. 280 million. All in. 32 billion. All in. 37 trillion. All in. 450 trillion. Just as Lu Chen was about to go all in again, suddenly, several abyss creatures slid over and hugged Lu Chen's thigh. Big brother, wait. The casino is running out of chips. Dawn Forest, after completing her second-class change, Iris arrived near the Elf Clan Challenge instance. Great Thousand Forest. Now, Iris had publicly revealed her identity as a chosen of the true god. As one chosen by the true god, she enjoyed higher treatment within her clan. She was now ready to complete the challenge instance. This was also the task Lu Chen had given her. I pray to you, please grant your devout follower the power of a divine artifact. Sensing Iris's request, Lu Chen lent out the heavenly bow. Faced with the pleas of the casino staff, Lu Chen temporarily stopped going all in. He currently had only 450 trillion chips in hand. Lu Chen scanned all the abyss creatures nearby with his perception. In an instant, he learned the number of chips they had. In this casino, the one with the most chips had only a little over 100 billion. Compared to Lu Chen, it was a difference of 10,000 times. Moreover, this creature was raised by Lu Chen. After Lu Chen went all in twice in a row, he realized something. He decided to follow Lu Chen and go all in together. After several rounds, the chips in his hand skyrocketed to billions. After all, going all in once could yield over 100 times the return. Even if it was just one chip, after a few rounds with Lu Chen, he could end up with over 1,000,000. How many times could he withstand that? Lu Chen paused his betting for just a brief moment. After a bit of contemplation, he looked at the table of the crazy dice in front of him. If you guys don't have money, what does it have to do with me? Immediately, Lu Chen placed his chips on the number 235. This number had a multiplier of 200 times. Lu Chen wanted to see what would happen if the casino couldn't afford the chips. This wasn't written in the rules. As the casino pushed all bets onto the number 235, the betting time ended just in time. The dice in the center began to change. After a period of transformation, the dice finally stopped. The sum of the numbers was clearly 235. Ding, you have obtained chips 20.52 trillion. You have obtained ownership of the capital's Paradise Casino. You have obtained lifelong slaves, Shirley, Mongren, Dus. Current total debt of slaves, 88.034 trillion. Lu Chen looked at this series of information. At the same time, a series of prompts popped up in front of him. You have obtained lifelong slaves, Shirley. Gender: female. Race: abyssal succubus. Mixed blood. Level: 203. Occupation: fallen. Capital's Paradise Casino manager, 55%. Current debt chips, 48.4187 trillion, 55%. Mongren. Gender: male. Race: abyss. Level: 107. Occupation: berserker's fist. B. Capital's Paradise Casino manager, 9%. Current debt chips, 7.92306 trillion, 9%. Dust. Gender: chaotic. Race: abyss. Level: 131. Occupation: gaze of the serpent. B. Capital's Paradise Casino manager, 0.1%. Current debt chips, 0.88034 trillion, 0.1%. This series was all about slave notifications. Almost everything related to this casino had become Lu Chen's slaves. So, there are operations like this. It turned out that in this kingdom, if one owed chips to someone else, they would become that person's slave. Lu Chen began to understand the operational mechanism of this kingdom. Abyssal floating islands in the depths of the abyss. It gradually ceased to be a dark void. Instead, some floating islands began to drift in the emptiness. On these floating islands, special treasures might be born. Even some larger floating islands might have mineral veins forming. At this moment, Shirley was in the abyss, searching for new mineral sources. At the same time, she was recruiting wandering abyssal creatures from the outside world, urging them to join the realm of Sarko. In the kingdom of Sarko, she could open a casino. By now, she was already among the upper echelons of this realm. The more fresh blood that flowed into this kingdom, the more resources she could acquire. But at this moment, Sherry, who was not even in the Sarko kingdom, suddenly received a notification. Your capital city, Elysium Casino, current total debt, 88,034 trillion. You have become a slave owned by the human. Lu Chen, you can regain your freedom after repaying all debts. Your current total debt, 48,418.7 trillion. Seeing this notification, Sherry was momentarily stunned. Wait? What is going on? What does this notification mean? How did she suddenly owe over 40,000 trillion? 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 This notification was too sudden. The shock was overwhelming. No, how could her own casino be in debt? This casino had been established for a millennium. Night and day, abyssal creatures had gone bankrupt within its walls. On average, it brought her profits of tens of trillions of chips each year. After 1,000 years, she must have earned over hundreds of trillions of chips. This was a wealth accumulation unimaginable to ordinary abyssal beings. It could even be said that even if the Lord wanted her to lose everything, it wouldn't happen so quickly. But now, this notification in front of her told her that just a few minutes after leaving the kingdom, the casino was already in debt by over 80,000 trillion? Just her own debt amounted to over 40,000 trillion? The problem was, after more than 1,000 years, she had only earned 1,000 trillion. Did that mean her more than 1,000 years of effort was in vain? No. Could it be that the ruler of the kingdom was displeased with her and deliberately trying to trap her? Why would he do this? Sherry couldn't understand what she had done to offend Sarko. But the most important thing now was to rush back immediately to see her master. Master. Thinking of this word, Sherry felt extremely complicated. The kingdom of bets and chips. In just half an hour, Lu Chen had left the casino. When Lu Chen first entered the casino, he had only one chip. Now, as he left the casino, the entire establishment had become his property. He also happened to owe it several tens of thousands of trillions. This terrifying fortune made the shadows around Lu Chen swell and shrink uncontrollably. This was a sign of his trembling. He knew his lord valued this human highly. But he had no idea that this human's fortune was so terrifying. After leaving his own casino, Lu Chen tossed 2 red chips to the shadow beside him and said, "You, go help me win all this back." The shadow hurriedly caught the 2 chips. Then, Lu Chen threw out a list. This list contained all the materials he needed, including the teleportation array blueprint. The 2 red chips Lu Chen offered were not simple. These red chips represented the largest denomination in the entire kingdom. Each was worth 100 million. The shadow dared not delay Lu Chen. It directly took the chips and vanished in a flash, going to carry out Lu Chen's instructions. And after the shadow left, Lu Chen's perception immediately swept over the other casinos in the vicinity. In this country, such places were abundant. Everything one could desire was available. Then, Lu Chen tossed 10 red chips and entered the neighboring Royal Capital Carnival Casino. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen walked out from the casino entrance. As he left, 2 black shadows swiftly climbed up the wall. The sign of this casino was instantly replaced with Royal Capital Hangluo Casino. After that, Lu Chen entered another casino next door. One after another. He went in without a word and directly found the game with the highest odds. He went all in. All in just 2 short hours, more than half of the royal capital, nearly all the casinos, had fallen under his control. In fact, within the royal capital, a significant portion of the residents had become his slaves. After playing just a few rounds, Lu Chen returned to his palace. This time, the term nearby was truly nearby. It was right in the city center. The distance to the largest casinos under his name was no more than 5 kilometers. Just a few kilometers. Just across a street. Even without the boots of swift travel, Lu Chen could reach it in an instant. Regarding the matter of eliminating other Abyss Lords, Lu Chen planned to discuss it with Sarko later. For now, he needed to gather all the materials he required. He would also craft any artifacts he could make. Having sufficient strength would be essential for negotiation. After all, he was going to kill another Abyss Lord. The stronger he was, the better. According to the intelligence Lu Chen had received, he already knew that the Abyss Lords were not on friendly terms with each other. The Abyss itself was not a united collective. On the contrary, the Abyss Lords advocated struggle and the survival of the fittest. As long as one had strength, the rulers of the Abyss did not care who. Thinking this, Lu Chen opened a cell door. No don't, master, what do you want to do? I just came into being, and haven't no don't want at this moment. Luo Jotian was in the sky, still moving rapidly towards the northern border. Without the existence of a teleportation array. Even as the human emperor, moving from one location to another was quite troublesome. And hearing Lu Chen say that he might be able to obtain the blueprints for a teleportation array, Luo Jotian didn't know how to express his shock. The promise Luo Jotian could give was that if Lu Chen could obtain the teleportation array construction blueprint, he could help Lu Chen acquire the resources he wanted to the greatest extent possible. If saving the people of the southern wilderness could be considered a heroic act for humanity, then obtaining the teleportation array blueprints would, in the long run, be no less than a savior-level achievement. I wonder what Lu Chen is doing now. The future of humanity depends on you, Lu Chen. But he said he no longer needs the Black Abyss Sage Stone. Could it be that he has entered the abyss? That's too dangerous. But I can't persuade him. He had just sent a message to Lu Chen. Lu Chen only replied that there was no need to worry. He was doing what was necessary to enhance his strength. Since Lu Chen said so, Luo Jotian felt it was inappropriate to insist further. I also don't know what inhuman trials he is experiencing. The human emperor couldn't help but think back to his own youth, when he was also a genius. However, behind every genius, there is always an unknown effort. A mix of bitterness and tears. Lu Chen appeared radiant, but perhaps behind the scenes, he was enduring pain that ordinary people could hardly bear. The taste of the succubus is indeed quite nice. After the battle ended, on the railing of the corridor in Lu Chen's palace, he gazed at the beautiful scenery of the entire kingdom. At the same time, he lit a specially made black abyss rollgrass from the abyss and took a deep breath. Exhaling slowly, he released a red fire ring. You have inhaled Black Abyss Rollgrass, maximum health permanently reduced by 1, you have gained temporary effects, relaxation, refreshment. You have gained Black Abyss Rollgrass dependency, 1 layer, your mind will intermittently flash with memories of inhaling Black Abyss Rollgrass, deepening the pleasure of absorbing Black Abyss Rollgrass. Lu Chen looked at the prompt that popped up in front of him. He flicked the ash off the rollgrass. He hadn't used such things before. After all, they were harmful. Just 1 reduces maximum health by 1 point. And there's the risk of addiction. However, ultimately, this side effect of reducing maximum health was meaningless to him now. With 3 billion health points, did he really care about 1 or 2 points? Killing a certain type of monster could stack up to 1,000 health points. However, In the abyss, the addictive substances were not limited to just black abyss roll grass. There were many other things. And the dangers were even greater. Some substances could directly reduce maximum health by 1000 points in one go. Or they could grant permanent hallucination effects that could not be purified or dispelled. These side effects were terrifying. Lu Chen had no intention of trying them. Even with time reversal, he didn't want to experiment. After all, while time reversal could reverse time, his memories would still remain. If he retained the pleasurable memories brought by those addictive substances, who knows if it will truly make me addicted? So, it's better not to touch it. As for the succubus, is that something a man can withstand? Thinking back now, Lu Chen has come to understand the information about Sarko that he uncovered with the Crown of Insight. It really is quite accurate. Personality, dark, depraved, gambling addict, indulgent, and behind that, there are descriptions like tempting fall and so on. One can only say that these descriptions are very precise. It's not just the gambling trait. The trait of tempting fall is also extremely obvious. If I were to stay in this realm for a few days, I fear I would forget about the human race and not want to go back. It's just too damn enjoyable. Is the taste of a succubus really that wonderful? No wonder so many people fall into the succubus trap and can never return. This is not something that self-control can solve. What a deep abyss. With black abyss grass, top-tier succubus, and Elysium Casino, it's truly depraved. The abyss lives up to its name, not just in terms of environment but also psychologically. Lu Chun analyzed his actions over the past few hours. At the same time, he also analyzed Sarko's intentions. At such times, one should not indulge but reflect and remain calm. Ultimately, Lu Chen concluded that Sarko is cunning. Sarko is far more treacherous than he appears. The Abyss Lord who tempts one to fall is indeed true to his name. If I want to use Sarko, I cannot let him easily think that I am someone who can be tempted to fall easily. Otherwise, when it comes time to negotiate terms, he might become very difficult to deal with. He might turn his strategy into one of dragging things out, letting me first experience the pleasures of the abyss. Letting me enjoy and fall first, rather than proceeding with a straightforward negotiation. Therefore, I must show a resolute attitude. Resist all external temptations. Only then will negotiations go smoothly, making him abandon his delaying tactics. Lu Chen silently contemplated future strategies in his heart. While reflecting, Lu Chen gradually finished a few pieces of black abyss grass. After completing his thoughts, Lu Chen extinguished the last piece of black abyss grass. Immediately, he activated reverse time. Buzz, the sound of the clock reversing echoed. Click. Lu Chen returned to 8 hours earlier. Back to the moment he had just arrived at the prison. And this time, in front of the succubi, Lu Chen merely cast a plain and cold glance at them. Then, with a cold snort, he turned and left. Hall of Gambling Sarko sat atop the palace, playing small games with the citizens of his realm. In front of Sarko, this abyss creature had already lost 30 games in a row. Looking at the abyss chess before him, Sarko sighed deeply. Boring, too boring. You've run out of chips. Leave. After saying this, the abyss creature was escorted away by Sarko's guards. Sarko is not bloodthirsty. These citizens he captured would at most gamble themselves into bankruptcy. But there would definitely be no danger to their lives. Even if they go into debt, it would only be a few thousand chips at most. Sarko hopes that the citizens in his realm enjoy their gambling, unlike those idiot abyss lords who only know how to fight and kill. It's really meaningless. After sending off the citizen, Sarko looked at his personal guard, Big Eyes, and asked, "Is my guest still having fun?" Big Eyes blinked slightly. Reporting to Lord, just received the latest intelligence. Among the 92 luxury casinos opened in the royal capital, 72 have already come under the ownership of your guest. Now, the chips in your guest's hands are conservatively estimated to be around 90 trillion, or even more. He has now returned to the palace, and it is your arranged butler number 3 who is serving him. Upon hearing this result, a slight movement appeared at the corner of Sarko's mouth. Truly worthy of being someone who can win against him. In just a little over 2 hours, he had won so many chips. Even for himself, that would probably be the speed he could achieve. In his own kingdom, he was guaranteed to win. Therefore, he did not intend to disrupt the order of this kingdom. A situation where a single being wins is rare in his realm. But this Lu Chen was simply too abnormal. However, it didn't matter. Those subjects merely lost, they weren't dead. If he could win over Lu Chen, it would be fine as a gift from Lu Chen to Lu Chen. By the way, how is the succubus arranged for him? This is a first-hand product, the freshest succubus, and I heard she is of royal blood among succubi. The purest royal lineage. I remember that demon merchant said that even the most ascetic practitioners of the human race cannot resist such temptation. Just the scent they emit, merely the touch of their skin, can cause practitioners to lose their composure. This demon merchant never exaggerates his goods. The effects have always been as he claims. Sarko's interest in Lu Chen was not just about winning, he also wanted to win him over. He wanted to pull him into the Abyss faction and make him his subordinate. Even if he didn't become a subordinate, Sarko planned to turn him into an ally. After all, losing luck does not mean losing all combat power. Even if he won a round against him and plundered his luck, Lu Chen wouldn't directly become weaker. His combat power would still be there. If he had one more ally, his position in the Abyss would become even more stable. Speaking of winning over, he must first let Lu Chen experience the pleasures of the Abyss. For that, he needed to provide proper hospitality. Report, my lord. Your friend merely took a tour around the prison where the succubi are held. After a mere cold snort, he left. Upon hearing this report, Sarko was slightly taken aback. This human powerhouse has such strong self-control? Sarko had traded with the demon merchant many times. His goods were indeed top-notch in quality. He had great trust in the quality of these succubi. Even though his Abyss race lacked certain organs and reproduced differently from humans, he still felt a surge of desire upon seeing these succubi. This was the innate allure of such beings. However, Sarko couldn't do anything about it. He merely glanced at them. Then, he sought out a tentacled creature to vent his frustrations. After all, they were indeed unusable. It was like how, even if a person felt something for a snake, they rarely would actually use a snake. The concept of generating XP and direct usage is different. Those who truly use them directly are extremely rare and belong to a different kind of perversion, which Sarko clearly did not belong to. He set these succubi aside in a small room, intending to use them in the future to entertain some Abyss races that could utilize succubi. And now, upon hearing that Lu Chen could enjoy these succubi, he merely took a glance and left. For a moment, he felt a sense of respect for Lu Chen in his heart. What a resolute will. What immense self-control. If he were in the shoes of the human race, it seems I might have to stay in that room for a good 7 or 8 hours to vent the desires within me. Yet, Lu Chen merely took a glance and managed to hold back? No wonder such a person can become a strong one. Just this temperament alone is not something an ordinary being can compare to. As for his shortcomings in that regard, Sarko didn't even consider that angle. How could a being of this caliber possibly be lacking? He is already a demigod-level powerhouse. Could he really be lacking in that aspect? Lu Chen had no intention of allowing Sarko to find any leverage or flaws. After surveying his palace, Lu Chen assigned some tasks. He instructed his slaves to help him gather various materials and blueprints. In the Abyss, there are far too many things that humanity lacks. Lu Chen planned to scrape together a bit of what this kingdom had to offer. Not that he intended to dig 3 feet into the ground. At the very least, those black Abyss original grasses on the surface are materials for medicine. Shouldn't he pull them up first? Upon closer inspection, much of the abyssal soil is filthy black mud. This stuff seems to be quite useful as well. Many evil and polluted things require this as a raw material. Among the professionals, there are many who belong to dark professions. However, a profession is ultimately just a profession. It has little to do with whether a person is dark or not. Power itself is not frightening, what is frightening is its master. Even the brightest professions can have dark-hearted individuals. Conversely, even the darkest professions can have kind-hearted people. Lu Chen does not judge good and bad based on the attributes of materials and professions. Of course, collecting materials is not something Lu Chen needs to do personally. He does not need to toil. The only thing Lu Chen needs to do is to shut down one casino after another. A large number of abyssal creatures will become his slaves. Then he will have the slaves do the work for him. Such trivial matters. Does he really need to handle them himself? For instance, grocery stores, item shops, weapon shops, these small street shops. If he were to gamble at each one, he would be exhausted. If he had to pull weeds, dig soil, or uproot trees, would he be farming in the Abyss or just visiting? Such small tasks should naturally be handled by slaves. The only thing he needs to do is enter a casino and place his chips down. Betting over 90 trillion chips. Bankrupting one establishment after another. 2 hours passed again. Most of the industries in the entire royal capital had already become Lu Chen's property. Now, disregarding Sarko, Lu Chen was the true master of this royal capital. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's slaves were helping him convert other abyssal creatures into his slaves. The operation was quite simple. Just use enough chips to bet everything the opponent has. If the opponent loses, they go bankrupt and become his slave. If the opponent wins, so what? Winning just means doubling the capital. But in front of Lu Chen, winning and losing made no difference. Next time, betting everything again, he could still bankrupt them. In fact, winning a round in bankrupting a shop might not yield just one slave, but a whole group. Thus, under Lu Chen's nearly infinite chips, his assets multiplied like a fission reaction, 1 turning into 10, 10 into 100. In just a few hours, Lu Chen had taken control of the entire royal capital of Salco. At this very moment, the human emperor was still on his way to the northern border. There were still 11 hours until the human emperor arrived at the northern border. Shirley felt that her fate was quite unfortunate. She hadn't even met her master yet, and she was already given orders. After receiving the chips from Lu Chen, she began to look for someone to gamble against. Her historical win rate was frighteningly high, over 75%. Of course, this was the win rate against the residents here. If it were in a casino, playing those purely probabilistic games, it would still rely on luck. Winning game after game, Shirley felt utterly desperate. Watching her debts gradually decrease, but what was decreasing were just the small amounts behind countless zeros. Winning a game only allows me to pay back a few 100,000 chips. Shirley had just won a large store for Lu Chen. And this large store was only worth several 100,000 chips. The distance to the 40 trillion debt felt like an endless journey. Sigh. Shirley let out a long sigh. She already knew that repaying her debts was hopeless. Such things were happening throughout the entire royal capital. Slaves were working for themselves. At this moment, Lu Chen had already won every large casino in the royal capital. All that was left was to enjoy the fruits of his labor. At this time, Lu Chen was contemplating a pitch-black staff in his hand. He had finally obtained a staff that was 2,000 years old. Corrupted Black Source Staff Category, Weapon Staff Equipment Level, 55 Attributes, Spirit Value plus 2506 Quality, Silver Effect, Summon, Black Source. Fire allows your summon creatures to learn the skill, Black Source Fire Description, a staff born over 2,000 years ago, preserved to this day. Finally found it, this pollution must be quite ancient. This staff has been completely tainted by the Abyss. You can set this staff as Abyss Summoning Staff. Raw material. The Abyss Summoning Staff was the artifact Lu Chen most wanted to create before he forged the Heart of Resilience. Weapon Summoning Staff. Rank 94. Effect summons 10 powerful Abyss monsters, your current level plus 100. These Abyss monsters will possess all the characteristics of Abyss monsters and will completely obey your commands. Lu Chen transformed the Abyss Staff into an artifact embryo. Corrupted Black Source Staff, Artifact Embryo, Silver, plus 3, Max, Abyss Summoning Staff, Manufacturing Conditions. 300 portions of summoning dust. 50 portions of monster pet eggs. Abyss Black Soil. I have something better here. 15,000 city return scrolls. What a strange material requirement. These material requirements weren't particularly expensive. At most, they could only be considered strange. The only troublesome part was this staff tainted by the Abyss. Synthesize Artifact, Abyss Summoning Staff. Absorb Equipment. Rapid Summoning Staff, Platinum, Buzz. In the next moment, a completely dark staff was generated in Lu Chen's hand. Abyss Summoning Staff, Artifact, plus 5, Max, Quality, Platinum, Upgradable, Equipment Level, 60, follows User's Level, Spirit Value plus 204, 114 Normal Attack. Mode Change, summon a creature of the Abyss equivalent to your level. Rank, Heroic Abyss Creature, Summon Limit, 50 Normal Attack. Mode Change, when the number of summoned Abyss creatures reaches the limit, each normal attack can restore health equal to your spirit value to the summoned Abyss creatures and increase their next attack damage by 50%. Effect, summon 10 creatures, your current level plus 100 Abyssal Beasts of the Emperor rank, upper tier. These Abyssal Beasts will possess all characteristics of abyssal creatures and will fully obey your commands. You can choose to summon previously summoned abyss creatures or randomly summon new abyss creatures. Cooldown, 1 hour, duration, until death or actively cancelled. Effect 2. Summon Abyssal Frenzy, Ultimate, grants your summons the skill, Abyssal Frenzy. Effect 3. Summon Super Speed, Ultimate, grants all your summons an additional Super Speed buff. Effect 4. Empty. Effect 5, to be unlocked. Description, a summoning staff capable of calling forth extremely powerful abyss creatures. Emperor rank, upper tier. Lu Chen read this description. He slowly shook his head. No wonder. The Jinyue, the Tian Song Bao, can only rank 99. It clearly has such a powerful and perverse effect. Yet it can only rank 99. Now, after truly acquiring the Abyss Summoning Staff, Lu Chen was no longer surprised. The combat power of Emperor rank beasts is slightly weaker than that of world bosses of the same level. Emperor rank beasts require thousands of similarly leveled human job changers to successfully hunt them down. However, the loot dropped from killing them is not as plentiful as that from world bosses. World bosses still respawn in maps similar to dungeons, where death allows for revival, while these beasts often arise in the true wilderness, in extremely dangerous environments. In the wild, dying means truly dying. On one side, you can die and still revive, with even more generous rewards. On the other side, dying means death, and at the very least, you lose your guaranteed revival methods. The rewards are significantly less. It's easy to imagine how a normal person would choose. There are almost no teams willing to hunt Emperor rank beasts. And the areas where Emperor rank beasts are active are designated as forbidden zones by humans. Entry is prohibited. Although the combat power of Emperor rank is slightly inferior to that of world bosses, the combat power of Emperor rank, upper tier, has already surpassed that of world bosses by a margin. Lu Chen looked at the effect description of his staff. Now, he could summon 10 abyssal beasts of level 160 at the Emperor rank, upper tier. Moreover, the level of these summons also increases with his own level. By the time he reaches level 100, he would be able to summon 200 level Emperor rank, upper tier, abyssal beasts. Damn! What does this mean? Let me ask. Does the current human emperor have the ability to duel a world boss of the same level? And if he could summon 10 world bosses of level 200 at once, would there even be a fight? The Tian Song Bao, Jingyue. Ranking 99, as it should be. After Lu Chen obtained the Abyss Summoning Staff, his strength surged once again. His confidence also increased slightly. In the Abyss, he had gained some combat power. After equipping the staff, Lu Chen's mental value rose to over 400,000. His perception radius expanded to 1.2 million kilometers. Then, Lu Chen activated Rewind. Buzz. In the next moment, Lu Chen returned to North Abyss City. Upon arriving in North Abyss City, the black mist surrounding Lu Chen dissipated. His life gradually restored. Subsequently, Lu Chen walked straight to a storage box. Specialty store. Lu Chen scanned with his perception and confirmed that the person in front of him was the store owner. Boss, name your price for this store. Seeing Lu Chen suddenly appear, the owner was momentarily stunned. What did you say? Lu Chen repeated, I want to buy your store. Forget it. Lu Chen was too lazy to explain. Instead, he scanned the store with his perception. Then, he gently tapped his card against the payment terminal. You have transferred 2 billion gold coins. 2 billion, is this enough money? After saying that, Lu Chen walked into the store without looking back. The owner, however, stared at the prompt that popped up in front of him, his expression blank. What's going on? 2 billion? Although his store was large, the total value of all the goods in the store itself was probably only around 100 million. But soon, the store owner realized what he should do. Boss, everything in this store is yours now. I'm out of here. After saying that, he dashed away, fearing that Lu Chen would change his mind and ask for his money back. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to even glance at him. Once inside the store, Lu Chen's figure began to flicker slightly, moving at an extremely fast frequency. If anyone else saw Lu Chen, they would feel as if this person had a poor signal and was unable to load properly. But in reality, this was Lu Chen quickly activating Rewind. Whoosh! Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lu Chen repeatedly appeared in the Abyss and North Abyss City. This was a storage box specialty store. Storage boxes were those bulky boxes that couldn't be stored in a backpack. Of course, they had a massive capacity, often holding hundreds of thousands of items. They could contain a lot of things. Storage boxes stored filthy black mud X9 999, abyssal original grass X9 999, polluted black bark X9 999, polluted air X9 999. Lu Chen's materials from the abyss filled one box after another. Items like teleportation array blueprints, dark crystal blueprints, pollution crystals, corrupted water were also being transported in large quantities. The entire kingdom of Sarko felt like Lu Chen's home. Thanks to the enhancement of the 6 artifact attributes, Lu Chen had an 80% cooldown reduction. This cooldown reduction applied not only to the character's own skills but also to the skills of the equipment. The skills of the equipment also enjoyed an 80% cooldown reduction. This allowed Lu Chen's rewind cooldown time to drop from 0.1 seconds to 0.02 seconds. In simple terms, it was incredibly fast. He could blink 50 times in 1 second, turning into a timing device. Lu Chen returned to the Abyss, directly storing the materials in his backpack. Upon returning to North Abyss City, he packed all these materials into boxes. Back and forth, he filled a storage box in just a few seconds. The slaves of the entire royal capital, under Lu Chen's orders, moved all the supplies they had one into the warehouse designated by Lu Chen. Lu Chen only needed to jump back and forth repeatedly to transport these materials. Half an hour passed in no time. Lu Chen looked at the last storage box. This is also full. In this store, all the storage boxes had been filled by Lu Chen. This store had at least tens of thousands of storage boxes. Combined, the space capacity had reached billions of slots. That's about enough. Let's move this much for now.
After finishing all this, Luchin closed the store door. Then, with a rewind, he returned to the abyss once more.
At this moment,
under the diligent efforts of various powerful beings, the royal
capital had actually fallen into a large pit. These powerful beings, following Luchen's instructions, were digging fiercely.
They were uprooting grass, chopping down trees, and generally, not letting go of anything valuable.
The soil was like this.
Within the royal capital, everything of value had naturally been cleared out by Luchen. These were things he had earned through his own efforts.
According to the rules of this kingdom, what
was won was his own. There was no problem with that. Subsequently, Luchen arrived at the palace of Sako. After moving most of the supplies, it was time to address his job change.
This was the first time he had actively sought out Sako since arriving in this kingdom. Luchen pondered how he could persuade Sako to join forces to eliminate the other abyssal lords.
However, with the ability to reverse time, there were plenty of opportunities
to try.
Just as Luchen arrived in front of Sako's palace, he scanned with his perception and discovered that Sako was not inside the palace.
Abyssal Pillar Court, Sako stepped out from the teleportation array. Teleportation arrays had become quite common in the abyss.
He had suddenly received a summons from the abyssal sovereign to attend the pillar meeting. Therefore, he had left the kingdom.
Now
that the meeting was over, he should be returning.
Attacking the surface? Next time, it will be a vote. Thinking of this, Sako couldn't help but think of Hong Luo in his kingdom.
He wondered what the situation of
the human race was really like. If what Hong Luo said was true, then attacking the surface would be too dangerous. Now, counting me, there are a total of 11 abyssal lords. Only 4 others are taking a wait-and-see approach, besides me. The rest are all for expedition. In the next vote, the most optimistic count would be 5:6. Moreover, there are not only humans on the surface, but also the existence of demons. Thinking of that mysterious demon merchant, Sako felt quite apprehensive.
He did not know the current strength of the abyss on the surface.
But if the human race was indeed that powerful, then it was truly concerning. Every time abyssal beings left the abyss, they faced many hardships.
2,000 years ago, the abyss had no wisdom. Only the monsters within the abyss crawled outward. It took over 100 years for beings with independent will to gradually
emerge from the abyss.
At the same time, these beings were inherently endowed with special professions. As time passed, the abyss gradually prospered. The number of beings born also increased sharply.
Simultaneously, strong beings began to appear.
The beings also developed the idea of exploring the outside world.
However, due to the special rules within the abyss, once they left, they would become extremely weak. Therefore, they could not leave easily. After the first millennium, this restriction gradually weakened until it disappeared.
The beings of the abyss finally burst out of the abyss. They intended to explore the outside world.
The abyssal sovereign was the first to charge out. However, as soon as they went out, bursting into the high sky,
they encountered a massive sphere falling down.
And coincidentally, their abyssal sovereign was struck by this star. This scene was witnessed firsthand by the abyss lords.
They only heard the final command of the abyss ruler.
Quick, run! Then, countless tentacles spread out across the planet, dragging their master into the depths. This sight terrified
the various abyss creatures, who immediately turned back to the abyss, too afraid to emerge.
And in the second millennium, the abyss's restrictions weakened once more, until they vanished. The abyss creatures set sail again, waging war on the surface.
But this time, as soon as they emerged, they encountered an enormous being that reached the heavens and the earth. Divine monster upon their first encounter, who knows what happened?
This divine monster, sensing their presence, actually chased them back into the abyss. They couldn't even escape.
In the end, the abyss creatures paid a heavy price to deal with this divine monster.
And finally, another millennium has arrived.
In this millennium, the abyss's restrictions were lifted again, and they finally had the chance to leave the abyss once more.
But, due to the events of the previous millennia, they were completely unaware of the specific circumstances of the outside world.
After Sarko returned to his kingdom, he looked at his sunken capital.
The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. How long had he been gone? Had they dug a huge pit in his capital? My lord, your friend is waiting for you. Sarko sighed lightly, then snapped his fingers. Boom, 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 the earth gradually sprouted new black soil. To the abyss, this soil was just ordinary dirt. It could easily be restored. As for the emptied capital, Sarko could only sigh slightly.
Inviting Hangluo to his kingdom, he truly didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse.
Then, with a thought, Sarko used his teleportation ability to return directly to his palace. Before Luchin could speak, Sarko conveyed a thought to him. Brother Hangluo. Is it true what you said before, that there are beings among humans stronger than you? Hearing Sarko's sudden question, Lu Chen replied casually. Little brother Salir, do you not believe me? On the surface, there are plenty of beings stronger than me, at higher levels than I am. Just among humans, there are at least hundreds of millions of beings who are 4 or 5 levels above me, and at least a few thousand who are over 100 levels above me. If you don't believe me, we can make a bet. Let's bet that within these 10 minutes, everything I say is the truth. For you, knowing this information should be enough, right? What do you think? Sarko stared at Lu Chen. After hearing Lu Chen say this, his expression became extremely serious. Over 100 levels higher than Hangluo? Hangluo's current strength was at least level 250, if not higher. But among humans, there were beings over 100 levels higher than him? At least 1,000 had reached level 350. Hundreds of millions exceeded level 290? And this was just the minimum. If Lu Chen's level was higher than 250, then that number would increase even more. What a joke! This was simply terrifying. In their abyss, the number of beings at level 250 was only about 20. Among them, there were only 11 Abyss Lord-level beings. And among humans, there were directly hundreds of millions. The strength of humans was so frightening. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Sarko took a deep breath and slowly nodded. Alright, let's make that bet. Sarko didn't ask for a larger scope for the bet. After all, as Lu Chen said, knowing this information is enough. After all, he can't expect the other party to guarantee that every word they say is true. Even he is full of schemes. Let alone asking others. As long as this information is true, it is already enough to demonstrate the strength of the human race. What he wants to verify is whether the human race is truly powerful. Lu Chen lying elsewhere is of no concern to him. Brother Hangluo, my real name is Sarko, and I apologize for not telling you my true name earlier. I hope you can understand my caution. I also hope that in the future, I can be honest with Brother Hangluo. Lu Chen smiled. It's fine, I also use a pseudonym. But you can still call me Hangluo. Names are just code names. Sarko nodded slowly, indicating acceptance. Then, he returned to the previous topic. Then, let's go with what Brother Hangluo said. I bet that within these 10 minutes, there are lies in what Brother Hangluo has said. The stake will be 1 chip. After this bet, if Brother Hangluo wins, I have a request. Of course, I will also provide Brother Hangluo with satisfactory rewards. Betting contract generated. You have lost in this betting contract after the contract was generated. A prompt immediately popped up indicating the outcome of the bet. The result still ended with his failure. Upon receiving this prompt, Sarko's heart became very clear. There is only one explanation. What Lu Chen said is true. The human race really has over 100 million powerful beings. Sarko swallowed hard. Almost instinctively, he blurted out. Hangluo. Brother. You are so powerful, what level are you at? As soon as Sarko asked this question, he knew he had asked a foolish question. In response to Sarko's question, Lu Chen merely sneered lightly. Do you think I need to tell you? Sarko chuckled awkwardly and shook his head. He didn't even realize that, unconsciously, his attitude in front of Lu Chen had lowered significantly. He was no longer as arrogant as when they first met. Sarko rubbed his hands together and then shifted the topic. Brother Hangluo, you must have a great demand for resources from the abyss, right? After returning, Sarko saw that his capital city had been dug to the ground and almost emptied. He probably already judged Lu Chen's needs. Lu Chen should really need resources from the abyss. Since that's the case, it would be easy to talk. Sarko continued, the things our Lord has put out. Ultimately, they can't be considered treasures. Most of what those subjects can obtain isn't really good stuff. The real treasures are hidden in the Lord's treasury. The Lord himself is reluctant to show them to others, let alone let those inferior subjects take them. But, if we can take down an abyss lord, wouldn't these hidden treasures belong to us? Sarko's thoughts were already very clear. Attack the surface? What nonsense! The human race is so strong, aren't they just going to their deaths? They shouldn't end up like the last millennium, being chased directly into the abyss by powerful beings. If the human race can send down one Hangluo, they can naturally send down countless beings even stronger than Hangluo. Right now, the human race might see them as ants. Indifferent. Just like a person passing by an ant nest, they might not even think of stepping on it. But if they provoke the human race and are chased into the abyss, that would be dangerous. In the last millennium, Sarko was almost killed by divine monsters. He certainly doesn't want that scene to repeat. Last time, he barely survived by luck. But who can guarantee that he will be so lucky this time? It's not that Sarko is overly concerned about the abyss. Nor is it that he cares so much about the survival of the Abyss race. He simply didn't want to die. It didn't matter if other Abyss creatures perished. But these fools, wanting to go to their deaths and dragging him along. He certainly didn't want to share in that misfortune. As for unity? Impossible. In the Abyss, there were only interests, no unity. So, at this moment, Sarko thought of a solution. Assassinate that expedition faction. As long as the lord supporting the exit from the Abyss was dead, it would be a victory for their conservatives. If no one went out of the Abyss, then everyone would be safe. Of course. Sarko had his own ulterior motives. Among the Abyss lords, they all wanted to eliminate each other. The reason was simple, they wanted to seize resources. In the Abyss, the one with the strongest fist had the resources, all resources were taken by force. But under normal circumstances, killing an Abyss lord was not easy. However, now, with Hangluo, this human powerhouse helping, everything seemed feasible. Lu Chen became interested when he heard Sarko say this. Who are we killing? Are we going to kill? Lu Chen looked at Sarko. Sarko felt a chill run down his spine. Ahem, brother. Hangluo, of course, not me. We're brothers, right? You're my big brother, and I still want to take you to meet the demon merchant, don't I? If you kill me, how can you meet the demon merchant? Besides, I'm the one most familiar with the Abyss. Without me, you wouldn't be able to operate well in the Abyss, would you? Sarko felt Lu Chen's gaze and instantly became anxious, fearing that Lu Chen would expose him first. Lu Chen listened to what Sarko said, but he was unhurried, slowly nodding. Seeing this, Sarko continued, Brother Hangluo, the Abyss lords are in their own territories, and their combat power will greatly increase. Generally speaking, Abyss lords wouldn't venture into other Abyss lords' territories. After all, once in their territory, a lord's combat power would significantly rise. At that moment, the odds were grim. It was precisely because Lu Chen showed no fear that he dared to enter Sarko's territory. That's why Sarko held Lu Chen in such high regard. However, with your strength as my brother, if we join forces, it might not be impossible to fight in someone else's territory. As soon as the other party proposed this idea, Lu Chen rejected it. Forget it. I don't like my fighting methods being seen. In this battle, I will only provide you with favorable combat conditions. You should have a space exchange scroll, right? I can pull the Abyss Lord over. The rest, you handle. Lu Chen said this because, at present, his combat power indeed couldn't match that of a level 250 powerhouse. If they were to fight together, especially in someone else's territory, wouldn't that expose everything? Sarko was slightly shocked when he heard Lu Chen say this. How did Lu Chen know he had a space exchange scroll? But he had no idea that Lu Chen's insight crown not only perceived his level and personality but even his backpack. Lu Chen was fully aware of what was in Sarko's backpack. And this, space exchange scroll, was the first thing Lu Chen wanted after discovering what was in his backpack. Now he finally found the opportunity to speak up. Sarko calmed his shocked feelings and pretended to have anticipated this. This proposal is good. As long as you can pull the opponent into my territory, I have a 70% chance of killing them. As for Lu Chen not wanting others to see him make a move, Sarko could understand. Some beings had abilities that could easily be countered, so they would try to avoid letting others see their methods. Once it's done, the resources in his territory will be split half and half between us. Of course, Lu Chen hadn't expected that the request to kill other Abyss Lords would be proposed by the other party first. However, regardless of the reasons, being able to complete the third transfer task and also receive resources, why not take advantage of it? Moreover, this saved him the trouble of making demands. After reaching an agreement, Sarko handed over the space exchange scroll from his backpack to Lu Chen. Space exchange scroll effect, choose a target, then swap positions with them, can be used on targets up to level 250 and below. This scroll is quite powerful. For an ordinary person, this scroll is just a regular teleportation scroll. But for Lu Chen, it could be considered a divine skill. Even if others used the scroll, it would be difficult to pull their target too far away. But Lu Chen was different. He could use the scroll to pull a target from one end of the world to the other. Even if he discovered a certain death trap, he could leave a return mark and then use the scroll to drag the target directly into the deadly situation, using the environment to kill. Well, of course, this is under the premise that the target does not resist. Just as there are means of spatial transfer, there are also means to defend against spatial transfer. For example, the effect of prohibiting teleportation can stop the space exchange scroll from functioning. Or those gigantic world boss level creatures also possess characteristics that cannot be controlled or transferred. But overall, this ability is more beneficial than flawed. There's a saying, having it is better than not having it at all. More importantly, if he possessed this ability, Lu Chen could easily transfer others. Isn't the human emperor still on his way? With this scroll, wouldn't he be able to arrive in an instant? Lu Chen looked at the scroll, growing fonder of it. He then said, "By the way, I also want a copy of the blueprint for this scroll." Sarko's mouth twitched. He had paid a considerable price to obtain the blueprint for this scroll. Now, Lu Chen wanted it with just a single sentence. Damn it! He held back. Sarko gritted his teeth and handed over a copy of the Space Exchange Scroll manufacturing plan to Lu Chen. After receiving the manufacturing plan, a smile spread across Lu Chen's face as he stored the manufacturing plan in his backpack. He then patted Sarko's calf. After all, Sarko was a large creature standing 5 meters tall. "It's fine, good brother. We're all brothers, how could I let you suffer? After we take down that Abyss Lord, the treasure will be 4 for you and 6 for me. Isn't that a good deal? What's the big deal about a small manufacturing plan? Besides, you've learned this manufacturing plan anyway." However, upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Sarko frowned slightly. Wasn't it supposed to be a 55-45 split? How did it turn into 46 for him and 4 for himself? Brother Hengluo, didn't we agree on a 55-45 split? This isn't what we agreed on. When Lu Chen heard Sarko's question, he just smiled. Then, how about we gamble around? If you win, it's 37 for you and 7 for me. But if you lose, it's 7 for me and 3 for you. Sarko pondered for a moment after hearing Lu Chen's proposal. Alright, let's have a round. After one round, Sarko simply couldn't understand how Lu Chen had won again. If he had known, he would have just agreed to the 46-54 split. Now it had turned into 37. Damn! This human is too cunning. Cunning beyond what he had imagined. But, in this round, my winning rate should be as high as 90%. The apparent winning rate is already at 90%, and on top of that, being in my own realm grants me various additional betting buffs. Logically speaking, this 90% winning rate could even be said to be 900% without exaggeration. But why am I still losing? Sarko couldn't figure it out. However, as an abyss creature, if given another chance, he would probably still bet with Lu Chen. Because that's just his nature. Give him 100 chances to choose again, and he would still choose to gamble. Even if he lost all 100 times. On the 101st time, he would still choose to gamble. This is his nature. Bet whenever there's a gamble. After deciding how to distribute the benefits, Lu Chen began to take action. Unlike the previous leisurely pace, this time, Lu Chen could directly use Sarko's teleportation array. Otherwise, the distances between the realms of the Abyss Lords were frighteningly vast. If he relied on flying, he might age before even reaching his destination. Just how large and deep the abyss is, even these abyss creatures themselves do not know. Sarko's teleportation array was located beneath a massive painted statue. This statue depicted a female figure, with golden long hair, holding a coin. She was adorned with luxurious jewels, and the pendant was shaped like a 4-leaf clover. The expression on the statue revealed a delight in manipulating the world. When Lu Chen saw this statue, the content he had learned from textbooks flashed in his mind. One of the 7 true gods. Yakatikto, the god of luck and wealth. The representative color is gold. The divine number is 13. Lu Chen's perception swept around the statue, then glanced at Sarko. Before entering Sarko's palace, Lu Chen truly did not expect that the abyss creature Sarko would actually worship the 7 true gods. However, as a gambler, it seemed there was indeed no problem in believing in Yakatikto, the god of luck and wealth. At this moment, Lu Chen stood on the teleportation array, while Sarko appeared somewhat worried. Brother Hengluo, is it really okay? Looking at Hengluo's plan, it seemed he intended to go alone into another's realm. In front of the Abyss Lord, he would use the Space Exchange Scroll to swap that Abyss Lord over. Of course, before that, Hengluo would have to return to his own realm the moment he used the scroll. No matter how you look at it, this was a bit too absurd. If it weren't for the fact that Hengluo was right in front of him, and he had personally witnessed Hengluo's spatial abilities, he would never believe that someone could accomplish such a feat. You haven't said who we are targeting. Sig, I guess. If it's in my realm, I can restrain him better. Immediately, Sarko shared the route to Sig's realm with Lu Chen through a thought. Brother Hengluo, are you sure there's no problem? The response he received was a casual reply from Lu Chen. No problem, it will be fine in a moment. After saying this, Lu Chen's figure instantly disappeared from the teleportation array. It will be fine in a moment, sounds so easy. Boom. Before Sarko could finish his complaint, he felt a brutal aura spreading within his realm. This was the aura of slaughter and destruction. The presence of the Abyss Lord. Sig had already appeared in his realm. The Lord of the Slaughter Realm, Sig. And the moment Sarko sensed this presence, he was stunned. What's going on? Luchin just left, right? How could the Abyss Lord have already been teleported over? The time between was less than a second. Right? Damn. You said it would be fine in a moment. Do you consider an instant to be a moment? A single chapter answering some questions. I see many reader friends mentioning the issue of numerical inflation. Since so many have brought it up, I might as well explain. I started in the industry writing online game genres and have been doing so for 3 years. I've been in a state of serious research while writing for 3 years. Numerical inflation is generally an unavoidable issue in online game-type novels. As the plot progresses, the characters' attributes will definitely continue to improve. After all, the protagonist's strength can't just keep increasing with the plot while their damage decreases, right? When something only increases and never decreases, it will inevitably cause a phenomenon of inflation. This is absolutely unavoidable. Unless you want to see me suppress the protagonist, to see me weaken them. But I doubt anyone would want to see that. However, this issue isn't really a big problem. Numbers, after all, have no upper limit. No matter how large I write, it can't surpass 3. But seriously, I really want to write an online game novel using large numbers. I feel it would be very interesting. However, probably due to audience limitations, not many would read it. I'll talk about it after I earn enough money. Novels of this type generally focus on numerical values in the early stages, with the protagonist growing. At this time, the numerical representation is the most important. So in the early stages, various skills and equipment will appear in abundance. The mid-stage focuses more on the plot, with attribute improvements becoming secondary. Thus, it's visibly apparent that the descriptions of various equipment have decreased by now. At the same time, the experiences the protagonist goes through and the people they meet gradually form a network, along with various mechanism-type dungeons, special boss fights, and large-scale battles. These are the main elements of the mid-stage. I believe the most captivating aspect of online games is those unique, challenging boss fights, and those massive battles that require many people to work together to clear. Of course, there are also the players. However, this isn't purely an online game narrative, the characters aren't just players. This book is already planned to be written as a long piece. Currently, the layout is around 400,000 words. The plan at Tomato is to write according to the pattern of 3 short stories of 300,000 words, 1 medium-length story of 500,000 words, and 1 long story of over 1,000,000 words. For the next book, I plan to pick up the old one and write it first, then move on to new ones. Back to the topic of the plot. In my view, the plot and numbers don't have a very necessary relationship. 100 level damage against 100 level monsters. 1000 level damage against 1000 level monsters. People do what they are capable of. I never suppress or limit the protagonist because the world is vast. The strong compete with the strong. What should be one-shot killed, gets one-shot killed. Not weakened. To fight on equal terms with the weak. That would be very devaluing. If I must say, now it's almost 250,000 words, and the protagonist is only level 60. After the third transfer, they will only reach level 100. There's no need to worry that a level 100 can defeat a true god. Let alone level 100, even level 200 wouldn't be able to. Moreover, the true god's level is very high, and the quality of their divine artifact is certainly not platinum or diamond quality. If you really say that the true god's artifact is only diamond quality, then I can only say that this true god is too devalued. In my view, an existence corresponding to its name must have a corresponding status. A true god is a true god, it's not something that can be casually provoked. Nor is it something that can be defeated with a few low-ranking platinum artifacts. My writing style is to look upwards. There are also abysses, stars, divine monsters, and true gods. So many strong beings. I only look higher and do not suppress the protagonist. Many people are still asking about the Dragon Clan. In my conception, after the end of the King's Embrace volume, shortly after the start of the second volume, we should be able to see answers regarding this aspect. I won't spoil too much. Readers can also take a guess at the name of the second volume. However, it's probably hard to guess, there have been some hints, but not many. This chapter ends here, and I'll add another one as well. When the King's Embrace volume concludes, there should be a summary chapter. Whoosh! In an instant, Sarko appeared near Sig. Sig saw Sarko. His pupils constricted. He had just been in the palace. How did he suddenly appear in Sarko's realm? There was no warning at all. He didn't have time to react. Sarko! What have you done? Facing Sig's roar, Sarko revealed a cold smile but said nothing. Sarko's body transformed into countless phantoms, surrounding Sig. Clone Trick forced bet in an instant. A betting contract was formed between Sarko and Sig. Come guess, which one is the real me? If you guess wrong, you will lose all your mana. If you guess right, you can restore 100% of your mana. You only have 4 seconds. Sarko's voice was laced with mockery, madness, and derision. While laughing, countless phantoms of Sarko conjured a dagger out of thin air. They all rushed towards Sig 4, 3, 2. At this moment, Lu Chen had also returned to Sarko's realm. He was invisibly observing the battle from mid-air. Seeing Sarko's fighting style, Lu Chen's lips twitched slightly. Truly shameless. Others came with full mana. But if they guessed wrong, they would be left with 0 mana. Guessing right would restore 100% mana, but there was no benefit at all. This ability is indeed a dog. Get lost. Boom! The abyssal flame erupted. In an instant, it scattered a large number of phantoms. But soon a voice came. What a pity, you guessed wrong. Bang! There was a sound of shattering glass. Sig's mana bar was instantly empty. This is Sarko's ability. Forced bet battle stakes, lose 50% mana / unable to move for 30 seconds per reduce all resistances and armor by 50% per choose to decrease strength, agility, or spirit by 30% per unable. To restore health for 60 seconds per casting has a 40% chance of failure in your own realm. The stakes effect is doubled in battle. He can force the opponent to engage in a bet. And the stakes are naturally chosen by Sarko himself. This time, Sarko directly deprived Sig of 50% of his mana. However, because it was in his own realm, it directly drained 100% of the mana. This is also the terrifying aspect of the Abyss Lord within his own realm. Sig instantly lost all his mana. He lost the ability to cast spells in an instant. It wasn't that Sig hadn't heard of Sarko's ability. But the problem was, he was facing Sarko, and it was in Sarko's realm. Want to win the bet? It was simply a dream. This mana he had locked in. Is this the battle between the strong? This was Lu Chen's first time witnessing a battle between powerful beings. However, Lu Chen was not just watching. He pulled out the abyss summoning staff and then raised it high. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Darkness surged around Lu Chen. One by one, abyssal creatures were summoned forth. Abyss Summon, Black Abyss Reaper, rank, Emperor, upper, Abyss Summon. Black Abyss Entangler, rank, Emperor, upper, Abyss Summon. Black Abyss Corruption Mud, rank, Emperor, upper, Abyss Summon. Black Abyss Slayer, rank, Emperor, upper, Abyss Summon. Black Abyss Guardian, rank, Emperor, upper. In an instant, Lu Chen summoned 10 level 160 Emperor rank monsters. Black Abyss Entangler health 360 billion, 36 billion, skills, Black Abyss Tendril Entangle, group imprisonment, life pollution, mana drain. Black Abyss Slayer health 500 billion. Black Abyss Guardian health 160 billion. These creatures were of world boss level strength. Their health varied. However, those with lower health often had more outrageous abilities. Bang! Minus 5 billion Hig. Was, after all, an Abyss Lord. Without mana, he could still retaliate using his other enhancements. Hig clawed out. A deep black flame ignited in the space. When Sarko touched this deep black flame, he instantly lost 5 billion health. And he only had 75 billion health. Plus 2 billion however, just as his health dropped. The abyssal creature shrouded in black mist healed Sarko. Black Abyss Guardian at the same time, 2 buffs were applied. Quick action defense barrier. A layer of shield enveloped Sarko. Simultaneously, his speed increased significantly. 10. Emperor rank monsters? Sarko sensed and instantly realized what was happening. He then looked towards a spot in the sky. Lu Chen, as his teammate, was standing high above in the air. Whoosh! In the next moment, Sarko immediately charged out. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Bang! Minus 11.3 billion, minus 21.1 billion, minus 11.1 billion, minus 12.1 billion as series of attacks landed. Higgs health was gradually declining. While attacking, Sarko transmitted his thoughts to Lu Chen. Brother Hangluo, your speed is truly incredible. In just a brief moment, he could complete a round trip. This spatial ability. It was really fast. Yet Lu Chen did not respond. In his hand, he held the Heavenly Grove Bow. Elith had now completed the challenge dungeon. This year's Elven Challenge Dungeon only required defeating the boss. With the Heavenly Grove Bow, Elith quickly cleared the dungeon. At this moment, the longbow in Lu Chen's hand shone brightly. Star. Gathering, continuously shoot, but cannot release arrows. During this continuous shooting time, all arrows that can be fired will accumulate damage, and the final damage will be released as a single arrow dot. The damage was continuously accumulating. Hig health, 248.33 billion / 255 billion mana, 123.8 billion / 220 billion class. Magic Warrior, S, Skills, Corrosive Flame Addition, Berserk Sweep, Second Order Mana Release, Third Order Mana Release, Fury Shield, Rapid Health Recovery, Multi-Stage Damage Reduction. Sako is a class similar to a magic assassin. The characteristic of the Dark Contractor lies in the various skills linked to probabilities, enhancing strength significantly after placing a betting buff on the opponent. However, the downside is an extremely low health pool. On the other hand, Hig is a warrior-type class, already considered a semi-tank class. His health is exceptionally high. In this world, the health difference between tank and magic assassin classes can be hundreds of times, which is not an exaggeration. After all, tank classes have almost all skills and equipment that increase constitution and health. Magic assassin classes, on the other hand, have almost all skills and equipment that boost spirit or agility. With such a vast difference, it's not surprising. It's like if Liu Chen were to change all his equipment to attributes other than constitution. In reality, Liu Chen's constitution value would only be a little over 100. But if he switched everything to increase constitution, then Liu Chen's constitution value could surpass 1,000,000. These two build methods create a property gap of tens of thousands of times. Not to mention, some skills and class specializations can also enhance health limits. However, Hig is ultimately a magic warrior, and among warrior-type classes, he shouldn't be considered very tanky. So, compared to Sako, his health isn't that exaggerated. But still, there's a gap of over 30 times. Sako's phantom flickered around Hig. Hig drank bottle after bottle of mana potions, barely managing to resist Sako. He couldn't unleash any high mana cost skills. Sako, stop cowering in the shadows. Put. However, just as he finished speaking, Dark Energy Strike Backstab Sako struck him from behind. Minus 31.7 billion F***CKU. Coward, useless. In Sako's realm, he could move freely. Hig's speed couldn't catch Sako at all. After all, Sako is the Abyss Lord specializing in spirit and agility. Minus 10.2 billion, minus 21.2 billion. No matter how Hig insulted him, Sako continued to attack relentlessly. Hig's health was plummeting rapidly. After a few attacks, boom. The ground suddenly cracked open. Countless dark lava erupted. Boom, 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 boom. Seeing this, Sako immediately dodged to a distance. He didn't take that hit. After all, he is a squishy character, easily killed with just a couple of hits. However, trying to hit him is quite difficult. Sako has plenty of means to ignore various attacks. After this explosive strike, Hig wanted to escape. However, the place Liu Chen teleported him to was the farthest from the exit. Moreover, at this moment, Liu Chen's Abyss Entangler had already extended countless tentacles, wrapping around his legs. Entangled state, you cannot move. Damn. What are these things? Hig was entangled, losing his ability to move in an instant. At the same time, the Black Abyss Slayer and Black Abyss Reaper, one wielding a giant sword and the other a scythe, began to advance and deal damage. Minus 17.02 million, minus 15.29 million, minus 19.29 million, minus 18.28 million. However, their damage was ultimately still a bit too low. The greatest characteristic of the Imperial tier monsters is their thick blood. Their skills are powerful. However, their damage indeed cannot compare to that of a level 250 Sarko. But, this damage is more than enough to take out a level 160 human of the same rank. A level 160 class changer would be dead in an instant from this hit. One strike can deal over 10 million damage. For Sig, this damage is merely a tickle. But the control is sufficient for Sig. The Abyss Entangler summoned by Liu Chen tightly ensnared Sig while continuously draining his magical power, making Sig's already limited mana even more dismal. Even when he managed to recover a bit, it was immediately siphoned away. More importantly, there wasn't just one Abyss Entangler. There were 3 in total. They took turns applying their entanglement, enough to make Sig feel utterly nauseated. Damn! Sig was truly disgusted to the point of vomiting. However, he still hadn't broken free from the entanglement below when Sarko charged in. Decapitating strike, Sarko instantly appeared above him, brandishing a black dagger, and suddenly thrust it down. Sig was just about to defend himself when he realized he didn't have enough mana to activate Resistance Barrier. Minus 202.1 million. Decapitating strike is Sarko's 4th tier skill. It deals triple damage to the head. With one blow, it directly reduced Sig's health by nearly 1/10. Sig had a lot of health. But what good is having a lot of health? Having more health only means he can take more hits. He couldn't even touch a hair on Sarko. If this continued, he would truly be finished. No way. I have to escape quickly. Sig felt the danger to his life. At the same time, he was desperately trying to recover health and mana. Unfortunately, his mana had all been drained by Liu Chen, leaving only his health. Sig frantically attacked the tentacles beneath him. After a hard-fought struggle, he finally broke free from the entanglement. But after moving a few hundred kilometers with great difficulty, the entanglement caught up with him again. Damn! A distance of a few hundred kilometers? Forget about escaping this kingdom, he couldn't even run out of a single street in the royal capital. Sarko! If you kill me. Slap, abyss corruption mud, stuck to him. Minus 200 million, minus 200 million, minus 200 million. Originally, Sig was gradually recovering health. But once this, abyss corruption mud, attached itself, his recovery effect instantly turned into a damage effect. Damn! Realizing the situation, he immediately stopped his recovery. Sarko remained silent in the face of Sig's threat. 5 minutes passed. Now, Sig's health had already been reduced by half. Originally, Sarko had a 70% chance of killing him, with the remaining 30% being Sig's chance to escape. But with Han Luo's help and the presence of the Abyss Entanglers, that chance turned into 100%. Guaranteed kill. Ding ding ding. Ding ding. Minus 1.02 billion, minus 1.06 billion, minus 110 million, minus 210 million, minus 2.17 billion. Sarko unleashed his skills. Various attacks continuously struck Sig. Sig's health plummeted rapidly. Suddenly, he received a thought from Lu Chen. Bring out his life-saving skill. Use your strongest strike. Sarko hesitated slightly. But soon, he did as Lu Chen instructed. After all, this thing was already a corpse. It didn't matter whether he used it early or late. Sarko's body instantly turned pure black. The dagger in his hand transformed into an extremely long sharp blade. Lucky Death Strike, effect, shadow form, cannot be obstructed by obstacles, immune to all physical and elemental damage, enhances the next attack, dealing 6699x agility damage, can crit. Cooldown, 60 minutes, crit dice, your crit multiplier will randomly be between 1 and 6. At the same time, Sarko activated the skill. Combat luck, the random variable of your combat is directly set to maximum. Ding! The combat style of Sarko itself has a certain randomness. It randomly inflicts strong or weak effects. And now, all of Sarko's skills and bonuses are maxed out. This directly made Sig feel the crisis of death. Ignore resistance roar. Sig howled at the sky, unleashing his life-saving skill. Bang! A flash of black light. Sarko's strike instantly pierced through Sig. But ignore resistance completely negated this blow. Ignore resistance effect ignores one instance of damage below god level, regardless of how high this damage is. Cooldown, 20 minutes, mana cost, none. Just as Sig took a breath, suddenly, all he saw was white light. Star Gathering, Super. Star Flash. The Amatsu bow in Lu Chen's hands had completed its charge. The light of Star Gathering erupted in an instant. It had charged for a full 5 minutes. Just for this moment. At the last moment, Sig desperately activated all defensive measures to resist. Boom! However, the flash of destruction mercilessly engulfed him. Minus 21,922 billion. World Channel. It has been over 9 hours since Lu Chen vanished without a trace. Ever since Lu Chen left a ghostly legend in St. Lian City, he disappeared. There are rumors that the human emperor appeared in St. Lian City and took Lu Chen away. The human emperor must have taken Lu Chen to the northern region to assume his title, right? From St. Lian City to the northern region, if you take an airship, it would probably take over a week to arrive. I wonder how fast the human emperor really is. However, if you want to go to the northern region, it does take some time. Ha! Lu God, you finally settled down. The territory of the human race is extremely vast. If one were to walk, an ordinary person would find it difficult to reach the northern region in a lifetime. The distance is simply too far. Such cross-border movement often requires taking a magic light airship. This airship, after activating Mode 3 for acceleration, can reach a speed of 3,000 kilometers per second. But even so, from St. Lian City, it would still take more than 9 days to reach the northern region. Actually, I was fortunate enough to see the human emperor riding the star dragon beast soaring through the sky. My profession is a scholar, and I calculated the speed of the star dragon beast at that time. At the speed of the star dragon beast, it would take at least 18 hours to reach the northern region from St. Lian City. If Lu God goes to the northern region, does that mean the world boss is in danger? Sigh, let's forget it. The level 60 area takes at least a day's journey. The world boss has probably been snatched away long ago. In any case, before Lu God reaches the northern region, don't expect any trouble. So that's how it is. No wonder we can't see any announcements from Lu God anymore. If Lu God wasn't on the road, who knows, he might have given us a few world announcements. This is the impression Lu Chen left in people's hearts. Not causing trouble, just on the way to cause trouble. Sigh, with Lu God not causing trouble, I kind of miss him. I wonder what Lu God will do after reaching the northern region. By the time Lu God reaches the northern region, the world boss will probably have been killed off. If he wants to cause trouble, it seems he can only explore the abyss. I think, if it's Lu God, he could explore at least down to a depth of 20 kilometers in the abyss. You really underestimate Lord Lu. If it were Lord Lu, he could at least take down a deep abyss boss, right? Like that 60 level abyss imperial beast. 60 level? Wrong. 100 level. At least 100 level is what our Lord Lu can handle. Although Lu Chen had been silent for more than 9 hours, discussions about him had not ceased. After all, he was truly a living legend. I say, Lord Lu can at least explore 150 kilometers into the abyss. Dude, 150 kilometers? Do you even understand what that means? That's a distance that even 200-level powerhouses fear. The terror of the abyss lies in its pollution, not in those monsters. No matter how strong Lord Lu is, he can't purify the pollution, right? Just as the discussion was heating up, suddenly, a world announcement popped up in front of everyone. Human race announcement. Human race Lu Chen has killed, Abyss race Abyss Lord Shiga, level 250, question mark. Question mark. Question mark. In the human race's world channel, in an instant, it turned into a row of question marks. What the heck? What's going on? Dude. Weren't you supposed to be traveling with the human emperor? Weren't you on your way to the northern region? Damn, what's this about killing the Abyss Lord? Although they didn't know exactly what the Abyss Lord was, they knew it was definitely related to the Abyss, and the Abyss should be in the northern region. Wait, weren't you just in St. Leon City not long ago? How did you end up in the northern region now? That's gotta be at least 18 billion kilometers apart, right? Damn, my perspective was too narrow, it was me who had a small view. I even said that my Lord Lu could only kill 100 level Abyss monsters. At most, it really was my perspective that was too small. Damn, how many kilometers into the abyss is this? How strong has Lord Lu become now? Being able to kill a 250 level Abyss Lord, Lord Lu, should already be considered one of the strongest combat powers of the human race, right? What? How long has it been since his awakening? 1 day? And he's already our strongest combat force? This growth rate is truly terrifying. At this moment, the human emperor was still flying in the sky. As for what Lu Chen was doing now, the human emperor was unaware. But since he couldn't contact Lu Chen, it was likely that Lu Chen was deep in the abyss. Otherwise, even if he were in a dungeon, he could still reply to messages. Only in the abyss would external signals be cut off. Of course, the lack of contact often suggested another possibility: the other party was dead. But Lu Chen's avatar still hadn't turned gray. At least it indicated that he was still alive. Can he really gather 100,000 black abyss sage stones? What god does this kid believe in? How can he survive in the abyss for so long? The human emperor couldn't help but speculate. This kid's combat power can't have surpassed mine, right? Impossible, impossible. It hasn't even been a day. As the human emperor, being surpassed by a newcomer in just 1 day would be too embarrassing. However, once he takes office as the northern region's king, the threat of the abyss will need him to resist. I wonder if he can bear this heavy responsibility. Luo Jiutian was filled with anticipation for Lu Chen. After all, he was the successor he had his eyes on. However, Lu Chen was still only level 60, a newcomer who hadn't completed his third job transfer. He didn't know how strong he really was. Handing over the entire northern region to Lu Chen was, in fact, a kind of risk. The mutation could come at any moment, and whether Lu Chen could withstand the threat of the abyss was still a question. Just as the human emperor was pondering this, an announcement popped up before him. Human race Lu Chen has killed Abyss Lord Hig, level 250. Seeing this announcement, the human emperor was momentarily stunned. What the hell? What did Lu Chen just kill? Level 250? The human emperor glanced at the announcement, then looked at his own level. Level 200. He blinked to confirm he wasn't seeing things. No. What the hell? I sent you to the northern territory to take up the title of king. You went into the abyss and killed the Abyss Lord? Although he didn't know exactly what the Abyss Lord was, that level of 250 was enough for the human emperor to realize this was no small matter. Near the holy capital, a man swung the giant blade in his hand, slaying the last monster. Congratulations, your level has risen to 30. After a long period of grinding, his level finally reached 30. However, he was still a step behind those few geniuses. Ha. Finally level 30. Xiao Heba let out a long breath. Damn, leveling up for several hours was exhausting. Xiao Heba looked at his level with satisfaction. From now on, this generation will be the era of me, Xiao Heba. As for Lu Chen's existence, he chose to selectively ignore it. Just as he was finally feeling proud and ready to show off, a prompt flashed before him. Human race Lu Chen has killed Abyss Lord Hig, level 250. Seeing this prompt, Xiao Heba froze in place for a moment. Then his smile gradually faded. Damn, this really was something. He couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. What the hell? How long has it been? He can kill a level 250 Abyss Lord. Even though he no longer considered Lu Chen his peer and wanted to pretend he didn't exist, the world announcement kept popping up, constantly reminding him. Lu Chen was still around. Moreover, compared to Lu Chen, he was nothing. Xiao Heba's excitement was instantly doused with cold water. Sigh, forget it, let's go change jobs first. Dawn Forest at this moment, after Elith completed the challenge dungeon, she only obtained a skill book. After all, she couldn't farm treasure chests like Lu Chen, who could spawn thousands of chests at once. Elith cleared this dungeon and actually only obtained 4 chests. In the end, she only opened a professional skill book. However, after clearing this ridiculously difficult challenge dungeon, Elith entered the new map of their elf race to search for the world boss to hunt. As long as she could borrow the heavenly bow of the branches, Elith would have the strength to solo the boss. Back then, Lu Chen only used a golden quality mountain suppressor without any weapon-related skills, and had just changed jobs for the first time. Now, Elith not only had bow skills but had also completed her second job change. Moreover, the quality of the artifact, the heavenly bow of the branches, was platinum. Elith could even find it easier to kill the world boss than Lu Chen did back then. Of course, this power ultimately came from borrowing it from Lu Chen. If Lu Chen didn't want to lend it, Elith could only dream of soloing the world boss. However, Elith was actually a little proud right now. After all, she had become a disciple of a deity. Elise looked at the distant world boss. Not long ago, she had already defeated 3 world bosses. What a glorious achievement that was. Even the human Lu Chen couldn't be much better, right? Time had passed for so long. How could she not know that a genius had emerged among the humans? He had secured the world first kill. He had single-handedly taken down 10 world bosses. But now, Elise believed that if she were to use a divine artifact, she should not lose to him. Lu Chen, the genius of the human race? Elise gazed at the name, silently repeating it in her heart. Just as she thought of Lu Chen's name, suddenly, a notification popped up in front of her. Elf race announcement: human race Lu Chen has killed Abyss Lord Hig, level 250. Upon seeing the announcement, her pupils slightly constricted. In an instant, she understood the terrifying implications behind the announcement. So strong. He had just awakened yesterday, and today he had actually killed a level 250 Abyss Lord. Level 250 had already surpassed the level cap of the elf race, right? How on earth did he manage that? This made Elise feel a strong curiosity towards Lu Chen. Soon, a guess formed in her mind. Could it be that he is also a disciple of a god? Only a disciple of a deity could possibly gain such powerful strength. I wonder which god's disciple he is. I also wonder if I could ask the deity if they know this human named Lu Chen, not just the human race. The elf race, demon race, blood race, beastman race, dragon race, orphan. Every intelligent race in the world received this announcement. And upon seeing this announcement, all races fell into a brief shock. Because Lu Chen had only recently appeared in the world announcement. And that time, it was a level 30 world first kill. But now, Lu Chen's announcement popped up again before them. He had already killed a level 250 Abyss Lord. When these two events were combined, it became very strange. A level 30 world boss could only be challenged by those who were level 30 to 60. This indicated that Lu Chen was definitely a newcomer. And the news that came from the human side in the following hours also confirmed that Lu Chen was a newcomer. But the current world announcement told them that in less than half a day, Lu Chen had taken down a level 250 Abyss Lord. This question became quite significant. Lu Chen looked at the corpse of the Abyss Lord before him. Finally, it's done. Fortunately, this task did not require a solo kill. Otherwise, relying solely on his own strength, it would have been quite difficult to accomplish. At the very least, he needed 3 star gatherings. However, having a blue Hig and a non-blue Hig were definitely 2 completely different things. Magic warrior. Half magic, half warrior. Without blue, this profession was half useless. If Sarko hadn't drained all his mana, Lu Chen believed that with his current output methods, he truly couldn't have killed Hig. Even if Hig had no mana to use skills, at the last moment, he still managed to reduce the damage of his 5-minute charged star gathering to 20 trillion through various means. If he had mana, the damage from his 5-minute charge would probably only be a few trillion. It might even be directly immune. One must admit, level 250 indeed had its strengths. He had already mastered various types of rule-based abilities. For example, Sarko's forced betting is an extremely perverse rule ability. In a fair fight, a level 250 being would be very difficult to kill with his current self. Of course, not being able to kill it now doesn't mean it will be the same after the third job change. The third job change quest had already been completed. Lu Chen was very much looking forward to whether he could have combat power equivalent to that of an Abyss Lord after his third job change. Lu Chen recalled the 10 level 160, Imperial tier, advanced, Abyss creatures beside him. Sarko, who was next to Lu Chen, felt the terrifying power of Lu Chen and was still somewhat shocked. Summoning 10 Imperial tier advanced Abyss creatures at once was a summoning ability that belonged to the upper echelon of summoning types. Moreover, attacking with a bow, the damage from this bow and arrow was also among the upper tier of bow damage. At the same time, there was an extremely powerful spatial ability. This spatial ability was even more exceptional. What kind of profession is this? Spatial type? Bow type? Summoning type? It's too mixed. It's not surprising for some other professions to have multiple abilities. These abilities are often interconnected. But the problem is, the abilities Lu Chen displayed now were completely unrelated. They could be said to have no connection at all. Logically speaking, even if one could do a bit of everything, they wouldn't all be very strong. Yet, these abilities in Lu Chen's hands were absurdly powerful. Sarko was puzzled but deeply shocked. Brother Hengluo. As Hig was finished off, Sarko was about to speak and discuss future matters with Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen suddenly disappeared from his sight in an instant, leaving only a thought behind. Wait for me. After killing Hig, Lu Chen merely glanced at the corpse inside. Then, without any further delay, he instantly returned to the Holy Lian City job change temple. He was eager to complete the job change, casting aside everything else. The reason Lu Chen was so anxious was simple: the reward for the third job change was a ranked 9 artifact. Meanwhile, Reversal was only ranked 10. Lu Chen had recorded the coordinates of 2 cities. One city was Holy Lian City, and the other was Beiyuan City. Of course, both cities had job change temples. The reason for going to Holy Lian City instead of Beiyuan City was simply that he hadn't recorded the coordinates of Beiyuan City's job change temple. Lu Chen was too lazy to run around. After all, it was all about job changing, no matter where it was done. The urgent matter was to complete the third job change. Having learned from past experiences, it was better to complete the job change quest a bit earlier if possible. If he could have completed the second job change quest a bit earlier last time and equipped Reversal, he would have had several more minutes of Reversal time. Lu Chen's hand touched the awakening crystal. Buzz, the anomaly was once again suppressed by the Chaos Hidden Ring. But this time, it was different from usual. This time, the anomaly seemed unwilling, trying to break free from the concealment. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang! However, the awakening crystal flickered with an imperceptible brightness. Lu Chen could feel a slight pressure in his palm, buzzing. Unfortunately, facing an artifact, this little unwillingness was useless. The anomaly was still suppressed, unable to achieve the desired explosion. As a prompt popped up. Third job change quest, third ring quest objective 1, obtain 100,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones, current Black Abyss Sage Stones, 12511/100,000, quest objective 2. Prevent the resurrection of a great being, completed, quest objective 3, participate in the killing of a creature that exceeds the human level limit. Completed, quest reward, the class of transformation god armor will be promoted. Receive a rank 9 artifact, and obtain the temple keystone. You have completed all your job change quest objectives. Would you like to proceed with the job change immediately? Once you change jobs, you cannot revert to the previous class. Change jobs immediately. Congratulations, you have changed jobs to Transformation Extreme. You have obtained class specialization, Simple God Armor, Attribute Theft. You have obtained Temple Keystone. Lu Chen didn't pay much attention to the 2 new class specializations he had acquired. What caught his attention was another prompt. You have obtained rank 9 Dagger class. Lu Chen saw this prompt. For a moment, he swallowed hard. Weapons. And it's a rank 9 artifact weapon. Damn. Lu Chen usually wasn't someone who got easily excited. But seeing this prompt, his heart raced for a moment. Weapons, generally speaking, are the most important equipment. Among all parts, a beam of light gathered in Lu Chen's hand. This was a pure white dagger. Dagger of multiplication, artifact, +5, max, quality, platinum, can grow, equipment level, 60. Follows user's level, mental value +408, 228 dodge rate +90% effect, cutting hit can be multiplied, no damage, up to 2/4/8/16 times, this effect can be turned off. This artifact cannot be multiplied. If the artifact holder multiplies themselves, the multiplied copy will not possess independent consciousness and will be controlled solely by you. Effect 2, empty, to be absorbed. Effect 3, empty, to be absorbed. Effect 4, empty, to be absorbed. Description: the dagger of multiplication is a magical dagger that fundamentally alters matter, enhancing mental value rather than agility. Dagger of multiplication. Lu Chen looked at this effect. He pondered for a moment. Then, gripping the dagger, shadow strike stance, he swung at a nearby human. Swish! The dagger sliced through the target as smoothly as cutting through paper. What happened? What happened? I got caught. Ah! After the dagger passed through the target, the person did not die. Zhao Ming looked at his body split in two, his expression filled with terror. But he quickly realized he was not dead. Moreover, his body was gradually undergoing transformation. In just a moment, his upper body began to grow back. And his lower body also grew back. Soon, a person who looked exactly like him appeared before him. What the hell? What's going on? Zhao Ming pointed at his copy. His face was filled with fear, completely unaware of what had happened. Who are you? I'm Zhao Ming. You're Zhao Ming? Then who am I? Lu Chen found the scene somewhat amusing. Then, with a few more swings of the blade of duplication, swish, 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 swish. In a short time, 16 Zhao Mings appeared in the transmigration sanctuary. What the hell? What's happening? Why are there so many of me? It wasn't just Zhao Ming who was panicking. The others in the transmigration sanctuary were also in a frenzy. Lu Chen had swung the blade of duplication just before disappearing. Therefore, no one noticed his action at all. And because of the chaos hiding ring, the vast majority of people didn't even focus on Lu Chen. Unless Lu Chen did something very conspicuous. However, even without being in the shadow strike stance, only beings of the level of the human emperor or abyss lord would easily notice Lu Chen's presence. At this moment, a person had inexplicably been copied 15 times. How could that not terrify a normal person? How could it not spark curiosity? Damn, there are ghosts. There are ghosts. Ah. Which Zhao Ming are you? I am Zhao Ming. Bullshit. Clearly, I am Zhao Ming. You're fake. I'm the real one. Damn, you all split off from me. I'm the most real one. Nonsense, who says that those split from the lower half aren't the main body? Is it possible that those split from the upper half should be the main body instead? I think you're the fake. Watching this chaotic scene, Lu Chen used the crown of insight to see their information. These 16 Zhao Mings had almost identical information. The only difference was that the copies were marked by the crown of insight as duplicates. But aside from the mark from the crown of insight, everything else was completely the same, including memories, equipment, backpack items. Lu Chen nodded. He was very satisfied with the effect of the blade of duplication. Rewind changes the timeline, but the blade of duplication changes the multiplier. Lu Chen initially thought of it in terms of matter, but in the end he defined it as a multiplier, because Lu Chen felt that the effect of this duplication might be stronger than what was currently displayed. These all involved abilities related to the world's essence. After conducting a preliminary test with a passerby nearby, Lu Chen did not immediately activate rewind but instead activated retrace. In the next moment, he arrived behind Sarko. Before Sarko could react, swish! Lu Chen struck him with a blade. It wasn't a hit. Sarko had already completed shadow transformation to nullify physical attacks just before Lu Chen could hit him. But it didn't work. Even with shadow transformation, he was still affected by the blade of duplication. In an instant, Sarko split into two. The split. Sarko and his duplicate stared at each other, wide-eyed, not knowing what had happened. Lu Chen looked at this effect and sighed inwardly. This can also be duplicated. It seems that high levels can't prevent it. And Lu Chen didn't care how Sarko and the duplicate interacted. In another moment, the retrace ability activated. Lu Chen found himself in the sky. At this time, the human emperor was still on his way. And this was the human emperor's necessary path. After acquiring rewind, Lu Chen had developed the habit of frequently checking the time. He also tried to remember the events at each time node clearly. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, the human emperor arrived in the vicinity. Upon seeing Lu Chen's appearance, the human emperor immediately halted the star dragon beast. Lu Chen? How did you end up here? Weren't you in North Abyss City? Without waiting for the human emperor to finish his question, Lu Chen, in another instant, teleported to the human emperor's side. Your Majesty, allow me to conduct an experiment. The next moment, Lu Chen swung the doubling blade in his hand, aiming it at the human emperor. The human emperor did not dodge, because any attack from the human race could not inflict damage on him. This was his privilege as the human emperor. Even Lu Chen, favored by the gods, could be ignored in terms of damage as long as he was human. Ding, the dagger touched the human emperor's body. As expected, it hit without needing to fully cut through. The human emperor's body gradually split into a second version of himself. Even the equipment he wore was exactly the same. However, the replicated version had an empty backpack. Lu Chen had deliberately controlled it minutely, ensuring that nothing from the backpack was copied. It was indeed feasible. If one wanted to double something, it could be manipulated with precision. Upon sensing the emergence of a second self, the human emperor was momentarily stunned. But he quickly realized something. He had too many questions to ask Lu Chen. Just as he was about to speak, whoosh. There was no chance for him to ask anything. Lu Chen activated rewind. He disappeared right before the human emperor's eyes. The two human emperors watched this scene, their mouths twitching involuntarily. How was it that a dignified human emperor found it so difficult to say a single word to Lu Chen? Then, the human emperor looked at the other version of himself. The two stared at each other. Unlike Zhao Ming, who was terrified and flustered, the replica of Luo Zhoutian looked at the original. It was the first to throw out a question. So, you are also Luo Zhoutian? Even the human emperor cannot be immune. Indeed impressive. In another moment, Lu Chen arrived at the entrance of a dungeon. This dungeon was the dungeon of Holy Lian City. It was also a dungeon Lu Chen had cleared before. Dark Ancient Castle, select dungeon difficulty. Insane. Then, Lu Chen entered the dungeon. He didn't even need to lift a finger. A burst of light erupted from the spirit of the equipment. The arrows of the heavenly bow shot through. In an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The boss was instantly killed on the spot. Lu Chen walked over to the boss's vicinity and looked at the treasure chest that had dropped. Immediately, he swung the doubling blade at the chest. Ding! In an instant, the chest split into two. Lu Chen continued to slice repeatedly. Soon, the chest became 16. This was also the upper limit of how many items the platinum quality doubling blade could duplicate. Looking at the 16 chests in front of him, Lu Chen softly murmured, "Open the chest." Clatter, clatter, clatter. Soon, one chest after another opened. As expected, each of these chests contained loot corresponding to their value. Simply put, it was 16 times the loot. Having opened so many insane difficulty chests, Lu Chen was well aware of how much loot a single chest should contain. However, the only problem was that the items from these 16 chests were completely identical, with not a single difference. Chests can also be doubled. Well, if people can be doubled, doubling a chest isn't surprising. Then, Lu Chen looked at the spirit of the equipment. The heavenly bow. He took the heavenly bow off the spirit of the equipment and held it in his hand. Then, he gently tapped it with the doubling blade. The heavenly bow actually split into two. Moreover, each heavenly bow had exactly the same effect. Damn! This can be copied too? Lu Chen was just trying it out. After all, artifacts are supposed to be unique. He didn't expect it to actually be able to duplicate. What about uniqueness? Did uniqueness get eaten by a dog? However, the doubling blade ranked 9 among artifacts in a certain sense. It seems only natural to be able to defy certain rules. Just like the freedom to rewind time with, isn't that unreasonable as well? Then, Lu Chen looked at the loot that burst forth from the he casually picked up a platinum quality lightsaber, intending to double it. Ding! The doubling blade was pointed at it. However, this showed no reaction. This item originates from the doubling blade, cannot be doubled multiple times. Seeing this prompt, Lu Chen understood. If an item is produced from a copy of the doubling blade, then that item cannot be further duplicated. It's as if he already had a copy. What a pity. Lu Chen still wanted to super double something through this bug exploit. If he could nest this bug exploit, then the doubling factor could be as high as 16 to the power of something, which wouldn't be excessive. This isn't just a limitation of limitations. There's still a bit of regret. But Lu Chen quickly shifted his thoughts elsewhere. However, what I'm cutting now is still something tangible. This doubling effect doesn't necessarily have to apply to tangible items. Lu Chen was still in the experimental stage. He felt that the effect of doubling had far more room for development. With this in mind, Lu Chen looked at the continent beneath his feet. Then he glanced at the health bar above his head. Immediately, Lu Chen raised the doubling blade. He activated and directly left the dungeon. He arrived in a wilderness. Lu Chen held the time-reversing pendant in his hand. Without, he wouldn't dare to experiment so recklessly. After all, it was still unclear what the effect of the doubling blade was. If this strike caused the world to double, Lu Chen wouldn't know how to wrap things up. Fortunately, he had time reversal. Everything was manageable. Without any worries, Lu Chen stabbed a dagger into the ground. However, the most terrifying outcome he had anticipated did not occur. The situation before him was merely that a large clump of soil had appeared on the ground. About a cubic meter or so. So that's how it is. I was overthinking. It's. Back when he was he had stuffed soil into his backpack. One portion of soil was 1 cubic meter. Now, when he stabbed the ground, he was essentially just stabbing 1 unit of soil. The final effect was simply to double that unit of soil. However, this was within reason, and Lu Chen did not feel overly disappointed. Instead, he looked up at his health bar. Having tested the ground, it was time to try something else. Lu Chen glanced at the health bar. Current health, 4,390,499,211. Lu Chen's current health was a staggering 4.3 billion. He then extended the dagger and stabbed at the health bar. Dang, it really worked. Lu Chen saw his health bar instantly split. Current health, 4,390,499,211. Current health, 4,390,499,211. The health, which was once a single bar, turned into 2 bars. But each bar was still over 4 billion, so the total health remained unchanged. This can be split too? But it's not what I expected. Then, Lu Chen looked at his mana bar. With one strike, sure enough, the mana bar also turned into 2 segments. However, how these 2 bars were calculated was unclear. Do you finish one before moving to the next? Lu Chen stared at the results of this experiment, hesitating slightly. Immediately, he activated Rewind to return to the depths of the abyss to see how this health bar would change. The abyss began to corrupt Lu Chen's body. His health was continuously decreasing. In no time, his 4 billion health points were completely depleted. Following that, he started to lose a second health bar. Could it really be used? After studying the mechanics of the health bar, Lu Chen returned from the abyss to the plains near St. Lian City. He planned to investigate damage and see if it could also be multiplied. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen took out the. He wanted to find something that could withstand a hit from him to test his new idea. However, as soon as Lu Chen drew he looked around in confusion. Damn, what could take a hit from him now? Sig had already died. Sarko couldn't be hit, physical damage was ineffective against him. At present, he had no means to deal with Sarko's shadow form. The Emperor was immune to damage. The wild monsters he could find now simply couldn't withstand a single attack from him. As for the other Abyss Lords, he had no recorded coordinates and couldn't find them directly. For a moment, Lu Chen actually didn't know where to find a test subject. As a result, his new hypothesis was difficult to realize. Tisk. I'll try again when I have the chance. There would always be an opportunity to encounter an enemy that wouldn't die from a single hit. However, he could indeed remove his equipment and try again. But for now, he had other ideas to experiment with. Lu Chen decided to temporarily set aside the damage testing. With this in mind, Lu Chen activated Enhanced Armament Class Specialization Effect, can completely double the effect of one attribute and applied the effect of Enhanced Armament to Doubling Blade. The effect of Doubling Blade quietly changed. Current maximum doubling, 32, it really works. The multiplier increased from 16 to 32, it was almost equivalent to raising the Doubling Blade by a quality tier. The effect of Enhanced Armament was indeed impressive. Moreover, the more it was used on high-ranking equipment, the more significant the effect became. After activating Enhanced Armament, Lu Chen began to casually use the Doubling Blade, swiping it around, seeing what else could be doubled. Through repeated experiments, he summarized more uses for this equipment. If a rank 9 divine artifact couldn't be maximized, that would be a real shame. Lu Chen directed the Doubling Blade towards the spirit of the equipment. As Lu Chen cut, the spirit of the equipment was divided into 32 parts. He directed the Doubling Blade towards his backpack slots. The backpack space was directly increased to 32 times. The more he used this Doubling Blade, the more Lu Chen felt his heart race. This effect was truly terrifying. Lu Chen sliced through the equipment slot. Health bar, skill bar, class specialization bar. With the cutting of the Doubling Blade, many strange things were doubled. Class specialization. Perfect Divine Artifact Embryo, Supreme Enhancement, Attribute Absorption, Equipment Concealment, Perfect Adaptation, Perfect Divine Skill, Class Specialization. Perfect Divine Artifact Embryo, Supreme Enhancement, Attribute Absorption, Equipment Concealment, Perfect Adaptation, Perfect Divine Skill, Class Specialization, Perfect Divine Artifact Embryo, Supreme Enhancement, Attribute Absorption, Equipment Concealment, Perfect Adaptation, Perfect Divine Skill. A whole row of class specialization bars appeared in Lu Chen's information bar. The materials in his backpack were also cut into 32 parts. Lu Chun utilized rewind to traverse the world. Cutting dungeons, cutting passers-by, cutting equipment, cutting items, cutting monsters, cutting oneself, and returning to the abyss to cut Sako. Cutting gold coins, cutting mounts, cutting attributes. After various tests, spending a lot of time, Lu Chen finally figured out the function of the doubling blade. Theoretically, anything that can be cut can be doubled. However, this doubling has 3 basic rules. The first is that if the target being cut originates from the doubled entity, it cannot be doubled again. This is quite understandable. It's like doubling a chicken, the eggs produced by that chicken cannot be doubled again. The second rule is that all the things that are doubled exist independently. They do not provide any additional bonuses to the original entity. However, while inventory slots do not provide bonuses, they can still be used. But if it's an equipment slot, there will actually be no bonuses. In fact, this is equivalent to Lu Chen cutting himself out, obtaining a clone, but this clone has nothing except for the equipment slot. It doesn't even have a physical form. This equipment slot is just added to this mass of air. This is also the most basic principle of the doubling blade. Everything splits from individual entities. In fact, whether cutting skills, attributes, or equipment slots, it is equivalent to creating a clone of oneself, but without anything other than the skill bar, attribute value, and equipment slot. Simply put, it's like I doubled an apple seed. But in principle, I copied an entire apple, just without all the other things, only the apple seed. The things that are doubled exist independently. The third point is about sharing. Pure energy, once doubled from the original entity, can be used directly. This includes things like health and mana. This is also the reason why the health bar can be used. However, this method does not mean an increase in health capacity. It means that one has 2 completely identical health bars and blue bars. Of course, if one uses this method to increase their health, it means that when creating a clone, one clone will have no health bar and will die immediately. This is equivalent to losing one clone. After all, one is actually using that clone's life value. To study the mechanism of the doubling blade, Lu Chen spent about 3 hours. During these 3 hours, the world was thrown into chaos by Lu Chen. 32 emperors were running around, searching for Lu Chen's whereabouts, and they didn't understand what was happening. The 32 Sakos were having a great time gambling in the abyss. Although they didn't know what was going on, they were having a lot of fun. The revelry of 32 gamblers was nothing less. Turning into 32 times the dungeon. Turning into 32 times the boss, turning into 32 times the guild boss. Turning into 32 times the elven beautiful girl. Almost everything that could be hit, Lu Chen poked at it all. Finally, after fully understanding the effects of the doubling blade, Lu Chen activated rewind. The sound of the clock turning came. Time rewound back to when he had just obtained the doubling blade. Phew, finally figured it out. Lu Chen looked at the doubling blade in his hand. This time, Lu Chen simply held the doubling blade and put it into his backpack. He didn't cut randomly. The effect has been understood. As long as it is used when needed, it will suffice. Afterwards, Lu Chen began to look at his acquired job specialties. Simple divine equipment. You can choose one piece of divine equipment from the divine equipment catalog, simplifying its crafting conditions. The effects of the simplified divine item will be significantly weakened, and if the simplified divine item is not recorded in the divine equipment rankings, it will not be considered a divine item. Attribute theft. You can steal equipment attributes from others' gear and transfer them to your own equipment. These 2 job specialties are clearly quite useful. In addition to the job specialties, there is also a temple keystone. With this keystone, you can establish your own temple within the territory you control, and creatures that worship you will receive unique bonuses. The territory I control. I don't have any territory under my control yet. I need to bring the Emperor of Humanity to Baiyuan City first. Lu Chen thought to himself. He then activated rewind and arrived at a scroll crafting shop in St. Lian City. Lu Chen's own profession was neither a scroll maker nor a magic-based profession. He did not have the expertise to craft scrolls. Naturally, he could not make scrolls. Boss, I'd like you to help me craft a scroll. A custom scroll, huh? Do you have your own crafting plan, or are you buying one from us? Upon hearing the boss's question, Lu Chen replied, I have my own crafting plan. Then provide the plan. If you bring your own materials, we'll only charge for labor. If we need to provide the materials, there will be an additional material fee. Lu Chen took out the scroll crafting recipe. You provide the materials. I want to create a scroll that can be effective against level 200 creatures. Upon hearing Lu Chen's request, the shop owner took the crafting recipe, glanced at it, and then looked at Lu Chen. Friend, I've never seen this scroll recipe before. Where did you get it? The effect seems pretty good. Of course, he was just amazed and had no intention of buying it. The Space Exchange Scroll is not considered a divine skill for an average person. The scroll shop owner was not so narrow-minded. To create a scroll effective against level 200, it would require at least a 4th turn scroll master. One scroll, including material costs, is priced at 1 billion. He didn't think Lu Chen would be unable to afford such a request. He directly stated the quote. Lu Chen nodded upon hearing the price. He then transferred the gold coins. You have transferred gold coins, 10 billion. I want 10 scrolls, I can pay more if you can make extra. Lu Chen was not short on money. Alright, little brother, you can come pick it up after a while. How about adding each other as friends so I can notify you when it's ready? Lu Chen thought for a moment and then added the boss as a friend. 1. Friend slot wasn't a big deal. After completing this task, he activated Rewind. Lu Chen disappeared. Ding, you have a new friend request. The boss looked at the popped up friend request, ready to accept it directly. But then he suddenly saw the name. The scroll raw materials in his hand fell to the ground. Applicant, Lu Chen. What the hell? It's Lu God. Lu Chen tapped his hand with the doubling blade. A clone that was completely identical to him was doubled out by Lu Chen. He also felt that he could now control 2 bodies simultaneously. Unlike when he was cutting others, duplicating someone else resulted in a completely identical being, and the clone also possessed its own personality. Of course, this personality is exactly the same as the original. In fact, he may not even know he is a copy. But Lu Chen amplifies himself. However, there will be no autonomous personality. It is completely controlled by Lu Chen's original self. Even if there are 32 clones, there is only one consciousness. This also prevents the clones from trying to gain sovereignty or even plotting against the original. Lu Chen controls one clone. To activate, retrace, and returns to the abyss to discuss the distribution of loot with Sarko. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's original self arrives at the Void Marsh. Void Marsh, level restriction, 60-100. This is a new map for human players at levels 60 to 100. It is far more expansive than the new map for level 30. Within the map, battles are raging everywhere. There are over level 60 job changers killing monsters and leveling up in this area. Brothers, let's work together to take down that marsh black mud. If we defeat this hero level boss, we can get that golden treasure chest. Alright. Everyone, let's go. The one who contributes the most gets to choose the reward first. A small team of 10 is nervously besieging a wild boss. The golden treasure chest is already a significant fortune for them. Just then, Lu Chen stepped into this map. Along with Lu Chen, there are also 32 equipment spirits by his side. The equipment spirits are independent entities. And these 32 equipment spirits are equipped with 32 heavenly bow of the thicket. As soon as Lu Chen entered the map, the equipment spirits no longer remain silent. Buzz, superstar flash, whoosh 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 whoosh. Minus 96,280,942 minus 96,929,101 minus 96,920,529 minus 96,697,060 minus 96,280,942 minus 96,929,101 minus 96,920,529 minus 96,697,099. A large portion of the Void Marsh, within Lu Chen's shooting range, was instantly covered by countless flashes. Whoosh! 2 beams of light shot through. In an instant, a wild hero-level boss was directly melted on the spot. At the same time, due to Starlink Flash, Lu Chen's arrow damage could also bounce to 2 additional enemies. All across the Void Marsh, monsters fell in droves with a crackling sound. Further away, some large teams of 10,000 were battling a world boss. The teams attacking the world boss hadn't even realized what was happening. They only saw a flash pass through. The world boss they were fighting suddenly had thousands of holes appear on its body. Originally, it still had more than half of its health bar. In just a split second, it was completely reduced to 0. Boom boom boom, a series of dull sounds echoed. One giant world boss after another fell to the ground under the rain of arrows. Abyss, Lu Chen's clone can share the locations recorded by retrace with the original. After all, the clone's retrace is also derived from the original's retrace. The recorded coordinates are completely identical. Seeing Lu Chen flash before him, Sarko no longer found it strange. Lu Chen's spatial abilities had become so strong that he could not comprehend them at all. In the face of Lu Chen's return, Sarko merely smiled flatteringly. Brother Hangluo, you returned really quickly. In fact, the moment that prompt popped up, Sarko already knew Lu Chen's true name. But Sarko still called Lu Chen Hangluo. After all, that was what Lu Chen had asked him to call him. Let's discuss how to distribute these rewards. Void Marsh World Boss, level 60, has been defeated. Killers list: Lu Chen, Denomi, Li Weicheng, Ano, time taken to kill 10 hours 25 minutes 38 seconds. Void Marsh World Boss, level 60, has been defeated. Killers list: Lu Chen, Zhouji, Yihe, Ren Ziyuan, time taken to kill 10 hours 38 minutes 45 seconds. Void Marsh World Boss, level 90, has been defeated. Killers list: Lu Chen, Peng Bai, Sonli, Shui Bohong, time taken to kill 10 hours 55 minutes 14 seconds. In front of the human race, countless kill notifications popped up in an instant. Each kill notification. The first name on the kill list is always Lu Chen. At this moment, those leveling in the Void Marsh were left with nothing but shock. Lu Chen's strike this time was too impactful. What is this overwhelming rain of light? Moreover, with just one hit, he directly took down a wild boss with tens of millions of health? Is the damage from this one shot really that high? And this dazzling light show never stopped. Heart of Resilience has triggered, triggering, ding 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 ding. Ding. Congratulations, your level has increased to 61. Congratulations, your level has increased to 62. Congratulations, your level has increased to 63. Congratulations, your level has increased to 64. In front of Lu Chen, various notifications popped up: Heart of Resilience triggered, health stacking notifications, world boss kill notifications, experience gain notifications, level up notifications, and even some hidden boss kill notifications. The reason Lu Chen came to the Void Marsh was not for any other reason. It was simply to level up. As for the world bosses, well, actually, Lu Chen now had little interest in world bosses. Killing these bosses was just a matter of convenience. He couldn't just deliberately avoid killing bosses, could he? Lu Chen looked at his level. The speed of leveling up was not just a simple one level after another. Instead, it jumped to level 80 in an instant when all 32 equipment spirits fired at the same time. After that, it slowed down a bit, but the experience bar was still loading crazily. But as soon as a monster respawned, the rain of light from Superstar Flash would directly chase after it. Of course, Lu Chen did not activate same race damage. His fellow humans would not take any damage from being shot through by this arrow. Congratulations, your level has increased to 8, 89, 91, 92, 93, 95 during this process. Lu Chen also conveniently changed other attributes to speed-enhancing ones. He lightly tapped himself with Doubling Blade. Soon, he multiplied himself into more copies. Over 30 clones. Spread out in all directions to collect the loot dropped by the world bosses. As for the materials dropped by these small monsters, Lu Chen completely ignored them. He couldn't even be bothered to pick up what the small monsters dropped. Meanwhile, the backpacks of these clones were used by Lu Chen's main body. The items picked up by the clones directly entered his backpack. At the same time, Lu Chen distributed the equipment spirits among them to cover a larger area with firepower. In an instant, the Void Marsh was filled with a rain of arrows. The job changers leveling here fell into a state of having no monsters to grind. Just moments ago, dozens of monsters had respawned. Then several flashes swept by. Immediately after, this flash exploded and split into 5 flashes, each bouncing off 2 monsters. In a brief moment, the monsters that had just spawned were instantly killed. Spawn and kill, spawn and kill, spawn and kill. Almost all the monsters within this firepower coverage were taken care of by Lu Chen alone. Just a few dozen seconds later, Lu Chen looked at his level. Congratulations, level increased to level 100. You have reached the current stage level cap, max level now. Upon seeing this prompt, Lu Chen immediately used a recall. He vanished from his spot. Once again, he headed to the Class Change Sanctuary to accept the 4th Class Change quest. The life of a strong person is so simple and mundane, yet monotonous. As Lu Chen left the Void Marsh fell into silence. People stared blankly at the monsters gradually spawning before them. It was as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. After all, it was too sudden. Without any warning, a rain of light appeared. Then, in an instant, it stopped without any sign. If it weren't for the world boss lying on the ground, they might have doubted whether they had just dreamed it. World Channel, what just happened? This series of world boss kills, what's going on? Wait, wasn't he just supposed to be killing the Abyss Lord in the Abyss? How did it turn into killing bosses in the Void Marsh? Where is my Lu God? Where exactly is he? I'm in the Void Marsh. I don't know if I'm under some illusion effect. It feels like I just had a dream. These people were bewildered. For Lu Chen, over 3 hours had passed. He had been testing the Doubling Blade. But for They had just seen Lu Chen kill the level 250 Abyss Lord. In fact, the world announcement of Lu Chen killing the Abyss Lord hadn't even disappeared yet. Right after that, a whole bunch of kill notifications appeared. All of them were world boss kill notifications. Moreover, these bosses had almost all died simultaneously. And at the top of the kill notification list was Lu Chen. Being first on the list meant that Lu Chen had achieved the highest combat contribution alone. Generally speaking, the highest combat contribution is attributed to the person who dealt the most damage. This left all the human players dumbfounded. He just killed the Abyss Lord. Now he's killed the world boss in the Void Marsh. Damn, killing world bosses in 2 regions in one day, this is truly outrageous, simply outrageous to the point of absurdity. I told you. Lu God has ghostly abilities. We in St. Leon City weren't lying. We're not crazy. It's been said that Lu God can traverse mysterious distances and clear multiple dungeons. Why don't you believe it? Although the facts were laid out before them, the legends of St. Leon City were still too absurd. Therefore, many other cities' class changers held a skeptical attitude. Even when evidence was right in front of them, they would hesitate. After all, it was hard to comprehend and explain. When faced with questionable matters, how could ordinary people easily believe? However, this time, they really had no choice but to believe. After all, the world announcement was right in front of them, and it was still a list. Damn, is the focus this time on the world boss? I think the focus is that Lu God finally made a move in front of us. We finally saw Lu God take action. This time. It was the first time Lu Chen had acted in front of people. And after such a long time, it was the first time people truly witnessed Lu Chen in action. In an instant, countless posts were made. The true power of Lu God, terrifyingly extreme damage. A rain of light, I wouldn't believe this is a B-class profession even if you killed me. B-rank? Sss-Rank. I think we should redefine the classification of professions and elevate the status of the Earth God to a whole new level. Damn. I'm also an armed fighter, why is the Earth God so impressive? Am I just a B-rank nobody? At the same time, countless videos and images were shared on the forums, causing a stir among the entire human race. Not just the humans. The demon race, the elf race, the vampire race, the beastman race. All races connected to humanity saw this news. The humans forwarded the news to their message boards, and within those races, it spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. In no time, all the major races in the world knew about the legend of Lu Chen. Class Change Sanctuary. A class changer named Zhao Ming looked at the awakening crystal in front of him, his expression somewhat excited. 60 years have passed, and I finally reached level 100. 4th class change. Here I come. This time, I will only accept the lowest level class change tasks. Lu Chen rewind to the class change sanctuary and glanced at Zhao Ming. This person was the one he had previously cut into 16 pieces. He then walked towards an empty awakening crystal. This awakening crystal was exactly the one he had just used. It was still warm. Accept class change task. You can currently undertake a 4th class change task. Please select your class change task level SSS plus got. It's. Seeing the class change task level, Lu Chen knew his wish had come true. There really was a class change task that surpassed SSS rank. Choose SSS plus difficulty level. The reason for choosing this difficulty level was the same as before. For better rewards. Current task, first ring, 1/4, task objective 1, obtain 2 pieces of territory that belong to you. Task objective 2, all equipment must be divine. Artifacts task reward, unique skill book for current profession, equipment spirit X2. This reward is not bad. The unique skill book is definitely a good item. The equipment spirit is also a good item, one can never have too many. Now I'm just 1 pair of pants away from having all divine artifacts. If he had chosen pants for the reward at rank 80, this task could have been completed directly. However, if he had chosen pants, he wouldn't have the rewind divine artifact. He would have to run everywhere. This world is so vast that he would run his legs off. This time, the time spent accepting the class change task was longer than the last. The higher the class change task, the longer it takes to accept. Although he didn't know the reason, this time, just waiting to accept the task took a full 30 minutes. However, during this time, Lu Chen's avatar was not idle. Lu Chen controlled the avatar to help himself kill world bosses or explore maps. The avatars also had rewind. However, Lu Chen found that rewind could not be activated by the avatars. It was as if this equipment was just a decoration on the avatars. But indeed, if the avatars could go back in time, wouldn't that mean that his current avatars could come from the future? If his future self, 2,000 years later, sent the avatars back to the present time, then, who do these avatars belong to, 2,000 years later? Is it still myself now? In fact, when I think of this, even if the reverse time on my clone can be activated, Lu Chen would not easily activate it. Otherwise, it could lead to very terrifying events. Not to mention, the reverse time on this clone cannot be activated now. The first problem that needs to be solved now is the territory. With 2 territories, the human race is already gone. Lu Chen pondered slightly in his heart. Soon, he thought of the abyss. If Sig is dead, does that mean one of the kingdoms in the abyss has become vacant? Then, does that count as territory? In the Dawn Forest, Iris also received a message. Lady Iris, take a look at this. A friend of Iris forwarded her a post. Infinite Flash. The terrifying combat power of the god Lu. The #1 prodigy of the contemporary era. Unrivaled in the world. Human race post, the #1 prodigy of the contemporary era? Iris clicked on the post to check. What she saw was clearly a person's perspective. This was obviously filmed using a perspective recording method. It could completely record everything seen. And from this perspective, there was a chaotic young man. Chaotic because it was unclear. Yet, one could say, it was actually very clear. Every detail could be seen. But no memory could be formed about it. Only a vague outline could be remembered. Just from the feeling, one could sense that this was a very handsome man. Of course, appearance is not important. Surrounding this man were 32 floating light points. These 32 light points vaguely had the outline of a bow. And before Iris could clearly see this outline, in the next moment, those 32 light points erupted with countless dazzling lights. The light spread in all directions. Seeing this light, Iris's pupils contracted. Star Flash. Isn't this my skill? The light released by these light points was exactly the same as when she used the celestial bow. No. Not the same. This star flash is stronger. This star flash, after passing through the target, actually explodes. Just like fireworks. But this time, when it exploded, it was 5 straight beams of light. It could also cause damage. In an instant, Iris realized that the strength of this skill was even above her star flash. It was a skill even stronger than an SSS level profession. At the same time, Iris's powerful archer vision also allowed her to identify the outline of the bow formed by the light points. Celestial bow. It must be the celestial bow. Looking at this video. Lu Chen. Could it be related to Tsong? Could it be? Lu Chen is also a disciple of Tsong? Iris would never think that Lu Chen is Tsong himself. After all, one is a newly promoted mortal, while the other is a true god high above. The difference between the two is like that between clouds and mud. How could they be confused? However, Iris was very curious about the identity of this Lu Chen. So, Iris silently prayed in her heart. Your devout follower prays. To you. Lu Chen sensed the incoming prayer. Then a thought crossed his mind. He controlled a clone that was helping him run the map, connecting to the Hall of Transformation. Buzz in. The next moment, Lu Chen arrived at the Hall of Transformation. It really works. In fact, there was not much difference between the clone and the main body. Even when everything was transferred to the clone, Lu Chen's avatar is almost equivalent to his true self. The only difference lies in whether it can activate time reversal. This is because these avatars are controlled by Lu Chen's consciousness. Aside from lacking their own backpack and equipment spirit, everything else is the same. The dawn has arrived, esteemed deity, I wish you a pleasant morning. It is now morning. This is a unique greeting exclusive to the elven race. Lu Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. At this moment, Elise is no longer particularly reserved around Lu Chen. I am about to complete my second job transfer task. My kin are also proud of me for becoming a disciple of the deity. Elise first reported her situation. Well done. Upon hearing Elise's report, Lu Chen nodded gently. Elise felt a surge of joy in her heart at the deity's praise. She then said, esteemed deity, in our world, there is a job changer named Lu Chen among the human race. He possesses strength far beyond that of other job changers of the same level. I would like to report this matter to you. Elise paused here and did not continue. Because this might be the deity's arrangement. If the deity did not wish to bring it up, she naturally would not press on. She was not foolish enough to pry into the deity's affairs. Upon hearing Elise mention this topic, Lu Chen's interest was piqued. He did not expect to be brought up by a disciple. After all, the commotion he caused was so great that it seemed difficult for other races to remain unaware. At the same time, he also lacked an identity. This identity would be used to communicate equally with his followers, otherwise, it would be exhausting to speak while maintaining the airs of a god. Coincidentally, as he completed his third job transfer task, he also obtained the cornerstone of the temple. In the future, he would need to establish his own temple within his territory. It was only natural to give himself a suitable identity. With this in mind, he replied in a relaxed tone, slightly smiling. The Lu Chen you mentioned is my successor. He is also the heir to my divine position. It seems he has made quite a stir. Since you brought him up, it's time for you to meet. Lu Chen's thoughts shifted slightly. He switched the positions of his true self and avatar. In an instant, Lu Chen's true self arrived at the Temple of Transformation, acting as the lofty true god. Meanwhile, amidst the haze, one of Lu Chen's avatars appeared within the Temple of Transformation. However, this avatar was no longer in a position above the temple but had come to a platform near Elise. The Lu Chen avatar looked towards Elise not far away and smiled gently at her. Lu Chen, the successor of Song, also the spokesperson. Let's say he is the strongest among the younger generation of humans. Lu Chen's smile was warm. Upon seeing Lu Chen's appearance, Elise felt as if the mystery in her heart had been unraveled in an instant. No wonder Lu Chen was so strong. It turned out he was the successor of a god, destined to inherit the position of true god. This time, during the Millennium Catastrophe, even the successor of a god has come to the scene? Is there really only the successor of Song in this world? At the same time, she realized that this deity had grand designs. Not only the elven race, but even the human race was involved. It is very likely that the entire world is part of his scheme. Indeed, the deity's layout should have such grand ambitions. Subsequently, Elise realized she should introduce herself to Lu Chen. Elise. My full name is Elise Saint Jet Erica Kumironi Li Luluwei. Perhaps I should now change my name to Elise Saint Jet Erica Li Tsong. After all, I am now a follower of Song. Elise is her name. Saint represents that she is the saintess of this generation. Jaturlika is the name of the queen. Li is the name of the mother. At the same time, there are the names of two deities they worship. Luluwei of wind and Bao and Kumiloni of harvest and life. My identity is that of a disciple accepted by Song, but I don't know which number disciple I am. Iris introduced herself. After hearing Iris's introduction, Lu Chen gently explained, the first, you are the first disciple accepted by Lord Song. The name doesn't matter, Song doesn't care about such trivial details. Then, in front of Iris, Lu Chen presented 40 pieces of eternal motion stone and looked up at Song on the high platform. Praise you, Song. I offer you the rare treasures I have found in this world. The avatar acted accordingly. Above the temple, Song nodded slightly. In the next moment, the 40 pieces of eternal motion stone disappeared from Lu Chen's avatar's hands. Iris saw this scene and her heart skipped a beat. She had borrowed Song's power so many times, yet had only offered Black Star Meteorite once. As a successor of Song, one must offer treasures to Song to please the deity. But for herself, the number of offerings seemed a bit lacking. Iris suddenly recalled what Song had said. Every gift is marked with a price in the dark. No, she should also prioritize the matter of offering materials. With this thought, Iris bowed and said, Praise you, Supreme Song. I am currently executing a third transfer task, and once the task is completed, I will present you with the materials you favor. Seeing the elven saintess express this, Lu Chen knew that his performance had not been in vain. This avatar's purpose was indeed quite good. If you have any questions, you can ask my successor, who is also my spokesperson. Seeing him is like seeing me. The Millennium Calamity is approaching. After Lu Chen finished this sentence, the Temple of Transformation dissipated. Iris's spirit returned to the present world. Iris repeatedly mulled over the last words left by the deity. The Millennium Calamity. Then, Iris searched for Lu Chen and sent a friend request to Lu Chen. Sure enough, she was added as a friend. The other party must have opened a whitelist for her. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have been able to search for him. After adding him as a friend, Iris sent a message. Iris, I'm Iris. Lu Chen, I know, we just met in the Temple of Transformation. Iris confirmed she hadn't mistaken the person and breathed a sigh of relief. Iris, I just became a disciple not long ago and am not very clear on what the deity likes, so I wanted to ask for advice. Iris planned to ask Lu Chen first. If Lu Chen didn't know what to offer, she would personally ask the deity. After all, such matters, Iris didn't dare to ask carelessly. What if the deity mentioned something she couldn't possibly obtain? Then, should she find a way to get it, or admit she couldn't? Or perhaps, use something else to make do? Regardless of the answer, it seemed like a rejection of the deity. That wouldn't be good. So, Iris still intended to ask her peer, Lu Chen. Moreover, Song had also instructed her to ask the spokesperson first. In any case, following what the deity said should be correct. In response to Iris's question, Lu Chen felt a bit emotional. Finally, he had lured Iris to his side. In the Temple of Transformation, how could he ask a disciple for things while maintaining the deity's stature? A true god asking for mundane items would inevitably seem a bit beneath them. Now that it was in the context of peers, it was much easier to say. Lu Chen, what song likes are rare and precious materials from various races. Liu Chen recalled the information recorded in the Divine Equipment catalog. Now that his level had risen to 100, the catalog had also unlocked 79 entries. The number of divine artifacts he could see had increased a bit more. Lu Chen, if you can offer him 35 pieces of illusory spirit skin and 35 pieces of bewildering grass, he should be pleased. After acquiring the doubling blade, Lu Chen's demand for materials had decreased significantly. After all, each piece of material could be calculated as 32 times for Lu Chen. The materials Lu Chen mentioned to Alith could only be obtained by the elf race forest type. Combined with the corrupted heart black blood from the abyss and the 10-face skin that could be bought at the trading post, he could craft the 83rd ranked divine artifact, 1000 illusion skin. In the treasury of Hig, Lu Chen had already discussed with Sarko how to distribute the treasures. The principle was simple. Everyone would choose the treasures they wanted. If someone picked the same item, they would note it down. After everyone had chosen, they would gamble. Whoever won would take the items. Of course, during the gambling, Lu Chen's main body would personally rewind time to change the outcome of the bet. After all, his clones could not use rewind time. The selection of loot was quick. Lu Chen primarily needed materials. As for other items, such as equipment, scrolls, and potions, the demand was not high. After the selection was complete, Lu Chen engaged in a gamble with Sarko. Naturally, there was no suspense at all. The final result of the gamble was still Lu Chen's victory. Sarko was left questioning his life in defeat. When would he ever win a round? Brother Hangluo, you see, we've finished choosing these items. Should we? Sarko's greed resurfaced. Just as he was about to speak, a message suddenly came to his mind. Sarko, Hig has died in your territory. Is that human who killed Hig someone you brought? The prompt was visible not only to the various races of the world. The ruler of the abyss also saw this prompt. Other unrelated races could see the prompt as well. Naturally, the race of the slain lord could not miss it. Moreover, Hig had sent out a distress signal before his death. It would be strange if the abyss ruler didn't know. However, the abyss ruler chose neither to ask earlier nor later, but to send a message at this moment to inquire about Sarko. He had his own intentions. Lu Chen watched as Sarko's words suddenly halted midway. Then, Sarko's expression slightly changed. But soon, he returned to normal. After that, Sarko no longer continued the previous topic. Instead, he conveyed a thought to Lu Chen. Brother Hangluo, do you want to meet with our abyss ruler? Upon hearing Sarko's question, Lu Chen paused slightly. However, he did not ask for the reason and directly agreed. He then smiled and said, what a rare opportunity. When Sarko heard Lu Chen's response, his expression did not change. But inside, he was already in turmoil. What kind of monster was this man? He didn't even ask why the ruler wanted to meet him. Moreover, he had just killed an abyss lord and still had abyss blood on his hands. He dared to meet the abyss ruler? Was he not afraid of the abyss ruler? If he wasn't afraid of the abyss ruler, then there were over 100 million beings stronger than him in the human race? The human race was truly terrifying. In the recent exchange with the abyss ruler, Sarko revealed all the information he had gathered to the abyss ruler, urging him to be extremely cautious in his actions. However, even so, the ruler still wanted to meet Lu Chen. This, he, Sarko, couldn't do anything about it. Just like among the human race, the emperor is the greatest. In the abyss, after all, the abyss ruler is the greatest as well. But, no matter what, after knowing the strength of the human race, the abyss ruler shouldn't make things difficult for Lu Chen, right? Alright, Brother Hangluo, I'll take you over. Our ruler is quite hospitable. He often says that if he encounters a human, he must treat them like his own brother. Upon hearing Sarko say this, Lu Chen simply responded with a calm smile. The crown of insight told him that this was a lie. The abyss is vast. However, thanks to the existence of teleportation arrays, it doesn't take long to reach anywhere in the abyss. Buzz, 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 teleportation occurred time and again. After just a few hundred teleports, Lu Chen and Sarko arrived at the realm of the abyss ruler. At the same time, during this process, Rewind recorded the coordinates of hundreds of teleportation nodes. In the future, Lu Chen would be able to freely use Rewind to go to most places within the abyss. The two arrived at the entrance of an alternate space. The final abyss, Brother Hangluo, this is the realm of our abyss ruler. The ruler usually doesn't concern himself with any matters of the abyss. How we fight, what strategies we use, who we kill, has nothing to do with him. He won't punish us for these matters. Rather, if we manage to kill a certain abyss lord, he will even reward Us. The rules of the abyss are clearly different from those on the surface, embodying the principle of survival of the fittest to the extreme. Oh? Then why is the abyss ruler involved this time? Could it be that he wants to reward me? Lu Chen casually posed the question. Upon hearing this, Sarko chuckled. Isn't it that the ruler hasn't seen a human before and wants to meet someone from the surface? But don't worry, brother Hangluo, our ruler has always appreciated the strong. He definitely won't hold it against you for killing Sig. At this moment, Sarko felt caught in the middle. On one side was the abyss ruler, and on the other was Hangluo. Both were existences he couldn't provoke. Moreover, for some reason, after Hangluo killed Sig and returned to him in this short time, he had a gut feeling. Hangluo had become stronger again. And this increase in strength was not insignificant. However, despite this intuition, Sarko didn't know what specific changes had occurred with Hangluo. The concealment of the chaos hidden ring was ultimately beyond his ability to probe. Entering the final abyss. It was a realm filled with floating abyss creatures. The two chatted back and forth, mostly about trivial matters. Lu Chen's thoughts were more focused on perceiving everything within this realm. In Lu Chen's hand, he held the doubling blade. Now, its level had reached 100. The attribute value of the doubling blade had also increased to 1,892,872 points of mental value. 1,800,000. As for the Crown of Insight, it was 946,436 points of mental value. Together, that made 2,700,000 points of mental value. Compared to before, when he could only probe a range of 600,000 kilometers, Lu Chen's Crown of Insight's detection range had now increased to 8.1 million kilometers. It was not much different from Sarko's detection range. Of course, if we talk about attribute values, in reality, these Abyss Lords were still stronger. After all, their levels were there. Level 100 equipment and level 250 equipment ultimately have too great a disparity in attributes. Sarko has undergone 5 promotions, while I have only completed 3. After one teleportation after another, I soon arrived in front of a chaotic palace. I can only say that compared to Sarko's kingdom, this realm has a much stronger aura of the abyss. The intertwining black and red colors form a palace built from countless abyssal species. This palace is not a palace in the traditional sense, but merely a heap of countless bones. At that time, when the position of the Abyss ruler became vacant, everyone was vying for the position of the Abyss ruler. Those who died at the hands of the ruler back then are now part of the palace that the ruler has constructed. Sarko looked at the scene around him and conveyed his thoughts to Lu Chen. The current Sarko seemed like a tour guide. Lu Chen entered the Palace of Bones. At the first glance upon entering, he saw the Abyss ruler. Abyss Ruler level, 251 class, Forbidden Magic Tree, SSS. Level 251. And it's not even the maximum level. If the opponent were at the maximum level, there would be a max mark afterward. This indicates that the Abyss Ruler can actually continue to level up. The Abyss Ruler stands a towering 1,000 meters tall. It resembles a tree, yet also a human. Behind it are countless arms that look like roots, or perhaps they are not arms at all, but purely roots. Its lower body consists of massive intertwined roots that connect to the entire Grand Hall. In Lu Chen's perception, these roots not only connect to the hall but also to the entire realm. They even extend into the void of the abyss. On countless roots, there are eyes growing. These eyes rotate in all directions, as if continuously observing the surrounding environment. The upper body resembles that of a human, yet it is also tightly intertwined with black roots. In front of it is a gigantic dining table. At the end of the table is right in front of Lu Chen. He saw a bowl of black thick soup before him. Abyss gurgle soup human consumption causes a diarrhea state lasting up to 3 hours, duration and negative effects will be reduced based on level. Besides this bowl of soup, there are various bloody black foods. It was quite a spectacle. The banquet was already set. All were delicacies from the abyss. And these foods, Lu Chen had already seen in Sarko's kingdom. One can only say that what the abyss consumes is not meant for humans. Lu Chen had no desire to eat at all. Lu Chen's perception swept around the entire area. He sensed the presence of more than one Abyss Lord. Some Abyss Lords lurked in the shadows, harboring ill intentions. However, they seemed to be restrained by the Abyss Ruler's orders and did not make a move against him. Sarko. You mean to say that the Abyss Ruler won't make a move against me, right? Upon hearing Lu Chen's question, Sarko immediately responded. Of course, our esteemed ruler greatly appreciates. But before Sarko's thoughts could finish transmitting, the Abyss Ruler sent out his own thoughts. Friend from the human race, welcome to the Abyss. You are the first human I have encountered. Logically, we in the Abyss should warmly welcome your arrival. However, the Abyss ruler's tone shifted. But, you just arrived in the Abyss and killed one of our Abyss lords. Isn't that a bit excessive? The tone of the Abyss ruler gradually turned cold. In an instant, the entire space became icy. Abnormal state, extreme cold, movement speed reduced by 50%. This state has been purified in the depths of the Abyss. Lu Chen's body was almost constantly enveloped in a mass of black mist. He had been in a state of death immunity for a long time. At the same time, in this state, Lu Chen would continuously purify the abnormal conditions. Hearing the Abyss ruler's accountability, Lu Chen merely shrugged. Excessive? This was Sarko's idea, it has nothing to do with me. Faced with the pressure from the Abyss ruler, Lu Chen showed no fear. Instead, he directly shifted the blame to the side, to Sarko. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Sarko's mouth twitched. The countless eyes on the Abyss ruler's body glanced in Sarko's direction, then quickly returned their gaze. In the Abyss, how the Abyss creatures fight is none of my concern. I will not punish them. But this time, human, you owe me an explanation. Seeing this scene, Sarko's heart raced. What was happening? He had clearly informed the ruler about the matters concerning the human race. Why was the ruler still pressuring Lu Chen like this? This was different from what he had been told before. If a conflict arose with Lu Chen, who knew if the human race would retaliate? What was the ruler thinking? Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled. Explanation? Then, behind Lu Chen, 32 equipment spirits suddenly flashed with light. Countless beams erupted towards a point in space. Hundreds of thousands of rays converged at the same spot. Boom! This sudden offensive left no chance for a reaction. An Abyss Lord fell directly from the void. His body was pierced through with a large hole. His health bar was almost instantly reduced to 0. However, a thick darkness quickly enveloped him. Life-saving black mud. If it weren't for this life-saving measure, he would have been killed by Lu Chen in an instant. This is my explanation. I wonder if the ruler is satisfied. With Lu Chen at level 100 and possessing 32 equipment spirits, he truly had the ability to challenge the Abyss Lords. Of course, the only drawback was that his attack methods were too singular, unable to target beings in special states. Like Sarko. However, if used to create an imposing presence, it was more than sufficient. After all, even in battles of the same level, Abyss Lords found it difficult to force a life-saving measure from one side. Only a significant power gap could lead to such a crushing effect. And if one could crush, there would naturally be means to kill. Lu Chen did not come to meet the Abyss ruler to apologize or to be suppressed. If they could negotiate, then they would. If not, he would at least take a few Abyss Lords with him. Of course, Lu Chen himself would not stay. With the Abyss Lord being blasted out by Lu Chen, the atmosphere had reached a tense standoff. In the surrounding space, one after another, Abyss Lords who had long been lying in wait revealed themselves. Human. Do you really think we in the Abyss are so easy to bully? Hee, this should be our first time teaming up against a human, right? Don't you realize you are already surrounded by us? However, while these Abyss Lords spoke boldly, Lu Chen sensed them and discovered that they had already secretly activated their life-saving measures. If they were to be killed, these measures would definitely activate in an instant. Their words were tough, but inside, they were more nervous than anyone. Suddenly, however, Lu Chen felt a change in the space. Space lock buzz? Lu Chen could feel that in that moment, the Abyss ruler had already sealed off this area of space. Ordinary means simply cannot escape this space. Lu Chen sensed the rewind. Space is sealed, what does it matter? Rewind specializes in various space seals. Surround? Upon hearing this word, Lu Chen chuckled softly. Faced with the threats of the surrounding Abyss Lords, there was not a trace of fear in Lu Chen's expression. Instead, he displayed an attitude of indifference. Surround, huh? Let me think. That move. Lu Chen pondered slightly, recalling a certain work he had seen in his past life. It was called Flame Shadow Ninja. Ever since he obtained the doubling blade, Lu Chen had long wanted to try this move. Forget it. I can't remember how to form the seals, I'll just wing it. Then, Lu Chen brought together the index and middle fingers of both hands, crossing them to form a cross. Shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, 30 Lu Chens appeared in the hall. Seeing this scene, the Abyss Lords were momentarily stunned. What the hell is this operation? Where did these Lu Chen come from? The space here was clearly sealed. Behind these Lu Chens, the spirit of equipment floated, the Amaterasu bow drawn to its full. Lu Chen's main body raised the Abyss summoning staff high. Each of the other Lu Chens held a Jin Yue in their hands. Every 3 Lu Chens, along with 3 spirits of equipment, surrounded one Abyss Lord. Feeling this scene, the Abyss Lords swallowed hard. They possessed a strong intuition. And now, that intuition told them that these suddenly appeared Lu-Chun all had identical combat power, and their combat power was completely equivalent to that of the suspected main body. Lu-Chun gently waved the abyss summoning staff. In the next moment, one after another, 200-level Imperial monsters were summoned. Now, who was surrounding whom? The appearance of the Abyss Ruler resembled a diagram, of course, not drawn by himself, but found. With the wave of the Abyss summoning staff, the spirits of equipment moved at an invisible speed, using the doubling blade to slice through one Abyss monster after another. At this moment, in the eyes of the Abyss Lords, they could only see these summoned Abyss monsters splitting into 2, then 4, more and more. Ultimately, there were a total of 320 200-level Abyss monsters in the entire hall. This number formed a stark contrast with the Abyss Lords. Originally, there were only 11 Abyss Lords in total. One had died, and Sarko couldn't turn against Lu-Chen. Just now, another had been caught off guard and nearly killed by Lu-Chun. Now, the number of Abyss Lords was down to just 9. Seeing this situation, Sarko felt sweat trickling down his forehead. Damn! When he fought with Sig, Lu-Chen indeed did not show his full strength. The 160-level Imperial creatures he summoned at that time were merely the tip of the iceberg of his power. It seems that was just something he summoned casually. And now, these 320 200-level Imperial Abyss monsters before him were his true strength. No! It might not even be his true strength. His power could even be stronger. Faced with the Abyss monsters summoned by Lu-Chen, the Abyss Lords wore serious expressions. They did not dare to act recklessly. If they could still handle the 160-level Imperial creatures facing the 200-level Imperial creatures, they could only ensure their own survival. As for killing, that was nothing but a pipe dream. And now, with 320 of them, not to mention Lu-Chen's own strength, just these summoned creatures were enough to suppress them completely. The clones surrounded the Abyss Lords. Meanwhile, Lu-Chen leisurely put a piece of special black abyss roll grass into his mouth. Brother Sarko, I remember before coming here, you seemed to tell me that the ruler wouldn't make a move against me. Sarko was caught off guard by Lu-Chen's question. In an instant, his body tensed up. He looked at the Abyss Ruler, then back at Lu-Chen. For a moment, he didn't know how to react. Damn it! Could it be that I'm the first one to be targeted? Just as Sarko was frozen, unsure of what to do, the Abyss Root sent out a thought. Sarko, what are you dawdling for? Are you just going to let our human friend hold the roll grass like that? Light it up for our human friend. Sarko, receiving the command from the Abyss Ruler, suddenly came to his senses. In the next moment, he was by Lu-Chen's side. Black flames ignited at his fingertips, setting the special black abyss roll grass ablaze. Max health -3. You have gained status, awake, focused. Lu-Chen took a deep breath of the black abyss roll grass. He didn't continue speaking. The surrounding Abyss Lords also dared not move recklessly. Sarko is right, how could I make a move against a guest? In our abyss, strength is respected. Hig's lack of strength led to his death, he deserved it. According to our abyss customs, whoever kills an Abyss Lord is qualified to become a new Abyss Lord. Brother Lu-Chen, as long as you are willing, you can immediately become our new Lord of the Abyss. From the 30th to the 40th heights of the Abyss, the entire Blood Slaughter Abyss will be your territory. Upon hearing the ruler's bold declaration, the surrounding Abyss Lords wanted to speak up. However, seeing the Abyss monsters around them, they didn't dare to say anything. Now, it wasn't their turn to interrupt. Faced with the conditions proposed by the Abyss Ruler, Lu-Chen simply sat down slowly on the white bone throne of the Abyss. He took another puff of the special black abyss roll grass. Is that all? Lu-Chen had already learned the rules of the Abyss from Sarko. So, he knew that killing Hig would likely grant him the qualification to become an Abyss Lord. What the Abyss Ruler offered was exactly what he needed. However, if the Abyss Lord had offered it from the start, Lu-Chen might have gladly accepted without discussing anything else. But now, this was a case of first using force and then offering gifts. That wouldn't do, he needed more compensation. At the same time, he looked up at the lofty Abyss Root in the hall, and a thought began to form in Lu-Chen's mind. After finishing the special black abyss roll grass, he slowly said, according to the rules of the Abyss, if you take down an Abyss Lord, you can become an Abyss Lord. So if I take down the Abyss Ruler? As soon as Lu-Chen said this, in the next moment, all the clones turned to face the Abyss Root. At the same time, all the level 200 Emperor tier Abyss monsters also looked towards the Abyss Ruler. Doesn't this position belong to me then? Feeling the thought transmitted by Lu-Chen, all the Abyss Lords present gasped in shock. Crazy. So crazy. Although the Abyss Lords thought Lu-Chen was arrogant, in reality, if he had encountered the Abyss Root before his third transition, he might have run away at first sight with the Crown of Insight. The Abyss Root possessed abilities that particularly countered him. Yuan Gen skills: Source Absorption, Endless Darkness, Disarm, Dismantle Armor, Dark Entanglement, Abyssal Fear, Deeply Rooted. Class Specialization: 5th Transfer Homogenization, Dark Infusion, Forbidden Magic. Class Specialization: 4th Transfer Void, Magic Tree Prison. Dominion Privilege: Abyss Assimilation, Endless Abyss Blood, Abyss Source. Abyss Assimilation: while in the abyss, any external beings that come into contact with you will be rapidly corroded by the abyss and assimilated into abyssal creatures. This ability is difficult to purify. Endless Abyss Blood: while in the abyss, your health limit is infinite. Abyss Source: while in the abyss, cannot be controlled. However, these abilities pose no threat to Lu Chen. The real threat comes from his skills. Disarm, Dismantle Armor. Disarm causes your opponent to lose their weapon. Dismantle Armor randomly dismantles 1 to 3 non-weapon equipment from your opponent. These two skills are the most troublesome. The most important thing is that control types like Disarm and Dismantle Armor do not belong to abnormal states and cannot be purified. Therefore, if Lu Chen encounters these two skills, his first choice would be to turn and run. But now it's different. Before the third transfer, this Abyss Ruler indeed had a strong counter against him. But after the third transfer, Lu Chen obtained the Doubling Blade. The number of artifact attributes has reached 10. The new effect of the Supreme Artifact attribute has also been activated. Supreme Artifact attribute 10, Eternal Divine Gear. Eternal Divine Gear: no existence can manipulate, alter, steal, or deprive your equipment. Your equipment effects can function as intended in any environment, including true god level. Interventions: the 10th attribute, although not as powerful as the previous absolute critical hit, nor as good as 80% cooldown reduction, and not as effective as immunity. But it excels in stability. It compensates for his greatest weakness. This also allows Lu Chen to face skills targeting his equipment with confidence. In the future, if he enters environments where equipment effects cannot be utilized, he can still ensure his safety. After all, while situations that counter equipment abilities are not common in this world, they are not rare either. As long as one lives long enough, there will always be a few encounters. Safety is always the top priority. Human. Do you know what you are saying? The Abyss Ruler, while acknowledging Lu Chen's strength, does not believe that in the abyss he would lose to the human before him. If it were on your surface, I wouldn't know what level my strength would rank. But in the abyss, I am invincible. Human, do not take my acknowledgement as your prideful capital. In response to the Abyss Ruler's warning, Lu Chen's expression remained calm. It's nothing, just wanted to give it a try. After all, I've never fought against an existence like you. As if discussing something very casual. Lu Chen's thought spread. In an instant, all the spirit of equipment erupted with a strong light. Minus 21,201 billion, critical hit, a beam of strong light pierced through the Abyss Ruler's body. This is the brilliance of star gathering. During the time Lu Chen was in a standoff, the spirit of equipment had already been secretly gathering power. Compared to Lu Chen's own power accumulation, the gathering of the spirit of equipment was very discreet and would not be noticed. Boom! Boom! Minus 21.201 billion, critical hit, minus 21.201 billion, critical hit. However, after just 3 beams landed critical hits, the remaining star-gathering beams passed through Abyss Ruler's body. Surprisingly, green recovery values floated out. Plus 26.932 billion, absorption, plus 25.932 billion, absorption, plus 27.932 billion, absorption, forbidden magic tree, 5th turn specialization. Homogenization: when you receive the same attack for the 3rd time, the damage from this type of attack within 5 minutes will be converted into your recovery. However, this is not the most important issue. The most important issue is the previous attacks did not cause it to lose health. Just as the Dominion Authority demonstrated. Endless Abyss Blood placed him in the abyss, granting him infinite health points. He didn't even have a health bar. The entire abyss was his health bar. Lu Chen looked at this result. He sighed, knowing that he couldn't kill Abyss Root at all right now. Almost simultaneously, beside Lu Chen, countless spiky roots appeared in the space. They lunged towards Lu Chen. Put! A root pierced through Lu Chen's body. Just one strike emptied Lu Chen's health bar. However, with an absolute immunity state, Lu Chen wouldn't die. Facing Abyss Root's counterattack, Lu Chen slowly closed his eyes. Indeed, I can't defeat you yet. Let's talk next time. Time reversal. Ding! Click, the sound of a clock echoed. Time reversal rewound time. Buzz time returned to 2 minutes ago. Brother Lu Chen, as long as you are willing, you can immediately become the new lord of our abyss. From the 30th to the 40th level of the abyss, the entire blood slaughter abyss is your territory. And looking again at the Abyss Dominator, This was still the first time he had received a fatal attack. Mentally, there was a slight fluctuation. Lu Chen threw the special black abyss scroll on the bone ground. He stomped it out. Then, he looked at the surrounding abyss lords. Is this how the abyss treats us, thinking one abyss lord position is enough to brush us off? The previous battle was just a small attempt. Looking at the skill description, the opponent was indeed very strong. But just looking at the description without fighting, Lu Chen always felt an itch in his heart. Now it seemed this dominator was indeed too strong. To take him down, it seemed he could only use a special artifact. For example, the profane dagger, as long as it hit, could erase him on a mental level. However, even though he couldn't win, after rewinding, Lu Chen felt no fear at all. We humans have a saying, mental damage is compensation. I wonder if the Dominator can understand what I mean. The transmission of thoughts could convey accurate meanings. Abyss Root naturally understood. This timeline's Abyss Root had not turned against Lu Chen. This is indeed our fault, we scared our friend. Our lord just hid away, planning to give our friend a surprise. Isn't it too distant for a friend to take it to heart? Ha ha. Of course, human friend, whatever you want, just say it, we Abyss are certainly not stingy. Abyss Root had no intention of turning against Lu Chen. Hearing Abyss Root say this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Lu Chen counted his backpack and the spoils he had collected in the Hig Kingdom. The materials needed to craft the 1,000 illusion skin were still not complete. The corrupted heart black blood had not yet been obtained. There are quite a few artifacts that require abyss materials to manufacture. The higher the rank of the artifact, the more precious the materials needed. After all, when it comes down to it, artifacts should be the equipment of true gods. If the equipment of true gods were made from materials that could be casually found in the world, it would indeed be strange. Of course, the Jinyue is indeed a peculiar artifact among divine tools. After quickly tallying the materials, Lu Chen had a rough idea in his mind. Lord Ruler, I only need a little bit of material. I want 350 portions of corrupted heart black blood, 35 million abyssal creature souls, and 200 eggs of legendary tier abyssal monsters. And, upon hearing Lu Chen's demands, the roots of the abyssal root began to twitch incessantly. Human, do you have any idea how precious these items are in the abyss? Faced with the abyssal root's questioning, Lu Chen shrugged. The abyssal root snorted coldly, explaining with a hint of anger. Corrupted heart black blood can only be obtained by me. I cannot tell you how to obtain it, but I hope you understand that it takes 5 years to acquire a single drop of corrupted heart black blood in the abyss. And only the ruler, which is me, can obtain it. This ruler before him had only been in power for 1800 years. In his view, Lu Chen asking for just a little bit of material? Was this some kind of trivial compensation? You're trying to drain the blood of the abyss. As for the existence of legendary tier beings, we have only encountered 2, and we have never obtained their eggs. Legendary tier creatures are ranked above the emperor tier. Such eggs, Lu Chen actually wanted 200 of them. Therefore, upon hearing Lu Chen's request, even the abyssal ruler couldn't help but interrupt. The most terrifying part was that this human seemed to have the intention to continue speaking. If he didn't interrupt him, who knows how many more things he would ask for. Lu Chen's crown of insight did not respond. It seemed that what the other party said was not a lie. Corrupted heart black blood truly takes 5 years to yield a single drop. Oh, I really didn't know that. After all, the illustrated guide only mentioned needing these materials. Lu Chen had no idea about the specific means of acquisition. So, can't you give it to me? Lu Chen displayed an innocent and harmless expression. The vines and branches of the abyssal root were twitching, asking if it could be given. Can it be given? No. Friend of the human race, change your terms. This condition is too great. Upon hearing his refusal, Lu Chen pondered slightly. All he needed was 10,000 portions of corrupted heart black blood. It seemed that the production conditions for this 1,000 illusion skin were indeed terrifying. Without the multiplication blade, it would actually take 50,000 years for the abyss to produce that much corrupted heart black blood. Then, just lend me the corrupted heart black blood, 350 portions. Lu Chen thought for a moment and then changed his request. The ownership of this item would transfer to him. After he multiplied it into 32 portions, he would just return one to him. Lend? What exactly do you want this for? The abyssal ruler was puzzled. Because if it was borrowed, it always had to be returned. Such materials would disappear once used. If Lu Chen didn't use it, why would he want to borrow it? Faced with this question, Lu Chen merely smiled mysteriously. The ruler need not Worry, I will definitely return this corrupted heart black blood to you intact. After hearing Lu Chen's assurance, the abyssal root fell into brief contemplation. If it's alone, then it's not impossible. But what you return to me must be intact, with no impurities in the corrupted heart black blood. You must swear to the abyss and establish a contract with me. Sako, you are the dark contractor, this contract needs you to solidify it, and there must be no mistakes. Upon hearing the ruler's will, Sako bowed. As you command, my ruler. Then, the ruler continued, as for the souls of abyssal creatures, that's easy. If you intend to collect them, there should still be hundreds of billions of abyssal souls drifting in the kingdom you inherited. Spirit, take as much as you want, what the abyss lacks the least is the souls of the weak. As for the egg of that legendary creature, I am powerless, you cannot borrow it. However, I can promise you some other precious treasures from the abyss, such as the egg of an imperial tier monster, that we can still provide. But at most, there will be 100, you can also exchange them for treasures of equal value. This is the most I can offer as mental compensation. The thought of Yuan Zhen felt a bit gritted. This small mental loss surprisingly required so many things to compensate. In contrast, Lu Chen had lost nothing, instead, he had killed one of their abyss lords and taken his treasures. But there was no way around it. Who told him to test Lu Chen? If you are willing to accept this compensation, you will be the first foreign lord of our abyss. Of course, if you disagree, we won't stop you from leaving. Yuan Zhen laid out his final condition. He thought Lu Chen might still argue. But unexpectedly, Lu Chen agreed immediately. All right. Then it's settled. Lu Chen's agreement felt as casual as haggling in a market. Upon hearing Lu Chen's quick acceptance, Yu Engen's emotions fluctuated slightly. It seemed he had been tricked. Everyone present could sense the ruler's intent subtly rising. This felt like a killing intent. However, in the end, this killing intent calmed down. So, human friend, shall we set off now? In response to this question, Lu Chen made a stopping gesture. Wait. I have one more question to ask. According to the abyss's rules, if mutual slaughter is not prohibited. Lu Chen looked at the remaining abyss lords. Can I kill them all? Facing Lu Chen's question, the abyss lords felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Their bodies tensed up. At the same time, Yu Engen's countless tendrils tightly intertwined, showing his inner turmoil. According to the only law of the abyss, the weak are prey to the strong survive. Lu Chen was not wrong in what he said. He could kill. But, in the end, Yuan Zhen still gave an answer. No. Unless the other abyss lords provoke you, you cannot kill any other abyss lords. Otherwise, the abyss will no longer welcome you. The rules of the abyss also have their reasons for existence. Mutual slaughter seems cruel, but in reality, it can promote the overall strength of the abyss. However, if all these lords were killed by Lu Chen, progress? That would be nonsense. In response to this answer, Lu Chen frowned slightly. Not even one? Then, if I hadn't asked you just now, what if I kill the abyss lords? Would the abyss not welcome me? You didn't say it was not allowed before. Upon hearing Lu Chen say this, Yu Engen's tendrils tightened even more. Silence lasted for a while. Crack, 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 crack. Finally, after twisting off a few of his own tendrils, the ruler of the abyss gave a reply. Fine, at most one. Hearing the ruler's response, the surrounding abyss lords couldn't help but tense up. Lord Ruler. Ruler. However, all they received in return was Yu Engen's silence. Yuan Zhen ignored the other lords and instead focused on Lu Chen. Human friend. This is the final compromise. Welcome to become a part of the abyss. We hope you can attend our next Abyss Pillar Conference. Receiving this response, Lu Chen wore a radiant smile. Of course, at this moment, within the realm of Sig, the abyssal creatures were in disarray. Our lord, is he dead? It seems he was killed by the humans on the ground. What should we do? In the past, whoever killed the lord would become the new lord. But this time, it was humans who killed him. What should we do? Could it be that we have to let humans become our lord? Lord Sig brought us war and blood. He could also grant us great power. I wonder what this new lord can bestow upon us. I have friends over in Sarko, and I heard that, in fact, Lord Sig was killed by Lord Sarko. These humans merely picked up the scraps. I also have friends with Lord Baha, and I heard that this human has already been escorted before the sovereign by Lord Sarko. Perhaps, by now, he has already turned into a corpse in the sovereign's palace. I've heard about the appearance of humans. They are just over a meter tall, close to 2 meters, and their build is small. With such a physique, they might not even be found in the sovereign's palace. I just wonder who the new lord will be. The abyssal creatures chatted on, one topic leading to another. They all held expectations for the new lord, but of course, they also harbored fear. After all, every abyssal creature has a kind of inherent inferiority stemming from their origin. A good abyssal lord could even determine whether they could satisfy their most fundamental desires. And life, often, was a secondary consideration for abyssal creatures. Lord Luchen, I will wait for you in the blood slaughter abyss. Abyssal space transfer. Abyssal sovereign. Authority Abyssal space transfer. The abyssal sovereign can instantly appear at any location within the abyssal range. Whoosh. In the next moment, the massive body of the abyssal root vanished from Lu Chen's sight. Lu Chen frowned slightly. This ability. Why doesn't the Emperor have it? Compared to the abyssal sovereign, the Emperor can only fly, the difference is too great. Or could it be that the leader from the Millennium Catastrophe is just a bit stronger than those on the ground? While pondering this, Lu Chen activated Rewind Whoosh. In the next instant, Lu Chen arrived in Sig's realm. Well, to be precise, the former realm of Sig now belonged to him. The massive body of the abyssal root floated in mid-air, its tendrils connecting into the void. The abyssal root glanced at Lu Chen. Beside him. With that glance, he still felt that Lu Chen was unfathomable. Being the abyssal sovereign, able to come and go freely within the abyss, was only natural. But this human, what ability does he possess to also perform teleportation? Moreover, if he remembered correctly, that previous space was still in a state of lockdown, not allowing any existence other than itself to move through space. One of the abyssal root's tendrils penetrated deep into the palace of Sig, touching a fiery red core. Human friend, connect with me. Lu Chen touched the abyssal root. Buzz, you have obtained control authority over the blood slaughter abyss. You may rename this abyss Lord Lu Chen. Now you are the master of this abyss. I hope you can govern your territory well. After saying this, the abyssal root's form flickered slightly and then disappeared. At the same time, Lu Chen felt that he could control everything within this territory. You are in the territory. You control all basic attribute values increased by 100%. This is the most basic enhancement, just this one enhancement alone. It was enough to make a being invincible among its peers. No wonder so many people desired the position of king. Surely, the king would have similar bonuses. Among the human race, I had yet to become a king. In the abyss, I had already become the lord of a realm. I really didn't expect my first territory to be in the abyss. Plans really can't keep up with changes. To become the lord of this realm, one only needed the authority of the abyss root, with no level restrictions. It was the same principle as becoming a king. However, regardless of the race, strength was paramount. Naturally, the stronger one was, the more likely they could hold the position of king. Lu Chen, who hadn't even reached the maximum level, was an exception among exceptions. Blood Slaughter Abyss, that name isn't very good. At least it doesn't fit my style. Change the name to Metamorphosis Abyss. You have changed the name of this abyss to Metamorphosis Abyss. Subsequently, Lu Chen expanded his perception. Although it wasn't his first time here, this time his range of perception was greater than before. His awareness covered the entire realm. He couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. Throughout the realm, there was slaughter and war everywhere. The average combat power of the abyss creatures completely crushed that of their human counterparts. If the abyss were to invade the surface, it would be a devastating blow to humanity. Not to mention anything else, Lu Chen believed that just Salco, without considering the home field advantage, might already be able to fight the human emperor to a standstill. As for the abyss root, Lu Chen's first impression was that it was unsolvable. For the current human race, it was far too unsolvable. Lu Chen had already added the abyss root as a friend. The abyss root sent him a message. The next pillar meeting will vote on whether to invade the surface. The reason the abyss root conveyed this information to him was already a clear indication. They would not ascend to the surface. Of course, the meeting and vote would still proceed as usual. Otherwise, a last-minute cancellation would undermine the authority of the abyss ruler, as if they were afraid of what lay above. So, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. Understood. Lu Chen replied simply. Then, he closed the chat window. From his backpack, he selected a temple keystone, doubled, temple keystone, establish a metamorphosis temple in your territory. All beings that worship the Metamorphosis Temple will receive unique bonuses from it. Creatures below your level will be more easily drawn into fervent worship. This third-tier reward, the Temple Keystone, was obtained alongside the artifact ranked 9th. However, it was only now that he had the opportunity to use it. Logically, it shouldn't be too bad. Teleportation. This time, Lu Chen did not activate Rewind. Instead, he used the Lord's authority to teleport freely within his territory. Soon, Lu Chen arrived before the palace, the very center of the territory. This will do. Lu Chen placed the temple keystone down. Establish the temple. Boom. A long-lasting roar echoed. Soon, a magnificent temple rose directly from the ground. During this process, countless abyssal monsters were directly flung away by the temple's emergence. However, it didn't cause any significant harm. As the temple was completed, the surrounding abyssal creatures were left stunned. At the same time, they noticed the conspicuous human who appeared before them. Lu Chen deliberately did not hide his form, allowing these abyssal beings to see him. This is a human? This is the human who just became our lord? Human! Don't ignore me. Don't think that just because you became a lord, you can do as you please. This place does not welcome human lords. Lu Chen looked down upon the entire territory. Among the territory, there were many dissatisfied abyssal creatures. Lu Chen merely lowered his eyelids slightly. Turret stance in the next moment. Behind Lu Chen, countless rays of light erupted. Whoosh! Whoosh 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 whoosh. In an instant, streams of light spread out. Bang! Minus 1.121 billion, critical hit, bang bang bang. Minus 1.29 billion, critical hit. Minus 1.31 billion, critical hit, minus 980 million, critical hit, bang bang bang. Minus 1.25 billion, critical hit, minus 1.13 billion, critical hit, minus 680 million, critical hit. Piercing through one abyss creature after another. The abyss creatures pierced by the streams of light were instantly killed by this strike. The opposing voices dissipated in an instant. Is there anyone else dissatisfied? Feel free to shout out. Lu Chen's voice was calm, but it echoed throughout the entire nation. This time, the abyss creatures daring to speak up had significantly decreased. Yet, there were still some discordant voices. Whoosh bang. Whoosh 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 boom boom. Boom, minus 1.29 billion, critical hit, minus 1.31 billion, critical hit, minus 980 million, critical hit, minus 1.25 billion, critical hit, minus 1.13 billion, critical hit, minus 680 million, critical hit. Another series of light streams erupted. Those who opposed were directly pierced through by the streams of light, shot dead on the spot. Anyone else? Lu Chen sat atop the Temple of Transformation, overlooking the entire nation. However, it must be said, the abyss is still the abyss. There are always plenty of oddities. Humans get out. Lu Chen didn't find it laborious at all. Bang! Minus 1.29 billion, critical hit, a stream of light shot out, killing the source of the voice once again. This repeated. After 7 or 8 times. Lu Chen asked again. Is there anyone else? Who disagrees with me being the Lord? This time, when he asked again. Finally, there was no opposing voice. Regarding the abyss, reasoning has no effect. Benevolent governance is an act of foolishness. In the outside world, one might consider human compassion. But in the abyss, compassion only fuels their arrogance. Only absolute strength will make them submit. Seeing that there were no opposing voices, Lu Chen finally spoke leisurely. So, that means the remaining ones are all my supporters. From now on, you are all my subjects. I will only say 2 things. The first thing, this nation, starting today, will be called the Nation of Transformation and Infinity. The second thing, this temple, you cannot destroy. Aside from that, there are no other rules. Lu Chen did not intend to manage the abyss with the human race's methods. The two sides are completely different matters. After saying these 2 sentences, Lu Chen vanished without a trace. Human race at this moment, Luo Jiutian had approached the northern border. From high above, he could already see the abyss in the far distance. In the abyss, thick black mist was dispersing. The human emperor gazed at the black mist, pondering countless thoughts. Among them, the most concerning was still about Lu Chen. Lu Chen had now completely become a mystery. He had promised to take him to assume his title as king. How did it turn into him? Traveling alone? Moreover, during this tedious journey, it seemed Lu Chen was experiencing a magnificent adventure. The human emperor scrolled through posts in the community, watching as Lu Chen produced one explosive news after another. However, unlike before, it now seemed that Lu Chen's figure appeared all over the world. St. Lian City, Yuan City, Holy City, High Sky Absolute Ridge. The entire world had witnesses of Lu Chen. Lu Chen wins 5 consecutive matches. St. Lian City Casino goes bankrupt. Holy City, the record for the insane difficulty dungeon has been broken. The conqueror, Lu Chen, the emperor tier boss of the High Sky Absolute Ridge, has been defeated. The one who defeated it is Lu Chen. Yuan City, Holy City, High Sky Absolute Ridge. These locations share one common point, they are all near the path from St. Lian City to the Northern Realm. However, this doesn't seem to explain much. Instead, it is extremely strange that Lu Chen appears simultaneously in two places. How bizarre, how uncanny, it feels like seeing a ghost. Why is Lu Chen's figure everywhere? Just as the human emperor was puzzled, he saw another first-person livestream. In the livestream, someone was watching Lu Chen wielding a black heavy sword, battling a level 100 emperor tier magical beast. At that moment, a prompt popped up in front of Luo Zhoutian. Human race extra territory acquired Abyss, ever-changing Abyss territory controller, Lu Chen. Identity, Abyss Lord, boom, another world boss has fallen. Task panel. Current task, kill 5 world bosses with a team of 10 or fewer, 5/5. Elif looked at her task. Now, half of the task had been completed. The requirement was to kill 5 world bosses with a team of 10 or fewer. Now, she had completed all of them. As for the other task of completing the challenge dungeon, she had also finished it ahead of time. What remained was to accept the third ring task. The speed of completing this task was something Elif had never imagined before her class change. Originally, Elif had envisioned leveling up to 30, then on the first day, leveling up to 40. She would wait for other members of the elf race to also reach level 30, enter the new map, and then hunt the world bosses. She aimed to reach level 60 within 5 days. After that, she would find a way to complete the third class change task within a month. But now, with the divine artifact, everything had changed. Just in time, the second ring task is completed. I also have an excuse to collect materials and offer them to Tsong. Elith summoned a rainbow deer, the fastest level 60 mount her tribe could provide. Elith rode the rainbow deer back to the forest where her tribe was located. Soon, Elith returned to the tribe. Lady Saint, you have finally returned. We have been hearing reports of your victories over world bosses in the New Moon Forest. As expected, Lady Saint is the most special. No wonder you are the favored elf of Liliui, the Wind and Bow. Facing the countless little fans of the elf race, Elith simply smiled in response. She naturally couldn't say that her faith was not in Liliui. Elith walked straight to the class change treehouse. Deliver the third class change task. You have completed the third class change task. Second stage. Would you like to immediately accept the third stage task? Accept. After accepting the third stage task, Elith glanced at the task list. An SSS level task, indeed very difficult. If it were in the past, I wouldn't have had a chance to complete it at all. Elitha's lips curled up. But now, the situation was different. Closing the task list, Elith walked towards the queen's treehouse. Emerald Tree. The queen looked at the request made by Elith. Phantom Spirit Skin, Bewitching Grass? Hearing this request, Jetlika couldn't help but take a deep breath. Elith, my Lady Saint, what should I say to you? What exactly do you need these materials for? Is this your condition for the third class change? What kind of difficult task did you accept? Seeing the queen sigh like this, Elith couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. So she asked, Your Majesty, are these materials very rare? This is no longer a matter of rarity. The Phantom Spirit Skin is a product of the legendary tier monster, the Phantom Ancient Tree. Elise, do you know what it means to be of legendary tier? When the divine monsters invaded the world back then, our alliance devised a strategy to lure the divine monsters into the territory of legendary monsters. Let them fight each other, consuming the lives of the divine monsters, and hopefully, through such a scheme, eliminate them on the spot. Entities that can confront divine monsters head-on are no longer something ordinary means can contend with. There are only a few historical examples of defeating legendary tier monsters, such as the Dragon-Human Alliance from 300 years ago, where both races dispatched over 300,000 fourth transformation powerhouses to exterminate a level 150 legendary tier Daybreaker bird. And the casualties were heavy. However, the dragon race gained the opportunity to break through level 200 because of this. Their path to breakthrough requires the essence of legendary tier beasts. This operation is also a gamble, after all, if they cannot break through level 200 this millennium, sigh. Unfortunately, before they could break through the shackles of level 200, such a thing happened. Jetlika gazed towards the direction of the dragon territory. Speaking of this past with Elise, Jetlika couldn't help but wear a worried expression. Because 5,000 years have come. All races in the world have yet to break through. The calamity will only grow more brutal year by year, and the crisis of extinction is right before us. How could this not cause distress? Elise, is this Phantom Spirit Skin really important to you? If you truly need it, then our elf race will do everything we can to hunt the Phantom Ancient Tree for you. This Phantom Ancient Tree is only level 130, hunting it is not entirely impossible. You are the greatest hope of our elf race. If it's for you, then everything is worth it. But Elise, you need to think it through. Just as the human emperor gambled on Lu Chen, Jetlika also placed her hopes on Elise. The millennium of calamity no longer allows for cautious steps. to take radical risks for greater gains, has instead become the first choice. Faced with such a question, Elise remained silent. She didn't know whether it was important or not. In the end, Elise replied, "Your Majesty, I would like to consult the deity." Jedlicka sighed lightly. "Go ahead, child. Regardless of what decision you make, the elf race will support you." After Lu Chen became the Lord of the Abyss, he did not rush to run around. After all, rushing wouldn't help. The spatial exchange scrolls had not yet been completed. Naturally, he could not teleport the human emperor to North Abyss City. So, Lu Chen remained within his own realm, studying the function of this Hall of Transformation. Current bonuses of the Hall of Transformation: Construction bonus, Abyss Territory, all Abyss creatures deal 50% less damage to you, resource output required. For creating artifacts in this territory is increased by 100%, all your weapons gain Abyss Corruption effect, and upon hitting a target, they can inflict Abyss Corruption damage. Faith bonus, non-follower bonus. Tier 1, Shockwave, Absorption, Rapid Movement out of Combat, Stealth, Reversal, Multiple Ranged Attacks, Perception Amplification, Return, Abyss Summoning, Additional Gains Equipment Bonus Extra Enhancement. The equipment on your followers gains +1 enhancement level, cannot exceed the enhancement level cap. When followers obtain materials to create artifacts, they will be marked. This construction bonus added a new ability to his equipment: Abyss Corruption. As for the resource output, Lu Chen was quite satisfied. The faith bonus, not yet. It should also be because the followers have not gained any enhancements. Regarding the bonuses for the followers, Lu Chen took a brief look. Damn, it really is outrageous. Shockwave melee normal attacks will deal at least 3x strength damage and create a shockwave with a 15-meter radius. Devour after killing a type of monster, you can stack 1 point to your maximum health limit, triggering up to current level squared times a day. Post-battle sprint after exiting combat, gain double movement speed. Stealth, a skill/ability that hides information, gaining additional effect enhancement. Reversal, after receiving fatal damage, revert your state to 1 second prior. Cooldown, 1 day, dungeon cooldown, can only trigger once per dungeon. Multiple ranged attacks, ranged normal attacks will additionally fire 4 times. Perception amplification, perception range increases by 20%, allowing you to see more information. Return, without performing any other actions, chant in place for 7 seconds to instantly return to the marked transformation temple. Abyss Summon, can additionally summon 1 royal level Abyss creature, with a level equal to summoner level -10, cannot exceed level 200. Extra Harvest, all loot gains an additional 50% quantity, rounded down. Lu Chen could easily see that these abilities were actually weakened versions of the artifacts he possessed. But even as weakened versions, they were still godly skills for ordinary beings. Moreover, Lu Chen could also tell that the higher the rank of the artifact, the stronger the weakened abilities provided. And, more importantly, as long as there was faith, the temple provided additional abilities. It seemed he was the only one doing this, right? Other temples were stingy. They would give you nothing but a blessing buff that restored 1 health point every 5 seconds, just to prove they still existed. There weren't many temples as straightforward as his. Being so honest, Lu Chen even had the thought of having the bonuses and gradually increasing them later. However, after thinking it over, he decided against it. As he continued to acquire new artifacts in the future, it would be equivalent to gradually increasing them. Besides, he also needed to use these abilities. After reviewing these functions, Lu Chen approached the statue. He recited the words engraved on the base of the statue. Whether other Abyss creatures believed or not, he couldn't be bothered. Anyway, he believed first. And gained a small bonus. You have received the blessing of the Lord of Transformation and artifacts. You have gained bonuses: Shockwave, Devour. After obtaining the bonuses, Lu Chen strolled through his realm, observing the Abyss creatures as a species. The birth of Abyss creatures was not like that of humans, which involved live birth. It required a long time to reproduce. Intelligent Abyss creatures often came into existence out of the void of the Abyss. Upon birth, they were immediately assigned a profession, intelligence, and a certain level of basic knowledge. They were almost comparable to adult humans. Their reproduction speed was also much faster than that of humans. Moreover, just within this one realm, the number of Abyss creatures reached trillions. This did not even account for those Abyss creatures wandering outside. In contrast, the latest population statistics for humans showed that the total number of humans was only about 30 billion. The majority were engaged in living professions, making up 70 to 80%. The remaining 20 to 30% were combat professions. Furthermore, most of these combat professionals were in the level range of 60 to 100. As for the Abyss, every Abyss creature was a combat profession. At least a C-level profession, with hardly any D-level existences. The gap between the two races was enormous. If the abyss truly invaded the surface, the consequences are unimaginable. Annihilation of the clan could happen in an instant.
In this millennium of tribulation, every step feels like walking on thin ice.
At this moment, a portion of the abyssal creatures has already entered the Temple of Transformation. They have begun to study the purpose of this temple.
Although abyssal creatures each have their flaws, they are still intelligent beings capable of thought. Naturally, curiosity arose regarding the Lord's deliberate emphasis on this hall.
The
abyssal creatures gathered inside the temple. After feeling the vast, magnificent, and solemn atmosphere within, even these restless beings fell silent.
They quietly examined everything in the hall. A leopard-like
creature, its face adorned with red patterns, gazed at the statue before it.
The statue's features were blurred, as if it had no face, just a smooth surface.
However, from its form, it was evident that this being was
humanoid.
At the base of the statue, the name of this deity was inscribed, along with a prayer.
Lord of Transformation and Artifacts? Song? Did the Lord establish this temple here to make us believe in him? What benefits are there in believing in him? Will believing in him make me stronger?
I heard that in the land of bets and stakes, Sarko believes in the god. Perhaps he gained his power from the deity.
Anyway.
Believing in him incurs no loss. If it doesn't work, I can just smash the statue. Abyssal creatures are indeed so audacious in their words.
At the same time, they are arrogant.
Of course, he said this, but he might not really dare to smash it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now, reaching level 156.
He still has some sense.
I believe in you, great Lord of Transformation and Artifacts.
Would you like to add, Lord
of Transformation and Artifacts song to your list of beliefs? The Lord of Transformation and Artifacts does not coexist with other beliefs. You can believe in him, and only in this one deity when you choose another
belief, you will be automatically abandoned by this deity, of course. I absolutely believe in you.
Suddenly, a faint glow enveloped him. You have gained bonuses: return, abyssal summon, perception amplification. A series of prompts popped up before him. Your equipment has received an additional +1 enhancement, not exceeding enhancement limit. In the instant he completed his belief, he realized that his attribute values had surged significantly. Looking at one bonus after another, the abyssal creature couldn't help but gasp.
This bonus is just too powerful. Ha. Thank you. Great song.
His gratitude was heartfelt. For abyssal creatures, becoming stronger is the most exhilarating thing. After expressing his thanks, he dashed out of the Temple of Transformation.
He couldn't wait to seek revenge on his enemies. In the abyss of transformation, there is still no rule of law. Therefore, they can only grow stronger to ensure their survival. And now, right before their eyes, there is a path to rapidly increase their strength. Believing in Song, once these bonuses are obtained, their power will undergo a tremendous transformation.
Not to mention anything else, just the additional 4-shot burst for ranged attacks.
This means that one attack becomes 5. For abyssal creatures that rely on this attack mode, it equates to a 5-fold damage increase.
Not to mention summoning a king tier abyssal creature, even if its level is slightly lower than theirs. But this is a king tier.
It is already stronger than the vast majority of summoners. Believing in Song can at least provide a 2-fold increase in strength. If others believe and they do not, wouldn't that mean falling far behind other creatures? Wouldn't it be like being killed as easily as a chicken? In this land, slaughter has always been present.
When some abyssal creatures grow stronger, they seek revenge and brutally kill other weaker beings. The news that the Temple of Transformation can gain power spread like wildfire.
Thus, even though Lu Chen never
forced them to believe in the Temple of Transformation, it still became crowded with abyssal creatures. Outside the temple, countless abyssal beings gathered, desperately wanting to worship the Master of Transformation and Artifacts. In their quest for faith, these abyssal creatures even resorted to fighting, engaging in battles and killings.
Lu Chen paid no mind to this phenomenon. Slaughter was everywhere in the abyss.
Moreover, according to the abyssal rules Lu Chen had just learned,
for every creature killed, another would be born. No matter how many were killed, the total number remained unchanged, so why bother?
However, at this moment, even though there were entrances on all sides of the temple, each entrance was extremely large, they still couldn't withstand the terrifying number of abyssal creatures coming to pay homage.
The number of faith beings surged at an alarming rate.
1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 10 million, 20 million, 50 million.
And as the number of faith beings increased, Lu Chen received his first feedback from faith.
The number of faith beings has reached 100 million. You have obtained blueprint for the foundation of the Temple of Transformation. Next stage, 10 billion.
Seeing this reward, Lu Chen's eyelids twitched slightly.
Damn, I thought the foundation of the temple was a one-time deal.
Turns out, this thing can be manufactured? Check manufacturing conditions.
Manufacturing conditions for the foundation of the Temple of Transformation, Stone X1000000, any artifact X1. Looking at these conditions, Lu Chen glanced at the pile of materials for making Jinyue in his backpack. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Jinyue, it's great to have you. Just then, a sudden notification came through. Eliza had sent him a message. After Lu Chen left, Sarko was still in the palace of the ruler. Sarko bowed and asked the ruler, "My lord, why are you testing Lu Chen like this? What if the human race attacks?" Upon hearing Sarko's question, the roots of the abyss slowly swayed. Sarko. If what he said is true, there are over 100 million beings in the human race stronger than him. Then, what authority does a single Lu Chen have? What we face is a threat from the entire human race. But my lord, Lu Chen told me that due to special reasons, the human race finds it difficult to delve deep into the abyss. I should have conveyed this information to you. What Lu Chen said was indeed true. The human race found it hard to penetrate the depths of the abyss. As for how the abyss understood this, that was none of his concern. Sarko, his information is ultimately too limited. There are many aspects in his answers that can be explored. Uncertain strength doesn't necessarily mean he is very strong. Strong combat power doesn't mean he has a high level. Sarko, you are still viewing things too one-dimensionally. This is also the reason I must test Lu Chen once. Moreover, if he has sufficient strength but hasn't truly engaged with us, it indicates he doesn't want to turn against us yet. At this time, even if I test him a bit, it won't completely anger him. As long as there's a little compensation, it can settle things. But if I don't test him, and he turns out to be just an empty shell, wouldn't our abyss be fooled by him alone? But it seems now that he does have strength. To be able to contend against 9 abyss lords alone, no, it's not just contending, it's suppressing. Such strength is indeed enough to rampage through the abyss. The Abyss Sovereign judges that, no matter how low Lu Chen's level is, he should have surpassed level 200. Not to mention those hundreds of millions of people, the lowest among them is at least level 240. Just considering those who are 100 levels higher than him, there are thousands in number. The human race is not to be trifled with. Lord Lu Chen. Elif sent a message. The will of Tsang is that meeting Lu Chen is akin to meeting Song, so Elif is extremely respectful towards Lu Chen. If there's something to say, just say it directly. No need for all that formalities. It was hard-earned to communicate with Elif in plain language. If it reverted back to how it was in the Hall of Transformation, Lu Chen would be exhausted. Alright, Lord Lu Chen, I just inquired about the method to obtain the Phantom Spirit skin. The Phantom Spirit skin can only be obtained by hunting legendary tier monsters. The legendary tier monster at level 130, Phantom Ancient Tree. And the mind-bending grass grows right next to this Phantom Ancient Tree. Elif conveyed the information that Jet Erica had told her, word for word, to Lu Chen. After hearing Elif's report, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. He had already chosen the equipment that seemed to require the least materials. Unexpectedly, it was still so difficult to obtain. Just the corrupted heart black blood was already so hard to acquire. The Phantom Spirit skin from the Elven side is not something simple either. Lu Chen thought about his class specialization. However, thinking about this specialization made Lu Chen sigh. The class specialization can simplify the crafting of a divine artifact. Simplified divine equipment, you can choose one divine artifact from the divine artifact catalog and simplify its crafting conditions. The effects of the simplified divine artifact will be significantly weakened. If the simplified divine artifact is not recorded in the divine artifact ranking, it will not be considered a divine artifact. The downside is that if the simplified divine artifact is not recorded in the divine artifact ranking, it will not be regarded as a divine artifact. And if it is not regarded as a divine artifact, the bonuses to oneself will be greatly reduced. Therefore, until now, Lu Chen has not chosen any divine artifact that requires simplification. Because, based on the experiments with his clone, the current divine artifact ranking, once simplified, would completely drop out of the divine artifact catalog. Thus, this class specialization can be said to be the least useful specialization ability for Lu Chen so far. Do you have any information on this legendary tier monster? Lu Chen felt somewhat confident about his current strength. He believed that his current strength was not weak. Being able to fight against the Abyss Lords, he was definitely stronger than an ordinary level 200 human. Compared to the human emperor, Lu Chen was unsure. However, he could take a look with the Crown of Insight later. So, when Elif mentioned the Phantom Ancient Tree, Lu Chen did not think that he definitely couldn't handle it. Lu Chen never underestimated his own strength. Of course, he wouldn't overly exaggerate his own strength either. Everything must be judged based on data. More importantly, he was undertaking an SSS plus class change task.
Given the notorious difficulty of this task, who knows if it would require him to solo a legendary tier boss? At least, for an SSS level class change task, tasks that involve soloing 10 world bosses can be issued. 4A. Fourth transfer SSS plus task. No matter how absurd, Lu Chen wouldn't find it strange. Lord Lu Chen, I can help you inquire about information in this regard. After receiving Lu Chen's directive, Elith went back to ask the elven race about the information. On the phantom ancient tree. Meanwhile, Lu Chen closed the chat box and selected billions of stone materials from his backpack. At the same time, he chose a synthesis, Temple Keystone. You have synthesized Temple Keystone then, eh? Teleportation. He arrived in a wilderness within his own kingdom. Established the temple. Boom! Once again, a series of roars echoed. A massive temple rose from the ground once more. Following that, Lu Chen spread his thoughts across the entire kingdom. I have established a new Manhwa temple in the western wilderness. As this thought spread, a large number of abyssal creatures seemed to have caught the scent of blood, rushing towards this new temple. In their faith-forward song, they even started fighting directly on the way. However, Lu Chen was not in a hurry. He casually synthesized a new. Then, using this new to synthesize another temple keystone, he teleported to another location, establishing the third temple. Just like that, the third, fourth time passed. Soon, over 100 temples had been established. Hearing one prompt after another left these abyssal creatures stunned. What were they fighting so hard for just moments ago? This made them feel that their previous actions seemed quite foolish. Although these creatures had no rules, in reality, over thousands of years, they had already developed their own special customs for survival. But if you say they have rules, those rules are not very solid. The most normal aspect is that abyssal creatures with a significant level gap generally do not engage in conflict. Because killing weaker abyssal creatures does not help improve their own strength. For example, a level 100 being killing a level 60 abyssal creature would gain nothing useful from the level 60 equipment or items. The existence of this rule also greatly ensured their own safety. In the abyss, from newly born level 1 creatures to super strong beings at level 250, as long as they are within this level range, they will always encounter beings of higher levels. Today, being level 100, one can easily crush a level 60. Tomorrow, a level 200 will treat them like a bug. Therefore, to ensure their survival, they generally abide by this rule. But, just now, in order to seize faith, they had almost paid with their lives. And now they were being told that there were hundreds of these temples? Damn, they had almost lost their lives for nothing. Just as Lu Chen was constructing the 103rd temple, Yuan Zhen sent him a message. Lord Lu Chen, the corrupted heart black blood, you can come and collect it. But I must remind you, you have to return it, and you must do so quickly. I can only lend it to you for 3 days at most. Upon seeing this message, Lu Chen smiled and transmitted his thoughts back. No problem, it won't take that long. Good, if Lord Lu Chen has no other matters, then come to my palace. Saying this, Yuan Zhen silently added several layers of spatial restrictions to his palace. Spatial lock, prohibit all teleportation. Spatial restriction, no spatial abilities can be used within this space. Spatial isolation, external spatial effects cannot be transmitted into this space. Yuan Zhen added over a dozen layers of spatial restrictions in one breath. In the next moment, whoosh! A figure appeared directly in front of him. Yuan Zhen, the ruler of the abyss, I hope you are well. Lu Chen wore a slight smile. Seeing this scene, Yuan Zhen's tendrils twisted, feeling as if he had seen a ghost. He was the master of the abyss. With such great authority, how could he not block a human in the abyss? Moreover, it was a power that could easily be blocked, like spatial movement. However, deep down, he was astonished. Yet, Yuangen's thoughts did not change. It seemed he had grown accustomed to it. Haha, Lord Lu Chen's spatial ability is indeed extraordinary. I wonder if I'll have the chance to learn it. To be honest, I can also use some skills from other professions. If Lord Lu Chen is willing to teach, I might not be unable to learn. After seeing it twice, Yuan Zhen was extremely envious of Lu Chen's spatial ability. His ability to use skills from other professions was not a secret. In the abyss. As an SSS level profession, the forbidden magic tree naturally had its unique strengths. Therefore, he wasn't afraid to tell Lu Chen. But Lu Chen, facing the words of the abyss ruler, merely smiled. The ruler sent me here, not to learn my skills, right? Ha, of course not. As per your request, I've brought you the corrupted heart and black blood. Sako, come, let's sign the contract. North Abyss City. At this moment, one of Lu Chen's avatars was transporting goods from the abyss. He was transferring items from the abyss to a warehouse in North Abyss City. At this time, Lu Chen's avatar had already purchased a warehouse in North Abyss City. Although everything in the north belonged to him after becoming the lord, money was of no concern to Lu Chen.
After finishing the inventory of materials, this avatar packed some of the materials into his backpack.
Lu Chen's backpack was shared among all avatars. In the next moment, Lu Chen's figure appeared before the Emperor of Humanity. Your Majesty, I believe you need not hurry anymore. Lu Chen took out the teleportation array blueprint.
At the same time, he held a small box in his hands.
This is the teleportation array blueprint I mentioned to you earlier. And these are the materials needed to construct the teleportation array. Lu Chen handed the teleportation array blueprint and materials to the Emperor. This item could only be given to the Emperor for construction.
The construction of a teleportation array should be done as quickly as possible, without getting caught up in whose hands it was in.
By handing the blueprint to the Emperor, he could utilize the Emperor's authority to initiate construction simultaneously around the world. It probably wouldn't take long before intercommunication teleportation among all humanity could be realized. Luo Jiutian took the blueprint and examined the details. This is really the blueprint for the teleportation array.
You are telling the truth. In fact, he had never doubted Liu Ken. When Liu Ken mentioned the teleportation array blueprint, the Emperor had already been looking forward to it. But he didn't expect that this day would come so quickly. He originally thought it would take at least a few days to obtain such a rare item. However, indeed, Liu Ken could not be explained by common sense. What was so surprising about killing the Abyss Lord and obtaining a teleportation array blueprint?
The Emperor no longer thought about Liu Ken but focused his attention on the teleportation array blueprint. He looked at the functional introduction of the teleportation array.
Teleportation array effect. Teleportation. Through one teleportation array, one can teleport to another associated teleportation array. Maximum teleportation
distance 50 billion kilometers. Materials required for production: Infinite Crystal X5, Spatial Crystal X5, Swift Blossom X10.
This infinite crystal is not a material that our human race can obtain. However, the exploration team discovered its existence
in the Abyss back then. Infinite crystal, the human race does not have it and can only obtain it from the Abyss.
Just as the human emperor spoke these words,
he suddenly realized that Lu Chen was still holding a box. He probed towards that box. Good heavens, it was filled with materials. Countless materials. There were as many as 3.2 billion space crystals and infinite crystals?
Damn it, the human race didn't even have infinite crystals, and space crystals were also
extremely rare materials.
The national treasury's stock was even less than 100,000.
And now, Lu Chen had so many?
The resources in his hands were more than the human
race's treasury? Was this Lu Chen a moving treasury?
The human emperor couldn't make sense of it, but he was deeply shocked inside.
Lu Fengwan, these materials are.
He even began to doubt whether these materials were what Lu Chen intended to use to build the teleportation array.
Was he being overly sentimental? They are materials for building the teleportation array. Human emperor, you should take them. This was also the reason Lu Chen only now handed the teleportation array blueprint to the human emperor. After all, without materials before, giving the blueprint was useless. It was only after killing Sig and dividing his spoils that he obtained enough materials. The human emperor held the teleportation array blueprint and then stored it in his backpack. He looked again at the box of materials. For a moment, the human emperor was doubting, damn it, who exactly was the human emperor? Why did it feel like he was the one being rewarded? Generally speaking, shouldn't he be the one rewarding others? Damn. Now, Luo Jiutian actually felt a bit flattered.
The human emperor's expression was somewhat strange.
He looked at Lu Chen, and a thought even crossed his mind. Why not just let you take the throne? However, to become the human emperor, one must reach the maximum level. Even if Luo Jiutian wanted to abdicate now, Lu Chen wouldn't be able to inherit the title of human emperor. Alright, the materials are no problem now. I will arrange for people to establish the teleportation array as soon as possible. The speed of transporting materials was extremely fast. It was far quicker than the maximum flying speed.
In terms of lifeless matter, humanity had already mastered transportation technology close to teleportation.
Now, they just couldn't teleport living beings. But as long as the human emperor gave the order, these materials could soon be transported to the major cities of the human race.
As long as the materials and blueprints
were in place, the teleportation arrays in the major cities would be established immediately. However, Lu Chen didn't know whether his space exchange scroll
would be made faster or if the teleportation array would be established sooner.
But the two did not conflict.
The teleportation array was for fixed-point teleportation,
while the space exchange scroll could be used against enemies and could also send allies to remote areas unreachable by the teleportation array. Regardless of which method of teleportation, having either was good. Lu Fengwan I plan to share this teleportation array blueprint with other races. What do you think? After all, the teleportation array blueprint was obtained by Lu Chen. Even the materials for the teleportation array were sourced by him. Although he was the human emperor, if he didn't even ask Lu Chen's opinion and just spread the blueprint, it would be somewhat excessive. However, during the Millennium Catastrophe, Luo Zhoutian did not expect to rely solely on the human race to resist. If he could better unite the strength of other races, Luo Zhoutian would not miss this opportunity. And the teleportation array was clearly a means to better unite the powers of multiple races. Upon hearing the human emperor's proposal, Lu Chen also nodded slightly. That's best. Building the teleportation array was to facilitate his own actions. Naturally, the more there were, the better. The farther, the better. Otherwise, while he could teleport within the human territory, going to the demons or the elves would still require a long flight. What was the point of him delivering the teleportation array blueprint? After receiving Lu Chen's permission, Luo Zhoutian let out a sigh of relief. This feeling of needing to heed someone else's opinion was a bit strange. Clearly, he was the emperor of humanity. The emperor could decide on all matters within the clan. If he truly wanted to do something, he didn't need Lu Chen's consent at all. However, from a logical standpoint, he had to ask this question. After all, Lu Chen's current identity, at the very least, was that of a hero of the human race? Moreover, obtaining the blueprint for the teleportation array had made Lu Chen a great contributor to humanity. It could almost be considered a contribution worthy of being recorded in the annals of human history. No. Merely being recorded in history was not enough to prove his great achievements. Even in the historical records, it would have to be a bold stroke on the first few pages. Emperor's authority, construct shared. After this command was issued, the various kings of the human race and the lords of the cities immediately received a notification. The emperor has shared with you new territory. Creation teleportation array, teleportation array? The lord of Holy Capital City sat up abruptly from his chair upon seeing the notification pop up in front of him. What the hell is this? His pupils constricted slightly. The three characters teleportation array were not difficult to understand. Just seeing the name of this construction, he could imagine what it was used for. He then clicked to check the effects of the building. Teleportation array, effect, teleportation, through one. Teleportation array, you can teleport to another teleportation array associated with it. As expected, it was the teleportation he had in mind. Teleportation distance. Distance. 50 billion kilometers? This teleportation distance was 25 times the distance from Holy Lian City to the northern border. Even the emperor would need nearly 20 days to fly that far. But according to the description of the teleportation array's effects, with this teleportation array, one could arrive instantly. Your Majesty, you truly are benefiting our human race. But then he looked at the material requirements. Infinite crystals? This material. Infinite crystals? Where could the human race possibly obtain such materials? In the next moment, another notification popped up in front of him. Emperor's announcement, the materials for constructing the teleportation array will immediately arrive at all major cities, no later than within an hour. Emperor's announcement too, all city lords are requested to immediately mobilize architects and array masters to prepare for the construction of the teleportation array. Seeing these two announcements, the heart of the Lord of Holy Capital City raced. In just a few seconds, his emotions experienced three major ups and downs. Not only the Lord of Holy Capital City, but as soon as this announcement popped up, the lords of all major cities clenched their fists tightly. Your Majesty is truly powerful. He can even get something like this teleportation array. Doesn't that mean the airports will be out of work? Who cares if the airports are out of work? Last time I traveled from southern border to northern border, it took me half a year to get there. With the teleportation array, we won't have to waste time on the journey anymore. Sigh, if we had the teleportation array a few hours ago, we could have dealt with the southern border people's escape more calmly. Don't mention it, if the Dragon Clan had a teleportation array, sigh. The lords of all major cities were not fools. They naturally understood what the teleportation array meant. These two announcements from the Emperor were not only visible to the city lords but were sent out to all of humanity. The human race looked at the announcements in front of them, all stunned. What the hell? Teleportation array? Is this the teleportation I'm thinking of? It can't be some kind of IQ tax, right? Damn, this time it's real. My father is the city lord, and he just shared the introduction to the teleportation array with me. It can directly teleport a distance of 500 billion kilometers. Finally, we won't have to travel hundreds of millions of kilometers, spending months on the road just to grind levels in dungeons. Some classes have a strong Counter ability against certain dungeons. Grinding in these types of dungeons is often very easy. However, to grind in these dungeons, they usually need to travel a significant distance across the human territory. Sometimes, this journey can take as long as 6 months. It can be said that a large portion of a job changer's leveling time is wasted on travel. Now, with the acquisition of this teleportation array, it can be considered a blessing for all of humanity. Just as they were praising the Emperor of Humanity, another announcement was made by him. It explained the origin of the teleportation array. Announcement to the entire clan: the blueprints for the teleportation array and the materials needed to manufacture it were all gifted by the human deity, Lu Chen. Attached is the materials list. What the hell? It was still done by the god Lu? I thought this was something the Emperor found, but it turns out it was still the god Lu. God Lu, again God Lu. I can't shake the feeling that God Lu has done the Emperor's work for him. Damn, if I had any doubts before about whether God Lu could be a good king, now I can only say I fully support him. You only support God Lu as king? I directly support God Lu as the Emperor. Wait, this materials list. Infinite crystals. 3.2 billion? Damn. My father works in abyss exploration. Infinite crystals should only exist deep within the abyss. Moreover, they only exist in theory because no one can venture deep into the abyss. Spatial crystals can also only be found in the abyss. These things are scarce resources in our treasury. How on earth did God Lu get them? But soon, they recalled the previous announcement. Lu Chen had killed an abyss lord. Damn, what exactly has God Lu been doing during this time? Did he rob the treasure vault of the abyss? Within the abyss, a contract was formed. Sarko, as the dark contractor, had a strong enhancement in all aspects of the contract. Even the abyss lord could not surpass this. The contract has been completed. Brother Lu Chen, if you cannot return the corrupted heart black blood intact, you will have to pay the corresponding price. This price is the deprivation of life. If the contract is violated, within 10 seconds, one will lose all vitality. At the same time, because it is a contract, this is considered Lu Chen's voluntary action, so even abilities that grant immunity to death cannot take effect. Understood. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Even if the contract is violated, there is a process for it to take effect. Even if he truly violates the contract, he only needs a moment to activate the reversal of time. Therefore, there is no need to fear the consequences of violating the contract. Yuan Zhen checked the contract once more. No problem. Then, Brother Lu Chen, this corrupted heart black blood is officially entrusted to you. One of Yuan Zhen's roots wrapped around a mass of writhing black liquid. No, to be precise, it didn't resemble blood. It was a mass of thick black liquid. Within the liquid, bodies resembling worms often writhed. Lu Chen touched this thick black liquid. You have obtained corrupted heart black blood. As he took the corrupted heart black blood, in the next moment, both his main body and his clone activated, reversal, simultaneously. Lu Chen and his clone exchanged positions. The clone replaced the main body's position, while the main body arrived near the location of the clone. Lu Chen's main body directly appeared in a certain wilderness in the northern region. What this clone does is run maps for itself, allowing Rewind to teleport to more locations. By the way, it also hunts Emperor-tier monsters in the wild. Besides that, other clones are simultaneously responsible for various tasks such as shopping, gathering intelligence, farming dungeons, and synthesizing materials. Lu Chen took out the doubling blade. Doubling the corrupted heart black blood cannot be done in front of the abyss ruler. They just can't see their hidden information. But they are not blind. Corrupted heart black blood effect 1 causes an entity not exceeding the abyss ruler's level to directly corrupt into an abyss creature, immune only to demigods with less than 50% divine power. Effect 2, raw material for abyss creatures 2. Breakthrough level limits. Effect 3, when used by an abyss creature, it can directly restore all maximum health and mana, and remove all abnormal states, no usage limit. Effect 4, when worn, it grants immunity to 1 death, restores all maximum health and mana, and removes all abnormal states. Effect 5, when used by an abyss creature, it directly grants experience points equal to the experience bar limit. After each use, the required amount for the next use increases by +1. Effect 6, when directly used, it corrupts into an abyss creature, increasing all base attributes by 500%, duration, 1 day, and all skills carry abyss pollution. Corruption effects. No side effects when used by abyss creatures, and the abyss corruption effect is greatly enhanced. Looking at the effects of the corrupted heart black blood, Lu Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. No wonder they are reluctant to give it to me. The effects of this thing are simply too strong, at least worth a life. Moreover, resisting death is just the most basic function. Besides resisting death, it can also directly increase one level. Damn, that's a level 1 increase. The higher you go, the greater the demand for experience. It is said that the strong among the human race take hundreds of years to level up from 199 to 200. If one could directly fill the experience bar, that would be equivalent to saving 100 years of time. As for the sixfold increase in attributes, it could unleash combat power that surpasses the current level. And this can serve as raw material for abyss creatures to break through level limits? No wonder the abyss ruler's level exceeds 250. This corrupted heart black blood is incredibly powerful for abyss creatures, regardless of the effect. But such a good thing. It has to belong to me. Lu Chen began to slice the writhing black sludge with the doubling blade. Soon, the writhing black sludge was split in half, then into 4. 4 became 8. In the end, 32 times the corrupted heart black blood was doubled. In total, there were 11,200 portions. After giving 350 portions to the abyss root, he still had 10,850 portions left. Even after making the 1,000 illusion skin, he would still have 850 portions remaining. The corrupted heart black blood in his hands was even more than what the abyss ruler possessed. Lu Chen packed the excess corrupted heart black blood into his backpack. High-ranking artifacts, truly a freebie. Lu Chen deeply understood the freebie ability of Rewind. And the freebie ability of the doubling blade is no less than that of Rewind. One can only say that high-ranking artifacts are all-season freeloaders. After finishing all this, Lu Chen activated Rewind and directly returned to the presence of the abyss ruler. The speed of the position exchange was very fast. Lu Chen's control over the clone's consciousness was completely synchronized. Therefore, the activation of Rewind was almost simultaneous. Even Yuan Zhen couldn't tell that Lu Chen had changed positions. Thank you, ruler of the abyss. I am now fulfilling the contract and returning the corrupted heart black blood to you. The ruler of the abyss sensed the intent conveyed by Lu Chen. For a moment, they were bewildered. What? Why was it being returned to them? In the eyes of the ruler of the abyss, Lu Chen had just received the corrupted heart black blood and casually chatted for a bit. He hadn't done anything yet. He just said he would return this corrupted heart black blood to them. Wait, then what was the purpose of borrowing this corrupted heart black blood? Lu Chen displayed the corrupted heart black blood. This was the essence. Yuan Zhen took the corrupted heart black blood in hand to examine it. It still looked exactly the same as before. Yuengen's roots tightened in confusion. Human. Although I cannot understand your actions. However, this means that one of your requests has been fulfilled. Have you thought about what else you need? In fact, when Yuan Zhen asked this question, Lu Chen's gaze wandered over the equipment on Yuan Zhen. The equipment on Yuan Zhen was all of diamond quality. One must admit, the ruler of the abyss had excellent gear. And the attributes of this equipment were quite impressive. For example, one of the attributes of the bark clothing, called Breath of Deep Black, increased maximum health by 70%. Lu Chen just happened to have the profession specialization of attribute theft, a new ability obtained from the third advancement. It allowed him to steal attributes from others' equipment. If he could steal some attributes from level 250 diamond quality gear, although it wouldn't be as good as a divine artifact, it still seemed quite nice. From now on, Lu Chen's avatar will be referred to as Lu Chen, and I won't deliberately write avatar. In reality, there was almost no difference between the avatar and the main body. However, after thinking it over, Lu Chen still didn't act. Directly snatching an attribute from Yuan Zhen would be too obvious. It wasn't yet time to turn against Yuan Zhen. Rather than taking attributes from Yuengen's equipment, it would be better to check out other abyssal lords. Their equipment should also be decent. Subsequently, Lu Chen looked towards Sarko beside him. Jetelika received a message from the human emperor. The relationship between humans and elves was relatively friendly. Whether it was the forest-dwelling forest elves or the nocturnal night elves, they all had close ties with humans. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a joint city-state like St. Leon City, which was home to both humans and elves. The blueprints and materials for the teleportation array are being sent to the elves. Please, once the elves receive the blueprints, commence construction immediately. Jetelika looked at the message from the human emperor. It clearly included detailed information about the teleportation array blueprints. The human emperor would never joke about such matters, especially at the time of the Millennium Calamity. Therefore, the news about the teleportation array should be genuine. After reading the message, the Elven Queen responded, "Thank you for the blueprints sent by the humans. This kindness will surely be repaid by the elves after we survive the Millennium Calamity." She naturally understood how precious these teleportation array blueprints were. In the face of the Millennium Calamity, the teleportation array could play an unparalleled role. If there had been a teleportation array during the last millennium, perhaps the process of defeating the divine monsters wouldn't have been so tragic. Rather than thanking me, you should thank our human, Lu Chun. He was the one who found the blueprints, and he also obtained these materials. Without him, there would be no teleportation array. Jetelika committed this name to memory. She didn't say much more. Instead, she immediately issued an announcement to the entire elven race. Like the Emperor of Humanity, issuing orders to the entire race. Announcement from the elven race. The human race is about to send the teleportation array blueprint. The entire elven clan should prepare to receive it. Array Master Architect, enter emergency standby status. Teleportation array blueprint. Click to view. Elise was just about to ask Jetelika for information about the illusion demon ancient tree. But as soon as she entered the door, she saw this announcement from the queen. The teleportation array. Your Majesty, this teleportation array. Yes, it was sent by the Emperor of Humanity. It should arrive soon. But Jetelika paused slightly, then corrected herself. No, to be precise, it was sent by Lu Chun. After Jetelika finished speaking, she suddenly turned her gaze to Elise. It was as if she didn't recognize Elise as she looked her up and down. At the same time, she kept murmuring, Lu Chen, Lu Chen. Suddenly, Jetelika asked, Elise, you are of the same generation as him, how do you think Lu Chen performs? Hearing the queen's sudden question, Elise couldn't help but show a wry smile. She was just a disciple, while the other party was a divine inheritor. The divine being had said that seeing Lu Chen was like seeing him. There was simply no comparison between herself and Lu Chun. Elise humbly replied, Your Majesty, the gap between Lu Chen and me is vast. At the very least, I cannot achieve the feat of killing a Lord of the Abyss. Jetelika nodded slightly. Not to mention whether Elise could do it, even she herself wouldn't dare to say she could kill a Lord of the Abyss. Jetelika pondered. Could this Lu Chen be like you, a disciple of the divine? Upon hearing this speculation, Elise slowly shook her head. I don't know. By the way, Your Majesty, I would like to learn about the information regarding the illusion demon ancient tree. This requires you to grant me permission. Upon hearing Elise's request, Jetelika sighed slightly. Elise, it seems you really need the illusion spirit skin. The information about the illusion demon ancient tree is classified as SSS level confidential within our clan. However, since you are our clan's saintess, sharing this information with you is not a problem. Jetelika searched for a document and then directly forwarded it to Elise. Once you decide to hunt the illusion demon ancient tree, just let me know. Elise, make your decision quickly, a millennium calamity could arrive at any moment. After receiving the information, Elise glanced at it briefly and then immediately forwarded it to Lu Chen. Lord Lu Chen. Just now, the Queen sent a clan-wide announcement. The elven race is preparing to establish a teleportation array, which seems to be related to you. At this moment, Lu Chen's main body was in the abyss. Gambling with Sarko. Sarko had lost to Lu Chen again. Lu Chen accepted several pieces of equipment from Sarko. Now, seeing the message sent by Elise, Lu Chen stopped his gambling with Sarko and received the documents sent by Elise. Illusion Demon Ancient Tree. Nature Race, Level 130, Legendary Rank. Located within the Elven Territory, Black Mist Canyon, Health Points. Continuously changing, suspected to be related to the seasons, unable to determine the minimum and maximum values. Records show a minimum health of 100 million, but in this state, any damage dealt to it will be reduced to 1 point, and the Illusion Demon Ancient Tree will possess extremely strong recovery abilities. Maximum health 500 trillion, in this state, damage dealt to it will be amplified. Territory characteristic, Illusion Demon Poison Mist. Entering the poison mist will result in unavoidable illusion effects, which cannot be dispelled without extremely high-level purification abilities. Known attack methods: Vine Strike, Physical, Poison Storm, Wind and Poison Mixed Element. There are a total of 13 known physical attack methods, 64 magical attack methods, and 12 special attack methods, among which there are 3 ultra-high-level magic. The remaining attack methods are unknown. TSK, isn't this just the beginning? Lu Chen looked at the information sent by Elif. He increasingly felt that this legendary tier monster was abnormal. If he had to describe it, he would say that in a situation where levels are the same, even if there are hundreds of thousands of Imperial tier monsters, they cannot defeat a monster of the same legendary level. It's like now, even if there are billions of level 100 job changers, they still can't beat Lu Chen. They are simply not on the same level. However, that Human Dragon Coalition, with 300,000 job changers, can win. At least it shows that legendary monsters don't have an unkillable amount of health. Since it wasn't like the Abyss Root, which has no upper limit on health, then he should have a chance to kill it. The data on the illusionary ancient tree spans a total of 300 pages. It records the history of the discovery of the illusionary ancient tree, the various tests conducted by the elven race throughout the ages, and research on its attributes and values. The relationships of restraint and being restrained are introduced in great detail. After finishing all the data, Lu Chen made a slight judgment in his heart and then sent a message to Elith. Elith, tell your queen not to send troops. Don't touch my boss, and don't let others get close. Once the teleportation array is set up, I'll see if I can kill it. Lu Chen said this mainly considering his second ring task for the fourth job change. Although he didn't know what the task content was, if it required him to solo a legendary tier monster, then if others touched his boss, it wouldn't count as a solo kill. Moreover, as the Elven Queen said, battling legendary tier monsters often results in heavy losses. Lu Chen had no enmity with the elven race, and naturally, he didn't want them to suffer significant losses because of this. Furthermore, eliminating a legendary tier monster would also remove a hidden danger for the elves. Who knows when a legendary monster might suddenly go on the offensive? If he could eliminate this monster, the elven race would owe him a favor. Favors are never too many, the more, the better. Of course, what Lu Chen said was just to give it a try. He didn't say it too confidently. After all, who knows what other mechanisms have not been tested yet? If he really couldn't kill it. If he couldn't kill it, then they could always team up later. It would just be considered as testing the information. Meanwhile, Lu Chen calculated everything. On Elitha's side, she blinked at Lu Chen's message. What? Lord Lu Chen wants to solo a legendary tier boss? The Abyss Lord is, after all, an existence beyond comprehension. The people on the surface have no idea how strong the Abyss Lord really is. But legendary monsters are things they have seen for real. In such a comparison, it turns out that the inheritor of the gods has already become this strong? Sarko, let's call it a day. Lu Chen put away the playing cards and collected the 2 diamond quality equipment that Sarko lost to him. Dagger of Size, Boots of Darkness, Staff of Black. Source Enhancement, Crown of Corruption. These were the equipment that Sarko had changed out during his growth process, not all the equipment he currently wore. Although Sarko loved to gamble and would bet on everything, he wasn't completely foolish. At least he knew when to cut his losses. Of course, Sarko had also started to feel a bit scared in a vague way. Losing once or twice was fine, but now he had lost dozens of times. No matter how much Sarko loved to gamble, he didn't dare to bet too much against Lu Chen. At most, it was just a small bet for fun. Until he had a sure way to win against Lu Chen, he didn't dare to stake his most valuable possessions. Lu Chen looked at the equipment in his hands. A pair of Dark Spirit Boots, Diamond, +0, a level 220 item. It had no enhancement levels at all. To enhance golden quality equipment, one needed to use enhancement stones, golden, while enhancing platinum quality equipment required platinum enhancement stones. The drop method for enhancement stones was almost identical to that of equipment. Alternatively, they could be obtained by dismantling equipment of the same quality. Therefore, the higher the quality of the equipment, the more difficult the enhancement became, and the more terrifying the full enhancement would be in the later stages. Lu Chen directly transferred the attributes of the Dark Spirit Boots to the Rewind Boots. Dark Spirit Shadow, Ultimate, a shadow of a dark spirit will appear beside you, which, to enemies, closely resembles your true self and is influenced by your hidden abilities. This Dark Spirit Shadow can be targeted by skills. This effect complemented his Chaos Hidden Ring perfectly. Lu Chen equipped this attribute. In an instant, a shadow appeared beside him. This shadow was pure black, with only an extremely vague appearance. However, to others, this shadow looked exactly like Lu Chen. More importantly, due to the effect of the Chaos Hidden Ring, others could not distinguish which one was the real Lu Chen. This meant that if someone tried to target Lu Chen with a skill, there was a 50% chance they would lock onto this false form. Subsequently, Lu Chen equipped several other attributes. The equipment that Sarko used as a wager was something he had no use for. In the Abyss, everyone fought against each other. This also meant that even if one obtained equipment that did not belong to them, they could not sell it. Otherwise, wouldn't that just bolster the strength of other lords? Lu Chen stole the attributes of the Black Source Enhancement Staff, Diamond. He added the Abyssal Summoning attribute to the Abyss Summoning Staff, which could enhance the basic attributes of Abyssal Summons by an additional 70%. As for the crown, Lu Chen directly added an attack attribute of Mind Erosion. This could deal 10x mental damage to a single enemy and inflict a 1-second fear effect. However, with an 80% cooldown reduction bonus, the cooldown time was only 0.6 seconds. This was the attribute Lu Chen used to compensate for his shortcomings in mental attack capabilities. The Emperor of Humanity arrived at a Nearby city. He found a material transport transfer station that had been there for a millennium. After killing a divine monster, he obtained the material flow array, which could convert any material into a stream of light, allowing it to accelerate to its peak in an instant. Then, it could be received through other material flow arrays at different locations. Although it wasn't teleportation, the speed was not much different. Various races in the world also established their own material transport channels through this array. Otherwise, previously, transporting items around the world still required manual labor. Unfortunately, they only harvested loot from one of the 3 divine monsters. The other 2, one fell into the abyss, and regardless of its life or death, that loot was naturally unattainable. The other was sealed, not killed. This was already the best outcome. The Emperor of Humanity opened the storage box. This small storage box, surprisingly, had a capacity of 32 billion slots. The Emperor did not know where Lu Chen had obtained such a large capacity box. However, faced with the materials inside, the box's capacity seemed hardly surprising. The number of human cities was extremely large. One city might not even require just one teleportation array. Not to mention, the materials for foreign teleportation arrays also needed to be included. In fact, these materials may not be enough for the world. However, it seems that they are sufficient to address the immediate crisis. Material distribution. According to the blueprints, the materials required for the teleportation array will be distributed evenly. The Emperor's command was issued. Soon, these materials were evenly distributed. Activate the material flow array. As a pale blue light illuminated the area, buzz, in no time, these allocated materials transformed into tiny pale blue light points. In the next moment, these light points instantly vanished. Buzz, as countless streams of light spread in all directions. In a brief moment, cities had already received supplies from the Emperor. Ruijia City, the nearest city to the Emperor's location. Soon, the array mages, architects, and other professions on standby immediately began constructing the teleportation array. Blueprint deconstruction accelerated construction. Rapid array construction. Half an hour later. Ruijia City, the teleportation array has been completed. With the announcement made, news of successful teleportation array constructions echoed throughout the world. Lanshi City. Teleportation array completed. Zumanching, teleportation array completed. My City, teleportation array completed. Fengche County, teleportation array completed. Shigu Town, teleportation array completed. Baitian Village, teleportation array completed. Elf Clan, Dawn Forest, teleportation array completed. Elf Clan, Night Forest, teleportation array completed. Elf Clan, Dawn Plains. Demon Clan, Burning Basin, teleportation array completed. Blood Clan, Ancient Night City, completed. Beastmen Clan, Terry City, teleportation array completed. Meow Humph, the Beastmen Clans. White Silk City, no, Brio City, teleportation array has been completed. For a full 2 hours, every race and major city in the world announced the completion of their teleportation arrays. During this process, the teleportation array in Baiyuan City was also completed. The Emperor also stepped onto the teleportation array leading to Baiyuan City. As Luo Jotian stepped onto the array, buzz, whoosh, a flash of light, he directly appeared within Baiyuan City. In that fleeting moment, he had crossed a distance of over 100 million kilometers. After stepping out of the teleportation array, Luo Jotian was slightly dazed. He gazed towards the southern direction and couldn't help but chuckle. This is much faster than flying myself. At this moment, Baiyuan City was bustling like never before. The number of teleportation arrays distributed throughout Baiyuan City was over 100. The flow of people in this city was extraordinarily high. The reason was simple. Lu Chen was to be appointed as a king in the northern border. The refugees from the southern region also needed a place to settle. Moreover, people from other cities admired Lu Chen's legend and came to Baiyuan City, hoping to catch a glimpse of the divine Lu. With multiple factors at play, the population of this city surged to unprecedented levels, prompting Baiyuan City to issue an announcement prohibiting unnecessary travel to the city. The Emperor concealed his presence to avoid causing a stir among the crowd. Just as he was about to contact Lu Chen, "Your Majesty, it's good to see you again." Lu Chen appeared mysteriously before him, without any warning. However, the Emperor seemed to have grown accustomed to Lu Chen's sudden appearances. He simply replied, "Lu Chen, if you keep calling me Your Majesty, I might have to call you the Divine Lu. I can't afford to be called Your Majesty right now. Just call me Old Luo." Actually, before I became the human emperor, everyone called me Old Luo. But after I became the human emperor, very few people called me that. By the way, the supplies you wanted have been counted by the treasury staff and delivered to you. This speed is the result of expedited processing. You know, taking things from the treasury, especially such a large quantity of rare materials, always requires some procedures. Lu Chen listened to Luo Jiutian say this and nodded slightly. Got it. Once I activate the king's authority for you, you will officially become the king of the northern region. Moreover, with your current resume, no one will dare to oppose it. After the king's authority is activated, you can go directly to the warehouse in Beiyuan City to collect the materials you need. However, Lu Chen, I still have some questions I want to ask you. Lu Chen had anticipated that Luo Jiutian would want to ask him questions. Go ahead. You went to the abyss, right? Yes, that's right. This wasn't much of a secret. Luo Jiutian had many questions about Lu Chen in his heart. But he planned to focus on the most important question for now. Otherwise, who knows where Lu Chen would run off to next? The abyss, how is it? Upon hearing this question, Lu Chen paused slightly. In the end, he decided to tell Luo Jiutian the truth. Very strong. Every lord of the abyss is very strong. And the combat power of abyss creatures far exceeds that of humans of the same level. The number of abyss creatures also far surpasses the total number of humans. At the same time, the abyss ruler is an existence that the human race absolutely cannot defeat right now. If the abyss invades the surface, the human race will surely perish. Lu Chen briefly described the situation he encountered in the abyss. With each detail Lu Chen described, Luo Jiutian's expression grew more serious. Then, just as Luo Jiutian was about to ask, however, the abyss won't come up. During the time when the human race was establishing the teleportation array, the abyss also held its second pillar meeting. This time, apart from one fanatical and warlike abyss lord, all the other abyss lords voted against it. 110 The abyss will no longer ascend to the surface. Lu Chen, do you mean? They must have been scared by me. So now the abyss fears the human race, and they dare not come up. It's complicated to explain. It's better to use a simple reason. After all, it's the truth, and it is indeed this reason. Upon hearing Lu Chen's answer, Luo Jiutian's mouth twitched slightly. Scared? The abyss lords? Just how terrifying is your strength? At the same time, Lu Chen used the insight crown to check on Luo Jiutian. The description of Luo Jiutian's combat power was no longer an existence that he couldn't defeat. Instead, it had changed to unable to harm. The two exchanged ideas while flying. Lu Chen had a large amount of wind spirit potion, so flying was not a problem. The human emperor, on the other hand, was a fourth-turn job changer. Flying had already become a basic ability. Soon, the two arrived in front of the activation stone. Lu Chen, I was still worried that you would fall into a crisis from the abyss. Now it seems that you handled the abyss problem even better than I thought. You are truly deserving of the title of King of the Northern Region, and I am relieved. The human emperor placed his hand on the activation crystal. In an instant, countless magic arrays lit up above the activation crystal. The entire sky of the northern region was suddenly covered by a huge magic array. Human Emperor authority activated, King authority granted, King Lu Chen, buzz. In an instant, countless magic arrays converged, focusing on a point in Beiyuan City. Finally, a beam of light fell from the sky, landing on Lu Chen. You have obtained the identity King of the Northern Region. You have obtained all permissions of the Northern Region. After Luo Jiutian completed all of this. Call out to the human race's star with your thoughts. Historian. What is everyone doing? Write down Lu Chen. World Channel. What the hell? The human race's historical records have been updated. Aren't the historical records updated only once every 5 years? It was just updated not long ago. How is it being updated again? People opened the book titled Historical Records of the Human Race. The first page of the Historical Records of the Human Race contains the names of all the emperors throughout history. The second page lists the historical figures who have made significant contributions to the history of the human race. At this moment, Lu Chen's name is prominently listed as the 10th entry on the second page. Lu Chen saved the people of the southern border, obtained the teleportation array, and collected enough materials for the entire race to use the teleportation array. Known as the father of the human race/world teleportation array, Lu Chen has truly been recorded in history. Damn, the people on the World Channel were just joking around. Being recorded in history, how could it happen so quickly? But hell, who would have thought that just a few hours after they said that, Lu Chen really was recorded in history? Not only that. On this page, every person's name can be clicked to view their life story. And once you click on Lu Chen's name, you see the entire journey of his life. Awakening. Speedrunning through the 3 major beginner dungeons. Challenging the world boss in the Broken Mountain Range, killing 10 world bosses in a row. Soloing the crazy difficulty challenge dungeon. saving the southern border, turning into a ghost legend in the mad difficulty dungeon of St. Leon City, entering the Abyss, defeating the Abyss Lord. And after that, the one who became the Abyss Lord. Damn, when did Lu Chen become the Abyss Lord? How come they didn't know? But this entry was actually added by the Emperor. The information about Lu Chen becoming the Abyss Lord can only be seen by him alone. However, in the end, the Emperor decided to make this information public and directly record it in history. Then came the acquisition of the teleportation array. The teleportation network of all races in the world was established because of Lu Chen. Following that, Lu Chen became the king of the human race. And most importantly, the occurrence of these events is all timestamped. Lu Chen awakened yesterday at 5 in the afternoon. But now, the time is only 12 noon. Such a terrifying life experience. Not to mention ordinary people. Even the world's greatest powers might not have one such experience in their lifetime. Yet, Lu Chen managed to achieve so much in less than a day. Damn. I really am witnessing history. I wonder if my god Lu built the teleportation array because he thought the Emperor flew too slowly? Indeed, if the Emperor had to fly over, my god Lu would have to wait an extra 8 hours to become king. Facepalm, damn, why does it sound so reasonable when you say it like that? If the Emperor flies any slower, my god Lu's record might not keep up. Wow, is this the truth behind the popularization of the teleportation array? Turns out it was my Emperor's slow flying that hindered my god Lu's development. As for being recorded in the historical records of the human race, Lu Chen just took a glance. Then, he closed it. Lu Chen went to the North Abyss City warehouse. After becoming king, the first thing Lu Chen did was not to govern the people. The territory had dedicated personnel to help manage it. Just as the Emperor had said before, the most important thing for a king is to enhance their strength. Inside the warehouse, it was filled with various treasures. These were the various precious materials Lu Chen had previously requested from the Emperor. And these precious materials. It is also the main material for crafting certain artifacts. It is also the main material that Lu Chen believes he can most easily produce. These relatively easy artifacts often rank quite low. However, as long as it is an artifact, it is definitely not something that ordinary equipment can compare to. Looking at these materials, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, I should take on new disciples. The transformation of all things can grant each weapon a skill. But compared to the divine skills provided by an SSS level class changer, it still falls far short. The difference between weapons of the same rank, with skills and without skills, is like heaven and earth. If Xinyue had a skill, it might not be much weaker than the current Tiansong Bao. Of course, perhaps due to the simplicity of Xinyue's materials, its actual effectiveness is somewhat weaker than other artifacts of the same rank. The strength of the Tiansong Bao now relies on the skill of Elise. If I don't take on new disciples soon, even if I obtain new weapons, I won't have skills to use. But SSS level class changers are a once in 1,000 years occurrence. To find one and take them as a disciple, sigh. However, Lu Chen did not want to accept S-class professionals as disciples. No matter how you look at it, S-class is too low. Lu Chen counted the materials. The current materials were just enough to synthesize a new artifact. As for the other materials, they were just a bit short of what was needed to synthesize a new artifact. Platinum quality lightsaber. Any lightsaber with the multi-slash attribute, or a lightsaber with the lightspeed slash attribute. Sword chi grass, sword dance grass, sword intent grass, sword style grass, sword heart grass. The remains of 5 sword saint class changers can synthesize. Lightsaber ranked 98 Phantom. Black Mist Canyon. A cat-eared girl with light green hair stood at the edge of a cliff, carrying a dark green longbow, gazing at the distant Phantom Ancient Tree. At this moment, the area around the Phantom Ancient Tree was already filled with guarding elves. Lord Lulue, you really are strong, meow, but why are there so many elves guarding here, meow? Are they planning to hunt the Phantom Ancient Tree, meow? Just as the cat-eared girl was puzzled, her ears twitched slightly. Nearby, several elves rushed over. Who are you? A beast man? Don't approach the Phantom Ancient Tree. This place is sealed. Get out. The cat-eared girl looked at the few elves chasing after her, her eyes narrowing slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was impossible to see how she made her move. Ding, 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 with just a few arrows, she pierced through the thin clothes of these elves. Impact arrow. The powerful impact directly pinned them against the nearby wall. Sorry, meow. After apologizing, the cat-eared girl leaped off the cliff. Intruder. There's an intruder. Catch her. These elves are really troublesome, meow meow. The light green-haired cat-eared girl was enveloped in swirling winds, charging towards the direction of the Phantom Ancient Tree at an incredible speed. Around her, elves surrounded her. These Elves were all above level 100, already strong fourth transformation beings. However, facing the encirclement of these strong beings, the cat-eared girl showed no signs of fear. Instead, she drew the green longbow from her back. Lord Luluwei, I will. Try not to harm your followers. Meow enchanted arrow, sleep arrow whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, thousands of blue arrows erupted. Zzzzz, those elves flying in the sky, attempting to capture the cat-eared girl, fell directly into a deep sleep. You all just sleep for a while, meow. I really don't understand. I clearly came to help you deal with the threat. Why are you trying to catch me, meow? The cat-eared girl held a longbow. With the speed of the wind beneath her feet, she traversed 100 miles in an instant. During her journey, she casually shot out a barrage of blue arrows. Enemy attack. Enemy at. Hashtag ZZZZZPFF as another shot of enchanted arrow, sleep arrow, passed through. The last guard present, an elf, also fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, the cat-eared girl had evidently reached the edge of the forbidden area of the Black Mist Canyon. Before her lay a thick, toxic fog. Within this fog, there was a gigantic plant whose appearance seemed to constantly change. Phantom ancient tree. Looking at this legendary tier monster, the smile on the cat-eared girl's face faded. She became serious and focused. Lady Luluwei, I pray to you. North Abyss City Warehouse, Lu Chen integrated the materials in his hands. Synthesize artifact, phantom. Artifact, phantom, synthesis successful, phantom, artifact, +5, max, quality, platinum, can grow, equipment level, 100, follows. User level, special weapon, can be equipped by the following classes: Sword Soul, Sword Saint, Light Mage, Magic Swordsman, Armored Fighter, can dual wield, main hand attribute 70%, offhand attribute 40%, only holding this equipment grants 100% to all. Attributes, you possess the skill dual wield replication, no attribute decay when dual wielding this equipment. Seeing the dual wield effect, Lu Chen's mouth twitched. This is the frustrating part of the armored fighter. In fact, the vast majority of weapons that can be dual wielded are already capable of being dual wielded by themselves. There's no need for a skill to make them dual wieldable. And for weapons that cannot be dual wielded, forcing them to do so usually has little effect. Unless it's a giant sword, in which case, if one can ignore its side effects, it can be barely dual wielded. This could be considered a unique approach to develop a decent combat style. But ultimately, this method still falls into the second or third tier, merely a toy. True Sword Saint classes directly master swordsmanship. They perfectly control all sword skills and can enter dual sword mode with minimal side effects. Compared to an ordinary armored fighter, they can be considered overwhelmingly superior. Lu Chen continued to look at the specific attributes. Agility plus 1,892,872, attack speed plus 200%. Effect 1, all sword skills can be released instantly and simultaneously release 7 times, normal attacks additionally generate. For phantom attacks, causing equal damage, and all sword attacks carry sword energy, which deals an extra 3x agility damage. Effect 2, multi-slash, ultimate, each normal attack transforms into 3 strikes dealing 75% damage. Effect 3. Lightspeed slash, ultimate, after hitting once, you can attack again at double speed, stacking up to 3 times. Effect 4. To be absorbed, description, the swift phantom sword, transformative style attached skill, phantom sword dance, SSS attack. Continuously 33 times within 1 second, cooldown, 3 seconds, cost, none, transformative temple attached effect, double hit, all. Melee normal attacks will strike an additional time, with the second hit causing 50% damage. It truly is a weapon worthy of the 98 ranking. Fortunately, I'm not an ordinary armed fighter. Lu Chen gripped the phantom, dual-wielding it. With both hands holding a lightsaber, Lu Chen felt that he had perfectly mastered this weapon. His combat skills should not lose to those of the so-called sword saints. Feels pretty good. Armed fighters inherently possess a hidden ability to control weapons. No matter what weapon is used, they can master all techniques of that weapon perfectly upon first use. In terms of control, they are second only to the professions that primarily use that weapon. This hidden ability exists in every profession. Just like archers naturally have stronger vision, warriors inherently possess exceptional combat skills. This is also the significance of various tests in high school. Through various assessments, one can roughly guess what kind of profession a person might have. Lu Chen swung the phantom, striking with a sword. In an instant, 4 afterimages appeared around him, and he simultaneously struck. The transformation technique not only evolves SSS level skills into divine level skills but also adds an extra skill to the weapon. The skill attached to Jinyue is Adhesive Heavy Strike, which can attract enemies and deal damage equal to 100 times the power value with a single blow. This skill is indeed powerful, but the wind-up time is a bit long. Moreover, in terms of damage, it truly cannot compare to the Heavenly Bow. Therefore, since acquiring the Superstar Flash, Jinhua has hardly been used. Instead, Jinhua's role has been to save his life or to synthesize the transformation temple, which has not been put to much use either. The effect is quite good. His long-range attack methods are strong. However, if his only close combat method is Jinhua, it still feels a bit weak. Now with the Phantom, it slightly compensates for his weaknesses. At this moment, Lu Chen and his clones were passing through one teleportation array after another, running the map for themselves. This world is ultimately too vast. Even with 31 clones, each able to run a teleportation array every 3 seconds, running through tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of teleportation arrays is definitely not something that can be completed in a short time. During this period, within the 2 hours of constructing the teleportation array, Eliza, with Lu Chen's help, finally completed her third job transfer task. The SSS level task still cannot compare to the SSS plus level of abnormality. Eliza's third ring task happened to be related to divine artifacts. Lu Chen directly lent Eliza some divine artifacts to complete the task. Eliza naturally completed her third job transfer. Completing a third job transfer in one day makes her the first among the elf race. After Lu Chen finished crafting the Phantom, he received a call from Eliza. "Son, I pray to you. I have an urgent situation to report to you." Sensing Eliza's call, Lu Chen directly pulled her into the Transformation Temple. Entering the Transformation Temple mentally. Transformation Temple. "Thank you for your grace, son." Eliza prioritized returning the divine artifacts to Lu Chen. The 5 artifacts that had been doubled were directly handed back to Lu Chen. "Your disciple Eliza has completed her third job transfer." Eliza's current profession, Star Guardian. You have obtained her skilled Meteor Shower Shooting, SSS, Meteor Shower Shooting, adds an effect to the next shot, summoning 10,000 meteor arrows, cooldown, 10 seconds, mana cost, 2000, range, 100 m 10,000 m radius. Meteor arrows, deal 5 times agility value damage. The transformation of all things has been triggered. Falling Star Rain Shot, SSS. Star Flash Rain Shot, Divine, Superstar Flash Rain Shot, adds effects to the next shot, summoning 10,000 Superstar Flash arrows at the target hit, cooldown, 10 seconds, mana cost, 2000, range, radius of 100 m to 10,000 m. Seeing the brand new skill he had acquired after evolving through the transformation of all things, the originally absurd skill had become even more absurd. Falling Star Arrows and Superstar Flash Arrows. Worlds apart. Gaining this benefit, Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel. Inwardly, the next disciple must be prioritized. Just the benefits brought by this one disciple, Elise, were already so evident. How strong would it be with a few more disciples? Moreover, this skill was far from the end. Elise also provided an additional class specialization. You have obtained the class specialization, Multiple Bow Stars, Divine. You gain 3 bow stars, which will synchronize shooting with you. Multiple bow stars seems a bit like the spirit of equipment. Elise's class specialization resembled her own spirit of equipment. However, this spirit of equipment was not as flexible. It could only shoot. It couldn't equip other gear. It also couldn't provide attribute bonuses. Essentially, it was a floating cannon that could only shoot automatically. Nevertheless, even so, it was still very strong. After all, Elise was just an ordinary SSS level class, not comparable to a divine gear wielder. After returning the divine artifact, Elise continued to state, "Great song. Just now, we received news from the Elf Clan. There is a very powerful Beastman class changer breaking into the Black Mist Canyon. According to the images sent back from the scene, her abilities might surpass mine while using the divine artifact. However, her level should not have reached 200. I don't know what specific stage she is at. No one in our Elf Clan can fully see through her information. I don't know if this is your arrangement." After witnessing the true god, Elise's perspective had broadened significantly. The abilities she displayed were above her own with the divine artifact. Moreover, they couldn't see through her. That was likely a character related to the true god. So, asking the true god was definitely the right move. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen frowned slightly. This was definitely not someone he had arranged. His only disciple now was Elise. Of course, on the Abyss side, he already had many of his own followers. Regarding Elise's description, Lu Chen had a vague suspicion in his heart. No way. But now, it was not the time to draw conclusions. Regardless, his experience was still insufficient, and guessing might not be accurate. He would have to see for himself to know. Moreover, more importantly, this thing was charging towards the Black Mist Canyon? Was she trying to steal the boss? That was his boss. Understood, you may leave. I will have Lu Chen handle it. After saying this, Lu Chen dismissed the Transformation Temple. Elise left the Transformation Temple and returned to her clan. After Lu Chen left the transformation temple, he directly activated Time Rewind. Whoosh! In a brief moment, Lu Chen arrived within the elf clan's territory. The Lu Chen S had already helped him run many maps, especially the elf clan's map, which was the first one the Lu Chen S had run. Because Lu Chen knew he needed to farm the boss, so he deliberately occupied a point in this direction first. At this moment, Lu Chen directly rewound time, arriving at the Misty Jungle, the closest area to the Black Mist Canyon. This was the area established by the teleportation array, the closest to the Black Mist Canyon. Moving further ahead, a teleportation array could not be established. The place where the legendary monsters resided was itself a forbidden zone. Extremely dangerous. Living near legendary monsters is tantamount to seeking death. Therefore, there would be no teleportation array established within the Black Mist Canyon. Lu Chen opened the map, confirmed the direction, and then hurried towards the Black Mist Canyon. Whoosh! In an instant, Lu Chen burst forth with incredible speed. After reaching level 100, Lu Chen's speed had once again received a significant boost. His previous maximum speed was only 240 km per second. Now, Lu Chen's maximum speed could reach 5,000 km per second. Lu Chen estimated that after the fourth job change, his speed should directly surpass that of the Abyss Lord. In just a few seconds, Lu Chen had already approached the vicinity of the Illusion Demon Ancient Tree. As soon as he arrived, Lu Chen saw a cat-eared girl standing in the sky. She drew her longbow, aiming at the distant Illusion Demon Ancient Tree. The Insight Crown instantly detected the information of this cat-eared girl. Whoosh! Just as the cat-eared girl's arrow was about to be unleashed, a pitch-black figure appeared right in front of her. Black Abyss Guardian, Emperor Tier. Upper class. At that moment, the bow in the cat-eared girl's hand unleashed a terrifying wind arrow. Wind God, Gale Strike Boom. Minus 29.22 billion. This strike shattered the shield held by the Black Abyss Guardian. The cat-eared girl suddenly turned her head towards Lu Chen's direction. Wind Ring Rejection. Whoosh! Bang! Beside her, the Black Abyss Guardian's shield regenerated once more. But the powerful wind flow pushed it away in an instant. Lu Chen focused on the information of the opponent. Show me level 199 job tier, 4th job change race, beast race, humanoid, cat beastman class, stormwatcher. SSS Faith, Lulu Way of Wind and Bow Weapon, Temporary Artifact Projection, Hurricane Armor Equipment, Temporary Divine Gear Projection, Wind God Feather Garment, Temporary Divine Gear Projection, Wind God Boots. Accessory Equipment, Temporary Divine Gear Projection, Gentle Breeze Amulet Skills, Wind God, Hurricane Barrage, Wind Ring Rejection, Wind God, Gale Storm, Bow God, Eternal Lock, Bow God, Chaotic Enchantment Arrows. At the end of her information, a striking line of text was written. Lulaway of Wind and Bow, First Disciple Shiomi's dark green hair fluttered in the wind. As Lu Chen looked at her, she also turned to look at him. Information detection target unresolvable. Shiomi squinted her eyes slightly. She couldn't see Lu Chen's information. Then, Shiomi locked her perception onto the surrounding abyss creatures. At this moment, 3 Emperor tier abyss monsters had already surrounded her. Each of them had over 30 billion health points. However, surrounded by these Emperor tier beings, the cat-eared girl showed no signs of panic. Her golden vertical pupils fixed intently on Lu Chen, her tone slightly cold. Hey! That human over there. Why are you trying to stop me? But soon, she seemed to realize something. Her tone suddenly softened. Meow? Wait, you are Lu Chen, meow? Lu Chen's current fame was well known to all. Almost in an instant, she understood Lu Chen's intentions. She glanced at the nearby Illusion Demon Ancient Tree. Sorry, meow, but this boss can't be given to you, meow. You should go find another boss. Meanwhile, in the distance, the supporting elves had also begun to arrive one after another. At this moment, they looked up at the sky. Here, how could there be 3 level 200 Imperial Abyss creatures? What a terrifying existence. And this doesn't seem to be the most important part. The crucial thing is the conversation between these 2 beings. Clearly, every word is understandable. But why is it that when put together, it becomes incomprehensible? What does it mean that this boss can't be given to you? This is a legendary tier boss. How can it be spoken of as if it were a chicken waiting to be slaughtered? Up to this point, how could Lu Chen possess such abilities and be so arrogant? Just saying not giving means not giving? This Shiomi is quite perceptive. In such a short time, she has already guessed Lu Chen's intentions. She doesn't underestimate Lu Chen. She doesn't think Lu Chen can't take down this legendary tier boss. However, it is precisely because she believes Lu Chen can defeat it that she says this. Not giving means not giving. Lu Chen noticed that the artifacts in her hands are all temporary artifacts, not the full capabilities of true artifacts. The effect they can exert is merely 1/10 of that of a real artifact. Lu Chen didn't start a fight just because of a disagreement. behind others is a true god. A genuine true god. Unlike himself, a level 100 ordinary job changer pretending to be one. If he were to quarrel and fight with a true god's disciple, what if the true god really intervened and dealt with him directly? Although Lu Chen is very confident in his own strength, he is not yet confident enough to think he can take on a true god right now. Therefore, if he really wants to snatch the boss, he must be sure he can fight before doing so. You want this boss? Why? Hearing Lu Chen ask this question, Shiomi stared at him seriously for a moment. Then, she looked towards the distant elves. Wind, disrupt them. Whoosh! Disrupting hurricane in an instant, the howling wind roared. A tornado spread out, directly surrounding Lu Chen and Shiomi within it. The elves outside, due to the interference of the strong winds, could not glimpse the contents inside. After the hurricane disrupted things, Shiomi faced the encirclement of the three abyss creatures without any tension. Instead, she sat cross-legged in midair. Taking out a small dried fish from her backpack, she began chatting with Lu Chen. With such strength, you must have the support of a true god behind you. Meow, which true god do you serve, meow? Seeing this, Lu Chen also put away his weapon. He pulled out a can of ice thunder blue from his backpack. This is hard to say. This is also the first time he has encountered a true god's disciple. His speculation in the Hall of Transformation was correct. He really did meet the so-called true god's disciple. Although he had such a guess long ago, encountering it for real is indeed a wonderful feeling. Oh. Meow serves Lady Lulu Wei. You don't worship an outer god, do you, Meow? When Shiomi said this, her eyes narrowed slightly. The tail behind her also wrapped around the longbow at her back. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Then, he tossed a coin. Lucky coin. This is something Lu Chen won from Sarko in the kingdom of bets and chips. It is a symbol of wealth and luck. Yakatikto. Shiomi took the coin. Yakatikto? Lu Chen remains silent. Forget it, although it might be fake, let's just assume it's real. Meow. Anyway, who you serve has nothing to do with me. Meow is just here to carry out a task. Meow. Shiomi stretched lazily. But her tail still coiled around the longbow behind her. Lu Chen could easily see that as long as he made any move, her arrows would mercilessly rain down on him. A powerful archer can shoot at the fastest speed regardless of their posture. Even in a state of deep sleep, it is no exception. Not to mention, Shiomi is already well prepared now. Lu Chen calmly said, "This boss, do you just want to kill it, or do you want to take the materials as well?" Lu Chen's tone was calm. He had no intention of competing with Shiomi. His goal was simply the materials. If the other party wanted the boss, Lu Chen wouldn't oppose it. After all, this wasn't a first kill and there were no special rewards. If the materials were left for him, it wouldn't be a problem to give some to her. After all, once the monsters were killed, it ultimately came down to loot and experience, and Lu Chen didn't need experience at the moment. Thus, as long as the loot was taken, it didn't matter who killed it. Lulu, you say that, meow, if it weren't for the loot, who would come to kill this boss, meow, all the loot from the illusionary ancient tree belongs to meow meow, meow. Shiomi stretched her arms forward, bowing and stretching her body. Can't we change it? Not really, meow, but it's quite troublesome, meow. So, Lulu, I'm sorry, meow. Of course, if you insist on snatching it, there's nothing I can do, meow. However, at that time, you might get scolded by Lady Luluwei, meow. Shiomi's words seemed to hint at something. She stared at Lu Chen, her eyes filled with amusement. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen had already made up his mind. Then, I'm also very sorry. I must have this boss. The 1000 illusion skin was the fastest artifact pants he could make right now. If he lost this boss, finding other materials would mean starting from scratch. Many materials were hard to come by in this world, especially for certain artifacts that required 200 legendary grade monster eggs. This clearly showed the terrifying demand. Without the 1000 illusion skin, he didn't know when he would be able to advance in this fourth transition. Lu Chen's hand manifested the Abyss Summoning Staff once again. In his left hand was a sword of light that changed colors. Dual wielding Phantom / Abyss Summoning Staff. Moreover, Lu Chen also understood the meaning behind Shiomi's words. She wanted to find an excuse to fight him. Seeing Lu Chen take this stance, Shiomi seemed to have gotten her wish. Meow meow? You want to fight me, meow? Shiomi stretched her body again. Meow, I've been hearing about your legend since yesterday. Meow meow is actually very interested in you. Meow, if you insist on competing with me for the boss, then there's nothing I can do. Meow, don't worry, meow won't kill you, meow. If meow meow loses, then I'll just have to find another place to complete Lady Luluwei's task. Meow, wind got speed, whoosh. In an instant, Shiomi disappeared from her spot. Bang! The next moment, Lu Chen felt himself hit once, twice. 3 hits. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. Divine Wind Quick Strike, -1.2 billion, -1.2 billion, -1.2 billion, -1.2 billion, -1.2 billion, -1.2 billion. The speed was incredible. This cat didn't play fair, attacking before finishing her words. This was the first time Lu Chen had suffered from speed. Reverse time, swish. In an instant, Lu Chen returned to the past. Task completed. Meow. As those words reached their end, Xiaomi had already activated Wind God Speed. And Lu Chen saw this opportunity. Rewind, swish. The next moment, Lu Chen disappeared from his spot. Almost simultaneously, Xiaomi appeared nearby where Lu Chen had just been. Seeing the vanished Lu Chen, Xiaomi was momentarily stunned. But the next moment, she realized she was surrounded. And this time, it was no longer 3-level. 200 imperial creatures, but 320. Yet, facing this encirclement, Xiaomi remained completely unperturbed. Meow. It's the first time I've encountered a creature faster than me, Meow, as a disciple of the Wind God. Equipped with a temporary artifact, the Wind God's boots. In a situation of equal level, there was simply no one faster than her. Bang! But soon, with a crisp sound, boom! The massive tornado surrounding them was directly shattered. And Lu Chen's figure officially appeared higher in the sky. At the moment of their exchange, the Lu Chen S had already arrived in the vicinity. Flying above, they marked the entire battlefield with rewind. Meow. The chaotic whirlwind was actually cut open. Meow. Is this the divine skill granted by Yakadictor? It doesn't seem like Yakadictor's ability at all. Meow. The one who severed the chaotic whirlwind was the skill Demon's Artifact. Demon's Artifact granted Lu Chen the ability to cut through magic and negate enemy attacks. Relying on this ability, Lu Chen only needed one sword to break the chaotic whirlwind. At this moment, Lu Chen did not respond. Lu Chen switched equipment, holding the heavenly bow, with 32 equipment spirits floating behind. Meow. A smile of excitement appeared on Xiaomi's face. Behind her, the wind wings spread out. Wind God's wings stormed domain whoosh. A fierce wind rose. In an instant, this forest was engulfed in a level 12 gale. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Trees swayed and collapsed. Leaves danced wildly. Seeing the short bow appear in Lu Chen's hand, Xiaomi clearly became excited. You want to fight with a bow, Meow? You really want to fight with the disciple of wind and bow, Luluwei, using a bow, Meow? Xiaomi asked this way, but she seemed unable to hide her excitement. And in an instant, she retreated, pulling back to a distance. Bow God enchanted arrow rain buzz. A magic circle opened in front of her longbow. Whoosh! Immediately, millions of arrows poured down like a torrential rain towards Lu Chen's direction. -21,030,000, -12,040,000, -11,030,000, -12,540,000, -21,420,000, -14,080,000. However, Lu Chen's figure instantly vanished, disappearing without a trace. These arrows rained down directly onto the abyssal creatures. Entangle, and at the same time Xiaomi launched her attack. Hundreds of tentacles stretched out from the ground, sweeping towards Xiaomi's direction. They were the tentacles of the abyssal entangler. The very tentacles that had left Sig helpless. Now, at level 200, the abyssal entangler's tentacles were faster and larger. Thicker than the trunk of a giant tree. The speed was also faster than before. However, this speed was too slow in front of Xiaomi. Whoosh! In just an instant, the tentacles rising from the ground exploded in a series of blasts. Wind God's break combo arrow. Rain bang 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 bang. Boom 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 boom. -21,030,000, -12,040,000, -11,030,000, -12,540,000, -21,420,000, -14,080,000. These black entangling roots were instantly destroyed. The hundreds of abyssal creatures were completely unable to catch a glimpse of Xiaomi's figure. Wind God's boots made her impossible to target. The speed was too fast. It was hard to even see. All that could be seen was a series of arrows, wreaking havoc. This is the disciple of Luluwei. Swift. And the furious rain of arrows. However, facing the rain of arrows, Lu Chen's figure flashed back. Whoosh! Xiaomi's figure slightly paused in midair. And Lu Chen actually followed closely behind. Moreover, at the same time, the equipment spirits activated instantly. 32 equipment spirits drew their bows. Star Flash Rain Shot buzz. In an instant, all the arrows for the next shot were imbued with the ability of Star Flash Rain Shot. Then, it was a storm-like barrage. Put. Puff 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 puff. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A golden arrow shot through the air, exploding. At the same time, a ripple spread out. Immediately after, in this area, a golden light radiated from the sky. Countless streams of light were drawn in. Superstar Flash Arrow Rain X150 X32 X10000 in just a moment. countless streams of light fell from the sky. Shomi looked up at the sky, her pupils constricting. Meow. What kind of monster is this? This Lucheng has more arrows than I do. Who exactly is the inheritor of the god of wind and Bao? Whoosh. The description of star flash is that arrows like light have no chance of evasion. In this world, the speed of light is still unknown. All that is known is that it is incredibly fast. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Boom. Boom 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 boom. The moment she saw the light appear, Shiomi urgently dodged. She instantly escaped from this area. All she could see was the density of the arrow rain in the distant sky. It had already transformed into a beam of light piercing through heaven and earth. Boom, even these arrow rains seemed like a pillar, directly smashing through the solid ground, creating a large pit. But there was no time for her to appreciate this violent beauty. Before she could dodge, Lucheng had already chased her nearby. Only then did she realize. Above her head, arrow rain had already formed. So fast. How can it be faster than me? I was predicted? No, how could he know my movements? Shiomi couldn't even see Lucheng's trajectory. The god of wind had granted her extremely strong dynamic vision, allowing Shiomi to even catch faster beings than herself. But for Lucheng, all she could see was him disappearing. Star flash rain shooting, double shot. The effect of the 6 artifact attributes not only provided an 80% cooldown reduction but also offered an extra chance to release a skill. The spirit of the equipment was activated. In that instant, the sky rained down 48 million arrows again. And, at the same time, in an instant. This is also where star flash rain is stronger than star fall rain, faster speed. Minus 2.3 billion, minus 2.2 billion, minus 2.3 billion, minus 2.2 billion. This time, Shiomi was not slow to react. Instead, she had moved into the range of the arrow rain, almost at the same time the arrows fell. She just happened to enter this area. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. If arrows are rain, then this light rain is like water being poured down. A large amount of light twisted around Shiomi. The light even wrapped her into a ball. Arrow evasion blessing reduces ranged damage taken by 90%, distorting all nearby ranged attack trajectories. This is the unique blessing that Shiomi possesses. Generally speaking, for Shiomi, she completely dominates all ranged professions. But today, she actually suffered a loss at Lucheng's hands. Even the arrow evasion blessing did not completely avoid super star flash. Shiomi urgently accelerated, wanting to evade Lucheng. But Lucheng was like a shadow. Closely following her, he continued to shoot. This was far from over. The previously fallen super star flash rain, at this moment, exploded. Again. Super star flash has 2 stages of attack. The second stage is splitting. Shiomi was now deeply trapped in the arrow rain barrage. She was hit by a splatter of star flash again. After taking those 4 attacks, her health was only a little over 100 billion. Even as a disciple of the gods, she was still a fragile profession. Moreover, at level 199, with a total health of 20 billion, it was actually quite a lot. Not inferior to other level 200 tank professions. It's just a pity that she encountered Lucheng, this anomaly beyond common sense. Level 200 tank profession? Even a level 250 Abyss Lord would be useless. At this moment, the elves in the distance trembled. All they could see was the howling wind in the sky. The figures of the 2 great warriors kept flashing. And in the process of flashing, there was a rain of arrows filling the sky. In just a few seconds, tens of millions of arrows poured down. Whoosh! Once again, a rapid dodge. Shiomi was preparing to turn around and unleash a wind god penetration on Lucheng. Lucheng, as expected, appeared right in front of her. Wind god penetration. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her back. Phantom sword dancer senses sharpened instantly. She then realized that there was actually another Lucheng behind her. No, wait. Shouldn't Lucheng be right in front of her? However, there was no time to think now. The damage from the phantom sword dance had already emptied her life in an instant. The light sword swung. Death strike Lucheng forcibly. Retained a sliver of Shiomi's health, causing no damage. It seems I'm just a bit stronger than you. I won't kill you, but this boss is mine. You should just take a nap. The last thing Shiomi saw before losing consciousness was Lucheng's health bar. Damn. Full. Shiomi's attitude was already clear. She had ways to complete the task through other means. The true god behind her shouldn't cause her any trouble either. And this battle wasn't just something Shiomi wanted, Lucheng wanted to fight too. After all, this was the first time encountering a true god's disciple. Lucheng also wanted to know what level of strength a so-called true god's disciple possessed. However, it seemed that although the opponent's level was slightly higher than his, in terms of actual strength, they were still a bit weaker. Even as a disciple, they were merely an SSS level profession. The gap with a divine armorer was still quite significant. A temporary artifact projection against a true artifact showed a clear disparity. Moreover, 3 temporary artifacts were still a weakened version. Battling against 11 true artifacts. It somewhat felt like he was bullying them. Even though Shiomi had inherited several god-level skills, it wasn't enough for her to win. However, it was a pity for this SSS-level profession. She was Lulawei's disciple and couldn't be taken as his own disciple. Defeating her was one thing. The true god might not hold a grudge over the disciple's defeat in this battle. But directly snatching someone else's disciple, especially the first disciple. It was like some other mortal suddenly abducting his Elise. Could he tolerate such a thing as stealing a disciple? If Elise lost a battle, unable to defeat a certain boss or genius, it would be understandable, and he might not need to trouble the other party. Just like in ordinary circumstances, if Elise couldn't beat Shiomi, he wouldn't necessarily have to make things difficult for Shiomi. But if his disciple was taken away, that was no longer just a matter of winning or losing a battle. Therefore, Lu Chen immediately dismissed the thought of taking Shiomi as his disciple. At the same time, the Hua Temple indeed didn't need another archer. After all, Elise was also an SSS-level archer. If she were to grow to the same level, Lu Chen didn't believe Elise would be much weaker than Shiomi. Moreover, Elise could borrow a complete artifact from him, not just a temporary artifact projection that could only exert 1/10 of its effect. Under the same level, Elise's combat power should be even higher. But, almost immune to ranged attacks, that's really troublesome. If it weren't for obtaining Phantom, this battle might have lasted a while longer. In reality, it was nearly impossible to hit Shiomi with ranged attacks. If she adapted to his attack patterns a few more times, he feared he wouldn't be able to hit her again. It's a pity that he didn't only know how to attack from a distance. After defeating Shiomi, Lu Chen embraced her and laid her down on the ground. Death Strike would at least last for 10 minutes. This effect belongs to a special command. When damage can kill a target, it can be converted into a stun instead of a kill. However, if the opponent intends to use death immunity or similar means to negate death, they will not be stunned either. Nevertheless, it seems that Shiomi has no intention of negating it, but rather plans to faint willingly. In that case, Lu Chen wouldn't make it difficult for her. If she wants to faint, then let her faint. After that, Lu Chen looked towards the distant illusion demon ancient tree and then at the nearby elves. Iris was among this group. At this moment, Iris's expression was one of indescribable shock. She had just witnessed the battle in the sky with her own eyes. As a Star Guardian, third transition, her dynamic vision was extremely strong. However, during the recent battle, she found that only by exerting all her strength could her eyes keep up with the fight between the two. The speed was too fast. So fast that it was impossible to see clearly. In the sky, every second, millions of arrows exploded. Every second, hundreds of millions of light arrows danced. Each one was stronger than her star flash and far stronger than her starfall. 48 million super star flashes exploded into 240 million streams of light. The sky had turned into a rain of arrows. In the howling wind, the green wind god arrows collided with the light arrows of the superstar flash. This battle was simply beyond the reach of mortals. If one had to use a word to describe it, it would be the realm of the gods. And after the battle ceased, the remaining light in the sky still left Iris with a tremendous impact. Can I reach that level in the future? Clearly, she was an SSS level profession, the pinnacle of transmuters. Yet Iris now felt so small, so weak. Her own strength seemed utterly insignificant. No matter how much she improved, in front of that figure, she appeared so pale. Iris looked at Lu Chen, who had vanished into the sky, as if his figure still lingered in her vision. No. At least I still have the chance to follow in his footsteps. If I sigh over this, then what about all the living beings? I am still Iris, the holy maiden of the elves, an SSS level transmuter. I should not belittle myself. Iris quickly adjusted her mindset. Lu Chen was destined to become a true god in the future, and being able to follow a true god's growth was already enough. However, after seeing a more powerful genius, there would inevitably be a feeling of emptiness in her heart. Suddenly, a thought arose in Iris's mind. I wonder what the geniuses of the human race who are in the same cohort as Lu Chen think. After Lu Chen dealt with Shiomi, he did not immediately attack the illusion demon ancient tree. Instead, he bent down and touched Shiomi. This was not to take advantage. Lu Chen wanted to see if this attribute theft could be triggered. This was a temporary artifact, although it was 3 artifacts. This artifact is not the main body of the artifact. It is a temporary projection of the equipment and cannot steal attributes. TCH then, Lu Chen looked at the other equipment attributes on Shiomi. After thinking for a moment, he still did not take action. Hitting Lulu Wei and then stealing the opponent's attributes was a bit excessive. He couldn't let a trivial matter ruin his relationship with a true god. No, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something. Immediately, he took out the doubling blade and cut it on Xiaomi. Soon, the bow on Xiaomi was cut out by Lu Chen. He directly stole the attributes from this bow. Previously, in the Abyss, it was not appropriate for him to double the equipment in front of the Abyss ruler. The Abyss ruler was awake. If he doubled it in front of them, wouldn't that expose the fact that he had the doubling blade? Unless he could borrow the equipment from the Abyss root. But just after borrowing the corrupted heart, Black Blood, I also borrowed someone else's close-range equipment. Needing to borrow everything made me seem somewhat suspicious in their eyes. And now, Xiaomi was in a coma. The Insight Crown could also probe the other party's information, confirming that he was indeed in a deep unconscious state. Completely unresponsive. That meant I could do as I pleased. Soon, Lu Chen modified a few new attributes for his Tian Song Bao. Enchanted Arrow, Ultimate, each time an arrow is shot, it randomly generates enchantments among various abnormal states like slowing down, increased damage, burning, paralysis, and freezing. Random Shot 2, Ultimate, ordinary attack shoot an additional 4 arrows in random directions within a 25-degree angle. These two attributes were directly acquired by Lu Chen. Unfortunately, the Star Flash Rain Shot could not benefit from the quantity bonuses of these ordinary attributes. Super Star Flash is an enhancement of basic attacks. The skill Star Flash Rain Shot fires special enchanted arrows. It is similar to skills like Spiral Arrow and Piercing Wind Arrow. It can only receive bonuses from the Tian Song Bao. Random shots, multiple shots, and scatter shots all apply to ordinary attacks. Super Star Flash belongs to the enhancement of basic attacks, so it falls within the scope of these attributes. However, the special arrows from skills do not count. After taking the attributes from the Bao, Lu Chen used the doubling blade to cut the other equipment off Xiaomi. The other attributes on Xiaomi's equipment were mostly enhancements for wind element damage or attributes that increased movement speed. Lu Chen took a few of the movement speed attributes and transferred them to his other speed set equipment. As for the attributes that enhanced wind element damage, they would be useless to him unless he eventually crafted the Storm Staff or the Wind King's sword. That said, Lu Chen still casually transferred these attributes to his elements set equipment. If it's free, why not take it? After all, it was obtained without cost. The attributes on Xiaomi's equipment were quite pure, consisting of just a few types. No wonder he was a disciple of the gods. Even without the ability to extract attributes, he could still obtain such pure equipment sets. After completing all this, Lu Chen handed over the equipment duplicated from Xiaomi to the Lu Chen clones, letting them take it away. The ownership of these duplicated items still belonged to Xiaomi. He couldn't store them in his backpack, he could only hide them away. If the duplication was cancelled, the attributes he had stolen would also disappear along with the cancellation. Anything derived from duplication would vanish once the duplication was undone. After finishing all this, Lu Chen headed towards the direction of the illusionary demon ancient tree. He initially only intended to gather some materials. Who knew he would encounter other disciples of the gods, all with the same goal as himself? What a coincidence. TSK. I need to extract some information later. Lu Chen felt that there was something fishy about this. This boss had been here for thousands of years. It was neither too early nor too late. Just when he wanted to kill this boss, he happened to arrive. Is there really such a coincidence in the world? He needed to clarify things, otherwise, he might step into a trap. Anyway, with time reversal, he could always use his information to exchange sincerity for sincerity. Just focusing on being genuine. Lu Chen arranged for a clone to specifically watch over Xiaomi. Then, he walked into the poisonous mist. As soon as he entered the mist, a prompt popped up. You have acquired the status illusion. At the same time, Lu Chen felt that everything in front of him was double-visioned. Even things that shouldn't exist appeared before his eyes. Seeing this prompt, Lu Chen immediately consumed the ultra-high-level purification potion from the Abyss. The purification effect on him would only trigger under the state of death immunity. He needed to shatter a Jinyue to pay with his life. Although there were many Jinyue. But generally speaking, if he could avoid suicide, Lu Chen still didn't want to take that route. Who the hell would commit suicide when they could solve their problems with drugs? A bottle of purification potion down, and the hallucinations would vanish. The illusionary ancient tree sensed Lu Chen's arrival, as if it felt an immense threat. It transformed into thousands of forms, like a tree spirit, like a beautiful woman, like a demon, like nothing at all. Puff puff puff. At the same time, tens of millions of vines writhed in the earth, wrapping around Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen's skill, 1,000 miles swift walk, activated in an instant. In a flash, he arrived near the illusionary ancient tree. Meanwhile, the spot where Lu Chen had just been was replaced by another Lu Chen. Lu Chen wielded dual lightsabers, phantom, and the sword energy swept out in all directions. In a moment, it severed countless vines. As for Lu Chen himself, he simply picked up a mesmerizing flower gently. These materials grew near the illusionary ancient tree. If he were to engage in a full-blown fight, he would destroy these precious materials. So, Lu Chen planned to gather the materials first before taking down the illusionary ancient tree. However, while Lu Chen was gentle, the illusionary ancient tree was furious. Toxic wind / whoosh whoosh whoosh. Thousands of wind blades rushed toward Lu Chen. And Lu Chen's figure flickered slightly. Rewind activated repeatedly. Boom 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 boom. All the toxic wind blades struck empty air. Purple and green toxic mist and winds erupted. These toxic wind blades didn't even touch him at all. Lu Chen stepped forward and activated 1,000-mile swift walk again, and a new Lu Chen appeared at the spot he had just vacated. Lu Chen multiplied within the toxic mist, leisurely strolling around the illusionary ancient tree, gently picking mesmerizing flowers. Within the toxic mist, the deadly poison drained 800 million health from Lu Chen every second. However, during the 2 hours he spent building the teleportation array, Lu Chen had already stacked his health to the level of 3 trillion. Now, losing 800 million health per second? He could let it drop for half an hour. Thus, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded in the Black Mist Canyon. Identical handsome men strolled calmly through the toxic mist, easily dodging the frenzied attacks of the illusionary ancient tree. Mid-tier magic, physical attacks, high-tier magic, ultra-high tier magic calmly, effortlessly, without suffering a scratch. At the same time, they could casually pick the beautiful flowers growing around them. The entire process could only be described as elegant. The impotent rage of the illusionary ancient tree even became the accompaniment to their graceful dance. This was not what Lu Chen intended, but because the Inside Crown had already discovered the properties of the mesmerizing flower when it scanned for information. The mesmerizing grass he needed was part of the mesmerizing flower. To pick the mesmerizing flower, it had to be done gently, as if by an unawakened being with only 5 points of strength. Otherwise, it would wither on the spot. Lu Chen had never seen such delicate materials. The mesmerizing flower was uniquely unaffected by any attacks from the illusionary ancient tree. One could say that this rare material had its own quirks. It could only be harvested according to its special properties. Lu Chen picked up another mesmerizing flower. If it were Xiaomi, she could certainly kill the illusionary ancient tree. But the mesmerizing flowers would definitely be destroyed in the process. Such precious materials being ruined like that could be considered wasteful. With 31 Lu Chens picking simultaneously, even if they needed to be gentle, it wouldn't take long. In just 5 minutes, they collected all 999 mesmerizing flowers. It truly took some effort, even longer than fighting Xiaomi. Fortunately, the elven race did not send troops. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get my hands on a single piece of the bewildering grass. Even if the elven race had truly defeated the illusion demon ancient tree, without the bewildering grass, I would still be missing one material. Such an outcome would mean the elven race died in vain. And this action by Lu Chen left the observing elves in a daze. Lu Chen? How could there be so many Lu Chens? Moreover, how could he move so freely in such deadly poison? Not only that, the illusion demon ancient tree seemed to pose no threat to him at all. It was as if it didn't exist. If my entire clan were to mobilize to attack this illusion demon ancient tree, it would likely result in rivers of blood and corpses filling the entire canyon. But now, in front of Lu Chen, it was as if they were taking a stroll in their own backyard. Is this what it means to be a top genius of the human race? As for the Xiaomi who just fought Lu Chen, they had only heard the first half of the conversation with Lu Chen. But afterward, it was a level 20 great gale. The exchange between the two was completely inaudible. Moreover, during the battle, there was no communication between them at all. The elves had no idea about Xiaomi's origins. But if they were to find out that Xiaomi was Luluwei's disciple, and that Lu Chen had just knocked out Luluwei's disciple right in front of them, dragging her into the grove, they wouldn't know what to think. Most of these elves were followers of Luluwei. With the last bewildering flower picked, the spirit of the equipment behind Lu Chen slightly condensed its light. Lu Chen gently snapped his fingers. Tap in the sky, light rain fell. Superstar. Flash arrow rain radius, 100 m. A single beam of light fell from the sky. -300 million, -100 million, -500 million, -300 million. Each arrow of the superstar flash could deal hundreds of millions in damage. And this was after the damage reduction from a legendary tier monster. Ranged damage reduction, reduces ranged damage by 75%. Arrow block, can deflect arrow attacks by swinging vines. Besides that, legendary tier monsters also have special mechanisms like melee damage reduction, elemental damage reduction, physical damage, shield, magical damage, barrier, sturdy block, and so on. This is also why legendary tier monsters are so overpowered. Most attacks that hit them often only achieve 10% effectiveness, or even less than 10%. For the most part. It's just a pity that this time, encountering Lu Chen was their misfortune. Facing the light rain pouring down from the sky. Ding 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 ding. Ding ding ding. In an instant, countless wildly flailing vines wrapped around the illusion demon ancient tree. However, this had no effect at all. The vines were pierced by the light rain. They scattered. Whoosh. Whoosh 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 whoosh. One could only see countless damage numbers erupting from various parts of the illusion demon ancient tree. Its health bar was rapidly diminishing at an alarming rate. Illusion demon ancient tree health, 320 trillion level, 130 current. Season, May 29th, month of rain. Illusion demon ancient trees. Month of rain status, rapid recovery, split growth, tender sprouts. Before entering this area, the Insight Crown had already thoroughly investigated the information of the illusion demon ancient tree. The status of the illusion demon ancient tree indeed changes according to the 12 different months. Among them, the state that allows Lu Chen to not be able to kill it during this time period. Only when in the sunlight during March, month of dawn, is it completely immune to damage. The state of the illusionary ancient tree varies under different conditions. Its attack mode and defense mode are also different. But overall, the illusionary ancient tree of each month is quite troublesome. Unfortunately, in this month, its rapid life recovery and tenacious damage reduction are ineffective against Lu Chen. Rebound block, iron skin. Arrow evasion. The illusionary ancient tree uses all its might to resist this flow of light. But alas, it is in vain. 48 million arrows erupt within a radius of 100 meters. This is directly a beam of light falling. Even with 320 trillion health points, it cannot withstand such an attack. The health bar evaporates in an instant. After a round of light rain, the illusionary ancient tree is already on the brink of death. And Lu Chen gives it no chance to catch its breath. With a raised hand, the second round of light rain follows. Star Flash Rain Shot X32. The spirit of the equipment bursts forth in brilliance. Layers of light rain fall from the sky once again. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Whoosh whoosh roar. Faced with the rain of arrows once more, the illusionary ancient tree lets out a furious roar. It emits a sound that should not come from a tree. It is angry. Desperate. As a legendary being, it is utterly unwilling to be killed like this. So easily, plagued to death by this human. It is unwilling. But this time, the illusionary ancient tree no longer has the strength to resist. It can only rage helplessly. It allows the rain of arrows to completely engulf it. Lu Chen merely watches this legendary monster with indifference. Your unwillingness has nothing to do with me. Abyss in the land of bets and stakes. A portal quietly opens. And at the moment this portal opens, Sarko appears before it. Sarko looks at the creature stepping out from the portal. This creature is dressed in black. It wears a tall black hat. It holds a skeletal staff. Its skin has a faint green hue. Shaylee, although it looks entirely black, it has nothing to do with the pitch-black creatures of the abyss. Shaylee race, Demon Sarko, you came to greet me so quickly? A smile of old friends meeting appears on Shaylee's face. Oh, great merchant, isn't it still a trading day? What, did you come early? Shaylee maintains his smile and flicks his finger lightly. A golden coin pops out. Lucky coin description, a coin with a slight sense of luck. The holder of this coin is a symbol of the followers of Yakutikto. This coin can be exchanged for 100 gold coins. This year is different from previous years. I was afraid that if I came a few days later, I wouldn't have the chance to come at all. Sarko still maintains his clownish smile. He accepts the coin. This is a gift from Shaylee to Sarko. This gambler, Sarko, has always believed in Yakutikto. Every time they trade, Shaylee brings Sarko a little souvenir from Yakutikto. A creature of the abyss believes in a deity, and it's the glittering Yakutikto. Just thinking about it is a contrast. Shaylee looks around Sarko's territory. What's going on here? Why has the casino changed owners? Still the same holder. And, your palace, Shaylee's perception expands, and everything within his reach belongs to the same holder. Lu Chen, even Sarko's palace is the same. Not long ago, when Lu Chen and Sarko were playing poker, Sarko casually lost his palace. Sarko's expression is slightly awkward. As the Lord of the Abyss who controls gambling, he felt embarrassed to bring up the fact that he was always losing to Xiaoli. So, today in our abyss, a human showed up. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Xiaoli's eyebrows twitched. A human? However, he didn't express much and let Sarko continue. As a businessman, he was the shrewdest. He wouldn't easily interrupt someone else's thoughts before understanding the whole situation. Soon, Sarko recounted everything that had happened in the abyss. Today to Xia Li. However, certain details were altered. For instance, the fact that he lost was changed to Lu Chen being unwilling to bet with him. And the properties he mentioned were things he personally gave away to befriend Lu Chen. Of course, he hadn't lost a bet. As an expert in gambling, how could he lose? After hearing Sarko explain the entire situation, Xia Li looked at him suspiciously. So, that's how it is. Lu Chen. Xia Li mumbled. He was also a creature of the surface, and although he had just come out of a special instance, that cut off signals this time was enough for him to understand the news in the world. The name Lu Chen was now well known on the surface. It was hard not to know. He had heard that Lu Chen had defeated the Abyss Lord. Now that he came to the Abyss, it was indeed true. As for the Dragon Clan, he certainly wasn't the last to know. So, where is this Lu Chen now? In response to Xia Li's question, Sarko shook his head. He appears and disappears mysteriously, who knows where he is gone. His spatial abilities, if nothing unexpected, are above yours. However, he does want to meet you, and when he returns, I can help you contact him. Xia Li nodded slightly. Alright, we'll talk when he comes back. Then, as if performing a magic trick, he opened another door beside him. This time, I brought you a hybrid from your abyss, you should be able to use it. Sarko peeked into the door and, when he pulled his head back, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. It can indeed be used. However, those succubi you brought last time, Lu Chen didn't seem to like very much. Next time, you might want to try something different. Hearing Sarko say this, Xia Li frowned slightly. That shouldn't be the case. Doesn't he like female succubi? Xia Li pondered briefly in his mind before nodding. I understand. If there's another trading opportunity, I'll bring him some special products. Then, Xia Li shifted the topic to the trade. This time, I specifically brought you some specialties from the human race. Have you heard of human thunder beer and cola? Sarko shook his head. You can give it a try. In Xia Li's hand appeared a can of green packaged thunder beer. Sarko took the can of icy thunder beer. It's really good. No wonder it's from a top-tier race. Even we Abyss enjoy it. Seeing Sarko's satisfied expression, Xia Li couldn't help but smile. Actually, treasures like thunder beer are rare on the surface. Only by hunting legendary tier monsters on the ground can they be obtained. I'm not trying to rip you off, I'll sell it to you at the market price of the human race. 50 million gold coins for one can. Or, you can trade one piece of any level platinum quality equipment for 10 cans. If you want this icy cola, it'll be more expensive, it costs at least 70 million gold coins. Black Mist Canyon Lu Chen opened a can of icy thunder beer that could buy 10 bottles for 1 silver coin with one hand. Recently, his avatars had gone to a glacial terrain. Just happened to find a place full of frost, vast and sparsely populated. This place was just right for Lu Chen to use as a natural refrigerator. He piled all his drinks and supplies there. While getting stronger, he naturally couldn't forget to enjoy himself. If becoming stronger only meant toil and suffering, then that strength would be meaningless. Sipping on ice thunder blue, he gazed at the mountain of treasures before him. Legendary tier monsters dropped diamond quality equipment. World bosses and imperial tier bosses only dropped platinum quality gear. Yet in front of him, 3 pieces of diamond quality equipment had dropped. This even sparked a hint of greed in the eyes of the distant elves. However, it was merely a longing gaze. If it came to action, they wouldn't dare to move. Besides that, there was a Phantom Demon Seed, which could be considered a pet egg of legendary tier. Phantom Demon Seed effect can cultivate into a legendary tier Phantom Ancient Tree pet. Cultivation time 1255 years. Tisk. 1255 years? I'll turn to ash before it can be cultivated? Lu Chen looked at the cultivation time, his lips twitching. He dismissed the idea of cultivating a legendary tier pet. Cultivating was pointless. Better to use it as material for synthesizing artifacts. However, defeating legendary tier monsters can yield legendary tier pet eggs. In that case, gathering 200 pet eggs doesn't seem too difficult. Lu Chen muttered to himself. If others knew what Lu Chen was thinking right now, they would probably want to punch him twice. Isn't this a piece of cake? In the history of the world, there was only one recorded instance of the Dragon-Human Alliance defeating a legendary monster. And Lu Chen was soloing a legendary tier monster this time. It was a complete slaughter. One could only say that history would have to be rewritten for Lu Chen. As for other items, there were some rare blueprints or scroll recipes. skill books for various professions, and a large amount of platinum and gold quality equipment. Lu Chen couldn't even be bothered to look at these. Sword Saint Space/skill book. Burning Sky Light Scroll Blueprint. All useless to him. For others, these might be high-tier magic scrolls, the kind that only a level 200 mage could cast. But for Lu Chen, their usefulness was limited. He wasn't a scroll mage. Unless the artifact called Book of Engraving could be created, he wouldn't have much to do with scrolls for the time being. After all, high-tier scrolls actually required corresponding activation methods. Usually, only mage-type professions could maximize the effectiveness of scrolls. Otherwise, people wouldn't be troubled by dungeons of madness difficulty. If one had money, they could just smash high-tier scrolls to get through. Only some simple functional scrolls had lower usage requirements. Some could even be used without any threshold. For example, functions like changing positions were quite simple. After briefly counting the spoils, he said, "Collect." In an instant, Lu Chen stored all the loot into his backpack. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the warehouse of Baiyuan City, Lu Chen directly dumped the supplies into the storage box. The entire human race's warehouse could serve as Lu Chen's backpack. Limited, but this limit was very large. In a sense, it could be considered pseudo-infinite. After a brief handling, Lu Chen was left with Phantom Spirit Skin, X100. More than I expected. The materials Lu Chen sought from Iris were 35 pieces. This was the minimum material requirement. To craft 1000 Phantom Skin with the doubling blade. Phantom Skin effect, after use, transform one's appearance, completely disguising oneself as another creature. Size difference cannot exceed 5 times, cannot be distinguished without demigod level perception. Description: a skin that can change appearance. Mind bewildering flower effect, confuses the mind of a creature, causing it to permanently enter a state of illusion. 3 layers, which cannot be dispelled by non-divine purification abilities. Effect 2, main material for creating the bewildering potion. Effect 3, can separate bewildering grass, which can dispel the illusion caused by the mind bewildering flower. Description: legend has it that the beauty of this flower can enchant even the minds of gods. The effects of these materials are very special. Moreover, they are also very powerful. Lu Chen used the doubling blade to cut. Soon, over 1000 pieces of phantom skin were doubled by Lu Chen. Corrupted heart, black blood, bewildering grass, phantom skin, all-faced skin. The materials are finally gathered, synthesizing the artifact 1000 illusion skin. The other materials are rare. Only the all-faced skin can be purchased as a trade item in the shop. At this moment, countless materials combined. A pair of flexible shorts, shimmering with colorful brilliance, appeared in Lu Chen's hands. 1000 illusion skin, artifact, +5, max, quality, platinum, can grow, equipment. Level 100 follows user level, constitution +946, 436. Effect 1, 1000 illusions pocket, you gain a temporary item pocket. After equipping this artifact, any disposable items you possess will be temporarily recorded in the pocket after use, allowing you to pull out a temporary copy of the item for use at any time. Can only exert the effect at the time of recording, cannot be used as synthesis material. Effect 2, 1000 illusions pouch, you can transform into any creature you have seen and possess their innate abilities, cannot be seen through by beings below divine level, with a size difference not exceeding 1000 times. Effect 3, to be absorbed. Effect 4, to be absorbed. Description: a skin that changes endlessly, containing a pocket for the myriad of the world. Who knows what will be pulled out from this pocket? Damn, doesn't this mean infinite items? Used disposable items can be directly retrieved again. Lu Chen could preview this on the Divine Equipment catalog. Only this artifact had the equipment effect at level 1 black iron quality. But in reality, the actual effect would definitely be stronger than the previewed effect. The effect Lu Chen had previewed before only allowed for a temporary pocket, letting all disposable items be used an additional 10 times. But now, it actually turned into infinite use? Damn, this increase is just too amazing. You have equipped a full set of artifacts. You have completed the 4th job transfer task. First ring, this task has certainly taken long enough. Lu Chen still remembered when he completed the first ring of the 3rd job transfer task. That was done in just a couple of clicks. Lu Chen activated the time rewind. In an instant, he arrived at the job transfer sanctuary in Baiyuan City. He placed his hand on it. And at the moment Lu Chen teleported to the job transfer sanctuary, in the distance, Xiaomi also slowly awakened. Meow. As Xiaomi just woke up, she discovered that Lu Chen was still by her side. Her tail was tightly grasped by Lu Chen. Meow. What are you doing, meow? Xiaomi's tail shook a couple of times, but couldn't break free from Lu Chen's grip. You won, that monster now belongs to you, meow. Why are you still holding on to meow? Xiaomi gently covered her mouth, her eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a strange smile. No way, do you like meow meow? Well, it's only natural for someone as cute as me to be liked, meow. Upon hearing Xiaomi's teasing, Lu Chen revealed a gentle smile, staring into Xiaomi's eyes. Under such a gaze, Xiaomi shifted her eyes to the side, unable to meet Lu Chen's gaze directly. But Lu Chen leaned in closer. How do you know what I'm thinking? You are indeed quite cute. Humans seem to like cats, which isn't too strange. Lu Chen knew that the other party was trying to tease him. Unfortunately, Lu Chen was no fool. In such situations, whoever took it seriously would lose. But it was clear that Xiaomi only intended to tease Lu Chen a little. Who would have thought that Lu Chen would do this? He directly came on to her. Xiaomi's face instantly turned red. No male had ever spoken to her like that. She was a noble disciple of the true God. If any creature dared to speak to her like that normally, they would be killed on the spot. A direct spinning bow slash would take their head off. But at this moment, the situation was completely different. Meow. You are a disciple of another god. Of course, there are also intermarriage possibilities, but. You are human. It's the great calamity of 1,000 years. Lu Chen still wore a smile, not waiting for her to finish. Just kidding. I just wanted to understand the content of your mission. And just as Lu Chen finished the sentence, a prompt popped up in front of him. Chaos Hidden Ring has concealed a detection. This detection source, God of Wind in Bao Lulu Wei, level? Lu Chen's main body was in the job change sanctuary, and upon seeing the prompt that popped up, his pupils slightly constricted. He had indeed attracted the attention of a true god. Although the name of the true god had been passed down, and he had always heard legends about them, this was his first direct contact with a true god. No intermediaries, the most direct collision. However, this gaze was also blocked. It seemed that the effect of the Chaos Hidden Ring was indeed genuine. It could even block the detection of a true god. One had to admit, it was indeed a divine artifact. Especially the Chaos Hidden Ring, with only this one hidden effect in being an accessory type. Even so, Lu Chen still swallowed hard. Level, unknown. Normally, the Chaos Hidden Ring could reveal the level of the detector. This time, it was the only instance where he did not receive feedback on the level. On the other side, Xiaomi, upon hearing Lu Chen's question, took a deep breath. This detestable human actually toyed with her like this. Was she so easy to tease? But when it came to serious matters, the blush on Xiaomi's face gradually faded. Facing Lu Chen's inquiry, Xiaomi slowly closed her eyes. Lord Lulu Wei, I pray to you. In an instant, a green wind swirled around Xiaomi. Then, she slowly opened her eyes. Meow will tell you the insights Meow has received. Lord Lulu Wei only instructed me to hunt down legendary tier monsters at this time. She did not tell me any reasons. But she clearly said, if any creature wants to compete with me for this boss, don't let it go to him. If we lose, then this boss is up for grabs. Lu Chen frowned slightly after hearing Xiaomi's words. It felt as if the true god already knew that this boss would be defeated by him. It seemed like a test. Is there anything else? That's all right. You have received a friend request from Xiaomi. Xiaomi hopes that you are on the same side as her. However, if there really comes a day of opposition, I won't hold back. I still have many trump cards left. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she was about to leave. But suddenly, Lu Chen grabbed her tail. Meow. What is it, Meow? I want to talk directly to your god. Xiaomi stuck out her tongue. Lady Luluwei won't agree, Meow. Class change sanctuary. Lu Chen couldn't keep Xiaomi forever, so after asking what he needed, he let her go. She didn't want to reveal anything else. As for the true god seemingly knowing of his existence, Lu Chen found it nothing strange. The whole world knew about him. The true god wasn't deaf or blind. Not knowing would be odd. As for being able to predict some of his actions, well, that was indeed a problem. However, if the true god couldn't predict anything, Lu Chen wouldn't believe it. Let the predictions be predictions. If one day he found himself trapped by a prediction, he could still turn back time. Lu Chen didn't believe he could change the timeline and still be caught. Class change quest. Class change quest 1, all equipment slots must be divine artifacts, completed. Quest 2, own 2 or more territories, 2 halves, completed. You have completed all class change quests. The first phase of the 4th class change quest has been completed. Quest reward, unique skill book for the current profession, gift pack, Spirit of Equipment X2. The unique skill book for the current profession, gift pack, was placed in his backpack. Initial lost box effect, open to obtain 1 unique skill book for the current profession. Effect limit, 4th class change. This gift pack cannot be copied by any means. Description, no matter what profession you currently are, you can obtain the corresponding Unique skill dot. So, if I open it after the 4th class change, I'll get the unique skill book for the 4th class? But it can't be copied, what a pity. Lu Chun planned to keep this unique skill book gift pack for later. Accept the second phase of the quest. Second phase of the quest has been accepted. Class change quest 1, find a mythic tier monster, reduce its health to 90%, and survive. Class change quest 2, solo kill more than 500 legendary tier monsters above your current level, 1/500, quest reward, unlock the divine artifact illustration for ranking 49 in advance, evolution tower. Lu Chen had thought about it. The SSS plus level quests were outrageous. Especially as they progressed, they became even more absurd. But what Lu Chen thought of was just solo killing legendary tier monsters, which was about right. But damn it. Solo killing 500? And it had to be you. However, it was no wonder. Otherwise, how could the 4th class change be such a hurdle? All combat professions, no matter how foolish, how stupid, or how low their professional rating, could reach level 100. But only after level 100 did it become a watershed. There was also the reason for the significant increase in difficulty for the 4th class change quests compared to the previous class changes. But this increase is just too much. From soloing 10 world bosses to soloing 500 legendary tier beasts. The difficulty is so high that even multiplying it by 10 wouldn't be enough to describe it. And what the hell is that mythical tier monster? Lu Chen knows that this tier is above legendary. However, the task condition of defeating a mythical tier monster while reducing its health by 10% and ensuring his own survival is already on par with soloing 500 legendary tier beasts? Damn. What kind of freak is a mythical tier monster? Speaking of which, the requirements for humans to raise their level cap. It seems I can complete that as well. Back then, when Elith informed him about the information regarding the illusionary ancient tree, Lu Chen learned about this part. The race level cap can be raised. Later, Lu Chen also discussed this matter with the human emperor. Every race can raise its level cap. Moreover, the race's level cap has already been raised once. The original cap was only level 100. But this time, the conditions for raising it are even more stringent. Humans need the cores of 7 legendary tier monsters to raise their level cap. They also need a pure human team to slay a monster that exceeds the human level cap of legendary tier. These 2 tasks have yet to be accomplished by humans. As for the other conditions, the human emperor has nearly completed them. Currently, these are the only things left. And it seems that he can complete these conditions while finishing the job change task. Xiaomi activated wind god speed and dashed through the forest. Her heart raced. That damn human actually teased her. The next time they meet, she must scratch his face. Xiaomi directly stepped into a nearby teleportation array. She was teleported to the orc territory. After just a few transfers, she arrived in the orc territory. Xiaomi returned to the territory and stood in front of the temple of the wind god. Just before entering the temple, Lu Chen's figure flashed through her mind. Human, disaster is coming, you better not die. She muttered to the empty air. It's not that I'm worried about you, it's just that Lord Luluwei thinks you're very important in this disaster. If you die, this disaster will be hard to handle. Abyss. Lu Chen's figure appeared in the abyss. At this moment, Sarko was leaning against 5 boxes of thunder crystal and 10 boxes of Colo. Sarko, did you buy all these things from merchants? The reason Lu Chen returned to the land of bets and chips was that Sarko told him the demon merchants had arrived. Now seeing Sarko holding human items, Lu Chen knew that the merchant trading with Sarko was indeed from the surface. As for Sarko's description, Lu Chen felt that this merchant was indeed a swindler. A huge damn swindler. But even so, Lu Chen still had to meet the demon merchant. After all, he had painstakingly set up a situation in the abyss, using the strength of humans to intimidate the abyss. If this merchant interfered, it would be troublesome. Brother Lu Chen. Shali is currently playing in your biggest casino. If you want to find him, just go there. Burp. Sarko burped and continued to lie on his bed. Even though Lu Chen had won his palace, as the lord of this land, it would be incredibly easy for him to build another palace. For these matters, Sarko was not particularly concerned. Lu Chen expanded his perception. The Insight Crown indeed detected a special presence. A being of the demon race. Among the many abyssal creatures, it stood out so prominently. Damn, I lost again. My 100,000 chips. It seemed he also enjoyed the demon life in the abyss. However, his luck at gambling was a bit poor, with a win rate of 11%? So low? Level 200. Faith. Yakutikto, identity. Tisk. Lu Chen activated. A rewind. In an instant, he was beside Shaylee. He gently patted Shaylee's shoulder. Lu Chen and Xiaomi left the Black Mist Canyon.
The once chaotic and tumultuous Black Mist Canyon
returned to its usual tranquility.
This time, the Black Mist Canyon was much quieter than usual. With the death of the illusionary ancient tree, the poisonous mist gradually dissipated.
From then on, this area became a safe zone.
There was no longer a threat from legendary tier monsters. After all this, the legend of Lu Chen spread once again throughout the world. World Channel, did you see that?
The latest news. I, the god of Lu, have set a new record. As Lu Chen's fame continued to grow, dedicated fan teams emerged. They collected information about Lu Chen as quickly as possible. Not only that, some fervent fans were willing to pay high prices for Lu Chen's photos. For instance, the photo of Lu Chen entering the Hongduan Mountains.
Even though this photo had been circulated widely online, it still auctioned for 50 million gold coins.
Even the apartment where Lu Chen stayed became a tourist attraction. St. Capital No. 2 High School thus became the top academy in St. Capital City.
Not just among humans, but races from all over the world were scrambling to
secure an admission spot at St. Capital No. 2.
The Brilliant Gem Association also became the first choice for many job changers after being revealed to have a partnership with Lu
Chen.
In their view, the reason the god of Lu became so strong was surely because he chose the best way to improve. Therefore, the Brilliant Gem Association, as one of his paths to enhancement, would naturally not be too bad. Everything related to Lu Chen flourished. Only, those students who were in the same class as Lu Chen were completely forgotten.
The entire world had only Lu Chen left in its memory of this generation of human geniuses.
Because, frankly, there was nothing much to say about the others. At this moment, Zhu He and Xiao Heba were in a team. They had just killed a level 40 boss of the hero tier in the Hongduan Mountains.
Bro, great job. It's not hard. Working with strong players is enjoyable.
At this speed, we might complete the second job transfer task in just 3 days.
Come on, let's take a picture and post it to celebrate. The first time in my life killing a hero tier boss.
As they finished taking the photo and were about to post this small achievement to the community to show off, they saw that
numerous posts were trending in the community.
At the same time, countless messages were flooding the chat room.
All these messages were about Lu Chen. Community latest news. Latest news. Elf race. Black Mist Canyon.
The god of Lu has already defeated a legendary tier monster.
He even fought an unknown being. It was an earth-shattering battle. It was a rain of arrows, dazzling and spectacular. As this news spread, hundreds of posts emerged in the community.
The elves recorded videos of the scenes they witnessed.
Such a big event. How could there not be a recording? And these videos about Lu Chen.
In a very short time, they spread wildly among the human race.
Within just a few minutes, some videos had already surpassed 100 million views. Rain of arrows. What level of battle is this? Video attached, instantly killing legendary tier monsters. Is this called a battle? This is a complete massacre.
Video attached, as long as I make a slight move, legendary tier monsters are nothing but lapdogs.
Video attached, the entire human race was once again in an uproar.
Watching these videos from one post after another, they felt both terrified and exhilarated.
Damn, how fast is that? Just how fast? What kind of being is that orc, to be able to fight our Lu God to this extent? To think it could withstand more than 5 seconds in Lu God's hands? That's truly terrifying. Damn. I slowed the video
down 1,000 times, and I still can't see their movements, it's too fast.
And those light rains, is there really someone who can dodge and fight in such a rain of arrows? Damn, how did that legendary monster get killed so quickly? I didn't even see how its health bar disappeared. Lu God can stay in that poison mist for so long? I heard that in 1 second, it loses 800 million health. Without a special antidote, you can't survive even a second.
I suddenly remembered, 1,000 years ago, the Elder Emperor issued
an announcement.
To raise the level cap of the human race, we must hunt 7 legendary tier monsters. In fact, the way to raise the level cap was not a secret.
But because it was too difficult to achieve and too far in the past, people had forgotten about it. Moreover, after the last Human-Dragon Coalition, the human race had not entertained the idea of promotion again. Because, hunting a legendary tier monster would severely deplete one's vitality.
7 times, and they would also have to take down a legendary tier monster that
surpassed the human race's level cap. That was like dreaming. But today, Lu Chen killed a legendary tier monster. It reignited the memories of the human race. What the hell? I flipped
through ancient texts, and it seems this really happened.
Damn, it's been so long, I forgot about it. I haven't even surpassed level 100, I can't even touch the level cap. How would I know about this? Damn, our human race's level cap won't let Lu God break through just by his own strength, right? There really is that possibility. My Lu God might just replicate the legends of the past. 10 kills of world bosses. Replicate the legends of the past? Replicate the legends from last night. I originally thought that 10 kills of world bosses was already a glorious achievement, but unexpectedly, Lu God has been continuously breaking higher achievement records. It's really only us who can't think of it. There's nothing Lu God can't do. Looking at the endless posts in the community, Xiao Heba was about to post an update. He stopped. What the hell should he post? If he sends it out and someone discovers, isn't that Xiao Heba who graduated with Lu Chen? Others have already soloed legendary tier monsters. How come he is still grinding level 40 hero tier monsters, needing a team to take them down? Damn, just thinking about it is embarrassing. Just forget it. Meanwhile, in Beiyuan City, the human emperor looked at the records set by Lu Chen. A smile of joy mixed with helplessness appeared on his face. Lu Chen, oh Lu Chen. I have bet the hopes of the human race on you. I hope you can grow quickly and share the great responsibility of saving the world with me. But with you like this now, it makes me, the human emperor, seem rather useless. Luo Jiutian even began to doubt. If I let Lu Chen fight alongside me, would I end up being the one holding him back? Shali level, 200 class, Wanderer. Of all realms, SSS, 4th transition class specialization, space restriction removal, gateway traversal skills, space shatter, mirror break, instant teleportation, space jump. Skills, luck drip of fortune, wealth unequal exchange, luck misfortune, wealth surplus value. Luck value, 10 faith, Yakutikto of wealth and luck identity, second disciple of Yakutikto. The outside world is cheering and applauding Lu Chen's achievements. But in the abyss, Lu Chen looks at Xiali's information, his expression somewhat unnatural. Regarding the other party's information, Lu Chen can only say, impressive. He has encountered another true God's disciple. One he rarely sees and has never even heard of before. In less than an hour, he has met 2 disciples. It truly feels like once he meets one, they become commonplace. Perhaps after some time, when disciples are everywhere, Lu Chen won't be surprised at all. At the same time, he has also found the answer to how the other party entered the abyss. Having a god behind you is indeed remarkable. Lost again. My 1 million chips. When Lu Chen pats his shoulder, Xiali ignores him, continuing to focus on the game at the gambling table. This game, with a winning rate of 50%, yet he always manages to lose. But this is just the surface. Lu Chen can perceive that a certain value of Xiali's is quietly increasing. Luck conservation of luck. When you're unlucky, accumulate luck, and you can actively choose when to use this luck. This Xiali is accumulating his luck in this way. Indeed, the abilities granted by the gods are also abnormal. It's like a speed that far surpasses his own when using the boots of swift travel. It's true speed. This Xiali can accumulate luck in this manner. And luck, no matter the circumstances, is an extremely terrifying ability. After losing this round, Xiali finally turns to look at Lu Chen. Hey, human? You scared me to death. Lu Chen remains silent, watching Xiali's performance. Seeing Lu Chen's lack of reaction, Xiali feels a bit awkward. Just kidding. You are Lu Chen, right? I just heard about you. It seems you took down a legendary tier monster? The whole world is cheering for you. Pfft, with the power granted to me by Lord Yakutikto, I could take it down too. I don't know what they're so excited about. Xiali doesn't even ask Lu Chen how he came down to the abyss. I heard that you established a temple called Manhwa in the realm of the abyss. You don't believe in the righteous gods, do you? To the other party's question, Lu Chen shrugs slightly. Yes, and so what? At the same time, Lu Chen is ready to reverse time back at any moment. Xiali pauses for a moment after hearing Lu Chen's answer. Indeed, it really doesn't matter. But don't you think that saying it so openly feels a bit inappropriate? Is this the surface? Indeed, it is not. Here. You can speak freely. But aren't you afraid that I will announce what you just said to the whole world? Oh, what will happen if they find out? Will. Xiali's small eyes were fixed on Lu Chen as he raised the brim of his hat. Indeed, there's really nothing that can be done. Lu Chen's current status was too high. Even if he did not worship the righteous gods, the human race could not do anything to him. It was impossible to sacrifice a great contributor and hero of the human race, the hope against the millennium catastrophe, to the heavens. Moreover, even if he did not worship the righteous gods, it did not imply the person's evil. Rather, it could be said that this person was favored by the gods, an existence that ordinary people could not provoke. It seems you arrived in the abyss earlier than usual this time. I heard from Sarko that you came specifically to find me this time. What is your purpose in finding me? Xiaoli put the chips into his backpack and smiled. Slightly. Well, I want to make a deal with you. A deal? Yes, a deal. I'm a merchant, and I've always engaged in transactions with others. Deals are great, no one owes anyone anything. After it's done, you take yours, and I take mine. Go on, I'm listening. My demands are very low, very small. Before that, don't you want to know what kind of reward I can offer? Has your god ever said that you really like to talk nonsense? Lu Chen felt that this demon, after 3 sentences, would have won. That was completely irrelevant. Indeed, she occasionally accuses me of that. But I can bring her wealth that pleases her, so I am still quite. Get to the point, stop digressing. Ahem, I can provide you with the location of the demon essence. Upon hearing this term, Lu Chen's breath slightly paused. Demon essence? In the reasoning of the human race, that race that destroyed the dragon race? Yes, the demon essence, this great hero of the human race, a great contributor, the future emperor of humanity. It is the demon essence. The demon essence masters the marrow explosion. Don't you want to obtain the marrow explosion? Now, are you interested in the content of my deal? Lu Chen tightened his fists. This Xiaoli was a bit annoying in his speech. He could have just said it directly. He had never said he was uninterested. You'd better make it brief. Lu Chen thought about whether he should beat him up first and then go back in time to listen to his nonsense. Indeed. It should be brief. I actually never liked nonsense and hate it the most. I wasn't even talking nonsense. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the spirit of equipment beside Lu Chen shot an arrow through. Put! It pierced directly through the hat on his head. This strike, although it did not cause damage, was extremely threatening. Xiaoli was completely unprepared for this. He adjusted the hole in his hat. This hat was merely decorative. The real equipment had already concealed its appearance. He wasn't even angry. Lu Chen, Lu God, why are you so angry? Whoosh! In the next moment, Lu Chen felt as if the space he was in had been split apart. I can also contact the surface while in the abyss. I saw your battle with Xiaomi. That battle was truly breathtaking, it left me in awe. Lu God, you truly are the strongest genius of the human race. However, I noticed you were using spatial abilities, and it seems I have a slight advantage over you. However, Xiaoli's words came to an abrupt halt. 2 lightsabers were pressed against his neck. He sensed that behind him, 2 Lu Chens were holding lightsabers, surrounding him. Less nonsense, is that so hard? Lu Chen slowly walked towards Xiaoli a whoosh. His figure flickered slightly and passed through the spatial blockade. Xiaoli's spatial blockade seemed like a joke. The abyssal sovereign couldn't even contain him in the abyss. Amir Xiaoli, a 4th-tier job changer, also wants to use spatial abilities to seal himself off. Yakadiktok is not some god of space. The abilities granted are related to wealth and luck. You demons are always so cunning. And you never listen to others. You insist on having a knife at your throat before you'll talk properly. I limit you to 20 words to finish your transaction. Otherwise. Xiaoli remained calm despite the threat. Otherwise what? I am a disciple of Yakadiktok, are you going to kill me? In response to Xiaoli's question, Lu Chen revealed a playful smile. Hee, how do you know I won't kill you? Xiaoli's expression darkened as he stared at Lu Chen. As a businessman, reading people's expressions and intentions is an essential skill. It comes from the divine abilities granted by Yakadiktok. Identifying people at this moment, Xiaoli read from Lu Chen's words, actions, expressions, and behavior. Lu Chen dared to kill. This person is completely the type who acts without considering the consequences. A madman who does as he pleases. How could this be? Isn't he a hero of the human race? Why? Is there such a result from identifying people? But having reached this conclusion, Xiaoli did not dare to gamble. The true gods cannot intervene now, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. The identity of a true god's disciple cannot save his life. Oh right, you have 6 words left. The corner of Xiaoli's mouth twitched. Damn, does that last sentence count as words? Help me kill the demon essence. Upon hearing Xiaoli finish this sentence, Lu Chen clapped for him with a smile. But the applause carried a hint of mockery. Isn't that it? You could have said it in 5 words, but you insisted on all that nonsense. Now, you have 100 words to explain the details. Lu Chen took out a black abyss scroll grass and put it in his mouth. A supernova flash streaked across, igniting the black abyss scroll grass. This supernova flash also struck the wall behind Xiaoli. Of course, if you think you can take me on, you can try. But if Xiaomi can survive, you might not. Lu Chen took a deep breath of the black abyss scroll grass. 30 trillion health points. Pulling a piece of black abyss scroll grass is not considered harmful. Xiaoli swallowed hard. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Lu Chen was too dominant. He simply could not gain the upper hand. In the end, he still did not dare to confront Lu Chen. He had seen that video too. Xiaomi did not last 10 seconds in Lu Chen's hands. Moreover, Xiaomi seemed to have a temporary artifact equipped. At this moment, he had no temporary artifact on him. His combat power was far inferior to Xiaomi's. I sold the demon essence marrow to them, and they created marrow explosions in myth-level life forms. I can't retrieve it. The next target of the marrow explosion should be the demon race. So, I hope you can help me deal with these demon essences. As for the reward, everything the demon essence possesses will belong to you. Are you done? I'm done. A total of 80 words. Isn't that speaking? Lu Chen's insight. Crown did not receive any abnormal feedback. This indicates that the demon essence was speaking the truth. Reversal of time buzz, the sound of the clock turning back came. Lu Chen returned to the moment before Xiaoli was about to explain the plan. Are you interested in the transaction? Killing the demon essence, right? Xiaoli was slightly taken aback upon hearing Lu Chen's response. How did you know? What I want to know, I will naturally find out. I also know that you are the sinner who destroyed the dragon race. Xiaoli's green skin turned slightly pale. But soon, he regained his composure. I am a businessman, I merely sold goods to the demon essence. I had no idea these demon essences could do such things with divine marrow. The Insight Crown transmitted feedback. Lu Chen could tell he was lying. He knew that the divine marrow could create a marrow explosion. No, you know. Xiaoli's expression changed again. I don't know. He was still lying. You know, you can't fool me. Xiaoli gritted his teeth. Yes, I know. But I just want to use their hands to create the marrow explosion. And then seize the marrow explosion for ourselves. Don't you think that if we have the marrow explosion, we can more easily resist the millennium catastrophe? Even if the divine monsters from the last millennium reappear, they would still suffer against the marrow explosion. It's just that there was a slight accident in the process. The demon essence did indeed create the marrow explosion. But we failed to recover the marrow explosion and instead let them launch it. The Insight Crown provided a judgment. This time, Xiaoli was telling the truth. So, in fact, I am also a victim. Will you make this deal or not? To be honest, I don't care about the survival of the demon race. But I don't want the marrow explosion to exist. It is a huge threat in itself. This statement was true. He really didn't care about the survival of the demon race. Demons are somewhat similar to the abyss. They are all self-serving, and the concept of race is not very strong. Selfish, greedy, and deceitful, they are more divided than united. This is also the reason they have not become part of the alliance. Lu Chen had no doubt that Xia Li could abandon the entire demon race. Lu Chen did not agree immediately. How can you be sure that I can resolve this matter? Indeed, I cannot be sure. But I have no other choice. Guess who the strongest force on the surface is right now? Upon hearing this question, Lu Chen paused slightly. Then he began to think. The ruler of a race is usually the strongest. But it seems that the actual combat power of the true god's disciples is stronger than that of the race's ruler. And now, who can defeat the true god's disciples? Lu Chen thought for a moment. Me? Xiaoli rolled his eyes. Who else? Besides you, who else is there? Just from watching the videos sent by your human race, I can already feel your strength. Your news has long spread among our disciples. Your disciples? Don't you know that we, the disciples of the true gods, all know each other? In the last 500 years, the true gods have become active, and we probably became the disciples of the true gods. During that period. This time, our common goal as the 7 disciples is to resist this millennium catastrophe. Xiaomi should be the youngest. She became a disciple in the last 10 years, but she quickly rose to the position of the first disciple. I have to say, Xiaoli's tendency to ramble sometimes isn't really a flaw. He inadvertently reveals some important information for himself. It turns out that Xiaomi has long known that she is not a disciple of the true gods. So, should the strongest person on the continent reach an agreement with me? I will provide you with the location of the demon essence. And you will help me deal with these demon essences. However, there will be a bit of danger. Without thinking, Lu Chen replied, okay. No matter what, the marrow explosion is something that must be obtained. After all, it has the skin of 1,000 illusions, a one-time item with unlimited use. If he could get the marrow explosion, wouldn't he be able to use unlimited marrow explosions? Pleasure to cooperate. Xiaoli took out 3 keys, 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 purple. They matched the colors of the 3 moons in the current sky. The stronghold of the demon essence is guarded by special restrictions. This group of crazy guys, the power behind them is not as simple as you think. Otherwise, a mere demon essence wouldn't be enough to give us a headache. These 3 keys will allow you to move freely within the restrictions. Upon seeing the 3 keys. Alright. By the way, before I give you the coordinates, I want to ask. Are you prepared to die? Faced with this question, Lu Chen gave him a smile. I won't die. Xiaoli chuckled lightly. This is the talisman that Lord God instructed me to give you. Special coin of Yakutikto effect. After use, immediately pray to Yakutikto and become a chosen disciple, receiving protection from Yakutikto. If you face a deadly threat, use this coin and pray to my lord. At the very least, it can save your life. With your potential, becoming my lord's disciple, you will surely soon reach the position of the top disciple. Lu Chen looked at the coin. At this moment, he realized that this was Xiaoli's main purpose. It must be said, Yakutikto seems quite audacious. The identity of being a disciple of a true god is already laid bare. She actually dares to snatch other true god's disciples. Moreover, having Xiaoli sell divine essence to the demon essence should also be the will of the true god. At this time, the first impression Yakutikto left in Lu Chen's mind was one of madness. And it leaned towards insanity. If you have made your decision, we can sign the transaction contract. At that time, I will open the door to the demon essence stronghold for you. And save you some travel time. In this world, I am the only demon capable of opening a spatial door across such a long distance. Xiaoli introduced himself with a hint of pride. This ability for long-distance teleportation evolved through the transaction between himself and Yakutikto. Yakutikto governs wealth and luck. His disciples can directly obtain the items they desire through transactions. No problem. Let's sign the contract. The other party's calculations were indeed clever. However, Lu Chen didn't mind. Alright, my future superior, Mr. Lu Chen, the top disciple. I will sign the transaction contract with you. Xiaomi knelt in the temple, praying to Lulu Wei. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes. Lord Lulu Wei, I understand. After completing her prayer, Xiaomi let out a long sigh. She initiated a mental communication with Lu Chen. Xiaomi, Lulu Miao, I heard Miao you agreed to Xiaoli's deal Miao? This Xiaoli is a shameless old schemer, how could you agree to his deal Miao? The demon essence is not a foolish race. If they discover the essence bomb can be taken, they will detonate it directly. Although you are strong, this task is simply impossible. He just wants you to expend that essence bomb Miao. Don't let that madman's scheme succeed Miao. Only a disciple under a true god would dare to insult other true gods like this. Lu Chen received Xiaomi's call. At this moment, Lu Chen had already arrived at a neutral outdoor location. This area did not belong to any race. It was pure wilderness. The biggest characteristic of this world is its vastness and sparse population. 99.999% of the land is wilderness with no races residing in it. And in this desolate area, not far away was the stronghold of the demon essences. Thanks for the reminder. But there's no need to worry. The demon essence and the hidden cave within. The furtive struggle for survival is completely different. The city of the demon essence is a massive city. So massive that it is more than 10 times larger than the holy capital. The perception of the Insight Crown unfolded. In an instant, it swept across the entire city. Now, Lu Chen's range of perception is terrifying. A full 8.1 million kilometers. If calculated by the distances of his past life, it is roughly 20 times the distance from Blue Star to the moon. However, right before him, this single city actually occupies an area larger than the surface area of Blue Star. Outside this city, there is an invisible barrier. The range of the barrier is vast. It can prevent external beings from entering. The source of the barrier, the divine demon Omisyu. Therefore, if one wants to enter, a key is required. Lu Chen drank a bottle of high-level invisibility potion and activated the Shadow Strike state, entering a state of complete disappearance. Carrying the key, he walked straight in. After all, disappearing does not mean penetrating the restrictions. Lu Chen had not marked the space inside, so he could not directly enter using the recall method. This is an extremely prosperous city. Bright lights and bustling nightlife. There is even a very complete ecosystem and industry. Various shops and trading houses. In terms of prosperity, it is not inferior to the holy capital. At this moment, a large festival event is being held within this city. Between the tall buildings, eye-catching banners are hung, celebrating the great success of the marrow explosion test. One demon essence after another sang and danced, linking arms and celebrating the joy of this test explosion. They certainly do not need to worry about any millennium catastrophe. Because they themselves are the products of the catastrophe.
It has not even been a day since the destruction of the Dragon Clan.
Now, they are still in the midst of their festive celebration. Have you heard?
I heard that a guy named Lu Chen has appeared among the human race, and he seems very strong.
In just one day, he has already risen. Ha ha. I've heard about it long ago. But so what? Could it be that this Lu Chen can withstand a single marrow explosion from us? No matter what kind of genius he is, we can just eliminate him. Exactly. Let's get rid of him. Killing a legendary ranked demon? So what? Under the marrow explosion, all beings are equal. Lu Chen strolled along the street.
He heard the exchanges of these demon essences.
Clearly. TSK tisk. They want to throw a marrow explosion at me. Lu Chen took out a bottle of mandrake poison from his backpack. This type of consumable is plentiful in his backpack. Mandrake.
Poison, effect, causes a total of 100 million poison attribute damage over 1 hour, with toxicity manifesting after half an hour.
Can be dissolved in other liquids, identification level, 150, Lu Chen.
Passed by these demon essences and casually added the potion to the large wine barrel they were drinking from. Then, he walked deeper into the city. As time passed, Lu Chen gradually understood this
group of beings better.
The millennium catastrophe had completely destroyed their original souls. It is somewhat similar to the blasphemous dagger.
It directly destroys the mind. However, the blood moon
has allowed them to give birth to a new kind of soul.
This is a soul that only knows destruction.
Simply put, it cannot be healed, equivalent to being already dead. Among them, in this city, the most
noteworthy is still at the very center of the city, that colossal entity.
A head wrapped in pure white bandages, connected to a spine that is a full kilometer long.
On its spine, various limbs that do not conform to its form are connected.
The Insight Crown detected information about this existence.
God-making project Demon Essence Fusion Life, Chaotic Destruction. Its composition is divine.
Monster, Omisiyu's head, 1 of 2/3 of Divine Essence, Omisiyu's left arm, foot of the former Abyss Ruler Chaos Destruction level, 300 rank, Myth race. Fusion status, unable to move health, to be generated, non-deterministic value, will generate health after taking damage, traits, mythical physical attack immunity, 100% immunity to all physical damage from sources below demigod level, mythical elemental attack immunity, 100% immunity to all elemental damage from sources below demigod level, mythical true damage immunity, 50% immunity to all true damage from sources below demigod level, minimum damage fixation, after taking multiple hits over a period, the minimum damage is set, and all subsequent damage cannot exceed this value.
Cannot
be 0. Skills, Hanged 1 wraps and completely binds all entities below level 200 within a radius of 500,000 kilometers with bandages, which can be destroyed. Where I stand is the abyss, transforms the area within a radius of 5 million kilometers centered on my location into an abyss. Blood overflow healing, all hostile healing within a radius of 5 million kilometers is converted into damage. Lu Chen walked at a steady pace, passing through one tall building after another. This was
Lu Chen's first encounter with the so-called mythic ranked monsters. Just seeing this information was suffocating. No wonder. In the mission, killing 500 legendary ranked monsters could only compare to taking 10% of a mythic ranked monster's health. Behind Lu Chen, the spirits of equipment floated. 96 equipment spirits had already appeared around Lu Chen.
Unfortunately, while he had the equipment
spirits, he didn't have that many heavenly bow of the abyss. Therefore, these equipment spirits could only equip the abyss summoning staff and phantom. Behind Lu Chen, the multiple bow stars also appeared.
The multiple bow stars had also been divided into 96 parts by
Lu Chen. However, these things could not be used by the equipment spirits. They were equivalent to additional equipment spirits for Lu Chen. Moreover, they would only trigger when Lu Chen shot himself.
The shooting of the equipment spirits could not trigger.
Xiaomi said he held back.
But when Lu Chen fought Xiaomi, he also held back. Previously, when fighting Xiaomi, he felt there was no need to go all out.
He also wanted to try out the new artifact, Phantom. How could one not use a new artifact upon acquiring it? But now, facing this mythic ranked monster.
Star flash rain shooting swish, 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 swish.
Lu Chen held a heavenly bow of the abyss, and the remaining 31 equipment spirits launched their attacks simultaneously. 96 bow stars also launched their attacks together. This time, the firepower was even stronger than before. A golden rain of arrows appeared in the sky in an instant. Ding 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 ding.
-0, no divine power, -0, no divine power, -0, no divine power. Hundreds of millions of zeros floated out. This series of shots caused no damage at all.
TSK. After this burst of attacks, the head wrapped in bandages gradually turned towards Lu Chen. Alright then. I'll give you some credit. Time reversal V-room, time reversed. Lu Chen returned to the time and space before the attack. The equipment spirits and bow stars all remained hidden. Lu Chen glanced again at the distant chaos destruction. This chaos destruction did not notice Lu Chen's presence. Then, Lu Chen looked at the blue portal in front of him. This was a door leading underground. It also had restrictions in place. Lu Chen took out the key and pressed it against the portal. The portal slowly opened. Inside was the cavern, the main research facility for the magic essence. The bustling city above was merely the dwelling of ordinary magic essences. However, even before entering the cavern, Lu Chen's perception had already scanned the interior. In fact, he had long discovered the location of the marrow explosion. But due to the restrictions, he couldn't enter. Unless he possessed the rank 80 artifact Leap Spirit, which could ignore the restrictions and teleport freely within a certain range. Rewind could only return to places he had been before. The second key had already been consumed. Lu Chen successfully entered the cavern. He then headed straight towards the secret chamber storing the marrow explosion. Although various anti-detection formations and magic essence creations for detecting invisibility had been set up, Lu Chen's Shadow Strike stance was beyond the detection capabilities of anything below divine level. Moreover, the Crown of Insight could not be blocked by anything below divine level either. Thus, what appeared to be a maze to ordinary people was like a fully lit map to Lu Chen. Design Blueprint Number 3. Marrow Explosion, Modification Date, April 13, 5000. The version confiscated from the human race seems to be from 100 years ago, right? The latest version. Good stuff. Lu Chen stored the design blueprint in his backpack. Chaos Destruction Life Cultivation Plan, Final Version. This is the plan for creating that mythical life, good stuff. Lu Chen stored the cultivation plan in his backpack. Lucky Potion Improved Synthesis Recipe? Bring it here. God's Prayer Record? Lu Chen opened this book and found that, besides the 7 true gods, it also detailed various prayer methods for other beings, as well as the consequences of praying to these beings. Such things were strictly prohibited from being sold among the various races. Even the demon race would find it hard to come by. Master of Metamorphosis and Artifacts. Lu Chen checked if this god ever existed. Has there ever been a Master of Metamorphosis and Artifacts in history? This book can be collected. He also stored this book in his backpack. Speculations above demigod. Demigod, quasi-god, subgod, true god. Not necessarily reliable, but can be referenced. Collected. Selection of the most delicious foods from various races. Are they still in the mood to taste foods from different races while being wanted? Collected. Concepts about crossing the abyss to destroy the Western continent. Damn it, this continent hasn't even been destroyed yet, and they want to destroy the Western continent? However, this concept of crossing the abyss is quite interesting and can be referenced. Collected. Speculations on how to summon star magic creatures. Damn it, crazy lunatics are still crazy, these magic essences really can't be left alive. Collected. The glorious history of magic essences? Collected. 7 ways to destroy the world. Collected. As he walked along, Lu Chen secretly stored various research materials and books of the magic essences into his backpack. The more he learned about the magic essence race, the more he felt their terrifying nature. Highly intelligent and super intelligent. For 1,000 years ago, they were a peak race that was completely on par with humans. In fact, Lu Chen believed that if this race hadn't been persecuted by the Blood Moon, they could very well be the leading race today. If these studies were used for righteous purposes, they would be truly terrifying. Humans also researched some rules and produced some creations. But compared to the magic essences, they were really far behind. These blueprints that can be stored in the backpack still belong to the public property of the magic essence. They are the kind that anyone can view and use. This is also the reason why they can be placed in the backpack. The truly rare and precious research materials are likely still in the magic essence's backpack. After stealing hundreds of research blueprints and various esoteric books, Lu Chen arrived in front of a pure white door. This pure white door appeared so out of place in the brown earthen cavern. On this door, there was a conspicuous sign. Marrow Explosion Storage Room. These magic essences cannot be left alive. It's no wonder that there was a plan to completely eradicate the magic essences. A race that only knows destruction and possesses great intelligence is like an unstable marrow explosion that could blow up at any moment. In this millennium, they have managed to create a marrow explosion. If they were allowed to survive into the next millennium, who knows what kind of things like divine explosion they could produce. And those 7 ways to destroy the world. Lu Chen took a cursory glance. He used rewind to negate the time spent reading. He reverted time back to when he had just arrived in this city. This reading not only did not consume time but, for Lu Chen, it also conveniently reversed time. As for the magic essence's ideas, Lu Chen could only say they were mad and terrifying. All 7 ways to destroy the world were theoretically feasible. If the magic essences were allowed to continue living, the destruction of the world was only a matter of time. Even if the world did not perish, the existing civilized races would likely not be able to survive. Lu Chen now understood an old saying. The calamity of a millennium has never ended since its inception. So far, the magic essences of the Blood Moon still pose a devastating threat to the world. As for the Yi Abyss, it goes without saying that as long as they invade the surface, it would be a catastrophe for the world. Then, the remaining stars and divine monsters. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. Damn, just thinking about it is terrifying. Lu Chen once again used rewind to negate the time spent in thought and reading. Finally, he faced the marrow explosion storage room and took out the purple key. The key gently touched the door, and surprisingly, the door opened naturally. Then, Lu Chen stepped inside. Boom! There was no warning at all. The marrow explosion was triggered in an instant. Lu Chen's health bar melted away in an instant. 30 trillion health points were as fragile as paper in front of the marrow explosion. The special coin of Yakutikto has been activated. You have received the protection of wealth. You have become a disciple of Yakutikto. Hiss. Rewind, buzz, time rewound. Lu Chen returned to the moment before entering the marrow explosion storage room. Ha! The Insight Crown had actually already detected this outcome. Although he already knew there would be such a result, encountering it for real was still a bit terrifying. But this was a necessary process. Moreover, just now, Yakutikto's coin had passively triggered, allowing him to withstand this fatal damage. However, at this moment, time was rewinding. Yakutikto's coin returned to its initial state. This really forces me to become her disciple. Does Yakutikto really like me that much? Lu Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. He then activated retrace, and in an instant, he flashed into the interior of the storage room. If the door of the marrow explosion storage room were to be opened directly, it would trigger an explosion. To correctly open this door, the control panels scattered in hundreds of caverns within the Magic Essence City must keep the confirmation button pressed. Only then could the door be opened safely. Otherwise, if any one of the control panel buttons were released, this opening would cause the marrow explosion to detonate directly. In short, under normal circumstances, outsiders simply cannot enter. Forcing the door open would only cause the marrow bomb to explode immediately. Moreover, these magic essences were not afraid of explosions. They were already madmen, fully prepared for mutual destruction. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Lu Chen. The moment Lu Chen stepped in, he had already marked the Area 4, rewind. This time, Lu Chen directly bypassed the key and passed through the barrier. What came into view were 2 jars soaked in a green solution containing marrow bombs. The Insight Crown obtained information about the marrow bomb. Marrow bomb, magic essence creation, materials, spine of the god of war and fire, stabilizing. Liquid, active essence, explosive powder, charging status, fully charged, detonation conditions, touching it without permission. Will cause immediate detonation. If the Magic Essence City is attacked and the threat level exceeds 20%, it will detonate immediately. If the chief researcher of the Magic Essence dies, it will detonate immediately. Effect, immediate detonation activates the energy stored in the divine marrow and releases it without restraint, equivalent to a normal attack enhanced by this true god. Effect 2, timed detonation, set a detonation time, and it will explode at that time, with power equivalent to immediate detonation. Description, a bomb made using the remains of a true god, with extremely low energy utilization, but still capable of causing terrifying destruction. This is the marrow bomb. There were 2 marrow bombs in total. Both were already in a fully charged state. Tisk. These detonation conditions. The magic essences were truly madmen. The conditions for triggering the explosion were clearly set to ensure the marrow bombs could explode at any moment. However, it might not be impossible to give it a try. The effect of Skin of Illusions was triggered. Lu Chen's appearance gradually changed. He slowly transformed into the appearance of the chief researcher of the magic essence in the cave. It wasn't just his appearance that changed. His behavior and soul state were completely altered as well. At this moment, aside from the difference in memories, Lu Chen was indistinguishable from the chief researcher of the magic essence. Lu Chen walked up to the control panel. He placed his palm on the control panel. Beep, identity confirmation, current identity, chief researcher, Moro, permission level, SSS, temporary control permission for marrow bomb granted, ownership of marrow bomb granted, authorized holders.
Moro, Sis, Rotary, Min-on, these 4 names were all those of the chief researcher of the magic essence.
After passing through layers of identity confirmation, they could directly operate the marrow bombs. Please select your operational authority, obtain ownership. Identity confirmation in progress, buzz on the ground, a formation lit up. Soul identification technique, high level, buzz, a beam of light passed over Lu Chen's body. Identification complete, your soul is chief researcher, Moro, blood. Identification technique, high level, another blood-red beam swept over Lu Chen. Identification complete, your body is chief researcher, Moro, your organs are original organs, and your life composition has not undergone any transplantation, please emit a sound. Identification complete, your voice is chief researcher, Moro, individual identification complete, citywide announcement in progress. Announcement lasts for 5 minutes, if all researchers have no objections, chief researcher, Moro may obtain ownership of the marrow bomb, tisk. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Then, rewind, was activated. Time was reversed, returning to before the ownership permission was obtained. The attempt to seize ownership had already been made. The good news now is that there's no need to enter a password, identification can be done through recognition. And this level can be resolved with a. The bad news is that after identification, a citywide announcement is required. However, this is already considered the best news. If it were in my past life, saying that recognizing a person's face could allow one to steal a country's nuclear bomb would be nothing but a pipe dream. Stealing a nuclear bomb would require dozens of procedures to be in place. But now, it's almost equivalent to passing facial recognition verification. After just one more procedure, one could take this thing away. Moreover, the only defense against the Magic Essence Guardian's marrow explosion is this simple measure. It makes Lu Chen feel that this defense is perhaps too rudimentary. But then again, considering that this marrow explosion could self-detonate at any moment, even just by opening a door, this rough style is somewhat understandable. Besides, how easy is it to imitate a soul? Only the power of an artifact like can completely mimic everything about a living being, including its soul and permissions. But in any case, if one wants to steal the marrow explosion, the citywide announcement hurdle requires some effort. Currently, there seem to be 3 solutions. One solution is to create an artifact called Ranked 92nd, it can directly steal the and obtain ownership. The difficulty lies in the fact that this artifact cannot be made in a short time. The other solution is to find a way to issue the citywide announcement without being stopped. Lu Chen even thought of the plan of slaughtering the city. As long as he kills them all, there would be no way to stop him. But that's not very feasible. Right now, if he were to kill them all before the city's magic essence reacts, it's still unrealistic. So, the only remaining option seems to be poisoning. Lu Chen retraced his steps and appeared in the abyss, standing before. Didn't you go look for the magic essence? Are you having second thoughts? What's so surprising? I just came to buy something from you, aren't you a merchant? I heard you sell basically everything. Upon hearing that Lu Chen wanted to buy something, a fawning smile appeared on his face, as if it were his calling. Indeed, I sell everything. May I ask what you need, dear customer? Lu Chen didn't beat around the bush. I need an item that can hypnotize level 200 beings. And preferably, it should work on a timer. Also, I need one with a larger hypnosis range, capable of hypnotizing a wide area of lower-level beings, and it should also be timed, is a clever merchant. Upon hearing Lu Chen's request, he roughly guessed what Lu Chen wanted to do. Indeed, this is a good method. If we can hypnotize them all, it might be easier to enter the city. Still thinks that Lu Chen is worried about how to get into the city. Trying to figure out how to evade the gaze of that mythic-level life creation. It's hard to hide in front of this thing unless one has a god-level stealth ability. According to your needs, I have sleeping herbs. The strongest effect can make level 200 beings fall into a deep sleep without their awareness. The scent has a range of about 100 kilometers in radius. But if you use a scent stone, it can reduce the effect and expand the range. How many of these sleeping herbs do you intend to take? 1,000 portions, I guess. Lu Chen was too lazy to think and just threw out a number. After all, he has plenty of money now. Upon hearing Lu Chen's number, S mouth twitched. Customer, this is a rare item. I don't have that much stock. Hearing S response, Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. I heard you're a merchant, I thought you had plenty of goods. Xiaoli's mouth twitched. Even as a merchant, it was impossible for him to casually pull out hundreds of rare items. Who the hell would keep so many rare items piled up in their backpack for no reason? Customer, I don't have much stock here, but you might not be able to afford it. This sleepy herb only accepts diamond quality equipment in exchange, 1 piece for 1 herb. I have a total of 10 pieces, it's up to you whether you want them. Xiaoli initially wanted to set a price in gold coins for the transaction. But with Lu Chen saying that, Xiaoli felt a bit rebellious. He had to set a price that would make Lu Chen hesitate to buy. Upon hearing the price, Lu Chen stared at Xiaoli. Are you serious? Although the sleepy herb was a rare material, it was definitely not worth a piece of diamond quality equipment. Of course, if you want it cheaper, that's not impossible. As long as you ask. But Lu Chen interrupted him directly. No, just this price. Pay up directly. Seeing Lu Chen agree so readily, Xiaoli was a bit stunned. Salco had never seen the world, but Lu Chen shouldn't be like that. Xiaoli indeed knew that Lu Chen had defeated the illusion demon ancient tree and obtained diamond quality equipment, wanting to take advantage of Lu Chen. But he had no idea Lu Chen would agree so readily. Xiaoli hadn't even had the chance to say much more when Lu Chen pulled out 10 pieces of diamond quality equipment. Xiaoli was afraid Lu Chen would change his mind, so he hurriedly took the equipment. He checked and appraised it. In a brief moment, the appraisal was complete. Appraisal complete, equipment quality, diamond. It was indeed real equipment, not disguised by illusions or hallucinations. Transaction established. Customer, here is your sleepy herb. Xiaoli quickly took out the sleepy herb while tightly holding onto the equipment, fearing Lu Chen would snatch it away. Lu Chen took the sleepy herb. Customer, my transactions do not support refunds or returns. Once the transaction is complete, I bear no responsibility. In fact, Xiaoli knew that this sleepy herb couldn't change much. It couldn't directly put a city into a deep sleep. Moreover, even if someone fell into a deep sleep, if they were attacked or stimulated to a certain extent, they would wake up. The effect of sleep was only somewhat useful during an assassination. Hearing Xiaoli say this, Lu Chen responded with a hum. Yeah, same here, once it's out of my hands, I'm not responsible. Lu Chen simply used the insight crown to scan it once. After confirming there were no issues, he stored the sleepy herb in his backpack. Do you have any other materials? I want to buy some more. Upon hearing Lu Chen inquire again, Xiaoli's smile became even more obsequious. The god of Lu, truly the god of Lu. No wonder the god of Lu was favored by the divine lord. He was like a golden patron. Sure, of course. What else do you want? Soon, Lu Chen recalled the materials the artifact was missing and directly listed all the needed materials on a piece of paper. The human emperor had provided him with most of the basic materials. Now, the only materials left were those that even the human emperor couldn't obtain. Xiaoli looked at the paper Lu Chen handed him. As he glanced at the items on the paper, his brows gradually furrowed. Then, they became increasingly wrinkled. What the hell are these requests? Is there anything normal about these materials? Damn it, that heart of the living god, are you sure you really want this thing? You want me to write this material down, are you serious? Xiaoli's smile became extremely exaggerated. But this was the smile he maintained to hold back from cursing. Am I supposed to pluck my head off to get you this kind of thing? How many lives do I have to give you to pluck the heart of the living god? And then there were some, like the Stone of Ascension and the Ring of the Nine Heavens. He had never even heard of these materials. If he had never heard of them, where the hell was he supposed to get them to sell to you? Xiaoli stared at the material list, completely taken aback. None of the materials listed were in his possession. Some of the materials were even ones that Yakutikto had commissioned him to collect. Could it be that Lu Chen was also tasked with gathering divine materials? So, can you sell them? After finishing the list, Xiaoli raised his head and shook it. You have no stock? Xiaoli nodded. I thought you could sell more, but it turns out you have none. Forget it, I won't count on you anymore. With that, Lu Chen turned and vanished. After Lu Chen disappeared, the smile on Xiaoli's face stiffened. Is this my problem? You should take a look at what kind of stuff you want. You want the heart of the divine, and I should just go dig out Yakutikto's heart for you? However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Xiaoli immediately slapped his own head. What a sin! I blasphemed. Oh, great deity, I didn't mean to think like this. It was truly an unintentional thought. After sincerely expressing his apologies, Xiaoli looked at the treasure in his arms. His smile gradually blossomed again. Although Lu Chen's material requirements were quite outrageous, such an easy-to-swindle customer was truly rare. A few pieces of junk effects, disposable items that usually wouldn't sell, were directly exchanged for diamond-quality equipment. No matter how you looked at it, the equipment was worth more. Just when Xiaoli was contentedly examining these diamond pieces, he suddenly noticed that they seemed a bit different from before. Where are the attributes? Ha! Where the hell are the attributes of this equipment? Damn, why are all the attributes blank? For diamond quality equipment, the attributes are secondary, the most important thing is those attribute effects. But damn it, all these diamond quality pieces have no attributes at all? Diamond grade equipment without attributes is worse than platinum grade equipment. If you don't enhance it, a blank slate can't compare to equipment with attributes, right? If you enhance it, damn it, spending so many resources to enhance an attribute less diamond piece. It feels so frustrating no matter how you think about it. At that moment, Xiaoli's mood was as if he had eaten shit. Lu Chun. Xiaoli gritted his teeth. But he had no way to return the goods to Lu Chen. Because no returns or exchanges was what he had said. He bit his teeth for a long time, and in the end, could only spit out one word. Damn. This was the first time he had suffered such a huge loss in a transaction. It was really damn frustrating. The attributes of these diamond pieces had naturally been transferred to other equipment by Lu Chun. Ever since the awakening of his profession, Lu Chen had also been swindled by others. Rewind activated. Lu Chen returned to Magic Essence City once again. Coming and going, it felt almost like returning home. And this time, there was not just one Lu Chen in Magic Essence City. The Lus had also arrived in the city. Fragrant stones are basic items that can be bought anywhere. The most expensive type is only 5 million gold coins. For Lu Chen now, that was practically free. Sleepy Herb can inject mana, delaying activation effect after activation, instantly spreads fragrance, causing creatures that smell it to inadvertently fall into a deep sleep, capable of affecting creatures up to level 200. The closer the distance, the stronger the fragrance, making it easier to fall into a sleep state. Deep sleep state, after being attacked. There is a high probability of breaking free from this state. Description: a herb that can induce sleep, randomly dropped in dungeons of level 150 with insane difficulty. This drowsy herb isn't particularly rare. It drops from high-level insane difficulty dungeons. For ordinary people, it is considered rare. But for the disciples of the gods, tackling an insane difficulty dungeon shouldn't be as difficult as one might imagine. The Lu Chen have already set up points all around the Demon Essence City. Lu Chen took out the blade of duplication. He duplicated the drowsy herb in his hand. Then, he placed it into his backpack. Other Lu Chen can directly take out the drowsy herb from the backpack. After that, they set the time. There's no need to rush. Through the observation of the Inside Crown, Lu Chen has already read the launch plans of these demon essences. Their next intended target for launch is not the demon race at all. Instead, they plan to wait for the arrival of the Millennium Calamity. Then, they will strike when the iron is hot. By that time, the various races facing the calamity will already be in an incredibly difficult situation. If they were to take another hit from the essence explosion, that would be a sure kill. However, this also means that these two essence explosions won't be launched anytime soon. At least, they won't be launched within the next few hours. Set the time for 3 hours later. Leave me some time too, otherwise, the workload is a bit much. Lu Chen placed the drowsy herb in a secluded corner. Then, he activated Rewind. He disappeared from that spot. One by one, in the corners of the city, Lu Chen quietly placed the drowsy herb. Meanwhile, Lu Chen arrived at the Grand Library of the Demon Essence City. The reason Lu Chen wanted to reserve some time for himself was to maximize the acquisition of Demon Essence resources. The Demon Essence Library is much richer than the human library. In fact, the Lu Chen each have their own roles. Some avatars have already read a wealth of books in the libraries of major human cities. Their knowledge has indeed expanded. However, when reading human books, Lu Chen rarely uses time reversal. Otherwise, to read all the books of humanity, who knows how much time it would take. Simply reading books doesn't warrant repeated use of time reversal. After all, those books aren't extremely critical intelligence. He also has more important things to do. But now, Lu Chen arrived at the Demon Essence Library. He went straight to the Forbidden Book Room. Most of the books in the library can be casually browsed and taken away. Only the books in the Forbidden Book Room require permission to enter in view. Moreover, they can only be viewed within that room. If taken out, the books will be destroyed immediately. Lu Chen used Thousand Illusion Skin to transform into a highly respected Demon Essence Scholar Minus. He directly passed through the restrictions of the Forbidden Book Room. Minus is one of the demon essences with access to the forbidden books. Lu Chen pulled out a book and sat down at a table. Besides Lu Chen, there were a few Wyford demon essences in the Forbidden Book Room, also reading these forbidden books. They all held the identity of demon essence scholars. While reading, they had papers beside them, holding sketching pens, calculating as they read. The book he was looking at was calculating the growth potential of various races. Human race Lu Chen awakened at 5 p.m., establishing a model based on his achievements. Through model analysis, the growth curve is determined. According to the growth curve, if Lu Chen continues to grow along this curve, he will become the greatest human obstacle to the threat of destruction. But generally speaking, the growth rate should have a limit, there should be an upper limit. But it doesn't rule out the possibility of it not being there, we shouldn't have to assume a limit. Lu Chen discerned the mumbling of his words. I seem to be quite the topic of discussion wherever I go. However, there were plenty discussing him, studying his magic essence. On the other side, another scholar of magic essence, with graying hair, was reading a book titled Weaknesses and Utilization of Races. Demons are selfish and greedy, elves are overly proud, bloodkin are too arrogant, orcs are too simple, and humans dabble in everything but are not pure. If a calamity erupts, exploiting the greed of demons could effectively restrain them from forming new alliances. According to racial theories, the greatest rifts that can cause races to turn against each other stem from interests. If we can find a trigger, we can make them enemies. Meanwhile, another scholar, a potion expert, was looking at the forbidden book special synthesis reagents. However, this seemed normal. Yet on his manuscript, he wrote chilling research. New reagent formula concept, special formula, using blood-dissolving flour with a 10-year toxin onset period as material to create a large-scale recovery potion. Characteristics, can disguise and hide its side effects, making the potion only show healing effects. 10 years later, all who have taken this potion will experience poisoning at the same time. Research. Flaw, blood-dissolving flour material is too expensive and easily suspected, making mass production impossible. Research flaw. 2. Cannot completely hide negative effects under high-level identification techniques. Improvement plan, seek various composite harmless herbs to synthesize a highly toxic formula for potion configuration, significantly reducing suspicion and cost. Lu Chen observed the magic essence in this forbidden book room. It must be said, in the city of magic essence, every magic essence was thinking about how to destroy the world. How to annihilate humans, elves, orcs, demons. It had reached a completely mad level. However, this was just a glimpse. In fact, within the scope of insight, he could sense countless studies. Various plans to disrupt the world, ideas to destroy it. Not just in this forbidden book room, but the entire city of magic essence was equally insane. Perhaps it was precisely because the magic essence was so pure in their intentions that they posed such a great threat. When an entire race only thinks about destroying the world and finds the greatest pleasure in doing so, even if their physical forms are weak and frail, it cannot be a reason to underestimate them. However, this was not something Lu Chen needed to concern himself with right now. He ignored these madmen and took out a forbidden book to begin memorizing. Soon, one after another, Lu Chen completed the task of placing the sleepy herb. Gradually, they gathered around Lu Chen's main body. They took out the forbidden book and began to flip through it. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, it was time for the sleepy herb to be triggered. However, Lu Chen had not finished memorizing the forbidden book. The reverse time effect activated. Buzz. Lu Chen rewound time. This time, the Lu Chens placed the sleepy herb much faster. Retrace allowed them to directly step to the point without needing to fly. In just 10 minutes, they completed the arrangement for the entire city. In the following 2 hours and 50 minutes, part of the clones arrived at the forbidden book room. Over 20 Lu Chens read together, memorizing the contents of the books in this forbidden book room. At the same time, the remaining 10 or so Lu Chens were quietly moving within the city of magic essence. They infiltrated the treasury of the magic essence city to steal rare materials. Or they would steal the research results of the magic essence. If discovered, they would use reverse time, and if not discovered, they would continue constantly conducting trial and error. As time continued to pass, 3 hours flew by. Soon, it was time to trigger the drowsy herb. Lu Chen activated reversal once again, and this time, the Lu Chen-s were no longer there to steal items. Instead, they had other tasks. Theft was merely a practice. There were many books in the forbidden library. Even though Lu Chen's mental stats were extremely high now, allowing him to memorize a book completely in a minute, he still couldn't read all the books in the forbidden library in a short time. So, as time passed, another 3 hours went by. Reversal was activated. And once again, 3 hours passed. During these 3 hours, time repeated itself over and over. Time and space, cycling. Again and again. In this cyclical time and space, what Lu Chen did was not singular. Besides reading the Demon Essence Forbidden Book, he also obtained the coordinates of legendary tier monsters around the world from the human emperor. He met the Elf Queen and had Elise reveal the true pantheon of her faith. The elf queen Jaturlika was only slightly shocked. But after a brief contemplation, she expressed that the elf race still hoped to maintain an alliance with the human race. During the repeated cycles, Lu Chen also found a way to persuade Jaturlika to grant him governance over a piece of elven territory. Thus, he became the first foreign king of the elf race. The Temple of Transformation was also able to spread within the elven community. In another cycle, he met with the survivors of the dragon race. With the teleportation array, the world was almost instantly connected. Lu Chen easily met the White King of the dragon race and Long Xiaoxiao. However, this time, Long Xiaoxiao was only watching from a distance, observing the interaction between Lu Chen and her father. She and Lu Chen were far apart. In yet another cycle, Lu Chen visited the territory of the orc race, going to the so-called city of White Silk. No, it was Brio City. The lord of this city was a werewolf. Each orc city had its own peculiar rules, and this city's rules were quite special. Female orcs were required to wear white silk. Lu Chen didn't understand the significance of this rule and didn't want to ask. Here, he met Xiaomi. Xiaomi was very strict about the city rules. He discovered the hidden temple of Luluwei and marked it for future reference. In this cycle, Lu Chen learned about the disciples of the other 6 gods from Xiaomi. However, the information was not complete. No one would fully reveal their trump cards to other pantheons. Although the disciples knew each other, they were also wary of one another. The 7 true gods were not closely connected. And in another cycle, this time, Lu Chen extracted a lot of information from Shaili. He learned some details about Yakatikto. Of course, the information obtained from Shaili had to be taken with a grain of salt. After all, disciples tend to embellish their own gods. However, through interactions with the 2 disciples, Lu Chen's understanding of the gods deepened significantly. Time repeated itself. What the Lu Chen did was not just reasonable and compliant. In fact, Lu Chen also engaged in some crazy, even evil deeds. He sparred with the human emperor. Directly engaging in battle with Jayatelika nearly resulted in her death. However, it wasn't that easy. In the end, Jayatelika managed to seal Lu Chen. Or perhaps, she could have killed all the other Abyss Lords in one go. This would mean a direct break with the Abyss. Or simply eliminate Shaili. But this directly attracted the attention of Yakadictor, and this time, it was Lu Cheng who reversed time directly. Lu Cheng's instincts heightened, sensing danger. The disciples of the gods, indeed, cannot be killed casually. Or perhaps, he could build the Manhwa temple extensively in the northern region. However, this was not opposed by the Emperor of Humanity. The demon race was on a killing spree, treated as the Millennium Calamity. Or perhaps, in the orc race, stripping off the white silk of the female catgirls in Brio City. Going to the blood race, kidnapping them to bask in the sun. He experienced a total of 107 instances over 3 hours. Lu Cheng's footprints spread across the world. He was thoroughly familiar with all the changes within those 3 hours. As he finished reading the last forbidden book, all its contents were etched into his mind. High-level job changers are powerful in every aspect. Their memory capacity is also extraordinary. Lu Cheng no longer activated reversal or underwent reincarnation. His eyes opened and closed, his gaze calm. He had matured even more than before. What Lu Cheng experienced was not merely over 100 instances of time and space. It was to multiply that by 32. Every experience of each clone was also Lu Cheng's own experience. For Lu Cheng, the short span of 3 hours equated to 428 days. Elisa's identity can be exposed. Yakadictor is a madman, or rather, should I say, a somewhat crazy god. No, a more accurate description would be euphoric. Euphoric Yakadictor. Luluwei is very gentle and rational, but other aspects are unclear. The rulers of races all have hidden means. Their full power is not weaker than so-called disciples. No, it might even surpass them. At the very least, Jayatelika has the means to seal one of my clones, though the cost is significant. In this final reincarnation, Lu Cheng confirmed all the outcomes. First, the elf race. He made Jayatelika agree to his request, allowing him to establish the Wanhua temple among the elves. Soon, a coronation ceremony to become the elf king would take place. At the same time, the Wanhua temple would officially begin to spread in the northern region. The survivors of the dragon race all hoped to find the magic essence and tear it to shreds. Lu Cheng sensed the location of the bone explosion. He would be able to accomplish this soon. The magic essence has another 12 secret bases. However, I have marked them all. At the same time, I have also located the anti-divination instruments controlled by the magic essence. This time, I will definitely eradicate the magic essence completely. After experiencing 100 reincarnations, Lu Cheng now felt one thing. All the changes in the world were under his control. Lu Chen walked out of the forbidden book room. The mist of the sleeping herb, colorless and fragrant, spread in an instant. Soon, the entire city was enveloped in the aroma of sleep. In the underground lair, one by one, the magic essence researchers gradually fell into a state of slumber without realizing it. Lu Qing's perception swept across. All factors that could affect the effectiveness of the sleeping herb had already been eliminated during the 100 reincarnations. In fact, a part of these 100 reincarnations was activated after the sleeping herb took effect. He even replayed some real combat scenarios several times. In the earlier instances, there were indeed some oversights. For example, the automatic purification device of the magic essence, or some special professions that can be immune to drowsiness, and various unexpected factors. However, in the end, all these factors were eliminated one by Lu Chen. What remained was a city that had completely fallen into a deep sleep. Of course, if there were any overlooked parts, Lu Chen wouldn't mind coming back in reverse time once more. There was always the cost of trial and error. After the entire city fell asleep, Lu Chen took his time to collect all the books from the Magic Essence Library. Everything unfolded as rehearsed. All the research that could be taken was collected by Lu Chen one by one. Scrolls, blueprints, production devices, research data. The magic essence had been passed down for 4,000 years. In the midst of deep slumber, everything was packed into Lu Chen's backpack. That seemingly infinite backpack gradually turned the magic essence city into an empty city. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's true self hummed a little tune hum 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 rewind returned to the bone explosion storage room and transformed again into the appearance of Chief Researcher Morrow. Obtaining holding rights. Soul identification technique, ultra high level, A blue. Light swept over Lu Chen's body. Flesh and blood identification technique, ultra high level, another blood red light scanned over Lu Chen. Please make a sound identification complete. Your voice is Chief Researcher Morrow. Various colored lights swept across. Soon, the results were confirmed. Individual identification complete. Citywide announcement about to commence. Announcement lasts for 5 minutes. If all researchers have no objections, Chief Researcher Morrow may obtain the holding rights for the bone explosion. Chief Researcher Morrow is obtaining bone explosion rights. Chief Researcher Morrow is obtaining bone explosion rights. Chief Researcher Morrow is obtaining bone explosion rights. The broadcast echoed from all directions, resounding throughout the city. However, this broadcast was not overly harsh. Instead, it was toned down. Roll after roll of silence. Scrolls had already spread across every corner of the city, suppressing the sound of the broadcast. Of course, this was also thanks to the entire city's magic essence being in a deep sleep. Thus, it didn't seem abrupt. Otherwise, the entire city falling into silence would definitely be striking. Various scrolls and potions, Lu Chen had them all. These functional scrolls did not require high magical proficiency to use. The broadcast indeed lasted for 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, Lu Chen's true self could only stay in place, waiting for the broadcast to finish. If he left this place, the bone explosion would detonate. But the other Lu Chen did not remain idle. Instead, during these 5 minutes, he went to the Lord's mansion of the Magic Essence City. The only regret was that the 1,000 illusion skin could not be multiplied, because this artifact itself was made from materials that could be multiplied. So, aside from Lu Chen's true self, the other Lu Chens could not change their appearance. Well, it was said that way. But Lu Chen had already transformed into the appearance of the Lord using the 1,000 illusion skin earlier. He directly cancelled one clone and generated another clone resembling the Lord. The 1,000 illusion skin indeed could not produce multiple forms. However, multiplying one's appearance was not the same as multiplying the 1,000 illusion skin. Thus, at this moment, the Lu Chen in the Lord's mansion was indeed in the form of the Lord. All other information was also what Lu Chen possessed when he transformed into the Lord. City authority control. Exit lockdown. Buzz, the gates of the Magic Essence City slowly closed. This gate was made of extreme steel. It had a thickness of a full 20 meters. And extreme steel is the hardest material discovered in the world today. It is almost completely immune to damage from physical entities. Moreover, its durability is exceptionally high. The only weakness is against shock and sound wave attacks. However, even when facing these weak point attacks, it can still withstand destruction due to its high durability. To open the extreme steel city gate of the Magic Essence City, even Lu Chen would need to exert some effort. At the very least, it would take 3 seconds. Boom, the gate closed. As the gate closed, a dome gradually rose over the entire city, enveloping the skies above the Magic Essence City. Simultaneously, the anti-aircraft magic formation lit up, making flight incredibly strenuous. After a brief moment, the dome closed, and the entire city was sealed tight, with not a single ray of sunlight breaking through. This city had already turned into a cage. Information blockade. Defense mechanisms deactivated. Anti-divination formation deactivated. Anti-divination equipment deactivated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With each command issued by Lu Chen, the internal information within the Magic Essence City was soon completely sealed off. The magic essences outside could not transmit information into the city. Likewise, information from within the city could not be relayed to the outside world. However, this was not surprising for the 12 magic essence bases outside. The 12 magic essence bases received a message from the main city. The main city is undergoing signal maintenance, estimated duration 30 minutes. Upon receiving this message from the main city, the magic essences at the other 12 bases did not raise any suspicions. Signal maintenance was not a first-time occurrence. Moreover, with only half an hour's time, a maintenance session that short would hardly lead to any major issues. The information within the Magic Essence City was completely sealed off. Subsequently, the anti-divination formations and instruments were also shut down. Human race situation, Diviner Association. If we can't find the whereabouts of the magic essences, we're all done for. According to the research team's speculation, the magic essences likely still possess excess marrow. Explosions. But the divination results indicate that the magic essences have been completely exterminated. I don't believe it. Just look. The president of the Diviner Association was currently waiting for his divination skill to cool down. After several consecutive attempts, there was no information on the magic essences. Although divination is inherently an inaccurate prophecy and easily interfered with, generally speaking, it should at least provide some direction. It shouldn't be completely blind. Just like knowing the cardinal directions, after several attempts, one should be able to locate the target. However, at this moment, the entire association, from top to bottom, had not a single prophetic clue. Not just the human race, but every predictive profession across the world could not find any information on the magic essences. What are you looking at? The president of the Divination Association irritably glanced at the third-tier crystal diviner beside him. But in that instant, he saw the appearance of the magic essences displayed in the crystal ball. Can't divinate? What do you mean can't divinate? Are you blind? The crystal diviner was momentarily taken aback. Then, he looked at his own crystal ball. What the hell? How is there a result? And from that moment on, all races in the world began to predict information about the magic essences. Even the SS-level prophetic profession directly saw the specific location of the Magic Essence City. They even witnessed the scenes inside the city. They saw one magic essence after another paralyzed on the ground. Also, the empty library, the vacant shops, the streets, and the laboratories. Magic Essence City, what happened here? Why does it look like it was ransacked? What? The Magic Essence City was robbed? Wow, this city seems almost empty. The scene was different from what he had imagined. But without the concealment of the chaos hidden ring, they would have seen a familiar figure flickering within the Magic Essence City. The defense mechanisms within the Magic Essence City had completely collapsed. Lu Chen had successfully seized control of the entire city. He directly transferred this control to Lu Chen. Now, Lu Chen was the master of this city. Even if the city lord woke up, it would be of no use. 5 minutes had quickly passed. The broadcasts from various places finally quieted down. Chief Researcher Morrow, no researchers in the city are conducting opposing operations. You have passed the holding verification. According to the holding rights acquisition process, you have obtained the right to the essence explosion. You may operate and hold the essence explosion. Seeing the prompt that popped up in front of him, Lu Chen hummed a little tune. He operated the control panel. The technology of the magic essence was indeed many years ahead of humanity. The awakening ratio of magic mechanic scholar and mechanical expert was extremely high. However, this type of profession also had certain drawbacks. Their creations could be used by enemies as long as they possessed a certain level of knowledge. The characteristic of these magical mechanical creations was their universality. At this moment, Lu Chen, who had read over 100,000 forbidden books on magic essence, found controlling a magic essence control panel to be no problem at all. Essence explosion automatic detonation. Conditions. Buzzing with Lu Chen's, the two tubes on the essence explosion gradually dimmed and then fell off. The essence explosion would no longer detonate on its own due to any external factors. Now, even if Lu Chen shot it with a few arrows, it wouldn't explode. The essence itself was extremely stable. The research on magic essence over the years had focused on how to make it unstable. Now, unless the holder used it themselves to detonate it, no matter how it was attacked, it wouldn't explode. And then, transfer holding rights. Now, the holding rights of the essence explosion belonged to Moro. As Moro himself, transferring the rights of the essence explosion was very simple. There was no need for a complicated verification process anymore. Transfer the holding rights of the essence explosion to Lu Chen. Lu Chen restored his left hand to its original state and pressed a button on the control panel. Information has been recorded, holding rights of the essence explosion have been changed. Humanity, Lu Chen. Next, Lu Chen no longer disguised himself but fully restored his original appearance. He walked in front of the essence explosion. Collect. Swish. In an instant, 2 large essence explosions were stored in Lu Chen's backpack. One essence explosion directly occupied a total of 90 slots in the backpack. However, Lu Chen had plenty of slots, so he didn't mind this. After that, Lu Chen took out the doubling blade and multiplied the essence explosion into 64 copies. 64 essence explosions quietly lay in Lu Chen's backpack. Pretty easy. Lu Chen now somewhat understood Xiali's meaning. Things like the essence explosion could only be created by magic essence. If he could borrow the hands of magic essence to create the essence explosion and then seize it, it would indeed be a significant gain. But if he couldn't seize it, it would be a disaster. 4. Example, the Dragon Clan. High risk, high reward, indeed reflected the style of the gods of wealth and luck. However, looking at it this way, Yakatikto had indeed gotten overly excited. But in terms of luck, this approach was not wrong. After all, he had successfully recovered the essence explosion. He had successfully borrowed the hands of magic essence to obtain a great weapon. It was just that this essence explosion could never be returned to Xiali. But ultimately, it added a reliable trump card to counter the Millennium Catastrophe. He had smoothly collected the essence explosion on his side. The other clones have now nearly finished looting the Demon Essence City. The entire city, except for what cannot be taken, has been ransacked by Lu Chen. After collecting the Marrow explosion with time rewind, Lu Chen teleported to stand before Chaos Destruction. A mythic tier. Demon Essence Life Creation, it was a stitched monster that fused the true god spine divine monster limbs abyss ruler limbs. However, this stitched creation had no soul of its own. When Chaos Destruction saw Lu Chen appear before it, red liquid seeped from the gaps wrapped in bandages. Lu Chen briefly lifted the concealment of the Chaos hiding ring. Target detected, human. Judged as a hostile organism. Processing plan, eliminate. Whoosh. In an instant, blood-soaked bandages fell from the void above. Just as it prepared to attack Lu Chen, a marrow explosion appeared out of thin air in front of him. Time setting, timer. 0.1 seconds. The green liquid in the marrow explosion instantly turned red. Bright red light also spilled from the divine marrow. Whoosh. In the next moment, Lu Chen directly activated time rewind and fled to the distant northern realm. Boom! Lu Chen floated in North Abyss City, witnessing the entire land tremble. The whole world fell into chaos. What happened? This tremor is just like the previous situation. Could it be that the dragon race's situation is repeating? How could this be? Where has it exploded this time? Meanwhile, in Lu Chen's message list, the Emperor was frantically calling him, continuously sending messages to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, what is happening now? Is this related to you? Lu Chen, answer me. Lu Chen. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to respond. Replying now would be pointless, because soon he would likely have to rewind time. Again. Lu Chen calmly sat in a tea house in North Abyss City, waiting for the aftermath of the explosion to pass. He had already experienced the power of the marrow explosion once. Although it wouldn't kill him, Lu Chen didn't want to stay at the epicenter of the explosion. That feeling was akin to an immortal falling into the sun. Even if it wouldn't kill him, he would still experience extreme heat. Lu Chen didn't want to go through that a second time. After all, who would want to be boiled alive in the sun? Soon, Xiali, Jayatelica, and Elise all sent him messages. Elf Queen Jayatelica, Lu Chen, the elf race has been attacked by the marrow explosion. Her thoughts were heavy. Xiali, you indeed failed, but why didn't you become my master's disciple? Elise, Lord Lu Chen, the elf race has suffered heavy losses, our kin are all, what should I do? At the same time, Lu Chen also received a prayer from Elise. Elise was helplessly praying to Tsong. The intent of Elise's prayer trembled slightly. The area where Demon Essence City is located, although not belonging to any one race, does not mean that there are no territories of other races nearby. The destruction range of the marrow explosion could annihilate the entire dragon race territory, even affecting 1/3 of the human race's southern region. This range is no longer something that can be dismissed. Just because it is in a remote area. It is like a bomb that could blow up the solar system. Whether you detonate it on Blue Star or Venus, the difference is not significant. Using a marrow explosion in Demon Essence City affecting the territories of other races is completely normal. Lu Chen was very clear about this. This was also why Lu Chen was certain he needed to rewind time. Lu Chen ignored the prayers and did not respond to Elise. Soon he would rewind time, and responding would hold no meaning. The aftermath of the marrow explosion gradually subsided. Lu Chen used rewind to return Lu Chen to the Demon Crystal City. But at this moment, there was no longer a Demon Crystal City. The entire land was left with nothing but emptiness. Only chaos destruction still stood in the center. Its health had already dropped by 30%. Lu Chen confirmed that the aftershocks had dissipated. Lu Chen's main body also activated rewind. He arrived at the ruins of Demon Crystal City. Even the marrow explosion can't kill it instantly? Insight Crown conducted an investigation. Chaos destruction, current status immobile, immunity remaining countdown 30 seconds, immobile, unable to attack or act. It really is strong. Legendary and Emperor ranks are not on the same level. And mythical rank is yet another higher tier than legendary. Facing this immobile chaos destruction, Lu Chen waved his right hand. In midair, a series of marrow explosions were summoned by Lu Chen. Marrow explosion X10 timer set for 31 seconds. Since the explosions were already set, he naturally wanted to enjoy them to the fullest. This was not the end. Lu Chen pulled out another row of marrow explosions. Marrow explosion X10 timer set for 1 minute 1 second. Marrow explosion X20 timer set for 1 minute 31 seconds. Marrow explosion X20 timer set for 5 minutes 1 second. After using up most of the marrow explosions and duplicates, Lu Chen pulled out more from Skin of Illusions. 31 seconds timer for the marrow explosion. 1 minute 1 second timer for the marrow explosion. 1 minute 31 seconds timer for the marrow explosion. Crack 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 crack, in the sky, one by one, specially made demon crystal bombs hung in the air. In his past life, he had indeed never used nuclear weapons. In this life, however, he was having a blast. And the power of marrow explosion was far more potent than the nuclear bombs of his previous life. After setting the timers for the marrow explosions, in an instant, Lu Chen returned to North Abyss City, back to his previous seat. Drinking tea, eating dishes. Boom. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom. The earth trembled. The marrow explosions detonated one after another. The tea in Lu Chen's cup was constantly shaking. In the tea house, no one had the mood to drink tea anymore. In the community, new messages kept coming out. The Blood Clan and the Elf Clan suffered heavy losses, their territory shattered, and lives in ruin. Fortunately, the range of the first marrow explosion was not much different from the second. Places that had already been leveled would not be leveled again. But even so, this fear was deeply imprinted in their hearts. The world disaster has arrived. The Millennium Calamity has descended. A disaster with no source, is this time destined to be unsolvable? Terrifying destruction and unresistible force, how can we withstand this calamity? It was clear. They regarded the marrow explosions released by Lu Chen as the Millennium Calamity. They believed the Millennium Calamity had already come. Boom. Boom. Boom 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 boom. The tremors lasted a full 10 minutes. Even from billions of kilometers away, one could still feel that terrifying aura of destruction. People were in a state of panic. Everyone in the world harbored immense fear in their hearts, afraid that the next to be destroyed would be themselves. Shomi stood in front of the temple, arms crossed over her chest, praying to Lulu Wei. At this moment, even as the first disciple, she seemed so powerless. Meanwhile, Shaili stood on the roof of a golden church somewhere in the Demon Clan, gazing towards the direction of Demon Crystal City. His eyes widened, and his jaw dropped. He knew of Lu Chen's actions. But he had no idea why the marrow explosions detonated so many times. Moreover, why Lu Chen had not become a follower of Yakadictor. At this moment, among the wise races, the only one whose heart was completely unperturbed was probably Lu Chen alone. Finally, when everything calmed down, Lu Chen activated rewind once more. Back in the Demon Essence City, Lu Chen stood in midair, although the surroundings were vast. There was still a scorching heat wave emanating. The mythic tier creature before him was on the brink of death, with only 10% of its life remaining. Not dead yet, really tenacious. Indeed impressive. Lu Chen's Insight Crown allowed him to see all its abilities. Based on this situation, he estimated that he would need to set a bomb for 2 minutes later to completely blow it up. The damage from marrow explosion came from the energy burst of a true god. Chaos destruction could immunize against damage below demigod level, but the damage from marrow explosion originated from a true god. he could not immunize against it. However, at this moment, it had fallen into an invincible state. Invincibility is invincibility. No matter how high the damage, it was useless. Only after the invincibility passed could he inflict damage. An invincibility that could be stacked to death with. Sufficient damage was not called invincibility, it was called a shield that could absorb a certain damage threshold. Facing the near-death, chaos destruction, human judgment, enemy. In response to the struggles of this mythic tier monster, Lu Chen slowly shook his head. No need for judgment. Then, he activated time reversal. Buzz, time rewound. Marrow explosion storage. Room, Lu Chen rewound to the moment he had just obtained the marrow explosion. Using marrow explosion here, forget it. Although marrow explosion was indeed powerful, it wasn't something to be used casually. On the ground, no matter where it was detonated, it was easy to accidentally injure allies. Lu Chen once again rewound. This time, he arrived in another room. The security measures in this room were no less than those in the marrow explosion storage room. However, during Lu Chen's hundreds of cycles, he had already found a way to crack it. He could easily enter. Fusion Laboratory, Fusion Life Command Center, ID_002 Chaos. Destruction Command Center, Lu Chen arrived at the control console. Thousand Illusion Skin transformed him into another identity. Of a demon essence. Chief Researcher of Fusion Life, Rixa. Lu Chen was becoming increasingly adept at using the Thousand Illusion Skin. A creature possessing the ownership of a certain item, and he himself transformed into that creature. Naturally, that item would rightfully belong to him. Of course, the premise was that the other party's entity did not contest with him. If it was in the other party's equipment slot or in their backpack, Lu Chen could not operate it. He could only take what he could steal. Lu Chen walked to the control console with ease. Utilizing his extensive reading, he manipulated the fusion command center. Chaos Destruction, similar to Arcane Puppet and Alchemical Creature, belonged to the creations of puppeteers, alchemists, mechanists, and engineers. It was somewhat akin to summoning abilities. However, the creatures produced this way were different from summoned beings. These creatures had no souls of their own. They were entirely controlled by others. Complex commands were needed to set their behavior patterns. In simple terms, it was somewhat like programming. Like artificial intelligence. Highest control authority, Rixa, right? Command, transfer highest control authority. Transfer to human. Lu Chen. Lu Chen entered his information. Subsequently, he modified the control of chaos destruction to himself. Human Lu Chen has obtained chaos destruction control authority. Lu Chen has become chaos destruction's highest controller, not using marrow explosion. He indeed could not defeat this chaos destruction. But who said the way to win was only through battle? After seizing control, Lu Chen made judgment modifications. Friendly unit, demon essence? Lu Chen's hands touched the console, using his mind to modify the friendly judgment. Modifying friendly unit judgment, friendly unit race settings, human, elf, demon, blood, dragon, beastman, setting hostile race, demon essence. Lu Chen recorded all races that could be considered allies. However, he held reservations about the abyss. He did not deliberately include them. Of course, if certain races wanted to oppose him, for example, a notorious demon race, it would not be too late to make modifications when the time came to turn against them. This console served as an external interface. The human machinist who possessed the blueprint could also create it. And the blueprint was currently in Lu Chen's backpack. Even if the demon essence city was destroyed, he still had ways to control it. Buzz, the light on the body of chaos destruction flickered on and off. Initiating consciousness reboot, consciousness reboot. Complete, life creation permissions have been modified. After completing all of this, Lu Chen once again stood before chaos destruction. He lifted the effect of his chaos hidden ring from it. Lu Chen's figure was once again exposed before chaos destruction. And this time, this mythic level creation no longer regarded Lu Chen as an enemy. Instead, it was those demon essences that triggered chaos destruction's desire to attack. But Lu Chen conveyed his thoughts to it, keeping it in standby mode. In the end, chaos destruction did not take any offensive action against these demon essences. I can directly control it with my thoughts. I don't necessarily need the console. After all, he was now the highest authority. His thoughts could serve as its highest command. There shouldn't be any problems now. Then, Lu Chen took out the blade of multiplication. He drew it across chaos destruction. Soon, chaos destruction's body began to separate, and a brand new chaos destruction was multiplied. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. Ultimately, 32 mythic level chaos destruction stood in Demon Essence City. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen gently pressed his chest. Thank you, Demon Essence. Gaining control over 32
mythic level life creations at once. He truly had to thank the Demon Essence. Thank them for their years of diligent research over
the millennia. After that, Lu Chen utilized his Lord privileges. He established a teleportation array within Demon Essence City.
Soon, in a short time, one teleportation array after another was constructed by Lu Chen. These teleportation arrays were directly
connected to the arrays in the northern region.
And these arrays were precisely built on the base of chaos destruction.
The Demon Essence did not possess the technology for teleportation arrays. They could not move chaos destruction over long distances. But Lu Chen could. Whoosh! As the teleportation array activated, in just an instant, Lu Chen transported these mythic level beings back to the northern region.
North Abyss City. At this moment, the human emperor was in a state of distress over the existence of the Demon Essence.
After receiving news of the Demon Essence from the Diviner
Association, within just a few minutes, the human emperor had already notified the strong among the human race and organized a powerful army. They planned to embark on a fateful expedition.
To face the millennial calamity, the human army had long been on standby. As soon as there was any situation, they could be mobilized immediately. The human emperor also understood that this expedition could very well be a one-way trip. If the Demon Essence felt threatened, they could detonate the marrow explosion at any moment. This expedition was likely to end in death. But in the face of a millennial calamity, how could there be talk of no sacrifices? Even the elite forces could be sacrificed.
But without deploying the elite, how could they stabilize the situation
against the Demon Essence?
Now, the only thing that remains unclear is why the Magic Essence City looks as if it has been robbed.
It resembles a scene that has been completely plundered. Yet, this phenomenon also indicates that it might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No matter what has happened, striking the enemy when they are in crisis is the best chance. However, just when the human emperor was at a loss, whoosh, whoosh 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 whoosh, buzz, the human emperor felt a prickling sensation all over. Without any warning, fear crawled from his tailbone up his spine, leaving his head numb. His whole body trembled. Luo Jiutian's instincts were on high alert. He sensed the emergence of a powerful presence. This feeling of fear was only experienced a millennium ago. It was felt in the presence of divine demonic creatures. And this time, there was not just one, 2, 3, 4, 5. More. So many more. An existence terrifying to the extreme. There was the aura of divine demonic creatures. And also the aura of the abyss. Moreover, there was an overwhelming sense of oppression that surpassed both of these. Far beyond the pressure of divine demonic creatures. Could it be the aura of a true god? What exactly has descended? And so many of them. Furthermore, they all descended in the northern territory of the human race. Clearly, the threat of the magic essence has not yet been resolved. What is going on? Amidst the fear, the human emperor forcibly regained control of his body. Human emperor's heart forced combang. The human emperor broke through the roof directly. He ascended into the air. What he saw were one tall, thin, and extremely uncoordinated peculiar creature after another. A massive spine stood erect, with various organs and limbs stitched together. The head was that of the divine demonic creature, Omi Sho, which he had seen a millennium ago. Chaos destruction level, 300 rank, myth race, fusion status, unable to move independently. The human emperor immediately saw the information about this creature. Myth rank. Level 300. At the same time, the human emperor expanded his perception. His awareness covered the entire northern territory. He discovered that there was not just one such monster. There were more than 30, all with the same level, attributes, and rank. They were distributed across different areas of the northern territory. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold surged into Luo Jotian's heart. The human race is doomed. From now on, this type of human-beast race will be collectively referred to as the Beastman race, otherwise it sounds a bit awkward. Luo Jotian's expression was mournful. There was a vague sense of determination to face death. All human beings, heed my command. With Luo Jotian's order, everyone instantly received a prompt from the human emperor. Human emperor's order: disaster is upon us. The northern territory is in danger. The calamity of 1,000 years has reappeared. In front of everyone, the images seen by the human emperor appeared. At the same time, under the human emperor's authority, what he saw and felt was synchronized with all human beings. In an instant, everyone felt the suffocating sensation rushing towards them. The threat from the myth-rank creatures. Despairingly powerful. An existence that cannot be breached without divine power. How can we fight this? Even the human race's mage demigods have only gained some divine power by chance. They barely squeezed into the edge of demigod status. But to say they could battle such an existence is simply wishful thinking. The human emperor's tone was mournful. His voice carried much helplessness. In the 5,000 years of our human history, we have faced countless setbacks, never stopping. But this time, do not seek death, survive. For the continuation of the human races. Flame. Run away. What does it mean to give it your all? It's simply impossible. If you can't break through the defenses, then you can't break through. 2 billion humans charging together wouldn't be able to breach it. The only way now is to outsmart them. But in the last millennium, there were 3 divine demonic creatures. There was still room to maneuver with all our wits. This time, there are 32. What a joke! Just as Luo Zhoutian sorrowfully announced the retreat, he suddenly received a message from Lu Chen. Old Luo, don't get it wrong, that's our ally, I sent it over. Luo Zhoutian received Lu Chen's thought. For a brief moment, his mind went blank. Let's sort this out. What is this kid Lu Chen talking about? Lu Chen, what do you mean by ally? Be clearer. That thing, the 300-level mythic tier creature, called the fusion life of chaos and destruction, is our ally. I sent it over. Is that clear enough? Hearing Lu Chen's description, Luo Zhoutian looked towards the distant mythic tier creature. His mouth twitched. Then, Luo Zhoutian observed closely. It really was the case. Beneath these chaos and destruction creatures, there were human teleportation arrays. It was clearly sent over by the teleportation array. So, this thing is really an ally? It's truly a comrade sent by Lu Chen? Damn, can mythic tier creatures be sent too? And he sent over 32 at once? Did he go rob a mythic nest? It's a bit complicated to explain, we'll talk about it later. Old Luo, send some mechanical class job changers over. Higher levels are better, and those scholars from the White Tower, apprentices from the Mage Association, and any repairers from life professions. Send them all over. I've already set up the teleportation array, just send them directly, I'll send you the coordinates. There are 12 more coordinates, you can mobilize some combat power. These are all extra bases of the demonic essence. I won't go, their combat power isn't high. Just find some strong ones above level 150 to form a team, and you can take them down. Also, find some strong ones with mental abilities, those who can read minds, specifically for interrogating the enemies. Any executioners, interrogators, or mental tormentors, send them over too, I've sent you the coordinates. These secret bases of the demonic essence don't have high combat power. They're merely a means for the demonic essence to preserve their seeds. The so-called cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. These demonic essences have a full 12 burrows. The main focus is on concealment. However, now these secret bases have all been found out by Lu Chen. Luo Zhoutian listened to Lu Chen's thoughts. He memorized everything Lu Chen said. At the same time, following Lu Chen's requests, he began issuing orders. The talents of the human race were quickly mobilized by Luo Zhoutian. One after another, they were thrown into the task. However, during this process, Luo Zhoutian felt a strange sensation. Why does it feel like he is being controlled by Lu Chen? Logically, shouldn't he be the one giving orders and making requests? How did it turn into Lu Chen making requests and him being responsible for execution? Damn, who is the true emperor of humanity? All humans, stop fleeing. According to the reports from our heroes, these 32 mythic tier creatures are our units. They belong to the combat power of our human race. Just as the humans were in a panic, Luo Zhoutian sent out another thought. This time, it completely bewildered the entire human race. What? This mythic tier 300 level thing is ours? Your Majesty, you better be serious about this. Fuck, I'm really confused, what the hell is going on? Honestly, I don't believe this at all, but damn it, he said it was done by Lord Lu, and it's hard not to believe. Indeed. If it was done by Lord Lu, it feels absurd yet reasonable. The problem is, damn, how absurd can it get? Is there no limit to the trouble Lu Chen can cause? He can always come up with something that no one expects. The Emperor is urgently calming the emotions of the human race. However, as long as they know that this mythical being is their ally, it's like a huge dose of reassurance. There's no need for comfort. The entire race shifted from fear and panic to ecstasy. Meanwhile, in the Demon Essence City, Lu Chen is doing the simplest and most brutal thing. Killing demon essences. Buzz whoosh. Boom 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 boom. Superstar flash whoosh. A rain of arrows sweeps through. Groups of demon essences are instantly killed. After they die, the items they drop are all collected by Lu Chen. With the death of the item holders, many things become unowned. Lu Chen has no intention of letting this demon essence city go to waste. After all, it's the crystallization of 4,000 years of demon essence effort. And he has become the lord of this city. This city can be utilized to some extent. Many of the facilities in this city are not available to the human race. It would be a shame not to use the ready-made equipment. Low-level demon essences, those whose identities are not important, are directly killed by Lu Chen. As for those high-level demon essence researchers, Lu Chen spares their lives only after scanning and confirming they pose no threat. Demon essences, as an intelligent race, can indeed be a double-edged sword if used well. These demon essences often have a wealth of knowledge in their heads. At the very least, he must extract the value of these demon essences before killing them. Otherwise, it would be somewhat wasteful. If he's going to use them, he'll use them to the fullest. Killing and destruction are not the most value-maximizing actions. He must plunder all their achievements. Even squeeze out the knowledge in their heads. That's how to truly maximize value. If Xiaoli were present, watching Lu Chen's every move from start to finish, knowing what Lu Chen was thinking, inside, he would have to bow deeply to Lu Chen. His plan was merely to steal the marrow explosion from the demon essences. That is, to peel off a layer of skin from the demon essences. Lu Chen's actions go far beyond that, directly sucking the marrow dry. When it comes to squeezing, Xiaoli would truly feel inferior. Of course, Lu Chen does not intend to leave any demon essences alive. Demon essences cannot cooperate with the human race. These madmen, even at the cost of their lives, would not want the various races in the world to have it easy. Even if they are controlled and imprisoned, they will find all sorts of ways to cause destruction to the human race. Lu Chen cannot guarantee that those watching over the demon essences will never make a mistake. Moreover, human nature has significant weaknesses. Lu Chen also cannot guarantee that the human race won't be exploited by these madmen one day. The intelligence of demon essences is not inferior to that of humans. Therefore, reading memories is the only choice. Dead demon essences are the good demon essences. The rain of arrows from the superstar flash is accurately guided. The entire city is shrouded in the rain of arrows. Boom! Boom boom boom! One demon essence after another is blasted to death in their sleep. Some demon essences wake up disturbed. But this awakening becomes their nightmare. A light arrow pierces through their skulls. Put! The health bars of these demon essences are instantly emptied. Lu Chen leaves behind the spirit of equipment to be controlled by his clone. Meanwhile, he activates the rewind and disappears from the spot. A little over 10 minutes later, the team counted by the human emperor gradually arrived. These elite humans descended from the teleportation array. When they reached the city, what they saw was a battlefield strewn with the corpses of demon spirits. Is this the city of demon spirits? The ground is covered in demon spirit bodies. Did all of this happen because of Lord Lu? Swallowing hard, they felt a lingering fear. The blood had stained the entire city green. Some demon spirits, although awakened and trying to escape, found the steel gates tightly shut, making escape impossible. And Lu Chen's rain of arrows followed closely behind. The ground of the city was a scene of devastation. However, the world's automatic repair mechanism was in effect, and the city's pits and holes were quickly being mended. Stop lamenting here, let's hurry to the location designated by Lord Lu to gather. It seems that Lord Lu single-handedly dealt with the demon spirits. I heard that the human emperor has already ordered other teams to set out to eliminate the remaining demon spirit remnants. By the way, didn't we say that the demon spirits mastered marrow explosion? I guess we'll have results on that soon. But I estimate that there's a 90% chance that the marrow explosion has been mastered by Lord Lu. Damn, such a huge threat was actually resolved by Lord Lu alone? Let's wait for the human emperor's announcement. As long as it's something done by Lord Lu, the emperor will definitely not suppress it. In my opinion, it won't be long before Lord Lu becomes the new emperor. Do you need to say that? Isn't it a done deal? Soon, this team of mentalists found a group of demon spirits left behind by Lu Chen. These demon spirits had already awakened. However, they were bound by the tentacles of the Abyss Entwiner. Completely drained of strength and magic power. Lu Chen did not activate the Abyss pollution, otherwise, they would have already been corrupted into Abyss creatures. These demon spirits were unable to move. They had no chance of suicide. Seeing these demon spirits, the leading captain took a photo from his perspective. Mission Code A, recover demon spirits, mission accomplished. Proceeding to the next step, reading memories. North Abyss City. The Grand Library of North Abyss City was continuously receiving new books. What are these books? I heard that they are all books brought back by Lord Lu, apparently confiscated from the demon spirits. Books from demon spirits? Upon hearing this, some job changers' eyes lit up. Some professions are scholarly and require a vast amount of knowledge to improve. The more knowledge they acquire, the stronger they become. Demon mechanic dynamics? What is that? Let me take a look. A job changer of the mechanic profession pulled out a book that had just been placed on the shelf. As he flipped through it, his pupils suddenly contracted. This was an entirely new path he had never imagined. Could it really be possible to assemble demon machinery in this way? If the quick repair skill is combined with overload, it's indeed a good combination. It can extend the duration of the overload state. But quick repair, combined with a mage's overload shield. Could this actually work? The theories in this book opened the mechanic's eyes. Not just him. Scholars, mechanics, arcane apprentices, and other professions all had their eyes shining upon seeing these books. They were all professions that became stronger through knowledge. A sufficiently learned scholar could have spells even more powerful than those of mages of the same level. And creations like airship and underground magic iron were the handiwork of mechanics. Even the pharmacists and potion masters were wide-eyed with excitement. They created entirely new potion formulas, which required research based on materials. These books provided them with fresh ideas. Lu Chen brought these forbidden books of magic essence back to the human race. At the same time, copies of these forbidden books were quickly reproduced and sent from Beiyuan City to major cities. The status of Beiyuan City was once again elevated. Originally, it was just a remote main city located in the northern border, threatened by the abyss. Moreover, its location was so far that if new maps didn't spawn in the northern region, not even a dog would go there. But now, ever since Lu Chen became the king of the northern border, Beiyuan City had surprisingly gained momentum, surpassing the capital city of the human race, Xingjing City, in a short time. Millions of people were making pilgrimages, an unprecedented spectacle. Additionally, new maps ranging from level 60 to 100 were nearby. In a vague sense, Beiyuan City had already become the foremost city among 10,000 cities, the largest city of the human race. 32 chaos destruction creatures were transported again by Lu Chen. Lu Chen established several more teleportation arrays in the northern border, moving the chaos destruction to the edge of the abyss. Stationed near the abyss, right beneath them was the teleportation array. Lu Chen could move these immobile creatures to other locations in the world at any time through the teleportation array. The people of the northern border looked at the chaos destruction standing like sticks, still feeling a lingering fear. This thing was terrifying, damn it. Mythical tier creatures appeared right before their eyes. They had only heard legends of legendary tier monsters in their lives. Some people had never even seen a world boss. They wouldn't dare to face imperial tier monsters. And now, to see mythical tier monsters directly, how could it not make one's heart stop? Even the emperor would feel a chill down his spine, let alone ordinary citizens. Lu Chen, you took down the magic essence, right? Luo Jiutian stood near the abyss. Behind him was the chaos destruction. To be honest, even knowing it was an ally, standing next to such a terrifying existence still made him feel a chill. It was too frightening. Meanwhile, Lu Chen stood at the edge of the abyss, overlooking it. Yes, it was me. So, you got the marrow explosion? Yes, I got it, but I'll hold on to it. Upon hearing Lu Chen's response, Luo Jiutian's mouth twitched slightly. This really didn't leave him any room for negotiation. Now Luo Jiutian truly felt that his status seemed to have undergone a subtle change. Alright, then you hold on to it. After pondering for a while, Luo Jiutian couldn't think of any other response. Moreover, he really couldn't come up with a reason not to let Lu Chen hold it. The holder of the marrow explosion, Luo Jiutian, couldn't think of a second person. It seemed that giving it to Lu Chen was the optimal choice. Otherwise, it would be dangerous no matter what. I trust you, but you need to be cautious when using the marrow explosion. This thing is very dangerous. Luo Jiutian patted Lu Chen on the shoulder. Lu Chen nodded slowly. And you should tell me how you got this thing, right? Luo Jiutian pointed his thumb back at the chaos destruction. Facing Luo Jiutian's question, Lu Chen didn't hide anything. There was only one answer. I stole it. This answer left Luo Jiutian dumbfounded. Stole? You mean this mythical tier thing? You're telling me this thing can be stolen? And you stole 32 at once? Once again, Lu Chen is a clone, and I see some people asking why some names of Lu Chen need to be in quotation marks. It was once mentioned that Lu Chen represents a clone. Luo Jiutian communicated with Lu Chen. After a while, Luo Jiutian roughly understood the situation. Got it. In any case, thanks to you, the issue with the magic essence is considered resolved. Luo Jiutian looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. After learning about the situation from Lu Chen, Luo Jiutian deeply felt the threat of the magic essence city. The life creations of Sway Explosion and Mythical Level were terrifying to think about. If it weren't for Lu Chen, the consequences would truly be unimaginable. I have a general understanding of the situation. Your achievements, I will report to the entire human race. Your contributions will not be overlooked. However, when the Emperor of Humanity said this, he felt a bit guilty himself. What contributions could he still give to Lu Chen? Aside from his position as the Emperor, he really had little to offer. In fact, not long ago, he had even been rewarded by Lu Chen. Now, the Emperor was hoping that Lu Chen would level up to 200 soon. He would step down from his position as Emperor. By the way, the Manhwa temple you established in Baiyuan City, I have officially recognized it as the 8th major church of the human race. Now, you can preach with peace of mind. Don't worry, we won't discriminate against your faith. Song is as supreme as other true gods. However, when Luo Jiutian said this, Lu Chen felt a bit guilty himself. Because his status as a true god was somewhat dubious. In fact, within the northern region, there was no need for Luo Jiutian's consent at all. The faith in Wanhua and the Master of Artifacts had already spread throughout Baiyuan City. Number of beings believing. In the Wanhua Temple, 10 billion additional bonus experience multiplier increased to 1000% next stage, 1 trillion beings. This bonus of 10 billion in faith had long been acquired by Lu Chen. With so many creatures in the abyss, the number of beings believing in the Wanhua Temple was continuously increasing. However, this bonus wasn't very significant for Lu Chen. After all, his leveling speed was already fast. The only troublesome thing was the job change task. For Lu Chen, this experience bonus was barely helpful. But for ordinary people, this bonus was terrifying. It originally took 40 years to reach level 100. Now, it only takes 4 years, or even less. Because the experience bonus was just an added benefit, more importantly, the faith in Wanhua and the Master of Artifacts could make them stronger. The stronger they became, the faster they leveled up. Wanhua and the Master of Artifacts, I pray to you. A human job changer prayed in front of the statue, placing his palm over his heart. This is a universal gesture of respect for great beings. Your faith has been changed to Wanhua and the Master of Artifacts. You have received bonuses: Shockwave, Double Strike, Absorption, Out of Battle Speed. Within the northern region, one temple after another flourished. Countless job changers came to pay their respects. Lu Chen popularized the Wanhua Temple. The Emperor of Humanity also publicly agreed. It was not just tacit approval, but a direct announcement to the entire human race. He incorporated Wanhua and the Master of Artifacts into a legitimate church. Thanks to this, the number of humans believing in Lu Chen was skyrocketing. Unlike other pantheons, which only offered a meager life recovery bonus, the faith in the Wanhua Temple could bring them considerable benefits. Directly summoning royal-level beings to assist in battle? What the hell? What kind of heaven-defying ability is this? Double Strike? Just these bonuses from the Wanhua Temple left them dumbfounded, looking like they had never seen the world. Hey, Mom? Don't believe in whatever Yakutikto anymore, believe in Sang. It's way stronger. Dad, what are you believing in Juya for? Juya is no good, it has to beat Song. My warrior has risen. Double Strike plus Shockwave. I ask, who else is there? First there are warriors, then there's heaven. Shocking continuous strikes from the sun god. Heh, warriors rising? Has my archer's multiple long-range attacks spoken yet? I can unleash a storm of arrows. Damn, I'm the one who's rising as an assassin. Right now, I can go invisible and it's impossible to be detected. No matter how many tricks you have, if I touch you, it's a one-hit kill. Don't think only you warriors can enjoy double strikes. Bullshit. The tank is the strongest. I can stack health infinitely, 10,000 health a day, that's 3,650,000 health a year. Over 30 million health in 10 years. Who can take down a main tank with over 30 million health? Do you think I, the potion expert, am nothing? Heh, don't you know that Lu Chen recently brought back a batch of books? These are the essence of 4,000 years of magic essence creation. In this world, the future belongs to us manufacturers. Combined with dual pockets, we can use low-level items in extra time. We potion experts are the strongest profession. This dual pockets is the temple bonus brought by the 1000 Illusion skin, the latest temple bonus obtained. At this moment, in the north, the job changers are all quite impressive. The faith of the Wanhua Temple, combined with the knowledge Lu Chen brought back from the Magic Essence City, has given a massive boost to the vast majority of job changers. So much so that some professions are arguing fiercely, all feeling like they've directly become T0 professions. In front of a dungeon in the north, a few job changers walked out from the dungeon. I said this dungeon is too easy. Sigh, we had to grind this dungeon, I didn't even feel the difficulty, I said we should go for the insane difficulty. Not to mention, my summoned royal tier. Summon just instantly took out the small monsters, I didn't even get a chance to strike. Heh, when I shot 5 arrows in a second, did you see that? That boss was shot by me, it was something else. The bonus from the Manhwa temple. For ordinary job changers, it's almost equivalent to multiplying their strength several times. Dungeons that were once difficult to clear are now a breeze. Regardless of anything else, just the fact that everyone in the team can summon royal tier creatures makes their combat power absurdly exaggerated. When Lu Chen cleared the Yi Wind Demon Cliff, the final boss was merely royal tier, upper level. Not to mention the additional bonuses besides the summons. In just a few hours, the entire atmosphere of the North changed. North Map Team Channel. Lanchi Canyon, level 60-80, looking for 2 archers, 1 tank, 1 healing potion master, don't doubt the Manhwa Temple. Night Snow Fortress. Level 8100, needs max level warriors, 2 archers, I'm a spirit medicine maker, and another warrior, don't private message me if you don't believe. In Manhwa. North Abyss Canyon farming materials, Manhwa is welcome, don't message me if you don't believe in Manhwa. Insane difficulty, looking for 2 archers, quick grind. White Spider Valley, level 4, non-Manhwa believers please leave. 3 is equal to 2, 1 Hwa come 1 equals 1 equals 1 1. I said I won't accept non-Manhwa believers, I want to tackle the insane difficulty dungeon, don't let Manhwa believers use their heads to charge in. And they even lied to me saying they were Manhwa believers. Made me blow up the team. If you don't believe in Manhwa, get lost. With the establishment of the Manhwa Temple, the increase in Manhwa believers, the North's team channel is several times more active than before. After gaining powerful bonuses from believing in the Manhwa Temple, the job changers are eager to try. The entire North Team channel has directly turned into a Manhwa special. Those who do not believe in the Manhwa Temple will be kicked out of the team. As for those who believe in Manhwa, nightmare-level dungeons can almost be said to be a casual grind. Even the Madness difficulty has become simple. Originally, Madness difficulty required S-Rank or higher job changers, and only with high coordination could they barely clear it. Now, as long as the job changers are alive and not too incompetent, they can clear it. Of course, the premise is to stay alive. If they get instantly killed, it's still game over. The Temple of Ever-Changing Faith is not just about the strong becoming stronger. The more terrifying aspect of the temple lies in its enhancements for the weak. The most typical example is the life professions. Life professions have low combat power. Leveling up is extremely difficult. Therefore, life professions often give up on leveling after the second job change, willingly getting stuck at level 60. For these professions, to level up, they must have a solid background. They need resources several times more than an ordinary person to advance. But the Temple of Ever-Changing Faith directly grants them combat power, at least equivalent to royal tier beings. As a result, life professions can now easily level up. Once they successfully level up, they can also possess strong combat power. When life professions can also become true combat forces, the human race becomes a genuine race of combat professions. Even the old classmates from the same year as Lu Chen are praying to him. Great ever-changing and Lord of Artifacts, sang, I pray to you. As for the rumor that Lu Chen is a disciple of the gods, who cares? What's wrong with being a disciple? As long as the power is strong enough, Lu Chen can directly take charge without any issues. And it's not just the northern region. Over in the Elf clan, Lu Chen has also been assigned territory. The Temple of Ever-Changing Faith is also spreading within the Elf clan. Followers of the temple have gradually appeared among the elves. The faith of the temple is also spreading beyond the northern region. There are even people from other territories who specifically come to the northern region just to seek the faith of Song. The human emperor perceives the entire northern region. During this time, the changes happening in the northern region have been fully observed by Luo Jiutian. Every follower of the ever-changing faith has at least royal tier combat power. If the entire human race believes in the Temple of Ever-Changing Faith, wouldn't that mean the entire human race possesses royal tier combat power? Wouldn't that be equivalent to multiplying the overall combat power of the human race by hundreds? At this moment, the combat power of the entire human race is increasing at a visibly rapid pace. Even Luo Jiutian feels the extent of the human race's power increase. In just a few hours, it has already surpassed his achievements. Over 200 years in office, the Temple of Ever-Changing Faith is thriving. Meanwhile, Lu Chen is busy with his job change. Bloody Swamp Lu Chen has his hands in the pockets of the Thousand Illusions skin, looking down at the creatures below. Blood Moon Mushroom level, 110 rank, legendary skills, Blood Devour, Hemolytic Explosion, Sea of Blood, Bloody Swamp, Flesh Devour, Blood Mist Dissolution, Blood Shield. Traits, Blood Moon Enhancement, 70% damage reduction and 70% damage increase at night. Traits, Blood Torrent, continuously absorbs the life force of all surrounding creatures. and restores its own life force traits. Blood vitality, healing effects on its own life force are 1000%, and all skill releases will restore its own life force. The rain of arrows continues to pour onto the blood moon mushroom. At this moment, the blood moon mushroom has only a sliver of health left. However, its tenacious healing ability is indeed astonishing. Lu Chen has no choice but to maintain the attack of the spirit of equipment to keep its health line suppressed. As the rain of arrows poured down, a spirit of equipment, clutching the doubling blade, began to slice through the mushrooms below. Soon, this legendary tier boss was split in 2, then 4, ultimately multiplying to 32. 500. This task really is something. In the previous 107 cycles, Lu Chen had already learned about the distribution of legendary tier monsters in the world. Throughout history, there had been no more than 20 legendary tier monsters on the surface. In the abyss, only 2 had been discovered. But now, this job required him to kill 500. Just thinking about it made Lu Chen's mouth twitch. This task was truly ridiculous. If it weren't for the doubling blade, how could I kill that many? Was he supposed to go to the so-called Western continent to hunt for new bosses? Without some special means, this job would take a lifetime to complete. No wonder so many job changers were stuck at level 100. This fourth job change task was truly inhumane, Lu Chen thought to himself. At the same time, beams of light gathered behind Lu Chen. Star Flash rain shooting was fully activated. Ah! Bang 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 bang! In midair, a blood barrier rose. These streams of light struck the blood barrier, creating ripples. Yet, they could not penetrate this barrier. The blood moon mushroom had multiplied to 32. The 32 times the blood flow barrier indeed added some difficulty for him. However, behind these blood moon mushrooms, 31 figures wielding dual light swords quietly appeared. Phantom Sword Dance minus 600 million, critical hit, minus 500 million. Critical hit, minus 700 million, critical hit, minus 500 million, critical hit, minus 600 million, critical hit, minus 500 million, critical hit. With 7 times the Phantom Sword Dance, plus the sword energy. In an instant, it was 7 by 33 attacks. Moreover, each attack also unleashed an additional sword energy. These blood moon mushrooms had no idea that while defending against the attacks from the sky, they would be ambushed from behind. Minus 600 million, critical hit, minus 500 million, critical hit, minus 700 million, critical hit, minus 500 million, critical hit, minus 600 million, critical hit, minus 500 million, critical hit. Boom! One by one, the health bars of the blood moon mushrooms were emptied. They fell to the ground, defeated. Although the damage from the Phantom Sword Dance was not as high as that of the Celestial Bow, these bosses had already been left with only a sliver of health before being sliced by the doubling blade. This damage, while not high, was more than enough to finish them off. Boom 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 boom. As the blood moon mushrooms fell one after another, their barriers could no longer withstand Lu Chen's rain of arrows. Ultimately, a wave of arrows washed over them. Whoosh! Minus 10.2 billion, critical hit, minus 10.5 billion, critical hit. In just a few shots of the Superstar Flash, all 32 blood moon mushrooms were defeated. Finally, 480 down. Only 20 left. At this point, 4 hours had passed since stealing the marrow explosion from Demon Essence City. Lu Chen had killed a total of 15 by 32 legendary tier monsters. Out of those 15, 9 were killed in an instant. But the remaining 6 took a considerable amount of time to take down. In total, it took 4 hours to kill those 6. Legendary tier monsters were essentially mechanism monsters, with complex abilities and numerous mechanics. 15 monsters took 4 hours, that's way too long. But if Lu Chen's thoughts were known to the Dragon-Human Alliance from back then, they would probably be infuriated on the spot. When they teamed up to kill the sun-extinguishing bird, it took them a whole month. And the planning before that took a full 3 years. Now, Lu Chen was dissatisfied after killing 15 in 4 hours? It's really infuriating how people can be so different. Lu Chen recalled the bosses he had fought along the way. Damage adaptation, multiple damage. Reduction, mirror element, reflection, reflective mirror. These monsters' abilities are getting more and more disgusting. Sigh, it's still my attack methods that are too singular. Right now, Lu Chen's main output method was ranged attacks. If his ranged attacks were restricted or outright ignored, his output would take a significant hit. His combat power might even be less than the combined strength of 10. The time required to kill legendary monsters would also increase exponentially. Just one more to go. For this last legendary boss, Lu Chen had locked onto a level 210. To break through the racial level cap, one needed to take down a legendary monster that surpassed the human race's level limit. Level 210 was just right for this goal. In other words, once he killed this thing, the human race could break through the 200 level cap. During the time it took to kill 15 legendary bosses, Lu Chen had already completed the collection of legendary pet eggs. They were called pet eggs, but they weren't entirely eggs. Some were saplings, some were seeds, and only a small portion were actual eggs. Moreover, killing legendary monsters didn't guarantee a pet egg drop, the probability was about 30%. However, because he possessed time reversal, Lu Chen could repeatedly rewind time. He could reset the drops from legendary bosses, ensuring a 100% chance of obtaining pet eggs. Of course, there were some types of monsters that wouldn't drop pet eggs at all. There was nothing to be done about that. This pet egg collection is complete. Now, I just need the heart of the warm angel. Legendary pet. Egg X200 mutated Egg X100 000 Worm Nest Warm Bed X2 000 Heart of the Warm Angel X500 can be crafted into Cradle of Life. Wand-type weapon, the mutated egg and worm nest warm bed were items that could be dropped in dungeons. And they could be obtained from dungeons at nightmare difficulty. These could only be considered auxiliary materials. The truly hard-to-obtain items were the legendary pet eggs and the heart of the warm angel. The most important one, the heart of the warm angel, Lu Chen had no idea where to find angels. In this world, there were no records of them, whether in dungeons or the wild. The only record was in the Demon Essence Racial Atlas, a forbidden book about demon essences that envisioned various possible races that had never been discovered. It also recorded races that had once existed but had perished in various calamities. For example, the demon essence itself, which perished during the blood moon, along with all the elemental beings. The dog-headed people, wild boar people that perished in the abyssal calamity, the isolated western races, and over 10 other races from that continent. The dwarves and stone giants that perished during the star calamity. The tree spirits, gnomes, and crystal miners that perished in the divine calamity, as well as the recently extinct dragon race, were also added to this book by the demon essences. Now, the entire world was left with the human race, elves, night/forest, demons, blood race, and orcs. As for the surviving dragons, their numbers were about 20,000. But aside from the white king and one gold dragon, their strength was not strong. Under normal circumstances, they could indeed reproduce and thrive. But in the face of a millennium calamity, even a slight mishap could lead to extinction. Besides the ancient and modern races, the Demon Essence Racial Atlas also proposed the existence of other races in the world. Stars, angels, fishmen, void, undead, insects. Part of this is speculation based on the types of monsters that appear in the world. The other part is derived from the doctrines of the true gods. For example, light and holy joie is likely to be of the angel race. Forget it, thinking about this is useless. I'll deal with the angels when I encounter them. Lu Chen activated the time rewind. He arrived at a location that had long been established during the 107th cycle. Forbidden Land of Beings. This is a place designated as forbidden by multiple races. And within this forbidden land, there is an extremely massive city. City of the Dead. The legendary tier boss that Lu Chen is looking for is this. Well, it's not that a certain legendary tier monster is hidden within the city. Rather, the entire city is a legendary tier monster. Lu Chen looked down at this city from the sky. This boss should be the largest one he has ever seen. City of the Dead. Level 210 race, structure tier, legendary disguise, unexplored wild city combat characteristics, will seal and surround enemies. Once they enter the city, health points, 200, reduces by 1 for each undead lord killed within the city. Skills, Breath of Souls, Royal Undead Summon, Undead Frenzy, Suppress Light, Space Lock, Drag, Hand of Souls. Traits, Mana Drain, continuously drains the mana of all living beings in the city, 100,000 per second, and absorbs all mana recovery effects. Traits, Life Drain, continuously drains the life of all living beings in the city, 100,000 per second, and converts all life recovery effects into corpse poison. Traits, Resurrection of the Dead. All undead within the city cannot die from holy type damage, and all undead lords have 10 chances to resurrect, recovering once every hour. Drops, Blood of Revival, Tombstone of the Mourner, Key to the Gate of Souls, super rare. Drops, Blood of Revival. Indeed very rare. However, this Key to the Gate of Souls seems even rarer. Lu Chen used the Insight Crown to carefully check the drop rate of the Key to the Gate of Souls. 0.03%, at 4 points of luck, a drop rate of 3 in 10,000 is indeed quite rare. Key to the Gate of Souls effect, opens the Gate of Souls leading to the realm of the dead. Non-consumable, crafting artifact ranking 95, materials needed for the universal dagger. However, finding materials for crafting Artifacts here is also considered lucky. The light of the spirit equipment behind Lu Chen lit up. Buzz, the light of the superstar flash, erupted. Boom 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 boom. Explosions of light burst forth on the surface of the city. But as expected, no damage was caused. Without destroying according to its mechanism, it is difficult to kill. Lu Chen instantly switched all other attributes on him to speed enhancement. Then, he flew towards the city of the dead. The portal of the city of the dead was always in an open state. During this process, he faced no obstacles. Lu Chen directly entered the city. Upon entering, what greeted his eyes was a sea of darkness. Unlike the abyss, the darkness within this city carried a faint dark green hue. The entire sky of the city was also a mix of green and black. The city was shrouded in a barrier. After Lu Chen entered through the main gate, the gate directly transformed into a closed state. There was no process of closing. It simply allowed the prey to enter its body. Locking the space, restricting the enemies means forcing the prey to fight on one's home turf. This city of the dead has something to it. At the same time, Lu Chen sensed that the gate of this city of the dead was closed. The space was also sealed off. But it had nothing to do with him, the rewind ability could still be used. At this moment, in front of Lu Chen, countless level 210 undead were sniffing around. Death is Harbinger, Gravedigger, Death is Bard. There were actually king tier undead everywhere, all at level 210. A glance revealed at least 10,000 of them. However, Lu Chen's expression was very calm. In the face of this situation. After all, there was indeed no threat. Instead, he casually pulled out a golden scroll. Holy Damage Enchantment Scroll. Your weapon has been enchanted with holy damage. 30% of the damage is converted to holy type. The spirit of the equipment behind him shone brightly. Turret stance woo. What boom 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 boom. The light of the supernova flashed wildly. Minus 78.7 billion, minus 89.7 billion, minus 89.5 billion, minus 77.6 billion, minus 56.3 billion, minus 89.5 billion. The rain of arrows poured down. In just a moment, Lu Chen had taken down tens of thousands of king tier undead. At the same time, a few unfortunate imperial tier undead lords also met their demise. After this round of attacks, the ground was littered with corpses, resources, and materials. Looking at the spoils that had dropped, Lu Chen did not continue attacking but fell into thought. Wait a minute. These king tier undead, and those undead lords, also drop loot? Lu Chen also realized that after this attack, several thin black arms reached out from the ground of the city of the dead. More king tier creatures crawled out from underground. Good heavens! An endless stream of monsters, and they can drop supplies. What an infinite monster spawn! This thing could be of great use. However, before that, he needed to deal with the other undead lords. Lu Chen spread his perception, and with a thought, he located the undead lords hiding throughout the city. Then, the spirits of the equipment acted separately. Some undead lords hadn't even had time to react before they suddenly found a light spot appearing right in front of them. The spirit of the equipment directly charged at them. WH. What is this? But before he could even figure out what this light spot was, in the sky, the light had already condensed into form. Star flash rain shooting the light of the arrow rain fell. Boom 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 boom. Within the city, a large number of undead lords were baptized. -1 -1 -1 -1 -1 one after another. The undead lords were eliminated. Imperial tier, upper level, creatures were no match for Lu Chen. In just one encounter, they would be easily killed. Even if the city of the dead could provide these undead lords with extra bonuses, it was useless. Even if they could resurrect 10 times, it was of no use. They would be killed once for every resurrection, until they could no longer revive. In less than 3 minutes, under Lu Chen's overwhelming output, the entire city of the dead was left with just a drop of blood. Buzz, the entire city trembled as a result. It emitted a plea-like thought. Heh, still begging for mercy? Ha? Don't want to die? Lu Chen pulled out a dagger and made a cut on the city of the dead. The city of the dead instantly sensed that it seemed to be severed by an unparalleled law. Its body swelled. Separated. Boom! With a loud bang, a city identical to itself bizarrely appeared beside it. The city that had been severed also radiated a sense of terror. It shared the same consciousness as the main body, and it almost instantly understood what had happened. The city of the dead also emitted a sense of surprise. It quickly communicated with that city through consciousness. Meanwhile, Lu Chen touched the building beside him. Wait for me here. In the next moment, he vanished from the city. But soon, the city of the dead sensed it. The thoughts of the nearby city, which had been communicating with it, abruptly ceased. Suddenly, the breath of architectural life was gone. Boom, boom, boom. As life dissipated, the entire city collapsed with a thunderous crash. It quickly transformed into specks of light and disappeared. Meanwhile, Lu Chen reappeared before it, holding a black key in his hand. Behind Lu Chen, the spirit of equipment returned to its place one by one. At this moment, facing the city of the dead, Lu Chen, with a key in hand, wore a somewhat irritated expression. The city of the dead exuded a sense of terror, expressing its fear to Lu Chen. Here's the thing, you have two choices now. One choice is to be contracted and survive. The other choice is to die. Choose for yourself. Beings of legendary rank possess intelligence not inferior to that of humans. It could certainly understand what Lu Chen was saying. But, is this really a choice? Does it even have a choice? The night sky appeared, with the March moon hanging high. The world had once again fallen into night. The sun disappeared at the edge of the world, and the three moons emerged, as always, from the cracks in the night sky. This night seemed slightly different from usual. In tonight's night sky, there was a faint golden flow. One could even see subtle patterns resembling cracked eggshells in the night sky. Through these cracks, a soft golden light shone through. Additionally, the purple moon in the sky had developed some wrinkles. It looked almost like the skin of some creature. Between the opening and closing of the wrinkles, yellow pupils could be seen. Thousands of dim yellow pupils gazed downwards. These were the eyes of the purple moon. It was watching the earth. The joy of the entire clan's elevation did not last long. Luo Zhoutian noticed the anomaly of the purple moon. The smile on his face gradually faded. The calamity of 1,000 years was imminent. The stars began to stir. At the same time, the Emperor of Humanity stood near the abyss, looking down. He could see abyssal monsters climbing upwards. These creatures, with their pitch-black arms, grasped the dark rocks, trying to reach the surface. However, it seemed that due to some kind of restriction, they all halted at a plane about 1 kilometer above the ground. They did not continue upwards. Yet, the abyssal monsters were densely packed, swarming in groups. Just looking at them was unsettling. Seeing these visible anomalies, the Emperor of Humanity was filled with worry. Luo Zhoutian gently pointed towards the abyss. The balance of space is shattered. Bang! The space trembled. A terrifying ripple swept across a large area of the abyssal rock wall. Countless abyssal monsters dissipated under this strike, turning to ashes. But, shortly after, new abyssal creatures crawled up, filling the gaps. It was as if that strike had no effect at all. Sigh. Luo Zhoutian was about to strike again. But at that moment, a prompt popped up before him. Advanced Path Task Conditions completed. Kill 7 legendary tier creatures. Completed. Kill a legendary tier creature that surpasses the human race's level limit. Completed. There is one demigod among the human race. Completed. You can now perform the advancement ritual to elevate the human race tier to mid-tier race. Human race level cap increased to level 250 human race class. Awakening unlocked to class 5th transition. Luo Zhoutian stared at the prompt in front of him, momentarily dazed. Then, he broke into a smile. Lu Chen. It's you, isn't it? Not long ago, Lu Chen had asked him to prepare for the advancement ritual. He truly kept his word. The Emperor of Humanity turned and stepped onto the teleportation array, heading back to the holy capital. The advancement ritual needed to be conducted in the holy capital. Almost simultaneously, he received a message from Lu Chen. However, the message was not about the advancement ritual. Instead, it asked him to find a profession of the contractor type. Need a contractor? That kind of profession that contracts other beings to fight? Among the human race, there was still a group of teams studying the information Lu Chen had brought back, analyzing the mind reading of the demon essence. Even though they already knew about the madness of the demon essence, seeing their research truly sent chills down the researchers' spines. It turned out that there had always been such a terrifying existence. Eyeing them, the researchers analyzed the books Lu Chen had brought back. This book, Through the Abyss, the concept of destroying the Western continent, has reference significance. If we can connect the Western continent and gain support from the other human race, our combat power can be elevated once again. Dealing with the Millennium Calamity will have more hope. Among the human race, every faction, every profession, was making corresponding preparations to face the Millennium Calamity. It wasn't just Lu Chen fighting alone. The changes in the sky were already visible to the naked eye. For some, the Millennium Calamity was merely a legend. Few had lived for 1,000 years. But now, the changes in the sky were evident to all. Everyone could feel that a crisis was imminent. At this moment, the human race was united as one. Northern Region Undead Cave 9100 has achieved the first kill on Madness. Difficulty Clearing team, believe in light northern region, inner spirit nest, 9100, has achieved the first kill on madness difficulty. Clearing team, little. Adventure group northern region, valley of ghosts, 9100, has achieved the first kill on madness difficulty. Clearing team, Kingfisher adventure group. But suddenly, a prompt flashed before everyone. Northern region, 5-person dungeon, Crystal Mountains, 16200, has achieved the first kill on hell difficulty. Clearing team, all kings after obtaining the bonus. From the myriad transformation temple, the kings from various regions formed a team. They planned to attempt the hell difficulty dungeon to see if they could clear it. Historically, while there were records of clearing hell difficulty dungeons, they could only be described as few and far between. Basically, it was a rare occurrence every 400 to 500 years. And now, after obtaining the bonus from the myriad transformation temple, they actually completed the clearing of this era's hell difficulty dungeon, setting a brand new record. This time, although the name of the one who cleared the dungeon was not Lu Chen, everyone knew that the reason for the successful clearance was closely related to him. It was precisely the enhancement from the Hall of Transformation that made such results possible. The entire world erupted in celebration because of this clearance. Another milestone for the human race was born. In just one day, how many milestones for the human race had been achieved? What the hell? Even hell difficulty has been cleared? Look, Xiao Badian has posted. President of the Warrior Association, Xiao Baishan's post-battle summary, with dungeon video, demigod of the Mage Society, Chu Zhao's thoughts on the dungeon. Why doesn't the Hall of Transformation enhance mages? Chief elite of the Hunter Guild, Bane praises, multi-shot is really ing awesome. This time, it wasn't just the ordinary crowd. Even the top combatants of the human race were expressing their admiration for the Hall of Transformation. And at that moment, another announcement flashed before them. This time, the announcement flickered in bright yellow. It couldn't be blocked even in a non-combat state. The path of human advancement has been achieved. Human rank has been elevated. Lower race, middle race level 200 restrictions have been unlocked. Fifth job awakening has been released. Upon seeing this prompt, people no longer thought of the human emperor Luo Zhoutian. Instead, they thought of the northern king, Lu Chen. They didn't even wait for Luo Zhoutian to make a statement. In the chat channel, a flurry of celebratory messages flooded in. Lu God is mighty. Lu God is awesome. What the hell? My Lu God really did it, I knew he could. Heaven did not give birth to me, Lu Chen Wang, the human race is like a long night. I told you my Lu God could complete the advancement task. You still didn't believe? Didn't believe? Who the hell didn't believe? Do you see anyone in the world who doesn't believe? Luo Zhoutian looked at the world channel, his mouth twitching. He hadn't even made a statement yet, he hadn't said that this was done by Lu Chen. How did these people start blowing up like this? So now he didn't even need to prove anything for Lu Chen? This new achievement of the human race was already implicitly credited to Lu Chen? Damn, but he had also worked hard for this path of human advancement. Moreover, what does it mean that the human race is like a long night? Have they completely forgotten about him, the human emperor? Just because the human race has him as the human emperor, does that mean it's like a long night? Luo Zhoutian asked himself. During his time in office, he had also achieved a bit. It wasn't that bad. However, compared to Lu Chen, it seemed a little embarrassing. Just the 32 mythic ranked guardians were already an insurmountable mountain. Luo Zhoutian had no chance to explain, nor did he intend to. After all, this path of advancement was completed, and Lu Chen indeed made the greatest contribution. Alright, it seems I don't need to create momentum for you anymore. Originally, Luo Zhoutian's plan was to gradually build momentum for Lu Chen, allowing him to gain recognition from the human race. At a critical moment, he would hand over the position of human emperor to him. But now, looking at this situation, the human race probably couldn't wait to push him down quickly. Let Lu Chen take the position. Create momentum? What a joke. Truly, a new generation surpasses the old, the former waves die on the beach. Luo Zhoutian checked the community. At this moment, comparisons between him and Lu Chen had already appeared in the community. Counting the achievements of the human emperor in office, looking back at what Lu Chen accomplished in one day? The glorious journey of the human emperor during his 70-year reign. On the achievements of the human emperor in his youth, compared to Lu Chen, a review of the top 10 achievements of the former emperor Luo Zhoutian, the greatest of which is. Upon reading the last post, Luo Zhoutian was truly furious. The other posts can be overlooked. Former emperor? I'm still in power, and you call me former emperor? The other posts, while frustrating to read, at least acknowledged him as the emperor. Moreover, what they said was factual, and he had no way to refute. But this former emperor was a bit too much. Luo Zhoutian clicked into the poster's profile, thinking he should mute him for a few months. However, upon closer inspection, the poster turned out to be the half-god Chu Xiao of the human mage association, currently the strongest mage among the human race. Below him, aside from Lu Chen, he was the strongest combat force of the human race. Not someone to provoke. Even Chu Xiao had become a Lu Chen supporter. Others dissing him was one thing. But Chu Xiao indeed had the qualifications. Old Chu, you've turned traitor way too fast. I haven't even abdicated yet. Forget it, former emperor is still former emperor, it's bound to happen sooner or later. He never expected that before. He even abdicated, he would already be reduced to a former emperor. Luo Jiutian silently closed the community. He sighed deeply. So, my Lu God, when will you finally reach level 200? I can't stay in this emperor position any longer, hurry up and take over. It wasn't just the human race. Among the elves, the same phenomenon had already emerged. Lu Chen's transformation temple had also brought prosperity and strength to the elven race. With the faith in the transformation temple, in just a few hours, the overall strength of the elven race had risen dramatically. Lu Chen's status among the elves was also continuously elevated. He had quickly become the top figure under Jayatelica. Jayatelica looked at Lu Chen's soaring support rate. The next elven king would surely not be a human, right? Meanwhile, Eliza stood in front of the transformation temple, somewhat lost in thought. Other deities could not provide such specific enhancements directly to their followers. But the transformation temple possessed such great power. This master of transformation and artifacts controlled all divine artifacts. Could his true strength be above that of other true gods? 5 transition task acceptance one after another, level 200 transmuters shed tears of excitement. This day has truly arrived. Thank you, King Lu. With the rise of the human race, King Lu Chen, under the leadership of the Northern King, our human race will surely thrive. Throughout the history of the world, such a strange situation had never occurred. A race's adoration for a king even surpassed that of their emperor. These max level 4 transition transmuters, while excited, also bore a hint of disappointment. 5 transition tasks. But I probably don't have time to complete high difficulty tasks. The human race now needs breakthrough combat power. Let's take the lowest level task, accepting, boom. Just as a certain level 200 big shot was about to accept the lowest difficulty task, a sudden dull sound echoed from outside the northern border. The big shot didn't think much of it and immediately rushed out of the transition temple. At this critical moment, a disaster could happen at any time. Boom! The ceiling of the transformation temple was smashed through. Luo Yuan soared into the air. However, as soon as he burst out of the transformation temple, he was dumbfounded. What lay before him was not a disaster, but a supermassive black city. City of the Dead legendary tier level, 210 is City of the Dead at the legendary tier? What on earth is that? And it's friendly? On this City of the Dead, there is also a special mark. Contracted demon this is. Clearly a demon contracted by a contractor. Well, just leave it here. Lu Chen glanced at the location. Just right next to Beiyuan City. A few hours passed. Lu Chen's space transfer scroll had also been completed. Lu Chen can now use the scroll to move people. Lu God, can it really allow me to contract? If I say you can contract, then you can contract. Lu Chen did not have the ability to contract demons. Not every profession can contract demons in the wild. Then, Lu Chen looked towards the City of the Dead. The City of the Dead had already been bound to this contractor named Wind Binding Spirit. He was an SS-level morning contractor, perfectly suited for the City of the Dead. After that, Lu Chen issued a Northern Territory announcement. Northern Territory announcement, north of Beiyuan City, City of the Dead established, can quickly farm high-level royal tier undead monsters. Notice, do not casually kill undead lords, keep the number of undead lords above 20. For details, click to open. As soon as Lu Chen's Northern Territory announcement was released, in just a few dozen seconds, the entire human race was informed. Level 210 royal tier creatures farm at will? Is there such a good thing? The monsters inside won't attack us? They can drop equipment and items? And not just one? The human contractors rubbed their eyes upon seeing this prompt. Isn't this a living experience, baby? How much experience would a level 210 royal tier monster give if killed out of level? Lu Chen brought the City of the Dead back to the Northern Territory. After that, a thought crossed his mind as he arrived at the edge of the abyss. One more task for the job change remains. Reduce the health of a mythical tier creature by 10%. Now, the only way to accomplish this is through bone explosion. This is also the reason Lu Chen moved all of chaotic destruction near the abyss. On the entire continent, the only place where bone explosion can be used without harming the innocent is the abyss. Lu Chen looked down at the abyss, where countless abyss creatures clung to the rocky walls. They gazed upward with greedy eyes. Abyss. Demon Black Abyss Crawler level, 21 tier, ordinary skills, bite, acid spray description. The most common demon in the abyss, carries a certain degree of abyss pollution status, frenzied, will destroy and tear apart all non-abyss creatures it sees. The abyss has mutated too. Lu Chen walked along the edge of the abyss. At the same time, the spirit of his equipment flickered behind him. Woo woo boom 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 boom. A series of super star flashes descended, cleansing a large area of the rocky wall. However, there were too many demons in the abyss. Even if he killed hundreds of millions, tens of billions, the numbers wouldn't decrease at all. But Lu Chen was just killing for fun. Superstar flashes were roughly equivalent to his normal attacks. At the same time, a Lu Chen appeared near the abyss root. Lu Chen was spread all over the world, existing in the abyss and also on the surface. At this moment, part of Lu Chen was in the library, continuously acquiring new knowledge. Another part of Lu Chen was constructing the territory of the abyss, while also developing the northern human and elf tribes. Yuan Zhen noticed Lu Chen had arrived. Its nerves were somewhat tense. Lu Chen could sense that Yuan Zhen was a bit anxious. Its tone was slightly heavy. Lord Lu Chen, I wonder if you have felt the restlessness of the abyss. Yes, I have. The entire abyss was stirring, climbing upwards. Moreover, Lu Chen also saw it. The abyssal creatures had already lurked at the surface of the abyss, preparing to ascend the rock walls to the ground. Just say it. Lord Lu Chen, you are straightforward. You should know that the abyssal creatures are eager to escape the abyss. They are rushing to the surface. Yuan Zhen emitted a thought expressing helplessness. I hope you understand, this is not my responsibility. Yuan Zhen thought Lu Chen had come to seek accountability. So, it was anxious to clarify its powers. Otherwise, if Lu Chen thought it wanted to invade the surface, that would be troublesome. I can manage the intelligent beings born in the abyss. But these creatures are beyond my control. The creatures lack intelligence, and at the same time, they will rush to the surface. Every millennium, it is the same. Lu Chen's expression was calm. What Yuan Zhen said was indeed the reality. With the arrival of the millennium, past disasters would also become active. Moreover, like the human Emperor, Yuan Zhen could not manage the creatures within the human realm. The creatures were naturally respawning wild monsters, unlike intelligent beings. And Lu Chen had already heard Sarko recount the history of the abyss. In the previous millennia, the beings of the abyss had not successfully landed. However, the creatures from the abyss still had a tremendous impact on the various races of the world. Especially in the year the abyss had just awakened. The abyssal creatures directly annihilated 2 races, severing the entire western continent. Lord Lu Chen, if the creatures cause trouble for the human race, should we kill some abyssal creatures for the human race? Yuan Zhen sent a thought to Lu Chen. It was a test. If the human race was truly that powerful, they shouldn't be unable to handle such a few creatures. At the same time, it was also a gesture of goodwill, drawing a clear line with the actions of those creatures, clarifying its stance on the side of the human race. In response to Yuan Zhen's inquiry, Lu Chen slowly shook his head. No need. We can handle it ourselves. By the way, isn't there another lord who wants to ascend to the surface? Lu Chen still remembered. In the abyss, there was a fervent and warlike lord. A brainless hothead who wanted to fight on the surface no matter what. If he wanted to fight, then let him fight. This. Just as Yuan Zhen hesitated, a burst of laughter came from the other side of Yuan Zhen's palace. Ha ha ha. Boss, since Lord Lu Chen has said so, are you still going to stop me? If the human race is really that strong, let me have a fight. I'd die willingly. Lu Chen looked at him. In fact, just now, this brain butcher was in the ruler's palace petitioning the ruler. He wanted to ascend to the surface alone to see for himself just how strong the human race really was. But Yuan Zhen did not allow it. And just a few seconds after the brain butcher left, Lu Chen arrived at the ruler's palace. Of course, this timing was also deliberately calculated by Lu Chen. Yuan Zhen's countless eyes gazed at the brain butcher with a look of desolation. What a brain butcher, simply brainless. It had already tried every means to prevent him from going. How could he still go? After a brief silence, Yuan Zhen could only sigh. Fine, you can go. The army of abyssal creatures climbed towards the surface. Black abyss thousand-legged insect devouring eye ugly goblin. A vast multitude, the number of creatures was at least tens of trillions. Moreover, this was the most conservative estimate. In fact, Lu Chen could not determine how many there actually were, because the abyss was vast and wide. In the ocean, the seawater continuously fell into the abyss. Lu Chen activated Rewind. He arrived at an open area in the abyss. Several floating islands drifted in the dark void. Lu Chen looked up at the sky. To be honest, the abyss was too deep and completely dark. It was very easy to get lost, unable to distinguish directions at all. However, with the insight crown, Lu Chen's perception of the abyss's orientation was not weak. If I blow up here, the distance should be just right. With this thought, Lu Chen took out the marrow bomb from his backpack. Lu Chen not only aimed to eliminate the abyssal creatures. At the same time, he needed to blow up the health of chaotic destruction. This was to complete his job transition task. And as Lu Chen pulled the marrow bomb from his backpack, the branches of the abyss root trembled slightly. As the ruler of the abyss, it had a strong instinct for the abyss, and it sensed an inexplicable fear. There was not just one Lu Chen setting off the marrow bomb. 30 Lu Chens activated rewind simultaneously and returned directly to the abyss. Crack 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 crack, marrow bomb X30. In a short time, 30 marrow bombs were set up. Lu Chen. However, in Lu Chen's message bar, the abyss root kept sending messages. Lu Chen, what does the human race intend to do? We abyssals have no intention of invading the human race. Lu Chen, that is a matter of the monsters, it has nothing to do with us. Lu Chen. Upon seeing these messages, Lu Chen thought, quite perceptive. The higher the level, the more special permissions one had, and the sharper the instincts became. Especially for beings like the human emperor and abyss root. They often had a strong crisis warning. Even if they did not directly detect anything, when a crisis approached, their instincts would provide strong feedback. Just like now. Lu Chen. Just as the abyss root roared again, in the next moment, Lu Chen actually flashed back beside it. However, this time, Lu Chen's target was the brain butcher. Before seeing Lu Chen, the abyss root was extremely anxious. But upon seeing Lu Chen, it fell silent, pondering its words. Lu Chen then looked at the brain butcher. You want to fight a strong opponent, right? Hearing Lu Chen's question, the brain butcher tapped its fists together, grinning and nodding at Lu Chen. Of course. Let me see for myself what the surface is really like. Let me see what other powerful beings exist among the human race besides you. He was fervently warlike. At the same time, he was extremely unwilling to accept the strength of others. If it weren't for the abyss root's coercive orders, he would have even wanted to throw a punch at Lu Chen. Inside the skull he had opened, his black brain seemed ready to burst out. Lu Chen took out his scroll. Don't resist, I will satisfy you. This brain butcher was just what Lu Chen intended to use. Relying solely on the abyssal creature's misconceptions about the human race, and using his own misdirection to create an information gap, he still had some doubts in his heart. After all, he had never seen it with his own eyes. At this moment, if the abyssal creatures really attacked, the human race would indeed find it difficult to resolve. The abyss was vast. Although his current strength was strong, if a war truly broke out, it would be hard to repel the entire tide of the abyss with just his own power. It was like the Great Wall in his past life. Even if one person is strong, it is difficult to rely solely on oneself to guard the entire Great Wall. No, that was before. If a fight were to break out now. Lu Chen looked at the 33 soul explosives he had set up. It seems it might not be impossible to hold the line. He now possessed the ability for large-scale destruction. Lu Chen activated the spatial transfer scroll towards the brain butcher. The brain butcher was just about to resist, but Lu Chen made a gesture to prohibit it. Then. Let me see where you can take me. Whoosh. The time rewind activated. In an instant, Lu Chen arrived at the edge of the abyss. And in the next moment, the brain butcher was swapped over. Buzz, this was the brain butcher's first time on the surface. Is this the surface? Is this air? In the abyss, there were only murky gases. So generally, Lu Chen did not breathe while in the abyss. He even closed all his pores. It was a state similar to diving. High-level job changers could go for hours without breathing without any issues. But for abyss creatures, that was just the norm. So they had never complained about the gas. But when the brain butcher came to the surface for the first time, it felt that the air was so sweet, so delicious. For a moment, a surge of jealousy welled up in the brain butcher's heart. Black tears even flowed from its eyes. Why could the human race naturally enjoy this sweet delicacy? It was excited and delighted. Lord Abyss Root, do you feel it? I wish to share my senses with you. Abyss Root received the sharing from the brain butcher. In fact, Abyss Root was also very curious. What kind of world was it on the surface? After all, it had never been up there. However, as soon as its perception connected with the brain butcher, it felt an extremely terrifying aura. No, not just one, but 3. All the branches of Abyss Root tensed up. What was the brain butcher doing? Air? Was that important? Did it not realize that? Behind it were three beings of the mythical tier? Brain Butcher. Lord Ruler, let's invade the surface. The human race does not deserve such wonderful things. All of this should belong to the Abyss. Abyss Root received the Brain Butcher's thoughts. But its heart was cold. There was no response. Instead, it looked at Lu Chen beside it. At that moment, Lu Chen was wiping the Jin Yue. Abyss Root was probing him time and again. How could Lu Chen not know? It was filled with suspicion. Under Abyss Root's gaze, Lu Chen wiped the Jin Yue. Brain Butcher, I have sent you to the surface. Perhaps it has already found the opponent it was looking for. Lu Chen, through the insight crown, already knew that the Brain Butcher had initiated sensory sharing with Abyss Root. And this was also Lu Chen's plan to intimidate the Abyss. Abyss Root had once said that in the Abyss, it had only discovered 2 legendary tier monsters at most. For the Abyss, the existence of mythical tier beings was shocking. Lu Chen, I am not intentionally testing you. In an instant, Abyss Root understood Lu Chen's intention in sending the Brain Butcher to the surface. This human powerhouse was already impatient with its repeated probing. I have always maintained a sense of awe towards the human race. At this moment, on the surface, the Brain Butcher, prompted by Abyss Root, slowly turned around. At that moment, it saw Lu Chen using the Chaos Concealment ring to hide the aura of chaotic destruction. And as it gazed, the 3 towering, chaotic destruction, also released their aura. Concealment. Buzz, the moment the Brain Butcher sensed the presence of these 3 beings, his mind was blank. What is going on? Mythical tier? Life creation, control ownership, human race, what kind of joke is this? Abyss Lord, a creature of Imperial tier, with combat power slightly above level 200. And before him stood a mythical tier creature at level 300. Brain Butcher had no thoughts of fighting left. Even the overwhelming fighting spirit was completely drowned in fear at that moment. This was not an opponent to battle. To it, he was merely an ant by the roadside. Brain Butcher didn't even have a chance to run. In the brief moment of their encounter, he was bound by countless white bandages, suspended in mid-air. Death strangle. The bandages suddenly tightened. Minus 381,818 billion. With just one strike, Brain Butcher was sliced into countless pieces. And Yuan Zhen witnessed the entire process of Brain Butcher's death from start to finish. It was just that simple. There was no fierce battle at all. This is the strength of the human race. The human race actually treats mythical tier creatures as pets. Lu Chen was far more terrifying than he had imagined. After all, a powerful being might be far beyond himself. How could he possibly be level 200? Level 300 or even 350 was possible. Then, was the average level of the human race above level 400? As Yuan Zhen thought of this, cold sweat dripped down. He had just been thinking of testing Lu Chen. Testing the human race? Truly reckless. Brain Butcher is dead. According to the rules of the Abyss, he was killed by the human race. Everything about him also belongs to the human race. Yuan Zhen conveyed his thoughts to Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded slightly. The human race is not very interested in the Abyss. As long as you don't casually ascend to the surface, the human race is too lazy to care about what you do in the Abyss. However, those small fries that ascend to the surface need to be cleaned up a bit. Lu Chen's tone was flat. It was as if he was stating something trivial. In Yuan Zhen's view, the human race had already been able to enslave mythical tier creatures. It was only natural that they were not very interested in the Abyss. After all, if there was a fertile land, who would want to rummage through a garbage heap? The Abyss Lord dared not show any anger. In Yuan Zhen's mind, the human race gradually became an insurmountable divine race. It might even be a resting place for true gods. Above was a world where true gods walked on the surface. Just follow the wishes of the human race. Lu Chen slowly nodded. He didn't even wait for Yuan Zhen to react. Medulla explosion boom. Boom 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 boom. The Abyss Lord sensed the connection throughout the Abyss. In that instant, it felt the breath of a true god. Boom! The violent energy of the true god swept through. The creatures wanting to ascend to the surface were annihilated in an instant. They melted away in the medulla explosion. Yuan Zhen had heard of the legends of the sun. But this time, he felt as if he had truly seen the sun in the Abyss. Human race northern region, the earth trembled. The humans in the northern region gazed further north. They saw a dazzling light erupting from the Abyss. And the refugees in the southern region saw this light and their pupils constricted. They recognized this light. This was the light of the medulla explosion that had destroyed their homeland not long ago. The medulla explosion had erupted in the abyss. Shaley flew out of Sarko's casino. He opened a spatial door. Arriving outside the kingdom, he looked up at the distant abyss, feeling the heart-stirring energy. The breath of this energy felt like a massive stone pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Even though he had never seen a true god, the moment he sensed this energy, fear of the true god would arise in his heart. He would also understand that this energy came from the true god. He swallowed hard. Lord, it seems I've encountered an existence even crazier than you. The problem is, where did he get so many marrow explosions? The originally dark abyss had transformed into a small daytime due to the detonation of the marrow explosions. Xiali clasped his hands tightly, praying to Yakadictor. Lord, the materials we provided for the demon essence shouldn't have been able to produce so many marrow explosions, right? The turmoil of the marrow explosions gradually calmed down. Destruction, after all, would come to an end. Lu Chen used rewind to return to the surface. After the previous tests, Lu Chen already knew that chaos destruction would not be so easily killed. No matter how many marrow explosions he used in the first round of attacks, he could at most reduce their health by 30%. After that, chaos destruction would forcibly enter the invincible state of the first phase. When the marrow explosions affected chaos destruction, Lu Chen could feel the life of chaos destruction rapidly declining. 30 marrow explosions detonated simultaneously. Lu Chen's job transfer task was directly completed. After completing this job transfer task, Lu Chen checked the status of chaos destruction. After exiting combat, these mythic tier fusion lifeforms had already begun to recover their health on their own. It wouldn't take long, just a few minutes, before they returned to full health. Seeing this, Lu Chen activated rewind directly. Without wasting a moment, he arrived at the job transfer sanctuary. He placed his hand on the awakening crystal. You have completed the second phase of the fourth job transfer task requirement. 1. Reduce the health of mythic tier monsters by 10% while ensuring your own survival. Task requirement 2. Kill 500 legendary tier monsters, 500 in the City of the Dead. Lu Chen let him off the hook. He did not kill him. However, there were still other legendary tier monsters in the world. Lu Chen put in a bit of effort, using his clones to deal with them. The legendary tier monsters Lu Chen had carefully selected before were all capable of dropping pet eggs. You have completed the second phase of the fourth job transfer task. Would you like to submit? Submit. Task reward, early unlock of the artifact catalog ranked 49, evolution tower. You have obtained foundation stone for the evolution tower, unique building, construction conditions can be established above the metamorphosis sanctuary effect. Followers of metamorphosis can accept job evolution tasks within the evolution tower. Completing tasks can enhance one's job tier, limit, S. You have unlocked all artifact catalogs ranked 49 in advance. When your level increases and you are about to naturally unlock the artifact of this rank, the 48th rank will be directly unlocked. This evolution tower, it really is quite impressive. After the job transfer, the job tier was basically set in stone. It was rare to hear of any way to enhance it. Even if it could be enhanced, the cost would be enormous. Or, it would require extremely harsh innate conditions. For example, bloodline inheritance. There had never been any mention of being able to completely rely on acquired conditions to elevate one's job tier. But now, his evolution tower directly defied this law. In this way, wouldn't every human be able to have an S-tier job? Just thinking about it was terrifying. This year in the Holy Capital, there were only 13 S-rank job changes among all the people combined. Even in the Abyss, the number of S-rank beings was merely in the hundreds of thousands. The life forms in the Abyss far outnumbered those of the human race. However, as long as one possessed the Tower of Evolution, then Lu Chen turned his gaze to another reward. The 49th ranked Divine Equipment Illustrated Handbook unlocked. Early Lu Chen browsed through the 49th ranked Divine Artifact, a shield that reflects all attacks. The Book of the Future, which details everything that will happen within the next day. Speculative Gloves. This is actually a set artifact with the 96th ranked Speculator's Blade? There are actually sets for artifacts? And the Crown of the Sword God, is it also part of the same set as the Phantom? Equipping 2 pieces of the set increases the effect, allowing the Phantom to release skills up to 77 times? What the hell? All sword type skills can be released an additional 77 times? The magic system has forbidden spells, and the warrior system must have corresponding battle techniques. Just imagine a forbidden spell being cast 77 times in a row. How terrifying would that be? Material requirements. Crown of Sword Shadow, 67th ranked headgear artifact. Upon seeing this requirement, Lu Chun instantly felt something was off. Artifact requires another artifact as raw material for its creation? Is this a nesting doll? Forget it, I can't afford it. Lu Chun browsed through various artifacts. In the end, his gaze settled on one artifact. Staff of Resurrection. Material requirements. Resurrection Blood X 10,000, the soul of the divine monster Orisu, soul severing stone, Book of Living Souls. The effect of this staff of resurrection is to revive all life that has died within 7 days, with a maximum revival limit of 999 restriction. When reviving undead beings, their pre-death form cannot be restored. Reviving all life that has died within 7 days? 999 revivals. 7-day limit. This is just the preview effect in the illustrated handbook. One must know that the actual effect of an artifact is far stronger than what is recorded once it is created. The higher the quality of the artifact, the stronger the equipment effect. I already have resurrection blood. Also, the City of the Dead can drop resurrection blood, although it only drops 1 drop at a time. 10,000 drops of resurrection blood. Even if multiplied, it would require 313 portions. Speaking of which, my resurrection blood was obtained from the altar of Orisu, right? Lu Chen suddenly remembered. When he obtained his resurrection blood, he was being watched by a certain presence. And that presence was Orisu. In that case, Orisu should also have resurrection blood? The second material for this staff of resurrection requires the soul of Orisu. After all, it is a divine monster. Its head can be used as a material for chaotic destruction. Of course, the most important material for chaotic destruction is still the divine essence of a true god. However, being able to serve as a supplementary material alongside the true god's divine essence already indicates its power. It seems I must find Orisu. But I still need the soul severing stone and the Book of Living Souls. Good thing I read books. Otherwise, I would really be clueless. The soul severing stone is a special material that can sever souls. Legend has it that it is used to pave the way in the realm of the dead. As for the Book of Living Souls, it is recorded in the 2 books of the Magic Essence, Essence of the Soul and Ancient Divine Systems. According to the records, the legendary Book of Living Souls is a book that records the lifespan of all living souls. One must admit, without sufficient knowledge, one would truly be at a loss. After reading the 103,000 forbidden books of the Magic Essence, many materials that he had never even heard of before, he now at least knows their origins. And now, his artifact materials require this Book of Living Souls. Doesn't that just prove that the legend is true? The Book of Souls really exists. Speaking of which, the key that emerged from the City of the Dead seems to be able to open something called the Gate of Souls? But we don't know where the door is. The key has been obtained. But the problem is that this key isn't just a key that opens a door out of thin air. This door still needs to be found. Only after finding it can the key be used to open it. Lu Chen has already gotten used to the fact that divine artifacts lack materials. Many of Lu Chen's low-tier divine artifacts are just missing 1 or 2 crucial main materials. Auxiliary materials, on the other hand, are quite easy to obtain. However, fortunately, all the materials for the resurrection staff have some clues. This Gate of Souls and Book of Souls should be of a similar type. At least in name, they are quite related. With clues, one naturally cannot give up. Lu Chen plans to send his avatar to gather some clues. Fortunately, he has a wide network now. On the surface, he knows Jayatellika and Luo Jiutian. On the divine disciple side, he knows Shaili and Shromi. On the chaotic evil side, he knows Yuan Zhen. And the leaders of various races also want to get to know him to discuss the construction of the Temple of Transformation. By the way, Lu Chen suddenly remembered a professional specialization: simplified divine artifacts. Now, even the divine artifacts ranked up to 79, once simplified, are no longer in the divine artifact rankings. Moreover, their effects are just average. For example, the boots of swift travel only provide 10 times the movement speed after disengaging from battle. Ultimately, they can only be considered powerful attributes, far from being divine artifacts. However, if the divine artifact ranked 49 is simplified, perhaps the effects after simplification can still be classified within the divine artifact category. Simplifying Resurrection Staff. Simplifying your divine artifact Resurrection Staff Minor. Resurrection Staff Divine Artifact Ranking 98, tied with the Staff of Divine Punishment. Materials required for manufacturing: